unexpectedly thrust into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He inadvertently acquires the powers of Superman. Gazing at the familiar Daily Planet and Lois Lane before him, he is engulfed in profound confusion. Is this truly the Marvel world? As the sole Kryptonian in the Marvel Universe, how will he confront the impending threat of Thanos' snap? When Iron Man encounters a being of steel and Thor's hammer meets heat vision, what unforeseen alterations will this Superman bring to the Marvel Universe? The greatest dilemma he faces is what can thwart him in a world devoid of kryptonite. Chapter 1. Forced Transmigration. Adorning himself with a necklace styled after Captain America's shield, which he had acquired during recent activities, he finds it small, akin to a coin, emblazoned with the classic Captain America emblem. He opens his computer and, with a sense of pilgrimage, watches a pirated version of Captain America, Civil War downloaded from the internet. Of course, he still believes in supporting the original content. A bunch of superheroes being outsmarted by an ordinary person. If it were me, I wouldn't be so foolish, he muses disdainfully from his omniscient perspective. DC films are far more captivating, he thinks as he leans his head on his hand, lazily contemplating. He then proceeds to revisit the reboot of Man of Steel from 2 years prior. What the hell? What kind of malfunctioning player is this? I clicked too fast, and it froze. After several attempts to click through the video software, his ancient computer struggles to keep up, resulting in an unfortunate freeze. In frustration, he strikes his mouse, inadvertently knocking over a nearby cup of water, spilling it onto the keyboard. Oh dear, what bad luck! Even drinking water is a hassle now. As he contemplates flipping the keyboard to drain the water, a chilling electronic voice emanates from his computer. Congratulations, host. You have been granted the opportunity to traverse the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Countdown for forced transmigration begins. 5, 4. Wait, what the hell? He is momentarily stunned as the computer screen suddenly brightens, rendering him unable to open his eyes. No way, is this really happening? Suddenly, he feels dizzy, his head throbbing, and his stomach churning. Where am I? Gradually regaining his senses, he opens his eyes to find himself enveloped in an endless expanse of white, suspended in a void, as if in a desolate space. Greetings, host. Welcome to the Forever World. You may select any Marvel film you desire for your transmigration. Who are you? Where are you? Transmigration? Are you joking? Why me? He shouts in frustration. As a member of the 21st century youth, though he yearns for the fantastical myths depicted in films, he cannot simply abandon his current life for an unfamiliar place, especially one fraught with peril. The abruptness of this revelation leaves him in disbelief. Host, you must understand, it is not this system that has chosen you, it is you who have chosen this system, the cold electronic voice reiterates. I chose you? His mind falters at this bewildering notion. Yet, as he contemplates, an odd memory floods his thoughts. At the entrance of a certain high school, a girl dressed in cosplay intercepts him. Sir, hello? This is our club's latest activity, please take a look. Activity? What kind of activity? The girl's appealing appearance piques his interest, and having just received good news about a job application, he inquires about the event. Seeing his interest, she excitedly explains, it's our Tiama Shinkon Club's newest initiative to raise funds for a 1:1 scale model of Iron Man's 45 Malawian Kwacha suit, which will be auctioned off, with proceeds donated to the Red Cross to aid underprivileged children. Hey, race the flyer. She presents him with a pamphlet. Sounds meaningful. So, which Marvel hero do you aspire to be? He casually scans the flyer and considers the final question about donating to help children in need. Haha, splendid. I'll donate $200, he replies, feeling generous after his recent promotion. Sir, you must complete all sections before proceeding, she insists doggedly. What a hassle. How much have you raised so far? He queries, exasperated. Hey, sir, you're our first contributor. She beams, her eyes sparkling with joy. It seems previous potential donors were deterred by her tenacity. He muses silently, as he realizes the form has over 50 questions crammed onto a single sheet. Which Marvel hero do you wish to become? Which indeed? Without hesitation, he writes down Superman. Oh my. Sir, Superman is from DC, not Marvel. Did you not know? Her expression reflects shock at his choice. My goodness, without at least a basic understanding of Marvel, how could anyone complete this form? This is not a flyer, it's practically a quiz for Marvel aficionados. He breaks into a sweat. However, unable to escape the clutches of this captivating girl, he reluctantly listens to her explanations while slowly filling out the form. This encounter ultimately led him to binge-watch all Marvel and DC films, including the currently screening Captain America, Civil War, which he secretly downloaded to understand better. Returning to the present, he emerges from his reverie. How does my choice relate to you? He exclaims in frustration, realizing this was his most recent encounter with the films. Didn't that girl give you a necklace before you left? The electronic voice clarifies. A necklace? He instinctively touches his chest and finds a mini replica of Captain America's shield, roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin, a beautifully crafted keepsake. Could it be? He finds himself at a loss for words, pondering whether he had unwittingly made a blood oath or deciphered some arcane code. Poof. And here he is, forcibly transported. Indeed, upon accepting this necklace, you inadvertently chose this system, granting you an extraordinary opportunity. The electronic voice finally exhibits a hint of excitement. Are you kidding? Who cares? He shouts in exasperation. After a long pause, he finally inquires, can I know where this system and necklace originated? Due to insufficient host privileges, this information cannot be disclosed. The time until your entry into the film world is limited. Please be advised that this entry will be permanent, and the universe you enter will be the cinematic version of the Marvel Universe. You have one opportunity to randomly select the ability of a superhero. What? Permanent? No way back. Hey system, I don't want to go. I refuse. He shouts in terror, joking aside. My splendid life has yet to begin, and this sudden turn of events is utterly bewildering. If I were a superhero, it might be manageable, however. If I were merely a bystander in the Marvel Universe, survival would be improbable. Even if I were to transform into a superhero, becoming someone like Dragonfly Man would be utterly disastrous. I am unfamiliar with this world, having only recently brushed up on its customs, and my understanding is minimal. Most importantly, although the system claims to mirror the film version, the presence of overpowering antagonists like Thanos, capable of annihilating planets in mere moments, looms large. To add insult to injury, Black Widow and the Hulk have become romantically involved. Thus, I must remain rational. I cannot proceed. Host, greetings. I neglected to inform you that you may refer to me as F. Given the circumstances, there is no recourse. Since you have chosen this system, and most choices are obligatory, you are now on the path of destiny. Accept your fate. However, I can offer you a chance. Please select a character from the Marvel Universe within the allotted time. The countdown begins. 10, 5, 3, 2. Do you even know how to count down? Wait. I choose. My mind has begun to malfunction, and every option seems fatal. If the selection is random, it implies that after choosing a superhero, I might end up with an entirely different character, akin to a lottery. I frantically pondered. Suddenly, I recalled the first question from the flyer. Which Marvel hero do you wish to become? That's it. I choose. Superman, Aquaman, Green Lantern, Batman, The Flash, Wonder Woman, I declared with unwarranted confidence. Upon finishing, a wave of confusion washed over me. Wait, something seems amiss. What did I just say? If I were to draw Wonder Woman, I would be too embarrassed to step outside. Are you mentally challenged? I explicitly stated the Marvel Universe. Are you a fool? F's tone was laced with exasperation and contemporary insults. Are you insulting me? I was utterly taken aback. I had always assumed this system was quite sophisticated, or rather, very mechanical. Due to the host's erroneous selection, you will directly enter the Marvel Cinematic Universe. F's voice regained its calm demeanor. Oh no, please. Grant me another opportunity. Let me choose again. I protested in despair, when suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through my head, and I promptly lost consciousness. New York City, the heart of the New York metropolitan area, is the largest city in the United States and one of the largest cities in the world. Located in the northeastern part of the East Coast, New York is the most populous city in the United States and a melting pot of cultures, boasting immigrants from 97 nations and regions, with over 800 languages spoken. As of 2014, approximately 8.49 million people resided in New York City, covering an area of 789 square kilometers. The metropolitan area houses around 20 million individuals. New York is a world-class international metropolis, exerting substantial influence on global economics, finance, media, politics, education, entertainment, and fashion. Its GDP surpassed Tokyo's in 2013, securing its position as the world's largest economy. The city plays a pivotal role in commerce and finance, with Wall Street and Lower Manhattan serving as the nucleus of the global financial sector. The New York Stock Exchange is the second largest stock exchange in the world, having been the largest until its trading volume was surpassed by NASDAQ in 1996. Times Square, located within the Broadway Theater District, is often referred to as the crossroads of the world and is one of the epicenters of the global entertainment industry. Manhattan's Chinatown is the most densely populated area of Chinese residents in the Western Hemisphere. The New York subway system is among the most advanced rapid transit systems globally, providing 247 service. The city is home to prestigious institutions such as Columbia University, New York University, and Rockefeller University. Chapter 2. I am Superman. New York, on a certain day. Clark, wake up. It's time to rise. Who am I? Where's this? I slowly regained consciousness, blinking awake to find myself lying in a spacious bed in a room that bore the marks of time. A desk adorned with rows of photographs caught my eye, depicting a handsome young boy's journey from infancy through school and into college, a glimpse into the life of the original occupant. Have I truly traversed dimensions? I pondered in disbelief. I sprang from the bed, only to thud my head against the ceiling, not hard, but enough to dislodge a bit of dust. What remarkable jumping ability! I marveled, still adjusting to my newfound awareness. Standing on the floor, I gazed at my hands and feet, which felt entirely different from the 1.75-meter frame I once had. I seemed significantly taller. I patted my chest and noted that I felt much more robust, not to mention the boundless energy coursing through me. I clenched my fists, reveling in my newfound strength, when a voice from downstairs, likely belonging to this person's mother, interrupted my thoughts. Clark, are you awake? Hurry down for breakfast. Today is your first day at work. Don't let Mr. White down. Yes, Mom. He'll be right down, I called back, my voice filled with enthusiasm. Entering the bathroom, I gazed into the mirror at my transformed self. Goodness, is that Henry Cavill? The very same who starred in Man of Steel? Indeed, this is the film version, but the system had always claimed to be set in the Marvel Universe. How perplexing. I felt a swirl of confusion, but decided to set it aside. I must first acclimate to my new body. In the bathroom, I found a height measuring device, 6 feet 3 inches 191 centimeters. What a height! This elicited a rush of excitement within me. Stepping onto the electronic scale, I was astonished to find I weighed 235 pounds 107 kilograms, a far cry from my former self, who barely tipped the scales at 60 kilograms. My heavens, I've transformed into a veritable beast. Lifting my shirt revealed a chiseled 8-packies, 8, and I could almost discern a hint of a 10th. Such an impressive physique felt like a stroke of good fortune. I had long desired muscles, but had endured countless struggles to achieve even a semblance of biceps. Now, I was reaping a bountiful harvest. As I reveled in my newfound abilities, I gently levitated off the ground. Though it required some effort, I was not disheartened after all. I possessed superpowers. Now, blending my previous memories with the present, if my situation mirrored the film version, I had yet to encounter the spacecraft. However, a nagging worry lingered. If this truly was the Marvel Universe, would my spacecraft still exist? Returning to reality, my mother urged me to head to work. If I recalled correctly, Mr. White must be Perry White, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet. Something felt amiss with the timeline. In the movie, Superman only joined the Daily Planet at the film's conclusion, yet my current memories confirmed that I had not yet met the enchanting Lois Lane, who had captivated the original Superman's heart. But I had little time for further contemplation. I needed to focus on the present. With a resigned sigh, I decided to take it one step at a time. After all, remembering the route to work was already a significant achievement. After a brief morning routine, I drew upon the fragments of my existing memories and retrieved the meticulously prepared new suit from the wardrobe, a gift from my new mother. I donned it with ease. It fit me remarkably well. One must admit, the visage of this body is quite pleasing. Approaching the desk, I glanced at the photographs of Superman from his childhood, which suddenly plunged me into a whirlpool of confusion, evoking a sense of nostalgia. I silently mused, from this day forth, I shall embody you. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my emotions and opened the door, greeting this unfamiliar world. Descending the stairs, I heard my new mother call, "Come here, child." Before me stood Martha Kent, Superman's adoptive mother, just as depicted in the films. "My child, a brand new life begins for you. I am truly delighted to see you stepping into society. If your father were still with us, he would be immensely proud of you," Martha said, her voice tinged with emotion, a glimmer of tears welling in her eyes. "Indeed, Mother, he would be, and I shall be proud as well." Witnessing Martha's heartfelt concern stirred emotions within me. Surely, Martha must be aware of Superman's extraordinary abilities. Even though this was our first meeting, there was no reason to reject such a rare familial bond. In this new realm, I am not merely Martha's new son, I am destined to become this world's new Superman. Perhaps I am not entirely prepared to embrace this foreign reality, but I am here. No, I should now identify as Clark Kent. Clark's residence lies in a suburb not far from New York. Before my arrival, I was aware that, akin to the narrative in Man of Steel, Clark's father met an untimely demise during a storm while heroically rescuing a stranger. Although natural disasters typically yield no financial recompense, Clark's father's actions were lauded as heroic, prompting the government to provide a substantial compensation to the Kent family to promote such selfless behavior. After much persuasion, Martha accepted the funds, which improved their farm's living conditions, allowing for expansion and the addition of a horse. Overall, the Kent family's lifestyle could be deemed moderately prosperous, though in a capitalist society like America, perhaps such a term is an anomaly. At the foot of the Daily Planet building. What an imposing structure. Clark, nearly exasperated from parking, stood before the towering edifice where he was to commence his employment. Indeed, the buildings in the cinematic universe possess an almost surreal height. Excuse me, pardon me, make way. A woman clad in a tailored black suit hurriedly navigated through the crowd. Unlike the ordinary women of the city, this one exuded an intense urban aura, embodying maturity, intellect, and youthful beauty, qualities that seemed to cling to her like labels. Amidst the bustling throng, Clark's gaze was inevitably drawn to her. Lois Lane? It was unexpected to encounter a character from DC in this Marvel world, which left Clark, now infused with Superman's memories, in a state of bewilderment. Oh, I'm so sorry. Lois, predictably captivated by Clark's magnetic presence, stumbled slightly, her documents scattering across the ground, providing Clark with the perfect opportunity to assist. Thank you. Lois's attention was immediately captured by his tall, striking figure and handsome face. His polite demeanor, devoid of any reproach for her earlier clumsiness, caused her fondness for him to soar. Why did her affection surge so swiftly for a stranger? Hello, may I ask who you are? Lois inquired, boldly addressing Clark. Are you all right? Clark helped Lois to her feet, expressing concern for her well-being while deftly sidestepping her question. Yes, thank you. I'm Lois Lane with the Daily Planet. Hey, race my card. Lois reciprocated with a smile, handing him her business card. I'm Clark Kent. Pleased to meet you, Mississippi Lane. I apologize. Today is my first day, and I do not yet have a card. Clark graciously accepted her card, shaking her hand, marking a promising beginning to their acquaintance, though he disclosed little beyond his name. Hello, Mr. Kent. It's a pleasure to meet you. As you can see, I am a bit preoccupied today, so we shall have to continue our conversation another time. Despite her burgeoning fondness for Clark, Lois's workload necessitated a swift conclusion to their initial meeting, and she bid him farewell with an apologetic smile. I too am pleased to have met you. I hope our paths cross again, Clark replied with a smile as they parted ways. As he observed Lois's retreating figure, Clark found himself pondering once more. Is this truly the Marvel Universe? It appears I must catch up on my studies. Yet, truth be told, Lois, who bears a striking resemblance to Amy Adams, possesses an undeniable charm. At the Daily Planet. Come, Lombard, Lane, meet our new member. Show him around. This is Clark Kent. Good luck, young man. You'll be with Lois. Mr. White, the editor-in-chief, patted Clark on the shoulder, introducing him to the group before nodding to Lois and departing. Upon hearing Mr. White call his name, Lois stood in confusion, glancing over to see who the new recruit might be. Upon spotting Clark's beaming smile, she felt a spark of intrigue at his earlier words. I hope our paths cross again, and couldn't help but smile knowingly, thinking, this Clark fellow is quite intriguing. Pleased to meet you all. I am Clark Kent, he said simply, introducing himself to his future colleagues. After exchanging greetings with his colleagues, they dispersed to attend to their tasks, leaving only Lois and Clark. Hi, Lois Lane. Welcome to the Daily Planet, newcomer. This is quite the coincidence, Lois remarked, shaking Clark's hand once more, teasing him about his new role. Ah, just a casual remark, don't take it to heart. Hello, I'm Clark Kent, a pleasure to meet you. I'm afraid I still lack a business card, Clark chuckled, reflecting on their serendipitous encounter with a sense of destiny. Regardless of the universe, Lois Lane seems to be an inescapable presence in Superman's life. Yet, who could have predicted that following the New 52 reboot, Lois Lane would no longer be Superman's girlfriend? Truly, everything is subject to reinvention. I'm delighted to join your ranks, Clark said, releasing Lois's hand and smiling once more. Chapter 3. Louise Lane. 3 months later, Clark gradually acclimated to his new surroundings, slowly digesting his previous memories and experiences. The Captain America shield-shaped necklace he had worn prior to his transmigration did not accompany him, and upon awakening, he realized its absence, which left him feeling a tinge of confusion and a slight sense of loss. Perhaps this necklace was the last tangible connection to his former world. The cold, electronic voice that had once echoed in his mind was also silent now, if not for the memories retained from his past life. Clark might have begun to doubt whether he was always a part of this new world. The recollections of 2 lifetimes left him in a state of perplexity during moments of uncertainty. Over the course of these 3 months, Clark had the opportunity to acclimate to the unfamiliar Marvel universe. While it was difficult for him to grasp the intricacies of other superheroes, the ever-present Tony Stark, who graced the headlines daily, made it abundantly clear that he was indeed in the Marvel realm. In private, Clark conducted further experiments to explore his superpowers, utilizing the expansive land of his family's farm. Coupled with his superhuman perception, he was able to gain a deeper understanding of his abilities without drawing attention. The term movie version was no jest. His powers were akin to those depicted on screen, albeit sometimes feeling slightly inferior. Perhaps this discrepancy stemmed from his relatively young age. After all, the superhuman feats displayed during Superman's battles with Zod in the films portrayed him at the age of 33, while Clark was still only 30. 3 years made a significant difference, and the cinematic version of his powers paled in comparison to those from his Silver Age of comics, such as the terrifyingly formidable super sneeze capable of annihilating an entire solar system, an ability well beyond his current reach. Through a period of adaptation, training, and heightened perception, Clark gradually became accustomed to the fundamental superhuman abilities of flight, X-ray vision, telescopic vision, and heat vision. Although the potency of these powers required further enhancement, they were sufficient to keep him in a state of exhilaration for some time. "Hi, Clark. There's a movie tonight, and I happen to have 2 tickets. Are you free?" Louise approached him quietly, her voice gentle. Perhaps it was Clark's inherent charm, or perhaps the fateful attraction that existed between them. But over the course of these 3 months, their acquaintance blossomed into a deeper connection. Their bond developed naturally, as if propelled by the currents of fate, leading them closer together. Even intimate exchanges felt effortless between them. "Of course, Louise. It seems I ought to dress a bit more dapper today. Otherwise, I might be mistaken for your cousin," Clark remarked, glancing at Louise's elegantly made-up face, which radiated beauty despite its subtlety. He couldn't help but poke fun at himself, acknowledging that recent work had left him somewhat disheveled, covering the faint stubble on his chin with his hand as he spoke. With a light-hearted chuckle, she decided to dress a little less attractively, for today marked the re-release of The Day After Tomorrow, a theme quite fitting for the occasion. Louise laughed behind her hand, and perhaps neither of them realized how naturally sweet their unguarded words revealed their feelings. On the streets of New York, Clark discovered that The Day After Tomorrow was, in fact, a disaster film. He had initially assumed it to be a romance or a thriller. As a first-time viewer of disaster cinema, he found himself captivated by the enthralling narrative it presented. After the film, they ventured to a CAF, where the discerning Clark and Louise opted for an outdoor table. Drawn by the enchanting nightscape, they chose this particular CAF because it offered a direct view of the legendary Stark Tower. Due to Stark Industries' influence, the vicinity was dotted with numerous theme parks, providing a delightful setting for nighttime strolls amidst the steel metropolis. "Doesn't this CAF seem rather lacking in patrons?" Louise inquired. Observing the sparse clientele inside, Clark mused silently that it was because Iron Man had yet to make his appearance. Unbeknownst to Louise, this place would soon become immensely popular, where patrons could sip coffee and engage in light conversation while occasionally glancing up to witness Iron Man soaring through the sky, a sight that would soon become a striking feature of the locale, ultimately turning it into one of New York's renowned attractions. "I've heard that their coffee is quite exceptional. What do you prefer? How about a cappuccino?" Even in America, this delightful beverage had the power to tantalize a woman's palate, leaving most who tasted it yearning for more. "Cappuccino? All right, I'll trust your judgment," Louise replied, initially uncertain, but ultimately deciding to take Clark's advice. From her expression, it seemed she had never tasted such a brew before. Through their time together, Clark had discerned that Louise possessed a somewhat workaholic nature. Even during late-night work sessions, she would settle for a strong Americano. The difference between a goddess and a neurotic was merely a letter, and in this context, the latter referred to Louise's intense dedication to her work and various pursuits. After calling over the waiter, they ordered 2 cappuccinos. As they awaited their drinks, the two lapsed into a comfortable silence, having discussed the film extensively. Yet, an awkward tension lingered in the air. To alleviate this brief discomfort, Clark casually perused a newspaper placed on the table for patrons' amusement. The CAF had thoughtfully provided the latest edition, the headline featuring news about Tony Stark, reporting that he had won a prestigious award but failed to attend the ceremony, leading to speculation about his aloofness. "Isn't this the plot of Iron Man?" Clark thought, recognizing the storyline. He was surprised at how quickly they seemed to be stepping into the movie's narrative. Clark held the newspaper, contemplating that in merely 36 hours, Tony would face the harrowing ordeal of his life, being kidnapped by terrorists. Following a series of tribulations, he would metamorphose into one of the most pivotal superheroes in the Marvel Universe, Iron Man. With this thought, Clark found himself less concerned about the impending misfortunes awaiting Tony Stark. Instead, he reflected on his own situation, realizing he had yet to don a Superman costume and fully embrace his role. Most importantly, Tony would emerge from this experience unscathed, transforming it into a significant turning point, a milestone in his evolution into Iron Man. Moreover, it might be rather amusing to see the affluent Tony face some hardships. Hey, as an employee of the Planet Daily, what is your take on the Hornet's newspaper? Louise quipped, covering the paper's content with her hand, imparting her principled viewpoint to Clark. The Hornet? Isn't that where Spider-Man works in the future? I can't help but notice how this publication incessantly maligns Tony Stark, Clark mused. It reminds me of how the Hornet's paper relentlessly defamed Spider-Man, portraying him as a menace to New York. Ironically, the photographs that made the headlines were often taken by none other than Peter Parker himself. It seems that the Hornet publishes whatever is popular, adhering to a long-standing tradition of contrarian journalism. Clark felt a sense of relief wash over him. All right, I won't look. As you wish, Queen Elizabeth, he jested, finding amusement in Louise's principled mockery, likening her to Queen Elizabeth of Britain. Thankfully, the world still had Britain, and its queen bore the same name. With a faint smile, he closed the newspaper and set it aside. Louise was somewhat taken aback by Clark's response. It was evident he was joking, yet perhaps he had taken her words to heart without dwelling on them. His magnanimous demeanor rendered her a tad bashful. Despite having known each other for 3 months and having reached a level of intimacy in their conversations, this felt like their first date-like outing. The typically assertive urban woman, Louise, found herself experiencing a hint of shyness. Moreover, this rendezvous offered her a refreshing departure from the bustling city life and the monotony of her daily routine. Clark. Louise seemed poised to express something, while Clark listened intently. Good day. Here are your cappuccinos, the waiter interrupted, approaching with a professional smile as he set down 2 cups of cappuccino before departing with his tray. Observing the cappuccino she had never tasted before, coupled with the interruption, Louise's earlier intentions faded. Dismissing her complex emotions, she lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. Ah, delightful. Initially merely sampling, she soon indulged, savoring a hearty gulp with palpable satisfaction, her demeanor transforming into one of innocence and charm. Look at you. This hardly resembles the Louise I usually encounter. Clark observed as Louise, behaving like a child, playfully smeared milk from her cappuccino all over her mouth. With a natural instinct, he reached out to wipe the corner of her lips. Louise suddenly froze, allowing Clark to tend to her without protest. Although their exchanges had always been warm and familiar, this intimate gesture felt distinctly romantic, causing a slight blush to creep across her cheeks. Yet, unable to refuse Clark, Louise chose to remain silent. Clark, momentarily caught off guard, did not dwell on it until his fingers inadvertently brushed against her moist lips. The electric sensation that coursed through him ignited a flicker of embarrassment. Perhaps shyness would be a more fitting term. He quickly withdrew his hand, lowered his gaze, and began to sip his cappuccino. Am I being too sentimental? He pondered, reflecting on his maturity. Resolutely, he lifted his head, and upon meeting Louise's clearly bashful eyes, his own gaze became bolder. Could I possibly fear you? Clark smiled confidently and spoke. Louise, Chapter 4. Spaceship Antarctica. The phone rang, startling Clark. Is there actually a signal here? Was his immediate thought. In winter, retrieving a phone can be cumbersome, primarily due to excessive layers. However, clad in just a shirt and casual trousers, Clark found no such inconvenience. Though he was in Antarctica, his recent experiences had made him largely indifferent to the cold. Hello. Yes, this is Clark. I apologize for not being in touch for a month. There's a reason for that, which I will explain upon my return. I'm well and safe, so please don't be upset. Yes, I promise. All right, just like that, don't worry. Oh, and I miss you. The person who elicited such tender words from Clark was, of course, Louise. Indeed, following that date, although there had been an awkward period between them, the atmosphere had undeniably shifted. In short, during those unspoken days, Clark successfully won over Louise, the urban goddess, filling him with profound emotion and exhilaration. At present, the signal here is indeed poor, to the point that Clark never imagined he could receive a call in this desolate place. He was startled by his phone ringing, for he is currently in Antarctica. Today, after nearly a month of keeping his phone off, he discovers a multitude of missed calls from Louise. Filled with remorse, he intends to provide her with a flawless explanation upon his return. However, shortly after powering on his device, it rings unexpectedly. Although he had informed her of his prolonged absence, a month had indeed elapsed, and it was only natural for Louise, who had recently confirmed their relationship, to feel a tinge of discomfort. Fortunately, Louise is quite understanding. Upon hearing Clark's voice and confirming his safety, she resolves to address any misunderstandings only upon his return. This thought inevitably gives Clark a slight headache. One may wonder why he suddenly found himself here for a month, in such a remote and barren land. The reason is rather straightforward: to seek the Kryptonian spacecraft. Logically, if his crossing over had resulted in the convergence of elements not belonging to the Marvel Universe, such as Martha, the Daily Planet, and Louise Lane, it stands to reason that the Superman suit and spacecraft, which are closely tied to him, would also exist here. Thus, Clark embarked on this expedition, a quest for discovery. The impetus for this journey was sparked by a newspaper article he stumbled upon regarding Tony Stark, leading him to realize that the primary narrative of the Marvel Universe was about to unfold. While the Marvel world appears dazzling and extraordinary, it is fraught with peril. Clark has no intention of leading an ordinary life. Endowed with superhuman abilities and the memories of 2 lifetimes, he sees no reason to fear or evade this world. His destiny is already set. He is not meant to live a mundane existence. Reflecting on his initial reluctance to arrive in this realm, where he might become a mere dragonfly man, he now considers himself fortunate. This quest has not been without its challenges. Despite possessing superhuman abilities, Clark often feels a sense of inadequacy, struggling to adapt to prolonged flight. To be precise, his current flying is more akin to long-distance leaps. Nevertheless, as he navigates the vastness, pushing against his limits, armed with the memories of 2 lives and an intimate knowledge of cinematic narratives, Clark has managed to reach Antarctica. Thus, after such a month, it becomes entirely unsurprising that he strolls across the Antarctic continent clad only in a shirt and casual trousers. During this journey, Clark was not without concerns. Initially, he worried that he might encounter issues related to physical exhaustion or energy depletion. However, under the nurturing rays of the sun, such consumption instead bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality. The solar energy continuously purged his body, invigorating his cells and subtly hinting at an evolution towards a more indomitable form. Through this period of adaptation, training, and application, Clark experienced both qualitative and quantitative enhancements in his superhuman abilities, leading to a comprehensive evolution of his being. Interestingly, this quest had a minor episode. According to his memories, the spacecraft's landing site was in the Arctic. Clark first ventured there, but upon finding nothing in the Arctic, he refused to surrender. Reflecting on the chaotic timeline in which he was supposed to become Superman before working for the Daily Planet, he couldn't help but consider the butterfly effect as a pivotal element. Embracing a contrarian approach, he turned southward and journeyed to Antarctica. As anticipated, the moment he set foot on the Antarctic continent, Clark, as a Kryptonian, sensed a subtle connection for the first time. In his relentless search, he focused on an iceberg, and as he approached it, the sensation grew increasingly intense. With his heat vision erupting, he persevered through the discomfort that came with it, maximizing the energy and effect of his heat vision to carve out a passage through the iceberg. The intense heat rapidly melted the ice, and fortunately, after a month of significant enhancement in all aspects of his abilities, he would not have been obstructed by this millennia-old glacier had he arrived without such improvements. After a considerable time, he discovered an extraordinary cavern within the iceberg, housing a colossal spacecraft. Clark gazed in astonishment at this magnificent structure, overwhelmed by the realization that, had he not ventured into this marvelous Marvel universe, he would never have had the opportunity to witness such a mysterious artifact, typically reserved for films and novels. The moment he beheld the spacecraft, his Kryptonian blood surged within him, filling him with excitement. This was a spacecraft that had originated from Krypton 100,000 years ago. Clark meticulously circled the spacecraft, observing its silver-black exterior and aerodynamic design, all exuding a sense of advanced technology. However, after scrutinizing it for a while, he found himself perplexed. Where was the entrance? As a recursive diagnostic program completed and the navigation systems confirmed all systems were online, Clark inadvertently made contact with the spacecraft. Suddenly, after a silence of 100,000 years, it sprang to life, projecting a blue beam from its apex that illuminated Clark. Before he could comprehend the situation, the spacecraft emitted a series of highly technical terms that left Clark utterly bewildered. As the spacecraft detected the Kryptonian lineage within Clark, it promptly authenticated his identity. With a soft hiss, the biological chamber door opened, silently welcoming Clark's arrival. The profound atmosphere emanating from the depths of the chamber stirred a sense of awe within him. Suppressing his excitement, Clark strolled through the interior of the spacecraft. To his surprise, there was no holographic projection of his biological father. Instead, a silver, indistinct liquid metal robot approached him, perhaps due to Clark lacking the necessary key. "Welcome back, son of Krypton," the cold metallic voice resonated, as the robot knelt in a gesture of fealty to honor Clark's presence. "You know me?" Clark was taken aback, incredulous that a spacecraft from Krypton, lost for 100 millennia, could recognize him. "Kal-El is your name," the silver robot introduced, transforming into a liquid state and evolving into a dynamic visual representation that narrated the history of Krypton. "You hail from Krypton, a realm far harsher than Earth. Long ago, as time evolved, our race spread across various star systems in search of a new world where we could settle. This reconnaissance vessel was one among many. We established outposts on other planets, utilizing the Panga creation engine to alter climates to suit our survival needs. For 100,000 years, our civilization approached perfection, verging on a utopia. What transpired thereafter? Clark found himself increasingly captivated by this familiar tale, as the perspective was far more exhilarating than that of a cinema screen. We mastered biotechnological control over population births, and the outposts designed for space exploration were abandoned. We depleted our natural resources, rendering the core relatively unstable. Ultimately, our military leader, General Zod, attempted a coup, but by then, it was far too late. Your parents, foreseeing the demise of our civilization, took measures to ensure your survival." The silver robot guided Clark deeper into the spacecraft. "This is the Genesis chamber, where the embryos of all Kryptonians are stored in rooms such as this. Each child is meticulously designed to fulfill future societal roles, becoming workers, warriors, or leaders." Clark gazed in astonishment at the Genesis chamber. What greater tragedy could there be for a civilization to evolve to such an extent? The silver robot led Clark through the spacecraft's interior, answering his inquiries along the way. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded room. Upon entering, Clark's eyes were immediately drawn to what he had longed for most during this visit: a colossal wardrobe shaped like an enormous egg. The giant egg slowly opened, revealing a deep blue bodysuit suspended in midair, gracefully rotating as it showcased itself before Clark. The Superman suit. Chapter 5. The Superman suit. The Superman suit, adorned in a deep blue hue, exudes an air of solemnity. The entire garment is intricately detailed with futuristic designs, featuring an adaptive fit that conforms seamlessly to the wearer's form. Simple yet elegant lines accentuate the contours of the muscles, while a prominent, three-dimensional emblem, the red and gold insignia of the House of El, graces the chest. The vibrant crimson cape cascades to the ground, embodying both weight and grace. For the first time, Clark gazed closely at the Superman suit, overwhelmed by a sense of awe. Unconsciously, his fingers traced the slightly raised patterns on the fabric, feeling a warm and welcoming texture beneath his touch. Suddenly, the suit shimmered, transforming into a beam of light that enveloped Clark. Momentarily startled, he realized that the suit had vanished, replaced by a coin-sized necklace around his neck, intricately engraved with the emblem of Captain America's shield. "Is this some sort of Easter egg?" "So you've come here," Clark mused, recognizing the necklace that held profound significance for him, the very reason he had arrived in this world. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. After a brief silence, the irritating electronic voice failed to materialize, leaving Clark in contemplative silence. It seemed that the notion of permanence was indeed true, prompting a resigned sigh and a tinge of disappointment. After a while, with the spacecraft still concealed within the iceberg, Clark strode confidently across the Antarctic landscape, feeling no chill in the air. He lifted his gaze to the sun above, basking in its gentle warmth. Taking a deep breath, He reflected on the fruits of his recent endeavors, realizing they had not been in vain. With a mere thought, the deep blue Superman suit materialized around him, fitting snugly against his tall frame without a hint of constriction. Stretching out his arms, he relaxed to the fullest extent. A gust of wind caught his vibrant red cape, which billowed behind him like wings of freedom. Clark closed his eyes, savoring the warmth bestowed by the sun, as the final words of the silver robot echoed softly in his ears. The sun of Earth shines younger and brighter than that of Krypton. Your cells have absorbed its radiation, enhancing your muscles, skin, and senses. The gravity here is lighter, yet the atmosphere brims with nutrients. Your strength is beyond my imagination, and the only way to ascertain your true power is to continuously test your limits. Taking a deep breath, Clark suddenly opened his eyes, feeling every facet of his being surge to its utmost potential. Now, I am Superman. Boom. It was as if a cannonball had been fired upon the Antarctic continent, the ground fracturing under the immense force. A streak of blue and red lightning cleaved through the sky, tearing apart the clouds and rending the heavens. Ha ha ha. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration radiated from every pore of Clark's being. Previously, during his time on the farm, he had experienced the thrill of flight, honing this ability throughout his quest. In comparison to now, those earlier attempts seemed merely a distant leap, a burgeoning sense of freedom erupting from within. He soared above the earth, feeling as though everything lay beneath his feet, while the azure sky and fluffy clouds felt strikingly close. Each sensory experience intensified Clark's awareness, marking his first encounter with the visceral and extreme sensations bestowed by his superpowers. This feeling subtly began to transform Clark's character, instilling within him a newfound confidence that transcended his past existence. Clark closed his eyes to fully embrace this liberating sensation of flight. However, as he relaxed further, it seemed he became increasingly disconnected from the feeling. Gradually, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Startled, he opened his eyes wide and began frantically flailing his limbs. Plummeting from such heights will be no trivial matter. The more he panicked, the less he felt any propulsion to fly, and he found himself gliding helplessly toward an iceberg. With a thunderous crash, Clark's steel physique collided with the iceberg, shattering it into countless pieces. He plunged through the ice and landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive crater akin to that of a meteorite impact, wisps of white smoke rising from the friction with the air. After a moment, he spat out the icy remnants lodged in his mouth, and, feeling quite disheartened, crawled out from the crater, brushing off the dust from his body. To his astonishment, he began to examine himself closely. Astide physique? Clark marveled at the fact that after falling from such great heights and smashing through an iceberg, he emerged unscathed. Calming himself, he began to ponder the reasons behind his recent descent. As he reflected, memories of a conversation with Martha prior to his departure surfaced. The moment we laid eyes on you, we knew you were extraordinary. We understood that one day, the whole world would witness this. I fear they will take you away. Martha had gently caressed Clark's cheek, her voice tinged with emotion. I won't go anywhere, Mom, Clark had reassured her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. I promise. He smiled at Martha, noticing the increasing silver in her hair and the subtle weariness in her features, prompting him to exhale a quiet sigh of concern. Simultaneously, the echo of the silver robot's words resonated in his mind. You will embody the unwavering belief of perseverance for humanity. They will follow you, stumbling and falling. Yet one day, they will rise alongside you to greet the sun, Carl. And in that moment, you will help them achieve miracles. The voice lingered, deep and resonant, in Clark's ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the gentle sun above. He inhaled deeply, genuinely feeling the warm embrace of sunlight enveloping him. The rays cascaded over Clark, illuminating his face, and in that moment, his gaze solidified with unwavering resolve. Clark slowly knelt down, clenching his fists tightly, his fingers pressed flat against the ground. The cells within him fervently absorbed the sun's energy, and the surrounding rubble began to levitate due to the magnetic field generated by this energy. A powerful aura enveloped him, emanating an overwhelming presence. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Clark lifted his head and soared into the sky, unleashing a force more destructive than before, wreaking havoc upon the earth. As he ascended, the ground beneath him began to collapse, and a flickering red-blue figure danced across the sky, nearly impossible for the naked eye to capture. Gazing upward, one could hear the sonic booms erupting from his supersonic speed, tearing the heavens apart. Ha! Ha ha ha! Clark's laughter echoed through the sky. In a certain region of the Middle East, Ethan assisted Tony in donning the armor of Unit 1. Before activation, Tony was unable to move a single step. All right, repeat after me. Take 41 steps forward, then 16 steps to the door, veer right at the fork, and turn right after 33 steps. The two strategized their escape plan, acutely aware that the operational window for Unit 1 was limited, necessitating precise movements. It was evident that their actions had drawn the attention of a group of terrorists. "Where's Stark?" inquired a figure resembling a terrorist leader. "He was just here." However, the cameras could no longer capture Stark and Ethan's figures as they concealed themselves behind some fabric. "Go check what's happening," the terrorist leader commanded, a hint of unease creeping into his demeanor. Several individuals rushed to Tony's room, shouting frantically. The door had been locked by Tony, and despite their incessant pounding and yelling, they remained oblivious to the bomb rigged to the door. In their blind fury, the terrorists attempted to force it open with gunfire, triggering an explosion that ignited the wrath of their comrades. "I'll buy you some time." Ethan, witnessing the explosion, understood that a swarm of terrorists would soon descend upon them, and he had to act. "No, proceed as planned." Tony, watching the progress bar of Unit 1 stall at 51, felt helpless within the confines of the armor. Unable to stop Ethan, with a weapon abandoned by fallen terrorists, Ethan charged out, defiant in the face of death. "Damn it!" Tony silently cursed in frustration. The activation of Unit 1 consumed a tremendous amount of power, plunging the entire cave base into darkness. Several terrorists, navigating cautiously in the dim light, were suddenly met with a deafening explosion, fire erupting into the shadows. Ordinary bullets could not penetrate the armored exterior of Unit 1, utilizing its ballistic advantage. Tony dispatched the terrorists with ruthless efficiency. "Ethan, where are you?" Tony shouted anxiously. Emerging from the cave, he finally spotted Ethan, but it was too late. Ethan lay on the ground, riddled with bullets, gasping for breath. "Rise, let us hasten," Tony urged as he removed his mask and helped Ethan to his feet. "For my sake, please stand up and adhere to our plan. In times of adversity, true affection reveals itself." Tony, gazing at a complete stranger who, within a mere span of days, had selflessly given his life for him, found himself touched by Ethan's actions. Even Tony Stark, often labeled a playboy and leading a carefree existence, was moved by Ethan's noble gesture. "This is indeed my plan, Stark," Ethan replied, his breaths growing increasingly shallow and erratic. "You must rise. You have yet to reunite with your family," Tony implored, his voice rising with urgency. "My family is gone. I'm on my way to meet them." Ethan managed a faint smile, despite the grim reality. "Do not worry. I have no ties left," he stated, seemingly comforting both Tony and himself. "Thank you for saving my life." Tony expressed his gratitude, gripping Ethan's hand tightly. "Cherish it. Do not squander this life," Ethan said as he began to close his eyes, but suddenly he seemed to notice something out of the corner of his eye. With a last surge of strength, he turned and shouted, "Watch out!" A missile hurtled towards Tony, and in a desperate attempt, he donned his mask, yet it was too late. The explosion hurled him away, leaving Ethan lifeless. "Ethan, curse it!" Tony exclaimed in horror. "This is disastrous. The energy conduit has been severed." Disoriented from the blast, he hastily removed his mask, spitting blood onto the ground as he struggled to rise. Sitting on the ground, he conducted a brief inspection of his suit, discovering the energy line was indeed broken, rendering him unable to control it. The once life-saving suit had now become a cumbersome burden. A chilling realization washed over him. Following the explosion, a group of terrorists armed with rifles converged from the cave's entrance, their dark muzzles aimed menacingly at Tony. "Farewell, Pepper," he said, a calm smile gracing his face, though his eyes revealed a mix of acceptance and regret. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted as a formidable red and blue figure crashed through the cave, creating a web of cracks in the ground and shaking the very foundations of the chamber. Dust swirled, shrouding the cave in a haze. "What is happening? What is happening? Damn it!" The terrorists stood frozen in fear, bewildered by the sudden chaos. As the smoke cleared, a silhouette emerged, intensifying their terror. Was it possible for a mere mortal to have breached the cave's defenses? The terrorists hesitated, paralyzed by uncertainty. Once the smoke dissipated, a golden and crimson figure materialized before them, a flowing red cape billowing without wind, the imposing red and blue form gradually becoming clear. "Greetings," it announced. Clark's confident visage appeared before the terrorists, his handsome smile evoking a profound sense of dread, akin to that of a demon's grin. He cast a fleeting glance at the gravely injured Tony seated on the ground. Was this the future great superhero, Iron Man? Wait, wasn't he there another person expected? After surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of that individual, Clark let out a soft sigh. He had arrived too late and failed to save everyone. The sudden emergence of Clark, resembling a celestial being, instilled an unprecedented terror among the terrorists present. This was no ordinary man. He had crashed through the mountainside. A few of the panicked terrorists babbled in a frenzy, uttering incomprehensible words, yet one could faintly discern their invocation of divine protection. "Shoot! Fire!" bellowed a figure that seemed to be their leader, summoning courage amidst fear. Ultimately, fear often transforms into rage, and this individual's fury had been pushed to its limits by Clark's daunting presence. His entrance was surreal, defying the very fabric of reality and physics, compelling all the terrorists to instinctively obey his commands, executing them like mindless automatons. Bang! 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 The triggers were pulled, and bullets whistled through the air, a torrential barrage aimed at Clark. "Be careful." Tony, observing from a distance, maintained a semblance of composure. After all, at his level of experience, he understood the existence of the extraordinary in this world, including those cursed beings known as mutants. At that moment, a shocking transformation occurred. The bullets struck Clark as if colliding with steel, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal clashing. The projectiles met with his body, emitting a series of sharp metallic sounds, and despite the tremendous force and inertia, gravity rendered them harmless, unable to penetrate even the slightest layer of his skin. "Such bullets cannot harm my iron frame," Clark mused, glancing at the spots where the bullets had impacted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, radiating disdain. With a scoff, he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, his astounding presence erupting with an unparalleled might. "No, no!" the terrorists screamed, as if trapped in the depths of hell. In an instant, Clark stood before one of the terrorists, delivering a punch from above that sent the man crashing into the ground, as though struck by a hydraulic pile driver. The impact was so tremendous that the terrorist's body crumpled into a lifeless mass, the violence of the collision depriving him of the time to spill blood. Instead, it slowly oozed from the ground after the force had subsided. One by one, the terrorists fell victim to the same fate. You might ponder whether a terrorist deserves to die. Such a question is, indeed, profoundly foolish. Tony harbored no sympathy for the band of terrorists. In the wake of Ethan's tragic demise, he felt an insatiable urge to personally exact vengeance upon these beasts. The sudden appearance of Clark and his apparent immunity to bullets were questions that Tony cast aside. They had slain Ethan. Tony cried out in fury. If not now, when would he seek retribution? In the midst of the chaos, the terrorist leader seized the opportunity to slip outside the cave while his men fired upon Clark, shouting for the others to prepare their weapons and bombard the entrance. Kill them! Kill them! Grenades, rocket launchers, and mortars were unleashed in a relentless assault on the cave's mouth. The thunderous explosions reverberated as the cave finally succumbed to the onslaught of weaponry, collapsing under the weight of destruction. After a considerable time, as the smoke cleared, the leader of the terrorists, still apprehensive, ordered his men to probe the wreckage of the cave. Clark's heat vision erupted forth, mercilessly annihilating everything in its path. Anything caught in its searing embrace was instantly vaporized, reduced to ash, and returned to dust. Eventually, Clark rescued Tony, and the two surveyed the desolate ruins and charred remains, enveloped in a heavy silence. Surely, these individuals had met their just desserts? Their actions, driven by selfishness and greed, were utterly reprehensible. This thought fortified Clark's resolve. "Let us be on our way." He sighed softly. As a modern man, he found it difficult to accept such occurrences. However, he understood the need to gradually adapt. Clark helped Tony to his feet. All right, Tony stammered, still in shock. He seemed yet to recover from the overwhelming experience that had nearly upended his worldview. It wasn't Clark's emergence that astonished him. Tony was aware of the existence of beings akin to mutants or other extraordinary phenomena, much like Captain America and other superheroes from his father's generation. Thus, he found it relatively easier to accept Clark's extraordinary powers. What truly unsettled him was the realization of the transition between life and death, compounded by the recognition of the weapons wielded against him, products of Stark Industries. The fact that these terrorists were using his own creations against him left Tony profoundly shocked and unable to reconcile the situation. Clark cast a glance at the collapsed cave before turning back to unleash his heat vision upon the rubble, ensuring it could not collapse further. Let this serve as Ethan's grave, for that is his name, is it not? Clark said slowly. This gesture elicited a resigned and sorrowful sigh from Tony, who simply nodded in silent agreement. Then, Clark took to the sky, carrying Tony with him. This only deepened Tony's sense of wonder regarding Clark, the ability to fly, emit lasers, and remain impervious to bullets. Was there no end to his extraordinary capabilities? In midair, Clark gazed at Tony, whom he held in his embrace, reflecting profoundly on the emotional journey of the past few days. Initially elated after acquiring the Superman suit, Clark returned to New York. After earnestly apologizing to Lois and receiving her forgiveness, he managed to reclaim a semblance of tranquility. However, one day while perusing the news, he stumbled upon a retrospective report indicating that Tony had been missing for nearly 3 months after being captured by terrorists, not long after failing to collect the Pinnacle Award. This revelation unnerved Clark. Could a Marvel universe devoid of Iron Man still be considered a Marvel universe? The duration felt excessively prolonged. Typically, events in the films unfolded over a month at most. Although the exact timeline remained ambiguous, nearly 3 months had elapsed. By all accounts, Tony Stark should have already embraced his identity as Iron Man, nonchalantly innovating the creation of the Iron Legion in his opulent villa. Perhaps the timing was amiss, or he had miscalculated. But what if this was yet another instance of the butterfly effect? Lost in thought, Clark pondered whether such an effect was at play, especially given that the spacecraft originally stationed in the Arctic had now shifted to the Antarctic. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Clark resolved to embark on a journey to the Middle Eastern location where Tony had been abducted. Thus, the reason for Clark's presence here was unveiled. Chapter 7. Tony Stark returning to the present, amidst the desert. Tony Stark found himself grappling with the overwhelming events that had just transpired. It had all occurred too abruptly. Just moments ago, he had teetered on the brink of death, yet now he was miraculously alive. The loss of Ethan weighed heavily on him, casting a shadow of sorrow. When Clark finally set Tony down, an unsettling silence enveloped them, neither uttering a word. The remnants of one had been dismantled, but Tony's ingenuity would undoubtedly allow him to continue crafting the iron armor. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the palpable sensation grounded Tony back to reality. He took a moment to regain his composure, surveying his surroundings, only to discover he was ensconced within an endless desert. Where am I? Who are you? What do you want? With a history of encountering ill-intentioned individuals, Tony was wary, determined to avoid falling from one perilous situation into another. Now composed, he regarded Clark with vigilance, bombarding him with rapid-fire inquiries. Having brushed with death, Tony felt a newfound audacity, as if he feared nothing. Wait, Mr. Stark. Your questions are rather numerous, Clark replied with a nonchalant smile, dismissing Tony's concerns with ease. Tony gazed at Clark in a daze. Fortunately, the other's demeanor was relatively amicable, far preferable to that of the terrorists, who had denied him even the chance to converse, fearful of being outwitted. At times, Tony had to concede that he possessed a certain gift of gab. I should first express my gratitude for saving my life. All right, I admit I'm a bit flustered. There have been far too many outrageous occurrences lately. Haven't you there? I am Tony Stark. Perhaps such an introduction is somewhat redundant. Tony exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground as he spoke. Hello, Tony Stark. Rest assured, you are safe here. The U.S. military has located you, and help will arrive shortly. Farewell. Clark smiled as he bid Tony goodbye. It was not yet the time for a formal introduction. For now, Tony needed to focus on his own tasks. Wait, hold on. Seeing Clark hovering in midair, Tony called out anxiously, overwhelmed with questions. Whoosh! Clark, unwilling to linger, soared into the sky, aware that the military would soon come to Tony's aid. It was not yet the moment to reveal his presence to them. As for Tony, Clark trusted he would remain tight-lipped. Accelerating to break the sound barrier, Clark dashed upward, and Tony could still hear the sonic boom from afar. Oh my! That must have exceeded the speed of sound. Truly an extraordinary individual. Tony marveled at the vanishing figure of Clark, deeply impressed by the stranger who had saved him. After a while, the distant sound of helicopters filled the air. Tony stood up excitedly, shouting and waving his arms frantically when he saw the helicopter land nearby. He finally felt at ease, collapsing back down, gasping for breath. As soon as the helicopter came to a halt, Tony's friend Rhodey jumped out, rushing toward him with a group of soldiers. Upon Rhodey's arrival, seeing the worried expression on his face, Tony smiled with relief. This guy never gave up on him. Still driving your happy Jeep? Rhodey teased, feigning nonchalance as he finally set aside the worry that had consumed him for nearly 3 months. Glad to see Tony safe and sound. Feeling somewhat drained, Tony sat on the ground, and Rhodey's words brought him a flicker of comfort. In New York, at Clark's home, Martha listened intently to Clark recounting the story. So you saved Tony Stark? The one who has been frequently appearing on television lately? She reminisced about the man named Tony Stark while knitting on the sofa to pass the time. That heartfelt conversation had fostered an open bond between them, allowing Clark to speak freely with Martha. Yes, Mom, perhaps you should see that famous figure on TV, being humbled, Clark replied, donning an apron and wielding a spatula as he prepared lunch. I'm genuinely happy for you to pursue what you love, but I worry he might be frightened of you. Martha expressed her concern. Though she was not entirely familiar with who Tony Stark was, her primary focus remained on Clark, for he was indeed unlike anyone else in the world. Martha's words reminded Clark of the day he returned from Antarctica, excitedly sharing his discoveries with her. Yet, she would always view the world through a mother's lens, worrying about what Clark might overlook. Mom, you need not worry. Clark smiled helplessly, reassuring Martha with a sense of understanding as he prepared to step out in search of the origins of Superman. Martha's concern for Clark grew, and he could only respond with comforting gestures. By the way, a girl came by while you were out. Martha suddenly lifted her head, pausing her knitting. She is my friend. Do not worry, Clark replied with a resigned smile. With a slight sigh, he set down the spatula, turned off the stove, and walked over to Martha, gently taking her hand. Do not fret. I have grown, and I will be prudent. He smiled at the one person in the world who cared for him most. I know, but you are so extraordinary. Your life is destined to be tumultuous. I just hope you find joy, Martha said, tilting her head slightly, her gaze filled with infinite tenderness. Clark smiled appreciatively. After lunch, he spent some time watching television with Martha, until he noticed she had quietly fallen asleep on the sofa. Clark turned off the television and gently covered her with a blanket before floating out the door to avoid any noise that might disturb her slumber. Standing before his home, Clark surveyed the farm, realizing the day's work was far from complete. He picked up the tools left at the entrance and began tending to the farm chores. As he worked, the daylight gradually faded. Upon returning home, he found Martha awake and preparing dinner. Clark first took a moment to clean himself up, washing briefly before heading to the living room. He turned on the television to pass the time as he awaited dinner, when suddenly a news segment interrupted, a replay of Tony Stark's interview upon his return. So, I have decided to close the weapons division of Stark Enterprises, Tony stated calmly, observing the chaotic reporters below. Days later, in New York, one evening, while shopping with Louise, Clark suddenly heard an explosion in the distance, a testament to his superhuman hearing. Could it be Obadiah? It seemed our millionaire was in trouble, Clark thought to himself. I'm sorry, Louise. I think I must leave, he said apologetically. That's all right. You go take care of your business. Thank you for spending time with me today, Louise replied understandingly. I'll take you to the station, Clark offered. Originally, Louise had planned to drive, but since Clark had come to pick her up, she hadn't driven. He escorted her to the station and hailed a taxi. Good night, Louise. Sweet dreams, Clark said softly, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek. Good night, Clark, Louise smiled, waving as she entered the taxi and paid the driver. As Clark watched Louise depart, he glanced around and stepped into an uninhabited alley. Confirming that he was alone, he concentrated, and in an instant, his deep blue battle suit adorned him. Indeed, it was always pristine upon his emergence, saving him the expense of laundry, Clark mused with a hint of sarcasm. Meanwhile, on the other side of New York, Obadiah Stane, a longtime employee of Stark Industries and a close acquaintance of Tony's father, had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Tony. This company was built from the ground up by me. No one shall obstruct my path, Obadiah bellowed in fury. Having donned the Iron Man suit developed from the original design and utilizing the reactor he had seized from Tony, Obadiah launched a brutal assault on the hurriedly arriving Tony. With a powerful throw, Obadiah hurled Tony toward a bus and unleashed a missile from his shoulder, engulfing Tony in flames. Propelled into the air by the explosion, Tony regained his composure, concentrating energy in his palm cannon, aimed directly at Obadiah. However, Obadiah had already reacted, his arm-mounted machine gun unleashing a barrage that forced Tony to retreat. Energy at 15, reported Jarvis, detailing the status of the Iron Man suit. Display it on the screen, Tony commanded calmly. Upon scanning Obadiah's suit and detecting its flight capabilities, Tony devised a plan to lure Obadiah into the air, intending to exploit the frigid temperatures at altitude to immobilize his adversary's suit. This old fool surely has never considered the peril of freezing at high altitudes, Tony thought. Ascending straight into the sky. Improved? I made some enhancements myself. Obadiah, observing Tony's ascent, felt compelled to pursue, confident in the flying system he had previously developed. At a certain Air Force command center in the United States, an officer remarked, "That thing is back." The military base that had previously pursued Tony now locked on an Iron Man in the sky once more. "Get Major Allen on the line. Order the planes to scramble," the sergeant decisively commanded. Just then, Rhodey arrived in time to cut off the call, signaling to the anxious soldiers with a reassuring glance. "Everyone, remain calm. It's merely a military exercise," Rhodey comforted his subordinates. "Understood, sir," they replied. Chapter 8. Obadiah in the night sky over New York. Jarvis' voice echoed, "Mr. Stark. Energy levels are at 13. Continue." Tony glanced back at Obadiah, resolved to take a gamble. If he maintained this speed and reached a sufficient altitude, the cold air would short-circuit Obadiah's suit, and the height alone would likely render Obadiah incapacitated. "Mr. Stark, your energy is critically low. Only 10 remaining." Jarvis reminded him once more. "Simply display the data on the panel," Tony replied with composure. "You cannot escape, Tony," Obadiah shouted from behind him. Obadiah's flight speed took Tony by surprise. He had not anticipated that Obadiah had made significant enhancements to his Iron Man suit. In a matter of moments, he was rapidly closing the distance, now merely half a body length away from Tony. This altitude was insufficient for freezing. Tony's expression shifted in alarm as he calculated the distance between himself and Obadiah. It was clear that the current height posed no threat to Obadiah. "Tony, your father would be proud of you," Obadiah bellowed, extending his arm forward and seizing Tony's calf, yanking him forcefully towards himself. "I once trusted you so deeply, supported you," Obadiah exclaimed, ripping off Tony's iron mask, his tone laden with disappointment. "Please, you are not my father," Tony retorted, equally irate, as the thin air at this altitude made his complexion pale. "Your company was established by your father and me. I cannot allow you to destroy it." With a gentle yet decisive grip, Obadiah damaged the thrusters on Tony's feet. "This is bad." Tony's face paled as he faced imminent danger. His thoughts immediately turned to Pepper. He had previously sent her to the company to investigate Obadiah's criminal record, fearing that this old fox had already anticipated his moves. If he were to perish here, he worried that Pepper would not escape unscathed. "Please send my regards to your father," Obadiah scoffed coldly, his voice chillingly amplified by the iron suit. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled Tony downward. "Farewell." Obadiah bid a heartless goodbye as he watched Tony plummet at breakneck speed. "Jarvis, call Pepper." In his descent, Tony's first thought was to reach out to Pepper, hoping she was safe at that moment. "Beep, beep, beep." "Mr. Stark, unable to connect," Jarvis replied, his tone tinged with frustration despite being an intelligent computer. With the thrusters damaged and energy reserves dwindling, it appeared that today would mark the end of Tony Stark. He succumbed to despair, closing his eyes and awaiting the arrival of death as he fell. Suddenly, a gentle force tapped against his helmet. Startled, Tony opened his eyes, realizing there was nothing in the high sky around him. It certainly did not feel like a bird had struck him. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. "Miss me?" A teasing tone reverberated. Tony whirled around to find Clark descending at the same speed as him, appearing remarkably composed. "We are merely a few hundred meters from kissing the earth, my friend. Your timing is impeccable," Tony remarked, emphasizing the word timely in his typical sarcastic fashion. His spirits lifted. Clark extended his arms forward, catching Tony securely in a flawless princess carry. "You cannot fault me for this. I have already canceled my date with my girlfriend to assist you." At the very least, I must see her off to the station. I must embody the role of a boyfriend. Clark lamented his predicament with palpable frustration, expressing his urgency in a tone steeped in exasperation. Once again, you have saved me. I scarcely know what to say. After being rescued, Tony, who had just narrowly escaped death, felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. In contrast, he sincerely articulated his gratitude. Very well, but I must first set you down. It feels rather undignified, Clark remarked, slightly bemused by Tony's stark expression. However, the prolonged Princess Carrie was becoming increasingly awkward. Please let me down. Tony, clearly repulsed by Clark's display, reflected on the absurdity of the situation. After all, as one of the most notorious playboys in the Marvel Universe, he could hardly tolerate such a farce. As soon as Clark touched the ground, Tony sprang from his arms, deliberately stepping back to create some distance. Suddenly, Obadiah landed nearby, seething with rage upon witnessing someone catch Tony midair. If Tony were to survive the night, his meticulously crafted plan would be in jeopardy. After all the effort he had invested, Obadiah was unwilling to accept defeat. Who are you? Obadiah inquired in a low, menacing tone. As a prominent figure in high society, he had some familiarity with extraordinary individuals like Clark, though such beings were typically beyond the reach of ordinary people. Thus, he was not astonished by Clark's display of superhuman abilities. Rather, Obadiah believed that as long as he eliminated the head, even the most formidable power would be rendered powerless. Me? Your nemesis. Clark stepped forward confidently, chest out, hands on hips, and chin raised, exuding an air of pride. Seeking death, are we? Obadiah felt as though he were being mocked. He abruptly raised his arm, activating a switch that revealed a machine gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets. Clark, unfazed by the lethal projectiles, maintained his stance, allowing the bullets to ricochet harmlessly off him, producing a cacophony of noise. After a brief moment, the machine gun momentarily ceased fire due to overheating, yet Clark remained unscathed, standing resolutely before Obadiah. Meanwhile, Tony, unfazed, regarded Obadiah with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his foolishness. What? Obadiah exclaimed, astonished by Clark's unblemished state. He quickly gathered himself, attempting to regain composure. What was he wearing? The latest in bulletproof attire? Obadiah attributed the extraordinary event to Clark's distinctive blue suit. Clark dusted off his chest, which remained pristine and gleaming, and couldn't help but chuckle at Obadiah, remarking that even his battle suit could not be breached. Do you comprehend? This is a body of steel. With a confident thump on his chest, Clark spread his arms wide, standing before Obadiah, fully aware that his formidable strength and self-assurance underpinned this audacious stance. No, I have sacrificed so much for this. I cannot allow a mere nobody like you to thwart my plans. Obadiah shouted, a hint of madness in his tone. They stood in a desolate area adjacent to a highway, and in a fit of rage, Obadiah dashed onto the road, seizing a passing car and hurling at Clark. Madman! Clark exclaimed in shock, extending his arms to effortlessly catch the vehicle. A scream erupted from within, revealing that the driver was thoroughly terrified. Upon lowering the car, he discovered it contained a family of 4, clearly enjoying a day of familial bliss. As the car settled, the panicked driver instinctively slammed on the gas, a reflexive reaction. Fortunately, Clark was quick-witted and firmly grasped the front of the vehicle. Regardless of the engine's thunderous roars or the tires screeching against the pavement, the car remained utterly immobilized. With the vehicle held captive, the driver gradually calmed down, releasing the accelerator. Once Clark sensed the car was no longer moving, he released his grip, gave it a gentle pat, and with a wave of his hand, the vehicle swayed slightly before driving off. This unfortunate family had cost him a bit of time. Yet Tony had no intention of letting Obadiah escape. As Obadiah rushed away, Tony swiftly followed, engaging him in a skirmish, not necessarily to win, but to buy some time. You are doomed, Clark declared, cracking his knuckles as he strode purposefully towards Obadiah. In a flash, Clark yanked Obadiah from his metallic armor, leaving him unconscious on the ground. To Tony, Obadiah might have posed a formidable challenge, but to Clark, he was merely a fool manipulating metallic toys. Just as Clark dealt with Obadiah, Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, escorting Pepper to safety. Upon seeing Pepper unharmed, Tony embraced her, momentarily disregarding Coulson as he offered her comfort. After a while, Tony approached Clark. Let's make formal introductions, my friend. I am Tony Stark. Filled with gratitude towards Clark, who had saved him twice, Tony expressed his emotions sincerely. "Hello, I am Clark Kent. A pleasure to meet you, Iron Man," Clark smiled, extending his hand naturally. "Iron Man? A fine moniker. Well then, nice to meet you, Superman," Tony replied, shaking Clark's hand, brushing aside the notion of their first meeting, feeling an instant kinship and mutual admiration. "Are you two bestowing nicknames upon one another? Superheroes?" Pepper chuckled softly from the side. "Greetings, sir. I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D." He hurriedly introduced himself. "Hello, Agent Coulson. But now is not an opportune moment for introductions. Farewell," Clark interjected with a smile, waving goodbye. With the astonished gazes of the others upon him, he ascended into the sky and flew away. "My heavens, did he just fly?" Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Coulson sighed helplessly, watching the figure disappear into the sky. Tony, unfazed, embraced Pepper beside him and exhaled deeply, relieved that the night had finally concluded. Chapter 9. Iron Man the following day. At Stark Tower. At Tony's invitation, Clark arrived at Stark Tower to meet him. "So, this is the 1982 law fight? I find drinking to be a waste." "I am immune to alcohol," Clark remarked, swirling the red wine in his glass. Possessing a physique far beyond the ordinary, Clark was entirely impervious to the effects of alcohol, rendering any exquisite wine merely a squander of resources. "Quality over quantity, my friend, yet you are indeed missing out on many splendid experiences. Even seemingly frivolous luxuries embody the pinnacle of human ingenuity and labor," Tony mused, reveling in the wine's aroma before savoring a sip. Clark glanced at the desk, cluttered with empty bottles, and chuckled wryly, attempting to take another sip of his wine. "Are you certain you will attend the press conference in this state? You appear quite invigorated," Clark noted, recalling the impending conference, while Tony seemed utterly unaffected by the previous night's festivities. Just then, Pepper approached, and after exchanging greetings with her, she discussed the specifics and arrangements of the upcoming press event with Tony. He first reassured Pepper, assuring her that last night's events would not lead the reporters to pose any embarrassing questions, then suggested she handle the journalists for now. "Your inquiries are not an issue for me. Though they may intoxicate me, they can also somewhat alleviate my torment." Tony sighed with a hint of resignation, his hand brushing lightly over the arc reactor embedded in his chest. "You ought not to be so pessimistic, Tony. You should adopt a more optimistic outlook. After all, this device saved your life, did it not?" Clark stood and approached Tony, gently tapping the arc reactor with his finger. "Save my life? Your perspective is rather intriguing," Tony replied, invigorated by Clark's unique viewpoint and instinctively smiling. "Those are words you've shared with Bruce Banner, aren't they?" Clark remarked, feeling a bit bashful as he averted his gaze, striving to avoid any direct eye contact with Tony. "Your wondrous abilities and enigmatic presence leave me utterly astounded. Forgive my insatiable curiosity. I cannot help but ponder your true identity." After much contemplation, Tony gazed at Clark and resolved to voice his inquiry. After all, when confronted with a being possessing such extraordinary power, enveloped in an intricate aura of mystery, one cannot help but feel a twinge of apprehension. "Me?" Clark chuckled softly, remaining silent as he strolled toward the floor-to-ceiling window of Stark Tower. Overlooking the myriad of structures that adorn New York, he felt a sense of grandeur, as though he were surveying a vast expanse from the summit of a mountain. In the blink of an eye, unbeknownst to you, I too was gazing skyward, fixated on the sun. Upon regaining my senses, I found myself here, and only then did I realize that the sun no longer blinded me. Clark spoke slowly. "The sun? I can wear sunglasses," Tony replied, leaning against the table, arms crossed. "Even from the heights of Stark Tower, I must still look up to behold the sky," Clark remarked, turning to face Tony. "Humanity has learned to soar. Does that not evoke fear within you?" Tony inquired, pouring himself a drink from the bottle on the table. "This world yearns for superheroes. I lived a mundane existence for 30 years, but everything has transformed overnight. Now, in this world, I cannot evade my reality. However, it seems the world is not yet prepared. What do you think?" Clark raised his glass in a toast to Tony. "I believe this world harbors many incredibilities," Tony mused. "Can you imagine the reaction of the people on this planet if they were to learn of your existence?" Clark smiled at Tony, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "It is utterly beyond my grasp to explain scientifically. Even mutants, I prefer to distance myself from such matters," Tony conceded with a semblance of agreement. Huh, mutants? No, no. I am an extraterrestrial, Clark chuckled, acknowledging that sometimes the truth is not readily accepted. Perhaps this revelation could elucidate everything. Tony expressed his surprise at finding resonance with this explanation. Are you acquainted with Bruce Banner? Clark suddenly asked. Banner? I have perused his remarkable papers on positron collisions. He is truly unparalleled, though he seems to have fallen off the radar lately. Tony responded, his tone imbued with the camaraderie of fellow scientists. A few years prior, an unfortunate incident occurred during an experiment, granting him a power capable of annihilating the world. Clark shared. Power to obliterate the world? Tony exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. This world is indeed vibrant and rich. Thus, it is replete with inexplicable occurrences. My appearance today, saving you, can only be deemed a fortuitous accident. Clark replied with a calm smile. I prefer not to dwell too much on the future. For now, I must pay heed to my present circumstances. This feeling is rather unsettling, Tony remarked, tapping the arc reactor embedded in his chest with a sigh. Suddenly, Tony produced a small box containing a thin, circular communication device. This is my most advanced communicator. Simply attach it behind your ear, and you can contact me at any time, he elaborated on the device. Tony was on the brink of facing the peril of palladium poisoning. Although thermal vision could presently assist him, it might hinder his future discoveries of new elements. Quietly, he accepted Tony's gift while observing his progress. You've likely encountered numerous troubles recently. Yesterday's Coulson was from S.H.I.L.D., wasn't he? That day, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. actually laid eyes on me, he remarked. S.H.I.E.L.D. Goodness. My greatest dread is dealing with political matters. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics has contacted me several times already. After I finish this press conference, I suspect their visits will become even more frequent. Tony gulped down his wine in one go. You can actually remember such a lengthy name? Huh. Are you planning to publicly reveal your identity as Iron Man? Clark chuckled. Iron Man? That name has a nice ring to it. But I'm not solely defined by that. I'm also a genius, a millionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist. Tony laughed heartily. Indeed, a playboy. Clark nodded in agreement, draining his glass of wine. With a mere thought, his deep blue superhero suit materialized around him. Oh, my, that is astonishing. Is this some form of compression technology or magic? Tony gazed in delight at the technology. Unfortunately, I cannot answer that right now, Clark replied, shaking his head in resignation. He stepped onto the balcony and waved at Tony. Tony, it was a delightful conversation today. Farewell. With that, he soared into the sky with a whoosh. Oh damn. What an enviable ability, Tony chuckled helplessly. At that moment, Pepper entered, glancing at the 2 empty wine glasses and several empty bottles on the table. Happy just came by. The press conference is all set. Pepper tidied up briefly. Happy was Tony's friend, responsible for his security and driving duties. Tony nodded, casually running his hand through his hair. Let us take the stage, Pepper said, picking up Tony's suit to assist him in dressing. Actually, the title of Iron Man is quite fitting. I never thought of that. Tony gazed at Pepper with affection. You are not Iron Man, Pepper responded with a shy smile. I am. You are not. Fine, whatever you say. Tony finished putting on his suit and looked at Pepper. You know, if I were Iron Man, my girlfriend who knows my identity would undoubtedly feel both joy and concern, and eventually, it would destroy her health. Yet, this psychological struggle would only deepen her love for me. You haven't forgotten that night, have you? Which night? Pepper inquired earnestly, adjusting Tony's collar. That very night, Tony gazed at Pepper with deep affection, his tone gradually softening. Pepper seemed to sense Tony's emotions and smiled gently, saying, Are you referring to the night we danced and then ran up to the rooftop where you handed me that drink, leaving me to wait all night? That night, indeed. Tony chuckled awkwardly. Is there anything else? Pepper inquired playfully, gazing at him. No, nothing at all, Tony replied, feeling embarrassed as he exited. Tony's friend Rhodey was delivering a speech. Now, Mr. Stark will make a statement. He will not be responding to questions from the press. Thank you. It had been quite some time since the last press conference, and Tony mused that he had nearly forgotten how to speak, deciding instead to read from his notes. Clearing his throat, he glanced at the reporters below and then at his speech. There are rumors suggesting I was involved in last night's highway incident. Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Stark, but do you truly believe we would take your word for it? One of your bodyguards miraculously appears, and you're interrupted by a rather bold female reporter. I realize this may sound rather fantastical, Tony retorted, countering her interruption. You may certainly question the official statement, but refrain from making unfounded accusations, hinting that I am a superhero. My reasoning is somewhat muddled. I never claimed you were a superhero, the female reporter replied calmly. Did you not? It indeed sounds too surreal, Tony responded with composure. All eyes were on him, seemingly awaiting a personal response rather than the official statement. I'm not cut out to be a hero. I possess numerous flaws and have caused quite a bit of chaos. Tony spoke somewhat to himself. Rhodey, unable to bear it any longer, leaned closer and whispered, "Stick to the script," reminding him gently. All right, Tony said, regaining his composure as he examined the official statement. The reality is, are you planning to publicly reveal yourself as Iron Man? Tony recalled Clark's earlier retort. Yes, Clark. Perhaps the world is not ready to accept you, or you are not prepared, but at this moment, I, Tony Stark, am ready. Perhaps you need a standard bearer. Let me be that example for you, Clark. A glimmer of determination shone in Tony's eyes. I am Iron Man, he declared calmly. Chapter 10. Wayne Enterprises. A new generation technology conglomerate has in recent years seen its total asset value nearing that of Stark Industries. After 3 years of exploring renewable energy, it has finally emerged in the public eye. The president, Bruce Wayne, has become a new elite in high society, while the Wayne family seems to be a hidden aristocracy. This is how the news reported it. Wayne Enterprises. Wayne? Why does that sound so familiar? Clark, who had been resting his eyes on his desk, suddenly awoke. Wayne Enterprises? Bruce Wayne? Isn't that Batman? Although my arrival has undoubtedly triggered a series of butterfly effects, including elements such as Martha, Louise Lane, and the Planet Daily, these inexplicable components cannot be reconciled within the vast tapestry of the Marvel Universe. However, through my ongoing explorations over time, it is clear that I am indeed within the Marvel realm. Beyond iconic superheroes like Iron Man, there exists the X-Men, who operate from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. While there may be subtle shifts in certain timelines, history continues to unfold steadily within the overarching context of the Marvel Universe. Clark opened his computer, seeking to uncover everything about Wayne Enterprises. As he searched for keywords, he discovered that Wayne Enterprises was not merely a coincidence of nomenclature. It bore striking similarities to its counterpart. However, when Clark searched for the keyword Batman, the results were utterly disconnected from the Dark Knight born of shadows, the demon of Gotham's criminals, leaving him perplexed. In this world, all comics, animations, and films related to Marvel do not exist. Instead, everything associated with Marvel is intertwined with the cinematic versions of reality. Actors who have portrayed characters in the Marvel series are akin to luminaries of a different ilk, namesakes yet distinct. For instance, there may be actors reminiscent of Robert Downey Jr., yet one cannot directly associate them with Iron Man. Of course, once Tony Stark acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, the corresponding comics, animations, and films emerged to satisfy the diverse fandom. Hey, Clark, editor White approached, interrupting Clark's reverie with a gentle pat on his shoulder. There's an assignment. Wayne Enterprises in Gotham is about to hold a press conference, and your task is to interview the president, Bruce Wayne. You'll need to hustle over there. It's merely a formality. Editor White smiled at Clark. Not a problem. Leave it to me. What a splendid opportunity. I had intended to investigate this at my leisure, but now I can openly explore Wayne Enterprises. As for Batman, although he and Superman have often been both allies and adversaries, Clark felt no anxiety. Here, in the Marvel Universe, there was no kryptonite, the very cornerstone of Batman's advantage over Superman. While the Marvel world may present its own set of unpredictable events, including butterfly effects or constraints imposed by its natural laws, in the absence of extreme anomalies, Clark felt almost invincible. With these thoughts in mind, Clark drove towards Gotham City. Inside Wayne Tower, a competent woman clad in a dark green business suit organized the orderly entrance of guests. Please maintain silence and enter in an orderly fashion, Clark quietly observed as a wave of reporters flooded the venue, glancing up at the theme of the press conference: the successful greening of new energy, transforming deserts into oases. Wait, isn't this precisely what Poison Ivy yearns for? Could it be that eccentric characters like Poison Ivy and the Joker might manifest in this world? Setting aside such musings for the moment, if they do appear, the ensuing amusement is bound to be plentiful. Clark clenched his fist, resolute in his belief that he could thwart such farcical criminal endeavors with his own capabilities. Following the conclusion of the press conference, A reception for the journalists would ensue. Now, let us welcome the president of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne. After a round of formal opening remarks, the alluring professional woman finally introduced today's star. A man, appearing to be in his 30s, strode in, sporting the quintessential smile of a successful individual, his handsome visage undeniably reminiscent of a wealthier bachelor than even Stark. Indeed, he had announced his continued single status for the year, yet his recent notoriety rivaled that of any contemporary playboy. Isn't that Ben Affleck? This Batman must be a figure who has traversed dimensions, undoubtedly. Upon first laying eyes on Bruce, Clark sensed that the system which had transported them here lacked creativity, merely replicating the appearance of characters from his former cinematic life. Oh dear, how lazy of it. Welcome, everyone to Wayne Enterprises. Apologies if my hangover from last night seems to linger, Bruce quipped, exuding his humor from the podium. Subsequently, Bruce adeptly introduced the details surrounding the new product, demonstrating a level of polish in his official statements that surpassed Stark's. What vexed Clark, however, was the fact that while Batman was ostensibly over a decade older than Superman, this Bruce appeared remarkably youthful. As he pondered such trivial matters, the time arrived for questions. After raising his hand, and to Bruce's evident surprise, Clark stood up. Ah, look at your astonishment. It seems you must be quite young compared to my former 30-something self. Hello, Mr. Wayne. I'm Clark Kent from the Daily Planet. I'd like to ask, do you enjoy movies? He posed a question that left the audience perplexed. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Bruce seemed almost eager to respond. Mr. Clark Kent, would you please come to my office? I'd be happy to grant you a private interview. Though Clark was merely a reporter, both he and Bruce possessed strikingly handsome features. Naturally, the reporters, who thrived on gossip, began to concoct wild theories, envisioning headlines. Observing the astonished expressions of those present, Bruce appeared unfazed, shrugging off the moment. Thank you all for coming. The reception will commence shortly. In Bruce's office, he mused, is this acceptable? While that crowd below enjoys your expensive wines, here you are, keeping me company. Admiring the exquisite collection of wines belonging to Bruce, I marveled at the towering wine cabinet, which reached nearly 5 meters in height. Bruce appeared rather exhilarated, having discarded his jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, loosening his tie before pouring himself a glass and downing it in one swift motion. He paced back and forth, animatedly gesticulating. Indeed, I am not alone in this world. You understand, don't you? Bruce excitedly inquired of Clark, who stood before him. You seem a bit agitated, Clark remarked, observing Bruce's exuberant demeanor, which seemed somewhat unbecoming of a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Could I not be excited? I have arrived in this unfamiliar realm, and most importantly, I know next to nothing about Marvel. I'm a fan, after all, Bruce replied with a resigned shrug. Clark, utilizing his X-ray vision, scanned the entire office and leisurely approached Bruce's desk, pressing a conspicuously bat-shaped button. The extensive bookcase along the western wall suddenly flipped around, revealing a display of Dark Knight gear identical to that seen in Batman v Superman, along with an array of meticulously crafted Batman weaponry. My word, is that a loaded gun? With his X-ray vision, he discerned that the bullets contained gunpowder, not smoke or flash rounds. Whilst he had said that Batman does not kill, what is your name? Clark inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Oh, my friend, it's Mark. That was the name I went by before arriving here. Bruce increasingly resonated with Clark's sense of belonging to a world long past. Strange, Clark mused, reflecting on the name with a sense of nostalgia. How long has it been? I had almost forgotten it. Inviting Clark to take a seat, Bruce summoned his assistant to bring afternoon tea and poured himself another glass of wine. You must have been quite young before your arrival. Why such an affinity for alcohol? Clark asked, amused, or is it simply a trait of the affluent? You must have felt that disorienting, terrifying sensation of becoming someone entirely different overnight. At first, I hardly dared to step outside. How could I face those who knew me? How could I manage a company worth billions? It was utterly insane. I can only say that I sometimes require a bit of mental solace, Bruce articulated, shaking the bottle of red wine in his hand. It seems your initial days here were rather unsatisfactory, Clark observed sympathetically. I have become Batman, Bruce Wayne. I am thrilled, yet sometimes one sees how superheroes are portrayed in films and aspires to be like them. However, when you actually become that person, you realize the challenges are far more complex than merely knocking down an enemy with a single punch. What is even more bewildering is that I have entered the Marvel Universe, not the one I am familiar with, Bruce lamented, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Chapter 11. Bruce Wayne, undeniably. I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. However, at this moment, it is not the world that needs to acknowledge us, but rather we must first recognize the world. After all, it is inevitable that you and I shall never be ordinary beings. We will inevitably be thrust into the limelight by the world, and evasion is a daunting task. I firmly believe that those endowed with formidable capabilities cannot lack a correspondingly powerful spirit. Your perseverance thus far commands my admiration, Clark remarked with a hint of sincerity. Hearing your words moves me deeply. You are indeed correct. Before my arrival, I was merely a student. As a traveler from another realm, my starting point was exceedingly high, and the sheer volume of specialized knowledge nearly overwhelmed me. Yet, evasion was futile. I traversed a tumultuous journey, evolving from initial resistance to acceptance, gradually developing a fondness for it all. I have persevered, and I must admit, I am quite proud of myself. Bruce expressed with a sense of profound transformation from naive vet to maturity. How have you been lately? As Batman, you must have engaged in investigations of this world. Have you discovered any companions akin to us? Clark seamlessly transitioned to a new topic. Bruce stretched languidly, reclining on the sofa. I seem to have inherited the curiosity characteristic of the previous Batman. However, as you know, my endeavors have yielded nothing. I have been here for quite some time now, nearly 3 years, and my investigation commenced 3 years ago, yet remains fruitless. It was evident that Bruce had embarked on more than just this investigation, for delving into it was essential for him to grasp the reasons behind his presence in this world. Let us cast aside our worries from this day forth. Our era has commenced. Clark rose and approached Bruce, extending his hand. Bruce, influenced by Clark's confident smile, stood up. Greetings, my friend, Clark replied with a reassuring smile. Yes, my friend. I have yet to extend you a proper welcome, Bruce said, overwhelmed with an indescribable emotion akin to encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. As night fell during dinner, "Goodness, this is utterly decadent," Clark exclaimed, surveying the nearly 10-meter-long table laden with food as he helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Oh, come now. I am Bruce Wayne, a playboy more affluent than Stark in this world," Bruce proclaimed with outstretched arms and hearty laughter. "Indulge yourself." Clark, somewhat resigned, took a seat and reached for a glass of red wine. "I have just examined the fibrous structure of your muscles. You have nearly reached the pinnacle of human physicality. I believe you could rival Captain America himself, considering that Captain America's stamina is several times that of an average person," Clark mused, feigning deep contemplation. "Being scrutinized in such a manner is rather uncomfortable. However, rest assured, what you mention shall not transpire in my case, for I am a pacifist." Bruce smiled and raised his glass towards Clark. "Your competitive spirit is quite substantial. I can perceive that. Yet, it appears that you are leading a rather comfortable life at present," Clark continued to inquire. "Have you heard of a certain game entitled The Simulation of Life?" The narrative unfolds with Bruce relishing a sumptuous meal before him. Despite his seemingly mundane tone, a hint of melancholy lingers, unnoticed even by Clark. "So, you have become friends with Tony Stark," Bruce remarks. In discussions of individuals with extensive sources of information, Bruce undoubtedly ranks among the top 10. Yet, his tone betrays a competitive spirit. Two super-rich individuals from disparate realms find themselves intertwined in the same world, fostering a subtle rivalry between them, despite their never having met. Bruce's admiration for Stark fuels his competitive nature even further. From a certain perspective, you two could be considered rivals. How intriguing. Who is wealthier, Iron Man or Batman? Clark muses, delighting in the comparison of their identities. Bruce rolls his eyes, sensing Clark's nonchalant attitude, and decides to steer clear of this topic. "What about you? What are your plans?" Clark inquires, naturally referring to the realm of superheroes. "I'm in no rush. Though I reside in Gotham, crime is relatively sparse here. As you mentioned, the butterfly effect, it's a concept I hold dear. Besides, it's only 2008. I prefer to adopt the role of an observer possessing a godlike perspective, you know?" Bruce replies, "An observer? Your perspective is quite unique. I, however, see things differently. A rather troublesome individual is about to make a scene," Clark states matter-of-factly. "Who?" Bruce asks, puzzled. "The Hulk," Clark smiles faintly. "The Green Giant? That's a considerable challenge. You must remain composed, Bruce says, rushing to Clark and shaking him by the shoulders. Even as a fan, he has certainly heard of the Hulk's formidable reputation. Your concerns are unwarranted, Clark dismisses, shaking off Bruce's grip. Ever since he learned that Bruce was once merely a student, Clark has taken to referring to himself as the Elder. Although he is only 10 months Bruce's senior in this Marvel universe. Goodness, after an entire day, the tension has finally eased, Bruce feigns wiping the sweat from his brow. Their eyes meet, and they burst into laughter. Ah, Master Wayne, Master Kent, shall we indulge in some dessert after dining? Alfred enters, carrying a platter. Can I just comment on how strikingly handsome this Alfred, who resembles Stark, is? He exudes a distinct uncle charm that could easily captivate countless young ladies. Clark thinks to himself, somewhat mischievously. As they departed Wayne Enterprises, night had fallen. Driving home, Clark reflects on Bruce's parting words. My friend, I know you're Superman, endowed with unparalleled abilities. Yet, you understand the implications of your actions. Let Harlem's affairs unfold as they will. Interfering too much in this world, one can never predict the outcomes. Seated in the comfort of his own home, Clark pondered deeply, perhaps contemplating the Harlem incident that might unfold in a few months or even half a year. This reflection sparked a glimmer of inspiration within him. It was time. Slowly, Clark rose into the air, and with a mere thought, his dark blue suit enveloped his form, showcasing the sleek, muscular physique of his ironclad body. The futuristic, sci-fi patterns on his suit seemed to shimmer with silvery light, while the emblem on his chest boldly declared his identity as Superman. His red cape billowed gracefully, seemingly defying the absence of wind. Gently, he floated to his doorstep, gazing upward at the clear blue sky. He reached out, grasping at the sun, feeling the source of his power. A subtle smile graced his lips as he raised his hands skyward and soared into the heavens, producing a sonic boom upon breaking the sound barrier. Ascending into the cosmos, he gazed down at the beloved Earth, activating his super hearing to listen intently. Somewhere in the world, a space shuttle was generating 750,000 tons of thrust during its launch. Inside the Boeing 777, the beautiful flight attendants were introducing the unique mission to the journalists aboard this extraordinary flight, which involved countless trials of transporting a space shuttle via a commercial aircraft. Among the journalists was Louise from the Planet Daily, who raised her hand to pose the first question. If this launch is so crucial, why not allow other media outlets to cover it? Shouldn't we hold a press conference after the launch, Miss Ryan? The flight attendant responded with a professional smile and continued her presentation. We will ascend to 40,000 feet, where the shuttle will separate and initiate the first liquid fuel propulsion system. Once the shuttle reaches the stratosphere, it will activate the second booster, entering the mesosphere at 4 times the force of gravity. The official briefing was tedious, and Clark thought ruefully about how he had taken leave again. Unaware of the scandal that had erupted between him and Bruce Wayne of Wayne Enterprises just days prior. He would have to confront him later. Meanwhile, Miss Ryan found herself bored with the proceedings. At a ground-based aerospace facility, the countdown began. 1 minute to launch. Prepare for separation, the system announced, as the aerospace personnel anxiously monitored the data displayed on the large screen. Despite numerous trials, this was the first operation involving a physical machine. The countdown commenced. 3 minutes remaining. An authoritative figure commanded that any detail, no matter how minute, regarding the space mission could lead to catastrophic failure or accidents, necessitating utmost caution. Life signs normal, crew status good, shuttle instruments operational, preparing for launch, reported numerous aerospace researchers, each providing the latest data. Houston, we are ready to receive commands. The astronauts aboard the shuttle responded as they ascended to 40,000 feet. The captain of the aircraft received the same order, directing the plane toward that altitude. Suddenly, one of the engines on a wing failed and ceased to operate, causing the aircraft and the shuttle to tilt precariously. Oh no, power failure. 2 captains and 2 astronauts broke into a slight sweat, an ominous sign indeed. A tremor coursed through the fuselage, and the interior lights flickered ominously. The crew stirred restlessly. The flight attendant calmly reassured everyone not to worry. It was merely a minor power outage. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the electricity restored itself, and the aircraft regained its equilibrium. The flight attendant, regaining her composure, smiled gently, assuring that it was simply a brief disruption in power supply, nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Before long, the plane ascended to an altitude of 40,000 feet. Chapter 12. The Origin of Superman at the Aerospace Base. The Genesis craft was met with grave news. The mission must be aborted. The commander could not tolerate a single misstep. Any mishap could lead to significant repercussions. Acknowledged. The launch of the boosters is canceled. The astronauts, akin to soldiers, accepted their orders. The boosters remained unresponsive as the countdown continued relentlessly. A chilling voice emanated from the computer. Transport craft, we have encountered a problem. The astronaut turned to the captain for assistance. Quickly, speak. The captain sensed impending doom. During the power outage, a malfunction occurred within the machinery. The boosters continued their countdown towards launch. The astronaut reported calmly, Transport craft, you have only 30 seconds remaining. The ground control relayed the dire situation. What? The captain was momentarily taken aback. Open the couplers. We cannot shut down the boosters. There may still be a chance for an emergency landing. The astronaut pleaded with a glimmer of hope. 23 seconds to launch. 21, 20, the computer coldly counted down. The astronaut, with steady hands, attempted manual operation, but the 3 couplers connecting the transport craft to the shuttle showed no sign of response. Transport craft, the couplers are jammed. The astronaut reported, overhearing the countdown in the background. The captain, too, endeavored to disengage the couplers from his end, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the fuselage trembled slightly as the flight attendant tried to calm the anxious passengers. Do not panic, this is quite normal. The computer reported. The couplers are stuck and cannot be separated. Houston, please initiate remote operation. The astronaut appealed desperately to the aerospace base. Remote operation failed. 6-5, the voice echoed. Remote operation failed. 4-3. Fortunately, a faint supersonic boom could still be heard. The flight attendant smiled as she introduced, the flames from the boosters have erupted. A powerful thrust that rendered everyone unable to maintain their balance, causing the flight attendant to stumble forward in shock. Houston, the boosters have launched. The astronaut cried out in despair. The captain felt the oxygen mask engage, and the cabin's oxygen mask descended automatically. Nearby, escorting fighter jets observed the unfolding chaos and reported anxiously, this is Python 21. The shuttle has lost control. The controller urgently commanded, attention, switch to emergency communication channel. The space shuttle soared through the sky at an astonishing speed, trailed by 2 escorting fighter jets, helplessly pursuing it. Inside the cabin, pandemonium reigned as passengers frantically secured their seatbelts and desperately reached for oxygen masks. The New York Planet Daily Radio reported urgent news from Washington. Our latest update reveals that the maiden voyage of the Genesis space shuttle has encountered a critical emergency mid-flight. The shuttle is unable to detach from the passenger aircraft, and both are hurtling towards the cosmos at great velocity. At a certain S.H.I.L.D. base, an irate one-eyed man clad in a black military trench coat shouted, "Damn it! Who leaked the information?" This man was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, every major news outlet is equipped with space telescopes and other advanced technologies. A poised and aloof beauty approached, handing Fury a stack of documents. She was Maria Hill, a Level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it, who do we have on hand? Sigh. Let S contact Iron Man. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Fury lamented, recalling a long-forgotten plan that was ill-timed, as he pondered. I've already called him, but he declined. Hill replied coolly, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Then we must leave it to fate and pray to God. Fury conceded, feeling powerless in the face of such a major incident. At Tony Stark's villa, Jarvis addressed him, Sir, Mr. Fury just attempted to reach you. Tony, basking in the sun while clad only in his skin, appeared utterly relaxed. Signs of palladium poisoning had begun to manifest around the reactor embedded in his chest, providing a justification for his indulgence. Since Fury's unexpected visit in the dead of night, Tony's fondness for S.H.I.L.D. had waned considerably. I didn't hear anything, did I? Jarvis, I am no ordinary person. Appointments are necessary to see me. Please fetch me another cucumber slice, Tony said, too lazy to even switch the slices on his eyes. Of course, sir, Jarvis responded. At Wayne Enterprises, Alfred listened in mild surprise as Bruce spoke about the news report. Alfred's unwavering loyalty compelled Bruce to confide in him. although he chose to withhold details about his journey from another world, deeming it irrelevant. Indeed, Alfred, a new hero will emerge in this world. By the way, please bring me a martini. Oh, damn, how splendid. This world still has its 360, Bruce declared, his eyes glued to another television screen while his fingers danced over the game controller. Yes, sir, Alfred complied, retreating as commanded. Alfred, how do I proceed with this? Get the tech department to send up a game guide. Also, call the studio that developed this game. I need to have a word with them, Bruce bellowed. Yes, sir. Alfred's voice echoed from a distance. Space Shuttle, Houston, we require assistance. The checks are underway. Please hold on. A cacophony of chaotic and meaningless sounds permeated the atmosphere, gradually revealing the panic and terror among everyone. Someone help me up, Louise exclaimed, having been tossed to the edge of her seat while aiding another individual. The aircraft tilted severely, transforming the once stable cabin into a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Moments later, the second booster ignited, a message relayed from the aerospace base. As Louise attempted to regain her seat, an overwhelming force propelled her backward, crashing against the safety door. The intense pressure rendered her immobile, while the space shuttle surged toward the cosmos at near supersonic velocity. Warning! Warning! An unsettling voice resonated within the aircraft. What is that? A signal appeared on the radar of Python 21, indicating an unidentified flying object approaching. The aerospace base on the ground received this signal as well and urgently reported the anomaly, a mysterious object approaching from the north. Received, confirmed Python 21. It's moving rapidly. The aerospace base cautioned. Desperately, Louise reached for the nearest oxygen mask, clinging to her last hope. A fleeting glance out the aircraft window revealed a blue silhouette soaring through the void. What is happening? Louise wondered in astonishment. Clark, racing at supersonic speed, arrived in a flash. He positioned himself atop the shuttle, muscles taut, and with a powerful heave, severed 3 couplings, lifting the entire shuttle into space. Meanwhile, the transport aircraft, rendered powerless by the previous booster flames, suffered a fiery demise at its tail. Flames engulfed the rear, and after a moment of weightlessness, gravity yanked it downwards. Thanks to that brief moment of zero gravity, Louise successfully returned to her seat and fastened her safety belt. Panic erupted among the passengers. Oh God, Clark, farewell, Louise thought despairingly. Clark glanced down at the transport aircraft, confirming that the shuttle had entered orbit before diving down at breakneck speed, seizing the wing. Yet, Louise caught sight of that blue figure again. What could it be? The immense force wrenched the entire wing free. Damn it, Clark thought in frustration, flinging the wing aside and incinerating it with thermal vision, hoping it wouldn't harm anyone. In an instant, Clark broke the sound barrier, producing a sonic boom as he flew to the front of the aircraft, which now spiraled down like a colossal pillar. I can do this, Clark smiled confidently, bracing himself against the entire craft. The tremendous resistance deformed the aircraft severely, and the passengers could only thank the inventors of the safety belt. Home run. In a sports arena, a baseball game unfolds, and an athlete executes a flawless home run, drawing everyone's gaze skyward. The ecstatic cheers swiftly transform into screams of alarm. My God, is that a plane? A sense of despair grips the tens of thousands of fans present. However, a camera, designed to track high-speed balls, captures a vibrant red and blue figure on the electronic screen. A plane? A bird? A person? Indeed, it is a person, to the astonishment of all. Someone is catching the aircraft with their hands. In a moment of descent, Clark steadies himself and successfully catches the plane, gently placing it horizontally on the field. He exhales softly. Phew, more practice is needed. This is Clark's first attempt with such a heavy object. The sound of the plane touching down is almost imperceptible, and the red-blue figure slowly hovers before the aircraft's door. Extending his arms forward, Clark effortlessly tears down the thick safety door as if it were mere paper, allowing the safety cushion to inflate. Stepping inside the plane, he smiles gently at the astonished onlookers. Is everyone all right? Clark inquires with a radiant smile. Louise, more astonished than anyone else, gradually rises, her mouth agape as she prepares to call out Clark's name. Goodness, who said one can't recognize without glasses? Superman doesn't wear a mask. It's absurd that his friends wouldn't recognize him. Clark swiftly realizes the implications of her thoughts. Chapter 13. Superman in action. Clark observes Louise smile, her expression imbued with tenderness, soothing her startled heart. Are you all right? He asks, his tone gentle. All eyes converge on Louise, who feels a tinge of embarrassment. Well, Louise finds herself at a loss for words, her eyes reflecting a subtle threat that suggests their conversation is far from over. I hope this experience doesn't deter you from flying. Statistics show that air travel remains the safest mode of transport, Clark states optimistically. Perhaps influenced by his sunny demeanor, everyone nods in agreement, though the instincts of the journalists arise, prompting them to raise their hands with questions. Clark smiles serenely and steps outside, where the crowd has already erupted in jubilant cheers. The source of the raucous applause, unknown. Superman, Superman, Superman. The electronic screen displays Superman's visage, and this new superhero's name reverberates across instant news broadcasts worldwide. Superman. The Space Center erupts in a wave of cheers, a celebration of his arrival. People around the globe, following the news, rise to applaud and cheer, creating an atmosphere of exhilaration. Clark graciously accepts the adulation, descending upon this world in a manner reminiscent of a savior. Today I, Superman, have arrived. Perhaps neither this world nor I are fully prepared, yet here I am. After a smile and a gesture, Clark soared into the sky, leaving behind a dazed Lois, who, overwhelmed by the astonishing events, collapsed onto the safety mat. At a certain S.H.I.L.D. base Fury, astonished, glanced at the latest report in his hands. You say a remarkably strong, flying man rescued those people? They call him Superman? Hill, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, handed Fury a photograph. Superman? For what reason? Is it because of the emblem on his chest? Fury regarded the photo with a sense of familiarity. You know, Commander Hill, I believe I might recall someone who hasn't yet paid a visit. Are you referring to that incident with Tony? Hill's eyebrows arched in surprise. Let us discuss it later. Perhaps that plan can be expedited, Fury remarked with a faint smile. Hill's lips curled slightly. Indeed, S.H.I.L.D. had grown considerably weakened. Now, heed my command. All agents ranked above level 9 are to enter a state of readiness and search with full force for the identity of the Superman. Hill, summon Coulson, the only one who has had direct contact with Superman, and inform him that he has been promoted. Understood, Hill acknowledged before departing. At Tony's residence, he exclaimed, "Oh, my friend, you are prepared, are you not?" As he gleefully observed the news reports and the data compiled by IS. Notify me immediately if Clark comes looking for me, Tony instructed. It seems I must also make preparations. The holiday has come to an end. Excitement sparkled in Tony's eyes, as Clark's actions appeared to reignite his passion for exploration and research into new elements. Previously, palladium poisoning had cast him into a state of despair, leaving even Pepper neglected and distant. Their recent squabble had only added to Tony's mounting headaches. I must find you, he muttered, his gaze fixed on the data in his hands, as a fervent spark ignited within him at the thought of new discoveries. At Wayne Manor, Bruce leisurely indulged in various amusements. Alfred, what do you think? In my opinion, there is something amiss, but why should I speak so, Master Wayne? Alfred responded, a hint of unease in his demeanor since encountering Kent. It seemed, since then, Bruce had become rather spirited. Ha, indeed, Bruce chuckled, stroking his non-existent beard with a whimsical air. Rising to his feet, he stretched widely and declared, time to get to work. Alfred, has that shipment of vibranium arrived? His expression shifted to one of seriousness. Yes, sir, although I advise against dealing with unscrupulous arms dealers like Ulysses Claw, Alfred replied. Nevertheless, Bruce's commands were of utmost importance to Alfred. You are right, Alfred. Have all the equipment transported to the Batcave. We must commence our work. Bruce smiled with a hint of agreement. Indeed, I am determined to create a bat suit forged from vibranium, akin to the Black Panther's attire. My apologies, dear Black Panther, but I must borrow your family's ingenuity for my own purposes, private matters. Indeed, moreover, having invested several $100 million, I am experiencing quite a financial strain. My next objective will require patience, and even upon its attainment, I must deliberate, particularly concerning the dire virus. Bruce pondered this for a moment. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Alfred will need considerable time to arrange the equipment in the Batcave. Before that, I must confront the current issues at hand. It is time to face the final challenge. Bruce calmly powered on the gaming console, awaiting its startup. Alfred, you rascal, who granted you passage through the levels. Returning to reality, The sudden emergence of Superman, akin to a savior, captured the attention of many ordinary citizens. The Planet Daily declared, "Listen up, everyone. I want to be informed of everything. Absolutely everything. Olsen, I require his photograph. No, I want the most sensational image. Is the name confirmed? Let it be Superman. Yes, Superman." The sports section ponder how they managed to transport the aircraft out of the stadium. The travel section questioned Superman's whereabouts and where he might have flown off to. Had he saved someone and then gone on vacation? The paparazzi sought to unearth his romantic entanglements, probing into his past. The fashion section aimed to introduce the elements of Superman's attire, its features, and related aspects. The health section inquired about his physique. The finance section deliberated on the potential impact on the stock market, long-term or short-term. The political section debated whether he represented a genuine emissary of justice. The lifestyle section simply proclaimed, "Let us write about the birth of Superman." Editor White, akin to a machine gun, incessantly issued commands. When he finished speaking, everyone stared at him in astonishment, prompting White to exclaim once more, "Get to work." Such occurrences transpired in every newsroom, with a singular understanding: Superman equals news, and news equals profit. One day, under the bright sun, a multitude of police officers congregated outside a bank, fully prepared and aiming their firearms at the building. As a robbery unfolded within, "Chief, they're on the rooftop, and their SA helicopter," crackled the police radio. "Proceed with caution, ensure the safety of the hostages, and establish a sniper point on the adjacent building. Additionally, request reinforcements from headquarters and encircle this building. We must also acquire the layout of nearby sewers to prevent diversion tactics," the police chief calmly instructed. On the rooftop, dozens of officers unexpectedly reached the top without resistance, mere feet away from the robbers. "Captain, is it too easy for us to ascend like this?" a young officer questioned incredulously. "Huh, young lad. Being a police officer comes with its own set of risks, and with so many of us here, sometimes we must take the plunge." The veteran officer encouraged the younger policeman before forcefully kicking open the rooftop door. "Freeze! Raise your hands!" Before the seasoned officer could finish his command, the young policeman beside him, trembling with fear, hastily grabbed his radio and shouted, "Damn it! They have heavy weaponry. I repeat, they possess heavy weaponry." "What?" The chief on the ground was taken aback by the report. Before dozens of officers stood a colossal fixed Gatling gun, its dark muzzle resembling the grim side of death. Cold and foreboding, the masked robbers had been eagerly anticipating this moment, their fingers poised over the firing button, ready to unleash hell upon the unsuspecting officers. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets erupted mercilessly at a staggering rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, leaving the officers with no means of escape. All they could do was close their eyes and await their fate. Suddenly, a blue figure emerged, thwarting their imminent encounter with death. The bullet struck Clark's form, deflecting harmlessly as if merely tickling him, ricocheting off to claim the lives of several robbers. Clark gradually advanced toward the gunman. The Gatling gun fell silent. Though the masked robber was incredulous, he stubbornly drew his pistol, stepping forward to confront Clark, aiming directly at his eyes. "I don't believe it," he shouted in his final defiance. Time seemed to slow as the robber's gaze locked onto Clark. A bullet collided with Clark's eye shield, as if striking the world's hardest metal, compressing into an iron disc that clattered to the ground. Both Clark and the robber glanced down at the spent bullet. Clark looked up, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "What surprise, firing a gun like that. You startled me. Goodbye." Today, the crime rate in all of New York stood at an astonishing 0. An unbelievable figure. With remarkable swiftness, Superman was tirelessly eradicating crime across the globe. Journalists arrived late to the scenes already cleared of criminal activity, reporting live. The crime rates throughout New York were plummeting, and a raging fire at a chemical plant was extinguished with a mere breath. Yet another journalist reported, "The hero saving the world. What we witness now is a group of bank robbers who have unequivocally surrendered." Chapter 14. Superman in Progress 2 on a certain day. Headlines proclaimed, "Superhero. A new contender emerges after Iron Man. The hero who saved a Boeing 777 extinguishes a city fire today. Are these heroic acts genuine fights for the people? Everyone calls him Superman, a new global hero. Where did he come from? Does God truly exist? And is he in America?" From Japan to the New York Times, from the Horn Herald to various newspapers worldwide, all reported on the same phenomenon. The same individual, the new hero who had descended upon this world, Superman. The recent days of rescue efforts have significantly bolstered my positive image, ensuring that no innocent soul perishes in vain. The flawless execution of these rescues has, I must admit, been somewhat arduous. So do tell me, sir, is there anything I can assist you with? Clark descended before a police officer embroiled in a gunfight, unfazed by the bullets whizzing past him. The officer, appearing to be of a captain's rank, gaped in astonishment at the figure before him, his excitement compelling him to rise and shake hands with Superman. However, as a bullet zipped past his ear, he promptly ducked for cover, crouching low while addressing Superman. Greetings, Superman. We are facing formidable firepower, and one of our female colleagues is injured and unable to be rescued. Following the direction indicated by the officer, Clark noticed a female officer, seemingly wounded in the leg, seeking refuge behind a police car, evading a relentless hail of bullets. He approached her with an air of assurance, gently tapping her shoulder. In her astonished gaze, he inquired about her condition. Ma'am, are you all right? Oh my God, I thought I would perish here today. Thank you. Who are you? The female officer expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Clark. You may call me Superman, he replied, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and shielding her from the barrage of gunfire as he made his way toward the officers. Come now, at 6 feet 3 inches tall, am I to be thwarted by a mere woman? Boss, this is bad. That guy looks like Superman. One of the robbers shrieked in terror to his leader. What? Damn it. Don't be afraid. Shoot him. I refuse to believe he is impervious to bullets. Bring out that weapon. The robber leader commanded loudly from within the vault. Yes, boss. One of the henchmen, following orders, retrieved a Barrett. 50 calories, commonly known as a cannon. I'll tear you in half. He aimed the Barrett at Clark and fired. The deafening shot rang out, causing one to instinctively cover their ears as the bullet soared toward Clark. Just as the projectile was about to strike him with a whoosh, both the bullet and Clark vanished into thin air. All the robbers halted their gunfire in astonishment, fear coursing through them as they shouted, "Where is he? Where is he?" The robbers stood up, scanning their surroundings. Are you looking for this? A chilling voice emerged from behind. The robbers, unable to believe their eyes, slowly turned to see Clark casually weighing a Barrett bullet in his hand before darkness enveloped their vision. In an instant, he had dispatched 7 or 8 robbers, albeit this was an instant as conceived by human imagination, for they could not perceive the true velocity of his movements. Respond. Is it over? Everyone respond. The robber leader, unnerved by the eerie silence, repeatedly called for his subordinates from a vault. Damn it. Though it's hard to believe, deep down I know my men are done for. He rushed to the vault door, hastily shutting the heavy metal gate he had previously labored to open. Damn it. I never anticipated this could cost me my life. Silence. A terrifying silence enveloped the scene as the notorious leader of the robbers, consumed by an overwhelming desire to escape the vault, experienced an unprecedented dread. Suddenly, an inconceivable sight unfolded before him. The door, a metal door, one that even a tank's artillery might struggle to breach, began to melt away. Like a devilish superhuman, he strode in, his eyes radiating a fierce heat, glowing with an alarming intensity that evoked an involuntary sense of reverence within the thief. Yet, the instinct for survival prevailed as he raised the remote control in his hand. Stop right there. Superman, I possess a detonator for a spring-loaded bomb, and I have already activated it. The moment my thumb leaves this button, all the hostages outside will be obliterated. The robber's lips formed the sound of an explosion. You will now help me pack this $160 million and then fly me away from here immediately. Goodness, why does this scenario feel so familiar? Clark mused, recalling the earlier rescue of the female officer. A casual glance revealed a bizarre sight. What vault would contain a metal desk lamp? I am Superman, not Hancock. However, he felt a twinge of regret. What are you doing? Did you not hear me? What are you doing, you scoundrel? The robber's voice escalated in frustration. You're back, Superman. Are you all right? The police officer, witnessing Clark emerge unscathed, rushed forward with concern. Take this and do not let go. With that, Clark tossed a severed hand, still gripping the detonator, to the officer. It was a rather ingenious tactic, albeit quite grotesque. Amidst the cheers of the crowd chanting Superman's name, Clark soared into the sky. Chapter 15. The 3 great titans of the world at Tony Stark's seaside residence. Tony, Clark Kent, and Bruce Wayne savored fine wine and grilled delicacies. Look, the entire world is talking about you, superstar. However, your methods are rather novel. A chainsaw killer, Tony exclaimed merrily, sipping his chilled cocktail while pointing at the 3-dimensional imagery displayed by J.A.R. V.I.S. Today, Tony was in high spirits. Influenced by Clark during their last encounter, he had made significant progress in discovering a new element. Although the palladium poisoning crisis remained unresolved, it had at least improved Tony's well-being over the past few years. "Goodness, do you think I relish severing people's hands?" Clark retorted, rolling his eyes in dissatisfaction. "Bruce, what is that look in your eyes? Is such candor truly necessary?" Bruce ignored Clark, directing a bemused glance at Tony. Indeed, all three men were clad in loose-fitting swim trunks, with even Alfred sporting a simple, elderly swimsuit that exuded a strong sense of dad vibes while grilling. If a group of young women were to arrive, they would undoubtedly be captivated by the trio's athletic physiques. Naturally, a hero must be accompanied by beauties, especially for notorious playboys like Tony and Bruce. A bevy of Victoria's Secret models frolicked in the sea, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the three gentlemen. Maintaining a respectful distance from Tony and his companions, Bruce felt no apprehension about being disturbed, for Tony had acquired every inch of land within a 10-mile radius. The seaside entertainment facilities extended from Tony's opulent villa all the way to the ocean's depths. Though such expenses were beyond the means of ordinary individuals, they were but a trifling sum for Tony. Observing Tony's flamboyant demeanor, Bruce contemplated whether it was time to upgrade the arcade machines within his villa. He, too, desired to embrace a more mature lifestyle. "Delighted to see you, Bruce. I hadn't anticipated that you and Clark were friends. However, I must say, your physique is quite remarkable. The two of you have even graced the headlines together," Tony jested, his tone teasing. It was undeniable that, compared to Clark's imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches, Bruce's 6 feet 2 inches of muscle epitomized the pinnacle of human physicality. "Oh, come on, blame me, will you? How am I to explain?" Bruce feigned confusion, reclining backward onto a sun lounger. "Look at you. Superman has rescued you on multiple occasions. His devotion to you is quite apparent," Bruce retorted, unwilling to concede as he lay on the sun lounger, making one last attempt at resistance. Tony erupted with laughter, inadvertently spitting out his cocktail, wiping his lips in disbelief at Bruce's mischievous temperament. "Is this truly my greatest rival in wealth?" he mused. Were onlookers to witness the two wealthiest individuals in the world engaging in such playful banter, they would likely be rendered unconscious in shock. Clark lifted his glass, taking a sip with an air of indifference. If others were to discover the connection between Superman and Batman, it would undoubtedly send them into a frenzy. Tony quipped, delivering a swift retort. "Enough, Iron Man," Bruce interjected, only to have the invincible Superman choke on his drink. "Oh dear, where's Alfred?" Bruce exclaimed, exasperated, as he sat up and gestured animatedly. Nearby, Alfred reflected, "Ah, Master Wayne, you have finally chosen to emerge and socialize. I am genuinely pleased for the Master." As he thoughtfully flipped the meat on the grill. Regarding Tony, Bruce revealed everything about his dual identity as Batman, save for the matter of time travel. After all, both Clark and Bruce, as outsiders, held a peculiar admiration for the billionaire genius, Tony Stark. All right, to celebrate our friendship, let us raise a toast," Clark suggested amicably, lifting his glass. "Cheers! Cheers!" The three greatest superheroes in the world convened on this day. "Clark, did you not mention that the world was unprepared to accept you? What has prompted your change of heart?" Following the light-hearted exchanges, Tony posed his first serious inquiry. Clark listened attentively to Tony's question, responding with a gentle smile. "From the moment you proclaimed yourself as Iron Man, the trajectory of this world began to shift. People started to recognize you, to comprehend the existence of superheroes. Although a few years prior, Magneto had attempted to assassinate the president at the Statue of Liberty, igniting a significant conflict regarding mutants among the human elite. Fortunately, due to the intervention of Professor X, the government adopted a strategy of minimizing the situation, continuously downplaying the events. We owe a debt of gratitude to Mystique. She saved Nixon." Bruce interjected, unable to contain himself. This revelation surprised Tony, as such knowledge was not widely known, prompting him to regard Bruce with renewed interest. "Well, indeed, regardless of the circumstances, the global populace has begun to recognize and accept the concept of superheroes. I find myself anxious, as a catastrophe involving Banner is imminent, and I do not wish for the world to perceive two monsters in place of a savior." Naturally, this refers to the Harlem incident, which Bruce acknowledged. While Tony harbored different thoughts. "Bruce Banner, you have mentioned him more than once. Is he truly that terrifying? That energy?" Tony inquired, somewhat incredulous. That gamma radiation is lethal enough to kill anyone, yet he survived, Bruce affirmed, pressing a button on his watch, projecting a three-dimensional display that showcased two video feeds, one depicting Banner's chaotic experiment, and the other a surveillance clip from a beverage factory in Brazil. Oh my God, that is General Ross. It's not easy to offend that old, stubborn man. So, are you saying his girlfriend is Ross's daughter? Tony chuckled. The first video featured someone Tony recognized. What is the crux of your concern? Bruce remarked with exasperation, tapping his forehead. Given the limited content of the videos, Tony did not fully grasp the enormity of the Hulk's threat. All right, I harbor no doubts about your worries. What is destined to come will indeed arrive, and what should not come still will. Before that, let us relish this fleeting peace, Tony proposed, raising his glass. Though filled with apprehension, Tony's words were undeniably wise. You are correct. Fretting over hypothetical calamities is not beneficial. Clark and Bruce raised their glasses in agreement with Tony. So has S.H.I.E.L.D. tracked you down? Tony asked, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice as he turned to Clark and Bruce. Don't look at me. I haven't made my entrance yet. I merely have a modest reputation in Gotham, but it has been overshadowed by this character. Bruce pointed begrudgingly at Clark. Indeed, in recent days, Bruce conducted several not-so-small punitive actions within his city to test the vibranium-crafted batsuit, causing the Gotham underworld to tremble in fear. It's no joke with vibranium. One could stand still while being sprayed with machine gun fire and feel no pain. This knowledge filled Bruce, well-versed in Marvel lore, with a sense of pride. Huh, I have not either. Wait. Clark's expression shifted as he stood abruptly, summoning his Superman suit with a thought. With a loud whoosh, he departed in a hurry, leaving no time for farewells. Cough, 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 what just happened? Tony and Bruce, enveloped in dust, gazed curiously at the girls frolicking in the distance, relieved that they remained oblivious to their presence. Fear not, everything is fine. After all, he is Superman, Bruce mused thoughtfully, offering solace to Tony. You're right, Tony replied, casting a glance at the receding figures. With a heavy sigh, he lifted his head once more, a broad smile illuminating his face as he strode toward the Victoria's Secret models. Come on, darlings, I'm here. Bruce, momentarily taken aback, soon joined him, exclaiming, I have arrived. This is a fortune I could scarcely have imagined in my past life. If Clark were still around, he would surely be apoplectic with rage. In the outskirts of New York, a black SUV was parked outside the Kent residence, an unexpected visitor for Martha. She knocked on the door and was met by Martha's approach. Hello, we are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., friends of Clark. Is he home? Fury's attention to Superman warranted a personal visit alongside Hill. Clark? Oh, that boy has gone to a friend's house, Martha explained, puzzled as she opened the door. Inside, the dog barked incessantly, irking the aging Martha. Enough, Crypto, quiet down, she called to the dog. May I come in and wait for him? Fury asked bluntly. I'm afraid that's not possible. Clark hasn't returned yet, Martha replied, somewhat insistent as she attempted to close the door. Suddenly, Fury wedged his foot in the doorway and shouted, Clark Kent, I know you're in there. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I require you to come out. I have vital matters to discuss. Fury's abruptness irked Martha, prompting her to push him, attempting to remove his foot from the door. But Hill, displaying her professional instincts, grasped Martha's hand to prevent her from pushing Fury further. Martha exclaimed, startled, though her effort was not forceful. Yet, as an ordinary person, she still felt considerable shock. This revelation left Hill astonished. Despite Superman's formidable prowess, his mother was as ordinary as could be. Stand down, Agent Hill, Fury commanded. Yes, sir, Hill responded, recognizing her own tension. After all, they were seeking perhaps the strongest being on the planet. The mere thought of Superman's recent exploits had left ordinary citizens in utter disbelief, akin to reading an extraordinary novel or watching a fantastical film. This had drawn the attention of various powers and government officials alike. What do you intend to do? Martha inquired, clearly displeased, her kind nature prompting her to reject the two men before her. It would be best if you cooperated with us. We have matters to discuss with Clark, Fury replied, his impatience surfacing. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted at the door, signaling that Clark had hurried back from Tony's. Clark descended like a cannonball, striking the ground with such force that it fractured the earth, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured his face. Only his eyes, suffused with a fiery heat vision, could be discerned from a distance, glowing like rubies aflame, an eternal fire that seemed impossible to extinguish. "Stay away from Martha." Clark's voice, deliberately subdued, echoed with a weight that resonated deeply within Fury and Hill. Deprived of maternal affection and familial bonds, they felt a profound sense of loss. It was as if they had initially rejected the world due to their parents' issues, yet were helplessly thrust into it. In this new existence, the greatest solace came from Martha, whose voice mirrored that of his biological mother and who had become his adoptive guardian. Clark resolved that, regardless of whether he could find elusive elixirs of immortality or other miraculous artifacts, he would ensure Martha lived out her days in peace. Yet now, the inexplicable actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. had encroached upon his limits, an affront he could not tolerate. As Clark took a deliberate step forward, the atmosphere around Fury and Hill thickened, almost solidifying with an impending sense of doom. A palpable sense of menace struck their minds, as if they were struck by an unseen force. "Oh God," they thought, instinctively reaching for their sidearms. Yet to Clark, such gestures were nothing short of a provocation. In an instant, he was upon them, the pressure from his swift movement immobilizing them. Their firearms, once a source of power, were now relinquished into Clark's grasp. With a swift crunch, he crushed the guns as if they were mere bubbles. In that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds: death. On the brink of despair, they seemed to hear a celestial voice calling out for salvation. "Oh, Clark, you're back. Are these to your friends?" Martha inquired, peering around the door. Her words, like a gentle spring breeze, dispelled the recent terror that had enveloped them. Fury and Hill, recovering from their fright, wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Clark's dramatic entrance was not unfamiliar. Before he had fully mastered his powers, they had witnessed many such descents, often culminating in lectures followed by arduous chores to compensate for the damage done to the land. Such formidable presence was unlike any peculiar individual they had previously encountered. It was utterly terrifying. Is this being truly a god? Fury pondered, bemused. "All is well now. Come inside," Martha said, her worry dissipating upon seeing her beloved son. She understood him well enough to sense that these two were no match for him. Perhaps they had merely been caught up in the moment. "Come in for tea. We can chat slowly," Martha graciously invited them, embodying her enduring kindness. "All right, sound good." Gradually recovering from the recent shock, Fury, despite the incredibility of the situation, found himself somewhat unnerved by the intensity of his own emotions. After signaling to Hill, he followed Martha into Clark's home. With a faint sigh, he reflected on the unexpected surge of feelings he had just experienced. Even Clark was taken aback, realizing how much he cared for a family member he had only recently come to know. It seemed he was increasingly integrating into this world. While this might become a vulnerability for him, he reassured himself. After all, he was Superman, and there was little to fear. Bolstered by this confidence, he strolled inside. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Tony calling. "Everything's fine. You and Bruce don't worry. Take your time and enjoy your drinks," Clark assured them, updating Tony and Bruce on his well-being and briefly relaying the recent events, during which they advised him to be cautious around S.H.I.L.D. agents. Upon entering the house, he found Martha pouring tea for Fury and Hill while he tucked away his Superman suit. After all, he was only wearing swim trunks underneath. "Mom, could you please go rest? My friends and I need to discuss a few matters," he said, planting a gentle kiss on Martha's cheek, urging her to retire to her room. "All right, dear," she replied, understanding, and gave Clark's shoulder a reassuring pat. Clark settled into a chair opposite Fury, with Hill standing beside him. "Greetings, I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.L.D. "A pleasure to meet you," Fury stated, foregoing any gesture of handshake. "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for your actions in recent days. You have saved many lives. However, I must fulfill my duty. My first question is, are you a mutant?" Despite the earlier fright, Fury regained his composure, posing the inquiry with a sharp edge. "Hello, Director Fury, Agent Hill," Clark acknowledged, glancing at Hill. "How do you know my name?" Hill, usually composed, felt a flicker of confusion. She had not introduced herself, yet he was aware of her identity. This revelation hinted at deeper implications. Had he known about S.H.I.L.D. all along? Or had he conducted an investigation through Tony? No. Tony had been oblivious at first. Clark's statement sent Fury and Hill into a spiral of professional speculation. I know. I can see the card in your pocket and the half-eaten smoked beef sandwich. I also noticed an entire squad of agents lurking around my home. You would do well to have them withdraw, Clark said, playfully swirling the teacup in his hand. The astonishment brought on by Clark had ceased to surprise Fury and Hill. Good grief. Did this man possess some sort of sensory ability? Target identified. Disengage. Agent Hill instructed through her communicator at Fury's signal. First, you may have misunderstood. I'm not a mutant. I possess powers beyond your imagination. Perhaps you have some protective measures, but let me assure you, they are unnecessary, he declared with an air of confidence. Not a mutant? Superpowers? This is straying into the realm of the extraordinary, Fury mused, intrigued. Is it akin to the existence of Captain America, a being of superhuman caliber? Well, that is of little consequence now. What is your true purpose? Please forgive my bluntness, but I must conduct a rudimentary psychological evaluation of one who possesses unknown powers. I assure you, I'm not a product of any laboratory, nor do I harbor any aggressive intentions. As you have witnessed in recent days, I possess extraordinary abilities. I reside in this world, and there is no escaping it. I believe that trouble will find me even if I do not seek it. Since evasion is futile, I shall confront it. Director Fury, I admire your profession and your sense of duty. However, I must warn you to keep your distance from my family. This marked the first display of Clark's displeasure. This is a misunderstanding. I had no intention of revealing the truth to your mother. I assure you, I shall not disturb her again. But others do not share my sentiments. You have made your presence known. You have allowed the world to see you. Fury stated gravely. I have always asserted that I possess powers beyond your imagination. You may find it hard to believe, yet you are astute. Do not provoke my wrath. Should there be any so-called other forces, you shall witness their fate, Clark replied, his gaze steadfast upon Fury as he instinctively clenched his fist. At that moment, Fury appeared somewhat unimpressed. Despite Clark's formidable strength, Fury remained convinced that there were limits to his abilities. Well, perhaps one day I shall bear witness to it. Though I find it unlikely, there is one more matter I must address, which is the purpose of my visit today. I have a plan for the Avengers. Before I divulge the details, would you be willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D., or perhaps become an Avenger? Fury inquired tentatively. I am willing. I knew you would refuse. I have already faced rejection from Tony. What did you say? Clark's abrupt response caught Fury off guard. Upon regaining his composure, he stood in astonishment, while Hill beside him wore a similar expression of bewilderment. Had our dialogue ever been this amicable? The rhythm feels off. Director Fury, you needn't be so astonished. Allow me to clarify. I exist in this world, and with my abilities comes responsibility. By joining the Avengers, I take accountability for my actions. I do not seek to operate above the law. If I am to join, so be it. After all, this is a narrative, and I might as well take the lead. I shall continue to fulfill my role, which might bring solace to these individuals, including the government. Why not? The thoughts of a reclusive enthusiast surged forth. Well, I did not anticipate our conversation would reach this conclusion so swiftly. Welcome aboard. The rapid attainment of his objective left Fury with a sense of frustrated impotence, yet the outcome was not unfavorable. He politely shook hands with Clark. Although we have experienced misunderstandings, I sincerely hope we can maintain a pleasant collaboration, Fury remarked. May the world know peace, Clark mused, harboring disdain for this sentiment. This is the Marvel Universe. After all, what peace can there be? May the world know peace, Fury promptly echoed, his expression serious. This is the S.H.I.E.L.D. communicator, which will connect us whenever necessary, Hill stated as she handed Clark an eagle-shaped S.H.I.E.L.D. badge. Thank you, Clark replied politely, despite the earlier unpleasantness. You're welcome, Hill remarked, puzzled by Clark's sudden levity, but she dismissed it and followed Fury out. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. He called up to Martha on the upper floor. Chapter 17. Hulk, Tony, and Bruce are likely caught up in their revelries by now. It will be pointless for me to join them. Sighing, I resolved to seek out Louise. Some confrontations cannot be avoided. I placed a call to the Daily Planet, and from a colleague, I learned that Louise had gone to Culver University in Virginia. With her assistance, I had secured a long-term reporting position, which had spared me from potential dismissal. Wait a moment, Culver University in Virginia. Emma, ISNT, that the place where the Hulk went berserk? calculating the timeline. It seemed about right since the last incident in Brazil when Banner unexpectedly encountered his girlfriend, Betty Ross, while searching for old research materials. With this thought in mind, I abandoned the idea of a mundane drive and hurriedly took to the skies towards Culver University. Damn it! Why didn't she think to contact me? What could she possibly want at Culver University? I fervently hoped it wasn't to interview Betty, who had garnered a modest reputation for her work in cellular biology. But now, to conduct an interview, Culver University was besieged by military SUVs, startling the privileged students who were accustomed to a life of ease. Non-combat personnel were swiftly ushered outside, transforming the campus into a forbidden zone. Meanwhile, the target of this pursuit, Bruce Banner, stood on the university lawn with his girlfriend, Betty Ross, observing the rapid encroachment of special forces. What is happening? Betty gasped in alarm. They're here, Banner replied, unable to bear the thought of Betty being harmed. Betty, get as far away from me as possible. Quickly. Bruce. No. To avoid overlap with Bruce Wayne, I will refer to him as Hulk or Banner. Stop arguing with me. Just go. Hurry. Banner urged, shoving Betty away as he sprinted towards the campus, fully aware of who was after him. General Ross would not harm his own daughter. Military jeeps barreled forward recklessly. In 3 minutes, the snipers would be in position. Who acted without orders? General Ross was clearly displeased by such a conspicuous pursuit. He.S. heading towards 270. A soldier, who had been thoroughly bested by the Hulk in Brazil, charged forth. Emil Blonsky, a complete military fanatic. Blonsky, stand down. General Ross commanded over the radio. Blonsky clenched his fist, halting the pursuit of Banner, disregarding Ross's orders. Just watch. This will be entertaining, he said with a hint of fervor. In the ensuing chaos, Betty instinctively pursued a command vehicle. Banner had already dashed into the school, racing towards the library. Upon bursting in, a piercing scream met his ears. His abrupt entrance startled the patrons within, leading him to collide with a woman. Quick on his feet, Banner steadied her, offering a sincere apology before hastily continuing on his way. The woman, unsurprisingly, was Louise, who had come to the library to escape the tedium of not finding Betty for an interview. Frustrated by Clark's extraordinary demeanor and his recent coldness towards her, she sought solace in the library, only to be unexpectedly jostled by someone running wildly within the university. The arrival of the special forces further startled Louise. Observing everyone rush towards the second floor, she, adhering to her journalistic integrity, stealthily followed them despite the inherent danger. Banner reached a corner on the second floor, retrieving a disk containing all the experimental data pertaining to his mutations from his pocket. He glanced at it, took a deep breath, and swallowed it down hastily. Betty intercepted an armored vehicle, yelling, "Stop! Stop! I know you're inside." She sensed her father was within that very vehicle. "General, please," Betty pleaded, her desperation evident as she called out to her father, General Ross. "Dad," she cried, noticing Ross's lack of response, which only fueled her anxiety. Ultimately, Ross, recognizing his daughter's voice, reluctantly opened the armored vehicle's door and stepped out. Betty, filled with hope, implored Dad, "Please stop. You don't understand the situation." A hint of helplessness marred Ross's aging features. "Yes, right there," a nearby soldier exclaimed, reporting Banner's status, as they could clearly see him on the second-floor walkway from the campus lawn. Target on the walkway came the repeated updates from soldiers. Banner dashed into a glass-enclosed walkway, only to find soldiers stationed at both entrances. Louise was halted at the staircase leading to the second floor. "Don't go in! Don't go in!" General Ross barked orders into his radio. Soldiers firmly blocked the doors, trapping Banner inside the walkway. "Let me in. I'm a reporter for the Planet Daily." Louise pleaded with a soldier at the staircase. "Please leave, miss. This isn't a performance." The soldier retorted, his tone brusque, seeing her plea fall on deaf ears. Louise turned on her heel, contemplating a new approach. "Fire 2 tear gas canisters," General Ross commanded once more. 2 soldiers rushed forward with grenade launchers, unleashing 2 canisters into the walkway, enveloping the area in a thick haze. "Oh no," Banner thought, sensing impending trouble. The soldiers vigilantly guarded the entrance, their eyes fixed on the scene ahead. In a rush, someone tore off their shirt to cover their mouth and nose, but the smoke from the tear gas was overpowering. Witnessing Banner's anguished struggle on the overpass, Betty could no longer bear it and sprinted towards him. "Bring her back," General Ross commanded instinctively, his gaze never leaving Banner. Two soldiers hastily pursued her. One was knocked to the ground by Betty's sudden elbow strike, yet he could not evade the tackle from the other soldier. They fell to the ground, and the previously downed soldier crawled over to assist in restraining Betty. Banner, pressed against the glass of the overpass, saw Betty being subdued and desperately called her name, but the suffocating smoke engulfed him entirely. A fleeting silence enveloped the battlefield. As the smoke surrounded Banner, all eyes turned to him, allowing Louise to dash onto the campus lawn, capturing the moment with her camera. From her vantage point, she observed Betty, who was transfixed by the scene on the overpass, while everyone else remained captivated by Banner, oblivious to Louise's presence. Suddenly, a hand slapped against the tempered glass of the overpass, cracking it like a spider's web, the fissures expanding visibly. "Come on, Banner," thought Blonsky, who stood outside, his aggressive instincts surging within him. Amid the smoke, a resonating crash echoed. The two soldiers, who had just deployed the tear gas, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. With a thunderous bang, two marble columns from the overpass hurtled toward them, prompting a frantic retreat. Roars of fury erupted from the smoke. "She will see the truth," General Ross calmly stated. A colossal green figure leaped from the second-floor overpass, landing powerfully on the lawn before rising slowly. Everyone stared in astonishment at the spectacle before them. The Hulk took a step forward, unleashing a roar that reverberated like a dragon's call. "Oh my!" Louise covered her ears, fear compelling her to flee. "Clark, where are you?" In this moment, only Clark could provide her solace. With the aid of the soldiers, Betty was lifted, her gaze vacant as she stared at Banner, no, at the Hulk. Towering at an imposing height of 7 feet 10 inches, the Hulk's fury seemed to elevate him further. His dragon-like form swelling with muscle, veins bulging, embodying an unfathomable power. "Prepare." With General Ross's command, a fierce battle was about to ensue. "Fire at will." The sound of heavy machine guns erupted, flames spitting mercilessly from their muzzles, while other soldiers constructed defensive fortifications. Countless bullets failed to penetrate the Hulk's skin. The cacophony of gunfire merely irked him, guiding him toward the source of the onslaught. "Gulme, take him down." The resolute soldiers undertook the most solemn duties of their profession. Despite facing the monstrous Hulk, they exhibited not a trace of fear. "Where is the 50 caliber artillery? Hurry!" General Ross commanded incessantly amidst the chaos. With a roar, a military off-road vehicle surged forward, its roof mounted with a 50 caliber cannon. It positioned itself beside the Hulk and unleashed a relentless barrage. As the Hulk shifted his stance and swung his arm, he effortlessly overturned the entire vehicle as if it were a child's toy. With another thunderous roar, yet another military vehicle rushed forth. The Hulk, moving with astonishing speed, leaped ahead of the vehicle and, with a powerful stomp, lifted it off the ground. He extended his arms forward, seizing the vehicle's front, and with a fierce growl, he brought it crashing down upon the soldiers still firing their weapons. "Damn it!" Before the exclamation could escape their lips, several soldiers lost their lives. Rage began to consume the Hulk's mind. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the military vehicle, tearing a piece from the wreckage, and, in a fit of wrath, he flung it, demolishing several more vehicles as a violent explosion erupted on the campus lawn. Chapter 18. "Bronsky, my goodness!" exclaimed Louise, who had managed to retreat to the sidelines, covering her mouth in astonishment. Betty, on the other hand, remained in a daze, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Not far away, students from Culver University, who had stealthily entered the fray, activated their phones to record the chaos on the lawn. "Oh my God, this is so cool," they marveled in disbelief. Caught in the blast, some soldiers, injured or otherwise still engaged in combat with the Hulk, had no time to concern themselves with the students. "Damn it," General Ross thought bitterly. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, it was difficult to accept that ordinary weapons could no longer harm the Hulk. Yet, he still held a trump card. "Bronsky, go." Bronsky received the order, discarding his assault rifle, knowing it was ineffective, and took up a more powerful artillery piece. "Cover me," he instructed calmly, advancing forward. With a boom, a shell struck the Hulk's back, creating a cloud of smoke and forcing him to stumble back, leaving black powder marks on his skin. The Hulk whirled around, and another shell impacted his face. With a snarl, the Hulk glared at the approaching Bronsky. "Do you remember me?" Bronsky fired his last round, then drew his pistol, aiming directly at the Hulk's eyes. The Hulk stepped forward, swinging his fists, but Bronski nimbly dodged each blow, employing superhuman agility to evade the Hulk's attacks while firing back. My goodness, he has truly become stronger, General Ross thought, pride swelling in his chest as he observed his creation. Indeed, it was a creation. Only General Ross was aware that prior to this encounter, he had administered a serum to Bronski, akin to that which was given to Banner, albeit in a minimal dosage. The current incarnation of Bronski represented the pinnacle of General Ross's endeavors. As all eyes were riveted on the clash between Bronski and the Hulk, a figure descended quietly from the heavens beside General Ross, Superman. Superman. The sudden appearance of another person startled General Ross. A high-ranking American official who had long been apprised of the superhero recently exalted by the American populace. Goodness, how did he arrive here? For someone like General Ross, the presence of Superman introduced a variable of considerable magnitude. His inherently suspicious nature left him uncertain whether Superman was friend or foe. Even in the midst of what appeared to be a world-saving act, Ross was unlikely to easily recognize him as an ally. Meanwhile, the young soldiers nearby gazed at their idol with palpable excitement, their admiration unmistakable. General, Clark greeted politely, nodding to the attentive soldiers. Superman is looking at me. Each young soldier thought with exhilaration. Despite their military status, their youthful admiration for someone endowed with extraordinary abilities remained unabated. Clark cast a brief glance around and spotted Lois, who was engrossed in watching the Hulk and had not yet noticed his arrival. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief. What brings you here, Superman? General Ross inquired with unexpected courtesy. In America, even the president would tread carefully around General Ross, which often instilled in him a sense of superiority when conversing with others. However, antagonizing Superman appeared to hold no advantage. I didn't anticipate encountering you here, General. I am merely in search of my girlfriend, Clark stated succinctly, conveying to Ross that he wished to remain uninvolved in the unfolding events. Since the S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered his residence, it was likely that his personal matters had already been cataloged by the government. A girlfriend? Ross remarked, taken aback. If that is all, please proceed as you wish. Having obtained the information he sought, he ceased to concern himself with Superman. He understood that if Superman harbored any malicious intent, he would have perished long ago. He had encountered numerous formidable mutants and monsters like the Hulk, and thus, Ross, a shrewd individual, knew that sheer cunning and conspiracy would not suffice against Superman. Unfazed by Ross, Clark made his way toward his spirited girlfriend. Clark, oh my, Lois exclaimed, her emotions surging at the sight of him after a long absence. She instinctively called out Superman's true name, relieved that no one else was nearby. With swift strides, she rushed over and embraced Clark tightly. Goodness, do try to maintain your composure, Clark thought with a hint of exasperation, gently kissing Lois's lips and gazing at her with adoring eyes. I'm sorry, Clark. This apology was laden with guilt and regret. It's all right, Clark. My dear girl was also quite overwhelmed. Louise, regaining her composure, found herself in Superman's embrace and quickly glanced around, noticing only a handful of soldiers observing them. It's fine. Sensing Louise's unease, Clark held her tighter. I will protect you. This promise instantly captivated Louise, prompting her to rise on her toes and kiss him. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. You're Superman? Clark, is it truly you? Louise began her inquiries as she collected her thoughts. And what about me? How did you end up here? Upon asking, Clark felt he had erred. Oh dear, did that kiss short-circuit my brain? Indeed, Louise's cheeks flushed, not from shyness, but from indignation. And yet, I recognized you that day on the plane. And then you simply disappeared. You have no idea how terrified I was. I thought I hadn't even uttered the words we breaking up. Tears welled in the corners of Louise's eyes. Damn, this character trait of Louise is terrifying. My fierce girlfriend. Comfort? What comfort? Without a second thought, Clark leaned in for another kiss, igniting a whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, lead him to the sonic cannon. After dodging several of Hulk's lethal assaults, Blonsky heard General Ross's command and swiftly turned, sprinting away as he fired a shot imparting. Hulk paused momentarily before pursuing him, and two military off-road vehicles equipped with sonic cannons sped toward them. Activate! Blonsky shouted from a distance, feeling the pressure of Hulk's pursuit as he raced toward the sonic cannon. Now, the sonic cannon activated instantly, and Blonsky leaped aside, propelled by the cannon shockwave. However, he was still injured, his eyes bloodshot ears bleeding, and a searing headache forced him to clutch his head tightly. The sonic cannon's sound waves sent Hulk reeling backward, his muscles rippling like waves under the strain. Unable to withstand the agonizing pain, Hulk grasped his head, emitting anguished cries. Betty, assisted to General Ross's side, witnessed Hulk's torment, his heart-wrenching screams snapping her back to reality. She stepped forward, gripping General Ross's arm tightly, unable to bear Banner's suffering, pleading with Ross. Please, please stop. You'll kill him. Just as Betty took a couple of steps toward General Ross, soldiers on either side yanked her back. Take her away. General Ross barked. Stop. Let me go. Banner. Betty struggled frantically, overwhelmed by the sonic cannon's waves. Hulk sensed something and lifted his head, catching sight of Betty, who was about to be dragged away by the soldiers. In an instant, Hulk's gaze transformed into an unwavering determination, as if his physique had expanded yet again. With a thunderous strike upon the ground, he raised a leg. Half kneeling as he crouched, every muscle in his body taut, harnessing the fury within. He assumed a running stance, the green light in his eyes shimmering with even greater intensity. With a roar, he propelled himself forward, shattering the earth beneath him as he surged toward the military off-road vehicle laden with sonic cannons, colliding with it and reducing it to rubble. Swiftly, he seized the nearby sonic cannon platform and hurled it at another vehicle, obliterating it in an instant. General Ross and the other soldiers stood in stunned silence, their hearts echoing the thought, what a monster. Desperate, General Ross called out for various military assets. As the dazed Blonsky recovered, he grabbed an assault rifle from the ground, defiantly provoking Hulk, drawing him in as if greeting an old friend. The two stood face to face. Is this all you've got? Blonsky stood unflinchingly before Hulk, his expression one of indifference, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Blonsky, retreat. Come back. General Ross, perplexed, commanded through his radio. Ignoring the order, Blonsky ripped off his headset and glanced at Hulk, continuing his taunts. Fueled solely by rage, Hulk unleashed a kick. Though Blonsky had been enhanced by serum, he was merely stronger than an ordinary man. The force of Hulk's kick sent him flying over 100 meters, crashing into a tree, bones shattered. Yet, under the serum's influence, he clung to life. General Ross, casting a resigned glance, felt little emotion as he issued the order. Retreat. Retreat. Organize all soldiers to withdraw. His pride prevented him from seeking assistance from someone who would not heed his commands, Superman. Meanwhile, Betty, unmonitored, slowly approached Hulk. He turned to see her standing not far behind him, mere steps apart. Their eyes locked in a moment of profound connection. Chapter 19. The Battle of Culver. Hulk's heart, ablaze with anger, began to find solace in Betty's presence. He moved toward her, a trace of gentleness breaking through his fearsome visage. Open fire. General Ross, newly arrived at the temporary command post, remained oblivious to Betty's location as he continued issuing orders to the armed helicopter through his radio. Betty gazed tenderly at Hulk, her eyes filled with compassion and love. Sensing her affection, Hulk looked back at her with a calm demeanor. The terror he embodied softened by a unique tenderness reserved for her. He had momentarily won a fleeting peace. However, this rare tranquility was soon shattered as an armed helicopter approached, locking onto Hulk and executing General Ross's command. The relentless barrage of the helicopter's minigun rained down upon Hulk. General Ross, who had just arrived in search of Betty, found himself confronted by the onslaught of gunfire from an armed helicopter, which threatened to engulf her. A visage of regret finally crossed his features. After all, she was his only daughter. He bellowed, "Cease fire! Cease fire!" His tone was laden with remorse. "Betty!" he cried out internally. Hulk, turning swiftly, shielded himself from the barrage of bullets, and, seizing a wrecked car part from the ground, hurled it towards the helicopter. Just as he was about to obliterate the aircraft, a figure suddenly appeared and intercepted Hulk's assault. It was Superman, the armed helicopter, witnessing this unexpected savior, promptly received General Ross's command and retreated hastily. Hulk, observing Clark effortlessly deflecting his attack, felt the stirrings of his combative nature rising again. However, mindful of Betty's safety behind him, he refrained from advancing. Clark descended slowly, noting the fierce determination in Hulk's eyes and thought, "Goodness, I'm here to help save your Betty, you know? If you bring down the helicopter and cause an explosion, it would endanger her." Though aware that explanations would be futile, he silently pondered this. Yet he realized that if he did not engage Hulk today, failing to demonstrate his prowess, Hulk would likely not depart willingly. With a wave of his hand, Clark gestured for Betty to step aside. She glanced at Hulk, filled with resignation, and moved away. Did she know Superman? Certainly. At least, all of America was aware, as news of her predicament had been rampant in recent days. Vaguely aware of Superman's formidable abilities, Betty couldn't help but worry for Hulk, as she had never witnessed him confront a Boeing 777 before. Are you ready? Clark inquired with a slight smile, though his expression gradually turned serious. He held no underestimation of Hulk's capabilities, particularly given the legend that Hulk grew more formidable with his anger. Roar. Hulk responded with a thunderous roar. Hulk attack. With a sudden smash to the ground, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Clark leaped into the air, only to find a massive shadow looming over him. Such speed. How could something so large move so swiftly? Clark was taken aback as Hulk appeared before him. Hulk swung his massive arms, delivering a powerful punch through the air. Clark quickly raised his arms in defense, astonished by the weight of the blow. He was thrust downward, and the grass beneath him erupted, leaving a deep trench in the ground, akin to a dugout channel. The violent friction produced a cloud of smoke, with half of Clark's body buried in the earth. Goodness, that feigned maneuver to divert my attention, followed by the intentional strike to ground me. Hulk's intellect is not to be underestimated. Indeed, Banner, one of the 8 smartest individuals in the world, had certainly influenced Hulk. Once again, a powerful punch lands. Just as Clark rises to his feet, a colossal fist comes crashing down before him. He retreats a step, retaliating with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists unleashes an unimaginable force. Bang! The impact sends shockwaves, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius, leaving the ground beneath Hulk and Clark to tremble. Clark's crimson cape billows uncontrollably in the turbulent air. Hulk gazes incredulously at the seemingly diminutive figure before him, astonished by the immense power contained within. He emits a cold huff of disbelief. Clark, too, is taken aback by Hulk's explosive strength after spending so long on Earth. He finally encounters an equal, igniting a flicker of exhilaration within him. Bring it on, Clark thinks to himself. Eagerly, Clark launches another punch at Hulk, who responds in kind. Their fists collide once more with even greater force, propelling both combatants backward and creating distance between them. General Ross watches the fierce battle unfold, his mouth agape. This is no ordinary clash of humans. Other soldiers, maintaining a safe distance, are transfixed, realizing they are witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Meanwhile, the hidden university students capture every moment on their phones. Damn, if only I had a higher-definition camera. The students lament. This will be a battle for the ages. Back on the battlefield, Clark hovers in midair, poised to charge. Hulk crouches, ready to sprint. They exchange glances, both prepared for what is to come. Let us do this. Clark shouts, and with a roar, he surges forward. The air around him compresses as he flies, distorting the scenery as if the very essence of reality is being siphoned away. Simultaneously, Hulk launches himself forward, the force of his run creating tremendous pressure, leaving explosive craters in his wake. Clark focuses his heat vision, unleashing a searing laser beam that strikes Hulk's face. Seizing the opportunity, while Hulk grimaces, Clark tightens his muscles, curling himself into a ball and utilizing his size to collide into Hulk like a cannonball, staggering him. Capitalizing on the moment, Clark delivers a flurry of punches to Hulk's face midair. With Hulk towering over him, Clark grabs a fistful of his hair and drives a knee into Hulk's chin. Enduring the relentless onslaught, Hulk grits his teeth and roars, bracing himself against Clark's barrage of attacks. In a swift motion, he reaches out and seizes Clark's ankle. Oh, am I about to be thrown around like Loki? That would be utterly embarrassing. In a moment of contemplation, he abruptly turned around, and the searing heat vision struck the ground, rendering it soft underfoot. Hulk felt as though he had smashed Clark down onto a bed of cotton candy. Seizing the opportunity while Hulk was momentarily dazed, Clark retaliated with another blast of heat vision, targeting Hulk's hand. The sudden pain caused Hulk to release his grip, allowing Clark to swiftly break free. With a powerful kick, he toppled Hulk, then leaped backward to create distance between them, taking a moment to catch his breath. It was truly extraordinary. The mutated version of gamma rays possessed such formidable strength. Clark was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Even a direct hit from a missile would not harm him in the slightest. Yet, he was astounded that Hulk's punch could inflict pain. Even now, His chest throbbed with a lingering ache. Observing Hulk's earlier encounter with the Special Forces, Clark noted how adeptly Hulk could modulate his strength. It was evident that he needed to approach this battle with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Pressing against his chest, he performed a quick stretch, twisting his neck to ease his muscles. His gaze fell upon Hulk, who had risen again, glaring fiercely at him. With a commanding shout, Clark expelled the dust and debris clinging to him, bolstering his resolve and adopting a serious demeanor. Suspended in midair, he balanced himself before unleashing a dazzling bolt of red and blue lightning, propelling himself faster and faster, until he was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Apart from the gusts of wind swirling around, Clark seemed to vanish. Hulk squinted, scanning the surroundings, amplifying his senses to perceive the shifts in the atmosphere. Suddenly, bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Clark, eyes ablaze with concentrated heat vision, materialized before Hulk. With a powerful punch, he harnessed not only his strength, but also the immense inertia from his earlier flight, striking Hulk like a battering ram, leaving a distinct imprint on his chest. With a violent gasp, Hulk spewed forth a stream of green blood. Yet, Clark's assault did not relent. He seized Hulk's immensely thick arm and, with a mighty roar, hurled him skyward. The long-gestating heat vision finally erupted, unleashing a crimson laser twice as thick as usual towards Hulk, culminating in a colossal explosion in the sky. The intense release of heat vision caused excruciating pain in Clark's eyes, compelling him to shield them with his hands as he cried out in agony. As the smoke in the sky began to settle, an enormous figure fortuitously crashed into the academic building of Culver University, initiating a catastrophic collapse. Fortunately, the students had long evacuated. Otherwise, the fall of a building could have claimed numerous lives. Hulk's back was seared by the heat vision, as if a layer of skin had been scorched away. Just then, the power of the gamma rays suddenly surged, visibly healing Hulk's wounds. But the debris from the collapsing building buried him entirely. Banner. No. Finally unable to endure any longer, Betty dashed recklessly towards the uncertain fate of Hulk. Chapter 20. A Date with Clark. Similarly, Lois rushed towards Clark, who was half-crouched on the ground, supporting him while inquiring about his condition. "Are you all right, Clark? My goodness. Your eyes?" Lois gazed at Clark's eyes in astonishment. The veins surrounding them remained engorged from the intense heat vision, a sight that was quite alarming. "I'm fine, Lois. I'll be okay soon," Clark reassured her, covering one eye and suppressing his pain to comfort the frantic Lois. "Good heavens. I've never used such powerful heat vision before. I didn't realize it would be so taxing. Last time in Antarctica, I only used heat vision continuously, but never with such intensity. Thankfully, my superhuman physique is gradually aiding in the recovery of my eyes and body." Banner, where are you? Answer me, please," Betty pleaded, leaning against the rubble that buried Hulk, calling out for Banner incessantly. "Betty," General Ross shouted in desperation, having failed to catch her once again, preparing to command his soldiers to bring her back. Suddenly, Hulk stood up from the debris, having recovered significantly in such a short span of time. "Banner," Betty exclaimed in delight. "Emma, I'm coming." Was Betty's voice imbued with some kind of enhancement? Did it possess the rare healing effect found in the Marvel Universe? This person was infuriating. No, I must also have Lois cheer me on. As she turned to discuss with Lois, a massive piece of debris came crashing down. "What's the matter? Are you throwing a tantrum?" In haste, Clark shielded Lois beneath him, and in an instant, both were buried together. "Betty." General Ross watched helplessly as Hulk buried Superman, then cradled Betty and fled rapidly, calling out in frustration. Emerging from the rubble, Clark, seeing Lois unharmed in his arms, felt a sense of relief. Turning back, he noticed that Hulk had already departed. Although still within the range of his super hearing and farsight, he thought, "What does it matter? I've done enough today. Any further action would make me seem like the villain. General Ross, I apologize. However, I trust Betty will be all right. There are still duties to attend to." In truth, Clark wished to disregard General Ross, but he seemed to have an intricate connection with Tony's arms dealings within the military, and thus, some consideration was necessary. "Tony, are you aware of the respect I'm showing you?" After comforting Lois, Clark slowly approached General Ross. "It's all right, I understand. Still, I must thank you for today." Superman. There was a hint of paternal regret in Ross's tone, his eyes reflecting countless sorrows. "It's nothing, General. I'll take my leave now." After nodding in acknowledgement, he took Lois's hand, departing slowly under the respectful gazes of the onlookers. As General Ross cast a glance at the departing Superman, he turned his gaze to the ruins where his daughter had just stood, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he let out a heavy sigh. "Gather the troops. We shall return," he instructed his assistant with a measured tone. "Yes, General." Clark and Lois strolled away, indeed, strolling. Clark had not changed back into his regular attire, but remained clad in his superhero costume. If anyone had not forgotten, beneath it he wore merely a pair of swimming trunks. Today, he intended to proclaim to the world that Lois Lane was his girlfriend. Hand in hand with Lois, he walked along the street. Yet the disheartening reality was that, due to the catastrophic events at Culver University, the surrounding populace was desperately fleeing, transforming the once vibrant streets into a desolate expanse. This abrupt shift dampened Lois's earlier exuberance, leaving her forlorn. Sighing softly, Clark observed the emotions etched on Lois's face, recognizing that failing to satisfy her today would likely lead to a tempest of feelings. "Lois," he murmured gently. However, Lois either did not hear him or was sulking, as she paid him no heed. Resigned, Clark raised his voice. "What? Lois lifted her head slightly, seemingly unaware. "Which country do you prefer?" Clark posed a somewhat irrelevant question. "Which country? The United States, France, or Britain would do. Or perhaps India, Egypt, oh, China is even better," Lois responded playfully. Suddenly, Clark halted, standing face to face with Lois, taking both her hands in his. "Do you like me?" he asked, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks. Instantly, Lois's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she lowered her gaze. "You trickster! How dare you strike first?" she exclaimed, her eyes flashing like an indignant kitten before she quickly averted her gaze once more. Having gradually adjusted to Lois's unpredictable temperament, Clark merely smiled faintly. "Step on my foot," he instructed. Though perplexed, Lois complied, removing her high heels and holding them in her hand, gently placing her foot atop Clark's. Clark enveloped Lois in a tight embrace, bending down to kiss her forehead. "Feel the wind, feel my love," he whispered, and with that, he began to ascend slowly into the air with Lois in tow. "Oh my, this makes me feel like a startled little rabbit," Lois exclaimed, clinging tightly to Clark and shutting her eyes. "Fear not, I am here. Look, what is that?" Clark's words served as a soothing incantation for Lois. Gradually, she opened her eyes. "Heavens, I am flying. I am flying." Under Clark's protective embrace, Louise felt no disturbance in the air. Gazing at the clouds so closely, she looked down and realized she was soaring between the azure sky and the cerulean sea. "Clark!" At this moment, Louise was so overwhelmed with excitement that words escaped her. She could only hold him tightly, savoring the warmth he bestowed upon her. "I love you," Clark declared, uttering a sentiment he had never expressed before in this world. I also love you," Louise stammered, her words tumbling over one another. Clark smiled gently and kissed her deeply. After a long while observing that Louise had become momentarily dazed in his arms, Clark confidently licked his lips, thinking, "Challenge me. Will you?" Time passed, and slowly, Louise opened her eyes. Where am I?" The first sight that greeted her was Clark seated before her, and an immediate sense of relief washed over her. Clark, her spirits lifted once more, but it took her a moment to realize something was amiss. Looking around in confusion, she gasped, "This isn't right. What is happening?" She found herself at a quaint CAF on the street, seated at a small round table adorned with casual decor. In front of her sat a cappuccino that Clark had ordered, while the surrounding establishments bore inscriptions in a language entirely unfamiliar to her. Crowds of people surrounded her, encircling her with smartphones and cameras, chattering away in a tongue she could not comprehend. The striking difference in appearances among the onlookers, dark hair, yellow skin, made it clear they were speaking Chinese, or was it Cantonese? As a journalist, Louise suddenly recalled the complexities of this language. Those characters must be traditional Chinese. Am I in Hong Kong? Good heavens. How'd I end up here? Just moments ago, she had been in Virginia. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted that only half an hour had passed since leaving Culver University. Why were these people photographing her? Even if they were foreigners, those with golden hair and fair skin were not uncommon in this global financial hub. Realization dawned slowly upon her as she noticed Clark, unabashedly clad in his superhero attire, sipping coffee while adjusting his red cape caught on the chair, which seemed oddly disproportionate for his towering height of 6 feet 3 inches. Oh my. 2.5 liters of blood. Clark. Oh, Louise, you're awake? Clark regarded her with playful interest. Flustered, Louise hastily grabbed the menu to shield her face. Earlier, at Culver, she had been thrilled at the prospect of a date with Superman, but now, in a moment of clarity, she felt an acute sense of embarrassment, as if she were stricken by social awkwardness. Little did she know, every one of her movements was drawing the flash of cameras from the captivated crowd. Peeking from behind the menu, she scrunched her nose at Clark, her eyes filled with a mix of affection and reproach. Ah, Louise, there is no need for trepidation. I have borrowed a trinket from Tony that renders your visage imperceptible to any photographic apparatus. Clark gently revealed the truth to Louise, gesturing towards the necklace adorning her neck. This necklace, as Clark had articulated, possessed the remarkable ability to obscure any camera's capture, automatically sensing and shielding her face by projecting a three-dimensional image that altered her facial features. Consequently, even if bystanders attempted to photograph Louise, they would find the recordings lacked clarity. As for Clark, he remained unperturbed. He had long since become the center of attention and was not intimidated by the antics of lesser beings. Upon hearing Clark's explanation, Louise felt a sense of relief. She was no celebrity and preferred not to make a grand entrance before the public eye. Chapter 21. Conflict. Would you care for a drink, Louise? Clark inquired. No. Clark, let us depart, Louise replied, unable to endure the multitude of gazes any longer. Very well, but do you have any money? Clark remarked, gesturing towards the coffee before her, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness, lamenting that his battle attire could not conceal currency. Look at those travelers. Each possesses their own little pocket dimensions or storage bags. Why have I not been afforded such fortune? He pondered whether the shield necklace that had vanished with his battle gear might possess similar capabilities. Contemplating this idea, Clark resolved to investigate the wonders of the necklace when he was alone. Oh dear, Louise exclaimed, patting her pockets only to realize that she had donned a skirt today. She recalled that her handbag had been inadvertently discarded in her haste earlier at Culver. Her identification remained within it. With a small shriek, she drew the attention of those around her. You klutz, look beside you, Clark pointed out, indicating the chair beside Louise where her forgotten handbag lay. Oh, thank goodness. God bless, Louise exclaimed as she retrieved her money and signaled for the waiter, preparing to settle the bill. However, her perfectly articulated American English left the waiter bewildered. The waiter, a handsome young man, was engrossed in affixing the new seasonal coffee menu when he suddenly found himself confronted by the descending Clark. Astounded yet exhilarated, he imagined the fortune that must accompany such an encounter, envisioning a prosperous future for his CF. Yet, as he stood before the striking blonde beauty, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to Chinese to address Clark. Sir, may I ask? She wishes to settle the bill. Just tell me the amount, Louise interjected, astonished to hear Clark speak fluent Cantonese. Yet, reflecting on his identity, she rationalized that being Superman must make learning languages a trivial endeavor. Little did she suspect that the Superman before her was, in fact, a traveler from another realm. Sir, I have a request, the waiter said, his tone tinged with nervousness. Not at all. Please go ahead, Clark replied, smiling at the waiter. May I take a photo with you? The waiter, with a hint of hopefulness, inquired. Ah, what an honor. After being asked by the waiter for a group photo, just as the surrounding crowd began to gather for the same request, a fleet of black armored vehicles and police cars surged through the throng, encircling the CAF. A team of elite officers disembarked from the armored vehicles and formed a perimeter, yet they did not draw their weapons upon Clark. He remained composed, observing the scene before him, musing that such ostentation was indeed unbecoming. Clark, Louise watched him with a touch of anxiety. It's all right, don't worry. I've got everything under control. From the lead police vehicle emerged a figure clad in a black police uniform, appearing to be in his 50s. Presumably the commander of this operation. Another officer approached him. Deputy Director. After a salute, he prepared to report, but the man addressed as Deputy Director gestured for silence. Yes. Understood, the officer replied, stepping aside. The Deputy Director, accompanied by several others, approached Clark directly, regarding him for a lengthy moment. Greetings, Mr. Superman. As Americans would refer to you? A female officer, seemingly his assistant, was about to translate when Clark interjected. Hello, Deputy Director Li Guohua. Clark greeted him courteously. However, Li Guohua was taken aback by Clark, first by his fluent Chinese, and then by his knowledge of Li's identity. You know me? he exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Ah, merely a minor trick of little consequence. I am curious, Deputy Director, what brings you to seek my presence? Clark stood, extending his hand for a handshake. It seems Mr. Superman ought not to be in this locale. Our Hong Kong, vast and bountiful, graciously welcomes your presence. However, just an hour prior, your actions in Virginia appear to be those of a lawbreaker, having destroyed the teaching building at Culver University. I am uncertain how you managed to arrive here in Hong Kong so swiftly, but I must advise it would be best for you to return whence you came. We would prefer to avoid any misunderstandings between Hong Kong and the United States. The abrupt shift in Li Guohua's demeanor left Clark momentarily taken aback, instilling a sense of aversion within him. The deputy director's final remarks particularly irked Clark. While he was indeed Superman, he ought not to be merely an American hero, but rather a hero for the world. The implication that he might offend the United States with such obsequiousness was disheartening, prompting Clark to furrow his brow slightly in disdain. Before my arrival in this world, I was merely a 30-year-old young man with a stable job. However, subsequent events led me to this unfamiliar realm. Overall, I have not experienced significant joy or sorrow. Thus, aside from a flicker of elation in becoming Superman, my mindset remains largely unchanged, naturally inclined towards introversion. My fusion with Superman's inherently benevolent nature has only heightened my kindness, though the recent annihilation of that band of terrorists was indeed a justifiable act of retribution. At times, I find myself taking for granted the omnipotent abilities of Superman, yet I often impose self-restrictions, which I refer to as the cinematic effect. Consequently, I refrain from altering the established history of the Marvel Universe. Should I act as I please? Should I endeavor to reshape history? Do I possess such a monumental mission? The enigmatic electronic voice that summoned me to this world assigned me no specific tasks. Although my initial act of saving Iron Man felt like a call to duty, I have accepted my identity as Superman. The subsequent triumphs in my heroic endeavors may have inflated my confidence. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Li Guohua's attitude, which may stem from mere rudeness, serve as a wake-up call for me, reminding me not to take things for granted. This world, while part of the Marvel Universe, remains grounded in reality. It will not treat me with deference simply because I am Superman. Although Fury initially reacted cautiously due to my overwhelming presence, I suspect that the individual before me will not easily relent until they witness my capabilities. Fearful of the United States? Not I. As these thoughts crossed my mind, I inadvertently exerted pressure beneath my feet, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web under my weight. Li Guohua, observing the visibly agitated Superman before him, couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. After all, he was facing Superman, despite having the vast strength of China as my backing. If the other party sought to eliminate me, I would be at the forefront of that confrontation. Superman, what do you intend to do? Li Guohua exclaimed, stepping back. His shout alerted those behind him, who promptly readied their weapons. Clark, Lois exclaimed, urgently nudging me to regain my composure. Her call snapped me back to reality, as I found myself wavering between my past and present personas. Should I act as a mere outsider, free to do as I wish? Or should I fulfill the responsibilities of Superman? Alas, I nearly succumbed to inner turmoil. What do I have to fret about? I need only to be myself. By accepting Lois, I have embraced my identity as Superman. I am Superman, and I have a duty. I do not intend to evade it. I met Lois's gaze to reassure her, my expression shifting to one of determination, accompanied by a renewed smile. You are overthinking, Deputy Director Li. I'm merely here for a visit. Li Guohua clearly remained dissatisfied with my explanation. Regardless of your purpose for being here, why not join us at the bureau for a cup of tea? Li Guohua gestured with his hands behind him, as the flying tigers advanced slowly. Louise, come behind me. Clark and Li Guohua distanced themselves slightly, quietly informing Louise. Everyone, prepare, commanded a figure resembling the captain of the Flying Tigers through a low voice on the intercom. Suddenly, the sound of a collision erupted as a Rolls-Royce Phantom crashed through, pushing aside the police car and entering the line of sight. Clark spotted someone who had just been reveling with Tony Stark appearing here, none other than the world-renowned playboy, Bruce Wayne, clad in a somewhat disheveled black suit and hotel slippers. He held a bottle in hand. Despite wearing sunglasses, his inebriation was evident. What a lively day it is, he exclaimed in fluent Cantonese, laced with a hint of swagger. The most awkward of all was Li Guohua. Even as a formidable contender to the title of the world's richest, Bruce's identity initially eluded him. After all, such individuals reside in a realm far above. As a deputy director, he was not entirely aware, especially since Bruce had only recently emerged onto the scene. However, having just been informed by the governor about meeting representatives from Wayne Enterprises, he happened to glance at some information regarding the company, leading to his recognition of Bruce. Yet, he was now faced with the unexpected presence of Superman in his jurisdiction. What was happening here? Slow down, Mr. Wayne. Li Guohua called out as another figure emerged from the vehicle, one he recognized, Lu Xingfei, a fellow deputy director, albeit a decade younger. This was clearly someone the governor had assigned to entertain Mr. Wayne, and it seemed today as events would come to naught. Make way. What are you doing? Lu Xingfei shouted, dispersing the flying tigers, anxious that they might scare away this wealthy figure. Lu Xingfei, what are you doing? Li Guohua glared in irritation. What is your intention, Li Guohua? Mr. Superman is a friend of Mr. Wayne. Kindly clear the area and let him through. As the two engaged in a dispute, Bruce had already approached Clark. What brings you here? Clark inquired, eyeing Bruce, who appeared on the verge of drunkenness. Well, I found myself in a bit of trouble and was originally going to handle it myself. But seeing you, I thought I'd take the easy way out, Bruce replied. His voice barely above a whisper. Even Louise, standing nearby, could scarcely hear him. Hello, I am Bruce Wayne, a scion of wealth spanning several generations. Bruce introduced himself to Louise, as if he had discovered something new. Hello, may I speak? Louise, aware only that Bruce knew Clark, looked at him with a hint of desperation, uncertain whether this man was a friend or foe. Oh, cease your gaze, Bruce. This is my girlfriend, Louise Lane. Louise, meet Bruce Wayne, a dear friend of mine. Hello, I'm Louise Lane, she greeted politely. Good day, I am Bruce Wayne, he replied with a slight nod of formality. Suddenly, Bruce received a phone call from within his coat. All right, no need to make arrangements. I have assistants now. As he spoke, his attention shifted to Clark. You're available, are you not? Clark glanced at Louise, contemplating. I need to escort Louise back to New York. I can arrange a luxurious first-class seat, or she can stay in Hong Kong tonight. I will cover all expenses. Bruce interjected swiftly. No, Clark, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. I cannot remain here today. My mother will worry, Louise replied with an understanding smile. Very well, as you wish, Clark nodded. What about over there? He gestured towards the still quarreling Li Guohua and Lu Xingfei. Rest assured, I shall take care of that. It appears rather troublesome, but politics, you understand. Bruce replied with a proud smile. Meanwhile, Alfred drove up in another Rolls-Royce Phantom. Hey, what do you mean by crashing into the police car? Clark exclaimed, astonished. Ah, the privilege of the wealthy. Later that evening, at a hotel, Bruce concluded a call, saying, Thank you for your assistance. I will express my family's gratitude to you. A gesture of reciprocity. After hanging up, he appeared notably refreshed after his bath. Louise had already boarded her flight, heading towards her warm home. Bruce mimicked a flying gesture and took a seat opposite Clark. Clark, now dressed in a new suit, though not his own, had hurriedly come from Tony's seaside party. Wearing swim trunks underneath, he had no time to change. Your tone earlier seemed oddly familiar, Clark remarked. The Godfather? You mentioned you were in trouble. What sort of trouble? Clark surveyed the array of delectable food before him, pondering which to choose. Ordinary troubles, involving an accountant who possesses the funds of the entire Gotham City mob. He is from Hong Kong, which is why I rushed here upon receiving intel at Tony's house. I intend to apprehend him tonight and return him to Gotham's police station. His surname is Liu? Clark inquired cautiously. How did you know? Bruce's expression prompted Clark to slap his forehead in realization. Indeed, he had not seen Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and perhaps Bruce was more knowledgeable than he. Never mind, I'm not Superman after all. Does Superman have the ability to read minds? Are you aware of what transpired earlier today? I sense that the Hong Kong police's actions may have been a bit too sensitive. Clark always felt that his arrival in Hong Kong shouldn't pose such a challenge to the local police. Politics, Bruce remarked dismissively. You're evading my question, Clark retorted, a hint of displeasure in his voice. You know, Bruce, I can gauge your heartbeat to ascertain if you're lying. Well, that leaves me speechless. All right, although the information is somewhat imprecise, I believe you should recognize this name. Hydra. Hydra? Clark's eyebrows raised in skepticism. Although the organization made its cinematic debut later, it had always lingered within the Marvel universe, reminiscent of a centipede that, though mortally wounded, refuses to die. Thus, politics, Bruce said, choosing to remain silent thereafter, as he had little interest in such political crimes. However, Clark, once you return to the States, you must exercise some restraint. Your recent heroic deeds have embarrassed the higher-ups in American law enforcement and have jeopardized numerous interests. Just one individual I know, mention his name, and you'll understand. Wilson Fisk. Bruce tossed his coat onto a nearby chair. Wilson Fisk? Clark was not particularly surprised. Fisk was a notorious supervillain in the Marvel realm. Initially introduced as Spider-Man's adversary, he quickly became Daredevil's archnemesis and had numerous confrontations with the Punisher. In recent years, he had transitioned into being primarily a foe of Daredevil rather than Spider-Man. Most critically, any of Clark's actions could infringe upon Fisk's criminal empire, destroying a drug lab, thwarting a smuggling operation, or apprehending gang members. Nearly 40 of criminal activities in the U.S. are tied to Fisk. Thus, he spared no effort in dealing with superhumans. Goodness, this man possesses superhuman strength? Clark mused as he examined the documents Bruce handed him, coupled with his prior knowledge. He had not anticipated that Fisk's abilities were so formidable. Nonetheless, I have managed to keep things under control. Just maintain a low profile for now. Even superheroes require respite. Do they not? Bruce smiled. Superheroes? Clark gazed into his wine glass, reflecting on his own visage, and let out a faint sigh. Was this a game of transmigration? Or was it a duty he must fulfill? After much contemplation, he concluded that he should simply be himself. I have never considered myself a superhero. I merely wish to protect my family and friends. Thank you, Bruce, for your assistance. Although he could easily fly to America, confront Fisk, and eliminate him in an instant, he understood that mere assassination would not resolve the matter. Life's complexities are not so easily unraveled, akin to the sage words of Stephen Chow, "Kill one of me, and 1,000 more shall rise." This notion applies to both the virtuous and the malevolent. Fear not, you are Superman, destined to shine like the sun during the day. I am Batman, the Knight of Darkness, Bruce said, sipping his red wine. And what troubles you? Clark gazed out at the darkened sky beyond the window, realizing how late it had grown. In conversing with you, I nearly forgot. As you know, I am now Gotham City's Batman. I must honor Commissioner Gordon's request to apprehend an accountant by the name of Lou. It's time for me to depart. Commissioner Gordon? Clark's eyelid twitched. What is the matter? Bruce inquired, puzzled. He has a daughter, did you know? Clark pressed on. What? Brothers or brothers? Are you trying to steal my thunder? Bruce suddenly blushed, exclaiming. No, that's not what I meant. What's her name? What are you planning? You're overthinking it. I truly have no ulterior motives. I know you have feelings for her. I am not that sort of person. What? What do you mean I have feelings for her? She is my assistant. But Gordon is unaware. Her name is Barbara Gordon. Bruce calmly replied to Clark's inquiries. Nothing. Clark felt a little embarrassed. So, the stealing thunder you mentioned refers to this? It seems we may soon have a Batgirl. Barbara Gordon could be the second-generation Batgirl. The Bat family is indeed quite extensive, with 4 generations of Batgirls and several generations of Robins. One wonders how many lives Bruce's arrival has influenced. For clarification, the original Batgirl has no connection to Batman. She was mentored by Batwoman. However, from Clark's understanding, it seems the alternate Batwoman and the original Batgirl are unlikely to make an appearance. Does your pursuit of Lou have anything to do with Two-Face, Harvey Dent? Clark sought further confirmation. Who? Bruce's immediate reaction made Clark aware that Bruce not only lacked knowledge about Two-Face, but also had not viewed Nolan's Batman. Never mind. What were you saying? Are you ready to depart? Clark diverted the topic. Well, I must also return to Gotham tonight. I need to prepare. As he spoke, Bruce retrieved a coin-sized remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. It is worth noting that this room is situated on the top floor of a hotel, and just outside the adjacent floor-to-ceiling windows lies a plaza complete with a swimming pool. Upon pressing the remote, a cylindrical hanger descended from above. Clark stepped out onto the balcony, initially drawn by the sound, and gradually lifted his gaze. Is that the bat plane? Clark pointed at the enormous aircraft soaring above, resembling a giant bat. This design is not reminiscent of Nolan's Batplane, but rather the classic, slightly comic book style version. Chapter 23. King of the Sea, I must admit, I quite admire Alfred's design, although I find it a tad antiquated. Clark struggled to comprehend Bruce's aesthetic sensibilities. And what about this? The batsuit? Clark inquired, using his X-ray vision for a glimpse. Bruce smiled and approached, placing his hand on a panel to confirm his fingerprint. After scanning Bruce, the hangar opened with a billow of white smoke. Before Clark stood the formidable Batman suit from Batman v Superman. reminiscent of the one he had previously encountered in Bruce's office. However, this iteration of the suit struck Clark as distinctly different. Approaching it, he flicked his finger against the armor, producing a resounding clang akin to metal clashing against metal. The rigidity of the suit exceeded Clark's expectations. Just moments ago, it appeared as an ordinary textile, yet in an instant, it seemed to come alive, gleaming with a metallic sheen and displaying remarkable hardness, as if it possessed a life of its own. Be careful. I only have 3 of these, and they cost me several hundred million, Bruce remarked, watching Clark's probing with a hint of concern. After all, he was Superman, who knew the force behind his touch. What is this? Clark was momentarily at a loss. Vibranium. This suit is woven from vibranium, equipped with cloaking technology, capable of evenly absorbing kinetic energy, rendering me impervious to blades and bullets. The soles of the boots have vibranium-enhanced padding that can adjust to various vibrational frequencies, allowing me to traverse the sides of buildings silently and even walk on water. Furthermore, the cape can be controlled by sheer will, automatically retracting and extending. Bruce proudly elaborated on his extraordinary suit. Suddenly, Clark recalled, "Isn't this reminiscent of the Black Panther-esque suit design?" He gazed at Bruce, incredulous at his shameless imitation. This was not merely a Batman suit. It was a super Batman suit. Huh, quite right. And I have another treasure, Bruce said, gesturing to his chest and drawing a heart with his finger. This simple gesture triggered an association in Clark's mind with another remarkable artifact from this place. Heart-shaped herb. Clark was left speechless. The heart-shaped herb was a treasure of the African nation of Wakanda, reserved only for the king and the mightiest warriors. A mere mortal could consume only one in their lifetime, bestowing extraordinary speed, strength, stamina, and acuity, much like Captain America. This was no jest. Captain America possessed the pinnacle of human physicality, endowed with superhuman strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes, and he was one of Earth's finest combatants. Given Bruce's already extraordinary capabilities, after consuming the heart-shaped herb, he would likely surpass even Captain America. Such a wondrous substance, devoid of any side effects, was enough to allure many. Of course, Clark was Superman, which was a different matter altogether. However, the ramifications of this herb's distribution could spell disaster for Wakanda. Bruce. Clark seized Bruce by the collar, his eyes simmering with anger. "What's wrong, Clark?" Bruce responded, displaying no hint of alarm, only confusion. "Do you realize that by pilfering Wakanda's treasures, you could bring catastrophic consequences upon that nation?" Clark cast an irritable glance at Bruce, holding back a sentiment that lingered unspoken. "How many lives will be lost due to your actions? Your naivety transforms this world into a mere game, rendering countless lives a jest." "What theft? I purchased it, I bought it." Bruce hastily defended himself. "Ever since Alfred expressed dissatisfaction with my collaboration with Ulysses Claw, I personally ventured to Wakanda to procure vibranium. Meeting their king, Chaka, their nation permits the trade of vibranium. This is the truth. As for the heart-shaped herb, I earned it as a reward for participating in their warrior competition." "You have misunderstood, Clark." Listening to Bruce's explanation, Clark relaxed his grip. "I apologize, Bruce. I was simply too agitated," Clark admitted. "It's all right, Clark, I understand. You are merely too kind," Bruce replied. "Ulysses Claw?" Clark pondered, the name ringing a bell. "Just an arms dealer." In the dead of night, outside a certain building, Clark hovered in the air, having already locked onto his target with his X-ray vision. "What are you planning to do?" Clark inquired through a membrane-like miniature communicator. "In a moment, you'll toss him out, and I'll fly back directly to Gotham." Bruce, now donned in his bat suit, activated the bat plane. "Isn't that a bit too crude?" Clark remarked, somewhat speechless. "You need to be discreet. You can't afford to make too much noise and reveal your identity." "Hey, buddy, don't you think your red and blue outfit stands out a bit too much in the dark?" "Shut it. Just be ready to receive," Bruce quipped. "Ha, free shipping," Bruce teased. "Enough with the banter. Once this job is done, I'm heading back to New York." "Another job? Who exactly is the villain here? It's so annoying." In front of a supermarket in Harlem, New York, the area was somewhat secluded, tucked away within the neighborhood, requiring a stroll past several houses to reach the main street. It was already 9 in the evening, the moonlight flickering between shadow and illumination. "Come down, Kitty, come down, Kitty, be a good one," a boy clad in a green bodysuit called out to a gray cat beneath a large billboard, standing at around 1.7 meters tall, with a slender physique. The boy sported a green jumpsuit adorned with yellow stripes, 2 nightsticks strapped to his back. This was the recently emerged superhero on the streets of New York. self-styled as the cat puncher. Excellent. Dave, the cat puncher, had searched all day and finally located the lost feline. Glancing at the missing cat poster, he reached out and ascended the iron ladder affixed to the billboard. "Come here, I'll take you home," he beckoned, lying on the edge and waving at the cat. Meanwhile, on the street, 3 burly men pursued a middle-aged man, who, in a stroke of fortune, ran directly under Dave's feet. The cat leapt over Dave's face, completely ignoring him. Startled by the cat, Dave's grip faltered, and he dropped his weapon, which fortuitously struck a middle-aged man rushing towards him. "Oh heavens, I am so sorry," Dave exclaimed in haste. "You fool," the middle-aged man retorted, clearly injured from the impact, staggering before collapsing again. 3 men pursuing him delivered a vicious kick to the man's face, completely knocking him over. 2 of them hoisted the middle-aged man up, and 1, adorned with tattoos, directed an obscene gesture at Dave. "Thanks a lot, pervert," he sneered before landing several punches on the unfortunate man. Dave, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, took a closer look at the trio, noting that they all bore the same tattoo, indicating their affiliation with the gang. The subdued middle-aged man appeared to be an ordinary individual. Gradually grasping the situation, Dave approached one of the tattooed men and demanded, "Let him go. Get lost." "Mind your own business," the tattooed thug retorted, shoving Dave aside with such force that he fell to the ground, dismissing him with a glance as he returned to his assault on the helpless man. Dave was an unusual kind of superhero, lacking superpowers, training, or even maturity. He had nevertheless resolved to become one, driven by the tumultuous emotions of adolescence and frequent beatings from villains. His inaugural attempt at heroism had resulted in severe injuries from stabbing and being run over, but the treatment was successful. Strangely, it left his nerve endings altered, dulling his pain perception to the point where he felt little to no discomfort from ordinary blows. This peculiar phenomenon ignited his determination to continue his quest. On this particular evening, Dave was not in search of crime, but rather a lost cat, only to stumble upon such a dire situation. "I must intervene," he declared. Rising to his feet, drawing 2 nightsticks, he swung them with reckless abandon. Despite his lack of training, the sheer weight of the nightsticks forced the 3 tattooed men to dodge and weave. One seized the opportunity, tackling Dave and sending him crashing to the ground. The other 2 joined in, delivering kicks while the one restraining him pounded him with fists. Amidst the commotion, a passing student paused to observe, now nearly impervious to pain. Dave was unfazed by the trio's relentless assault. With a swift kick, he dislodged one of the tattooed men and frantically swung the nightsticks at the others, desperately seeking a chance to rise. The middle-aged man attempted to flee, but was swiftly tripped by one of the thugs, while the other 2 continued their brutal beating. "Call the police," Dave shouted at a bystander, but when he turned back, he noticed the 3 tattooed men had entirely focused their aggression on the middle-aged man. Tightening his grip on the nightsticks, Dave charged forward. The passerby student did not report to the authorities, but instead rushed into the supermarket. Having just finished school, he was on his way back to retrieve some belongings, arriving late, and was about to gather with classmates at a small eatery within the supermarket when he fortuitously witnessed Dave engaged in a brawl. "Hey, there's someone dressed like a superhero, fighting with a group of people," the passerby student excitedly informed his classmates upon entering. Chapter 24. The Unstoppable Hero 2. How incredible. Several students shouted enthusiastically from behind the glass window. "Who is that? Is he performing in a costume show? Dude, can't you tell he is portraying a superhero? Is this for real? That blood looks authentic." As the students fervently debated, other patrons in the supermarket gathered around, equally curious, peering through the expansive glass windows to witness the thrilling spectacle outside. A few eager students took out their phones, not to call for help, but to document this lively event, which would surely become the topic of conversation the following day. Simultaneously, the supermarket surveillance cameras played their part, recording the inaugural battle of the unstoppable hero. "How much is this?" Clark waved a box of gum in front of the cashier, who was staring blankly outside. "What? Oh, hello, sir, that's $1, the cashier replied quickly, barely glancing at Clark before redirecting his attention back to the scene outside. Outside the supermarket, since his return, Clark had been cohabitating with Lois. In an effort to maintain a low profile, he had been venturing out rarely, much to Lois's delight. Clark planned to introduce Lois to Martha after they had settled in for a while. Although the neighborhood surrounding Lois's home was less than safe, Clark regarded it merely as minor disturbances. However, He had naturally become Lois's automatic shopping assistant, as she had been entirely absorbed in her work lately. While Clark, who spent his days at the office merely passing time with an external permit, had seamlessly transitioned into the role of a house husband. The responsibilities of grocery shopping, cooking, and cleaning had fallen entirely upon him. Thus, when Lois was delayed at work, Clark ventured to the nearby supermarket to purchase some food, intending to prepare a late-night snack for her. After completing his shopping and gathering the items Lois had requested, Clark grabbed a box of gum from a shelf near the checkout, inquiring about its price. Noticing the cashier was engrossed in the surveillance footage, he turned a glance outside at Dave. "What is happening?" Clark pondered curiously, dressed simply in casual attire and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses without lenses. Dave, being an ordinary individual, was nearing exhaustion after being besieged by 3 opponents, gasping for breath, and was soon pinned to the ground. The onlookers in the supermarket displayed no intention of intervening or even calling for help, which elicited a faint sigh from Clark. A hand grasped a shopping bag while the other pushed open the supermarket door, stepping outside. "What's the matter, buddy? We have an audience. I need to fix my hair." A tattooed man, brimming with pride, flicked his hair nonchalantly, ignoring the onlookers. On this tranquil night, perhaps it was the supermarket's doorbell that rang too loudly, or maybe it was due to Clark's towering stature that he captured the attention of 3 tattooed men, who paused their actions to stare at him in unison. "You guys should leave," Clark said, adjusting his glasses with a hint of disinterest directed at the trio. One of the tattooed men shrugged off his companion, Dave, and strode directly up to Clark. Although he was also a muscular figure, he found himself looking up at the imposing 6'3" Clark. "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business," he exclaimed, forcefully pushing Clark back. Yet, Clark remained unyielding, causing the tattooed man to stumble several steps backward from the recoil. "You're asking for trouble." Infuriated, he swung a punch at Clark's face, but it felt like hitting a steel wall. Even Clark's glasses remained unaffected, steadfast in their place. The tattooed man stared in disbelief at his fractured fingers, hastily signaling his companions to flee, uttering the classic line, "You wait for me." As he watched the 3 tattooed men retreat into the distance, Clark shook his head in bemusement and sighed softly, approaching Dave amid the astonished gazes of the supermarket patrons. "Are you all right, kid?" Clark asked, turning to glance at those still capturing the moment on their phones. He discreetly pulled out his own device and pressed a button. Suddenly, everyone's phones, including the supermarket surveillance cameras, went dark, rendered inoperative. "Bruce's gadgets are quite impressive. Technology truly is remarkable," Clark mused to himself. "What is happening? My phone is broken. Mine too, damn it. God, I just bought the latest model." Ignoring the commotion, Clark helped Dave to his feet. "I'm fine, thank you, sir," Dave replied, his eyes reflecting a sense of desolation and unfulfilled ambition. "All right, kid, it's all over now. Come with me. You're still bleeding." Clark reassured him. "No, sir, I need to go back," Dave protested, struggling to free himself from Clark's grasp. But could he truly break free from that hold? "Okay, kid, please tell me your name. However, I think you could use a drink. By the way, are you of age?" Clark spoke with the gentle insistence of a father. "E.M. Dave." At this moment, Dave lacked the spirit to counter. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Clark placed a can of beer before Dave and sat beside him. "Drink up, kid." "Honestly, my friend, your bandaging skills are atrocious," Clark remarked, wrapping Dave's face in a haphazard manner, though thankfully he had managed to staunch the bleeding where necessary. I seldom encounter injuries, so hey, my friend, I am considerably older than you." When Clark realized that Dave was merely a 15-year-old boy, he felt a surge of inspiration from his aspirations of becoming a superhero. "Well, that's about right. Thank you, though," Dave said as he took a sip of beer. "So, what do you wish to do next?" Clark inquired, feigning nonchalance, "To return to my former self. To be an ordinary person," Dave replied with a hint of resignation, pulling out a pair of glasses from his pocket and placing them upon his face. His gaze drifting toward the distant, illuminated city, his tone laced with melancholy. "Your dream is admirable, young one. Perhaps I should not allow you to endure pain. Maybe you ought to return to school and focus on your studies or engage in youthful romances." However, Clark stood up, a thought crossing his mind. And the Superman suit materialized before Dave. "If you wish to continue as a superhero, you require no justification. Simply act upon it." "Heavens! Oh my God! You are Superman!" Dave exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, accidentally spilling beer on his trousers in his astonishment. The sheer renown of the superhero before him was overwhelming for Dave, Greetings. I am Superman, a superhero. And your name? Clark asked with a smile, extending his hand. I am Dave, Dave stammered, trembling as he reached out to grasp Clark's hand. I mean your other name, Clark prompted, giving Dave an encouraging look. I am Kick-Ass, Dave declared, emboldened by the moment. While I may not be able to assist you directly, there is someone who can, but it will entail considerable hardship. Are you willing? Clark posed a question to Dave. I am willing, Dave shouted in excitement. Clark wrote down an address on Dave's phone. Visit this place when you have the opportunity. Someone will be there to welcome you. Thank you, Superman. When we are alone, just call me Clark. Thank you, Dave said repeatedly, gazing at the address on his phone with profound gratitude. Clark observed the exhilarated Dave, contemplating, Bruce, I have found a Robin. However, whether he is willing to embrace that role is entirely up to you. The following day, Clark was taken aback to discover that although the video capturing him had been erased, a previous recording of Dave single-handedly confronting 3 tattooed men had been uploaded by someone else. In summary, Kick-Ass had become a sensation. Chapter 25. Mutants in a Council Meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity is on the brink of another evolutionary phase, with mutations often occurring during adolescence. Triggered by emotional upheaval, a woman clad in a striking red suit, Jean Grey, was addressing distinguished individuals and legislators, elucidating the origins and insights regarding mutants. Phoenix, whose true name is Jean Grey, is a member of the X-Men, the most trusted aide of Professor X, and one of the primary diplomats advocating for mutant peace to the general populace. Thank you, Miss Grey. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a member of Parliament, stood up to interrupt Phoenix's speech. However, you have strayed from the topic of this meeting, which is, are mutants a danger? The man, named Kelly, is indeed a parliamentarian. Your question is rather inappropriate. Some individuals may cause accidents while driving, Phoenix retorted. Thus, a driving license is necessary, stated Congressman Kelly. Yes, but survival does not require a license. Congressman, in fact, once mutants reveal their identities, they face hostility and violence. I urge for the abolition of mutant registration and the exposure of their identities. Phoenix continued her discourse. Exposure of identity? Congressman Kelly interjected once more. Why should they hide? Why be so secretive? They are not hiding, Phoenix countered in disagreement. I know where they are hiding. Miss Grey, this is a list of mutants within the United States. Congressman Kelly proclaimed, raising the document and scanning the room to capture everyone's attention. There's a girl who can walk through walls. What if she infiltrates a bank vault? Or the White House? Or your homes? I have also heard that mutants can sense and control human thoughts, stripping away free will. We have the right to decide whether to accept mutants or distance ourselves from them. Congressman Kelly's speech garnered the agreement of those present. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, mutants exist among us. We must expose them, conduct thorough research on them. Congressman Kelly concluded the meeting amidst applause. Shortly thereafter, chaos erupted at the White House, as the President of the United States was assassinated by a mutant. Mutant assassins the President of the United States. This is a declaration of war. Humanity against mutants. The White House has yet to respond regarding the authenticity of the mutant assassination. The President is unharmed. God bless America. The mutant registration bill is imminent. Mutants will have nowhere to hide. Major newspapers were filled with reports of the mutants' assassination of the President, inciting widespread discussion among the populace. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Cyclops, Scott Summers, gazed out the window and declared vehemently, in my view, Magneto is the mastermind behind this. No, I don't believe so. Scott, Phoenix replied, not in agreement. Although Eric may be orchestrating these events from prison, such actions are futile and only hinder his goal of fostering mutant prosperity. The speaker was Professor Charles Francis Xavier. The Eric mentioned by the professor is the true name of Magneto. In truth, Magneto is known by several names, but the professor typically refers to him as Eric, a name he introduced during their first meeting. Thereafter, everyone would use nicknames for clarity. Magneto had also been imprisoned due to the previous Statue of Liberty incident and remained incarcerated ever since. Are you suggesting the superiority theory? Cyclops resumed his seat on the sofa. Indeed, if Magneto continues to persist, the professor nodded. Furthermore, the government will naturally propose the mutant registration bill once more. Storm, also known as Aurora Monroe, interjected. Or worse, the president could declare martial law and imprison all mutants, the professor explained with a sense of detachment. Do you believe that the assassination attempt on the president was the work of an individual acting alone? Phoenix inquired. Locating that assassin will reveal the truth. His movements are exceedingly erratic, making it quite challenging for me to track him even with the cerebral wave amplification device. Once I have definitively locked onto the target, Storm and Phoenix, I need you both to retrieve him. The professor contemplated the tasks at hand. The White House. What a close call, beyond comprehension. Colonel William Stryker bent over examining the knife, marks left on the president's desk. What is it that you desire, William? The president lifted a bottle of liquor. The recent assassination attempt having deprived him of rest for several days, and the security around the White House had significantly intensified. I require your authorization to conduct a special operation. The president raised his glass, inquiring if Stryker wished for a drink. No, thank you, Mr. President, Stryker politely declined. I assumed you were here to discuss the school reform plans. The president poured himself a drink. Mr. President, you are quite humorous. Just then, Congressman Kelly entered the room. Congressman, the president nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your invitation, Mr. President. Congressman Kelly graciously approached and shook hands with the president. Congressman Kelly, this is Colonel William Stryker. The president introduced Stryker. Good day, Colonel Stryker. Stryker smiled and nodded. Since my tenure began, mutants have been under the jurisdiction of his department. The president continued with the introduction. You are a staunch supporter of the mutant registration bill, yet it appears your attitude towards mutants has shifted, Stryker remarked coolly. This is for the greater good. Now, do you have any suggestions, Colonel Stryker? Congressman Kelly responded with a smile. May I take a seat, Mr. President? Stryker gestured towards the president. The president waved his hand, and the three took their seats. Stryker produced a document. We have gathered some evidence indicating a training facility in the northern suburbs of New York that specializes in training mutants. As he spoke, he revealed satellite images. Are your sources reliable? The president examined the photographs one by one. We interrogated a terrorist from Liberty Island, Stryker clarified. Eric Lensher, you have spoken with him? Congressman Kelly unexpectedly mentioned a name. Indeed, Magneto. We have designed the latest plastic prison for him, Stryker responded. Congressman Kelly picked up a photograph. Is that training facility a school? Undoubtedly. Stryker tossed out the last photograph in his hand, revealing a jet flying above the school. What is this absurdity? A jet? What jet? I am uncertain, yet one can take flight from the basketball court. After viewing the events, the president rose and gazed pensively out the window. As Strick continued to articulate the gravity of the situation, a decision crystallized in the president's mind. Listen, William, you possess the authority to search, detain, and interrogate. But I do not wish to see the lifeless body of the mutant child on the 6 o'clock news. Strick exhibited a triumphant smile. So, what shall we do about that matter? Congressman Kelly persisted on a different topic. Which matter? Inquired the president. The Culver incident, Congressman Kelly specified. The Hulk and Superman? The president asked, his head throbbing, casting a glance at Strick. Indeed, Mr. President, they demolished a school. William, can you ascertain if this qualifies as a mutant conflict? Is there a mutant among either of them? The president inquired, attempting to sidestep the issue. I shall investigate, Mr. President, Strick replied with a dismissive smile. Very well, William. Seek out General Ross, obtain the Hulk's dossier, and endeavor to avoid a direct confrontation with those two. I do not wish to endure losses akin to Culver again. The president commanded. Mr. President, I believe we should first clarify the assassination, Congressman Kelly suggested. Are you attempting to exonerate the mutants? Is the assassination not evident? That mutant assassinated the president, Congressman Kelly. Strick expressed his discontent. That is not my intention, but we cannot alienate all non-humans. Our current research team, and even the military, still rely on Mr. Fantastic's inventions. Congressman Kelly asserted with undeniable conviction. The Fantastic Four? The president interjected. Well, at least there is a non-human we can trust. Since their inception, the Fantastic Four has been devoted to scientific research and the salvation of the populace, with their leader, Mr. Fantastic, making significant contributions to the nation's scientific advancement. Ah, yes, sir, that is the name they chose for their team, Congressman Kelly responded. What do you mean? Strick pointedly asked Kelly. Do not misunderstand, Colonel Strick. After all, the definition of an enemy now encompasses mutants. I will uncover the truth, child. Strick's tone grew icy. All right, Strick, you handle it. Ensure this assassination is thoroughly investigated. Yes, Mr. President. Exiting the presidential office in the corridor, Colonel Strick, Congressman Kelly called out. Catching up to him. Congressman Kelly, this is Lilith, my personal assistant. Strick turned, shook hands with Congressman Kelly, and introduced his assistant. How may I assist you? Strick inquired. I wish to visit Magneto in prison. That is not a petting zoo, Congressman. In this conflict, he is the main character, and you are merely an observer. So do not wade into these murky waters. Strick, with a hint of disdain, patted Congressman Kelly on the shoulder. Conflict? Colonel Strick, do you genuinely wish to instigate war? Strick's expression grew cold upon hearing these words. He stepped closer to Congressman Kelly, fixing a frosty gaze upon him. While you were still nursing at your mother's breast, I was already commanding special operations in Vietnam. Do not speak to me of war. It has long since commenced. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. As Congressman Kelly watched Strick recede into the distance, an unusual gleam flickered in his eyes before returning to normal. At that moment, he was no longer the Congressman Kelly of old, but rather a transformation of mystique. Wayne Manor. Before the Grand Villa, a boy rode his bicycle into the estate. With a heart full of trepidation, he knocked on the door. Alfred opened it, noticing the boy pacing nervously at the threshold. Ah, hello, young master. What brings you here? Alfred inquired politely. Oh, hi. I'm Dave. Dave Lazeski. Yes, Superman sent me. Dave stammered, clearly anxious. The boy who arrived at Wayne Manor was a young hero recommended by Clark, known as the Batmite. Oh, you know Master Kent? Very well. Follow me, Alfred said, nodding in acknowledgement. In Bruce's study, the man was just awakening, clad only in a robe, seated on the sofa, the scent of alcohol lingering on his breath. Since capturing Lou, Commissioner Gordon easily traced the gang's funding, leaving Bruce with little to do but return to his playboy lifestyle. Dave regarded the inebriated Bruce with a mix of disbelief and concern, pondering, is this reliable? Hello, Mr. Wayne. I'm Dave, he said, his eyes betraying his nervousness. Call me Bruce, he replied, shifting into a more comfortable position and pulling a magazine from the sofa's crevice to peruse. Oh, Mr. Bruce, I'm Dave Lazeski. I also go by another name, Batmite. Dave introduced himself. Bruce replied, his focus unwavering on the magazine in hand. One night, I encountered 3 villains. I want to teach them a lesson, but I was outmatched. Then, Superman saved me, Dave recounted, beginning to lose hope. Wait, Superman? Bruce straightened his posture. Superman had previously called him, mentioning a promising boy, though he had not elaborated on the details. Now that Dave had mentioned Superman, Bruce understood. Yes, Clark, Dave exclaimed, spreading his hands in a gesture of realization. All right, come with me, Bruce said as he abruptly stood, patting Dave on the shoulder before walking away unceremoniously. Hey, Mr. Bruce, Dave muttered, trailing behind in exasperation. The Batcave. Wow. Upon entering, Dave stood with his mouth agape, marveling at everything before him, following Bruce on a tour. What do you think, Dave? The environment is splendid, isn't it? I am aware of your purpose here. The facilities and conditions are ample enough to train you into a superhero. I have even bestowed upon you a heroic moniker, Robin, Bruce exclaimed with pride, gesturing broadly to showcase their surroundings. When Dave mentioned Superman's name, Bruce quickly grasped the underlying significance of Clark's recommendation. He was confident that Clark would not steer him wrong and was naturally cognizant of the perfect synergy between Batman and Robin, so he eagerly shared his thoughts. No, I am called the King of the Sea. Dave instantly shifted from excitement to composure. You are Robin, Bruce insisted, pointing at him. The King of the Sea. Dave remained steadfastly calm. Do you know who I am? Bruce, slightly exasperated, gestured to himself with his thumb. I do not, Dave replied. I am Batman, the protector of Gotham City. Bruce smiled proudly. Who? Dave asked, a look of confusion on his face. I'm the world's richest man. Bruce switched identities. Isn't that Tony Stark? Dave found the individual before him increasingly dubious. Good grief, Bruce thought, exasperated by this impudent youth that Clark had found. Clearing his throat, he realized he must take a more gradual approach to influence him. Dave, King of the Sea, is it? Bruce inquired. Yes, sir, Dave responded, casting Bruce a peculiar glance. You have come here with a sense of purpose, have you not? Bruce said, his tone nonchalant. Indeed, sir, Dave affirmed. Are you aware of the challenges that lie ahead? Bruce's expression turned serious. I'm aware, sir. It will be arduous. Bruce shot a stern look at Dave. I'm unafraid, Dave declared with a wave of his hand. Then, are you prepared to become a superhero? Bruce nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. So, Mr. King of the Sea, are you ready? Bruce smiled, finding his vet quite amusing. I am ready. Dave responded with great enthusiasm. Hooked, Bruce secretly smiled, gesturing towards everything within the Batcave. The resources here are at your disposal. I will design a comprehensive training regimen for you, but your first lesson is to maintain secrecy. None must learn of this place, Bruce declared earnestly. What about Superman? All right, no third party may know. Bruce rolled his eyes. What about the butler? Fourth, Bruce felt a twinge of frustration. Oh, I mentioned it to my father when I arrived, Dave exclaimed, darting away. You little rascal. Come back here, Bruce shouted, completely losing his composure as he chased after him. Meanwhile, at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, night had fallen. Wolverine, Logan Howlett, awoke from a nightmare. Finding himself reluctant to return to sleep, yet parched with thirst, he rose from his bed and left his room. The laser-eyed professor accompanied Magneto, while Phoenix and Storm sought out the mutant responsible for the assassination attempt on the president, leaving the recently returned Wolverine to guard the school. As Wolverine passed through the hall, he noticed a boy watching television, his eyes merely blinking to change the channels, which piqued Wolverine's curiosity and prompted him to pause. Can't sleep? The boy inquired without turning around. How do you know? Wolverine responded. Because you're awake, the boy replied, casting a curious glance at Wolverine. Indeed. What about you? Wolverine mused, considering that each student in the school possessed extraordinary abilities. I never sleep, the boy said, a hint of resignation in his tone. Wolverine nodded and continued on his way. Suddenly feeling thirsty, he headed towards the kitchen. There, Iceman Bobby Drake was enjoying a slushie. Do people here not need sleep? Wolverine asked as he approached the fridge. Clearly, Bobby shrugged. Is there any beer? Wolverine rummaged through the refrigerator. This is a school, Bobby chuckled. So the answer is no? Correct. Besides chocolate and milk, there's nothing else. Wolverine closed the fridge with a sigh. There's soda in the cupboard, Bobby pointed out. Wolverine retrieved a bottle, and just as he opened it, he glanced at Bobby, who blew on the soda, instantly chilling it. Thanks. No need, Bobby replied. Plastic prison. Charles Xavier, have you come to rescue me? Magneto sat with his back to the entering professor. Sorry, Eric, not today. As the saying goes, no one visits the Hall of Three Treasures without reason, Magneto remarked, tapping his fingers on the table, his tone languid. What do you know about the assassination attempt on the president? The professor asked directly after the guard who had escorted him left. Other than what's in the newspapers. I know nothing at all. You needn't ask me, Magneto replied, turning his head to reveal a pale visage, half his face marred by bruises. A coin-sized mark on the back of his neck. What happened to you? The professor inquired, noticing Magneto's condition. William Stryker often visits me. You remember that fellow, right? His son Jason was once your student, if I recall correctly? Yes, that was many years ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't help him. At least not in the way his father wished. A flicker of memory crossed the professor's eyes. Jason, the son of General Stryker, possessed the power to manipulate thoughts and create illusions, making him a formidable adversary for the professor. Unable to manage Jason's uncontrollable abilities, he had expelled him from the school. Subsequently, Jason had become a semi-vegetative state following a failed operation. It was Jason's powers that had led to the death of his mother, inciting General Stryker's loathing for mutants, vowing to eradicate them all. Now that you've taken in Wolverine, do you believe you can amend the regrets of his son's past? Magneto scoffed, gazing at the professor. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Wolverine took a sip and sat down. How long have you been here? He inquired, engaging in conversation with Bobby. Several years. Bobby replied with a hint of resignation. Did your parents send you to the mutant school? Actually, they thought it was a preparatory college, Bobby said with a slight sigh. I understand. Many preparatory programs have independent dormitories and campuses. Bobby was also aware of the school's secrets. And what about Rogue? Yes, I wish it were so. But things rarely unfold as we hope. It is a painful experience to yearn for closeness, yet remain distant. Bobby's tone was laden with frustration. Rogue possessed the ability to swiftly alter others' memories through skin contact, even siphoning their abilities or life force, rendering the connection ineffective once contact was broken. Thus, Bobby and Rogue had yet to engage in physical intimacy. I noticed the way you looked at Dr. Gray, Bobby remarked, glancing at Wolverine. What about it? Wolverine responded, raising an eyebrow. Nothing, Bobby replied, sensing Wolverine's reluctance to delve into the subject and return to his smoothie. Plastic prison. Did you not share your past with him? Magneto referred to Wolverine. Chapter 27, The King of Cards. I bypassed the topic, knowing Logan's psyche was still quite fragile. Are you not afraid of losing a beloved X-Man? Old friend? Eric, what have you done? The professor sensed something amiss with Magneto and began probing his mind. I'm sorry, Charles, I couldn't resist. What did you tell Stryker? The professor couldn't help but inquire. Everything was disclosed. With that, the room filled with a mist of anesthetic gas. The war drums had begun to sound. Following Magneto's declaration, the professor realized that this was a trap. No, he shouted in desperation, but it was too late. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Magneto shouted. At Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Wolverine suddenly stood up, staring out the window, startling Bobby. What is it? Bobby asked. Shoo. Wolverine gestured for Bobby to be quiet. Outside, Stryker's special forces swiftly surrounded the school, launching anesthetic attacks on the students. A soldier crept into the kitchen, preparing to strike Bobby, when Wolverine suddenly appeared from behind. Seizing the soldier. You picked the wrong house. Wolverine growled. Just as he was about to neutralize the soldier, a piercing scream erupted, causing Wolverine to turn away in discomfort. The soldier's weapon began to fire wildly, prompting Bobby to hastily take cover beneath a table. Damn, children are under attack, Wolverine thought. Recognizing that the high-pitched sound was clearly a result of a superpower rather than a weapon, awakening everyone within the school from their slumber. Once the screams subsided, the soldier landed a punch on Wolverine, who then blocked a dagger thrust with both hands, as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, the 6 adamantium claws erupted, startling the Special Forces soldier, who was abruptly shoved by Wolverine. Before he could regain his footing, accompanied by Wolverine's furious roar, the 6 lethal claws pierced through the soldier's body. At this moment, young Bobby, still a mere boy, appeared visibly shaken by the scene of carnage unfolding before him, cautiously peering out from beneath the table to gaze at Wolverine. Are you all right? Wolverine exhaled softly, offering reassurance to Bobby, who nodded vigorously in response. Meanwhile, the assault on Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters orchestrated by Stryker was in full swing, and Clark found himself facing troubles of his own. In the suburbs of New York, the true identities of the 3 individuals whom Clark had deliberately lured to the outskirts were finally revealed. Among them was Deathstrike, a formidable aide to Colonel Stryker, possessing a remarkable ability to self-heal, her skeletal structure embedded with adamantium and equipped with extendable claws forged from the same indestructible alloy capable of obliterating any material. Next was Deadpool, Wade Wilson, whose handsome visage remained unmasked. At this juncture, he had yet to be diagnosed with cancer, let alone acquire regenerative abilities. Clad in black tactical gear, he bore twin blades crafted from adamantium on his back, firearms strapped to his legs, and a belt that enabled instantaneous movement around his waist. Deadpool seemed to adhere to a principle of pursuing wealth, which had drawn him to this confrontation. Lastly, there was Gambit, Remy LeBeau, whose supernatural prowess lay in infusing kinetic energy into objects, rendering them explosive, most commonly utilizing playing cards as his weapons. A skilled combatant, especially with cards and metal staffs. It was perplexing why Gambit currently obeyed Stryker. If he were under manipulation, the method would be akin to that used on Deathstrike. Clark halted his pink scooter. Here, a brief explanation is warranted. His own vehicle had been commandeered by Louise for a news run, leaving him to ride her petite motorcycle home. On his way, he had noticed the trio trailing him and led them to a more secluded area. Dismounting, he parked the scooter and confronted the 3, arms akimbo. So, it appears you are aware that I intentionally drew you here. What now? In an instant, Deadpool teleported before Clark, thrusting his blade into him. However, to Deadpool's astonishment, even the hardest adamantium could not penetrate Clark's flesh. What? He exclaimed in disbelief, teleporting away to distance himself from Clark. Hey, you bastard, that's my girlfriend's new purchase. Clark remained unharmed, though his shirt had suffered a significant tear from Deadpool's blade. Deadpool sheathed his knife. Hey, buddy, let me introduce myself. That's Deathstrike. And I'm Deadpool. I want to divulge my name is Wade. So, are you made of stone? Why are you so tough? No, wait, if you were stone, I could slice you open too. How about this? You reveal your weaknesses to me, and then I shall eliminate you, which would grant me a substantial fortune. Ha ha, just thinking about it brings me joy. I might even offer you a token of my generosity. I would burn paper money for you, a method I learned from China. Deadpool entered an infinite barrage of banter. What are you doing? Clark gazed at Deadpool in exasperation. What do you think? I'm here to take your life. Wait, are we really here to take lives? Deadpool glanced at his 2 companions, clearly noticing that Death and the King of Cards wished to ignore him. Clark, now slightly displeased, summoned his Superman suit with a mere thought. Wow. Good heavens, your physique is impressive. I should carve you up. In the blink of an eye, before Deadpool could react, Clark stood before him, extending a finger. With a flick of his thumb against his index finger, he merely tapped Deadpool, who was sent flying as if struck by a vehicle. Hey! Death extended her adamantium claws, and upon seeing Deadpool being repelled, she lunged at Clark. However, Clark dismissed her with a casual wave of his hand, sending her flying just as he had done to Deadpool. Instantly teleporting beside Death, he delivered a punch that obliterated half of her abdomen. Despite her formidable regenerative abilities, she would need to lie down for a while. As Clark observed his smoking fist, he pondered if he had been too forceful. Now, it seems I am left with you. Do not tell me you wish to negotiate. Clark addressed the remaining king of cards with a hint of indifference. The fellow from earlier was rather reckless. I apologize on his behalf. The king of cards responded gracefully. Our purpose here is rather straightforward. We wish to ascertain whether you, Superman, are a mutant. Recent events surrounding an attempted assassination of the president by a mutant had stirred considerable controversy, and Clark had heard whispers of it. However, after discussions with Tony and Bruce, he had decided to observe the situation quietly. Yet, it was evident that the government had no intentions of letting him off the hook, or rather, that S.H.I.E.L.D. had no plans to release him from scrutiny, Clark mused. His agreement to join the Avengers initiative was merely verbal. The president was likely unaware of this, especially since the high-ranking officials who initially supported the initiative had yet to endorse it. Most critically, the Loki incident had not yet occurred. Tell your colonel that I am not a mutant, Clark replied coolly, not wishing to engage further in this murky affair. Rest assured, I shall inform the colonel, but it must be done my way. The king of cards suddenly flicked his wrist, sending a purple glowing card flying toward Clark, who nonchalantly caught it. Is this all you've got? Clark looked at the card with mild amusement, preparing to discard it. Suddenly, the card erupted with a burst of violet light, striking him in the eyes. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Clark's mind, causing him to collapse to the ground. Clutching his head with both hands, he bent over as the agonizing torment tore through his nerves. What have you done? Clark suddenly lifted his head, revealing eyes that blazed like flames, their surroundings etched with intricate patterns. The pain was excruciating. He yearned to incinerate his own mind with his heat vision, as the intense agony sawed through his brain like a relentless blade. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Card Emperor, he proclaimed with a sardonic smile. I possess the ability to infuse energy into objects through touch, transforming them into formidable explosive weapons. Additionally, I wield another extraordinary power known as illusionary influence. Approaching Clark, who knelt before him, the Card Emperor reveled in his superiority. Illusionary influence allowed him to manipulate the consciousness of living beings, making them believe every word he uttered in a line with his thoughts. This ability required either sound or physical contact to activate. If the target was aware of his power or had defenses against it, its effectiveness would diminish or fail entirely. You shall experience pain, he declared, delivering a kick imbued with purple light to Clark's chin. Clark, reeling from the blow, instinctively looked up, his latent heat vision erupting skyward, tearing through the darkness of night and allowing the pale moonlight to cascade down. You will endure even greater suffering. The Card Emperor twirled his metallic staff, enveloped in a surge of purple light, and struck Clark's face with a resounding blow, sending him crashing into a great tree. Cough, cough. Clark gasped, but a voice within his mind incessantly echoed his torment. The Card Emperor relentlessly attacked Clark with his metallic staff. Damn it, it's a mental assault, Clark lamented, helpless against the onslaught. Superman, invincible in physical confrontations, found himself as defenseless as a child against such attacks, spiritually weak and unable to retaliate. Chapter 28. Rebirth in flames. At that moment, Deadpool had recovered and, upon witnessing the Card Emperor incapacitating Superman, excitedly rushed forward, drawing his twin swords. Let me take care of him. Deadpool seethed with rage at Superman's earlier disdain. Absolutely not. According to the records, he is a close ally of Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne. Killing him would cause significant complications. Merely teaching him a lesson will suffice. We need to ascertain whether he is indeed a mutant and uncover his secrets. Deathstrike approached, her commitment to executing Stryker's orders surpassing even Deadpool's fervor. Can I kill his little girlfriend? What is her name, Louise? Deadpool joked lightly. Louise. A wave of unease washed over Clark. No, Spare her, he shouted, straining against his bonds. She is also a target. If necessary, she must perish. Deathstrike recited Stryker's command like a machine. Must perish. Those words ignited a conflagration in Clark's mind. Kill, kill, kill. Rage consumed Clark. With a fierce roar, Clark abruptly rose from the ground, taking a forceful step forward, causing the earth to crack beneath him. The moonlight cascaded over his back, obscuring his visage in shadow. However, 3 crimson glimmers emanated from his darkened countenance. Intense heat vision surged forth from his eyes and the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of flickering flames, etching deep, dark patterns across his face that glowed ominously red, presenting a terrifying spectacle. His muscles appeared to swell, nearly doubling in size, only to slowly retract as though suppressing an overwhelming rage. "Hey, buddy, what have you done?" Deadpool voiced his unease to death. Something felt amiss. The Card King sensed that Clark was slipping from his grasp. With a wave of his hand, a more vibrant purple beam shot forth, only to dissipate upon contact with Clark as if it had vanished into the ocean, leaving the Card King utterly senseless to its effects. A low, beastly growl erupted from Clark's lips as he summoned formidable willpower to resist the Card King's control. Stepping forward once more, an immense aura surged upwards, warping the ground and sky around him, creating ripples of distortion. "Not good, retreat." The Card King shouted in alarm as he recognized Clark's transformation, hastily stepping back. The revived Death and Deadpool, equally astonished by the scene before them, quickly followed suit. The heat vision, charged by fury, was becoming too powerful for Clark to contain. The energy coiled within his eyes and mouth was on the brink of explosion. "What have I done? No, this cannot happen. If the heat vision erupts, all of New York will be obliterated. I must act." Clark's consciousness flickered to clarity in that critical moment. "Let be," he thought as the immense power within him readied for release. "Come on." Just as the long-simmering heat vision was about to burst forth, Clark abruptly shut his eyes and mouth, clenched his fists, and drew himself inward. A colossal shockwave erupted, manifesting as a cloud of white smoke, forming an invisible circle with a diameter of several dozen meters, reducing everything in Clark's vicinity to mere dust. "No, I cannot perish. Lois. Martha. No." In despair, Clark felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss, the searing flames forging his very being. The purple light was consumed by the red flames enveloping Clark, a sensation far from pleasant. After what felt like an eternity following the surge, Clark found himself suspended in midair, as if he had entered a steam chamber. His skin glowed a bright red, beads of white sweat formed on his brow, and clouds of steam billowed from his body. Breathing heavily, his breaths gradually steadied as his extraordinary healing abilities worked to restore him. "Am I still alive?" Clark descended slowly to the ground, incredulity washing over him as he surveyed the transformations within himself. As Clark attuned himself to his own body, he discovered an unprecedented ability to introspect, revealing an indistinct essence within him. Gazing into the abyss, he perceived a faint glimmer amidst the engulfing darkness, drawing him closer. Before him danced a point of light reminiscent of a distant star. Instinctively, he reached out with a finger to touch it, causing the radiant speck to erupt in a cosmic explosion, scattering like the remnants of a stellar cataclysm. Startled by the sudden tumult, Clark shut his eyes momentarily and then slowly reopened them, his mouth agape in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before him. Dazzling starlight shimmered, the Milky Way flowed gracefully, and myriad miniature planets traversed an intricate ballet, all coalescing into a minuscule universe that thrived within him. This was the cosmos. Clark was astonished to realize that a universe resided within him. Yet, he felt no discernible change within himself. The diminutive universe materialized authentically within his being. What could this signify? A newfound power? No, he sensed no energy emanating from this universe. Without the visual confirmation of its existence, it felt as though it were non-existent. Had it always been there, unbeknownst to him? Perhaps, given that he had never before delved into introspection. But initially, had it not been merely a wisp of starlight? Clark pondered in confusion. Could it be that he had just ignited this starlight within himself, akin to a spark from a fire, thereby triggering an explosion that shaped the universe inside him? If so, he had inadvertently catalyzed the explosion of that starlight and, in a bizarre twist, acquired a cosmic essence. How absurd, Clark mused. Well, perhaps I should consult Tony or Bruce for an examination. I might be unwell, he thought whimsically. After another round of introspection, he discerned notable enhancements. His mental fortitude had been fortified, as though enveloped by a protective layer. Furthermore, His physical form exhibited slight augmentation. Goodness, have I transformed into Goku? Did I just create a furnace for self-cultivation? His recovery rate seemed to have doubled, mending his body at an astonishing pace. The cells responsible for solar absorption had also expanded, rendering him feel more powerful than ever, an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Clark believed he had inadvertently intensified himself through what felt like self-inflicted trials. His mind was no longer something that could be easily controlled by those who wielded psychic abilities. Power. No, this is insufficient. He began to entertain exhilarating thoughts. However, his expression darkened instantly. He dared not repeat the ordeal. His mind felt as if it had been scorched, tinged with trepidation at the recent experience. Had he not survived, he would not wish to endure such an ordeal again. What an unexpected turn of events. Was this akin to rebirth through fire? Clark clenched his fists tightly and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Realizing that the preceding events had transpired in the blink of an eye, he glanced at the three individuals in the distance and, in an instant, found himself before the King of Cards. The Card Emperor discovered that his mesmerizing powers had ceased to be effective. As the three were about to flee, they realized that Superman had already regained his strength and stood before them. With a snap of his fingers, the Card Emperor conjured a card and sent it flying. In midair, the card transformed into three, each adorned with flickering purple flames. Don't fall for it. Clark swiftly dodged. The Card Emperor's cards were not to be trifled with. Who knew what peculiar abilities he possessed? With a clang, Deadpool unsheathed his dual blades and shouted, "Come on, let's go all out." He thrust his blades forward, but Clark effortlessly pinched the tips of the blades with his fingers, shaking his head at Deadpool. Deathstrike lunged at Clark, aiming her claws at his lower back. However, Clark swiftly grasped her neck, restraining her. "Superman, are you intent on annihilation?" Deadpool grunted, straining to extract his blades, but to no avail. "You call yourself Deadpool? What brings you here? Money, perhaps?" Clark replied with indifference. "I gather you enjoy music. How about a bit of rock?" Deadpool ignored Clark's words, discarding his blades and tumbling backward to create distance. Something was amiss. Clark glanced down, and indeed, beneath his feet lay an array of high-explosive grenades. He sighed and rolled his eyes. Soudainement, à tendre explosion érupted. Deadpool had ignited some fireworks amidst the grenades, launching a colossal Deadpool figure skyward, accompanied by dazzling pyrotechnics. "Screw you, you bastard." "Ha-ha." Deadpool laughed heartily, reveling in the spectacle of his creation. After a considerable time, as the smoke began to dissipate, Clark was nowhere to be seen, and the ground bore a massive crater, exuding black smoke. An arm emerged from the pit, and Deathstrike clawed her way out, her body crackling as her muscles and skin rapidly regenerated over her exposed metallic bones, her black leather attire somehow maintaining its modesty. "You're nothing but bones now," Deadpool shouted triumphantly. Deathstrike emerged from the explosive pit, approached a vehicle, and opened the trunk to retrieve a brand-new black leather outfit. In front of Deadpool's unabashed gaze, she tore off her tattered attire, revealing her stunning form, and donned the fresh outfit. "Wow, quite the package. Strict shirt knows how to indulge. I must say, I'm not too shabby myself," Deadpool teased, eyeing Deathstrike playfully. With a slender adamantium claw pointed at him, Deathstrike shot Deadpool a piercing glare. "What are your orders from Colonel Strick if you kill him?" she said coolly. "What are you two doing chatting? It's not over yet." The Card Emperor, gazing upward at Clark, interjected, exasperated. "What?" Both Deathstrike and Deadpool looked up in shock, seeing Clark unharmed, cold sweat trickling down their backs. "Oh, my friend. You've won. I suppose I won TB earning this money after all." Deadpool maintained a smile. Chapter 29. Rebirth from Flames 2. Clark surveyed the adamantium blades in his hand, weighing them thoughtfully before casually tossing them before Deadpool as he began to descend slowly. "Utilize all your means, if you must," Clark declared, clapping his hands. The Card King removed his hat and tossed it aside, nonchalantly flicking his hair. Superman. It seems that if you wish to leave today, I shall have to reveal some of my esteemed skills." The Card King's eyes widened, radiating a fierce violet glow. Planting a metallic staff into the ground, he grasped a deck of cards in each hand, and the purple light emanating from him enveloped his hands like a luminous sphere. With a deft motion, he spun the 54 cards in each hand, and with a flourish, 108 cards hovered in midair. "Come forth," he bellowed, charging towards Clark, the cards hurtling toward him. Clark deftly dodged the flying cards as the Card King closed the distance. With a purple sphere in each hand, he struck Clark's torso, leaving him momentarily stunned. Such weight. Could his powers truly amplify his strength to this extent? Clark pondered. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the 108 cards animated, adhering to Clark's body and enveloping him entirely. The purple light from the Card King's hands connected, ensnaring Clark, who felt the purple energy surge around him, while the Card King was also enveloped in a layer of violet glow. I'll not believe you can evade this. Explode. The Card King shouted, and the 108 cards detonated instantly, violet flames erupting, while the protective glow shielded the Card King. With a thunderous roar, the smoke gradually dissipated. Just as the Card King prepared to withdraw, Clark, unscathed, seized his hands. What? The Card King exclaimed in astonishment, incredulity etched upon his face. Wishing to leave? Clark teased, realizing his defenses had indeed strengthened. You've inadvertently aided me, so I shall return the favor. Amidst the Card King's astonished gaze, Clark gripped his shoulder and turned him around, discovering a coin size behind the Card King's neck. Utilizing his heat vision, he healed the Card King's wound, causing him to faint from the pain. After the healing, Clark cast the Card King aside and approached Deadpool and Deathstrike. What do you intend to do? If you fancy that woman, take her. Or, if you don't mind, extend your neck and allow me to slay you. Deadpool declared gallantly, positioning himself protectively behind Deathstrike. Deathstrike extended her 10 adamantium claws, eyeing Clark warily. You too shall remain. Clark replicated his earlier maneuver, rendering Deathstrike unconscious. Incredible. I seem to be able to charm both men and women. Deadpool exclaimed, gripping the back of his own neck. Clark considered eliminating the brash individual before him, but sighed softly instead. Do relay to your colonel that I am not a mutant. However, the Card King and Deathstrike are coming with me, Clark asserted, lifting the unconscious Card King and Deathstrike before turning to soar into the sky. I shall spare you this time. My oversight has been noted. We shall settle this score at a later date, Stryker. Clark contemplated silently. Please, take care and enjoy your meal. Deadpool was taken aback by Clark's decisive manner and helplessly bid him farewell. Returning? It seemed futile to pursue any monetary gain. The situation with Strickland was too troublesome. I shall refrain from going back. Perhaps I'll seek refuge with my girlfriend for a while. As Deadpool contemplated his escape, he noticed a backward pink scooter, an unexpected find amidst the chaos. Hopefully, Superman's scooter was equipped with a tracking device. It would have to suffice. Rubbing his hands together, Deadpool approached it. Chapter 30. Training Antarctica, Spaceship. After placing Death Woman and Card King in the rejuvenation pod, Clark strolled through the spaceship. Since discovering this vessel, it had become a clandestine sanctuary for him. Seated in the captain's quarters, a holographic display projected news from around the globe concerning mutants. Through Kryptonian technology, he also learned of Professor's capture by Strickland and the nighttime raid on Xavier S. School for Gifted Youngsters, where numerous mutant students were apprehended. Strickland's actions had yielded substantial results overnight. Gradually, Clark began to ponder the underlying causes and consequences of the recent assassination attempt against him. It appeared that the assassination of mutants had incensed the president greatly. However, Strickland had managed to direct his attention towards Clark. Reflecting on how narrowly he had escaped disaster due to his own carelessness, he was astonished that Strickland had a telepathic powerhouse like Card King at his disposal. Clark instinctively struck the chair in frustration. Though this incident had fortuitously enhanced his physical prowess and mental acuity, it was not a sustainable solution. Should he encounter a more formidable telepath or an individual wielding magic, he could find himself in dire straits. The presence of a miniature universe within him left Clark uncertain about whether it was a blessing or a curse. He couldn't help but recall the Mind Stone concealed within Loki's scepter. The Mind Stone grants its wielder access to others' thoughts, allowing dreams and ideas to infiltrate the user's mind, amplifying mental strength and enhancing psychic abilities. Even under the influence of other stones, it enables entry into the consciousness of all beings. Yes, the Mind Stone. I must obtain it, Clark mused. His abilities, aside from being augmented by solar radiation, had no other means of enhancement. The only recourse left was to seek treasures within the Marvel Universe, especially with the impending confrontation against beings like Thanos looming ahead. Having stumbled due to a mere Card King, Clark resolved to prepare himself diligently. Through numerous battles, Clark discerned that his current powers were only slightly superior to those described in the Golden Age of comics. Compared to the Silver Age, where characters could soar into the sun's core unharmed, he realized he must relentlessly strive for greater strength. He aimed to push the limits of his abilities through combat, transforming himself into a being reborn from the ashes. Engrossed in contemplation, Clark's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the silver robot. "Sir, Director Fury from SHIELD is calling," the robot announced. "Put him through," Clark replied, seated in his chair, one hand propping his head as he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. An overwhelming multitude of concerns crowded his mind, inducing a slight headache. "Ah, greetings, Superman. It's me, Fury," came the voice on the line. "Hello, Clark," he added, noting Clark's lackluster demeanor. "Listen, I'm already aware of the situation at hand. I will have a thorough discussion with Strucker. Your matters remain confidential. Both Strucker and we operate as independent entities. Thus he is unaware of your affiliation with SHIELD. This is merely a misunderstanding. Are you all right?" Fury stated plainly. "Fury, I suspect Strucker's apprehension plan against me is not merely a matter of inquiring whether I am a mutant," Clark replied, fingers pressing against his temples in a soothing manner. "I'm not entirely certain about that," Fury admitted, concealing certain truths. "Yes, I'm aware. He seeks to investigate mutants, and once he confirms my status, he will capture me to study my abilities." Clark's tone carried a hint of indignation. "You know, well, I meant the investigation of mutants," Fury responded, taken aback. "I believe Wolverine serves as an exemplary case. I have yet to meet this legendary figure face to face." "Indeed, you are correct. But I still hope you will refrain from confronting Strucker for the time being," Fury implored, his tone resigned. "What did you say?" "I am itching to confront him directly." Clark's eyes flew open, ablaze with fervor, his irritation palpable at Fury's political rhetoric. "You must understand, Strucker's reputation is far from favorable. Yet he holds significant standing within the military. Without just cause, it would be unfeasible to eliminate him," Fury cautioned. "Are you protecting him? You must realize that even the president would find it trivial to take his life if I so desired." Clark's fiery gaze intensified. "No, do not entertain such thoughts. I am safeguarding you. Superman, I must caution you. This path could obliterate everything you have achieved thus far. Think of your family." Fury exclaimed, raising his voice. "My family? Nothing can threaten me." "You too, Fury," Clark retorted angrily, recalling the political maneuvering that had led to his capture in Hong Kong, which Bruce had endured once. "And now this again. I do not threaten you, Clark. Trust me, I am your ally. I am here to assist you," Fury shouted in exasperation. Since returning from Hong Kong, the U.S. government had not pursued him further, as Bruce and Tony were mediating the situation, and Fury had contributed considerably. Given that demolishing a historic institution drew considerable public scrutiny. "Very well, Fury, I comprehend your predicament. However, this is the final time," Clark mused silently, withholding the words that might instigate a debate with Fury, knowing that next time the consequences would be directly observable. "Very well, Fury, you have assisted me, and I shall express my gratitude. I shall let this slide this time, but you must convey my warning. Should he take this lightly?" Clark closed his eyes and sighed. Realizing that arguing with Fury was futile, action would be far more efficacious. "All right, Clark, I will do so. Goodbye." Fury sighed in return. "Good luck, Fury. Farewell." Clark terminated the communication. After a moment of contemplation, Clark ventured outside the spacecraft, traversing the glacial expanse, gazing at the boundless ice. It was time to train himself. He mused quietly. Although another universe resided within him, it was, as the saying goes, of little use. He needed to hone his other skills. Relying solely on heat vision felt increasingly uncontrollable. Clark perceived his hands and recalled a line from a film in a previous life. The wind from a punch can indeed injure. He was uncertain of his own strength's limits. While the peak Superman could propel dozens of planets, he believed he too could inflict harm with his punches. What was it called? Air punch? As he pondered, he threw a punch, creating a tremendous gust that sliced through the frigid Antarctic air. Observing his fist, and drawing from the martial arts films of his past, Clark suddenly discerned his training direction. He needed to compress and project the air. Those films were not in vain. He grasped the void, launched a punch with incredible speed, and immediately a basketball-sized hole appeared in the glacier before him. Not a complete penetration, though. More practice was required. And I must also refine my super breath. In the Silver Age, super breath could freeze opponents, create hurricanes, alter weather, and even extinguish stars. While engrossed in practice, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the Card King. "Wow, this is astonishing, my friend. Where am I?" The Card King, now awake, emerged from the spacecraft and beheld Clark. "You are awake?" Clark turned back to him. "Oh, hello. I am Rimler Bow. But you can call me Remy. How did I end up here?" "BRR, it's freezing." Remy glanced around, belatedly wrapping his arms around himself, exhaling warm breath. "I need to devise a solution." Remy conjured a thin layer of purple light around himself. "Much better, few. By the way, who are you? I owe you no money. Do I? Did you bring me here?" Remy rambled on, seemingly oblivious. "You don't remember?" Clark gazed at Remy, somewhat exasperated. "I remember nothing lately." "What the hell do I recall?" "Strick." Remy's expression shifted abruptly, as if recalling some dreadful memory. "Ah, it seems you've recollected something. Greetings, I am Clark Kent. We are in Antarctica. I am rather occupied at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must find a way on your own, or you may wait until I am finished, and I shall escort you away." Clark was aware that Remy had previously been under control, which shaped his relatively amicable demeanor towards him now. "Aren't you feeling cold? What else with your attire?" Remy inquired, casting a glance at Clark. "I go by Superman. As for the cold, I'm yet to feel it," Clark replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, I have a nickname as well. I'm called the Card Emperor. By the way, have you seen my metallic staff?" Remy suddenly asked. "What? I'm sorry, I didn't notice." Clark responded and proceeded to recount the events of the previous night to Remy. "Damn, if given the chance, I shall eliminate him." "Strick." Remy clenched his teeth, the violet glow surrounding him intensifying. "Oh, you'll get your opportunity," Clark nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the spacecraft, where Deathstroke, clad in a tight black leather suit, stood at the entrance of the cabin. "There's another individual, much like you, who is also awakened," Clark informed Remy, just as Deathstroke approached. "Is this Antarctica?" Deathstroke queried, her expression filled with confusion as she looked at the two men. "Who are you? Who am I?" she asked, bewildered. Observing her expression, Clark silently berated Strick, pondering how long he had manipulated Deathstroke. Reluctant to reveal the truth to Yukiko, Clark stated, "Your name is Yukiko S.H. Yuri. Beyond that, I am uncertain. I can only say that I rescued you." He briefly recounted how he had brought Yukiko here. "I am Yukiko S.H. Yuri?" Seeing her bewildered expression and tone, Clark felt an ominous sensation. The fierce Yukiko seemed to be transforming into a more naive version of herself. However, this might inadvertently save Yukiko. If she were to return to Strick, she would eventually encounter Wolverine, leading to her demise. "Well, it seems I cannot leave for the time being. Clark, what shall you do next?" Remy gazed out at the endless glaciers, feeling helpless. "Training," Clark declared. Swinging his fist to the left, a nearly invisible column of energy struck a distant iceberg, leaving a fist-sized indentation. "Wow." Remy was visibly startled by Clark's sudden action, staring in astonishment at the gaping hole. "Superpowers?" He pointed at the indentation. I wouldn't consider it that. It was merely a display of strength," Clark replied nonchalantly, his tone revealing his dissatisfaction with the result. Remy glanced at Yukiko, feeling even more at a loss as Yukiko seemed completely unfazed, crouching on the ground to warm herself. "By the way, Remy, I have a favor to ask of you," Clark said, suddenly smiling at the Card Emperor. "What favor?" "Assist me in training my mental fortitude," Clark said, a confident smirk gracing his lips. "What?" Remy was momentarily taken aback. Thus, after leaving a message for Louise, Clark, Remy, and Yukiko remained in Antarctica to undergo rigorous training. Chapter 31. Godzilla at the Akali Lake Military Base. The professor gradually regained consciousness, only to discover that he was bound to a chair, adorned with some peculiar contraption upon his head, an apparatus seemingly designed to suppress his extraordinary abilities. Dizziness engulfed him, and through his blurred vision, he discerned a familiar figure standing before him. It was none other than Colonel William Strick. "Xavier, there's no need to rise," Strick mocked, eyeing the professor's restrained legs. The professor cautiously attempted to tap into his powers, but was abruptly struck by a severe headache. "This device is known as a neural inhibitor. Quite straightforward, really. It prevents you from harnessing your capabilities," Strick remarked, gesturing to his own head as a reminder. "What have you done to Scott?" The professor scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of Cyclops, which ignited a flicker of concern within him. "Fear not. I merely imparted some new knowledge to him. Of course, you are well aware of this, are you not?" Strick replied with a veiled insinuation. "You expect me to cure your son, yet mutation is not an illness," the professor responded, a hint of resignation in his voice. "You lie. You fear him more than I do." Strick erupted in fury. "Do you realize? A year after Jason returned from your school, my wife, well, she despises us. She blames us for his current state and takes pleasure in tormenting our minds, filling them with nightmares. In her desperation to rid herself of those horrific visions, she resorted to drilling into her own temple. My child, he is a master of illusion. Strick recounted his tale with bitterness. Even someone as loathsome of mutants as yourself has found companionship among them. The professor ventured cautiously. Oh, as long as they are managed appropriately, they can indeed be quite capable, Strick replied with a derisive smirk. Did you orchestrate the assassination attempt on the president? The professor immediately deduced the origins of the earlier attack. You don't need to read my thoughts to figure that out. However, before we proceed, I'm going to share some good news for you. My 3 most formidable mutants went on a mission and have yet to return. It seems you've left a card up your sleeve, Strick sneered. What have you done in my school? The professor's anxiety turned toward his academy. No, they have not. I have. Strick adjusted his glasses. No, Strick, you. The professor shouted in rage, only to regain his composure. What do you mean they haven't returned? He inquired with perplexity. I sent them to have a little chat with Superman. However, it appears that endeavor was futile. But this matter is far from over, Strick seethed. Superman? The professor was even more bewildered. Why would Strick seek out Superman? He had no acquaintance with the hero and suspected that Strick had misconstrued something. Yet, judging by Strick's demeanor, the 3 mutants he dispatched were formidable, but it seemed that this Superman was even more so. The professor pondered silently as Strick, evidently unwilling to delve deeper into the topic, fell silent and approached him. You see, my collaboration with mutants has not been any shorter than yours, Xavier. However, the most troubling aspect is that one can never ascertain the number of mutants in this world or how to locate them. Stryker coldly fixed his gaze upon the professor. Except for you. Unfortunately, these drugs are rather insufficient for you. Your powers are far more formidable. Stryker revealed a small vial from within his coat, just as a soldier wheeled in a person seated in a wheelchair. Thus, we must take an alternative approach. Stryker stepped back and gestured. Allow me to introduce to you mutant number 143, whose cerebral secretions can manipulate the thoughts of others, albeit still in the experimental phase. The individual in the wheelchair was pushed before the professor, clad in a patient gown, with a massive scar on his head from a craniotomy, connected to several tubes extracting cerebral fluid, his expression vacant and seemingly paralyzed. Jason? The professor gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. My heavens, William, this is your son. What have you done to him? The character exclaimed incredulously. No, Charles. My son is dead, just like the rest of you, Stryker replied coldly, turning to leave mutant number 143 behind. Suddenly, 143 cast a glance at the professor. Antarctica. The Death Maiden returned alone to the ship to rest, leaving behind Pai Huang and Clark. Mental strength? How does one train for that? Remy wondered aloud. Remy, I shall relax my nerves, and you will use your hallucinatory abilities to create a training ground for me, Clark stated. Using hallucinatory powers? Is that even possible? I never considered that, Remy responded with intrigue. The most potent force is imagination, Clark pointed to his own mind. Indeed, you are correct. I have been too limited. I hope my abilities can assist you, Remy said, rubbing his hands together as a violet light appeared between his palms. Then with a wave of his hand, the violet light struck Clark. After a moment, Clark blinked, examining his hands and then looking at Remy. Is that all? Have I been affected? Odd, I feel nothing. Remy remained silent, vigorously rotating his hands as the violet light intensified, shining several times more brilliantly than before. Remy shouted, and the violet light surged toward Clark, who instantly became as still as a statue. Oh no, it seems I may have overdone it, Remy gasped, feeling a twinge of regret. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and as he slowly opened his eyes, the surroundings transformed into a vibrant panorama of colors, with a blue sky, white clouds, forests, and oceans. Oh, what the heck? Where am I? Clark pondered in bewilderment. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the woods. A Tyrannosaurus? To behold such a massive creature up close left Clark in awe. Time was too short for Clark to ponder, as the Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a thunderous roar and charged toward him. Just as Clark intended to take flight, he was struck by the realization that he possessed no buoyancy. He could not soar. Curse be it. Clark rolled his eyes, acknowledging that his imagination still required refinement. Nonetheless, as he beheld the advancing dinosaur, he decided to flee. He turned and began to sprint, relieved to discover that his speed was commendable. The Tyrannosaurus lowered its head to bite, prompting Clark to leap onto a nearby hillock. With a quick glance back at the dinosaur, he hastily vaulted over the summit just as the Tyrannosaurus crashed into the hill, reducing it to rubble. Was this some sort of cheat? Clark mused, recognizing that while he could no longer fly, his speed remained intact, coupled with a modicum of strength. Excellent. Let's engage. For fleeing is not the path I shall tread. As this thought crystallized, Clark abruptly turned around and unleashed a punch of compressed air, a visible column striking the Tyrannosaurus in the eye, causing it to halt in pain. Marvelous, Clark thought, only to realize that the Tyrannosaurus was glaring at him with palpable ire, and his air punch had seemingly been akin to a mere tickle. Super breath. Clark expelled a powerful gust of air. Well, that was just a breath. Perhaps I should run again, he decided, turning on his heels. Was this a manifestation of my imagination or a power bestowed by Remy? However, if a Tyrannosaurus was present, surely there was something else looming in the distance. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to behold a colossal figure. King Kong. Is that truly him? Goodness, what an enormous ape! Clark exclaimed loudly. Fool! I'm a gorilla. King Kong bellowed in fury. Oh, my apologies. Goodness, the gorilla can talk. Clark was taken aback, astonished by the unfolding events. King Kong pounded his chest, defiantly facing the Tyrannosaurus, which appeared to sense the primate's authority and slowly retreated. Suddenly, two more Tyrannosaurs emerged from the underbrush, each seemingly larger than the first. Curse be it. This is precisely a scene from the film King Kong. No, how does this aid in my training? Imagination, imagination, come forth. Clark concentrated, summoning his mental faculties. Roar. A colossal blue shockwave obliterated the three Tyrannosaurs and King Kong to a fine mist. A monstrous entity, towering over 30 stories, descended from the heavens. Magnificent indeed. Godzilla, Clark exclaimed, beholding the gargantuan creature before him, an unmistakable likeness to the one from the film Godzilla, 2014. Instinctively licking his parched lips. Now, this is a worthy adversary. He clenched his fists, propelled himself off the ground, and wait, he could fly once more. Splendid. Clark reveled in his newfound ability. Gazing up at the towering Godzilla, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he accelerated and charged forward. An hour passed. As he surveyed the unconscious Godzilla sprawled on the ground, amidst the devastation surrounding him, Clark collapsed on the colossal beast, panting heavily, his battle attire in tatters. Exhausted, Clark surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had yet to step outside as stronger adversaries awaited him. In such scenarios, one often finds oneself in a battle against their own reflection. What are you up to? Tired? A chilling laughter echoed as a figure identical to Clark materialized before him. No way. I should have known better than to indulge in such thoughts. Is this the dark version of Superman? Clark scratched his head in bewilderment, staring at the doppelganger before him. Clad in an all-black Superman suit, with hair contrasting Clark's raven locks, pure white, and skin as pale as death, the figure wore a malevolent grin. Must villains always adhere to such a design? Clark pointed at the dark Superman, feeling somewhat exasperated. I don't know. I am merely a figment of your imagination. How could I dictate my appearance? The dark Superman shrugged helplessly, removing the white wig to reveal black hair beneath, wiping away the white powder from his face to restore his natural complexion, save for the ominous black suit. Now, let us more like it. Let us go. With a mere thought, Clark's attire transformed into a pristine version of itself. Whoosh! A searing heat vision sliced through the air, leaving a faint scar on Clark's cheek, from which blood began to trickle down. Intrigued, Clark wiped the blood with his finger, watching the injury vanish almost instantly as he began to adopt a more serious demeanor. He realized he needed to treat this encounter with utmost gravity, lest he meet his demise here. Drink. Two beams of heat vision collided with great intensity. Chapter 32. The Rebirth of a Hero New York. Welcome to a special segment of New York Spotlight. Is being a hero truly a daunting task? This individual has become the focal point of this week's news, as a video showcasing his intervention in street violence has gone viral, depicting a trio of thugs bullying a lone individual, highlighting the heroic deeds of the vigilante known as the Beatdown King. Since being recognized by Bruce, Dave has been diligently attending the Batcave every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday after school to undertake various tasks assigned by Bruce. However, Dave has been disheartened to find that Bruce's teachings primarily consist of theoretical knowledge, with little else apart from physical conditioning exercises to hone his skills. This has left Dave feeling distance from his dream of becoming a superhero akin to Superman. With some free time on his hands, he returned home only to discover that his previously registered Beatdown King Twitter account had skyrocketed to the top of trending topics. Newspapers, radio stations, and various programs were all reporting on Dave's newfound fame, which brought him immense joy amidst his earlier frustrations. My Twitter only had 38 followers. Yet the Beatdown King's account has amassed over 16,000. This is utterly unexpected and brings me such delight, Dave mused as he gazed at the growing number of followers on his account from the comfort of his home. McCready residence. Damon McCready, a retired police officer, firmly believes that only through violence can criminals be punished. Consequently, he employs extreme methods to train his daughter, Hit Girl, transforming her into a lethal weapon poised to dismantle a major drug lord's empire. Hit Girl, Mindy McCready, has endured her father's twisted training since childhood, evolving into a formidable force for justice. One evening, Damon and his 10-year-old daughter are enjoying a moment of warmth while watching an animated show, when suddenly a special report on the vigilante known as the Ass Kicker interrupts their viewing. Everyone loves the Ass Kicker. Have you seen his videos? He's quite impressive, Mindy exclaims excitedly, her eyes glued to the screen. Impressive? He should be called the Beaten King, Damon retorts dismissively. Yet, Mindy remains an ardent admirer of the Ass Kicker. Later that night, Dave receives a message on Twitter from a girl named Katie, seeking help. A group of people persistently blasts loud music outside her home, and a man named Russo frequently harasses her, causing her considerable distress. She hopes the Ass Kicker can come to her aid. Donning the costume of the Ass Kicker, Dave arrives at the address Katie provided. As he traverses the fifth-floor corridor, the cacophony of music greets him, and a hefty man stands guard at the door. Feeling a surge of nerves, Dave steels himself, approaching the imposing figure. What are you dressed as? A green condom? Halloween is still months away. The man mocks in a rap-like tone upon noticing Dave. I'm looking for Russo, Dave replies, his voice trembling slightly. And who are you? The man's expression shifts as he questions Dave. I'm a friend of Katie's. The hefty man seems to recognize Katie, and although he is clearly unimpressed by the Ass Kicker, he reluctantly opens the door for Dave. People these days love their tight costumes, especially in green. The man scoffs, shutting the door behind Dave. Once inside, Dave proceeds further and observes a group of individuals smoking on the couch, likely indulging in marijuana, while a voluptuous woman clad in a red, form-fitting ensemble lounges provocatively. Which of you is Russo? Dave inquires, scanning the room. I'm Russo. Can't you tell from my ample bosom? The alluring woman turns to face him, flaunting her assets and enticingly teasing Dave. Goodness, that's quite impressive. For a 15-year-old virgin like Dave, her seductive demeanor is overwhelming. Gathering his composure, he reiterates, I need to speak with Russo about Katie. Dave was somewhat intimidated by the atmosphere within the room. Damn, could it be that he had stumbled upon a gang stronghold? He straightened his posture. Katie? The reggae-haired man turned towards him. Are you Russo? Listen, you must cease your harassment of Katie. This ends here. As long as you leave her alone, we can coexist peacefully. Dave began to ramble. What? Kid, who are you? What do you want? Russo furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Dave. I am the king of beatdowns. Look me up online. I am here to deliver a message. Do not disturb Katie. Dave seemed to find a semblance of confidence as he pointed at Russo. Turn off the music. Russo glanced at his companions, signaling them with his eyes. Several men stood up, encircling Dave, who instinctively took a few steps back. And if I don't? Russo provocatively glanced at Dave. Then I shall return, Dave replied nonchalantly, gathering his resolve as he faced Russo. I will break your legs. No need to wait until next time. Russo took a step forward, preparing to strike Dave. In response, Dave raised his hand and a stun gun discharged, hitting Russo in the face. Russo fell to the ground, convulsing in pain. Bastard. Several men seized Dave. Hold him down. The effects of the stun gun quickly wore off, and Russo soon rose, brandishing a knife he had retrieved from a nearby chair, glaring furiously at Dave. Oh, damn. I should not have been so foolish as to buy such a toy. I should have taken something powerful from the Batcave, Dave lamented inwardly. The men held Dave firmly in place, and despite his desperate struggles, he could not break free. Damn. These men were too strong. Fear began to grip Dave. You're dead. Russo was about to advance when a long knife pierced through his chest. Russo stared in disbelief at the blade protruding from his torso, his eyes wide with shock, unable to comprehend that he was dying in such a manner. Oh, shit. There's a dead body. Dave and the henchman restraining him were equally stunned. As the knife was withdrawn, Russo fell forward, revealing a masked girl with purple hair clad in a tight purple suit, equipped with child-sized protective gear and a deep purple cape. Hit girl. Is this a child? She looks barely 10. Wait, she's really short. Dave's mind began to wander. Bring it on, you bastards. Hit girl taunted, flicking the blood from her knife as she challenged those in the room. This is clearly a little demon, everyone thought. One of the men seized a bottle and hurled it at Hit girl's head, but she deftly swung her knife, shattering the bottle, and then swiftly drove her blade into the man's body. He stumbled forward, narrowly avoiding another man's attack, before delivering a fatal strike to his back. Dave screamed, frantically retreating to the wall, muttering continuously, "Damn it, damn it." The remaining individuals searched for makeshift weapons nearby, lunging towards the formidable assassin. With a swift kick, she sent one assailant sprawling to the ground, her long blade mercilessly piercing the bodies of the men before her. Oh my heavens! Dave could hardly fathom the ruthlessness exhibited by this petite figure. The assassin severed one man's leg and then delivered a final blow from behind, flashing Dave a triumphant smile. He noticed that each time she dispatched an adversary, a grin spread across her face directed at him. Stop smiling. I feel nauseous. Dave thought in terror. A white gang member emerged from the restroom, discarding his finished cigarette onto the floor. Upon looking up, he was met with a gruesome scene. The room was soaked in blood and bodies lay strewn about. His gaze fell upon a small girl with purple hair, stabbing a figure slumped on the sofa with a long knife. A cold sweat broke out on the white gang member as he feigned composure, drawing a butterfly knife from his pocket. Hey, I have one of those too. The assassin drove her long blade into a corpse, then drew a similar butterfly knife, performing an elegant flourish before lunging at him. With a swift kick, she sent him tumbling back into the restroom. As the last gang member fell, silence enveloped the room. Looking around, it became evident that all of Russo's men were dead, leaving only the woman in red. The woman had been crying for quite some time, her makeup a mess from her tears. As she saw the assassin approach, she drew a deep breath and shakily picked up a bottle. Come on, she shouted, attempting to muster courage against the little demon before her. Very well, I shall indulge you. The assassin nodded in agreement, accepting the challenge. She raced to the body, retrieving her long knife. The woman in red hurried towards the exit, but before she could reach the door, the assassin's blade had already pierced her body. The assassin noticed Dave, who was frozen in shock, staring blankly at the carnage surrounding him. Amused, she approached him, startling him into raising the already used stun gun. Buddy, that stun gun of yours looks rather dubious. Don't be afraid, we're on the same side. The assassin wiped her bloodied blade on a corpse. Suddenly, the hefty black man who had opened the door for Dave stealthily entered, brandishing a knife aimed at the assassin, just as Dave opened his mouth to warn her. The hefty man was suddenly shot in the head, collapsing to the ground. A sniper rifle. Dave thought, bewildered. Who else is here? Assassin, what must you always remember? The voice of her father crackled through the concealed communicator. Beware of ambushes from behind. I acknowledge my mistake. It won't happen again. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the assassin reverted to her childlike demeanor, trembling as she spoke. Your marksmanship is impressive, she expressed gratefully. Thank you. Her father replied with a smile. Chapter 33. Batman Dave slowly rose to his feet, leaning against the wall. Although he had come to terms with the existence of Superman and Batman, the gruesome reality of the experience left him somewhat dazed. Hit Girl rummaged through the room and pried open a safe, retrieving stacks of cash. Let us go, she said, bagging the money before calling out to Dave. He nodded vacantly and moved towards the door. Fool, don't go in front. Hit Girl halted him. Dave snapped back to reality, glancing at her, only to find that she had already leaped out of the window. He hurried to follow, and the two raced up the outdoor staircase to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Dave anxiously caught up to Hit Girl, panting and leaning on his knees. Wait, he called out, astonished by her remarkable stamina. Who are you? He questioned, his mind swirling with curiosity. Me? I'm Hit Girl, the little girl declared proudly, turning to point ahead. That one is Big Daddy. Not far off. A figure wielding a sniper rifle regarded Dave, his attire reminiscent of a cartoonish Batman. Dave waved awkwardly in greeting. Big Daddy silenced him with a gesture across his throat. indicating the danger that lay ahead. Come on. Hit Girl patted Dave's shoulder and was about to sprint toward Big Daddy when suddenly, 3 bat-shaped shurikens struck the ground before her, blocking her path. What? Hit Girl exclaimed, eyeing the shurikens that had appeared from an unknown direction. Her vigilance heightened as she scanned the surroundings. Dave recognized these weapons and was about to inform Hit Girl when she silenced him with a finger to her lips. All right, Dave murmured, slightly exasperated. Seeing his daughter in peril, Big Daddy instinctively moved to intervene. However, a shadowy figure materialized behind him, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his brow. In a reflexive motion, he swung the butt of his sniper rifle, only for a powerful arm to effortlessly block it. What? Big Daddy gasped in surprise, astonished at his considerable strength, wielding the rifle, but had been thwarted by nothing but an arm. The dim light obscured his assailant, leaving him unable to discern who stood before him. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the darkness, seizing Big Daddy by the collar and lifting him effortlessly, propelling him several meters away until he crashed into an air conditioning unit. Wincing in pain, Big Daddy stood up, astonished by the immense strength he had just encountered. Quite the strength, he remarked, feigning nonchalance as he rolled his shoulders. He signaled to Hit Girl to flee. Dad! Hit Girl tossed the bag of money to the ground, intent on rushing over, completely oblivious to Big Daddy's warning. No, sweetheart, don't come here. Old Daddy could only shout a single word without turning back, inwardly apologizing as he raised his sniper rifle and fired at the shadow. At such close range, the figure could not evade. This person had to perish, or else both he and his daughter would meet their end here. With a resounding thud, the bullet ricocheted off the shadow as if it were a mere pebble. Impossible! Old Daddy exclaimed in astonishment, watching the smoke still curling from the muzzle of his sniper. I just fired. Hit Girl, too, gazed in disbelief at the shadow. What manner of creature is this? This will be the gravest mistake you have ever made. A voice, raspy and beast-like, echoed from the darkness. A chilling presence emanated from the shadows, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Old Daddy's brow. The shadow stepped into the light, revealing none other than Batman clad in his formidable armored suit. Who are you? Old Daddy gasped, taken aback. Your nightmare, came the foreboding reply. Batman retrieved his grappling hook from his utility belt. In response, Old Daddy hurled a flashbang grenade. Boom! Instantly, Dave's vision was engulfed in a blinding white light. Engage mode, Batman commanded, a protective film automatically enveloping his eyes, glowing with a blue luminescence, nullifying the disorienting effects of the flashbang as he surveyed his surroundings. With a firm grip on his grappling hook, Batman ensnared Old Daddy's calf and yanked him to the ground. In a swift motion, Old Daddy drew a hidden dagger from his wrist, its blade shimmering with a blue hue. No ordinary knife, it severed the grappling hook's tether in one stroke. Oh! Batman paused, perplexed, examining the severed cord. His equipment was not of inferior quality. Stepping closer, he seized Old Daddy's wrist, twisting it behind his back. Old Daddy grimaced in pain, relinquishing his grip as Batman took hold of the dagger, weighing it in his hand before stowing it in his utility belt. Seizing the opportunity while Batman scrutinized the dagger, Old Daddy broke free, leaping backward and flinging his arm. Whoosh! In an instant, he launched 3 short knives. Batman allowed the blades to strike him, then retaliated with 3 batarangs. Old Daddy hastily evaded, but as he did, he noticed a patch of mud beneath his feet. A jolt of static electricity surged from the muck, rendering his legs numb as he collapsed to the ground. Batman approached with a cold smirk. Suddenly, a long knife hurtled through the air. Batman raised his hand to catch it, gripping the blade and effortlessly snapping it in 2. Who? Batman instinctively inquired. Hit Girl. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived before him. She delivered a kick to Batman's torso, but it was as though she had struck steel, making no impact. The vibranium suit's defensive capabilities were formidable, and Bruce was more than capable of absorbing a child's kick. Just as he attempted to seize Hit Girl, she leaped backward, twisting midair, and unleashed 3 daggers aimed squarely at Batman's eyes and mouth. You've improved since your encounter with that giant. With a swift motion, Batman deftly flung his arm, piercing 3 daggers into his forearm guard. Specially designed? He pondered, contemplating how to dislodge the blades embedded in his armor. Nevertheless, even a child who dares to bully me shall not go unchallenged. With a powerful punch, he struck, forcing Wonder Woman to evade, leaving a stone pillar shattered in his wake. Such strength. Can even concrete be shattered? Wonder Woman thought to herself, realizing she must evade his onslaught. She swung her fists, launching a series of attacks towards Batman, only to have each blow deftly intercepted by him. With a resounding clap, he seized Wonder Woman's arm, lifting her effortlessly, her face mere inches from his. "Child, it is time for you to return home." With that, he cast her into the arms of Old Man, both tumbling to the ground. As the father and daughter duo gazed at Batman, uncertain of how to proceed, a voice broke the tension. "Hey, Bruce!" "Mr. Wayne!" Dave exclaimed, bounding over with enthusiasm. "Goodness, that was incredible!" Having witnessed Batman's suit in the Batcave, Dave immediately deduced his identity, astonished by Bruce's prowess, his spirits lifting with a glimmer of hope. Bruce, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "Are you all right, you little rascal?" A hoarse voice replied, tinged with resignation. Mr. Bruce, could you perhaps deactivate the voice modulator? It feels rather strange," Dave indicated toward his throat, glancing at Bruce. "Silence. You little brat. You nearly met your demise tonight." Bruce cast a disapproving glance at Dave, then turned his attention to the father and daughter lying on the ground. "Who are they?" Yes, they saved me." Dave pointed to Old Man and Wonder Woman. "What? It seems there has been a misunderstanding. This is rather awkward," Bruce remarked as he approached them. "So, who might you be?" He found himself slightly bemused by Old Man's attire, an uncanny resemblance to a cartoonish Batman. "Oh, hey, this is Wonder Woman, and this is Old Man. And, oh, this is Bruce, Batman," Dave introduced as he helped Old Man to his feet, bridging introductions. "Apologies, I mistook you for Batman," he expressed to Old Man and Wonder Woman, who seemed less than fond of the figure before them. "Old Man," he added, feeling a twinge of regret. "May I take him with me?" Wonder Woman pointed at the incapacitated Batman. "Well, she has indeed begun her collection." "All right, can I just mention that those particular ones are made of vibranium?" Bruce, with a hint of reluctance, watched as Wonder Woman gathered his bat-shaped projectiles. "Hey, Batman, how did you know I was here?" Dave inquired curiously. "I have at least 20 tracking devices hidden on you," Bruce replied dismissively, gesturing toward Dave. "What? Are you serious? I deserve some privacy." Dave was startled as he touched his body. "Wow, that was impressive. You just blocked a sniper shot. How did you manage that?" The Huntress, brimming with excitement, looked at Bruce and poked his battle suit. "It's nothing. My suit is crafted from one of the hardest metals known to man," Bruce replied, gesturing to his attire. "Really?" Dave questioned, somewhat incredulously. "Enough. You cheeky brat. I think you need to train harder," Bruce retorted, visibly displeased. "Come on. If theoretical knowledge counts as training," Dave muttered with dissatisfaction. "Hello, Bachimo." Old Man Joe approached, shaking Bruce's hand. "I apologize for earlier. Is there something you need?" Bruce felt a bit awkward facing Old Man Joe. "You're a superhero. We admire you, but we find it hard to believe," Old Man Joe said, regarding Bruce intently. "Don't get stuck on that. None of us believe it," the Huntress chimed in, playfully nudging Bruce. "I owe you a favor. You saved the brat," Bruce said nonchalantly. "Seriously, can I join them?" Dave pointed towards the Huntress, sensing a more amiable atmosphere there. Bruce rolled his eyes, firmly grasped Dave by the neck, and pressed a button on the remote at his waist, addressing the father and daughter duo. "Old Man Joe, Huntress, farewell. Come with me, brat." Suddenly, a brand new Batplane appeared in midair, its design far more extravagant than the one from Hong Kong. "Wow!" the Huntress exclaimed in astonishment and excitement as Bruce led Dave onto the Batplane. Old Man Joe observed the look of admiration in his daughter's eyes, patted her head, and sighed resignedly as Batman departed. Chapter 34. Doomsday at the Batcave's helipad. The Batplane landed smoothly. Once the Batplane was secured, Bruce dragged Dave off the craft, his expression grim. Inside the base, "Hey, what are you doing?" Dave, feeling irked by being pulled along, shook off Bruce's grip. "What am I doing? You almost got yourself killed today," Bruce shouted. When Dave was held hostage by Russo and his men, Bruce rushed to the scene, missing the developments involving the Huntress, leading to a misunderstanding that resulted in a scuffle with Old Man Joe and the Huntress. "What's wrong? Why are you so tense?" Dave, taken aback, looked at Bruce in confusion. "Why did you go there?" Bruce asked, his anger palpable. "Well, there's someone named Katie who said she was in trouble, so I want to check it out." Dave explained the events of the day. After hearing Dave's explanation, Bruce's expression darkened. Although Dave and Bruce did not share a familial bond, over the past few days, Bruce had come to see Dave as his protege. Dave exhibited remarkable talent. Despite his reluctance to become Robin, Bruce genuinely cared for him. That place is a gang stronghold. Do you understand? Did you just rush in without any investigation? You could lose your life. Bruce's voice gradually escalated, culminating in a shout. Hey, why are you suddenly angry? Bruce had always spoken kindly to him, and Dave was perplexed by this unexpected outburst. Angry? No. What do you think you're doing? Playing the superhero? A hero's game? You're still just a child. Can't you comprehend the danger? Bruce scrutinized Dave's attire, resembling that of a cheap costume. What is this? A theatrical outfit? Bruce gazed quizzically at the low-quality fabric draped over Dave. What do you mean? I am the Sea King. A superhero, Dave retorted, somewhat irked. No, you have yet to grasp the meaning of being a hero. You still need to learn. You are not ready. Bruce asserted. Learn? Those theoretical concepts? Or do you merely see me as a child? I am 15. Dave argued. You're just a child. What have you done? Look at your performance tonight. You were terrified. Bruce's voice rose once more. Then what do you think I should do? Dave began to counter. The books have all stated that one should gather intelligence first, then scout the enemy, taking them down one by one, rather than behaving like a child, knocking on doors for candy. Bruce attempted to maintain his patience. What are you worried about? Am I not fine? Dave could hardly tolerate Bruce's incessant nagging, dismissing it. What am I worried about? No, Dave, you need training. You are not prepared. Batman pointed at Dave. Who are you? My father? Why do you care? Dave, in a moment of impulsivity, shouted. And also, turn off your voice changer. It sounds terrible. Dave added. No, Dave. Bruce removed his mask and looked at him. I just don't want you to get hurt. Bruce's eyes brimmed with helplessness. He sighed and turned to leave. After all, Dave is still just a 15-year-old child. Why? Is there any way to avoid injury? Or do you simply not believe in me? Dave yanked off the Sea King's mask and shouted at Bruce's back. No, child, both Clark and I believe in you. Bruce slightly turned his head to glance at Dave and spoke softly. With that, he turned and walked away. After a while, Dave stared blankly at the Sea King mask in his hands. Alfred approached. Master Lazursky, are you all right? Alfred elegantly extended his greeting, using Dave's surname. Yes, Alfred. I'm fine, Dave replied without lifting his head, his eyes filled with desolation. Perhaps you need to tidy yourself up, your attire. Alfred suggested. Yes, I know. It's a theatrical costume. I'll dispose of it, Alfred. Dave tossed the mask to the ground. Oh, it can be discarded. But you still need to sort out your new gear. Alfred comforted Dave, pointing toward the storage room. What? Dave was momentarily taken aback, preparing to inquire further when the sound of Ganniku opening the hatch drew his attention. In fact, Master Wayne has long since prepared this for you, Alfred remarked with a hint of indifference. Ganniku turned, unveiling a pristine battle suit crafted from Kevlar fibers, presenting it to Dave. Wow, Dave exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment at the sight of the suit. It's magnificent. What does the Grand Sea, King emblazoned on the back signify? How ostentatious. Mister. Bruce noted the glimmer of tears in Dave's eyes as he tightened his grip around the mask. Somewhere at Bobby's home, he called out, Dad? Mom? Ronnie? Is anyone home? Bobby opened the door, ushering in Wolverine, Little Mischief, and John. I'm here to find you some clothes, Bobby said, noticing Little Mischief still clad in pajamas. He cast a disapproving glance at John, who was playing with a lighter, and shook his head helplessly. Don't play with fire. In Bobby's bedroom, Little Mischief explored the surroundings as Bobby entered. Hey, I found a few old clothes of my mom's, seemingly from before I was born, Bobby said, handing over the garments. They're pretty ordinary, Little Mischief replied, yet a satisfied smile graced his face as he accepted them. Downstairs, Wolverine attempted to contact Phoenix and Storm using a communicator. The room felt cramped, and with the two being romantic partners, Little Mischief shyly turned away to change clothes, while Bobby awkwardly turned as well, striving to be gentlemanly. After a while, Little Mischief gently patted Bobby's shoulder. These are my grandmother's, Bobby said, turning to hand over a pair of long gloves. Thank you. Little Mischief smiled in response. Bobby gazed at him tenderly, stepping closer until their faces nearly touched. You won't hurt me, he whispered softly before leaning in for a kiss. As their lips met, Little Mischief gazed at Bobby in amazement. Realizing that Bobby was unharmed by his own powers, a gentle breath of cold escaping his lips. Following a tentative kiss, their eyes locked, filled with affection, and they embraced in a deeper kiss. As their passion began to ignite like flames, Bobby suddenly felt a twinge of pain. His energy was being rapidly absorbed by Little Mischief. He quickly stepped back, taking deep breaths. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Little Mischief apologized hastily. "It's all right," Bobby reassured him, regaining his composure. In Antarctica, Remy anxiously moved in and out of the spaceship, checking on Clark's condition. The frigid temperature outside made it unbearable to remain for long. Yet, Clark remained as still as a statue, a thick layer of snow accumulating upon him. "Is he all right?" Uncertain of where she had procured a steaming cup of coffee, Yuriko had exchanged her previous black leather jacket for a relaxed ensemble of a casual shirt and shorts. Barefoot, she sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, watching television. She inquired, "These elements seem rather incongruous within the vast expanse of the spaceship. It should be fine, though. I can sense his vital signs. But hey, where did you find the coffee, the sofa, the blanket, and the high-definition LCD television?" Remy had just entered the spaceship and was greeted by this peculiar scene. "Oh, there's a person. If you ask him, he'll provide it." Yuriko pointed toward a silver robot. "Huh? Who are you?" Remy slowly registered the presence of the silver robot, standing still. "Greetings, I am Baymax, the robotic steward of Mr. Clark, the silver robot." Baymax politely introduced himself to Remy. "Baymax?" Remy found the name somewhat difficult to accept. "It was bestowed upon me by Mr. Clark. Inspired by a film he adores," Baymax clarified. "What a peculiar taste." "Nonetheless, business is paramount," Remy pondered earnestly. "Please fetch me a cup as well. And while you're at it, a copy of Playboy." "Certainly, sir," Baymax replied, pointing a finger at the ground. From there, a metallic box constructed from various miniature robots rose. The box opened to reveal a platform adorned with a change of clothes, a cup of coffee, and a Playboy magazine. "What kind of principle is this?" Remy gazed at the spectacle in bemusement. "The technology of Krypton can fabricate any non-living material. The contents of the books are meticulously gathered from the networks of this world," Baymax explained. Remy, indifferent to the origins of the coffee and magazine, swiftly changed attire with a flicker of superpower, now leisurely draped in home attire upon the sofa. "Aren't you going to check on Clark?" Yuriko observed Remy with an exasperated expression, her grip on the blanket tightening. "Victoria? Oh, Baymax, can you adjust the indoor temperature? It's a bit chilly." "What did you say?" Remy lifted his head, staring at Yuriko in confusion. "Yes, sir." "It's nothing," Yuriko murmured, her eyes slightly closed, appearing to drift into slumber. Within Clark's mental realm, you have one. The darkened Superman gazed coolly at Clark, his lower half gradually dissipating like fragments. The barriers of this spiritual domain had been shattered. Apart from the darkened Superman before him, there stretched an endless expanse of white. "Indeed. Yet my current state is quite dire," Clark lamented. He was in tatters, the remnants of his battle attire barely recognizable. Half kneeling as he pressed down on a wound on his arm, blood flowing uncontrollably. "Did you come to this world to prove something?" The darkened Superman's skin began to turn gray, his voice growing increasingly gruff. "Although I have lost, you are beginning to feel fear. I have uncovered another power, the very force that terrifies you." Gray fragments appeared out of thin air, completing the form of the corrupted Superman. Yellow lightning crackled around him. As his muscles swelled, and his stature began to rise, his bulk expanding, "I discern the name of your innermost fear, and I have inherited that name. I am Doomsday." With a thunderous roar, the burgeoning body of the corrupted Superman tore through his tattered black armor, reaching a height of 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Bony spikes erupted from his gray skin, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on Clark. The source of fear, Doomsday. Chapter 35. Metamorpho Doomsday is a supervillain from American comics. Making his debut in November 1992 in Superman, The Man of Steel, issue 17. He hails from the obliterated planet Krypton, one of the 2 most formidable biological weapons in the universe. Possessing world-ending power, the ability to leap like a flying creature, infinite stamina that never tires. In a super-fast regenerative capacity, he can adapt continuously to counter his opponent's abilities and withstand any environment or adversary. Due to complications during his creation, he became a rampaging force, incapable of distinguishing friend from foe, transforming into an unrelenting machine of slaughter, heralding the end of all things. His most infamous feat is the murder of Superman. Brilliant yellow lightning erupted from within Doomsday, appearing from a distance like a golden mountain. After transforming from Superman into Doomsday, he uttered not a single word, exhibiting behavior reminiscent of a thoughtless beast, consumed by rage and a thirst for bloodshed, mindlessly pounding the ground while letting out relentless roars. Roar, roar, roar. With each bellow from Doomsday, his bulk continued to grow, and rows of bone spikes burst forth from his body. Clark understood that this manifestation of Doomsday was merely a figment of his imagination, yet the overwhelming dread it exuded felt all too real, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Exhaling slowly, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his thumb, staring vacantly at Doomsday. Suddenly, Doomsday turned his head and locked eyes with Clark, narrowing them as heavy, foul breath escaped his lips, fixating intently on him. Was the original Superman truly meant to confront such a terrifying adversary? Clark pondered, feeling a sense of shame. Determined not to be outdone, he gritted his teeth, pushed himself off his knee, and stood up. Focusing his heat vision on his wounds, he staunched the bleeding. Has he already become a beast? Clark remarked coldly. Roar. Doomsday unleashed a furious roar, and a violent pulse of yellow electromagnetic energy erupted from him, sending Clark hurtling away. Thankfully, the surroundings were barren. Nothing remained to be destroyed. No, if I do not defeat this monster, my mental realm may be utterly obliterated, and I might lose my sanity. With a leap, he rose to his feet, hovering in midair, and charged towards Doomsday. Glancing at him, he unleashed all his strength, his fist enveloped in a crimson energy, striking Doomsday with formidable force. Doomsday, feeling the sting of the confrontation, braced himself and, emulating Clark, threw a punch. Clark intercepted it, and thus began their fierce melee. Thud, thud, thud. Their fists struck like hammers against steel, producing a sound reminiscent of metallic clashing. Were it anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to the might of Doomsday's blows long ago. Yet, Doomsday was evolving, growing increasingly indifferent to Clark's assaults, his bone spikes flourishing with vigor. With a fierce cry, Clark leaped atop Doomsday's head, tightening his grip around the creature's neck. Just as he prepared to exert force, Doomsday seized Clark's waist with both hands and hurled him away, releasing a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Clark felt as though he was being torn asunder. Blood spewed forth from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Damn it! If I perish, you shall not escape either. Clark seethed with rage. He sprang back to his feet, channeling his heat vision to his palms, which glowed a fiery red. With fervor, he charged at Doomsday, his hands slicing through the creature's skin like blades. Doomsday, instinctively releasing his grip under the searing heat, momentarily stunned, allowed Clark to thrust a hand deep into his torso. Roar! Doomsday bellowed in agony. Suddenly, he clasped Clark's shoulders tightly, bowed his head, and sank his teeth into Clark's shoulder, tearing a gaping wound. Clark retaliated with a punch that sent Doomsday's head flying, but as he attempted to withdraw his hand, Doomsday seized it. With a crackling yellow energy, Doomsday severed Clark's hand entirely. Clark shrieked, clutching his severed wrist as blood flowed profusely. He kicked Doomsday, using the force to propel himself backward, the excruciating pain causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, this agony also steeled his resolve. Regardless of the outcome, he would fight. Clark refocused, rallying his mental strength to regain control over his own mind. Monster, this is my domain. You shall remain here, subservient. Clark straightened up, raising his arms in a mighty declaration. His short hair and tattered red cloak billowed without wind, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Suddenly, cracks appeared on his skin. Crimson energy surged forth, radiating through the fissures, and his formidable presence swelled like towering waves, momentarily stunning Doomsday. Realizing the shift, Doomsday summoned yellow lightning. Roaring as he charged at Clark, Clark cast a disdainful glance at Doomsday and calmly uttered, "Let's perish together." Boom! Clark ignited his own energy. Roar! Doomsday's furious cry echoed. In a blinding crimson explosion, both Clark and Doomsday vanished from sight. After a long moment, a rush of wind brushed by, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself back in reality. I have returned. I am not dead. Clark slowly surveyed the icy expanse surrounding him. With labored breaths, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his brow, despite being unable to perceive the Antarctic chill. The sensation of exposure was decidedly unpleasant. Though situated within a mental realm, everything felt strikingly tangible. Sighing, he pondered whether he had overexerted his mental fortitude. With the emergence of Doomsday, was he indeed courting self-destruction? Reflecting on his previous life spent indulging in countless comics, he felt a twinge of resignation. Yet, with such a creature occupying his mind, he mused that anyone could traverse his mental landscape as they pleased. Shaking off his worries, Clark brushed the snow from his attire and stepped into the spacecraft. "What are you all doing?" Clark bellowed from outside the ship. Remy, donning sunglasses and clad solely in beach shorts, reclined comfortably on a sun lounger. The interior temperature simulated the warmth of Hawaii, with soft sunlight streaming in. Occasionally, Remy would let out a cheerful call. Yuriko lay quietly on a reclining chair, undisturbed by the cacophony emanating from the television, peacefully napping. You're back?" Remy lifted his sunglasses slightly, leaning back to observe Clark. "Bear." Clark's gaze intensified, his eyes brimming with fervor. Whoa. What is wrong, buddy?" Remy hastily draped a blanket over himself and stood up. Clark sighed in exasperation. He had just been embroiled in a life-or-death struggle, while these two were so leisurely. "How long have I been in the mental realm?" he inquired. "Just a few hours." "Not long at all." "You all right?" Remy replied. "A few hours spent battling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a King Kong, and... all right, those two may have been mere experience fodder. But he also faced Godzilla, an evil Superman, and ultimately, Doomsday. It had certainly felt protracted. I'm fine. I could use a drink. I feel a bit weary." Clark smiled. Somewhere in Antarctica, a snow-laden cruiser was stuck in the snow, its driver repeatedly attempting to start the engine with no success. "Miss Raven, I fear our engine has frozen. If we don't turn back, we may be in dire straits, though we can continue to admire the Antarctic scenery," the driver, an older gentleman, optimistically remarked to a blonde woman. Raven tightened her down jacket, exited the vehicle, and inspected the cruiser's condition. The tracked wheels were deeply embedded in the snow, which seemed to be accumulating further. "Sam, is there no other solution?" Raven inquired, brushing her hair aside. "Let us wait for the snow to cease, clear it away. If luck is on our side, we might return in 3 hours. Venturing deeper would be far too perilous. Truthfully, the depths of Antarctica are not any safer than the summit of Everest." Sam shook his head in resignation, pulling out a tin flask and taking a swig of brandy. "Then let us head back." Raven conceded with a nod, assisting Sam in clearing the snow from the tracks. Several hours later, the cruising vehicle was ignited and turned back towards the safe house. They were fortunate. Just as they departed, the snow began to fall heavily, and Antarctica was once again besieged by a blizzard. Amidst the tempest, a figure observed Raven and her companions from a distance. It was Clark. Mystique. Clark utilized his X-ray and telescopic vision to scrutinize the occupants of the vehicle. Though he had never encountered Mystique before, the visage of Rebecca Romaine was unmistakable to him. At the Antarctic safe house, Raven sat alone in her room, engrossed in her laptop, searching for information regarding Magneto, which had been a source of considerable distress for her. Deep in thought, she remained oblivious to the presence of another behind her. "Raven," a soft greeting was uttered. Mystique, startled, snapped her laptop shut and executed a swift spinning sidekick. Clark raised a finger, effortlessly blocking her strike. "What? Superman?" Raven was taken aback as her attack was intercepted. A moment later, she recognized the emblematic uniform worn by the individual before her. Standing tall, she conceded defeat, relinquishing any resistance and resuming her seat. "How do you know my name?" Raven inquired with curiosity, leaning against the chair's backrest. Scanning the room, which contained merely a simple folding bed, a few pieces of luggage, and a desk, she noted that the only chair was occupied by her, leaving Clark to stand. "You are of no consequence. What brings you to Antarctica?" Clark replied coldly, his patience worn thin. The secrecy surrounding his presence in Antarctica, particularly regarding matters related to the spacecraft, was paramount. Raven's knowledge of his identity posed a greater threat than simply knowing her name. A glimmer of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he exuded an aura that sought to intimidate Mystique. Chapter 36. Fury. Weeks prior, I attempted to inject a bottle of liquid metal into the body of a guard watching over Eric, but alas, he was detected, and the mission failed. Mystique, unperturbed, recounted her previous endeavors while seated. "I didn't inquire about your actions. Focus on my question. How do you know I am here?" Clark's patience began to wane. "I possess a wealth of information, indeed much. I have access to numerous places." Raven's skin shimmered, transforming like a shifting coin. Her golden hair morphed into a short crimson style, her alluring figure cloaked in blue and iridescent skin, before finally shifting into Clark's likeness. Experiencing Mystique's transformation up close was quite breathtaking. Clark nodded in acknowledgement, relaxing his stance as his uniform vanished, revealing casual attire beneath. "Is there something you require?" Clark inquired with a calm demeanor. "I hope you can assist me, save Magneto." Raven reverted to her golden-haired form, her expression earnest as she gazed at Clark. Clark vaguely understood Mystique's purpose for this visit and couldn't help but reflect on her profound feelings for Magneto. It was evident that her devotion was not merely romantic. She had stood by Magneto throughout his life, a testament to the depth of their bond. Mystique had never wavered in her support for his ideals. The issue of mutants, particularly in America, was fraught with severe racial tensions. Contemplating this, Clark found himself a target of an attack by Stryker, a consequence of his earlier carelessness that still haunted him. "Why do you believe I can assist you?" Clark inquired, amusement lacing his tone as he took a few steps within the room, arms spread wide. "Simply because of your name, Superman. I recognize you as a superhero, distinct from ordinary mutants. Yet, do you find it acceptable to be doubted and even attacked for your uniqueness?" Raven elaborated her reasoning. "You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge." Clark remarked, somewhat astonished that Raven, having arrived in Antarctica only a few days prior, was aware of his recent assault. "It's quite simple. I have an abundance of information, and such matters are typically premeditated by the government. They prefer to plan ahead." Raven responded with a hint of disdain for governmental procedures. "So what? The matter is resolved. I cannot hold the government accountable, nor am I a villain," Clark mused, finding common ground with Mystique's disdain. "Superman, you understand what Magneto stands for and the changes he seeks to enact in the world. Now, I require your assistance, not for any other reason, but for a name, Stryker." Raven once again extended her olive branch. Stryker. Clark recognized the unfolding narrative. Indeed, he wished for Stryker's demise. Magneto's involvement would indirectly lead to Stryker's downfall. Although Clark could eliminate him directly, he grappled with the moral dilemma of his superhero identity. "What are you saying? I don't quite comprehend." Clark attempted to justify that he would not spare Stryker, yet questioned whether he should be the one to bring about his end. Was this the role of Superman? "You're feigning ignorance, Clark. Yet you know the war has begun. Stryker is merely the beginning. You must realize he cannot impede Eric's progress. And you harbor a disdain for Stryker, do you not?" Mystique, unaware of Clark's internal conflict, continued to expound on Magneto's philosophy. Clark absorbed a portion of her words. Indeed, he despised Stryker. The old man was no good. He recognized his own identity. He liked what he liked and disliked what he disliked. He should embrace his convictions more boldly. He possessed the capability to do so. "Do not attempt to sway me. I am not a mutant. I have no interest in your war. However, you are correct about one thing. I detest Stryker, and I desire his life. I will assist you. We have a deal, but not under the guise of Superman." With a thought, a sleek black suit materialized around him. Since emerging from the realm of the mind, Clark had whimsically conceived that he could renew his suit through sheer will. What about the color? After several experiments, certification was obtained, and now Clark dons the black suit of the darkened Superman. However, there are only these two styles available. The vibrant array of colors remains unattainable, for which Clark is grateful to the darkened Superman. Moreover, the ordinary casual attire and necklace he previously wore vanish upon the emergence of the battle suit, only to reappear when the suit disappears. This phenomenon confirms that ordinary personal items can temporarily reside within the necklace during the suit's manifestation, a discovery that brings Clark a moment of joy. "What is this?" "It differs from the information I have," Raven inquired curiously. "Miss Raven, are you aware of the Chinese proverb, 'Curiosity, kill the cat'?" Clark replied, shaking his finger lightly in a dismissive manner. "All right, Superman. Is it because of Stryker that you've agreed to assist me? I will not let those who threaten me and my family go unpunished." Clark's eyes flickered with a hint of animosity as he spoke. Fry was right. He should consider his family, yet he could not allow someone like Stryker to roam free, or he would inevitably endanger his loved ones. "Actually, you are quite knowledgeable. I asked you before, how do you know my name?" "I don't recall introducing myself." Raven subtly shifted the topic, probing Clark indirectly. The simplicity with which this Superman agreed to help her save Magneto, without even hearing her plan, perplexed Mystique, who had long been on guard. Although she was the one seeking assistance, it seemed that Stryker's previous attack on Clark had compelled him to agree. Yet there's no such thing as a free lunch. "I can see your ID badge peeking from your pocket, Raven Darkholm. Although you enjoy disguises, you seem to shy away from using false names," Clark remarked nonchalantly. What intrigued Clark most was not only Mystique's ability to change form, but also the peculiar effect her transformations had on her clothing. Each change resulted in a garment being shed. Would this not resolve the winter crisis for those in disaster-stricken areas? However, Clark had not stooped to the level of asking Mystique such trivial questions. "What? You can see through me? Well, I suppose I have revealed too little information. But how did you know Raven Darkholm is my real name? Raven mused as she shifted her seated posture with a playful demeanor. With a silent exclamation of frustration, Clark thought to himself, regretting his loose tongue. How foolish of him to say so much. I guessed. Now, how do you plan to save Magneto? Clark inquired with genuine curiosity. I believe we must first leave Antarctica. Do not worry. I have already booked our return tickets. We can board a ship within a day, Raven responded, evidently unsatisfied with Clark's earlier answer, but addressing his question nonetheless. I fear we do not have that much time. Stryker is far quicker than you might think. If you are aware, the professor has already been abducted, Clark stated matter-of-factly. Yes, I know, but here we are in Antarctica, are we not? There is no other option. I can only pray for Charles's good fortune. Raven's tone reflected profound helplessness. She had arrived in Antarctica just a few days prior, unaware of how swiftly Strick's machinations had unfolded. I have a plan. We must leave immediately. How will you resolve your identity here? Clark gestured toward the room. You have a plan? Very well. If we must leave at once, I can orchestrate an explosion of the induction cooker, resulting in an accidental death. My presence here is purely transactional. My disappearance would mean nothing to the others, and the news would remain silent. Raven was initially taken aback by Clark's confident assertion of having a solution, before elucidating the situation at hand. All right, I will await you 5 kilometers south of this location in half an hour. Without waiting for Mystique's acknowledgement, Clark opened the door and vanished into the blizzard. Mystique, momentarily stunned by Clark's decisive departure, eventually began to fabricate the scene of her accidental demise. 5 kilometers from the safe house, Mystique shivered as the snow fell heavily. Oh dear, if Superman doesn't arrive soon, I shall freeze to death, she muttered, tightening her coat. She had arrived on a snowmobile, and aside from her overcoat, she had no other means of keeping warm, while the storm intensified around her. Are you waiting for me? A voice echoed from above. Mystique looked up to see Clark descending gracefully. You finally made it. What is your plan? I'm already a corpse over there and cannot return, she exclaimed, raising her hands in frustration while gesturing toward the safe house. Clark stepped closer and embraced Mystique. Goodness, if it weren't for that blue skin, you would truly be a vision of beauty. Hey, what are you doing? Do you desire me? There are no terms of exchange between us. Raven was clearly startled by Clark's gesture. In terms of power, she knew she could not contend with him. My plan is simply to fly back. As he spoke, a faint red energy radiated from his body, dispelling Raven's chill and enveloping her in a protective layer. What? Fly back? Are you jesting? What have you done, handsome? I can no longer feel the cold. Raven was first astonished by Clark's idea, then gradually began to appreciate his remarkable abilities. Hold on tight. I hope you are not afraid of heights, Clark said with a slight smile. Boom! Like a cannonball, they shot into the sky, creating a resounding crack in the air. Outside the plastic prison. All right, wake up. Have you fallen asleep after just a few minutes? Clark was equally surprised by his current flying speed. In a mere 10 minutes, he had flown from Antarctica back to the United States. Wow, have we arrived? This feels delightful. Oh my. It's truly magical. This is not mere flight. Oh, it's wonderfully warm. Raven slowly awakened, her eyes widening in astonishment at the nearby buildings. This was where Magneto was imprisoned. She had not anticipated arriving here so swiftly. And feeling slightly uncomfortable, she removed her excess coat. The surroundings were quite desolate, but it was precisely due to the absence of metal that the prison had been constructed in this location. Superman, are we not too close? The soldiers will soon discover our presence. Raven anxiously glanced at the distant buildings. Being so near the prison rendered her plan unfeasible. Wait, do you see the color of my battlesuit? Clark inquired, pointing to his black attire. Black, what of it? Raven replied, somewhat perplexed. Though it is black, it symbolizes rage. With that, Clark abruptly turned around, unleashing a searing heat vision that instantly melted the prison gate. Boom! The intense heat triggered a tremendous explosion. I apologize, Fury, but I am who I am. I cannot forgive the transgressions committed by Strick. I must make those who are unaware of my power understand whether I am worthy of protecting my family. Oh my God! Mystique gazed in astonishment at Clark's astonishing destructive capability. Chapter 37. Magneto: The butterfly effect caused by Clark's arrival altered the narrative, resulting in the failure of Mystique's prior plan to rescue Magneto. Clark resolved to save Magneto himself, simultaneously venting the fury brought about by Strick, ensuring that the self-righteous government felt they were not the sole arbiters of right and wrong. Oh my God! Mystique marveled at Clark's extraordinary devastation. You shall experience the terror I bring. Clark coldly mused. Wail, wail, wail. A deafening alarm echoed from within the prison as a multitude of soldiers surged from within, brandishing plastic submachine guns aimed at the incoming Clark and Raven. Intruders, this is not a place for you. Please leave immediately. A captain-level soldier shouted through a loudspeaker at Clark. Inside the prison, the warden exclaimed, "This is bad. We have an intrusion." A soldier rushed into the office, reporting to the warden at the base in a flurry. Damn it, what is there to panic about? What is there to invade here? The warden, with a beer belly, leaped from the sofa in shock at the soldier's sudden entrance, shoving aside the alluring woman who had been draped over him, straightening his attire with a wave of his hand to dismiss her. I apologize, warden, but there truly is an intrusion, and our main gate has been melted by the enemy, using some means. The soldier stood at attention, reporting. What? That gate is constructed from special materials, its hardness rivaling that of metals. Even a missile strike would struggle to penetrate it. Damn, I thought this would be an easy job, but it seems I've stumbled into trouble. Who do we have incarcerated here? The warden asked fearfully. Report, warden, we have only one prisoner, Magneto. The soldier replied respectfully. What? My God, that terrifying individual? My uncle told me this was a cushy job. Now it's going to cost me my life. The warden bellowed in fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, the latest news has arrived. Superman has finally made an appearance, but he is currently infiltrating the plastic prison, presumably to rescue Magneto. An agent approached Fury, delivering the report. With a furrowed brow, Fury nodded in acknowledgement and dismissed the agent, feeling a deep internal conflict. Although he was unaware of Clark's specific motives, it was undoubtedly connected to Strucker, considering that the prison housing Magneto was constructed under Strucker's directive. Director, what are you pondering? It was only Agent Maria Hill, a Level 9 operative, who could pose such a question. What am I pondering? I am contemplating whether those self-righteous individuals ought to receive a lesson, Fury replied, leaning against the desk with a detached demeanor. Is there a chance that Clark, Superman, could be in danger? This is, after all, a provocation, which will undoubtedly complicate matters with the lawmakers. Hill expressed her concern, having found herself unexpectedly preoccupied with the peculiar individual since their brief encounter at Clark's residence. Fury, however, remained oblivious to the subtle worry in Hill's voice, his gaze fixed on the agents operating the computers before him. Let the lawmakers vex themselves. You haven't forgotten the capabilities Superman displayed last time, have you? Perhaps he speaks the truth. He will ensure those who have harmed him and his family face consequences. We shall observe the unfolding events. His commitment to the Avengers Initiative is no jest. He is fully aware of his actions, Fury stated, choosing to support Superman. Very well, Hill responded. Just then, her communicator buzzed with an incoming message. The lawmakers are online. She resumed her icy report. Well, some protocols must still be adhered to, Fury remarked with a hint of disdain. At Stark's villa, Mr. Stark, Mr. Kent has finally appeared on the satellite, Jarvis's mechanical voice announced. Engrossed in the creation of a new suit, Tony Stark lifted his gaze, removed his goggles, and scrutinized the satellite feed. Oh, my friend, what is he up to? A prison break? Who is that girl? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued by the three-dimensional image before him. That is Mystique, real name Raven Darkholme. The most capable assistant of Magneto, Jarvis reported. Finding the information tedious, Tony waved dismissively, signaling Jarvis to cease further elaboration. Jarvis, keep me updated on Clark's whereabouts. Notify me of any issues, Tony instructed as he donned his goggles once more, returning to his work on the new armor and elements. Understood, sir. After a few days of Clark's disappearance, Tony swiftly hacked into various systems through Jarvis, scouring the world for Clark's presence. Upon finally locating him and confirming his safety, Tony resumed his research, with Clark later feeling immense gratitude for Tony's concern. Inside the plastic prison, the warden shouted frantically, "Quickly, call for help. Fire at the intruder. Eliminate this threat. Open fire." The captain received the order and commanded directly. Bang, bang, boom. An endless barrage of bullets ruthlessly erupted from the gun's muzzle. Thud, thud, thud. These were special bullets, crafted from a unique plastic, lethal to Magneto, yet to Clark, they were as inconsequential as mere jelly beans. The bullets ricocheted off Clark's body like peas, and with a flick of his wrist, he caught one in his hand, weighing it momentarily before casting a cold glance at the soldiers across from him. With a swift motion, several bullets were expertly hurled at the legs of those soldiers, causing them to collapse in agony. Ah, God, I've been shot. Help, my leg. Oh God, that S.A. demon. Amidst the soldiers' anguished cries, Clark strode forward, guiding Mystique deeper into the prison. Soldiers continued to emerge, each one struck down by the plastic bullets Clark wielded, their screams echoing in the air. Perhaps they were not mistaken. He should indeed be called a demon. Mystique walked behind Clark, observing the fallen soldiers and affirming their cries for the demon's name. Now, a demon is clearing the way for you, Clark remarked, turning his head slightly, his tone nonchalant. Do you know the way? Mystique asked instinctively. Clark gestured toward his eyes, smiling slightly. Oh, I forgot. You have X-ray vision. Am I going to be exposed in front of you? Mystique teased. Clark, rendered speechless, turned away, unwilling to pursue that line of conversation any further. Before long, a transparent glass cell, suspended in midair, came into view. Upon seeing the prison, Clark couldn't help but admire Stryker's ingenuity. Eric, Clark called out, his massacre outside having had no effect on the elderly man meditating within the suspended cell. Magneto suddenly opened his eyes, standing at once to regard the two before him. Raven, and you, who are you? Magneto questioned, perplexed as he looked at Clark. Your savior, Clark jested, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, causing Magneto to instinctively take a step back. With a resounding boom, he controlled the distance, using his heat vision to carve a doorway in the glass cell. Oh, God, isn't that the skill of your laser eyes? Are you one of Charles's? Magneto observed as the glass wall began to melt. No, Eric, I was sent by Raven to rescue you, Clark replied earnestly. Raven? Only then did Magneto turn his attention to Mystique. Eric, are you all right? Mystique inquired with concern. I'm fine. You've done well, Raven, Magneto acknowledged with a nod. Do you have anything metallic? He asked Mystique. Oh, yes, she responded, producing 3 metallic spheres from behind her. As she revealed them, the spheres responded to Magneto's presence, soaring directly toward him. The metallic spheres spun between Magneto's fingers, gradually morphing into a disc, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Suddenly, an alarming red light flickered within the prison, and Mystique anxiously surveyed her surroundings. In an instant, a formidable door sealed off the path that Clark and Mystique had taken. This is not good. They intend to detonate the prison. Mystique sensed the unusual tension. Ha ha ha. 3 monsters perish. The deranged warden bellowed from the control room, fixated on the screen displaying the trio before departing in silence. Clark activated his X-ray vision, scanning the vicinity. Above the suspended cells, a diminutive superbomb, no larger than a marble, was counting down. Despite knowing its location, the minuscule size of the bomb rendered it nearly impossible to retrieve. With a powerful thrust, he broke through the ceiling and soon returned, landing before Mystique and Magneto. What is happening? Mystique questioned, bewildered by Clark's actions. Here, take this, Clark said, extending his palm to reveal the superbomb. Oh, my God, you lunatic, what are you doing? Mystique exclaimed in astonishment. No, this bomb is specialized. It contains no metallic components, rendering me incapable of manipulating it to defuse. Furthermore, we are in this sealed environment, surrounded by specialized walls, making it impossible for me to carry this bomb out with metal. Magneto calmly analyzed the situation. Wait, let me examine it. Mystique inspected the bomb closely. This is likely a specialized bomb designed by Stryker to prevent Eric's escape. It is a Type 2 bomb, powerful enough to reduce this prison to rubble. Mystique began to regain her composure. Oh dear, I fear we are doomed. I hope Charles is unharmed. Magneto accepted their dire fate with remarkable calmness, though his concern for the professor, who had been captured by Stryker, lingered. Eric, Mystique called out helplessly. In Chapter 38, the first meeting, Clark smirked, suddenly clutching the small bomb tightly in his hands, drawing the attention of Mystique and Magneto. What are you doing, child? Magneto inquired, perplexed, while Mystique wore a similarly puzzled expression. At such a critical moment, what was Clark up to? Trust me, Clark replied, not wishing to elaborate, smiling at the two before him. Mystique, with no other choice, nodded in agreement, and Magneto placed his hopes in this superhuman. God help us. The countdown continued, with mere seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1, boom. A glimmer of light flickered between Clark's fingers, and a muffled sound emanated from his palm. Moments later, a wisp of white smoke escaped through his fingertips. As he opened his hands, the bomb nestled within had already self-destructed into ashes, prompting Clark to casually brush the residue off his hands. Phew, that was a bit hot. he remarked, shaking his hands. Magneto and Mystique stared at Clark in astonishment. Their mouths agape, rendered momentarily speechless. "What's wrong?" Clark inquired, hands on his hips, gazing at the two before him in bemusement. "Nothing," Mystique replied, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. There were far too many perplexing questions surrounding Clark. The longer they stayed in his presence, the more incredible his feats appeared. "Well, let us head out," Clark suggested as he led Magneto and Mystique back the way they had come. Magneto glanced at the countless soldiers lying on the ground, their cries of despair echoing, and cast another inquisitive look at Clark before suppressing his curiosity and exiting the prison. Outside the prison, Magneto expressed his gratitude, saying, "Superman, thank you for saving me. I shall repay your kindness." Clark, however, thought to himself, "I find that hard to believe," as he surveyed the rescue helicopters overhead, which had been evacuating individuals from the plastic prison. "Magneto, you should leave first. I have some matters to attend to," Clark waved off. "Where are you going?" Mystique inquired. "Like you, we need the X-Men's strength. They are currently in a bit of trouble. We shall meet again shortly, but before I depart, I must leave a mark." Clark gestured toward the plastic prison nearby. "A mark?" Magneto questioned. Clark remained silent, his gaze turning steely. With a hiss, his heat vision coalesced within his eyes. He raised his head as the powerful beams swept across the plastic prison, and with a commanding shout, he intensified the power, unleashing a formidable wave of heat vision that engulfed the structure. With a thunderous roar, a series of explosions erupted, and the plastic prison was reduced to mere ashes. Taking a deep breath, the dark veins on his face gradually receded. "Oh my God, is this the power of a deity?" Magneto stared in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Storm and Phoenix had picked up Wolverine and his companions, piloting the jet back to the school. On board were Nightcrawler, Iceman, Colossus, Firestar, and the mischievous rogue. Nightcrawler, Kurt Wagner, possessed the extraordinary ability of teleportation, allowing him to instantaneously relocate to any point within his line of sight with an unknown maximum range, typically within 2 to 3 miles, approximately 3 to 5 kilometers. He could also transport heavy objects or individuals, although the full extent of his carrying capacity remained unknown. Nightcrawler bore blue skin and sported a powerful tail, which could support his entire weight and grasp objects. His limbs were adept at clinging to various solid surfaces, and his unique skin enhanced his stealth during nocturnal activities. Additionally, Nightcrawler was a master of close combat and was well-versed in swordsmanship. The Nightwalker was once an acrobat. "How much farther?" Wolverine inquired as he took the driver's seat, addressing Storm and Phoenix. "We are nearing the school's airspace," Phoenix replied. "The radar indicates 2 fighter jets approaching us at high speed," Storm observed. Just then, the 2 fighter jets caught up with the jet. "Unidentified aircraft, you are ordered to descend to 20,000 feet and return to Hanscom Air Force Base under our escort. You have 10 seconds to comply." The communication crackled from the fighter jets. "Wow, quite the temper," Storm remarked, glancing at the radar. "I concur," Wolverine responded with a grin, settling back into his seat. "We will approach you from the side and escort you to Hanscom Air Force Base. Please lower your altitude immediately," the fighter jets reiterated. "Repeat, descend to 20,000 feet. This is your final warning." After delivering their ultimatum, the fighter jets retreated momentarily. Just then, an alarm blared on the radar. "They are locking onto us. They are about to fire. Brace yourselves," Storm shouted. Everyone hurriedly fastened their seatbelts. "I'm going to shake them off," Storm declared, switching to manual mode to pilot the jet. The aircraft performed a roll in the air, evading the fighter's radar lock. "Please don't do that again," John said, feeling a bit queasy. "I agree," Wolverine admitted, also feeling the effects of motion sickness. "Does this thing have no weapons?" Wolverine exclaimed, gripping the armrests anxiously as the 2 fighter jets pursued them. Storm's eyes began to glow white as she manipulated the weather. The sky darkened, heavy clouds amassed, and several tornadoes spiraled within the clouds. One fighter jet lost its balance and was swept away by a tornado, while the other continued to tail the jet. The missiles from the fighter jet relocked onto the jet. "Warning, warning, a target is approaching." The fighter jet's radar blared. "Another one?" The jet echoed. "No, the target is much smaller and moving quickly," Storm shouted. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the fighter jet as a red and blue figure crouched atop it. The pilot, startled, was met by a man in a red cape who tapped on the windshield. Clark smiled at the pilot, wagging his finger before shattering the glass with a single strike. The pilot, startled, instinctively pressed the missile launch button. Clark watched as 2 missiles screamed toward the jet, clicking his tongue and glaring at the pilot. "I'm sorry," the pilot said innocently. Clark removed the remaining shards of glass, lifted the pilot along with his seat, and with a wave of his hand, sent them flying away, deploying a parachute in the distance. Once the fighter jet disappeared, Storm released her powers, and the sky cleared. Though dusk was swiftly approaching, a warning blared from the radar, revealing the ominous presence of 2 missiles. "Oh my goodness! 2 missiles!" Storm exclaimed in panic. Phoenix, harnessing her extraordinary abilities, summoned a flicker of crimson light in her eyes, exerting her will to control one of the missiles, which subsequently detonated mid-air. There's still one more. Storm's gaze remained fixed on the radar, the missile drawing ever closer. "Jean!" she shouted. "Oh dear!" Jean gasped, realizing she could not manipulate the lethal missile in time. Helplessly, she cried out. Suddenly, a flash of red and blue lightning surged forward. Just as the missile was about to strike the jet, a figure clad in red and blue intervened, absorbing the explosion against Clark's chest. The resulting shockwave impacted the jet's thrusters, creating a gaping hole, and the aircraft spiraled uncontrollably downward. Clark sighed, patting his chest before pursuing the threat anew. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted, propelling the mischievous child, Mischief, into the air. "No, Mischief!" Barbie shouted anxiously, and the group was instantly engulfed in dread. As Mischief screamed and struggled, she was suddenly caught in someone's embrace, staring wide-eyed at the man before her. "Are you all right?" Clark smiled gently at her. Mischief, momentarily dazed, then fixated on the descending jet. "Barbie, no!" she cried, just as Nightcrawler appeared before her. Arriving perfectly in time, he caught her. Clark swiftly transferred Mischief into Nightcrawler's arms, and in an instant, Nightcrawler teleported them both back to safety. Clark, undeterred, continued his pursuit. As Nightcrawler and Mischief returned to the jet, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, anxiety surged anew as they observed the jet plummeting. "This is it," they thought grimly. With a decisive grip, Clark seized the jet's nose, gradually dissipating its downward momentum and stabilizing the aircraft. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Clark's display on the monitor. "I've caught a Boeing 777 before," Clark mused to himself. As his feet firmly touched the ground, he leveled the jet with precision. The cabin doors swung open automatically, and the passengers, breathless, exchanged bewildered glances, having expected their demise, yet finding themselves saved in such an extraordinary manner. "Are you all right?" Clark asked with a warm smile, greeting each individual. "Who are you?" "Barbie inquired. "Oh, I'm Aurora, known as Storm, and this is Jean, Phoenix," Storm replied incredulously, introducing herself and Phoenix. "Superman," Phoenix exclaimed, having frequently navigated society and recognized him effortlessly. "Superman? The name suits you. You truly transcend humanity, though your attire is rather peculiar." "I'm Logan," he introduced himself. Wolverine acknowledged with a nod, clearly disapproving of tight-fitting battle attire. Meanwhile, Clark had reverted to his customary red and blue suit. Clark nodded toward the trio. "I am known as Little Rascal. I am grateful for your timely rescue," Little Rascal expressed as he approached. "Ah, this is Barbie," he added, linking arms with a nearby Barbie. "Greetings, I am Barbie," she said, gazing at Superman in disbelief. "Hello," he replied, noting that Iceman was still but a child. A thought that crossed Clark's mind. "This is John, and this is Kurt," Little Rascal introduced the fireman and Nightcrawler, respectively. "Good day," Clark greeted politely. The two individuals appeared somewhat shaken, offering a dazed wave in return. Chapter 39. Night conversations. The sound of Magneto's approaching footsteps reached their ears. "Come out. I believe they may not be particularly welcoming," Clark called towards the woods. "Who goes there?" Wolverine inquired, eyeing the forest warily as everyone's gaze shifted in that direction. Magneto and Mystique emerged. "What? How can this be?" Storm looked at Magneto in disbelief. "I apologize. I facilitated his escape. Perhaps you should check the news, though it may not be reported." "We will require Magneto's assistance," Clark stated earnestly. "What do you mean?" Phoenix and Storm regarded Superman, who appeared both an ally and an enigma. His words suggested a familiarity with the X-Men and Magneto. Clark met the wary gazes of Phoenix and Storm with a reassuring look, and those who had just witnessed his abilities nodded in implicit agreement. When will these individuals learn to pilot an aircraft? Magneto jested, glancing at Mystique before nodding in Clark's direction. Clark returned the nod in greeting. Magneto, Wolverine, filled with trepidation towards him, unsheathed his 6 adamantium claws, keeping a watchful eye on Magneto. Relax, Logan. They're not foes, and besides, I am here. Trust me. Superman interjected, waving to halt Wolverine, a smile gracing his face, with a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. Wolverine glanced from Clark to Magneto, then swiftly retracted his claws. Superman, I did not expect you to side with the Professor, Magneto remarked, scrutinizing Clark. You misunderstand. I do not belong to any faction, nor am I a mutant. I have explained this numerous times. There are no genes within me. I am here solely to confront Strick and rescue the Professor. Clark clarified calmly to both parties. Strick? Phoenix and Storm inquired, puzzled. Indeed, but for now, let us find a place to rest, Clark suggested. As night fell, Magneto and Mystique convened with Wolverine, Phoenix, and Storm, while Clark listened in on the discussion. He is Colonel William Stryker, and his sole purpose for attacking the school is to acquire the cerebral amplifier or to gather sufficient components to reconstruct one himself. Magneto elucidated Stryker's intentions. That doesn't make sense. Stryker would require the Professor's expertise to operate it, Phoenix remarked, her brow furrowing in confusion. I believe that is precisely the reason my old friend is still alive, Magneto replied. Oh dear. Phoenix and Storm exchanged astonished glances, gasping in disbelief. What are you all afraid of? Wolverine asked, bewildered by the reactions of Phoenix and Storm. When the cerebral amplifier is operational, Charles's mind connects with every individual on Earth. If he is compelled to concentrate a sufficiently powerful consciousness on a particular group, such as mutants, he could annihilate us all, Magneto explained with a sinister smile. Wait, first tell me how Stryker knows where the cerebral amplifier is located? Storm interrupted, voicing the collective bewilderment. I informed him, Magneto sighed slowly, his tone heavy with resignation. Do you recall? It was I who assisted Charles in its creation. Stryker possesses an exceptional ability to persuade. Even someone as powerful as Charles cannot resist him. Magneto's voice bore a hint of regret. Then what manner of person is Stryker? Phoenix inquired, increasingly intrigued. He is a military scientist dedicated to addressing the mutant issue throughout his life. If you wish to know more, why not consult Wolverine? Magneto suggested. Phoenix and Storm cast a curious glance toward Wolverine. You don't remember, do you? Apart from me, William Stryker is the only one capable of handling synthetic cells. The adamantium in your bones is his masterpiece, Magneto expounded. But the Professor, Wolverine interjected, confusion etched across his face. The amnesiac Wolverine had sought the Professor's help in recovering his lost memories, yet the Professor had not disclosed the origin of the adamantium within him. He believed you would uncover this on your own. He has greater faith in you than I, Magneto stated coolly. Why do you need our assistance? Storm queried. Mystique discovered the blueprints for Stryker's base, which has been operational for decades. We know he is constructing a second cerebral amplifier there, but we are unaware of the base's location. I suspect some of you may know it. I owe thanks to Clark, for without him, I would not have arrived here. Magneto acknowledged, offering rare gratitude to Clark. Leaning against a tree, Clark nodded silently in acknowledgement. The Professor has already attempted this, Wolverine mentioned. Do you still think you are the main character? Magneto chuckled, lifting his gaze to direct everyone's attention to Nightcrawler, who was eavesdropping from a tree. Oh, hello, my apologies. Nightcrawler waved awkwardly. Nightcrawler was the mutant controlled by Stryker, tasked with assassinating the president, but due to his abilities, he escaped after the failed attempt and was later located by the Professor, leading Phoenix and Storm to him. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Nightcrawler expressed innocently, offering his apologies. Just try to relax. The Phoenix gently soothed Nightcrawler, her hands resting against his temples. She delved into his mind and, through his perspective, in an instant, experienced the pain he had endured at the hands of Stryker. Scenes flashed before her eyes like a rapid film reel, and as Nightcrawler let out a cry, the Phoenix gasped for breath, retreating from his consciousness. I am sorry, she said, offering her heartfelt condolences to him. Stryker is at Lake Akali, she continued softly. The Professor sent me there to seek lost memories, but there was nothing to be found. Wolverine, puzzled, inquired further. Logan, Jean is correct. Stryker is there. With the base hidden underground, Clark interjected suddenly. What? The others turned their curious gazes towards Clark. He nodded towards his own eyes. I can see Stryker within the base from here, he explained to the group. What? They were utterly bewildered by his assertion. In addition to my X-ray vision, I also possessed telescopic sight, Clark elaborated, seemingly oblivious to their confusion. The Phoenix and Storm instinctively covered themselves, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they glared at Clark. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Storm asked, irritation creeping into her tone. No, I didn't activate my X-ray vision. I merely glanced when you asked where Stryker was. Besides, Mystique is aware of my abilities, Clark hastily clarified. Mystique appeared oblivious, gazing at the stars, while Magneto remained silent, preferring not to engage further. You could have mentioned it earlier. My head is pounding, Nightcrawler shouted towards Clark. You didn't ask, Clark shrugged helplessly. You can see that far? The Phoenix pressed, seizing the crux of the matter. Occasionally, Clark replied with a sheepish smile, eager to change the subject as he grasped Wolverine's hand. Come on, Logan. Let me see your adamantium. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Wolverine attempted to break free, but Clark's strength was too much to overcome. He couldn't very well seek help from the Phoenix or Storm, as he was too shy to voice it. In the dead of night, while Wolverine enjoyed a rendezvous with the Phoenix, Clark and a mischievous trio engaged in a game of skipping stones by the lake. Gently, Clark picked up a stone and with a delicate flick, sent it soaring like a bullet, plunging deep into the lake's depths. A faint sound echoed, reminiscent of the stone striking the bottom. Ha, you fool. The mischievous one laughed mercilessly at Clark, while John and Bobby silently acknowledged Clark's formidable strength. Wow, I've really been overdoing it with my power lately. I need to work on my control, Bobby mused, picking up a stone, weighing it in his hand, adjusting his stance, and tossing it. The stone skipped gracefully across the water's surface, producing 10 perfect skips, each splash transforming into beautiful ice flowers that floated elegantly on the lake. You're amazing. Bobby, the mischievous little one, proudly linked arms with Clark, while Barbie cast a triumphant glance at him. John observed the showy Barbie in silence, glancing around in frustration. There was no fire. His lighter had fallen onto the jet. Mystique quietly watched Clark and his companions from a distance. Pardon me, Nightcrawler gently reminded Mystique. She glanced at him without uttering a word. They say you can mimic anyone, Nightcrawler inquired with curiosity. Even their voice, Mystique unexpectedly replied in Nightcrawler's voice. Then why not disguise yourself all the time? Nightcrawler regarded Mystique, whose skin tone mirrored his own, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I mean, to make yourself appear like others. Your ability truly astonishes me, Clark suddenly interjected, interrupting their conversation. Hello, Nightcrawler, Clark greeted with a nod. Hello, Superman. Nightcrawler expressed envy towards Clark's abilities. Thank you, Mystique replied coolly. I hope I haven't interrupted your conversation, Clark explained. Not at all. Mystique took a couple of steps away, but turned back to look at Nightcrawler. There was no need, she said before departing without a backward glance, clearly displeased. Clark silently hoped that his presence wouldn't provoke Mystique to entice Wolverine again. He patted Nightcrawler on the shoulder. Buddy, get some rest. Sweet dreams. Nightcrawler looked at Clark in confusion, but nodded in acceptance of the goodwill. In truth, the character relationships involving Mystique in the comics are quite convoluted, and the Nightcrawler before him is the offspring of Mystique and the Red Devil. However, due to the film adaptations, it was evident that this was not the case. He decided not to dwell on it. There was likely another great battle ahead. And who knew what powerful mutant Stryker might unleash as a result of the butterfly effect he had caused. The example of the Kingpin was on his mind as Clark cast aside his wandering thoughts and quietly gazed at the stars in the moonlit night. Chapter 40. The battle approaches the following day. A blue shadow streaked across the azure sky as the jet carried everyone towards the Acreli Lake military base. Hey, where's Superman? Storm looked around the cabin, having not noticed Clark's absence during the morning roll call. The others also curiously scanned the interior of the aircraft, searching for Clark's figure. Superman left quite suddenly last night, Phoenix explained to everyone. Where did he go? Storm questioned, puzzled. He had indeed come to assist them. Why would he depart at such a critical moment? I don't know. I couldn't sense his presence either until I realized it, Phoenix replied. However, I believe he will return. Despite the misunderstanding from the previous night, Phoenix had come to acknowledge Superman. Having reassessed Clark's abilities, she regarded him as a person worthy of trust. Little Mischief and Barbie strolled through the jet, when suddenly they spotted a display case containing the uniforms of the battle police. Why don't we have uniforms? Little Mischief inquired curiously of Wolverine, who had already donned his battle police attire. Indeed, where are ours? Barbie naturally echoed Little Mischief's question. They are on order. They should arrive in a few years. Wolverine jested lightly in response to the children's inquiry before shutting the hangar door and returning to his seat. Hearty laughter filled the air as Magneto conversed with Mystique, seemingly discussing something amusing. However, the ill-timed laughter caught Little Mischief's attention, causing her to glare at Magneto, who had already instilled mistrust in her heart due to past grievances. The incident involving the Statue of Liberty had left a bitter mark. Magneto had ruthlessly exploited Little Mischief's abilities to achieve his ends, resulting in her powers being overexerted and her once black hair turning white. This enduring reminder was indeed a legacy bestowed by Magneto. Although she had just been teased by Wolverine, the sound of Magneto's laughter felt like mockery directed at her. "I admire your hairstyle," Magneto remarked, seemingly unfazed by the threatening glare from Little Mischief, turning her pain from the previous encounter into a jest. In a moment of defiance, Little Mischief removed her gloves, but Barbie, sensing the tension, grasped her arm to halt her actions. After all, they were aboard a jet, and Storm and Phoenix were still in a temporary alliance with Magneto. Barbie, prioritizing the greater good, comforted Little Mischief, while Magneto merely smirked, aware of the potential threat Little Mischief posed. If she were to suddenly charge at him, she could absorb his powers and life force entirely. Indeed, her abilities were formidable. "Let us depart," Barbie consoled Little Mischief, guiding her to sit on the opposite side of the jet. The sound of John playing with a lighter next to Magneto broke the silence as he observed Little Mischief and Barbie storm away in frustration. "They say you are a villain?" John continued to flick the lighter, producing flame after flame. "Is that what they say?" Magneto replied without turning his gaze. John glanced at the helmet resting beside Magneto, a smirk creeping onto his face as he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "That beetle-like helmet is quite ugly. What purpose does it serve?" Magneto turned to John and offered a slight, albeit cold, smile. "Only this hideous helmet can protect me from the true villains." With a swift motion, Magneto used his powers to levitate John's metallic lighter into his hand. "What's your name?" he asked, observing the flame flickering from the lighter. "John," came the reply, momentarily taken aback by Magneto's display of power. "What is your true name, John?" Magneto regarded John with a bemused expression. John extended his hand, and a flame leapt directly from the lighter into his palm, blazing fiercely within his grasp. "Fireman," John remarked softly, observing the flames. "Your prowess is quite remarkable." Magneto could not help but commend him. "I can only manipulate fire, not create it." John clenched his hand, extinguishing the flames, and explained his limitations with a hint of resignation. "You are a deity among mere mortals. Do not let your extraordinary nature go unnoticed." Magneto closed the lighter and handed it to John, who accepted it with a dazed expression, lost in thought. Magneto cast a glance at Mystique, aware that this child would serve his purpose. "Antarctica. I just left for a few days, and you slovenly lot." Clark glared once more at the two unruly temporary residents of the spacecraft, the King of Cards and Death Girl. The room could only be described as a disaster. Ever since learning that Baymax was the creation of the former Silver Robot, he had been incessantly commanding it to conjure all manner of objects. Utilizing Kryptonian technology to tap into resources from the internet, the floor was cluttered with an array of upcoming films, television shows, snacks, and various knickknacks. Thankfully, a cleaning robot, conjured by Baymax, was tirelessly attempting to tidy up, though its efforts were woefully inadequate against the rampant chaos caused by the two miscreants. Upon returning to this scene, Clark's expression darkened. "You're finally back. That Lily is a television aficionado, a mad one at that. She's obsessed with all those Korean dramas and insists on me creating scenes from them for her to fantasize about. Help!" The King of Cards, Remy, expressed her grievances in rapid succession regarding Death Girl Lily's unreasonable antics. "Let us set that aside for now. Can you at least put on some pants?" Clark facepalmed, looking at Remy, who was clad only in a pair of boxers, as she criticized others. Don't get the wrong idea. Nothing happened. There's no one else here, and I certainly don't regard that Lily as a woman. I just woke up." Remy summoned garments with a violet glow, dressing herself piece by piece. All right, but oh no. "Lily, you're exposed." Just as Clark intended to convey his purpose for returning, he was startled by Lily, having emerged from a pile of plush toys on the sofa bed, sat up with her tank top askew, revealing her vulnerability. Sleepy-eyed, She stood up and blindly searched beneath the sofa bed, seemingly parched, utterly oblivious to her attire. Clark felt compelled to provide a gentle reminder. Yuriko, still drowsy, cast a glance at Clark and then at the small tank top she was wearing. With a slight tug, she released the fabric, which snapped back beneath her chest with a soft pop. Her gaze then wandered vacantly in search of water. Remy, are you ready? Clark could only place his hopes on Remy, for Yuriko had transformed from a cold, lifeless entity into an adorably slow-witted girl. There was no saving her now. At last, with a final flash of violet light, Remy completed her transformation, regaining her regal composure. Remy, upon your return, I hope you can assist me with a task. Clark stated earnestly. Certainly, what do you need? Remy felt immense gratitude towards Clark for rescuing her from the clutches of Strick. And since she had no immediate plans to venture elsewhere, she felt compelled to help him in his time of need. Eliminate Strick, Clark's voice carried a chilling resolve. What did you say? Remy was taken aback. They had previously discussed this matter, and initially, it seemed Clark had been persuaded to refrain from acting against Strick. It was unexpected to learn that, in just a few days, someone had altered his perspective. Magneto, Clark replied tersely, sensing Remy's confusion in her eyes. Instantly, Remy understood. This name was not unfamiliar to her. Whenever it surfaced, calamity followed. She realized that Clark intended to leverage Magneto's power to rid them of the menace that was Strick. Whether indirectly or directly, the outcome remained the same. I have no objections, Clark. When do we depart? Remy's demeanor turned serious. Right now. Magneto and his allies are already en route, Clark informed her. Remy glanced at Yuriko, who had awoken and was now engrossed in a television program. She approached Clark and quietly inquired what about her. She evidently has no recollection, perhaps even unaware of who Strick is. We should not provoke her. Besides, with you and me together, what challenges can we not overcome? Clark offered Remy a confident look. He felt deep sympathy for Yuriko's plight, having saved her. He believed it was his duty to protect her, for those memories were fraught with pain. Remy nodded in agreement, silent yet understanding. Clark moved closer to Yuriko, who was intently watching her drama, and softly asked, Yuriko, Remy and I'll be gone for a while. Can you take care of yourself? Suddenly, Yuriko turned to face Clark, bowing respectfully from the sofa bed, her head lowered earnestly as she said, Please return safely soon. Yuriko will wait at home for your return. Clark stared at the transformed Yuriko in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend her sudden change. Enough of that. It's just a Korean drama, and a historical one at that. Let us leave this madwoman behind, Remy interjected, coming over to pat Clark on the shoulder. Yuriko, reclining on the sofa bed, slightly lifted her head and bared her teeth at Remy, resembling an irate little kitten. Remy, equally unwilling to back down, responded with a gruff voice. A fierce confrontation between cats and dogs was imminent. Maintain composure, Clark thought to himself calmly. Chapter 41. The arrival of Iron Man at the Acrely Lake military base. An endless blanket of white enveloped the forest. The area was perpetually snow-laden. However, today was a rare day of clear skies, with the snowfall having ceased for quite some time. The snow remained perched atop the pine trees, while the dam, like the subdued roar of a lion, held back the tumultuous waters. Jet fighters were stationed near the Acrely Lake military base. Storm, Phoenix, Wolverine, Nightcrawler, Magneto, and Mystique convened for a strategy meeting, while the mischievous trio of Toad, Bobby, and John listened attentively from the sidelines. The operations table displayed a three-dimensional projection of the entire dam. Behold, this is the topographical map of the dam, and here is the spillway, Storm elucidated to the group, manipulating the three-dimensional imagery to magnify and clarify the conditions above the dam. Do you see those alternating patterns? Those are tire tracks, she continued, gradually explaining as the imagery shifted to the dam's interior. This is the entrance. Wolverine, having been there before, immediately recognized and indicated the location. Indeed, this illustrates the thickness of the ice layer, Storm remarked, pointing at the dam's surface, while additional data regarding the ice thickness was displayed for the group's reference. This is the recent record of water flow activity. She pointed out another piece of data. If we venture inside, Stryker will release water into the spillway, Phoenix warned, highlighting the critical point. Can you teleport inside? Storm inquired of Nightcrawler, hoping to utilize his teleportation ability for a surprise attack. No. I must have a visual of the destination or a place I have previously visited, otherwise I risk becoming ensnared within the walls, Nightcrawler explained, leaving the group momentarily at a loss. I'll go, Wolverine broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention to him. I sense he doesn't want me dead, Wolverine stated, trusting his instincts despite the somewhat questionable rationale. Logan, anyone entering the dam must be capable of operating the spillway, Magneto immediately countered. Though Wolverine's suggestion sparked an intriguing idea in Magneto's mind. What do you intend to do? Use your claws? Magneto instinctively teased Wolverine before the discussion shifted. I'll take a gamble, Wolverine glared at Magneto, aware that his adversary's powers were a significant threat to his adamantium skeleton. Given their previously antagonistic relationship, Wolverine harbored no affection for Magneto, his eyes, fierce and beast-like, coolly fixed on him. I have no interest in that, Magneto replied apathetically, dismissing the provocation and redirecting the group's attention towards Mystique. Mystique gazed at the crowd, a subtle smile gracing her lips. 100 kilometers from the Yakri Lake military base lay a quaint little town. Though modest in population, today the town buzzed with unusual activity. At a particular Chinese restaurant, regarded as one of the more respectable establishments in the area, with a doorman and valet service, locals often gathered. Yet today, throngs of townsfolk congregated inside and outside the restaurant, drawn by an inexplicable allure. Vehicles of all sorts lined the entrance, but most notably, a striking red and gold model for Iron Man suit was parked there. Inside the restaurant, Tony Stark was present. Sir, skipping breakfast is detrimental to your health. You must adhere to regular meal times, Jarvis gently reminded Tony of his well-being. However, Tony, exasperated and disinterested in Jarvis's incessant prattling, promptly silenced the AI. Nevertheless, he obediently descended to the ground in search of nearby dining options. Ingest, Tony had actually come to find Clark, not out of concern for his safety, but to inform his friend of some troubling news. Initially, upon discovering Clark's whereabouts, Tony assumed there was nothing amiss. To his astonishment, Clark had immediately obliterated the plastic prison, delivering a devastating blow that caught Tony completely off guard. The gravest concern lay in the fact that Clark had liberated Magneto, a figure infamous for his unforgivable crime of attempting to assassinate a president. Ironically, Magneto had already been implicated in 3 such attempts, 3 officially reported instances, though the true count remains unknown, and curiously, none occurred during the same administration. Unfortunately, Superman's standing among the American public had soared recently, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to engage in discussions with high-ranking officials regarding the Avengers Initiative, especially following the Stark attack on Superman. They had informed the authorities of Clark's involvement, hoping to activate the plan. This series of events led the officials to believe that Clark was an ally, under governmental control, effectively downplaying the recent incident at Culver University. However, the destruction of the plastic prison and the subsequent release of Magneto was a provocation that the officials could not abide. Despite video evidence showing Clark clad in black armor, tensions arose between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government, with Fury growing increasingly obstinate in his arguments. Although a warrant for Clark's arrest had been issued among the high-ranking officials, the ramifications of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s influence and Fury's unilateral decisions temporarily suppressed the matter. Fury swiftly dispatched Agent Coulson to locate Clark's friend, Tony Stark, imploring him to find Clark before the officials issued a formal warrant, and tensions escalated, ideally bringing him back for clarification. After discovering Clark's whereabouts, Tony did not cease his vigilance over him. The subsequent rescue of Magneto left Tony feeling somewhat unsettled. Therefore, he arranged for his associates to discreetly protect Clark's family and girlfriend. When Coulson sought assistance, Tony felt compelled to aid his friend. Utilizing his deductions, Tony first located the coordinates of Magneto and the X-Men, and after investigating Strick's motives and location, he promptly donned the latest Mark IV Iron Man suit and rushed to the military base at Lake Akali. Jarvis's comment about maintaining a healthy diet was merely a jest. The true reason for Tony's visit to the Chinese restaurant was the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson seated across from him. As Tony took a hefty bite of his hamburger, he felt a twinge of discomfort at Coulson's presence, a meeting they had arranged in advance. However, Tony, ever the showman, unabashedly parked his Mark IV at the entrance of the restaurant, tipping the doorman generously, leaving the nearby valet somewhat perplexed. though I missed humanity's most ravenous moments. This delectable hamburger is making me nauseous. There's too much salad, Tony grumbled while chewing. He was the only one ordering a hamburger in the restaurant. A testament to his unique persona as the flamboyant playboy, Tony Stark. You could choose not to eat, Coulson remarked, maintaining a professional smile as he observed Stark. Oh, my apologies. I only brought $2. I forgot to order yours. Hello, where's my cola? Tony shouted towards the waiter, the surrounding noise aggravating him. I actually don't drink cola. Too much cholesterol. He leaned closer to Coulson, whispering. What about your hamburger? Coulson asked, bemused as he watched Tony devour his meal. This perfectly replenishes my energy for the day, though, admittedly, it's not particularly appetizing. Tony retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his attire, the flashes from nearby phones and cameras proving blinding. He pulled out two $1 bills, but suddenly reconsidered and tucked them away before standing up abruptly. Hello, everyone. I'm covering lunch for everyone here today. This is my friend, Tony announced loudly, opening his arms wide, inciting cheers from the onlookers. He pushed Coulson forward to introduce him to the crowd, then leaned down to whisper something in Coulson's ear. Help me pay the bill, he said, patting Coulson on the shoulder before striding out of the restaurant, leaving Coulson momentarily stunned. Mr. Stark, I hope you honor our agreement, Coulson called out urgently, only to be engulfed by the enthusiastic townsfolk. As Tony stepped outside, he was abruptly intercepted by an individual. To speak candidly, I hope that the next individual to impede my path is a beautiful woman, rather than a person of African descent, or perhaps a one-eyed figure. Tony Stark, with a venomous wit, was engaging in banter with Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.L.D. I am Iron Man, he declared. Next time, you might consider altering your tone when announcing your identity. There are countless individuals in the world akin to you. You are not singular. Fury replied with an amused smile. Which should I focus on? The one that is obscured or the one that is not? Tony's attention was drawn to Fury's eye patch. Stark, I hope you can advise your friend. He seems to have exceeded reasonable bounds lately. Fury alluded to Clark. Why don't you approach him? Unable to make friends? You ought to knock on his door with cookies. Tony instinctively activated his sharp tongue. What if I misplace 1,000,000 tons of explosives? He is not omnipotent. He requires assistance from friends. From you, Fury stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Tony. Let me tell you what I need, Tony interjected, swiftly approaching the android known as 4. The android recognized his arrival and opened its armor, allowing Tony to don the iron suit. The blue light on the iron mask illuminated, and he turned to Fury. The palms and soles of the iron suit ignited, gently lifting off the ground and hovering in midair. Tony addressed Fury. I am taking flight. With a resounding thud, a crimson and gold figure streaked across the sky, soaring into the distance. Fury remained rooted in place, watching Iron Man depart, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 42. A brief interlude. New York noon. For Dave, today was a momentous occasion. He had entered into a romantic relationship. However, the initial proceedings were anything but smooth. The object of his affections was none other than Katie, the very individual who had previously sought his assistance. To his surprise, she turned out to be a classmate from the same year. Although, due to a friend's playful antics, Katie initially believed him to be a homosexual, he inadvertently garnered her interest. Yet, a series of unforeseen events ensued. The emergence of a new hero, the Red Cyclone, who successfully thwarted criminals and garnered daily media coverage, led Katie to express her admiration for the more dashing new hero. This revelation left Dave feeling quite vexed, yet powerless to alter the situation. Subsequently, the Red Cyclone reached out to him through a blog message, proposing a partnership. Together, they unexpectedly dismantled a drug trafficking operation, though this endeavor inadvertently resulted in a catastrophic fire at the factory. The explosion plunged nearby residents into turmoil, and upon learning of the incident through the news, Dave was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. He felt despondent, akin to the eruption of adolescent melancholy, overwhelmed by a sense of failure and helplessness, perpetually feeling as though he could not measure up. Ever since I declined the battle suit bestowed upon me by Batman, I have refrained from visiting him for some time. Dave, in a fit of stubbornness, believed that Batman's offer was merely a fleeting act of sympathy. He felt compelled to prove himself, to demonstrate that he was indeed the kick-ass, a true superhero worthy of recognition, rather than continuously relying on Batman for support. Thus, Dave motivated himself repeatedly, asserting his identity as kick-ass, rather than as some mere Robin. It was perplexing that Batman persistently urged him to embrace the role of Robin. After spending a few days with his father, Dave felt he was no less capable than Red Mist. One night, fueled by a tinge of jealousy, Dave confided in Katie, revealing his true identity as Kick-Ass. Surprisingly, Katie, who had initially been angry, accepted him after hearing his heartfelt confession, and they began dating. One day, Dave, accompanied by his two close friends, Marty and Peter, along with Katie and her two friends, Gwen and Jessica, gathered at a comic book shop for afternoon tea, organizing a small social event. The shop showcased an exciting announcement, the upcoming release of the Red Mist comic. Who do you think would win in a fight between Kick-Ass and Red Mist? Peter, one of Dave's friends, broke the ice with this question. If Clark were present, he would surely be astonished to recognize that this Peter was none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Not to mention, Gwen, who was brought along by Katie, was the very Gwen Stacy who would later become Peter's girlfriend after his transformation into Spider-Man. The butterfly effect had created an astonishing twist. Kick-Ass and Spider-Man were now high school classmates. Interestingly, the other girl Katie had brought, Jessica, was not affected by the butterfly effect. She was Peter's high school classmate then and remained so now. Jessica Jones, a character intertwined with Spider-Man's story, had been exposed to radioactive materials in a tragic accident, resulting in a coma that lasted several months. Upon awakening, she discovered she possessed the ability to fly and extraordinary strength. Having experienced numerous events, she lacked a fixed superhero moniker, having been known by various titles such as Jewel and Nitress. Yet her true identity remained the most recognized. Whether the Jessica brought here by the butterfly effect would ever cross paths with the black hero Luke Cage remains uncertain. However, it is known that Jessica harbored a crush on Peter during high school and had a romantic history with Scott Lang, the second Ant-Man, in adulthood. Why would they fight? That's foolish, Marty scoffed at Peter. What do you think? Peter tossed the question to Dave's new girlfriend, Katie. I don't know, but I think Kick-Ass is more adorable, Katie, now aware of the truth, naturally sided with her boyfriend, Dave. Really? Dave looked a bit sheepish as he gazed at the teacup in his hands, a blissful smile radiating from his face. As for me, if given the chance, I would undoubtedly send his manhood soaring. Katie's suggestive remarks prompted Peter and Maddie to turn their heads in unison towards her, while Gwen and Jessica stifled giggles, somewhat embarrassed, as they grasped the innuendos woven into Katie's words. Would you? Dave, in the throes of adolescence, chuckled knowingly at Katie's jest. Of course, Katie replied, flashing Dave a radiant smile. Do you want to catch Kate Harrison's new film? The one where she plays a shoe designer? I believe we can make it to the next showing. Dave, somewhat incoherent, extended the invitation to Katie, his expression growing increasingly animated. Sound great, Katie exclaimed, eagerly grabbing her bag and agreeing before Dave could finish his thought, and they promptly departed together. Anyone could guess what they were off to do. The four remaining individuals stared blankly as Dave and Katie exited. I guess they didn't invite us, Maddie remarked, glancing excitedly at Gwen and Jessica. Gwen, with her golden locks tied into a neat ponytail and adorned with a stylish hairpin securing her bangs, contrasted sharply with Jessica, who wore black-framed glasses and exuded a studious demeanor, rendering her outside Maddie's realm of interest. Maddie swiftly shifted his seat to sit beside Gwen. All right, you know what? Come here. I'm about to treat you to a sumptuous meal, Maddie declared, opening the menu before him. Gwen, displaying courtesy, regarded Maddie, while Peter, exhibiting his goofiness, held his milk tea and blue bubbles, creating a ruckus that unexpectedly captured Gwen's attention, who found herself observing this bespectacled boy with a hint of nerdiness. Maddie, feeling somewhat exasperated by Gwen's gaze on Peter, was even more perplexed by Jessica, who had been infatuated with Peter from the start, oblivious to the fact that two girls were currently fixated on him. Oh, my God, what has possessed this guy today? No way, I must take the initiative, Maddie thought, deciding to call out to Gwen to divert her attention. Hey, are you the one who ignited the alcohol lamp and caused an explosion in class last time? Gwen suddenly inquired, taking a seat beside Peter. Maddie sat frozen in his place, as Peter removed his glasses, revealing his handsome features, and gazed deeply into Gwen's eyes. I intended to conduct a small experiment based on the ignition point of the alcohol lamp. However, it seems the experiment failed. The teacher comforted me and spared me from punishment, Peter elaborated, his voice deepening and resonating with a magnetic allure that captivated Gwen. Gwen looked somewhat bemused at Peter, while Jessica, sitting nearby, appeared as if she had been struck, her face flushing crimson. It seemed she had fallen under his spell. Maddie gazed at the flamboyant Peter, a wave of frustration washing over him. Turning away, he caught sight of Jessica, who appeared utterly infatuated, intensifying his feelings of resentment. "Bring me a large beer," Maddie called out loudly to the barmaid at the counter. "Wake up, mate, this is a comic house. We don't serve alcohol," retorted the goth waitress, her pigtails swaying as she cast a sidelong glance at Maddie. Despite her striking beauty, the piercings adorning her face startled him. "Then a cup of milk tea, please. Without cream." "I'm allergic," Maddie replied in a softer tone. The goth girl, chewing gum, blew a bubble and disdainfully eyed Maddie before slowly responding. "All right, please hold on." In a distant realm, there existed two heroic policemen known as Old Dad and Marcus, renowned for their prowess in apprehending villains. Among the rogues was Frank Amick, a nefarious character who devised a sinister plot to eliminate Old Dad by falsely accusing him of being a drug dealer. This was indeed the most harrowing ordeal Old Dad faced. Prison was no sanctuary for him, and despair enveloped his being. During his incarceration, his pregnant wife suffered alone, unable to withstand the psychological burden. However, light pierced through the darkness, and after her demise, Mindy was born, with Marcus assuming guardianship of the child. Old Dad began to wreak hard his life, and 5 years later, he emerged from prison, ready to embrace a new beginning. And now, it was time for Mindy to prepare as well. Old Dad was narrating a bedtime story to his daughter Mindy. "Dad, do you think Mommy will go to heaven?" Mindy asked sleepily, her eyes heavy with drowsiness. "Yes, Mommy will watch over you from the heavens." "Good night, honey," Old Dad replied, placing a gentle kiss on Mindy's forehead as he lulled her into a peaceful slumber. At the Akeley Lake military base, Mystique had successfully infiltrated the control room and seized control of the floodgate operations. She promptly contacted Storm and the others who remained aboard the jet. "Well done," Wolverine commended. "You haven't seen everything yet," Magneto added, his tone brimming with satisfaction. Outside the control room at the Akeley Lake military base, Stryker, locked out, anxiously questioned his soldiers. "Can you remotely control the floodgate mechanism?" "Only within this room can it be controlled, which is why the door is so thick," one soldier explained helplessly. "Oh really? Find some explosives and blow the door open," Stryker shouted in anger. "Take down the cameras." At that moment, a soldier approached with a satellite phone. Upon seeing the special device, Stryker's demeanor shifted instantly. He composed himself, cleared his throat, and respectfully took the call. "Hello, Mr. Essex," Stryker said, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead, though he was reluctant to engage in the conversation. "Oh, William, you have profoundly disappointed me," came a voice from the other end that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. "Wishing everyone a joyous Dragon Boat Festival. I have been rather occupied lately, returning home only in the early hours, yet I cannot forget my esteemed readers, steadfastly delivering updates at midnight. Thank you for your support. When will the chapters upload automatically at the designated time? The manual process is quite cumbersome. Just jesting. Dear editor, do not take offense." Chapter 43. The one hidden behind "Oh, William, you have profoundly disappointed me," came the voice from the other end that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. "Yes, Mr. Essex, however, I have successfully lured the Phoenix woman here," Strick retorted defensively, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Even to this day, despite Strick's elevated status, Mr. Essex's voice still instilled an overwhelming sense of trepidation within him. "Silence, William. You should not make excuses for yourself. We're the Death Maiden and the King of Cards. Nevertheless, it matters not, for the individual I desire has arrived. Rest assured, I shall not make it difficult for you. I have dispatched someone to assist you. You will appreciate my gift. I trust you will not disrupt my plans. I want the Phoenix Woman and Cyclops." Mr. Essex's tone was distant and somber, evoking an irresistible compulsion within Strick. "Thank you, sir. I shall make the arrangements." Strick replied respectfully before hanging up the phone, forcefully tossing the satellite device at a soldier in a fit of frustration. "Nathaniel Essex," Strick uttered through gritted teeth, compelling the soldier to continue blasting the control room door as he made his way towards the mainframe of the base, the place where the professor was imprisoned. Nathaniel Essex was the second-ranked supervillain in the annals of the War Police, the first being Apocalypse. Nathaniel Essex, born in London, England, was a radical genetic research expert who proposed that in the near future, a multitude of mutants would emerge on Earth. However, after his encounter with the awakened Apocalypse, he was transformed into an immortal mutant and became an evil scientist. Thus, Nathaniel Essex took on the moniker of Mr. Sinister. The term sinister was derived from the incessant murmurs of Essex's wife in her final moments. After the genetic alteration bestowed upon him by Apocalypse, Mr. Sinister gained an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan, along with superhuman endurance, strength, and speed. For many years, Mr. Sinister has employed the genetic material of other mutants to endow himself with various superpowers, including telepathy, telekinesis, superhuman strength, and the ability to emit shockwaves, among others. Subsequently, Strick initiated the weapon program, aligning perfectly with Mr. Sinister's vision. The weapon program aimed to create super soldiers for the military by means of modification, research, and replication, exemplified by mutants like Wolverine. However, what Strick did not anticipate was the catastrophic outcome during the first experiment involving the modification of Wolverine, although it was deemed a success. The ensuing rampage resulted in devastating losses for Strick's research team. Subsequently, he was immediately supplanted by the Essex Group under the command of Mr. Sinister. Even when Stryker made a resurgence, it was with the financial backing of the Essex Group that he embarked on a series of plans and research endeavors. Therefore, whether considering Mr. Sinister's personal capabilities or the formidable influence of the Essex Group, Stryker found himself under considerable duress, constrained by their power. Previously, Mr. Sinister had orchestrated Stryker's FA of continuing the weaponry program, initially capturing the Professor and Cyclops, followed by the apprehension of the mutant children from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. In truth, these mutant children, along with the Professor and Cyclops, were utilized to lure the Phoenix, Jean Grey, into a trap. This strategy stemmed from Mr. Sinister's earlier experiences, having been controlled by Apocalypse himself and transformed into one of his four horsemen. Apocalypse had reshaped Nathaniel Essex into Mr. Sinister, compelling him to unleash a global plague and obliterate the British monarchy. However, this plan was thwarted by Cyclops and Phoenix, who had traversed from the future, leading to Mr. Sinister's profound disillusionment with Apocalypse, resulting in his betrayal. Ultimately, he did not entirely vanquish Apocalypse. Rather, he merely induced a temporary dormancy. Desiring to escape Apocalypse's dominion, Mr. Sinister firmly believed that the offspring of Cyclops and Phoenix could eliminate Apocalypse. Thus, he had previously instructed Stryker's Deathbird to set a trap, culminating in the capture of the Professor and Cyclops. By exploiting these mutant children and their guardians, he successfully deceived the Phoenix and her entourage, capturing her and extracting both her and Cyclops' genetic material to create a new breed of mutants, unique to Mr. Sinister. However, Stryker, having recognized the potential of the brainwave amplifier, harbored other intentions. He planned to harness the Professor's abilities to eradicate all mutants from the world, including Mr. Sinister, who had been transformed by Apocalypse, thereby obliterating the nightmare that had long haunted him. Mr. Sinister's growing suspicion was triggered by the sudden disappearance of Deathbird and the Gambit. Although they were under Stryker's control, they remained within the psychic radar of Mr. Sinister. The abrupt absence of their signals led him to scrutinize Stryker. Deathbird had originally been placed beside Stryker by Mr. Sinister, and although she had been subverted by Stryker, he had not anticipated that sending Gambit and Deathbird to probe Superman would result in their permanent disappearance. Stryker, acutely aware that he could not conceal his true intentions from Mr. Sinister, resolved to execute the mutant extermination plan before Mr. Sinister uncovered his ulterior motives. Mr. Sinister's telephone call served as a clarion call to war for Stryker, who, upon hanging up, hastened towards the Professor. Simultaneously, Mystique opened the sluice gate, and as the gate swung wide, a tempestuous hurricane, accompanied by flashes of lightning, surged forth. "She has opened the floodgates. More mutants are coming," shouted the soldiers on guard. Storm arrived, riding the winds. After a prolonged silence, the control room door emitted a creaking sound, prompting Mystique to whirl around, standing alertly, her gaze fixed on the entrance. With a resounding crash, the door was wrenched off its hinges, suspended momentarily in midair before being cast aside. Magneto led Wolverine, Phoenix, Storm, and Nightcrawler into the control room, where the soldiers outside had been effortlessly dealt with. The mischievous trio remained aboard the jet. "Have you located her?" Magneto inquired, striding towards the display screen showcasing the base's schematic map, his gaze fixated on it as he sought the whereabouts of Mystique. "A significant portion of the dam's energy is channeled into this room," Mystique indicated, pointing at the map. "The brain, Phoenix instantly recognized the circular structure on the layout. Right there, Magneto affirmed. Can you seal it? Storm asked, a hint of hope in her voice. No, Mystique replied, shaking her head gently. Hurry, time is of the essence. Magneto urged. Let us proceed together, Phoenix suggested, wary of any tricks for Magneto and Mystique. Oh my, it's the children. Storm exclaimed upon seeing the location where the children were held through the surveillance feed. Kurt, will you accompany me? Storm looked to Nightcrawler with a pleading expression. Of course. Nightcrawler responded without hesitation. Where are the children? Storm asked Mystique. They're on the lower level, Mystique replied. Stryker. Wolverine observed Stryker making his way to the brain room on the monitor. After a quick glance at the others, he quietly slipped away. We will rescue the children and then regroup at the brainwave amplifier, Storm directed the group. All right, I will search for the professor and Scott, Phoenix agreed. Can you manage alone? Storm inquired with concern. No problem, Phoenix assured, locking eyes with Magneto and Mystique. Where did Logan go? Storm surveyed the area, suddenly realizing Wolverine was missing. He went after Stryker. Phoenix communicated telepathically, sensing Logan's direction. In the brain room, Stryker positioned soldiers at the entrance before entering alone. Inside, his son Jason was controlling the professor, who was trapped in an illusion. Stryker approached with satisfaction, bending down to whisper in Jason's ear, Jason, it's time to gather our allies. The girl in the professor's illusion echoed Stryker's words, manipulating him. All people, all mutants, everywhere, it's time to end this. The girl softly stated. The professor seized the brain, commencing Stryker's commands. Stryker exited, closing the brain room door behind him, and ordered the station soldiers, anyone who approaches, shoot to kill, including me. Stryker was now solely focused on escaping before the Sentinels could capture him. Envisioning a leisurely afternoon tea while watching the news report on the demise of mutants. Note, as those familiar with the comics know, Cyclops and Phoenix's child is Cable. But by this point, Phoenix had already perished on Wastington Island, having been killed by Wolverine in X-Men 3. Thus, at this juncture, the Phoenix, Jean Grey, is indeed a creation of Mr. Sinister, a clone known as Madeline Pryor, who later transforms into the vengeful Red Queen. Consequently, Cable is the offspring of Cyclops and Jean Grey's clone, Madeline Pryor. Cable is a close ally of Deadpool, and historically, it was he who vanquished Apocalypse, fulfilling Mr. Sinister's prophecy. This narrative is indeed present within the comics. However, the storyline of X-Men 3 seemingly neglects the connection to Apocalypse, hastily leading to Cyclops' demise, which has led many to deem X-Men 3 as a disappointing conclusion. Cyclops, in fact, plays a pivotal role after Professor X's demise. He assumes the mantle of leadership for the new generation of X-Men, proving to be an indispensable character in Avengers vs. X-Men. It remains a mystery why the director chose to dispatch Cyclops so carelessly. The connection between Stryker and Mr. Sinister is not explicitly delineated in the comics. Yet the narrative involving the Essex Corporation funding Stryker's research certainly exists. I have made several alterations to the movie's premise, intertwining it with the comics, and I hope the readers do not find this distasteful. My intent is to enhance the understanding of Marvel for newcomers. As for those who may assert that Apocalypse was vanquished by the younger Phoenix in X-Men: The Last Stand, I encourage you to conduct your own research on Apocalypse. Note, let us not get entangled in the name of the island. The film refers to it as Worthington Labs, and I welcome any scientifically inclined readers to enlighten me. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Here, as a double update. This should have been posted yesterday. My apologies. I am rectifying that today, and I appreciate your support. Chapter 44. New enemies. Just as Stryker departed, he was abruptly confronted by a girl with long, straight black hair who obstructed his path. Clad in a form-fitting black suit adorned with streamlined yellow lines, her attire accentuated her alluring figure, which belied her youthful appearance. The suit bore the emblem of the number 23 on the chest, and she nonchalantly held a lollipop, gazing at Stryker with an air of indifference. It's you, 23. Stryker recognized the girl before him. Despite her seemingly tender age of 16, she was a ruthless killing machine, a mutant designated as 23 under the command of Mr. Sinister. 23, whose true name is Laura Kinney, is a product of genetic experimentation derived from Wolverine's DNA, making her the 23rd female clone. Within her resides Wolverine's genetic makeup. As Wolverine's clone, 23 possesses formidable regenerative capabilities, exhibiting agility that surpasses even that of Wolverine. While her claws are reinforced with adamantium, her body, aside from her claws, lacks adamantium infusion, rendering her not impervious like Wolverine. Thus, decapitating her is indeed a means to end her life. In terms of her adamantium claws, she possesses 2 on each hand and 1 on each foot, allowing her to engage in combat with both hands and feet. As for her healing abilities, regardless of the severity of her burns, she inevitably reverts to her stunning visage. The entity known as 23 emerged as the first successfully modified replicant from the weapon program taken over by Mr. Sinister following the failure of the Wolverine project. "Hello, William." 23 feigned a coy demeanor while gazing at Stryker, seemingly attempting to convey her feminine side, although her 16-year-old visage appeared somewhat juvenile. "You should address me as Colonel Stryker," he replied, somewhat exasperated by 23's antics. The minions of Mr. Sinister were, after all, a bit unhinged, but Stryker harbored no real fear of this female assassin, having previously trained her army and having supplied the adamantium in her possession. Given 23's emotional volatility, Stryker was confident he could employ persuasive words to secure his escape. "Are you not afraid of me?" 23 pouted, her displeasure evident. In that moment, she bore little resemblance to a cold-blooded killer, appearing more like a girl next door. "Step aside. I have matters to attend to." Stryker's mood soured upon witnessing Mr. Sinister's arrival. "Hey!" 23 brandished 2 adamantium claws in a show of defiance toward Stryker. Suddenly, a pink gas emanated from her, coalescing into a solid-like form that crackled like electricity around her. Her expression became strangely frozen, shrouded in an ominous shadow, and she erupted into a chilling, disconcerting laughter, her eyes aglow with a pink luminescence. "Long time no see, Colonel Stryker. I apologize on behalf of 23. She has been indulging in numerous television dramas lately, and her mind has become rather muddled." The voice that emerged from 23 had unmistakably transformed into that of a man. "Proteus." Stryker instantly recognized the voice, his countenance shifting dramatically. While 23 was manageable, this individual, known as Proteus, was a true psychopath and a murderer without remorse. Proteus, whose real name is Kevin MacTaggart, is the son of government agent Moira MacTaggart, the same Moira who shared a romantic entanglement with the professor in the prequel, later having her memories erased, only to be restored in Apocalypse. It must be clarified that Kevin is not the professor's son. As Kevin's powers manifested, his psychic energy began to disintegrate his physical form. Due to the instability of his abilities, Moira confined him to a secret chamber within her research facility on Muir Island. During this period, Kevin developed a profound hatred for his parents, driven by what felt like endless torment. Following the destruction of the research facility, his body rapidly disassembled, transforming him into an energy-based entity and inadvertently granting him the ability to possess others. Eventually, he encountered Mr. Sinister, who helped him cultivate his multifaceted powers. Kevin exists as a humanoid psychic energy being without a physical form. He requires a human host to survive. Without a new host, his powers will wane. His ability to possess is extraordinarily potent, rendering most individuals incapable of withstanding his presence. Within a certain radius of Kevin, he can manipulate energy and objects through sheer thought, remaining undetectable by telepathy or other monitoring devices. Kevin, in essence, possesses no physical form. His strength is contingent upon that of his host. Metal serves as his Achilles heel, capable of disrupting Kevin's energy manifestation. "Colonel Strick, I previously requested that you retrieve an individual during the assault on the Mutant Academy. Have you succeeded? Subject 23 has her own mission, and I require a new vessel." Proteus's voice resonated with an unsettling, electrically charged timbre, crackling with an irritating electromagnetic hum. Thanks to Subject 23's remarkable regenerative abilities akin to Wolverine's, she was able to endure Proteus's possession before departing. Generally, even those who could withstand Proteus's influence would not survive after his exit, as they would disintegrate. "You must allow me to leave first, Kevin." Strick implored Proteus with a hint of desperation, hoping for assurances that he would be permitted to depart safely. "I refuse to be called by that name." Manipulating Subject 23's body, Proteus effortlessly lifted Strick's rather corpulent form. Very well. I have located the individual you seek. I will take you to them." Cough, cough, cough. Strick's voice was hoarse as he struggled to shout. "Ha ha ha. You are performing splendidly indeed." Proteus emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. In the corridors of the base, Magneto, Mystique, and Phoenix were en route to locate the professor, traversing the eerily silent hallways. Phoenix's telepathic senses detected an anomaly, prompting her to use her mental prowess to propel Magneto and Mystique forward, narrowly avoiding a sudden onslaught of laser beams. Cyclops had fallen under Strick's control and was attacking Phoenix and her companions. "Move quickly. I can handle him," Phoenix shouted to Magneto and Mystique. "My dear, it's a delicate matter, but we must depart." Magneto jested lightheartedly with Mystique as they stood up and hastily retreated. Phoenix, wielding her mental abilities, levitated Cyclops, manipulating the direction of his head and pushing him backward. "Scott," Phoenix called out urgently, seeking Cyclops' attention. On the lower level, Storm was searching for the children when she suddenly heard their cries for help. She quickly beckoned Nightcrawler to follow the sound. "Children, are you all right?" Storm inquired through the iron door, expressing her concern. "We are fine, but they took our sister away," one of the children suddenly replied. "Sister?" Storm questioned, puzzled. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the base, Proteus, en route with Strick to a specialized containment chamber, sensed through telepathy that Phoenix was utilizing her powers, along with the presence of Cyclops. "You, how dare you disrupt Mr. Sinister's plans? Why did you send Cyclops out? You should have confined him alongside Phoenix." An irate Proteus shouted at Strick, extending his adamantium claws while still possessing Subject 23, menacingly pointing them at Strick. Should Strick's explanation fail to satisfy Proteus, he would undoubtedly pierce Strick with his claws. "I believe Cyclops should be able to subdue Phoenix," Stryker explained helplessly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was profoundly apprehensive about Proteus, whose mental state was notably unstable and exhibited a certain degree of misguided loyalty towards Mr. Sinister, the one who granted him a second life. The clash between Phoenix and Cyclops ignited an explosion of laser beams. Just as Proteus was about to voice his thoughts, he felt a sudden tremor within the base. Hastily, he employed his telepathy to sense the external situation. What a marvelous power! Proteus unexpectedly revealed an exhilarated smile. The lasers emitted by Cyclops provoked the Phoenix force within Phoenix, who effortlessly dispersed the laser beams. However, the scattering beams struck the dam, causing one of the outer support columns to fracture. Stryker anxiously surveyed his surroundings when suddenly a drop of water fell onto his head. Turning to glance at the pressure gauge, he realized that the recent explosion had halted the engine. The dam was on the verge of collapse. "No!" Stryker shouted in distress. If the dam fell, his plans for exterminating mutants would come to naught. As he attempted to return, he was abruptly seized by Proteus. "Now, take me to that person." The pink electricity in Proteus's eyes flared, his tone infused with excitement and a hint of longing. "Very well," Stryker conceded reluctantly, leading Proteus to the special containment chamber. "The control room. Have you located the mutants? Have you found all the mutants?" The illusionary little girl continued to hypnotize the professor. "I am trying. There are too many people," the professor responded. "Then concentrate." Within the base, in the weapons manufacturing room, Wolverine walked slowly, surveying the familiar surroundings that seemed to emerge from his memories. The light images on the walls reflected his adamantium skeleton, causing him to furrow his brow. Before him lay a rectangular glass pool, large enough for a person to lie down, beside which bubbled liquid adamantium. The adamantium cells possess a peculiar trait. If you allow them to remain in their original liquid state, you must find a way to maintain that condition at a high temperature. Stryker's voice suddenly interrupted Wolverine's contemplation as he and the Proteus attached to 23 approached. This was the only route to the special containment chamber. Chapter 45, The Outbreak. Once it cools, it will become indestructible. But you already know that. I once believed you to be unique, Wolverine, but I was mistaken, Stryker observed coolly. Wait, Cyclops has failed. He was rescued by Phoenix. Proteus sensed the situation on Phoenix's side, where she effortlessly defeated Cyclops after exhibiting her Phoenix force. Proteus shot a glare at Stryker, and pink electricity surged from 23. An energy entity materializing before Stryker. "I cannot maintain this form for much longer, Stryker. If you wish to avoid my attachment to you, take me there quickly." 23. "He is yours now." Proteus issued commands, leaving 23 to confront Wolverine while he took Stryker away. As Wolverine attempted to intercept Stryker, he was suddenly obstructed by 23, who stood before him with her eyes closed, appearing dazed. Possessed by Proteus, 23's body was rapidly disintegrating, yet in the astonished gaze of Wolverine, It astonishingly healed itself at an incredible speed. After a moment, 23 abruptly opened her eyes as if mechanized. A slight twist of her body produced unsettling sounds from her skeletal structure. As Stryker was about to escape Wolverine's line of sight, he hurriedly pursued. But as he passed by 23, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Stopping in his tracks, he discovered 2 adamantium claws embedded in his midsection. Looking at the girl before him in disbelief, Wolverine sensed a subtle connection between them despite her ruthless actions. With one adamantium claw still plunged into Wolverine's abdomen, 23 unleashed a strength that belied her petite frame, lifting him effortlessly and spinning in the air before forcefully casting him aside. Wolverine crashed heavily to the ground. But such minor injuries were inconsequential to him. He quickly rolled over and stood up, unleashing his 6 adamantium claws. 23 slowly raised her head, her eyes still flickering with a hint of pink electricity, a remnant of her possession by Proteus, indicating her mind was still under his control. She regarded Wolverine with a playful expression, a cold smile gracing her lips as she extended her fists, revealing for adamantium claws. What? Wolverine paused, realizing how strikingly similar this girl was to him. With a primal growl, 23, seemingly devoid of language, lunged forward as Wolverine assumed a combat stance, showcasing his claws. She screamed and leaped at him. In an instant, 23 was before Wolverine, one claw slashing across his face. He swung left and right, but the agile 23 effortlessly evaded all of his attacks. Pressing a hand against his shoulder, she used him as leverage to flip over his back, her legs locking around his waist as her claws relentlessly pierced into his back. Ah! Wolverine shouted in pain. He attempted to throw her off by leaning backward, but 23's claws sank deeply into his flesh. Utilizing the momentum of his retreat, she planted her feet firmly on the ground, pivoted, and forcefully threw him away. He collided heavily with the wall, which cracked upon impact. Proteus, accompanied by Stryker, arrived at a special confinement room. Before he even entered, he sensed the presence of the entity he desired. Though it was an energy form, he could still faintly discern the sinister smile of Proteus. Yes, it is her. I want her. Open the door quickly. Proteus, capricious in his demeanor, issued commands to Strick with an air of urgency. Sensing something amiss, Strick hastily entered the access code, and the massive door creaked open. The room was modest, scarcely measuring 10 square meters, its walls shimmering with an eerie blue electric glow, seemingly shielding something significant. At the center stood a single bed, upon which was bound a girl who appeared to be no more than 15. Her limbs tightly restrained by leather straps that curtailed her movements. This was the mutant known as Blind Spot, abducted by Strick at Proteus's behest from the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. Blind Spot, whose true name was Ruth Alding, exhibited traits akin to a telepath. On multiple occasions, she had foreseen events that even powerful telepaths could not predict, and she had recently begun to demonstrate an uncanny ability to glimpse the future. For Proteus, her most remarkable attribute lay in her capacity to act as a psychic magnet, capable of gathering his scattered energy fragments and merging seamlessly with him. In earlier years, Proteus had attempted to inhabit the body of the young Phoenix, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming force of her powers. Who? What is this? Blind Spot, true to her name, was blindfolded with a black bandage, but her acute hearing detected an approaching presence. Your destiny. Without hesitation, Proteus transformed into a dispersed energy form and surged toward Blind Spot, seeking to possess her. What? The sudden onslaught of pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Blind Spot. Strick, his glasses reflecting the chaos, momentarily paused, contemplating his desire to remain uninvolved in the unfolding drama. Seizing the opportunity, while Proteus was preoccupied, he swiftly exited the containment chamber, locking the door behind him, and hastened away. Strick intended to depart via his aircraft, realizing that returning to the professor was now futile. The dam had collapsed, and this base would soon succumb as well. He could only hope the professor would achieve his goals before the inevitable downfall. Meanwhile, within the containment chamber, a bizarre display of pink electric light flickered amidst Blind Spot's cries of anguish. After a time, the door began to radiate pink energy, corroding the very metal of its structure, gradually melting away. Emerging from the chamber was a girl with long black hair, her form now adorned in a tight red uniform woven from the pink energy. The once youthful visage of 15 now appeared to be in her 20s, her stature significantly increased as she stepped forth. As she raised her head, the black bandage still obscured her eyes, yet a sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth, transforming into maniacal laughter. Her hands crackled with pink electricity, obliterating everything in her vicinity. This power, this force. Ha ha ha. Blind spot, no, I am now pro-use. The voice, still resonating with a masculine tone, echoed through the air as chaos ensued. Once more, pink electric sparks danced upon Proteus's hands, enveloping him in a radiant glow. His previously vertical, jet-black hair began to rise gracefully, undisturbed by any breeze. In the armory, a sudden commotion erupted. Wolverine, having risen to his feet, felt the deep gashes on his face healing rapidly due to his remarkable regenerative abilities, while 23 charged towards him. Wolverine allowed 23's adamantium claws to pierce his body, gritting his teeth in pain as he seized 23's hand with his left. In the cold intensity of 23's gaze, Wolverine fiercely drove his own 3 adamantium claws into her body, his eyes burning with ferocity. With a swift twist of the claws embedded within her, he mercilessly churned them inside her. 23 gasped, her body convulsing with excruciating pain as she locked eyes with Wolverine. Just as she withdrew her claws, preparing to retaliate, Wolverine struck her chest with a powerful blow, sending her flying backwards with a forceful kick that doubled the impact. He dashed towards her with unwavering determination, and before she could regain her bearings after crashing to the ground, Wolverine loomed above her, pinning her down as 6 adamantium claws brutally pierced her lower ribs, penetrating her petite frame. 23's expression shifted dramatically as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. The pink electric glow in her eyes began to fade under the overwhelming agony, and after a moment, she succumbed to the unbearable pain and fainted. Wolverine, panting heavily, slowly withdrew his claws, retracting them into his fists, while the wound in his abdomen healed rapidly. Just as Wolverine prepared to rise, 23 suddenly regained consciousness, thrusting 4 adamantium claws into his lower ribs. "Here's a taste of your own medicine," she exclaimed, appearing to have returned to her senses, the pink electric glow now absent from her eyes. Wolverine grasped 23 by the neck, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her aside, instinctively protecting his abdomen as he gasped for breath. "Hey, don't you know how to respect a lady?" 23 mumbled, staring blankly at the ceiling before springing to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips, and casting a disdainful glance at Wolverine. "Who are you, old man? I took a nap and woke up to find you stabbing me. Are you a pervert?" She spat blood onto the ground, her wounds healing swiftly. Wolverine's curiosity about this enigmatic woman deepened as he observed her resilience. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Get out of my way," he replied, perplexed as he stood upright and pointed at her. "Get out of the way? Is this how you converse with a beautiful girl?" "Jerk," 23 retorted, brandishing her 4 adamantium claws defiantly at Wolverine. He regarded her with a serious expression, unwilling to engage in further banter as he slowly extended his own claws, preparing for another confrontation. The sound of his heart racing echoed in his ears. "What is happening? My heart is racing so fast. This man seems so familiar. Why does everything suddenly feel so strange?" Number 23 found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. It seemed as though the Wolverine genome within her was surging against her heart, disrupting her usual train of thought. When she caught sight of Wolverine's adamantium claws, a flicker of a red heart sparkled in her eyes. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed and her heartbeat quickened. Chapter 46 II. Why you? Who are you? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Number 23 stuttered, her last words escaping her lips as if she had exerted every ounce of strength. Ever since regaining her senses and seeing Wolverine's adamantium claws, she felt as though she had become unhinged. "What's wrong with you?" Wolverine furrowed his brow, gazing at number 23's peculiar demeanor, silently questioning the absurdity of her behavior. How handsome he looked while frowning. Number 23, enchanted, sparkled with animated stars in her eyes, collapsing to the ground as if struck by an arrow of infatuation. "Are you all right?" Wolverine was startled, retracting his claws. Just as he intended to check on number 23, she hurriedly sprang up, sitting cross-legged on the ground, raising a hand to hold him. "Don't come any closer. Tell me, who on earth are you?" Number 23 attempted to steady her rapid breaths, though the flush on her face lingered. At that moment, she couldn't muster the courage to look up at Wolverine. Is this woman unwell? Or is it some kind of scheme? Yet, the fierce demeanor she had just displayed hardly resembled that of a schemer. Never mind, I suppose I should just tell her. Wolverine mused quietly to himself. Wolverine. He uttered his name to number 23, pondering who the woman was that had just gone mad and attempted to stab him. Like a small kitten, number 23 suddenly leaped forward with astonishing speed. Before Wolverine could react, she had wrapped her arms around his thigh. Take me away, she gasped breathlessly, closing her eyes in resignation. Huh, Wolverine thought. He had no time for such foolishness. He needed to find Stryker and uncover the truth behind his amnesia. I can't help it. It's inexplicable, number 23 lamented, uttering words that Wolverine could not comprehend. Only she knew that the Wolverine genome within her seemed to have been activated, bombarding her brain with hormones, even instinctively generating a desire to be intimate with Wolverine. Unable to accept this absurd scenario, she struggled to restrain her impulses with her rational mind. Let go of me, you mad woman. Wolverine looked at number 23 in bewilderment, grasping her shoulders in an attempt to shake her off, but she clung to him like a stubborn piece of taffy, refusing to relent. With no choice but to remain silent, Wolverine dragged number 23 toward the direction from which Stryker had fled. Don't go there. The person who just took Stryker away. You can't defeat him. Number 23 sensed Wolverine's intentions and quickly warned him. Who are you? Where is that person taking Stryker? Wolverine inquired with a hint of confusion. I am 23. My true name is Laura Kinney. You may call me 23 or Laura. No, that is too intimate for our first encounter. Let us stick with Kinney. No, I prefer Laura, 23 exclaimed, her words tumbling out chaotically, overwhelmed by a surge of hormones that clouded her mind. Enough. Who was that peculiar individual? Neither human nor ghost? Wolverine probed cautiously, uncertain if 23 would confide in him. That was Proteus. He is an energy entity that can only survive by possessing others. Why discuss him? Let us converse about ourselves, 23 replied sweetly, gazing at Wolverine, who had become a Prince Charming in her eyes. Her mind in disarray from the Wolverine genes coursing through her. Where's that fellow Proteus taking Stryker? What do you mean he can only survive by possessing others? Wolverine pressed on, sensing an opportunity to uncover more. Although the petite figure before him seemed transformed, she did not appear entirely lost. He is taking Stryker to find his host, 23 divulged, betraying Proteus and sharing all that she knew with Wolverine. Host. Such matters are beyond Wolverine's current contemplation. Little one, let me ask you again. It seems that you and Stryker are not aligned. That individual named Proteus appears to command Stryker. Is there someone else behind you? Who is that person? Wolverine began to lower his guard, scrutinizing the candid 23, contemplating the crux of the matter. We are not backed by anyone. I cannot disclose that. 23 seemed to recall some unpleasant memory, shaking her head vigorously and lowering her gaze in silence. What is happening? Why have you suddenly ceased speaking? What troubles you? Little one? Wolverine observed 23's abrupt quietness, filled with perplexity. Do not inquire further. The force behind us is beyond your capacity to confront. 23 maintained her lowered head, once again issuing a warning to Wolverine. Just as Wolverine was about to pry further, he remained oblivious to the approach of a pink electric current, striking with tremendous force. Be careful. 23, accustomed to the presence of Proteus, sensed the familiar surge and instinctively pushed Wolverine aside, placing herself in front of him. Despite her formidable healing abilities and resilience, 23 was still hurled by the electric current, crashing violently against the wall. A grievous wound marred her abdomen, entwined with the pink electricity, stifling her regenerative powers. In pain, she clutched her injured midsection. Little one, Wolverine anxiously cast his gaze towards 23. Noticing that she had managed to rise, crouching on the ground and gesturing to indicate that she was unharmed. Turning sharply, he was confronted by a blindfolded girl of approximately 1.7 meters in height standing before him. This girl was blindfolded, now presumably fully possessed by Proteus. Lacking Wolverine's formidable regenerative abilities, her host would inevitably deteriorate and perish even if Proteus departed. Ha ha, 23, what are you up to? Proteus's voice emanated, discordantly mismatched with his current gender, laden with an unsettling electromagnetic quality. Aldine, what is happening? Wolverine, having spent some time at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, recognized this unfortunate child who could not see. Upon realizing it was Blindfold who had emerged, he instinctively called out her true name. However, upon hearing her voice, he instantly perceived that this blindfold was markedly different from the one he had known. Visibly, she appeared several years older. Aldine, is that the child's name? Alas, it shall be of no use any longer. With a flick of his wrists, Proteus unleashed a surge of pink electricity. Startled, Wolverine sensed the imminent threat and swiftly dodged aside as the electric current struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a sizable crater. That was close, Wolverine mused, relieved that he had not foolishly relied on his indomitable body to absorb the blow. He glanced at the spot he had occupied, now utterly transformed into a 3-meter-wide pit, and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Wolverine, be careful. Proteus's electric attacks are no trifling matter. His currents are imbued with mental enhancement. If you are struck, the electricity will impede your regenerative abilities. 23 exclaimed urgently, having witnessed Wolverine's near injury. What? Wolverine thought again, fortunate to have evaded the strike. You traitor. Proteus's secret had been revealed by 23's words. Enraged, he directed a bolt of electricity towards her. With agility surpassing even Wolverine's, 23 would have easily evaded the electric attack. However, having previously shielded Wolverine from Proteus's ambush, she was still recovering from an injury to her abdomen. As she attempted to dodge, the wound flared with pain, rendering her immobile in that moment of agony. This is it. Even if I survive, I will be rendered useless. 23 despaired inwardly. Suddenly, a massive rock materialized before her, intercepting Proteus's assault, though it was shattered upon impact. It was Wolverine who had saved 23. In the brief interval while the rock was obliterated, he dashed to her side, pulling her away and leaping to safety. The stone was insufficient to entirely thwart Proteus's onslaught, compelling Wolverine to act swiftly to rescue 23. So cool. I want to have your babies. 23 thought dreamily, utterly captivated. Wolverine eyed Proteus with caution, suddenly noticing that 23 was still gazing at him in a daze. With an exasperated gesture, he tapped 23 on the head. His fist, imbued with adamantium, struck without mercy, causing the unsuspecting 23 to yelp in pain and crouch down, cradling her head in her hands. Hee, no wonder 23 would protect you. You are Wolverine. Upon witnessing 23's peculiar behavior and hearing her call out his name, Proteus erupted into laughter at the sight of the two before him. Looking upwards, Proteus, though blindfolded, seemed to pierce through the fabric, his gaze fixated on Wolverine. Or at least, that was how Wolverine felt. What do you mean? Wolverine inquired curiously, glancing between Proteus and 23. Do you not find it strange? She resembles you so closely. She is your replica, a mere laboratory experiment. Proteus revealed a sinister grin. What are you saying? Wolverine was taken aback, completely blindsided by this revelation. Be quiet. 23's emotions spiraled wildly, glaring furiously at Proteus. Ignoring the pain in her abdomen, she rose and charged toward him. Wolverine, momentarily stunned, failed to react in time and instinctively reached out, but 23 dashed past him toward Proteus. Be careful, Wolverine shouted in alarm, recalling the formidable electric powers of Proteus. Chapter 47. Crisis outside the military base at Lake Achille, a figure glimmering in red and gold soared through the distance. Mr. Stark, you have arrived at the destination. Jarvis's voice resonated from within the Iron Man suit. Tony Stark had reached the Achille Lake military base, hovering mid-air. It appears to have been abandoned for quite some time. Something feels amiss. Jarvis, scan the area, Tony remarked as he surveyed the long-deserted military installation. According to the data, Clark's objective lay here, and Tony sensed something was off, prompting him to order Jarvis to conduct a scan. Mr. Stark, no signs of life detected, Jarvis reported after the scan. Strick, what are you hiding? Tony landed atop the dam, inspecting the surroundings. The marks of vehicles traversing the dam piqued his suspicion. Suddenly, a significant tremor emanated from within the dam, startling Tony into retreating into the sky. Looking back, he saw the dam ruptured by a surge of red energy from within, causing a supporting column to fracture. Jarvis immediately scanned beneath the base, Tony instructed with gravity. Shortly thereafter, the scan results materialized on Tony's visor. Mr. Stark, numerous signs of life have been detected beneath the base, alongside a powerful energy signature that is currently operational. A three-dimensional image materialized before Tony, indicating the location of the brainwave amplifier, as identified by Jarvis. Immediately draw the internal map of the base's underground. I intend to enter, Tony commanded. Yes, Mr. Starr, came a reply. In the control room, the professor was locking onto millions, even billions, of mutants ensnared in an illusion. The voice of a little girl echoed like an incantation, mesmerizing the professor. Find all the mutants, every corner, every individual, everyone. The girl in the illusion issued her cold, cruel directive. Eliminate them. Outside the control room, soldiers stationed under strict orders stood vigilantly guard at the door. Suddenly, the pin of a grenade they wore inadvertently disengaged. Oh God! The soldiers, in a frantic scramble, had no time to dispose of their grenades. The explosive flames swiftly consumed their lives. The one orchestrating this chaos was, of course, Magneto. He and Mystique approached, dusting off the particles suspended in the air. Magneto donned his helmet and positioned himself at the entrance of the control room. Inside the control room, the professor had identified every mutant and began to assault their minds telepathically. Concentrate, focus, now locate them. Find all the mutants, again concentrate. Locate each one, find them, eliminate them. Each mutant projected by the brainwave amplifier felt an intense pain radiating from their minds, instinctively clutching their heads, collapsing helplessly to the ground, groaning in agony. Elsewhere in the base, Cyclops supported the exhausted Phoenix as they searched for their allies. Time was running out on the brainwave amplifier. The Phoenix, possessing similar telepathic abilities, sensed the source of the intense pain in her head. Suddenly, a piercing headache struck, causing both the Phoenix and Cyclops to cry out in anguish. Outside the control room, Mystique, too, let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, her hands clutching her head, feeling as if a drill were boring into her brain, suffering immensely. Protected by a specialized helmet, Magneto remained unscathed. However, witnessing the professor's ability to directly harm all mutants compelled Magneto to hasten his efforts, manipulating the internal structure of the brainwave amplifier to sever the connection between the professor and the device. On the other side of the base, the Phoenix and Nightcrawler had liberated the children. Suddenly, Storm, Nightcrawler, and the children, all under the assault of the Professor's power, crouched down, unable to support their bodies due to a throbbing headache. In the weapons manufacturing room, Proteus clenched his hand, generating a palm-like current that grasped the suspended 23 in midair. Damn it. At least let Wolverine think I'm a person. A normal person, not some damned experiment. I am not. Just a step away from Proteus. 23 was unwilling to concede defeat when a sudden jolt of excruciating pain surged through her head, the result of a psychic assault from the professor that she, as a mutant, could not escape. No. My head hurts, she exclaimed, clutching her head in a desperate attempt to alleviate the torment. At that moment, Wolverine, who had intended to intervene and stop Proteus, was also struck by a heart-wrenching agony that rendered him nearly speechless. Proteus, what have you done? 23 shouted at Proteus, who stood unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. She could not recall Proteus possessing such formidable psychic prowess. In her current guise as a young girl, Proteus observed the distressing spectacle of the two mutants writhing in pain, their cries echoing in the air. An amused grin spread across her face, as if she had recalled a delightful memory. Although a mutant herself, Proteus wielded an ability that left the professor powerless against her: psychic immunity. Neither psychic nor any other form of surveillance could detect her. Witnessing Wolverine and 23 in such agony, Proteus could not help but smile with malicious glee. Ha. Me? I can do anything, she sneered coldly at 23. This is the fate of traitors, a curse from Mr. Essex. Yet, Proteus was not devoid of intelligence. She understood that every event has its cause. Intrigued, she attempted to sense the source of the torment afflicting Wolverine and 23. What? Upon perceiving the professor and his ongoing actions, even Proteus's expression shifted. She realized this was a calamity poised to annihilate all mutants, a massacre. While this may not directly concern her, the potential threat to Mr. Essex's interests, even his life, could not be ignored. No, if this continues, even Mr. Essex will be doomed. Stryker, you treacherous scoundrel. Connecting the dots, Proteus swiftly identified the architect of this disaster. Stryker, come with me. Proteus commanded 23, her tone brooking no argument. With a flick of her finger, she unleashed a burst of pink electricity directed at 23's mind. neutralizing the professor's psychic attack. As the burden lifted, 23 gasped for breath, gradually regaining her strength. Proteus had only saved her because she still held value. "Please help Wolverine," he asked in dire straits. 23 implored, now freed from her own suffering, aware of Proteus's ability to liberate her from this agony. Although Proteus had claimed to have done nothing, 23 believed her. For despite her instability, Proteus never lied. "Enough with the chatter. You won't die. If you want to live, come with me now." Maintaining her grip on the current surrounding 23, Proteus chose not to engage in further conversation and swiftly took flight with her. "Wolverine! No! Wolverine!" 23 cried out helplessly, calling his name in despair. Wolverine lay on the ground, clutching his head, struggling in agony. In the air not far from the Akeley Lake military base, two figures were approaching. Superman, Clark, and the Card King were hastening towards the Akeley Lake military base. As Clark flew, he cast a reproachful glance at the Card King, blaming him for insisting on confronting the Death Woman, which delayed their departure. He found it tiresome to accommodate the flying speed of the Card King, as he had no desire to carry a man. However, setting aside these petulant thoughts, Clark felt an unsettling premonition about this journey to Akeley Lake. "What's the matter?" "Blame that woman. She's not normal," the Card King, who had grown familiar with Clark, retorted, confronting him with displeasure. "Must you two act like a family of cats and dogs?" Clark scoffed to the Card King. Suddenly, the Card King cried out in pain while flying, as a sharp ache struck his head. The violet aura that facilitated his flight dissipated, and he plummeted, his vision darkening. Seeing this, Clark swiftly descended and grasped the Card King's arm, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Veins bulged on the Card King's forehead as he endured the excruciating pain, silently conjuring another wave of violet energy to his head. Instantly, his complexion improved. After expressing gratitude to Clark, he released the violet energy, regaining his levitation in midair. "What happened?" Clark asked, still worried. "I'm fine now. Someone just launched a psychic attack on my mind, but fortunately, I possessed the ability to shield my thoughts and severed the connection with that individual." The Card King exhaled slowly, the tension in his forehead easing and his color returning to normal as he resumed floating. "Psychic attack?" Clark questioned, struggling to comprehend how that could be employed against enemies. "Indeed, and this individual is quite formidable. Within my knowledge, I believe only the Professor possesses such capabilities, with the power to infuse immense energy into your mind, potentially leading to brain death. However, something feels amiss. This energy seems significantly stronger than before." The Card King elaborated on his insights. "To clarify, I intend to enrich the narrative by allowing the protagonist to frequently forget elements of the film's plot, avoiding an omniscient perspective. I appreciate everyone's suggestions." Chapter 48. Old Acquaintances. Why am I unscathed? Clark pointed to himself in confusion. "I sense that the Professor has somehow confined this ability to a specific race, such as mutants." The Card King, also gifted with psychic abilities, perceived the Professor's intent. Upon realizing this, an expression of unease crossed his face. Upon hearing this, Clark suddenly recalled a scene from X-Men 2 where the Professor used psychic attacks on mutants. However, due to the cinematic effects, he was soon interrupted by Magneto. Subsequently, under Magneto's control, it was humanity that suffered. Yet, regardless of which side bore the brunt, it was not the outcome Clark wished to witness. "Quick, we must hurry." Anxious and fervent, Clark did not wait for the King of Cards to respond and accelerated towards Lake Akeley at supersonic speed. "Come on. If I could fly at supersonic speeds, would I need you to tell me?" The King of Cards grumbled, but he quickly composed himself and flew towards Lake Akeley. Outside the Akeley Lake base, Stryker finally escaped, making his way to his aircraft. Outside the main control room, "Eric, hurry!" Mystique shouted in distress. With a loud bang, the brainwave enhancer finally ceased its operation. Inside the main control room, the Professor, still trapped in the illusion, curiously examined the machine. The little girl within the fantasy grew increasingly anxious, aware that failure to complete her mission would result in punishment from Stryker. Accompanied by Jason's emotions, the little girl nervously scanned her surroundings. The terrifying red imagery dissipated, and everyone in the base returned to normal. Cyclops helped Phoenix rise, and Storm also regained her composure, checking on the children's condition. Outside the main control room, Magneto smiled, having accomplished his task. With a flourish of his hands, He opened the metallic doors and entered. Wearing a triumphant expression, Jason, paralyzed in his wheelchair, could only watch Magneto enter, who nodded at his helmet, cast a disdainful glance at Jason, and coldly shook his head. What does it look like from over there, Charles? Still fighting the good fight? Magneto approached the professor, observing him as he remained motionless in the illusion. From now on, it seems they no longer abide by our rules. Perhaps it is time to adhere to theirs. Magneto spread his arms, levitating in midair as he reconstructed the brainwave enhancer to restore its functionality. After a moment, Magneto glanced at Mystique behind him and nodded. Understanding his cue, Mystique transformed into Stryker's likeness and approached Jason, leaning close to his ear to whisper softly, "The plan has changed." Mystique, in Stryker's guise, murmured something into Jason's ear. After a long pause, Magneto patted the professor's wheelchair. "Farewell, Charles." Having said this, Magneto and Mystique exited the main control room, sealing the door with a wave of his hands. The little girl in the illusion once again regained her cold demeanor. "The plan has changed. Now focus on finding them." The girl coldly gazed at the professor, issuing her ruthless command. "Find all the humans. Find every single one." Outside the Achille Lake base, Stryker bowed his head and unfastened the chains binding the airplane's wheels. Just as he straightened up, a fist struck him to the ground. The assailant was none other than Wolverine, whom Proteus had disregarded earlier. Wolverine seized Stryker, pressing him against the fuselage of the aircraft, extending his claws and driving one deep into Stryker's lower ribcage. "Ah!" Stryker cried out in agony. "How does it feel, you bastard?" Wolverine glared furiously at Stryker, the source of his torment. Stryker, however, was not an ordinary man. He bore the pain and managed to smile. "Why have you returned?" Stryker mocked Wolverine. "You eviscerated me and robbed me of my life." Wolverine shouted in wrath. "As if I stole something from you. I recall you willingly participated in the experiment," Stryker replied, panting heavily. "Who am I?" Wolverine momentarily displayed a flicker of astonishment, which he quickly concealed. "You are merely a failed specimen." Stryker's condescending tone compelled Wolverine to tighten his grip, eliciting another cry of pain from Stryker as he tried to alleviate his suffering. "If you truly knew your past, what kind of person you are, the misdeeds we once committed together." Stryker sneered at Wolverine. "People do not change, Wolverine. You were a beast then, and you remain one now. I merely bestowed upon you those claws." Observing the incredulity on Wolverine's face, Stryker attempted to persuade him. Suddenly, alarms blared within the base. The damage inflicted by Cyclops and Phoenix had worsened. Fissures expanded, the pipes in the generator burst, and seawater flooded in, battering the facility. "What is happening?" Wolverine inquired, gazing at the distant base, only to find Stryker lost in thought. Wolverine bellowed, "What the hell is going on?" "The dam has broken. Water will rush into the spillway, relieving pressure. It's too late. In a few minutes, we will all be submerged." Stryker thought grimly, realizing that with Wolverine's arrival, his plans were likely doomed, and he could no longer rely on the professor. "Follow me. I will tell you everything you wish to know. You cannot save your friends. They are doomed. Wolverine, you are the survivor. You always have been." Stryker implored once more. "I once believed I was merely a beast with claws." With his other hand, he slowly extended his claws, threatening Stryker. "We are dead. You will not survive either." Wolverine replied coldly. He unsheathed his claws, pinning Stryker against the airplane's wheel, grabbing the chains that had just secured the aircraft and binding them around Stryker. After striking Stryker, he turned and walked away. "You will find no answers there, Wolverine," Stryker shouted in desperation. Within the base, Magneto and Mystique emerged from the control room, preparing to depart when a petite figure appeared before Magneto. He sensed the metallic magnetism and simultaneously detected a looming threat from across the way. Swiftly, he reached out to immobilize the would-be assailant. Wolverine. Impossible. I did not engage the war machine this time." Unaware of the identity of the newcomer, Magneto instinctively thought of Wolverine. A female version of Wolverine? As he focused, he realized that standing before him was a young girl, known as 23, brandishing her adamantium claws. This striking resemblance prompted Magneto to utter those words. Within this base, one was either an X-Man or an enemy. With a flick of his hand, Magneto forcefully slammed 23 to the ground. "Individuals like you can only charge and recklessly. Can't you learn to be a bit wiser?" He coldly mocked her. Yet curiosity sparked within him. Who was this girl? A specimen of Stryker's experiments? Why did she resemble Wolverine so closely? After all, wasn't Wolverine the sole weapon of his kind? Stryker, you truly are a deranged scientist. Proteus, are you dead? 23 yelled angrily, pinned to the ground by Magneto's power, utterly immobile. This old man is formidable. He is truly my nemesis. Did that bastard Proteus send me to my doom? She seethed inwardly. Long time no see. Eric Proteus floated out from the shadows, his chilling gaze fixed intently on Magneto, gradually revealing a sinister smile. Who are you? Magneto questioned, observing the girl's youthful appearance, yet hearing an eerie, masculine tone from her lips, as she referred to herself as Proteus. Although Proteus was blindfolded, Magneto felt as if this being was scrutinizing him. After all, the mutant world was filled with peculiar characters. He mused. Amidst the electromagnetic distortion, a familiar voice soon evoked memories within Magneto. You are Kevin, Mora's son. You are alive. Magneto exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that this figure, whom he believed had perished long ago during the explosion that beset Mora's lab, should not have survived, let alone in this current state. Be quiet. I'm not called that anymore. I am Proteus. The name Kevin ignited a fuse of rage within Proteus, who had encountered several familiar faces today, their recollections incessantly provoking him. The tormenting memories continuously pricked at the wounds of his already shattered heart, having long since extinguished his humanity. Ha ha, Eric, you deserve to die. Proteus snarled, his visage twisted in fury. He raised his left hand, enveloped by a pink aura, and with a swift motion directed a potent beam towards Magneto. Goodness, this little brat's powers have intensified. What on earth has he endured? Magneto manipulated the metal on the walls of the base, effortlessly dispersing the pink beam emitted by Proteus. The scattered energy penetrated the walls of the corridor, causing dust to fall from the ceiling, rendering the base increasingly unstable. Little brat, do not forget that it was I who placed you in the life pod, your mother's benefactor. Magneto spoke coldly, fully aware of the young one's vulnerabilities. He had been involved in the research facility's affairs and understood that metal was Proteus' Achilles heel, capable of shattering his energy form. Is that so? If you use too much metal here, this place will collapse. Proteus taunted Magneto. Despite his unstable psyche, he had keenly observed the surrounding environment, recognizing that it was indeed an unsuitable battleground for Magneto. You grown, Proteus. Magneto shouted disdainfully, addressing the former Kevin by his new name. Chapter 49. The return of Doom. Magneto was taken aback, astonished that this young one had such a profound understanding of the geographical advantages at play. Seizing the moment of Magneto's distraction, Proteus unleashed a pink electric current directed at Mystique, intending to control her thoughts with his telepathic abilities. Eric! Mystique instinctively screamed as the formidable current surged toward her. Battle-hardened, Magneto quickly erected an invisible magnetic field around himself and Mystique to resist Proteus' mental manipulation. Realizing that the terrain was indeed disadvantageous for him, and with the recent clash between Phoenix and Cyclops already compromising the dam, seawater began to seep into various parts of the base. It was clear he could not remain here. He needed to escape, Magneto thought to himself. Raven, we must leave, he shouted, maintaining his control over the magnetic field while urging Mystique to follow. Utilizing his powers, Magneto levitated, his hand gesturing towards the wall as metal broke free, forming a barrier between him and Proteus. Grasping Mystique's arm, he swiftly fled from the scene. You shall not escape. Proteus, filled with rage towards Magneto, also levitated and struck the metal barrier, shattering it as he pursued Magneto's retreating form. After a while, have they left? Perhaps I should take a peek now. What if I'm discovered? Oh well, for darling, I shall take the risk. The figure known as 23 slightly opened one eye, only to find that Proteus and Magneto had already departed. A smile of relief spread across her face as she sprang to her feet, surveying her surroundings once more to confirm Proteus's absence. She thought, finding Wolverine is paramount, and hurriedly exited the area. In the control room, find everyone, every single person, locate all humans and eliminate them. The little girl incessantly commanded the Mystique-transformed Stryker. Outside the control room, Storm and Nightcrawler arrived with the children, intending to rendezvous with Phoenix. What is this? The Nightcrawler observed the Cerebro chamber and inquired of Storm. The brainwave amplifier, Storm replied, her gaze fixed on the operational chamber. Aurora, Laser Eye, supporting Phoenix, hastened over. "Jean, are you all right?" Storm asked urgently, noticing Phoenix's injuries. "I'm Phoenix. What transpired?" Phoenix inquired, her expression grave as she surveyed the situation within the chamber. "The professor and a mutant are inside. He appears to be trapped in some sort of illusion," she explained. "Oh, my God. The brainwave amplifier has been inverted. This time, the target is not the mutants." Phoenix finally expressed her anxiety to the group. "Who is it?" Storm asked, her urgency palpable. "Every human," Phoenix replied slowly. Suddenly, the sound of jet thrusters echoed through the corridor, and a red-gold figure soared into view. "Iron Man," Phoenix shouted, halting the group's intentions to attack. Laser Eye and Storm regarded Iron Man with skepticism, unable to fathom his presence in this place, while the children gazed at him with admiration. Having only seen him on television, for them, the iron suit was nothing short of spectacular. "Hello, everyone." Tony Stark landed gracefully in the cramped corridor, greeting them. Outside the Akali Lake military base, Clark finally arrived, landing firmly on the dam and scanning the interior of the base with his X-ray vision. "It's Tony. Oh my God. How'd he get here?" Clark marveled at the unexpected presence of someone who should not have been there, feeling a swell of emotion at the thought that Tony must have come for him. "This is bad. The professor has locked onto all of humanity as his target. We must act swiftly to stop him," Clark exclaimed upon spotting the professor. Gazing down at the dam beneath him, he thought that since it was destined to collapse, he might as well cause a bit of destruction. Clark raised his hands and struck the dam, propelling himself towards Iron Man and the others with great force. Outside the Cerebro chamber, Tony listened in astonishment to Phoenix's explanation. "So, humanity is about to be in grave danger, and our most urgent task is to stop the professor inside? Jarvis, erect a mental barrier," Tony commanded. "Yes, Mr. Stark, but it may not withstand the professor's onslaught," Jarvis responded. "We can't be completely unprepared," Tony lamented, fixated on the chamber's entrance. "And there's no other option." He positioned himself in front of the chamber door, the suit clashing with the ground in metallic resonance. Leaning back, the arc reactor in his chest emitted a blinding light as it gathered energy for a shock wave. "Wait, the professor is currently linked to the brainwave amplifier. Forcing the door open could kill him and everyone connected to his thoughts," Phoenix intervened. "What are we to do?" Tony exclaimed in frustration. The members of the X-Men were equally at a loss, with no clear direction. Then, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the ceiling, and a red and blue figure crashed through the structure of the base, descending to the ground like a projectile, stirring up a cloud of dust. At last, he had arrived. "Clark. Oh, my friend." Tony instantly recognized the newcomer, a smile spreading across his face, rendering the imminent challenges seemingly trivial. "Tony," Clark exclaimed, embracing Tony with such fervor that the metallic armor creaked under the strain. "Oh, cough, cough. Easy there." Tony attempted to push Clark away, but despite activating the thrusters on his arms, he was unable to budge Clark, whose strength was overwhelming. "It's good to see you're all right." Clark released Tony, patting him on the shoulder before greeting the others. "You didn't just..." Tony gestured toward the gaping hole in the ceiling, realizing that Clark's entrance was likely as he had imagined, looking at him with a hint of exasperation. "I came crashing in," Clark replied with a proud thumbs up. "Good heavens." The anxious Jean Grey interrupted the two, who were chatting as if nothing was amiss, briefly explaining the recent events. "Hey, buddy, I need you to take me inside," Clark said, patting Nightcrawler on the shoulder. "Wait a minute. Who is this guy? Who are you?" Cyclops finally realized he did not know Nightcrawler. "I am Kurt Wagner. The Nightcrawler of the circus," Nightcrawler declared proudly, lifting his chin. Storm cut in, interrupting Nightcrawler. "He can teleport. What's your plan?" Storm inquired, glancing at Clark. "I have my methods. Let us move," Clark replied with a confident smile. "You? Why should I trust you?" Cyclops instinctively questioned Clark, encountering him for the first time. "Because I am Superman," Clark stated earnestly, radiating an aura of undeniable power that left Cyclops speechless. "Superman, if I can't see where I'm going, I can't teleport," Nightcrawler explained helplessly. "Don't worry, my steel frame is impervious to walls, and I have faith in you," Clark encouraged Nightcrawler, offering him a reassuring look. "Still, Nightcrawler lowered his head in despair. "Kurt, I believe in you." Storm stepped forward, standing beside Nightcrawler. "All right." Nightcrawler nodded firmly. "You can take your attitude elsewhere. I have my own presence." Just look at Cyclops. I had him intimidated. Clark thought indignantly. Don't believe anything you see there. Jean warned Clark and Nightcrawler. Father in heaven, glory belongs only to you, Nightcrawler recited from a Bible, moving to embrace Clark, who stopped him with a hand on his forehead. Let us not get carried away. I'm not into that. Clark placed a hand on the shoulder of a Nightwalker. Oh my God, Clark, you must hurry. Suddenly, Tony crouched down, revealing a grotesque visage beneath his mask, anguished beyond measure. Even with the mental barriers set beforehand, it was evident that they were mere child's play for the professor. Outside the base, Stryker, who had just managed to break free, was suddenly besieged by excruciating pain. The same torment afflicted every human on Earth. Quickly, upon witnessing Tony's agony, Clark instinctively urged the Nightwalker onward, momentarily setting aside his own intention to confront Stryker. With a swift motion, Clark and the Nightwalker materialized within the central control room, only to find it eerily devoid of any presence, save for a small girl in a white dress standing before them. What are you searching for? She inquired with a friendly smile directed at Clark and the Nightwalker. The Nightwalker stared, bewildered by the girl, then glanced at Clark. An illusion, perhaps? Clark pondered grimly. Kurt, you had best step back or leave. Clark suddenly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with brilliant gold, his voice transforming into a rough, beastly roar. In this illusion, I am a demon. His body swelled dramatically, massive form bursting forth from his battle suit, as Clark tore away the upper half of his attire, revealing skin turned ashen, rippling muscles adorned with prominent veins. His short black hair gradually transformed into flowing white locks, his eyes gleaming with golden light, and a chilling breath escaped from his lips. Doomsday. Chapter 50. Rescue the Professor. Doomsday. Oh, Father in heaven. The Nightwalker pressed his back against the door of the control room, the overwhelming presence of Doomsday igniting a deep-seated fear within him. Desperately convincing himself it was an illusion, merely an illusion. Despite his terror, he remained steadfastly loyal and did not flee. I seek you, child. Doomsday's voice rumbled, coldly fixating on the little girl, displaying what he believed to be an appealing smile. Unbeknownst to him, such a monster was truly terrifying in the presence of the innocent girl. Jason, your time has come. Doomsday bellowed at the girl, emanating a horrific force that caused the entire control room to tremble slightly. Outside the control room, what is happening? Storm sensed the faint tremors emanating from within. Although the dam was collapsing, it should not extend to this location. Children, do not be afraid. Jean, tell me, what is occurring inside? Storm reassured the frightened children, her gaze fixed on Jean. It's nothing, just, oh God, I can hardly believe my eyes. The Phoenix, reluctant to reveal the events to Storm, found herself grappling with the haunting visage of Doomsday, an illusion conjured by Clark. Yet, when the terrifying face of Doomsday materialized in her mind, even the chaotic Phoenix force within her grew wary and subdued. The turmoil within her began to ease. But the matter of Doomsday was one the Phoenix preferred to avoid discussing, as it was merely a figment of Clark's creation, not a reality. Are you all right, Jean? Storm gazed at the Phoenix with concern. I'm fine, truly. Everything is normal inside. Clark is attending to the professor, the Phoenix replied with a forced laugh. Sensing the Phoenix's distress, Cyclops tenderly stroked her back, offering solace. I'm all right, thank you, Scott. The Phoenix smiled gratefully at Cyclops. In the command chamber, the little girl conjured by Jason was valiantly resisting the Doomsday illusion produced by Clark. With a sudden lunge, Doomsday opened its gaping maw, poised to devour the child. The little girl screamed in terror, while Nightcrawler closed his eyes, horrified by the impending bloodshed. However, no anticipated sound reached their ears. Slowly opening her eyes, the girl found herself alone. Doomsday had vanished, leaving only Clark standing beside her, as if nothing had transpired. Clark regarded Nightcrawler with understanding, surveying the eerily quiet surroundings before straightening his posture. Jason, are you still struggling? Remember how your father treated you? Clark called out, initially feeling a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate mutant. Yet, he could not find the professor, and he understood that Jason had lost his humanity, trapped in a haze of obstinate confusion. Are you ready for winter, Kurt? Clark smiled at Nightcrawler. What are you planning? Please, no more monsters. It's too frightening. Nightcrawler replied, anxiously. That was only possible within Jason's illusion, which has now faded. He is merely making his final stand. If we can injure his true form, the illusion will dissipate completely. Clark explained to Nightcrawler. But how can we attack his true form if we cannot see him? Nightcrawler inquired with childlike curiosity. Step back. I said, prepare for winter. Clark urged Nightcrawler to retreat once more. Standing tall, Clark leaned back slightly and took a deep breath. After a moment, he exhaled powerfully. A colossal gust of frigid air erupted from his mouth, rapidly lowering the temperature in the command chamber. Frost began to form in the corners, while Nightcrawler, deeply affected, huddled against himself, rubbing his hands together and pacing in place for warmth. Clark's lung capacity seemed boundless, fueling the icy breath he expelled. Amidst the biting cold wind, snowflakes began to mingle in the air, and the temperature within the central command room continued to plummet, with frost forming upon the grand entrance. Outside the military base at Lake Achille, Magneto and Mystique, having managed to escape, approached the aircraft where Stryker was bound. "Oh, Mr. Stryker, what an amusing coincidence to encounter you here," Magneto greeted, leaning slightly toward Stryker, his tone as cordial as that of an old friend unexpectedly reunited on the street. However, Stryker, incapacitated by the professor's powers, was rendered speechless and incapable of rational thought, completely ignoring Magneto's salutation. "But I assure you, this will not persist." Magneto's eyes flickered with a malevolent glint as he prepared to tighten the chains binding Stryker. Just then, a chill raced down his spine. Instinctively, he conjured a thin magnetic field behind him to deflect the incoming pink beam. "Ah, Eric, you cannot shake me off." The assailant was none other than Proteus, who had recently escaped from Magneto's metallic trap. "Oh, Mr. Proteus, I did not anticipate your escape from the metallic array. It seems your new form serves you well." During their recent skirmish, Magneto had gleaned the reasons behind Proteus's current state. Initially, he had fashioned a magnetic field-laden metallic array within the base to ensnare Proteus, but he had not foreseen the swiftness of his escape. What a stroke of misfortune. The area is dense with trees, and the only substantial metal is Stryker's aircraft, which I intend to use to flee this accursed place, Magneto lamented, begrudgingly acknowledging the boy's fortuitous luck. "Enough of this chatter. I shall dismantle your bones to see if they can serve as a conductor for manipulating metal." Despite wearing a black eye mask, Proteus's luminous eyes shone through. His visage contorted into a fearsome grimace, suffused with a pink glow as he conjured waves of pink energy beams within. "You troublesome little brat. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother." Magneto retorted defiantly. "Raven, take off in the plane. I will follow you." Magneto positioned himself before Proteus. "Eric, look," Mystique called out, pointing towards the figure of Firestorm, John, emerging from the woods. "Very well, take this boy with you, and depart," Magneto commanded, clapping his hands together to generate a magnetic field. Mystique nodded, hastening to attend to Stryker while Magneto held his ground against Proteus. With a swift motion, Proteus traced a circular gesture in the air, crafting a luminous ring, and with a pointed finger, unleashed a torrent of beams from within. The aircraft ascended gradually from the ground. Suddenly, a multitude of beams surged forth. Should they strike, destruction would be inevitable. Magneto expelled a magnetic field around him, forming a square shield to intercept Proteus's assault. With a decisive grasp, he sent the chains on the ground shooting forth like arrows. "Magneto!" Proteus bellowed in fury. "Proteus!" Magneto replied coldly. The radiance collided with the chains. Bang! Inside the cerebral chamber, focus your mind, locate all humans, concentrate, and eliminate them. The little girl continued to hypnotize the professor, but her tone grew increasingly feeble. The biting cold wind and frigid air made it ever more difficult for the professor to concentrate. His thoughts began to spiral into chaos, and the images projected by the brainwave enhancer became increasingly indistinct. After a long while, "No. Stop. No." The little girl summoned her last ounce of strength and let out a desperate scream, vanishing completely. The professor finally escaped the illusion, removed the helmet connected to the brainwave enhancer, and exhaled a breath of icy air, gazing in astonishment at his surroundings. The fissures within the base grew larger. Dust began to fall, followed swiftly by stones, and the structure began to collapse. "Hello, Professor." Clark approached and greeted him. "Oh, child, you're the recently revived professor." Somewhat disoriented, he replied. A massive rock was about to fall on both the professor and Clark when Clark raised his fist and shattered the boulder. "Superman, I am here to rescue you," Clark smiled. The professor nodded, glancing at Jason, rendered speechless. The collapse of the cerebral chamber intensified, with massive stones continuously raining down. Nightcrawler teleported over, placing a hand on each of Clark's and the professor's shoulders, and they vanished just as a colossal debris struck the spot they had occupied. The alarms within the base grew increasingly deafening. Wolverine rushed into the base, frantically searching for the X-Men team. As he sprinted through the corridor, a figure flashed past him, moving too swiftly, and they collided, both tumbling to the ground. "Who are you?" Wolverine exclaimed, sprawled on the floor, quickly raising his adamantium claws in defense. The figure, though similarly impacted, agilely rolled back and lunged directly into Wolverine's embrace. "Wolverine!" The voice brimmed with joy, and Wolverine hesitated before slowly retracting his claws. 23? He gazed in disbelief at the girl before him. "Are you all right?" "Ha!" With that, she buried her head in Wolverine's arms. Wolverine rolled his eyes in exasperation, stood up, and pushed 23 away, disregarding her as he continued his search for the X-Men team. "Where are you going? It's going to collapse," 23 queried, perplexed, as she followed closely behind. "I'm going to save the professor," Wolverine replied without glancing back. "You're insane. It's very dangerous in there. Don't go," 23 urged with concern. Yet she did not attempt to stop him. "If you don't want to come, then leave," Wolverine retorted impatiently, his heart racing as he prioritized finding the professor. 23 pouted, her cheeks puffed like dumplings. Although displeased, she quietly trailed behind Wolverine. Chapter 51. Interception after Wolverine reunited with 23 and the others. They finally managed to escape the base. "Where's the plane? I distinctly remembered being here just moments ago," Wolverine shouted anxiously, scanning the desolate, snow-covered landscape. The group looked around, equally unsettled. The only remnants of the aircraft were iron rings embedded in the snow, surrounded by fallen trees and numerous smoking craters. The snow around these pits had dried out, and in the distance, a gaping hole approximately 10 meters in diameter belched black smoke, likely a recent creation. The professor, supported by Storm, seemed to sense a familiar presence. "What is it, Professor?" Phoenix inquired, noticing his furrowed brow, her expression laced with concern. Fearful, 23 approached Wolverine, gently tugging at the hem of his sleeve with an expression of vulnerability. "Will we be all right?" she whispered softly. "Call me Logan. We will be fine," Wolverine reassured her, comforting 23 as one would a child. He felt a mix of exasperation and affection for her childlike demeanor. "Really? You are so kind." With her worries momentarily forgotten, 23 joyfully embraced Wolverine. However, standing a mere 5'6", she could only reach his chin, prompting her to silently lament, "Next time, I must wear high heels. I can't even reach to kiss him." Cyclops, Phoenix, and Nightcrawler observed the tender exchange between Wolverine and 23 in stunned silence. They had only just met the girl, introduced simply as 23, and now, witnessing their closeness, they stared in bewilderment. "This is just my sister. My sister," Wolverine exclaimed, fearing that Phoenix might misunderstand their relationship. Recalling Proteus's words that 23 was his clone, he decided it was best to clarify her identity, a rationale he found acceptable upon reflection. "Pout! I won't accept that." 23's cheeks puffed out in indignation, dissatisfied with Wolverine's designation. Playfully, she nuzzled against his chest, seeking his comfort. The group, rendered speechless, was suddenly jolted back to reality. "The dam is about to collapse. We must leave immediately, or we will be engulfed by floodwaters," Storm warned, her tone urgent, heightening the tension in the air. Seeing the disarray among the group, Professor, who had been interrupted by Wolverine and 23's exchange earlier, merely shook his head slightly, remaining silent. Phoenix glanced at him, her face reflecting a growing concern. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the dam, and the flood emerged like a ferocious beast, roaring menacingly at the crowd, causing immediate panic among them. Standing nearby, Iron Man Tony felt utterly powerless. Clark, the Iron Man, approached Clark and noticed he was lost in thought. Gently, he called out Clark's name, hoping he might have a solution. Upon hearing his name, Clark glanced at Tony, understanding the unspoken plea in his eyes, and subtly shook his head. Clark, too, was at a loss. The sheer number of children in the area weighed heavily on him. Although he and Iron Man could fly, they could only carry one child at a time. Being children, they could not fly too swiftly. Even with Nightcrawler's teleportation, they could only save one. and if the flood were to suddenly surge, it would swiftly engulf the surroundings, spreading far and wide. There were no buildings or high ground to provide refuge, and he feared he would not be able to save the remaining children in time. It was imperative to ensure absolute safety. He could not gamble with the lives of the children, who had come to the rescue in the movie's plot. Alas, he could not recall. Reliance on that was futile. I must find a way to block the dam. But what could he use? As Clark pondered, he suddenly heard the sound of a jet from the war police. The jet wobbled through the sky, and Clark, using his X-ray vision, recognized that it was the mischief maker clumsily piloting the aircraft. That little rascal. A smile spread across Clark's face. Yes, it was the mischief maker flying the jet to save everyone. A timely arrival indeed. The jet landed with a bounce, akin to a playful rabbit, before finally touching down amidst the crowd's curious gazes. Thud! Was that a tree snapping? They watched as a towering tree slowly toppled to the side. Inside the jet, Barbie, looking startled, rushed to the cockpit, relieved to see that the mischief maker was merely shaken. She swallowed hard and turned to open the jet's hatch. Smiles finally broke out on the faces of the onlookers. "I'll take him," Nightcrawler said as he took the professor from Storm's arms, preparing to teleport him to safety. "Be careful." Suddenly feeling an ominous presence, Clark leaped in front of the professor, swatting away a pink energy sphere that exploded in the distance with a deafening roar. The blast's aftermath echoed persistently in the air. "Who goes there?" Storm inquired nervously, scanning their surroundings. Just then, a figure descended from above. It was Magneto, no longer the imposing figure from moments ago, but rather disheveled, his clothes tattered, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and breathing heavily. "Eric!" the professor exclaimed in surprise, his voice laced with concern for his longtime friend, who appeared so battered after years of not seeing him in such a state. "Oh, Charles, you have quite the student," Magneto replied slowly, turning his gaze towards the professor. "It was you. Magneto, you did this?" Storm regarded Magneto with a wary gaze, questioning him. "Me? Charles, you ought to know who it is. Your former lover. Surely you should intervene. She has gone mad for the sake of her son." A hint of derision laced Magneto's tone as he recounted the events of yesteryears. Professor Moira MacTaggart's weathered eyes glimmered with warmth. "Who is that?" Wolverine inquired, perplexed. The recent peril weighed heavily on his mind. Had it not been for Superman, the professor might not have survived. "Moira is an old friend. I have not seen her in ages," the professor said, focusing intently on Magneto. "You mentioned her son?" "Ah, his masterpiece," Magneto boasted, revealing the scars that adorned his body, unambiguously declaring the existence of Proteus. "Impossible. Kevin is dead. I witnessed his disintegration with my own eyes. His powers claimed his life." The professor's voice rose involuntarily. Years ago, he had endeavored to prevent Moira from committing inhumane acts to save her son. She had confined Kevin, who was daily disassembling his own body, within a life support chamber, sustaining his physical form with energy, yet subjecting him to unimaginable agony. When the professor finally arrived, an intrusion had occurred in the laboratory. Kevin escaped from the chamber, but was soon dismantled by his own abilities, an event the professor had witnessed firsthand. "Kevin, he is dead," the professor murmured softly, the weight of his past failures heavy upon him. Storm, concerned for the professor's emotional state, remained silent, as did Cyclops and the others, unsure how to console him. "Indeed, he is dead," came a voice from the abyss, echoing as if from the depths of hell. A brilliant light emanated from a pit approximately 10 meters deep, flames erupting from the chasm. "But I, Proteus, have returned." A girl with flowing black hair ascended from the void, her hair defying gravity. "Die here, all of you." A pink energy enveloped Proteus, resembling a miniature sun that radiated a brilliant glow, launching a mental assault toward the group. "Proteus, everyone be cautious. This one can manipulate thoughts and possesses the ability to possess," Wolverine warned emphatically, fully aware of Proteus's formidable powers. "Jean," Storm called out urgently upon hearing Wolverine's warning. "No. His mental strength far surpasses mine. I cannot hold out much longer. Only the professor stands a chance against him." The Phoenix attempted to resist Proteus's mental onslaught, but could only slow its approach, ultimately despairing. The professor, astonished that Kevin was indeed alive, found himself speechless. Upon hearing Wolverine mention possession, he began to grasp the reasons behind Proteus's current state. However, having recently overexerted himself in the control room, he lacked the strength to thwart Proteus, and could only plead. Child, cease this. This is not what your mother desires. Silence. You hypocrite. You and you, Eric. Mora. I demand your lives. Proteus shouted in fury, suspended in midair. His arms raised, and a surge of pink lightning enveloped him once more. From a distance, a golden energy blast shot forth, and Proteus merely paused in surprise as the blast entered his body, akin to a drop in the ocean. This infusion seemed to amplify the pink radiance surrounding him. Gradually, he turned his head, fixating coldly on his assailant. Oh, damn it. Is this some sort of dessert supplement? The tone of his sarcasm belonged to none other than Tony Stark, the Iron Man piloting Suit 4. Curse it, you're aiding his recovery. Magneto shouted in anger. Tony could only raise his hands in apology, gazing innocently at Magneto. Proteus? Clark remarked coolly. Has this fellow likened himself to a deity? Chapter 44. Proteus, ha ha ha. Thank you, Iron Man. As a token of my gratitude, you shall all become my puppets. Proteus exclaimed excitedly, spreading his arms wide as his formidable mental power surged once again towards the group. This is dire. Such an intangible mental assault leaves even Clark at a loss. He thought, instinctively positioning himself in front of the others. As Proteus's mental strike approached, a beam of purple light descended from the heavens, enveloping everyone within its embrace. From afar, a hurried breath echoed. Huff, huff, ouch, I'm exhausted, utterly spent. The voice belonged to the Card Emperor, who descended slowly to join the group, evidently having exerted considerable effort to arrive. However, fortune favored him as he fortuitously shielded the group from Proteus's mental onslaught, erecting an invisible psychic barrier. Remy, Clark exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the Card Emperor, who nodded in acknowledgement. Wolverine? The Card Emperor spotted Wolverine and greeted him like an old friend. Who are you? Wolverine arched an eyebrow, puzzled. Have you not recovered from your amnesia? The Card Emperor gestured toward Wolverine's head with his hands. Amnesia? Well, I do struggle with some memories. Wolverine replied, a hint of melancholy in his nod. Observing the interaction between Wolverine and the Card Emperor, 23, clearly dissatisfied with the Card Emperor's demeanor towards Wolverine, extended 2 adamantium claws, threatening the Card Emperor. Who are you? Why do you meddle in Logan's affairs? 23's stance resembled that of an irate kitten. The Card Emperor waved his hand, mimicking a zipper motion across his mouth, signaling for silence. Proteus stood quietly, having just clashed with Magneto, and after the recent encounter, he felt somewhat drained. Initially believing he could control these individuals, he was taken aback by the unforeseen intervention of the Card Emperor, who had thwarted his plans and seemingly liberated himself from Strick's influence. For the Card Emperor, who possesses a mental barrier, Proteus felt a formidable power that he could not unleash. The Card Emperor was unable to control himself, and Proteus found himself equally powerless against him, momentarily ensnared in a vicious cycle. He needed to buy some time to regain his strength. Proteus mused quietly. Let me yeesh an elbow, he shouted, successfully capturing the attention of the onlookers. The Card Emperor looked at Proteus with a hint of trepidation. His own mental shielding was not superior to Proteus's, as Proteus's ability was automatic, whereas he had to first gather energy. Essentially, one was on automatic and the other on manual. Casting a glance at Clark, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, the Card Emperor warily stepped forward to regard Proteus. Hey Kevin, what's wrong? Not content with Essex, you've come to Strick for what purpose? That girl is one of yours? Isn't she? The Card Emperor snapped, pointing at 23. 23 retorted, crossing her arms and turning her head away, ignoring the Card Emperor. The Card Emperor's words caused the crowd to cast furtive glances at 23. A vein throbbed on Proteus's forehead. The name Kevin was a sensitive topic for him. Yet, lacking the strength to retaliate, he stifled his anger. Immedible. Do you think you can extract Mr. Essex's hand? If you betray Mr. Essex today, you know the consequences. Proteus warned the Card Emperor. As Proteus and the Card Emperor exchanged words, a child stealthily whispered in Storm's ear, That is my sister, pointing at Proteus. What? Storm scrutinized Proteus closely. The radiant pink glow surrounding him had previously obscured her view of his appearance. Ruth Alding? Storm finally recognized Proteus's visage, initially failing to do so due to the possession that had altered his youthful appearance into that of a man in his 20s. Blind sight? That poor child? Phoenix recalled Storm's words, her heart heavy with concern. Professor, Wolverine just mentioned that Proteus possesses the power of possession. We must save that child, Storm implored, looking earnestly at the professor. Impossible. The professor had yet to speak when Magneto let out a cold chuckle. What do you mean? Storm glared at Magneto. Once possessed by Proteus, even if he willingly departs, without Wolverine's extraordinary healing abilities, the body will still undergo self-dissolution. Magneto explained nonchalantly. What did you say? Upon hearing Magneto's words, Storm closed her eyes in sorrow. You cannot simply abandon that child. There must be a way. Phoenix cried out desperately, looking at Magneto. Stop pretending to be a savior. Let us first focus on surviving under Proteus's influence. Magneto sneered at Warpath, who he found particularly intolerable. Clark's extraordinary hearing detected the impending rush of floodwaters. The dam could not withstand the pressure much longer, and there was no time to delay. Furrowing his brow, Clark approached the King of Cards, gesturing for him to step back. Remy, ensure everyone's safety and evacuate. I will handle this, he commanded with an icy tone. Not turning to face the assembled crowd, Remy silently nodded, executing Clark's orders as he led the others away. Clark, Iron Man called out urgently, feeling utterly helpless in his inability to assist. Superman, let me remind you that Proteus's weakness lies in metal, which can disrupt his energy form. However, his physical form is currently too formidable. I just experienced that firsthand. Exercise caution, Magneto advised from behind. Damn you, Eric, Proteus thought, his expression darkening. Metal, you say? Clark acknowledged with a slight nod, signaling his understanding. Nightcrawler teleported with the professor to the jet, and seeing that Proteus showed no intention of intervening, the others began boarding as well. Not going to stop us? Clark asked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Proteus. I think I need to take a break, Proteus quipped, displaying rare humor. The last to board the jet, 23 glanced back at Proteus, fully aware of the consequences of leaving today. Watching Wolverine carry a child onto the jet, her resolve solidified, and she stepped aboard without a backward glance. Tony? Why? Clark suddenly noticed that Iron Man, Tony Stark, remained rooted in place, unmoving. Don't mind me, buddy. I believe my metallic form could be of assistance if you require manpower. Iron Man jested. Clark, feeling a mix of exasperation and gratitude, exchanged a meaningful glance with Tony. And I'm here too, the King of Cards added, gliding over with a cheerful demeanor. Tony Stark, Tony acknowledged as they shook hands. Remy LeBeau, the King of Cards, introduced himself, establishing a formal acquaintance with Iron Man. Do you belittle me? Proteus seethed inwardly. On board the jet, Storm approached the frightened child still gripping the controls. It's all right, little one. You can let go now. Dear, she comforted. It's safe. Release the controls, Phoenix instructed Cyclops. Really? Cyclops asked, seeing Phoenix nod, and he hurried to check on the professor's condition. Are we really just leaving like this? Wolverine remarked, feeling a sense of indignation as he glanced at the professor and then at the X-Men. Storm calmed the children one by one and, upon hearing Wolverine's words, furrowed her brow in silence. We cannot defeat Proteus. We must retreat strategically, Cyclops reasoned, offering solace to the group. Scott, we are heading to the White House. As Wolverine was about to retort, the professor interjected, What is the matter? Storm inquired, while the others turned their gaze toward the professor. This is likely no longer merely an issue concerning Lake Achille. It pertains to the president, who is set to deliver a speech regarding the Mutant Registration Act. The professor stated with an expression of calm detachment. His telepathic abilities were gradually returning. Yet even in his restored state, he found himself powerless against Proteus, whose mental shielding rendered the professor incapable of accessing his consciousness. Today, the X-Men owe Superman a favor. Cyclops remarked quietly. The group lowered their heads in silence, while Bobby and Jubilee exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Storm and Cyclops piloted the jet. But after a while, Wolverine, sensing something amiss, approached. What is the problem? He asked. The thrusters are malfunctioning, Cyclops replied anxiously. Then fix it, Wolverine urged. I'm trying, Cyclops replied, diligently inspecting the jet. Has anyone seen John? Jubilee queried the group. Whereas Firestorm? Wolverine turned to Jean and asked. Yes, with Magneto. Jean attuned to John's whereabouts. And Magneto? Wolverine suddenly realized that Magneto had also vanished without a trace. He has left, Jean informed Wolverine, her expression neutral. Upon hearing this news, Wolverine turned away in silence, while Jubilee and Bobby struggled to accept the grim reality. What is going on? Clark noticed the jet's prolonged inability to take off and turned to Proteus, questioning Iron Man, Tony. Tony scanned the jet. Their thrusters are broken. They require some power. He reported upon reviewing the results. None of you can leave. Proteus suddenly shouted. Chapter 45. Proteus 2. Clark glanced at the jet before fixing his attention back on the still-standing Proteus. Damn telepathy. What am I truly afraid of? Having been Superman for so long, I should have gained some insight. Even if I evade facing this today, I will inevitably encounter such challenges. For this is the Marvel Universe. I possess such abilities. There is no escaping this. Tony, Remy, you two go assist the X-Men. I'll handle things here. Clark declared with an undeniable authority. Be careful. Proteus has telepathy. Don't let him control you. Remy cautioned, knowing he could not dissuade Clark but offering a reminder. Tony instinctively nodded, acquiescing to Clark's decision. Rest assured, if he truly is Proteus, then I shall be the Godslayer, Clark stated, his eyes blazing with confidence as he regarded Proteus. Ever since you emerged from my illusion, I have realized that my powers no longer affect you. Thus, I cannot establish a mental barrier. You must tread carefully. Remy offered a final warning to Clark before making his way toward the jet. Suddenly, no one shall escape. Proteus bellowed. He materialized abruptly behind Remy, thrusting his hand deep into Remy's abdomen before swiftly retracting it, the speed so remarkable that blood flowed only moments later. The King of Cards let out a harrowing scream, the suddenness of the assault leaving Iron Man utterly unprepared. Remy, Clark, alerted by the King of Cards' agony, turned around to witness the chaos unfolding behind him. He had been fixated on Proteus. When had this transpired? Clark lamented inwardly. Anxious for the King of Cards, Clark and Iron Man rushed to his side, supporting the fallen figure just as Proteus, having attacked him, transformed into an energy form and vanished without a trace. Cough, cough. Clark. The King of Cards' voice was frail, a torrent of blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Hold on, buddy, Tony exclaimed in astonishment, yet feeling utterly powerless against such grievous injuries. How could this happen? Why did my scanner fail to detect Proteus anomaly? It registered nothing of his ambush. That scoundrel. Tony murmured in disbelief. A faint purple glow emanated from the wound on the King of Cards' abdomen, slowly alleviating his injuries. Proteus, he has a mental shield, cough. He can mask himself from anyone or any device that senses him. Cough, cough. The King of Cards labored to explain, the violet light dimming with each passing moment, nearly fading from view. Stop talking. You need treatment, buddy, Tony reassured him, grasping the King of Cards' hand. You will be all right? Clark echoed, offering his comfort. Proteus, he drained my energy. You must be cautious. The King of Cards gasped, summoning his last reserves of strength. The wound was too severe. Thermal vision could not mend it. How could this happen? How could this happen? Clark knelt beside the King of Cards, consumed by guilt. It's not your fault, Remy, he thought, feeling a profound sorrow for the first time since arriving in this Marvel universe. The King of Cards could no longer speak, but he extended a hand, patting Clark gently, signaling that he could still endure, managing a faint smile. Suddenly, Nightcrawler appeared. The professor sensed your plight on the plane. Let me take him, he declared, assuring them of the professor's ability to save him. All right, I will act as your booster, pushing you along, Tony replied. With a nod from Clark, Nightcrawler teleported the King of Cards onto the jet. Just as Tony rose, Proteus reappeared with startling suddenness. What? Tony exclaimed, shocked to find two Proteuses. One stood motionless in the previous location, while the other loomed before him, poised to claim his life. Boom! Clark, having anticipated this, swiftly seized the neck of the newly emerged Proteus. Clark's eyes blazed with a fierce fire as he fixed his gaze upon the suddenly materialized Proteus. Before Proteus could utter a word, Clark tightened his grip, ruthlessly extinguishing the life of the unexpected intruder. As Proteus perished, he instantly transformed into an energy form, disintegrating into nothingness. Such a temper. Do convey my gratitude to Mr. Lebo. His energy is quite invigorating for me, though it takes some time to assimilate. Came the mocking voice of Proteus from the other side. Clark stood with his back turned, shadows casting over his face, yet his eyes, enhanced by thermal vision, shimmered with a flickering crimson glow. Proteus! Clark shouted in fury, spinning around to face him. An overwhelming aura surged from Clark, creating a shockwave that propelled even Iron Man. Tony, who was yet to take flight, away from him. He spun mid-air, activating the thrusters on his limbs to regain his balance. Wow, it's my first time witnessing Clark so enraged, Tony thought, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. I should assist the War Machine. Hang in there, my friend. With that, he soared toward War Machine. Little Lion's angry. Haha, Proteus exclaimed as he propelled himself toward Clark with tremendous force. Clark, adorned with a visage of wrath, shot toward Proteus in silence. Bang! They both unleashed powerful punches, striking each other squarely in the face. The extraordinary force sent both Clark and Proteus hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and carving a deep furrow in the snow. Clark sprang to his feet, disbelief washing over him as he processed the strength he had just encountered. That blow had instilled a sense of fear within him, for he felt pain. No, 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 Clark repeated vehemently, though he acknowledged that while Proteus had absorbed the power of the Card King and temporarily grown stronger, it might also be an illusion conjured by Proteus's telepathic abilities. Damn it, Clark cursed suddenly, furrowing his brow as he glared at Proteus. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Proteus observed Iron Man assisting the jet with its thrusters. Contemplating the professors and Magneto he wished to eliminate, resolving not to allow War Machine to escape. Proteus remained unaware that Magneto had departed, helmet in tow. Phoenix sensed this first through Firestorm, followed by Mystique nearby, gathering a pink energy sphere in his hand. Proteus spun it once before launching it toward the jet with a flick of his wrist. You dare? Clark appeared abruptly in the path of the energy sphere, seizing it effortlessly. With a clap of his hands, he shattered the sphere, releasing a plume of white smoke. Clark dismissively brushed his hands together, regarding Proteus with disdain. What? Proteus's face, once adorned with pride, now betrayed a flicker of displeasure and unease. Just moments ago, he had harbored thoughts of eliminating the professor, expending the last of his strength to unleash an energy sphere, only to have it swatted away by Clark. To his astonishment, the energy sphere he conjured now was tenfold more potent, yet Clark effortlessly dispersed it with a single strike. As he pondered this, Clark materialized before him, his focus unwavering. Although he could not perceive the movements of Proteus's clones, he remained attuned to the slightest shifts in the atmosphere around him. Thus, should Proteus deploy a clone, he would be instantly aware. Moreover, from the moment the first clone manifested, it was not until a conversation between Tony and the Card Emperor that the second clone appeared. If he possessed the ability to manipulate clones at will, there would be no need for such prolonged intervals. Hence, Clark deduced that Proteus required a certain amount of time to summon his clones. Can I say cool down? Just a self-mockery. In front of Proteus, Clark suddenly struck with a forceful clap, generating a tremendous airflow that ensnared Proteus in a vacuum-like state. With one swift punch, he sent Proteus hurtling away, increasing the distance between him and the jet. Damn it! Before Proteus could fully comprehend the situation, Clark unleashed a flurry of punches, relentlessly pummeling him. Though Proteus presently bore the visage of a young girl, Clark exhibited no semblance of compassion. Inside the jet, Storm observed the unfolding conflict on the display screen, noting that Clark had gained the upper hand in his assault on Proteus. However, her concern lingered regarding the blind seer, Ruth Alding, who had fallen under Proteus's influence. Stay calm. Did you not hear Magneto? Anyone possessed cannot survive. Wolverine placed a hand on Storm's shoulder, expressing his resignation. Yet at that moment, Storm's emotions were beyond verbal articulation. After a moment of chaotic thoughts, she turned to the professor. Professor, please help that child. Storm placed her hopes in the professor's hands. Suddenly, the jet jolted as Iron Man propelled it from behind. We're out of time. Let us move. Cyclops interrupted Storm, maneuvering the jet as it began to ascend, aided by Iron Man's thrust. Jean, the professor suddenly exclaimed. Wolverine immediately reacted, scanning the cabin, only to find that Phoenix was inexplicably absent. Where's Jean? The group collectively realized that Phoenix had mysteriously exited the aircraft, their gazes rising as they searched the cabin. She is outside, the professor said, his expression grave. Chapter 46. Phoenix what? Cyclops halted his tasks, his face a mask of shock as he regarded the professor. No, Jean wouldn't go to save that Ruth, would she? Why? Wolverine's brows furrowed in concern as he looked at Storm. That child is Jean a student? Storm sighed heavily, reluctantly revealing the truth. Laser Eye sprang to his feet and dashed toward the hatch, but the jet had already ascended into the air. Although its speed was gradual, the hatch had automatically locked into a secure state. "No, stop, Iron Man," he exclaimed, turning to Storm, who was seated at the controls. Iron Man, can you hear me? Please respond." Storm hurriedly activated the communication device to reach Iron Man. "Mr. Stark, we have an incoming transmission on our channel." Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated. "What's going on?" "Patch it through, Jarvis," Tony Stark replied with a hint of curiosity. "This is bad, Iron Man. Jean has exited the plane. We can't locate her," Storm shouted as soon as the communication opened. "What did you say?" Tony responded incredulously. "No, we can't leave. Lower the ramp." Laser Eye shouted anxiously. "I can't." Storm discovered that all operational buttons had automatically engaged, rendering the ramp inoperable. Meanwhile, Rogue and Bobby stood by in concern. But the only one capable of shielding Phoenix from mental intrusion lay unconscious within the cabin. Outside, Superman and Proteus were locked in fierce combat. Suddenly, the distant dam finally ruptured, and a torrent of water surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. What? Clark suddenly saw towering waves of water crashing toward him and the jet. Although the jet had taken flight, it was still perilously within the reach of the impending deluge. Just as Clark intended to soar over to assist, a slender arm grasped his own, halting his advance. "What?" Clark exclaimed in shock, turning to find Proteus had instantly recovered. Seemingly unaffected by the prior attack, his face twisted in a malevolent grin. "You can't save them. You can't save anyone. We shall all perish together. Ha ha ha." Proteus bellowed with a voice oscillating between fury and disdain. He ripped off his eye mask, revealing once beautiful eyes now devoid of pupils, filled with swirling pink energy that overflowed from the deep sockets, creating a rather terrifying visage. "Do you know? This body has been completely eroded by my energy. It's exquisite, a flawless amalgamation." Proteus grasped Clark's shoulders and forcefully collided his forehead against Clark's. Clark was momentarily dazed by the unexpected blow. Meanwhile, aboard the jet, Storm pointed at the screen in alarm. "What is that?" she cried, witnessing the roaring flood. "Goodness, just when one calamity subsides, another arises." Wolverine despaired. "I found her." Tony's voice came through the communicator. "Look, it's Jean," Wolverine exclaimed, spotting Phoenix in the transmission Tony sent, manipulating Iron Man and the jet with her powers not far from them. "The flood is coming," Storm shouted anxiously. In the blink of an eye, the flood surged forth, engulfing Clark and Proteus, and soon confronted the Phoenix. With one hand raised against the deluge, the Phoenix wielded her powers to halt the relentless tide, instantly cleaving the waters in two. With her other hand, she propelled the jet forward. "You, go save her," Wolverine urgently shouted upon seeing Nightcrawler. "She won't let me." Nightcrawler lamented from his seat, immobilized and watching Wolverine helplessly. "Iron Man," Storm implored Tony once more, activating the communicator. "No, I cannot do anything. I'm under control," Tony replied, equally powerless, stating that all he could manage was to enhance the firepower. "Damn it," Cyclops exclaimed in frustration, striking the control panel in disappointment. "I know what I'm doing." The professor, with his eyes closed, spoke words that seemed at odds with his usual demeanor, even as anxiety filled the room. "This is the only way." The Phoenix communicated through the professor to everyone present. Cyclops hurried over, leaning close to the professor. "Jean, please listen to me." "No, don't do this," he urged, his voice tinged with emotion. "I intended to save my students, yet, fortuitously, I can save everyone," the Phoenix said, her voice breaking with sorrow. "Goodbye," she conveyed through the professor. "No, no, no," Wolverine shouted in desperation, while Cyclops was too stricken with grief to articulate his thoughts. "Jarvis, redirect all power to the foot thrusters." Understanding the Phoenix's intention, Tony commanded Jarvis to maximize the thrusters' output. The relentless flood surged ever stronger, and a golden glow began to emanate from the Phoenix, showcasing the power of the Phoenix Force. With Iron Man and the Phoenix's combined force, the jet finally soared above the floodwaters, safely reaching a height beyond danger. Upon witnessing the jet's safety, a faint smile of relief crossed the Phoenix's face. Just as she prepared to retract her powers and face her impending demise, a hand suddenly emerged from the flood, grasping the Phoenix and lifting her skyward. "What?" the Phoenix exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. "Clark, Tony, who had been vigilantly observing the situation, saw Clark break free from Proteus's grasp and emerge from the waters, rescuing the Phoenix, and could not help but shout in exhilaration. "It's Superman!" The crew inside the jet, who had been concerned for the Phoenix's fate, erupted into cheers upon seeing Clark's heroic act on the monitor. Cyclops, who had been dejectedly staring down, suddenly heard the jubilant cries of his comrades and looked up to see the Phoenix unharmed, his face lighting up with joy. "Wonderful! Well done, Superman!" Wolverine nodded in satisfaction, his excitement bubbling over as he instinctively embraced 23 beside him before eagerly moving to the monitor, once again expressing concern for Phoenix's well-being. Thud, thud, thud. What regrets could there be in this life? 23's face flushed crimson, and had the surroundings fallen silent, one could have heard the rhythmic pounding of her heart. As for 23's fanciful musings, they were of little concern to the others, who, having escaped peril, fixated their gazes on the screen depicting Phoenix and Superman. Clark, still holding Phoenix, had not yet found the opportunity to speak with her when, in a sudden motion, he cast her aside. "Nightcrawler!" Wolverine instinctively called out Nightcrawler's name. In a flash, Nightcrawler teleported to Phoenix's side, enveloping her in his arms before instantly transporting them back to the jet. As Phoenix returned to her place, Cyclops, quicker than Wolverine, embraced her tightly. It's all right, Jean. You're safe now," Cyclops immediately reassured his girlfriend, Phoenix. Regaining her composure, Phoenix patted Cyclops on the back, signaling her well-being. Wolverine stood there, speechless. Everyone was watching. Although he harbored feelings for Phoenix, he wished not to burden her with his affections, and thus, he buried his sentiments deep within his heart. Meanwhile, 23, who had been observing Wolverine intently, seemed to sense his unusual demeanor. She extended her arms, yearning to comfort him, but Wolverine, without even glancing her way, instinctively sidestepped her embrace and joined the others in their concern for Phoenix. Having fallen to the ground, due to inertia, 23 quickly scrambled to her feet, puffing her cheeks in displeasure as she gazed at Wolverine, hoping he would notice her plight and come to her aid. Realizing he was completely oblivious to her, she silently stood up and quietly moved to stand behind him. Meanwhile, Clark, having cast aside Phoenix, reacted swiftly, clasping his hands together to seize the relentless Proteus. Witnessing Nightcrawler's sudden appearance whisk away Phoenix brought Clark a modicum of relief. At long last, he had averted Phoenix's demise, and he silently hoped that no further calamities would befall her. "Damn it, you succeeded again. Why? Time and again, you thwart me," Proteus roared in frustration. Harboring an intense animosity towards Clark, grappling with Proteus, they engaged in a struggle. Indeed, it was best to first deal with this adversary, who seemed to grow stronger and whose body appeared to be adapting to Clark's assaults. What was happening? Although uncertain if he had fallen victim to this foe's mental onslaught, the absence of doomsday indicated that he was not ensnared in an illusion. Now, the day of annihilation resembles a safety lock. Once one succumbs to an illusion, the day of destruction will inevitably manifest, resisting the delusion. However, the consequence of this is that annihilation gradually encroaches upon one's consciousness. In other words, while one may outwardly appear as a Superman, internally, one transforms into a harbinger of destruction. Hence, the previous victory over Jason's illusion can only be regarded as sheer luck. Superman, do you hear me?" Clark, troubled, suddenly perceived the voice of the professor. "Is it you, Professor?" Clark pondered silently within his mind. Chapter 47, The Final Battle Child, Listen to Me. Previously, Magneto stated that Proteus' weakness was metal, which could disrupt his energy form. However, he has now acquired a body perfectly suited for him, and with Magneto's recent failure, it is evident that metal is no longer his vulnerability. The professor meticulously elucidated Proteus's capabilities. "What should I do then?" Clark questioned, a sense of unease creeping over him. "For some reason, I feel that this foe is continually growing stronger, even adapting to my attacks. Child, that is due to blind sight, the unique condition of the girl named Aldine. After merging with Proteus, her greatest ability is to assist him in absorbing fragments of the mind, thereby amplifying Proteus's powers in all aspects." The professor revealed the truth. "What?" Clark gasped inwardly, astonished. "Isn't that akin to an existence of infinite enhancement? Mind fragments, an intangible energy, serve as the perfect sustenance for Proteus, who is perpetually in a state of self-disintegration. This energy can exponentially augment all of Proteus's capabilities. Although the upper limits remain unclear, should he continue to evolve, even Superman may find himself outmatched. We must thwart him. If we allow him to mature to a certain extent, no one will stand against him. Such an individual poses a threat of catastrophe to the entire world. Clark expressed his anxiety to the professor. The humanity within Proteus has been engulfed by wrath. While my abilities have recovered somewhat, they are still insufficient to seal him away, and he possesses an automatic defense through mental shielding. You must devise a solution, child, the professor advised. I understand. Although I am uncertain of the means to defeat Proteus, I will exert my utmost effort, Clark confidently declared to the professor. He harbors intentions of annihilating me, Eric, and his own mother, his heart brimming with selfish hatred. The professor spoke with a tone of lamentation and frustration. What about the girl who has been possessed? Clark inquired, clinging to a sliver of hope. Poor Aldine. She has already been killed by Proteus, the professor replied, his expression sorrowful. Then leave it to me, Professor, Clark asserted aloud for the first time. What did you say? Proteus, who had been grappling with Clark, was momentarily taken aback. Child, I am serious now. Clark's gaze transformed, imbued with unwavering resolve. Clark was acutely aware that Proteus was relentlessly pushing his limits, and now he too had to confront his own boundaries, a contest of endurance between them. With a swift motion, Clark thrust his arms forward, breaking free from Proteus's grasp. He let out a sharp exhale, instantly tensing every muscle in his body, delivering a powerful uppercut to the jaw of Proteus, whose head snapped back with effort. Previously, Clark had not been deterred by the feminine physique of Proteus. Though he had just realized that this was the body of another girl, now possessed by Proteus, a wave of instinctive concern washed over him. Yet, he quickly recalled that this unfortunate girl had already been slain by Proteus, allowing Clark to engage in his assault without hesitation. As he landed the punch, Proteus was already reacting, his head still reeling from the force, yet his hand was poised to retaliate. With a swift sweep, pink energy surged from his entire arm, forming a sickle-like arc aimed at Clark. Leaning back, Clark inhaled deeply and exhaled a chilling breath towards the sickle-shaped energy. Super breath. The formless energy instantly crystallized into ice, significantly slowing the attack. With a decisive clap of his hands, Clark shattered the frozen energy into icy shards. You are out of options, he shouted at Proteus. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, and he turned to see another Proteus launching a surprise attack from behind. Watch out, he exclaimed, as the Proteus in front of him swiftly retreated, while the one behind ensnared him in an embrace. Realizing the impending danger, Clark's instincts kicked in, but it was too late. Boom. The second Proteus self-destructed. The resounding explosion echoed through the air, engulfing Clark in a torrent of pink flames, causing those aboard the jet to gasp in alarm. What a cowardly act. Little Mischief scoffed at the display on the screen, disdain evident in her voice. This is outrageous. Professor, what should we do? Are we just going to stand by? Wolverine shouted, frustration palpable. Before the professor could respond, Storm cried out, It's Proteus. He is coming for us. None of you will escape, Proteus declared, his eyes fixed on the hovering jet. A deep-seated rage brewing within him as he thought of the individuals inside. Iron Man, Tony, immediately took a defensive stance, ready to protect the jet. Iron Man? What can you possibly do? Proteus sneered, watching Tony with a mocking gaze. I will do what I must, Tony retorted as he piloted his suit forward, positioning himself to intercept Proteus. He knew he could not employ energy attacks or any weaponry that might inadvertently provide thermal energy. It was time for a brawl. Perhaps he should enlist a boxing coach, Tony mused to himself with a hint of sarcasm. As he threw a punch, Proteus, dismissive of Iron Man, did not even attempt to block the incoming strike. Unexpectedly, what appeared to be an ordinary punch inflicted excruciating pain upon himself. What on earth is happening? Proteus widened his eye sockets, devoid of eyeballs, in disbelief as he gazed at Iron Man, Tony. I surmise your weakness lies in metal. Coincidentally, my armored suit is equipped with a resonator. Did I strike you internally? After listening to Magneto's explanation, Tony began to ponder. Magneto, you wield metal as your weapon, yet you claim it is Proteus's vulnerability. One need only observe the state in which you were left by Proteus. As the proprietor of Stark Industries, Tony was well-versed in the name Essex, uttered by Proteus, prompting him to instruct Jarvis to retrieve information regarding Proteus. By synthesizing this knowledge with his own, he deduced that Magneto's inability to prevail against Proteus stemmed from the nature of the new body Proteus had assumed. Little cleverness. An enraged Proteus seized Tony's arms, and with a resounding crack, Tony's armor shattered. This is bad. Upon witnessing the energy of impact coalescing in Proteus's mouth, Tony realized misfortune was imminent. Proteus! The furious roar of Clark resonated from behind, and just as Proteus turned, astonished by Clark's swift recovery, his face was seized by Clark's formidable hand, which forcefully propelled Proteus away from both the jet and Tony. Thanks, buddy. Without a moment to spare for pleasantries, Clark, upon hearing Tony's assurance of safety, soared towards Proteus. As for Clark, apart from a slight dusting of grime, he appeared largely unscathed, the only notable change being the unmistakable fury radiating from his eyes. His gaze, ablaze like a roaring fire, focused intensely on Proteus, unleashing his heat vision to its fullest potential, capable of melting and vaporizing nearly any substance. Clark was also wagering that, although his heat vision was derived from the solar energy stored within him, transforming into his own power and projected through the crystalline lenses of his eyes, it could serve as a potent boon for Proteus. Yet Clark gambled that Proteus would be unable to react swiftly enough to such a penetrating and rapid assault. Indeed, Proteus's instinct was to evade Clark's heat vision. However, with one arm firmly grasped by Clark, he found himself unable to escape. Consequently, Clark's heat vision severed Proteus's left arm, from which no blood flowed, but rather a pink energy resembling liquid spilled forth. As Proteus had previously articulated, the girl's body had been thoroughly amalgamated with his essence, both literally and figuratively. The agony of the severed limb tormented Proteus, as pink energy oozed from the wound, momentarily coalescing into a pink arm before dissipating, or rather retreating back into Proteus's being. Curse it! Curse it! The visage of Proteus contorted into a grotesque expression, for the flawless body he had painstakingly awaited was now obliterated, leaving him in turmoil over his incessant self-dissolution. Drink! Proteus opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of pink light. Yet, now injured, he could hardly regard Clark as a threat. With an impassive expression, Clark raised his hand, deflecting the beam to the side, where it struck the floodwaters below, creating a tremendous splash. What? Proteus gazed at Clark in disbelief, as if he were a different person. Card King, and this girl named Blindside, you have harmed too many. Clark's anger towards Proteus intensified, his eyes fixed with unwavering intensity. What shall I do then? Atone for my sins? Proteus replied with a cold laugh. No, simply perish, Clark stated with a stern countenance, each word deliberate, an authoritative aura emanating from him involuntarily. The imposing presence Clark exhibited unsettled Proteus, who steadied his resolve, contemplating that he must strike first. Although he had already expended his doppelganger, he still possessed other tactics. Bastard! How splendid it would be to obtain Superman's physique. Proteus schemed malevolently, and suddenly, the pink lightning in his eyes surged. Clark had discarded Proteus's severed arm and awaited his next move when he heard the professor's urgent call. Be careful. Chapter 48. Illusion, be careful. As Clark heard the professor's warning, the world before his eyes transformed in an instant. Am I experiencing a hallucination? He pondered with growing certainty. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of whiteness, devoid of life. Yet his feet felt firmly planted on solid ground, and as far as the eye could see, it remained a sea of white. Clark gazed down at his feet and began to walk slowly. Suddenly, emerald grass sprouted beneath him, growing at an astonishing speed in all directions, until the ground was soon lush with verdant greenery. This must be an illusion, yet why did it feel so serene? He sensed no trace of the cataclysmic fury of doomsday. He gently waved his arm, feeling a hint of moisture in the air, and looking ahead, he witnessed a rapid transformation as towering trees sprouted from the grass, filling the world with melodious birdsong and fragrant blooms. 2 butterflies flitted by, and the sounds of playful animals filled his ears. An animal kingdom, perhaps? Clark silently scoffed as the sudden, blinding sunlight compelled him to squint. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the unexpected brilliance, through which he faintly discerned a child and what appeared to be the child's mother. joyfully frolicking in this serene, nature-infused setting. The woman, reminiscent of a nurturing figure, was spreading a picnic cloth on the grass, arranging an array of delectable foods, while the child chased after butterflies and gathered small flowers, embodying pure joy that struck Clark as profoundly heartwarming. "Mom, this is for you." He vaguely heard the child offering the collected blooms to his mother, despite the glaring sunlight obscuring the features of the child and woman, rendering the scene as if viewed through a golden-hued filter. Clark, not one to shy away, decided to approach and inquire about this place. Suddenly his arm, which shielded him from the sun, was drenched by a splash of rain, and the sunlight intensified to a dazzling brilliance, forcing Clark to squint his eyes shut once more. When he reopened them, he was startled to find himself swaying, his footing unsteady, grasping a wooden railing for support. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was aboard a passenger ship, now caught in a fierce storm. Amidst his bewilderment, a piercing scream erupted from the deck, and Clark soon learned that the ship was being raided by pirates. Several menacing figures, clad as pirates, threatened the passengers, and to his dismay, he recognized the mother and child from before among them. Instinctively, Clark yearned to assist, yet the ship's violent rocking induced a disorienting sense of seasickness, leaving him weak and unable to muster any strength. "This is impossible," he thought, having previously navigated the realms of the mind and illusions without ever feeling this feeble. "Hey there, Missy, hand over that necklace." One of the pirates growled with a repugnant tone, clearly intent on seizing anything of value. The target of his threat was none other than the woman whom Clark had seen on the grassy field. Although her features remained indistinct, the familiarity of the moment was palpable. "Get away, you bad man." The child bravely interposed between the pirate and the woman. "No, don't do that, child," Clark shouted in desperation, yet his voice seemed muted, unable to break the silence of his alarm. "Ha ha ha. You'd better move aside, little brat, or you'll pay the price," the pirate warned, leveling his gun at the child's head. "No, the one who will pay the price is you," the child retorted coolly. "No," the woman suddenly cried out. In an instant, the pirate, who had been aiming his gun at the child, appeared to vanish as if under a spell, disintegrating without warning. In mere moments, one of the pirates had disappeared from the deck, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. "No, brother." One of the remaining pirates stepped forward, appearing to be the leader, his face contorted with fury as he shouted, "You monster! You wretched creature!" The pirate quickly discerned the culprit and aimed his gun once more at the child, firing without hesitation. The bullet shot forth like a vibrant firework, glimmering in midair before vanishing without a trace. "No, what manner of beast are you?" Panic gradually filled the pirate's eyes as he frantically questioned the devil before him, his grip on the weapon trembling. The child, or rather the woman, emitted a sorrowful sound, unable to bear the sight of her offspring transformed into such a fiend. Her hand covering her mouth as words eluded her, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "I'm no monster. It is you. You all deserve to rot in hell." The child's voice resonated with an icy chill, as if it had emerged from the depths of Hades. "No." The eyes of all the pirates reflected a brilliant pink hue as they screamed in terror, but before their cries could fully escape their lips, they were disintegrated by the pink energy. The woman wept inconsolably, her words failing her, while the nearby passengers gazed at the child with admiration, their eyes betraying only one sentiment. "Monster! Child, cease this," the woman implored, her voice quivering softly. "It is too late." A fissure appeared on the child's face, pink light flickering within, as he emotionlessly regarded his mother. Pink energy surged from beneath his feet, enveloping all present. "No, child, listen to me, stop this." The woman struggled to reach her son, yet found herself immobilized by the pink energy. The child cast a cold glance at her before dismissively waving his hand, causing all the passengers to be disintegrated without uttering a single scream. "No," Clark thought coldly, "this child must be the young Proteus. What do you intend to do, Proteus?" In an instant, the surroundings shifted once more. On a distant island, within a research facility, Mora lamented, "Kevin, do not blame your mother." Mora, Kevin's mother, who later becomes Proteus, spoke helplessly. "No, mother, release me." The childlike Kevin, bound by metal restraints, cried out desperately, cracks appearing all over his face and body as the pink energy began to erode his flesh. "Mora, are you certain?" This is too painful for him, inquired a young Magneto, addressing Moira beside him. I'm sure, Eric. I must first ensure my child's survival. Forgive me, Kevin. Moira's voice trembled as she turned away, unable to witness Kevin's suffering. Magneto nodded, manipulating the metallic restraints to place Kevin into a specially designed life pod. Powerful currents surged within the pod, significantly slowing the rate of Kevin's self-disintegration. I will return for you, Kevin. Moira covered her face, stifling her tears as she departed without looking back. Magneto cast a fleeting glance at the struggling, wailing Kevin before silently departing. Don't leave me, Mom. No, I am frightened. No. The empty room was left with Kevin, who was engulfed in ceaseless agony, or rather, it should be said, Proteus. Enough, Clark shouted in fury. With his roar, the space around him shattered as if a mirror had broken, and once again, Clark found himself in a world of blinding whiteness. Proteus, I know you can hear me. Enough. Do you wish for my sympathy? Clark bellowed into the surrounding void of white. Though Proteus's childhood warranted compassion, it belonged to Kevin, not Proteus. Suddenly, Proteus materialized before Clark, wearing a sinister smile. I merely want you to feel my pain. Proteus's hands lunged toward Clark, his fingers pressing firmly against Clark's forehead, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity from his fingertips. Oh! Clark cried out in agony, shutting his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself immobilized, trapped within a dark, enclosed space, faintly hearing two voices conversing outside. Moira, are you certain? This is too torturous for him. I'm sure. I must first ensure my child's survival. I'm sorry, Kevin. What is happening? Clark pondered anxiously as blue sparks of electricity flickered in the suffocating darkness. All right, bring it on. Damn it. Clark gritted his teeth in preparation. ZZZ. The intense current thrust Clark's suffering to its peak. An excruciating pain saturating his entire being. Feel my pain. Surrender everything you have. Proteus appeared before Clark, his face contorted in a grotesque grin. No, Clark shouted, and suddenly, the Clark who had been struggling in Proteus's eyes transformed, his voice becoming higher and his form considerably smaller. Kevin, save me. The voice belonged to Moira MacTaggart, Proteus's long-lost mother. Clark vanished, morphing into Moira as she struggled desperately within a specialized life support chamber. Proteus's eyes widened in shock, his expression becoming vacant. Abruptly, his features contorted into a mask of ferocity. How dare you? Charles! Proteus snapped, turning furiously into the air, the surroundings once again turning into a blinding white. Proteus understood that this was the professor's doing, and fury ignited within him as he fortified his mental defenses, attempting to expel the professor from his mind. Suddenly, a hand appeared, gripping Proteus's throat. Following the arm, he saw Clark staring coldly at him. Chapter 49 comes to a close. What is going on? Why are you still here? Due to being grasped by the throat by Clark, Proteus's voice grew somewhat hoarse as he struggled to free himself from Clark's grip. Despite Proteus's desperate attempts to punch and kick, Clark remained as immovable as a statue, undisturbed by his assaults. Welcome to my world. Clark suddenly opened his eyes wide and enunciated each word with clenched teeth. What? Proteus momentarily lost his focus and felt the world spin before him, as Clark abruptly propelled him away. A roar, akin to the sound of dragons and tigers, erupted from a distance, followed by a gray figure racing towards them with great speed. Monster! A monster! Proteus snapped back to reality, astonished at the creature charging at him. I am a day of destruction, the entity bellowed, its voice reverberating with a terrifying presence. The overwhelming force surged forth, and Proteus watched in horror as the day of destruction approached. In an instant, it was upon him, raising its massive gray arms to strike down fiercely. Proteus cried out in pain as he was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The impact created a massive crater in the earth. As the dust settled, one side of Proteus's body lay in ruins, yet no blood flowed. Instead, pink currents of electricity rapidly mended his injuries. Simultaneously, the day of destruction dissipated like a fleeting illusion. After a while, Proteus regained his composure, his injured body restored to its former state. He slowly rose but lacked the strength to stand, resorting to crouching on the ground, panting heavily and drenched in cold sweat. The recent recovery had drained him significantly. Even within this mental realm, Every sensation felt strikingly real. Before Proteus stood two figures, Clark and the professor. "Thank you, Professor," Clark expressed gratefully, his gaze never leaving Proteus. Thanks to the professor, Clark had managed to escape from Proteus's illusion. He had not anticipated the strength of Proteus's mental projection, which dwarfed Jason's previous illusions. "It's nothing, my child," the professor replied, also maintaining his focus on Proteus. After a moment of silence, the professor sighed gently and spoke. "Turn back, child. Your mother will forgive you." As the professor spoke, he too was sweating profusely. Despite his formidable mental prowess, Proteus's mental barriers were impenetrable, akin to an insurmountable adversary. However, while seeking a breakthrough, the professor unexpectedly discerned an incredible force within Clark's consciousness, the day of destruction. Although merely a figment of thought, its ferocious and rampant energy struck the professor's mind with startling authenticity. The professor immediately contemplated using Doomsday to shatter Proteus's illusion, although the method was rather perilous. With Clark's unwavering resolve assisting him, the two managed to temporarily suppress Proteus within the mirage. "You ought to feel proud if it were not for the fact that he is a monster." A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Proteus's mouth, clearly displaying his disdain for the professor's ambush. "What is wrong with you? I am aware of everything you have endured. You can emerge from this suffering." The professor hesitated, unable to harden his heart, for this was the son of someone he had once loved. "Come on, in my life. You could render me brain dead. Kill me." "Ha ha." Proteus knelt on the ground, emitting a wretched laugh, coldly gazing at the two before him. "It is time to bring this to a conclusion, Professor." Clark, noticing the professor's indecision, spoke up. I understand. The professor reluctantly closed his eyes and spoke softly. "Kill." Seizing a moment of distraction, Proteus charged at the professor, intent on slaying him to reclaim the illusion, and subsequently seize Clark's body. "No." Clark reacted swiftly, but as he attempted to intervene, he suddenly noticed that Proteus stood motionless, like a statue. "What has transpired?" Clark was momentarily stunned, gazing at the professor with confusion. "I have sealed him." The professor slowly opened his eyes and remarked calmly while looking at Proteus. Sealed by the professor, Proteus was ensnared in an endless illusion. "You ought to have killed him," Clark stated flatly, "not out of cruelty, but because such a being, devoid of humanity, should no longer exist in this world. Let's depart." The professor evidently wished to avoid further discussion on the matter. "What about this girl? This child named Aldine?" Clark's voice rose in agitation as he pointed at the immobile Proteus, questioning the professor, his anger palpable at the professor's evasion. "I said, leave." The professor's tone suddenly grew resolute. Before Clark could react, darkness engulfed him, and upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back in reality, soaring above the flooded expanse of Lake Akili. Everything that had just transpired was but a fleeting moment. Before him, Proteus remained still on the verge of falling, when a Nightwalker suddenly appeared, embracing Proteus and teleporting back to the jet. Once the Nightwalker returned, the jet took off without a word, leaving Iron Man, Tony, bewildered in its wake. Clark coldly surveyed the scene before him. "You are shielding him. If he escapes the illusion, what then will you do?" Clark muttered to himself, yet he knew the professor could hear every word. The war machine headed toward the White House, and the professor chose not to respond to Clark. "Are you all right, Clark?" Tony flew over, lifting his visor to see Clark, who appeared lost in thought, and inquired. "I am fine." Clark smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Tony. By the way, how did you end up here?" Clark expressed his gratitude. "You would have forgotten if I hadn't mentioned it. Your troubles have arrived," Tony replied, his expression betraying a hint of exasperation. "This is not the place for conversation. Let us find somewhere more suitable." Tony's energy was rapidly depleting. "Let's go." 100 kilometers from Lake Akili, in a quaint little town, stood Tony's new villa. "How is it that you possess properties everywhere?" Clark, now donned in casual attire, admired the new abode, having stored his battle suit away for maintenance. "I acquired this a few hours ago at a reasonable price, and the former owner was quite satisfied," Tony stated, having refreshed himself and changed into comfortable homeware. "Such extravagance. Having worn the iron armor for nearly a day, I must admit it was rather stifling. A closed-loop system is essential. There are many areas in need of improvement," Tony pondered to himself. What shall we drink? Although it was merely a temporary residence, fine wine was a requisite, and Tony had prepared an ample selection. "Whatever you prefer," I've recently lost my taste for alcohol, Clark replied, reclining on the sofa, his gaze fixed blankly on the mural adorning the ceiling. Speak, Tony. Has something transpired? Clark maintained a relaxed posture as he inquired. It concerns you, Clark. The higher-ups are quite invested in your situation. Are you aware? Tony approached with 2 wine glasses, placing one upon the table before Clark. Is it because you saved Magneto? Clark interjected. Wow, you also demolished an entire prison. A 2-for-1 deal. You are disregarding the rules. Do you realize? This jeopardizes the status and interests of certain individuals. I am genuinely concerned for you and unsure how to address this, but you must exercise caution, Tony remarked, settling into the sofa across from Clark and sipping his red wine. This isn't like you, Tony, you know? Clark responded. You are not the first to urge me to be discreet. However, the trouble is not of my making, but theirs, self-inflicted. He continued to gaze at the ceiling. I understand, and I rather appreciate your audacity, but someone has taken notice of you. Is it Strick? He is dead, killed by Magneto. Strick perished at Lake Ackley, and due to Proteus, Wolverine and Strick never had the chance to meet one last time. Really? A colonel's death is indeed troublesome. Yet he is not the only one fixated on you. You have become the focal point of the entire American government. What you represent could sway the world. Tony's tone grew somewhat grave. Why represent? I only represent myself. Tony. Clark turned to face him earnestly. And my family? A slight unease creased Clark's brow as he regarded Tony. They are well. I have arranged for Martha and Louise to be looked after. However, you know how the government tends to proceed with their protocols, Tony replied. Clark nodded appreciatively, rising from his seat, clasping his hands with his arms resting on his knees, and exhaling a soft sigh. He is no longer alone. He has his relative, Martha, his beloved, Louise, and his friends, Bruce and Tony. Tony Clark spoke slowly. What is the matter? Tony looked at Clark and noticed his serious expression, prompting him to straighten up. I cannot assure you or the government of anything, but I will protect my family and friends, Clark declared, his gaze resolute. You need not be so formal with me. I am your friend, am I not? Regardless, I will support you. Thank you, Tony. Clark internally lamented how much simpler everything would be if I were a villain. Chapter 50, Everyday Life Superman, the hero, has vanished for a month. The president has annulled the Mutant Registration Act, pondering whether mutants can coexist peacefully with humans. With Superman's disappearance spanning several months, the crime rate in New York has surged. A new hero has emerged on the streets of New York, the Punisher. The American public clamors for Superman's return. While Iron Man remains reclusive, Iron Man finds himself ensnared in political turmoil, soon to be summoned before the Senate Military Committee. Major newspapers in New York buzz with reports on various superheroes, as if this were the essence of news. In a comic-themed restaurant on the streets of New York, Dave received a call from Clark yesterday, expressing a desire to reunite after a long time. Naturally, Dave was thrilled, despite the impending exams. He carved out time today to meet Clark at the comic store. Today, Dave caught the attention of a gothic waitress behind the bar, not for himself, but for the mature and handsome gentleman seated across from him, clad in casual yet stylish attire. Though he wore glasses, his striking black hair and handsome face, suggesting he was around 30, exuded a mature allure, a potent temptation for the young gothic waitress. She was the daughter of the store manager, often helping her irresponsible father run the comic shop. Target locked. The waitress thought she should be more proactive. Balancing a tray with 2 complimentary fruit drinks, she approached. Hello. This is a complimentary offering from our establishment. Though she addressed them both, her gaze remained fixated on the man before Dave, none other than Clark Kent, who had come to the comic store to enjoy some reading. Clark did not converse with Dave, but instead focused intently on the comic in his hands, Deadpool vs. The Punisher. Upon hearing the waitress speak to him, he looked up and offered her a warm smile. Good afternoon. Thank you, and thank you for the juice. You're welcome. Enjoy, the gothic waitress said, feeling shy as she covered her face with the tray upon receiving Clark's smile. Such a delightful occurrence naturally brought Dave immense joy. He set aside his comic, and, just as he was about to grasp his juice, he noticed the stark contrast between his drink and Clark's. Take Dave's juice. For instance, devoid of a tiny umbrella, lemon slice, ice cubes, or even a straw, it was evident that the 2/3 of juice in his cup was a remnant from Clark's, as it was teeming with a plethora of fruit pulp. Dave's expression instantly turned awkward. Oh, hello, Jenny, he began, only to realize that the gothic girl was casting a disdainful gaze at him. causing him to falter mid-sentence, lowering his head in embarrassment and concealing his face behind the comic. After greeting Clark, the Gothic girl turned and returned to the bar. "Haha, you little rascal. Why are you still so shy?" Upon seeing the Gothic girl back at the bar, Clark teased Dave in a somewhat hushed tone. "What is there to be shy about? This is fear, do you understand?" Dave spread the comic across the table. "It seems Bruce should provide you with a few more lessons regarding social interactions," Clark remarked. Noticing Clark mention Bruce, Dave's expression darkened. "What is the matter? You don't look well, kid," Clark quickly observed Dave's unusual demeanor. "Things have been a bit uncomfortable with Bruce lately, not due to him, but rather because of me. I've made some mistakes," Dave confessed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. He briefly recounted how he had foolishly barged into a drug dealer's hideout, encountered Lady Deadpool and the old man, and had a quarrel with Bruce, omitting any mention of Katie. "No wonder this comic exists," Clark exclaimed joyfully, lifting the comic titled Lady Deadpool vs. the Kingpin. "Hey, Clark." Dave flushed, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment. All right, Dave, don't be upset. Don't lose heart. Becoming a superhero isn't something achieved in a day. Not even for myself," Clark reassured him. You're already Superman." Dave responded, tinged with skepticism. "Superman? It's merely a title. The greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility. Do you understand, Dave?" Clark invoked the classic lesson from Uncle Ben to Spider-Man to enlighten Dave. At a loss for words, Dave found himself lost in thought upon hearing Clark's words. All right. Didn't you mention that friends were coming?" Clark waved his hand, inquiring of Dave. "They should be arriving soon," Dave replied, glancing at his watch in confusion. Just then, the bell jingled as Maddie, Peter, and Jessica walked in, with Maddie bursting through the door, creating a lively commotion that filled the entrance. "I'm Maddie," she shouted, raising her finger triumphantly. "Iron Man." The other patrons in the comic shop enthusiastically echoed Maddie's exclamation. Recently, due to Tony Stark's upcoming Senate appearance, he had become a hot topic in the news, prompting the comic shop to feature related comics, and Maddie proclaimed, "And I am Iron Man." It was also due to Tony's declaration at the press conference that he was Iron Man, which gave rise to a particular meme, albeit one not widely recognized. "Yay!" Maddie was about to shout. Suddenly, Goth Girl slammed her hand down on the table, casting a fierce glare at Maddie and his companions. The other patrons, lacking in solidarity, averted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their comics. Maddie's voice dwindled to a whisper, his raised hands dropping in embarrassment as he sulkily approached Dave. "Hey guys, you finally made it," Dave greeted his three friends softly. They settled into a cozy corner booth with a long table in the center. Dave instinctively moved inward, while Maddie and Peter casually placed their backpacks down beside him. Only three could sit on one side, leaving Jessica no choice but to sit next to Clark, despite her desire to be beside Peter. "Allow me to introduce. This is Clark, my friend. And these are Maddie, Peter, and Jessica." Dave enthusiastically introduced his companions. "Hello, I am Clark Kent. My friends call me Clark," he said with a warm smile directed at the trio. "Hi, nice to meet you," the three responded, their enthusiasm noticeably lacking. "Why are you hanging out with adults? That's not cool at all," Maddie whispered to Dave. Clark regarded them with amusement and snapped his fingers towards Goth Girl. "Jenny, please bring 4 of the best drinks we have, along with some afternoon snacks." "Oh no," thought the three in unison, except for Dave. "You actually spoke to Goth Girl like that?" Maddie murmured to Clark, with Peter and Jessica nodding in agreement. "Sure," Maddie had just said when Goth Girl's sweet voice interrupted. "Oh wow." The trio froze momentarily, watching Goth Girl busily attend to her tasks. They felt an immense weight lift off their shoulders. "Wow, this is so cool. Dave, where did you meet such a remarkable person?" Maddie began to warm up. On the rooftop, I suppose," Dave replied instinctively. "Rooftop?" Peter asked, puzzled. Realizing he had misspoken, Dave glanced at Peter and then at Jessica, mischievously asking, "So, how did you end up coming with Jessica today? Were you two, oh? I said we would sneak out, and you insisted on waiting for Jessica?" Peter exclaimed, his tone teasing. Maddie caught on and chimed in to support Dave. "Come on, that's not true," Peter immediately retorted, noticing Jessica's shy, accepting expression. He realized he was defeated when he saw Jessica gazing at him with admiration. "Wait, you two snuck out?" Clark suddenly reacted, recalling that today was Friday and they should be in class. "All except Gwen, it seems," Peter lamented, resting his head on the table. "Don't be so rigid. We still have to go to the Red Cyclone fan club later, and you can join us," Maddie cheerfully remarked. "Is that the main point?" Your favorite superheroes and a club? Clark pondered, momentarily taken aback as he recalled Dave's references to Peter and Gwen, realizing with astonishment that this young lad could very well be Spider-Man. What is your full name? Clark inquired, gazing at Peter. Peter Parker. What is the matter, Mr. Kent? Peter responded, his expression one of curiosity. Oh, nothing. You just bear a striking resemblance to a friend's child. And please, call me Clark, he chuckled awkwardly, while Peter remained candid with the stranger. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Clark scrutinized Peter, confirming his ordinary nature, devoid of any spider-like transformations. What about Katie? Peter suddenly asked Dave. Oh, don't mention it, man. She has been really busy lately, finishing her afternoon classes and then heading to the hospital for her night shift. Upon hearing Peter mention Katie, Dave, who had been animated moments ago, now slumped wearily over the table. Who is Katie? Clark inquired, curiosity piqued as he sipped his drink. Dave's girlfriend, Jessica, who had been admiring Peter from a distance, promptly answered. Ugh. Clark inadvertently spewed his drink, catching Dave in the face, though not much of it reached him given his position on the table. Dave stared at Clark in disbelief. Wow, you're only 15, Clark exclaimed, astonished. Katie's 16, Peter replied. Hey, is that the main point? Clark retorted, bemused. Oh no, have I overreacted? They want to think of me as a stiff old man. Will they? Clark glanced at the group, noting their peculiar stares directed at him. Awkward. Hello, here are the 4 drinks you ordered, along with the afternoon pastries. The Gothic girl timely appeared, alleviating the recent tension. Thank you, Jenny. Your timing is impeccable. Clark expressed his gratitude, quickly rising to assist her in setting down the drinks. You know my name? The Gothic girl instinctively shielded half her face with the tray, causing a pastry to tumble, but Clark's reflexes were sharp enough to catch it. Wow, the 3 little ones exclaimed in unison, admiring Clark's agility. I'm sorry, the Gothic girl apologized, realizing her blunder had nearly resulted in a mess on the floor. The trio gazed in disbelief at her. Typically, if something fell, she would have stepped on it and made the guests clean up. It's nothing, Miss Jenny. Just a minor accident. Your name is well known among those who have visited this establishment, Clark reassured her. Indeed, Clark was aware of the Goth girl's name solely because Dave had just called her. You truly are a kind person. May I know your name? The Goth girl inquired candidly, having mustered up her courage. Clark Kent. You may simply call me Kent, Clark replied with his customary politeness, smiling as he addressed her question. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the Goth girl's face flushed crimson, feeling exceedingly bashful. She grabbed her tray and dashed into the depths of the comic store, forgetting to collect her payment entirely. What is going on? Clark scratched his head, perplexed as he took a seat. Beep calling Dave. Beep calling Dave. Did you receive my telepathic signal? It's Maddie. Beep, responding to Maddie. Responding to Maddie. This is Dave. Message received. Repeat, message received. Beep, did you see that? Goth Jenny must be a fan of older men. Beep, undoubtedly. In fact, I had noticed it long ago. Beep, damn it, Peter. How did you get into my and Dave's channel? Beep, please, I can join too. Your expressions are far too evident. Beep, wow, it's Jessica. Dave suddenly shot a nervous glance at Clark, and, upon seeing him immersed in the world of Deadpool versus the Kingpin comics, he nodded in relief, grateful that their prior exchange of glances had gone unnoticed. The group engaged in cheerful conversation until around 5 in the afternoon. Dave, we need to head to the Red Tornado fan club. Are you coming? Clark asked. You can join us too. Maddie rose, organizing her backpack. No, I just texted Katie. I'll be going to the hospital to keep her company. I plan to sit here a while longer, Dave replied apologetically. And you? Maddie inquired, glancing at Clark. Thank you, but I'll pass. I'll sit here for a bit longer, waiting for my girlfriend to pick me up. Clark had just received a text from Lois inquiring about his whereabouts. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the situation concerning the war police, inadvertently neglecting Lois. His visit to see Dave was, in part, an attempt to evade her, yet now that Lois had reached out, he had no choice but to inform her of his location. Why do I feel so empty inside? Maddie expressed with a hint of sorrow. I feel the same. Peter empathized. Maddie glanced at Jessica, who stood beside Peter, and then ran out of the comic store, tears streaming down her face. Maddie. Hey, Maddie. Apologies, Dave. I must leave. Mr. Clark, goodbye. Peter hurriedly greeted, grabbing his backpack and following Maddie outside. Peter, Jessica called out, but as she attempted to rise, something seemed to occur to her, and she silently sat back down, her expression one of resignation. She stared blankly at the pastry cake before her. idly prodding it with a small fork. Jessica, Jessica, How odd. Typically, those who adore Spider-Man are not so inconspicuous, Clark mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The doorbell chimed. Welcome. A figure swiftly locked onto the positions of Dave and Clark, approaching with the speed of a tempest, as if shrouded in a veil of dark smoke. The ominous aura sent a chill down Clark's spine as he sipped his drink. Doomsday. Clark stood up, alertly scanning his surroundings. He watched as the figure called out a name, leaving Dave and Jessica perplexed. What did you say? A sharp, piercing shout startled Clark, who, upon recognizing the newcomer, hastily sat down and pretended to engross himself in a comic, feigning ignorance of the world outside. Had it not been for the comic in hand, one might have thought he was diligently studying. Dave and Jessica were equally taken aback. The previously composed and slightly suave Clark now resembled a quail, cowering in the corner, stealing glances at the newcomer. Clad in a sleek black women's suit that perfectly contrasted Clark's casual attire, she wore a red scarf around her neck and black high heels. Despite the cooling weather, her outfit appeared quite flimsy. Yet, she emanated a gentle warmth akin to a freshly brewed cup of coffee, revealing that her earlier fury was but a facade beneath her striking features. Hi, Lois. The newcomer was none other than Clark's official girlfriend, Lois Lane. Clark mechanically lifted his head, greeting her with a silly grin. Hi, you say? You sent a message a month ago and then vanished. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Lois exclaimed, slamming her handbag onto the table. The impact wasn't too loud, but it startled Clark nonetheless. Upon seeing Clark, Lois's agitation subsided, yet she was further incensed by his lack of enthusiasm. Sit down, there are children present. Don't be angry. Would you like something to drink? Clark urged her. Only then did Lois notice the two children sitting beside and across from Clark. With outsiders around, she refrained from continuing her tirade, shooting Clark a disapproving glance. Tossing her handbag onto the sofa, she sat beside Dave, crossing her arms in a huff. I'm hungry. Lois turned her head away, deliberately ignoring Clark. All right. Everyone must be hungry. What would you like to eat? My treat, Clark generously proclaimed. Waving his hand, Lois cast a sidelong glance at him, letting out a soft sigh before lowering her defenses. Hello, I'm Lois Lane. I was a bit rude earlier. She apologized, extending a greeting. No, not at all. Dave and Jessica quickly protested, shaking their heads in denial. Although this was a comic shop, it also offered dining services, providing a wide array of options. Lois summoned the waitress and casually ordered 4 Western meals, and they enjoyed a simple dinner within the comic shop. Dude, don't you need to make a call home? Clark casually inquired. Don't worry, my dad's on duty tonight, so he won't be back, Dave replied nonchalantly. As the evening shadows lengthened, Clark and his companions engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, a striking red and black sports car pulled up outside the comic shop, blaring its horn as if summoning someone. Dave glanced through the window, hastening to finish the remnants of his snack. Apologies, Clark, my friend has arrived. I must take my leave. Farewell, Jessica, and it was a pleasure to meet you, Louise, he said, grabbing his backpack and rising. Oh, all right, Clark nodded in acknowledgement. Jenny, may I borrow the restroom? Dave called out. Though the goth girl instinctively declined, Dave had already made his way inside. Once in the restroom, Dave took out his phone to send a quick text. Upon exiting, he noticed the red and black sports car driving away. He bid farewell to Clark and the others before hastily departing. Dave ducked into an alley, changing into his alter ego, the Kingpin. He proceeded to the rendezvous point agreed upon with the occupants of the sports car. True to their word, the car awaited him. Upon seeing it, Dave climbed in. This situation must be dire, my friend, as I assure my girlfriend I was done with all of this, Dave remarked as he settled into the seat. The driver was the recently renowned Red Whirlwind. Since their last collaboration, which dismantled a drug factory, but resulted in a devastating fire that affected local residents, Dave had been plagued by guilt. Thus, when Red Whirlwind requested a meeting earlier, he had initially declined. We nearly perished. Surely, this is serious enough for you. Red Whirlwind retorted with irritation. Perish? What do you mean? Dave responded, puzzled. Do you recall the factory incident? They discovered some corpses inside. It turns out those corpses belong to some unsavory associates who believe we are responsible. Someone is out for our lives, buddy. Red Whirlwind's expression soured, his voice rising in frustration. Corpses? How could there be corpses? Why would they want us dead? Is this some sort of Wild West scenario? Dave struggled to grasp the gravity of the situation. I'm not joking, my friend. They found my house and vandalized it. I'm finished. You're next. Red Whirlwind attempted to instill fear in Dave. What? Dave's apprehension grew. He considered his current Cold War with Bruce, and the last person he wanted to involve was Clark. In that moment, he felt utterly cornered. Damn it, Dave exclaimed. What are we going to do? I recall you mentioning other superheroes. Indeed, two figures flashed through Dave's mind. The formidable Hit Girl and the ever-reliable Big Daddy. Do you think they would assist us? Red Whirlwind inquired cautiously. I guess I'll give it a shot, Dave replied, meeting Red Whirlwind's eager gaze, as he reluctantly reached for his phone. McCready residence. Big Daddy was tinkering with his newly arrived weapon when Hit Girl approached, carrying 2 cups of hot cocoa, generously topped with marshmallows. She handed 1 cup to Big Daddy, who then noticed the new weapon. Wow, it's even cooler than in the pictures. Hit Girl exclaimed, clearly enamored with the new armament. Well, the photos didn't include the Gatling gun. Big Daddy replied with a hint of excitement. All right, I'm off to bed now, okay? Hit Girl inquired. Sure, sweetheart, sweet dreams, he replied. Thank you. Just then, the computer beeped with a new message. Oh, it's from Kick-Ass? Hit Girl glanced at the screen. All right, get dressed. I'll tell him to meet at the shelter. And then we can return to enjoy our hot cocoa. Okay, Dad, let's go. Big Daddy responded as he approached the computer to reply to Kick-Ass. This is Dave's side. The message chimed, indicating a new text. Big Daddy, meet at the shelter, followed by the detailed address. Do you know where that is? Dave asked Red Tornado. I'll input the address. All right, let us go. Red Tornado exclaimed excitedly as he started the vehicle. As Red Tornado's car pulled away, a van that had been parked nearby suddenly revved its engine and stealthily followed Kick-Ass. At the comic book store, Clark smiled at the goth girl. Hey, Jenny, could you switch the TV to the news channel? What are you up to, Clark? Louise asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Of course. I want to see my beautiful girlfriend on television, Clark replied with a smug grin. As a prominent reporter for the Daily Planet, he knew that most of the content in the news was authored by Louise, even if he didn't always appear on screen. Oh, Clark, Louise said with a sweet smile. Suddenly, a blinding light caught their attention, and they turned to see Jessica Jones, the formidable powerhouse, sitting nearby. Louise shot a glance at Jessica, silently urging Clark to inquire about her apparent distress. Clark, wanting to protest with a look that questioned why he should, was quickly silenced by Louise's stern gaze, prompting him to surrender. Jessica, is it? Clark tentatively asked the seemingly dazed girl. Oh, yes, what is it, Mr. Kent? Jessica replied, startled, turning her attention to him. It's quite late. Aren't you heading home? Louise interjected, sensing Clark's hesitation to continue. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent, but my parents have been arguing at home because of my brother since yesterday. I don't really want to go back. You don't need to worry about me. I'll just sit here for a while and then leave, Jessica said, her head propped up weakly by her hand, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of sadness. I'm really sorry, Louise said sincerely. Jessica, listen, Clark said, there's no need for you to feel disheartened. If you have nowhere to go tonight, you can stay at Louise's place. It's quite all right. Louise, ever considerate, echoed Clark's sentiment. Just come over to my place tonight. You're Clark's friend, which makes you my friend too. Really? Thank you both. Thank you, Miss Louise. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Jessica finally smiled, expressing her sincere gratitude towards them. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the store. Huh, we're closing early tonight, friends. The comic store's door was forcefully flung open, and around 5 tattooed men barged in rudely. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Hand over the money. A man in a tank top followed closely behind, brandishing a shotgun and firing a shot into the ceiling, causing the patrons to scurry beneath the tables in terror. Louise quickly enveloped Jessica in her embrace as they huddled on the couch, inching towards the window. Louise remained unfazed by the sudden intruders, softly comforting the frightened Jessica. Clark, Louise whispered, casting a worried glance at him. All right, Clark waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. Boss, is this going to be all right? One of the robbers inquired. Haha, it's fine. Who knows what is going on today? All the cops are over in Harlem. The leader, a tattooed man, replied, entirely unconcerned about any police interference with their plans. Then why not at a bank? One robber suggested quietly. The bank's closed, you fool. Meanwhile, on the other side of New York, in Harlem, a significant assembly of police and soldiers had gathered. Encircling a school, General Ross was leading the operation, having received word that Banner and Betty were inside. Unbeknownst to them, Banner and his girlfriend Betty were within the school, engaged in discussion with Dr. Samuel Stearns, who had been assisting Banner throughout their previous communications. Just moments ago, the serum developed by Dr. Stearns had successfully suppressed Banner's gamma surge, preventing the transformation into the Hulk. That was the most astonishing sight I have ever witnessed, Stearns exclaimed, visibly exhilarated from having witnessed the transformation process firsthand. Don't be so excited. We need to discuss what just happened, Betty replied, looking at Stearns incredulously. Not a problem. The gamma pulse originates from the amygdala in the brain, likely due to Dr. Ross's nucleic acid chain. Are you all right? Betty inquired, concerned for Banner's well-being. Banner smiled and nodded, indicating he was fine. Let your cells absorb energy for the time being. After a while, the energy will dissipate. That's why you survived the radiation years ago. Now, we may have either neutralized these cells or merely suppressed this transformation. I suspect it's the latter, but I cannot be certain as my experimental samples have never survived. Certainly, they had not acquired the nucleic acid chain when Stain began to speak somewhat self-absorbedly, merely caught in a state of excitement. Wait, Banner suddenly interjected. Hold on, what did you say? They did not absorb the nucleic acid chain? No. Experimental samples? Banner inquired, perplexed. Stain was momentarily taken aback by Banner's question. What experimental samples? Banner continued to probe. Stain revealed an exhilarated smile. Follow me. Outside the school, the blaring of sirens echoed as police and soldiers had completed their encirclement, and snipers were already in position, listening devices capturing the dialogue between Banner and Stain. We initially experimented on white mice, but they all perished, so we had to use larger animals. I am uncertain whether gamma or your blood is more toxic. As Stain elucidated, he led Banner and Betty into a laboratory filled with countless blood bags and experimental samples. What does this mean? Banner grew increasingly uneasy. All of this is your blood. Stain proudly showcased the blood bags and samples within the lab. You did not send me much, so I concentrated it and produced more. As long as we continue our research, the possibilities are limitless, the potential boundless. This gamma technology has innumerable applications. We can discover hundreds of antidotes, rendering humanity immune to various diseases. Outside, military vehicles halted at the school entrance, and an old acquaintance of Banner's, Blonsky, disembarked. No, we must destroy them, Banner stated coldly. What? Stain looked at Banner in confusion. All of it. Everything must be burned tonight. Everything here? What? We can win a Nobel Prize. You have no idea of its power. It is far too dangerous, uncontrollable, Banner calmly explained. In one of the military vehicles, General Ross's aide monitored the school. Shoot at the target if you see it, the aide commanded the snipers. Cannot get a shot, came the sniper's reply, which Blonsky heard on the same channel. He immediately rushed into the school in search of Banner. Blonsky has entered, the aide reported to General Ross. Do not let him in, my daughter is inside. General Ross called out to Blonsky, but Blonsky did not respond. Damn it. General Ross slammed the intercom, issuing commands to his aide. Listen, establish a perimeter. Lock down the Harlem area. I do not want this news broadcast live on television. Prepare all snipers. Everyone get ready. Follow my orders. Prepare to engage. Yes, General. Inside the comic book store, as everyone crouched beneath tables, Clark's group became rather conspicuous. Hey, you. Raise your hands. Do you hear me? A man in a vest approached Clark, shotgun in hand. Louise and Jessica sat back to back against the window. Welcome to the explosive news broadcast online. The comic store is eerily silent due to an unexpected visitor amplifying the sound of the television. Hey, I'm talking to you. The bespectacled rascal. Raise your hands. The man in the vest shouted. Clark, captivated by the television news, paid no heed to the man's outcry. Turn off the TV. The tattooed leader complained about the noise. Boss, there's a guy here who refuses to listen. The man in the vest reported nervously to the tattooed man. Noticing that Clark showed no fear, let him learn a lesson. The tattooed man approached, shoving aside the man in the vest, drawing a revolver from his waist, and inadvertently catching sight of the alluring Lois and Jessica, who had their backs turned. Oh, there's a lovely little lady here too. The tattooed man's interest was piqued. Chapter 53. The Harlem Incident in Harlem. A sense of urgency prevailed. If the government seizes it, it's all over. Banner continued to argue with Stern, intent on persuading him to destroy the samples. You have no idea of its immense power. I despise the government too. But you're being overly anxious. Stern waved his hand dismissively, urging Banner to remain calm. As Banner took a step, he unwittingly turned his back to the window, where Sniper had already locked onto him. Listen, Banner suddenly screamed in agony, stumbling forward. Betty rushed to catch him, extracting a tranquilizer dart from his back. Ah! Stern gasped in shock. Banner! Banner! Betty anxiously called his name. The sound of hurried footsteps approached as Blonsky strode in swiftly. Get out of the way! Blonsky showed no courtesy towards General Ross's daughter, shoving Betty aside, causing her to crash against the wall and lose consciousness before grabbing Banner by the throat. Where is it? Where is it? Blonsky shouted at Banner, fiercely eager to confront the Hulk once more. However, Banner, having recently used the serum, was unable to summon his rage, and under Blonsky's relentless assault, he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Bring it out! Blonsky yelled in frustration. Blonsky! Stop! Soldiers rushed in, calling out Blonsky's name, attempting to halt his actions. Before long, several soldiers escorted Banner out of the school. General Ross approached, observing the bound Banner, and leaned in to whisper, if you dare to eliminate the Hulk, you'll spend a lifetime in prison. After warning Banner, he ordered the soldiers to transport him to an armed helicopter. Being General Ross's daughter, no one monitored Betty, and upon regaining consciousness, she followed them out of the school. General Ross intercepted her at the door. I will never forgive you for treating him this way, Betty retorted coldly, turning to face General Ross. He is a fugitive. You forced him to become a fugitive, to mask your failures and safeguard your own interests. Inside a comic book store, the New York superhero, known as the King of Punching, is about to perform live. Rumors suggest that this will be the King of Punching's final appearance before he retires from his crime-fighting career. The television continues to report the news. Quiet down, Clark intently says, his gaze fixed on the screen. What did you say, you arrogant fool? The tattooed man pulls the trigger. Bang! A fiery serpent erupts from the barrel, a bullet whistling forth. Jessica screams in terror, while Lois watches Clark calmly, albeit with a hint of concern for his safety. However, witnessing Clark's anxious expression heightens Lois's worry about his thoughts. Clang! The bullet strikes Clark's face, yet it is as if it has collided with the hardest metal. The tremendous impact flattens the bullet into a thin disc that gently falls to the ground, producing a crisp sound upon hitting the floor. Although the noise is faint, it is deafening to the robbers. Clark remains unscathed, but his cold gaze is piercing. I said, quiet down. Clark's voice echoes as if emerging from an icy cavern, freezing several robbers in place. Yes, sir, the tattooed man's gun clatters to the ground, and the others cower in fear, kneeling. The other patrons in the store, hiding beneath tables, remain oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Jessica covers her mouth, astonished as she gazes at Clark, who, however, redirects his attention back to the television. People are spreading the word. Internet service providers predict this will be the most watched live broadcast in online history. Although the identity of the orchestrator remains unknown, the server is evidently overwhelmed. The news anchor reports, in the hospital, Dave, why didn't you tell me you were doing this? You're on the news. Call me. Katie, Dave's girlfriend, excitedly leave a voicemail after seeing the live broadcast. Back in the comic book store, a countdown begins, the truth about to be unveiled. As the news anchor concludes, the screen displays the King of Punching's photo, with numbers counting down in the center. 5, 4, 3. Somewhere in New York, the performance commences. Frank Amick smiles as he watches the live stream. Hello, handsome and beautiful people, he greets as a masked man appears on screen, pointing to the King of Punching and Big Daddy, bound to a chair behind him. It turns out that Red Whirlwind is Amick's son, and this has all been part of Amick's scheme, with his own son devising a plan to approach the King of Punching. Amick intends to exact revenge tonight, using the King of Punching to locate and eliminate Big Daddy, the one responsible for destroying his drug den and killing his men. Within a comic store, all the robbers knelt in a row beside Clark's desk, resembling a line of quails, motionless and quietly bowing their heads. The patrons inside, though somewhat bewildered by the recent events, departed in fear once they confirmed their safety. The Gothic girl had no choice but to remain, as the store belonged to her. Under Louise's suggestion, she locked the door and displayed a closed sign, taking her place at the bar alongside Clark and the others, watching the live news broadcast. Here is King of Beating, and this is Big Daddy, and my friend. Come on, say hello to everyone, called the man in the black mask, greeting those beside him and the viewers on television and computer screens. Dave Clark furrowed his brow, whispering words only he could hear, his fist instinctively clenching, producing a cracking sound. Louise placed her hand on Clark's fist, offering him a gentle look of comfort. Louise, take Jessica home, Clark instructed. All right, Clark, be careful. Louise obediently assisted the dazed Jessica, leading her out of the comic store. At the school, Blonsky abruptly resolved the interrogation of General Ross's assistant, drawing a gun and aiming it at Stern's head. What have I done to provoke you? Stern questioned, perplexed by the furious demeanor of the man before him. It's not what you have done, but what you are about to do. I want what you have extracted from Banner. Blonsky's fervent gaze revealed he had injected something into himself. I need more. Blonsky coldly fixed his stare upon Stern. Back at the comic store, noticing Louise and Jessica's departure, Clark glanced at the nearby robbers. With deft fingers, he tapped each robber on the head, rendering them unconscious, then beckoned the Gothic girl to call the police and ensure the robbers were incarcerated. The police said they are short-staffed and will take some time to arrive. The Gothic girl reported after hanging up the phone. Rest assured, these fellows will remain unconscious until dawn. I apologize for the inconvenience. Your business tonight is ruined. Clark reassured her. Not at all. I must thank you for your help, the Gothic girl replied, though she remained uncertain of how Clark had subdued the robbers. Her gratitude was nonetheless genuine. Clark swiftly made his way back to the comic store, activating his X-ray and telescopic vision, intending to locate Dave. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon something far more perilous. In Harlem, a terrifying monster was rampaging, its furious roars reminding Clark of something he had forgotten. The Harlem Incident. This monster, the Abomination, was the architect of that catastrophe, transforming the entire Harlem area into ruins. However, as Blonsky had become the Abomination and was a military man, the government had conveniently shifted the blame onto the Hulk. This predicament leaves Clark in a difficult position. He must either confront the Abomination to save Harlem, knowing that Dave will surely perish, or rush to Dave's aid, yet allowing the calamity in Harlem to unfold as anticipated. Desperation leads Clark to search for Dave, only to stumble upon the disconcerting realization that the site of Dave's abduction lies perilously close to Harlem, right on its outskirts. Damn it, Clark exclaims, hastily reaching out to Iron Man, Tony Stark. Although Tony is currently at the zenith of his notoriety, Clark feels compelled to seek his assistance. He retrieves his communicator and attempts to reach Tony, but after several attempts, receives no response. Tony, where are you? The call proves fruitless, prompting Clark to try connecting with Batman, Bruce Wayne. A brief beep announces success in establishing communication. Hello, Bruce, it's Clark. You need to find Dave. He's in grave danger. Clark urges as soon as the connection is made. I was just about to contact you. I'm ready and preparing to board the Batplane. You must be heading to Harlem, where the situation appears to be escalating rapidly. Bruce replies with urgency. It turns out that despite Dave's prolonged absence from Bruce's life, Bruce had discreetly implanted a tracking device on Dave. Although it took some time, Bruce has now swiftly prepared himself for the mission to rescue Dave and is worried about the time constraints, intending to reach out to Clark. Furthermore, given the magnitude of the events unfolding in Harlem, it is impossible for someone like Bruce to remain oblivious. I'm relieved you're coming. Go, Bruce. You must save Dave. Clark reassures him. Don't worry. I'll keep in touch. Bruce responds before disconnecting the communicator. Clark glances around, noting the streets now devoid of people, likely because everyone is gathered around their televisions or computers, watching the live broadcast of the Kingpin's antics. With a thought, his iconic red and blue suit materializes around him, and his crimson cape billows as if stirred by an unseen wind. With a resounding whoosh, he tears through the air, soaring into the sky, headed towards Harlem. Chapter 54. The Arrival of the Abomination. This is what I wanted to explain to you. I am uncertain of what you injected, but its effects are undeniably apparent. Stern observes in astonishment as he watches Blonsky's transformation on the operating table. What lies before him is no longer a human visage. All the equipment is being destroyed, sparks flying as the beastly creature emits a low, primal growl. The military uniform is torn asunder by the sudden expansion of its frame, and a horrific array of bone spurs erupts from its spine. The colossal figure casts a vast shadow, enveloping Stern in its ominous presence. I presume you cannot comprehend my words, but please lie back so I can tend to your condition. Stern speaks with trepidation, his eyes filled with fear. The monster violently shoves Stern aside, letting out a furious roar as it crashes through the walls, bursting forth from the building. In the heart of Harlem, a distress call is made. Captain, he has killed 2 of our brothers. The soldiers guarding Blonsky and the colonel have detected the anomaly and are desperately seeking assistance. Boom! A heavy thud drew the soldiers' attention as the silhouette of the beast flashed past. Move quickly! Move quickly! The soldiers advanced a few steps when a police car was hurled toward them like a softball, soaring past and crashing to the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. It's over there, the lead soldier directed, urging his comrades to proceed cautiously. What is that creature? Open fire on it. In the blink of an eye, the monster darted into another street, wreaking havoc. You, get in the car. The soldier commanded a nearby officer. The officer nodded, and several individuals boarded a military vehicle in pursuit of the beast. Cars, pedestrians, streetlights, everything that could be thrown was cast aside, regardless of weight. Shops, buildings, and vehicles were indiscriminately smashed, no matter their size. Destruction reigned supreme. A terrifying roar echoed throughout Harlem, transforming the area into a hellish nightmare. Heralding the arrival of the harbinger of doom, hatred had descended. General Ross, already aboard a departing armed helicopter, received reports from the front lines. General, you should listen to this. The pilot handed the intercom to General Ross. Hulk is on the street. Repeat, Hulk is on the street. Upon receiving the urgent plea, Ross glanced back at the handcuffed Banner, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Impossible. Calm down first. Where are you? Ross inquired with skepticism. The noise from the intersection of 121st Street and Broadway in Harlem was chaotic, with faint explosions audible in the distance. Turn around. Sensing something amiss, Ross ordered the driver to return. In another part of Harlem, due to media censorship, broadcasts about the Sea Base King continued unabated. Today, I will tell you why being a hero is a terrible idea. The masked man spoke unprofessionally into the live camera. Do you know what silence means? It begins with a word, but is unspoken, much like the term jointed gloves, which you will see in action. With a flourish, he gestured to a similarly masked man equipped with brass knuckles, who delivered a powerful blow to the face of the Sea Base King, Dave. Bound to a chair, Dave was unable to resist. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, feeling excruciating pain even in his damaged nerves. Oh, that must hurt. The masked man cackled with delight. Let us do it again, he exclaimed, as the brass knuckles-wielding man struck Old Man again with another heavy punch. Those watching on television, filled with trepidation, were horrified by the gruesome spectacle, unable to continue watching as the screen played out a display of brutal torture. All right, look. In French, the word for stick is pronounced like this. We have the Sea Base King stick. Let me show you what it could be used for. The masked man commanded his subordinates to wield the weapon long utilized by the abomination, striking fiercely at Dave and Old Man. Go for it. In the heart of Harlem, Clark had arrived, landing with a steady grace. It's Superman. Superman. Goodness. Superman has come to save us. We are rescued. The individuals who had just been engulfed in terror suddenly glimpsed hope, fervently shouting the name of their savior. Give me the footage. General Ross, aboard an armed helicopter, ordered the soldiers on site. Yes, sir. The soldiers connected to satellite imagery, revealing explosions sporadically erupting and streets reduced to chaos. Who is that? General Ross faintly discerned a red cape. The distance from the camera obscured his view, yet he felt an unsettling familiarity. It's Superman, sir. A hint of excitement laced the soldier's voice. Superman? How could he be here? General Ross inquired, puzzled. He just arrived, sir. The soldier replied. What is that? Before Ross could further question, he was startled by another soldier's shout. Vehicles on the road were hurled like toys as a colossal monster surged toward them. The explosive flames echoed the creature's roar, and the deafening blasts instilled a sense of unease in General Ross. As the flames dissipated, the grotesque visage of the abomination was finally unveiled. With a countenance reminiscent of a demonic figure, the creature, enhanced by gamma radiation, towered even above the Hulk, its robust skeleton threatening to rupture its skin, while jagged bone spurs erupted from its spine. What have I done? General Ross murmured, gazing at the abhorrent face. Banner, sensing something amiss, also beheld the monstrous figure on screen. Is this your experiment? Banner questioned Ross. Goodness, what have you done? Betty looked at her father in disbelief. In the heart of Harlem, chaos ensued. Fire. Fire. A substantial number of police and soldiers remained on site, incessantly shooting at the abomination. Do you think he fears bullets? The leading soldier gazed incredulously at his comrade. Come on. The soldier turned to open the weapons compartment in the military vehicle. Inside was a rocket launcher. Several soldiers eagerly set up the launcher, aiming at the abomination. Whoosh! The rocket soared directly toward the creature, which effortlessly caught it in midair, smashing it against itself and casting a triumphant glare at the soldier who had just fired, revealing a menacing grin. The abomination slowly approached the military vehicle, accelerating into a full sprint. Fall back! Seeing the abomination charge toward the vehicle, General Ross urgently warned the dazed soldiers still on board. The abhorrence surged forward towards the military vehicle, abruptly halting its advance. With a swift kick, it sent a car flying, grasping it effortlessly and lifting it above, revealing a menacing grin to the dazed soldiers below. Bring me a stronger adversary, the abhorrence bellowed. Clark, from a distance, swiftly locked onto his targeted foe, the abhorrence. Observing the rampaging creature poised to claim the lives of many, Clark inhaled deeply. Abhorrence, he shouted, invoking Bronski's new name, his commanding aura successfully capturing the creature's attention. The abhorrence ceased its destructive antics, casting aside the car, gazing curiously at Clark, who floated mid-air. You are quite formidable, it sneered. This is splendid, it roared, disregarding the soldiers, leaping in a single bound to stand before Clark, its colossal form overshadowing him, fists raised, ready to strike with ferocity. Clark bent slightly, his body coiling like a bow, power coiling within his fists. He unleashed an uppercut, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, striking the abhorrence's jaw, the force of the blow causing its green blood to spill between its teeth. The massive creature was sent crashing to the ground by Clark's blow. The abhorrence propped itself up with one hand, wiping the blood from its mouth with the other, regarding Clark with a combative glint, laughing maniacally. Excellent. Ha ha ha, it exclaimed, rising to its feet, coldly fixing its gaze on Clark. I will ensure you do not smile for long. Clark clenched his fists tightly. Armed helicopters hovered above, though Banner remained uneasy despite Superman's arrival. Deploy all military forces to Harlem. General Ross commanded. Let me go. You must allow me. Banner insisted. What are you saying? Betty questioned, her worry evident. Do you think you can control it? Not control, but utilize it, Banner replied, his tone softening as he sought to reassure Betty. What if it doesn't work? General Ross interjected with concern. This entity is our creation, all of ours, I implore you. Land near him. No. Remain airborne and open the rear hatch. General Ross nodded as soldiers complied, opening the hatch. Banner, stay put. What are you doing? You need to think this through. You don't know if you'll transform. Betty anxiously pulled at Banner from behind. Betty, I must try. I'm sorry, he said, looking at her with regret before leaning in for a tender kiss. Moments later, he leaned back and leapt from the armed helicopter. Oh, damn! Banner's eyes flew open as he felt no reaction from the gamma rays within him. With a thunderous crash, he plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater, his form obscured within its depths. Chapter 55, Chaos Wow. What is that? Suddenly, the arrival of the Hulk startled the unsuspecting bystanders. Bring her in, General Ross commanded. Come on, Miss Betty. The soldiers pulled Betty back and shut the rear door. Bang! A massive green fist emerged from the rubble, a deep voice resonating from the ground. Betty, it's there. Through the window of the armed helicopter, General Ross spotted the green giant, the Hulk. A monstrous figure crawled from the earth, sending the bewildered bystanders fleeing in terror. Across the street, the abomination seized Clark's head and hurled him into a building like a softball. Clark swiftly rose, shaking off the debris, and charged at the abomination. He delivered a powerful punch to its face and followed up with a fierce kick to its lower body. The abomination staggered back, and Clark grasped its massive arm, which was as thick as a telephone pole, and hurled the creature away, seizing a nearby car to throw at the fallen foe. Before the car could reach the abomination, it managed to rise, using its formidable physique to charge at the vehicle. Clark rushed in as well, and the two collided, grappling fiercely. Clark's punches grew heavier and faster, leaving imprints on the abomination's body as it roared in agony. Monster! The abomination's face was smeared with green blood, incredulously staring at the man before it, engaging in such a frenzied melee. Though Blonsky had transformed into the abomination, he had not lost his reason or intellect. As he evaded Clark's attacks, the abomination caught sight of the Hulk at the street's edge. Hulk, it muttered, sidestepping a blow from Clark and turning to charge at the green giant. The Hulk, too, recognized the approaching threat, tearing away the tattered remnants of his clothing. and quickened his pace to meet the challenge. Roar! Just as the two monsters were about to collide, the abomination suddenly veered aside, avoiding the Hulk's charge, and grasped the Hulk's shoulders. With a powerful thrust, it redirected the Hulk towards the oncoming Clark. What? Clark, witnessing the abomination's treachery, intended to assist, but was taken aback as the abomination pushed the Hulk toward him. The sheer force of the momentum rendered it impossible to halt. The Hulk was propelled further still. Boom! Unbeknownst to the Hulk's intentions, upon spotting Clark, he did not stop but instead intensified his charge, bolstered by the abomination's push. Clark was struck hard, and the violent collision sent him hurtling backwards, crashing into a building, where he was buried beneath the collapsing rubble. With a jolt, Clark emerged from the debris, only to find a massive shadow looming over him. What the? A force several times stronger than hatred struck Clark's face, sending him hurtling away like a softball. Hulk! With a flicker of irritation, Clark, no longer willing to endure, rose from the rubble and unleashed his heat vision towards the green giant. The searing beams carved a deep trench into the ground as they hurtled towards their target. Sensing the threat of the intense rays, the Hulk nimbly sidestepped, causing the heat vision to tear a nearby shop in two. My word, Clark grimaced at the destruction he had inadvertently wrought, only to see the Hulk already engaged in a fierce battle with Abomination. What has transpired? Goodness, this fellow must hold a grudge. Surely, he remembers our encounter in Culver. Clark silently critiqued himself, his earlier fury doused by the unintended demolition of the shop. A car was hurled by Abomination, which the Hulk sent flying with a powerful punch. The vehicle soared towards the pavement, where several stunned bystanders stood. Upon witnessing this, Clark swiftly flew over to catch the car, ensuring its safe landing. Are you all right? He reassured the bewildered pedestrians as he set the vehicle down. Thank you, Superman, thank you. The grateful citizens hurried away, expressing their appreciation. Clark nodded and turned his gaze back to the two titans. Why must their battles always be so cataclysmic? They are not the thunderous thieves, after all. Ha ha ha. Abomination let out a chilling laugh, taunting the green giant. The Hulk glanced at a nearby police car, roaring in fury as he smashed it into two pieces, wielding the front and rear as makeshift weapons. The two titans charged at each other once more, the Hulk swinging his weapon-laden fists in a primal display of brute force, landing blows on Abomination, who gradually succumbed to the relentless assault, sinking into the sturdy asphalt. The weapons could not withstand the Hulk's onslaught and shattered into fragments. Clenching his fists, the Hulk delivered a devastating punch to Abomination's face. Abomination spat defiantly, disdainfully regarding the Hulk. Is that all you've got? This contempt provoked a furious roar from the Hulk. Just as he prepared to strike again, Abomination abruptly kicked him away. Use the machine guns. Help him, General Ross, having observed the chaos from an armed helicopter, urgently entered the fray. Help which one? A soldier inquired. The green one. Shoot the other one dead. The Gatling gun erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, unleashing thousands of bullets per minute towards Abomination. In pain, Abomination spotted the armed helicopter and leaped, swiftly scaling the rooftop of a building. The helicopter pursued the fleeing figure, a barrage of bullets raining down relentlessly. After saving several individuals, Clark was drawn by the incessant sound of gunfire, discovering that the villain was sprinting towards the outskirts of Harlem. Damn it! That direction is where Dave had been abducted. No! Stop! Villain! Clark shouted in desperation, ready to take flight when, whether it was his own voice or something else, a green figure leaped towards him. Walter? Initially intending to take advantage of the green giant's inability to fly, Clark was abruptly halted as a massive green hand firmly grasped his calf. Damn it! Clark's voice was swallowed by the ruins. The live broadcast of the King of Beatdown was interrupted due to the graphic nature of the images. We cannot continue the live stream online. Previous misleading information suggested that this might be a hoax or a promotional stunt, but it is now clear that the hostages have sustained severe injuries, and all signs indicate that there will soon be fatalities. The television station cut the broadcast. People frantically searched for live streams online. The screen once again displayed masked men brutally beating the King of Beatdown and Big Daddy with clubs. I am encased in metal plates, my nerve endings dulled, yet I must confess it truly hurts. Dave, in a haze of consciousness, wished he could simply lose consciousness. Tap tap. Did you see that? The masked man pulled out a gasoline canister. Yes, this is the silent killer. The masked man twisted the cap off the gasoline canister. However, this pain pales in comparison to the thought of losing everything I possess. I am sorry, Kati. Am sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, Peter and Maddie. And for all the things I never got to do, like learning to drive or seeing what our child with Katie would look like. Gu, am sorry, Clark. I haven't become the hero you are. I'm sorry, Bruce. I should have lived up to your expectations. I'm sorry, world. In despair, Dave's thoughts spiraled as his injured body rendered his consciousness increasingly foggy. The masked men poured gasoline around Dave and Big Daddy, brandishing a lighter towards the camera. And these warriors are fire. The masked man exclaimed with excitement. The time of death has come. The masked men cackled menacingly. Thud! A heavy sound echoed from the rooftop, distant yet unsettling, causing tremors beneath their feet. What is that noise? The man in the black mask queried, eyeing the ceiling in confusion. Thud! Another dull sound, much closer and louder than before, made the ground shake violently. Listen, no matter where you are, come out now. Otherwise, the king of beatdown is doomed. Another masked man in black brandished a rope, tightening it around Dave's neck, anxiously surveying the surroundings, while others nervously drew their firearms. Thud! 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 With each approaching heavy sound, the entire room shook violently. Come out, you monster! The screen of the live-streaming broadcast suddenly went black, the camera violently shaken and toppled. The audience, unable to continue watching, found themselves enveloped in darkness, with only faint sounds captured by the microphone echoing through the silence. What had transpired? Amick and his son, watching from the comfort of their home, stared in bewilderment at the blank computer screen. A thunderous roar erupted as an entire wall on the northwest side of the house collapsed, the fallen bricks seemingly crushing something beneath them, piling high. Slowly, a colossal figure emerged from the shattered wall, illuminated by the dazzling lights outside, casting a tremendous shadow over the onlookers. Through the debris, a heavily armed helicopter could be faintly seen soaring into the night sky. Monster? Are you referring to me? A deep, terrifying voice resonated as the chaos of the evening unfolded, revealing the instigator, Abomination. The masked men, paralyzed by fear, gazed blankly at the creature before them, some fainting from sheer terror. The leader, trembling, shouted in panic and mustered the courage to draw his pistol. "Die Monster!" He screamed, his voice a desperate attempt to shatter the nightmarish scene, as flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. Abomination, grinning menacingly, seemed indifferent to the bullets flying toward him. With a powerful leap, he charged forward, swinging his massive fists, reducing the men before him to mere pulp. In an instant, several masked figures were obliterated, blood painting the air as Abomination continued his rampage. Before long, he halted before Big Daddy and the King of Beating. With a vicious grin, Abomination approached, while Dave found himself unable to articulate his fear. In contrast, Big Daddy, gazing at the monstrous figure, displayed no terror, instead revealing an unexpected smile. "Honey, don't come out!" Big Daddy suddenly screamed in a fit of desperation. It turned out that Hit Girl had arrived, having spotted Abomination. Although slightly afraid, she had been seeking an opportunity to save Big Daddy. As Abomination stood before him, she decided to rush forward. But just as she was about to leap from her hiding spot, Big Daddy's cry halted her. Upon her arrival, Big Daddy noticed her presence. "Sweetheart, I'm so proud of you. It's time to say goodnight," he said, smiling as he closed his eyes, his voice fading to a whisper. With a resounding crash, a massive fist descended without hesitation, obliterating Big Daddy and his chair into fragments, leaving a gaping crater in the ground. The ferocious force caused Big Daddy to explode like a water-filled balloon, blood splattering in all directions, staining half of Dave's body a vivid crimson. Initially engulfed in panic, Dave gradually fell silent, his expression vacant as he stared blankly at the remnants of his once formidable father, reduced to mere splatters of blood on the ground. As if the elder had never existed. "What is happening? This cannot be. This is impossible," Dave exclaimed, a chill creeping through his limbs, his face a mask of confusion. No. The formidable girl, overwhelmed by her own cowardice and fear, loathed herself for lacking the courage to act earlier. With a fierce cry, she brandished her composite spear, leaping forward to strike at the creature known as the Abomination. Noticing her movement, the Abomination, despite its massive size, displayed remarkable agility. Without turning to look, it reached back with a colossal hand, seemingly poised to capture her. Yet, after a moment, it realized it had grasped nothing but air. Who? A deep, rumbling voice akin to lava coursing over rock inquired, directed towards the shadows. Your nightmare. A low voice, filtered through advanced technology, responded from the darkness. Emerging from the shadows, Batman, Bruce, cradled the formidable girl in his arms. Ha! You? A mere wisp? The abomination mocked, regarding Batman as diminutive. Foolish beast. Bruce retorted coldly, his gaze dripping with disdain. Before the abomination could react, Bruce produced 3 batarangs from behind and hurled them at its face. The abomination smirked at the oncoming Batman. What is this? Your toys? It taunted. This is no mere trick. Suddenly, the batarang struck, exploding upon impact and enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke, causing the abomination's eyes to burn with pain. Angered, it waved its hand, dispersing the smoke, only to find Batman, the formidable girl, the Elder, and the King of the Seas had vanished. Before the abomination could comprehend, a brilliant light burst forth before it. A bat jet emerged from the shadows, and the abomination disdainfully glanced at it. With a powerful thrust of its hands, it caught the jet effortlessly. Just as the creature reveled in its triumph, red lights began to blink on the bat jet. Clang! Boom! The entire building erupted in flames as a colossal explosion emanated from the bat jet, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Bruce must have set up a directed detonation, ensuring that the structure was reduced to rubble. Debris fell incessantly, accumulating in a chaotic heap. Batman, Bruce, hoisted the unconscious Dave and the formidable girl into the Batmobile, instructing Alfred to remotely control the vehicle and escort the 2 children to safety. As the Batmobile sped away, Bruce turned to see massive stones hurtling towards him. He quickly drew his grappling hook and shot it toward a nearby building, using the rope to escape the impending disaster. Come out, you little runt, the abomination bellowed. Having emerged from the debris, steam rising from its wounds as it rapidly healed. Roar! A resounding roar echoed from outside, and a green figure finally appeared, searching for its loathed adversary. The Hulk surged through the chaotic rubble and vehicles, colliding forcefully with the abomination, sending it sprawling to the ground with a single kick. The abomination tumbled several rolls before landing on the street. With a powerful leap, the Hulk followed the abomination into the panicked throngs on the street. Bang! A deafening sonic boom resonated from afar, as if the sky itself had torn open. With a thunderous sound, Superman Clark finally arrived, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, leaving behind massive fissures in the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. His figure became obscured, yet his blazing eyes shone brightly amidst the haze. Upon seeing Clark, the Hulk halted, and the abomination scrambled back to its feet. Clark, the Hulk, and the abomination stood in a tense standoff, poised for battle. Not far away, in addition to the armed helicopters, another helicopter hovered above, that of the Daily Planet. Although General Ross had attempted to suppress the news, the catastrophic events in Harlem could not be concealed. Journalists from the Daily Planet were broadcasting live from the scene, while people on the streets, realizing the danger too late, hurried to escape. Meanwhile, military forces worked diligently to maintain order, plunging the entire Harlem district into chaos, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The flickering streetlights, the flames-consuming vehicles, and the bright moonlight all provided the most luminous illumination for this battleground of the century, allowing viewers of the live broadcast to witness the unfolding drama clearly. Superman, appearing the most composed amidst the turmoil, silently garnered the crowd's support. "Go Superman!" shouted a child in front of the television, as his mother held him close, gently urging him to be quiet. In various corners, people prayed for the residents of Harlem. "Oh God, this is truly the end." Mr. White, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet, anxiously watched the chaotic scene unfold on television. At Stark's residence, "Mr. Stark, I suggest you take a look at this," Jarvis remarked. "I told you, didn't I? I'm in the middle of research. No interruptions." Tony, clad in a welding mask, fidgeted nervously with the machinery before him. "Sir, it concerns Mr. Kent," Jarvis replied. Clark is on television again?" Tony rose, lifting the welding mask to reveal a three-dimensional image displayed by Jarvis, showing the live broadcast from Harlem, New York, as reported by the Daily Planet. "My goodness," Tony gasped in astonishment. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, it was destined to be a sleepless night. In Harlem, no. Across the globe, such horrific events had never unfolded before. Students gathered in the main hall, fixated on the television, absorbing the live reports from the journalists. "Children, it is time for bed." Storm approached, clapping her hands, perplexed by the sight of the children still engrossed in television at such a late hour. A child with blue hair abruptly twisted his head around, and but for this peculiar motion, his cherubic face would have garnered the affection of many. "Will Superman prevail?" the blue-haired child inquired, his voice imbued with youthful curiosity. "Superman will win." What has transpired?" Storm instinctively responded to the child, initially assuming they were watching an animated feature. However, the symbols on the screen clearly indicated a news broadcast, prompting her to wonder why the children suddenly mentioned Clark. Upon scrutinizing the television content, Storm realized something was amiss. After calming the children, she made her way directly to the professor's office. In due course, she arrived at the professor's room. Given the urgency of the situation, Storm pushed the door open, only to find Wolverine, Cyclops, Phoenix, and the professor gathered before the television, intently watching a report regarding Harlem. "Professor," Storm called out. "I am already aware, Ororo," the professor nodded, indicating his knowledge of the situation in Harlem. "What shall we do?" Wolverine inquired. "Let's observe for now," the professor replied with a hint of resignation in his tone. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, several large screens displayed live footage from Harlem, captured directly by satellite. "Good heavens, what should I say?" Agent Coulson exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding events. A few others were present in the operations room, including the familiar Agent Hill. "All right," Director Fury entered, clapping his hands. "Here we have agents of level 8 and above. I believe we have a new mission, or perhaps trouble would be a more fitting term." Fury regarded the individuals before him with a cold stare from his remaining eye. Chapter 57. Do Not Weep. Clark the Hulk. An Abomination stood in a tense standoff, each eyeing the other without making a move. Betty observed from the armed helicopter above, her heart racing, while a nearby helicopter from the Daily Planet reported live on the scene. Clark, the voice of Batman, Bruce, emanated from Clark's communicator, audible only to him. "What is it, Bruce?" Clark replied softly. "Dave has been rescued," Bruce informed him. "Excellent, Bruce. I will handle things from here. You should retreat," Clark responded calmly. "Roar." Seizing the moment while Clark was momentarily distracted, Abomination unleashed a furious roar and leapt toward the armed helicopter hovering above. "General," Abomination bellowed. "Ascend." General Ross shouted urgently, causing the entire armed helicopter to jolt unexpectedly. The armed helicopter hovered at a low altitude, intently observing the three individuals below. Suddenly, the Abomination leaped, catching everyone off guard as it seized the external framework of the helicopter. "This is bad," Clark exclaimed anxiously. Just as he prepared to intervene, the Hulk swiftly lunged forward and grasped the Abomination's ankle. "Damn it, this helicopter cannot withstand the weight of these two behemoths," Clark thought, noting the precarious tilt of the aircraft. The Hulk climbed up the Abomination, gripping its bony protrusions, and forcibly wrenched one from its back. The Abomination roared in pain, delivering an elbow strike to the Hulk's face. Just as it attempted to kick him away, Clark charged in, colliding with the Abomination and knocking it away from the helicopter. The violent turbulence, compounded by the recent damage, rendered the helicopter unable to maintain its altitude. "I must make an emergency landing," the pilot shouted. "Hold on tight." The helicopter collided with nearby buildings, hastening its descent. "This is not good." Clark glanced at the flung Abomination, momentarily disregarding it as he hurried towards the helicopter. "Oh God!" the pilot cried in panic. With a sudden jolt, the swaying helicopter stabilized as General Ross saw Clark catch it through the glass. Clark gently lowered the helicopter to the ground and flew to the hatch, tearing off the metal door as if it were mere paper. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene inside, Clark couldn't help but jest. "General, you sure are having a rough day." "Superman? I can hardly believe it. You've saved me once again," General Ross replied, standing and brushing off his clothing before shaking Clark's hand. "Hello, Miss Betty." Clark acknowledged her with a nod. "Hello, Superman." Betty's voice was barely above a whisper, likely still shaken from the earlier crisis. She cast a fleeting glance at Superman before hastily exiting the helicopter in search of Banner. "Be careful, Miss Betty." A few soldiers shielded her as Clark escorted General Ross away from the helicopter. Suddenly, a youthful cry pierced the battlefield. A petite figure, the purple powerhouse, danced nimbly to evade the Abomination while unleashing a barrage of bullets from dual Uzis. Once the ammunition was exhausted, she discarded the guns and retrieved 2 high-explosive grenades adorned with pink bows, hurling them at the abomination. Boom! A colossal explosion engulfed the abomination's form. Roar! The blast failed to injure the abomination, instead intensifying its fury. The purple powerhouse. Clark finally recalled whom Bruce had referred to as the old man. Damn it. It all connects, he thought, his expression turning somber. After taking a couple of steps, a green figure rushed towards him. Mindy, come back. The green figure called out to the lethal lady. Dave. Clark looked on in surprise at the sudden appearance of Dave, the very embodiment of that green silhouette. Dave's shout drew the attention of the mindless Hulk. In a fit of rage, seized a car and hurled it towards him. Watch out behind you, Clark shouted anxiously. Upon turning around, Dave was met with the sight of an oncoming vehicle, instinctively raising his hands in a futile gesture of protection and closing his eyes in resignation. Open your eyes, kid. A familiar voice broke through the impending doom. To his astonishment, Dave discovered that the car was being effortlessly held aloft by Clark. Amazement washed over him as he marveled at Clark's strength. Mind your language, kid, Clark admonished, casting a worried glance at Dave as he discarded the vehicle. Where's Bruce? How did this happen? Wasn't I supposed to take you away? Clark fired off a barrage of questions before Dave could respond. All right. I was supposed to leave with Bruce, but it's Mindy, the lethal lady. She wants to avenge her father. Dave gestured toward the lethal lady, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the abomination, his expression tinged with resignation. After dealing with Dave, the Hulk joined the fray, clashing violently with the abomination. The ferocity of their battle rendered the lethal lady unable to intervene, compelling her to retreat towards Dave. Suddenly, the screeching sound of brakes pierced the air as the Batmobile came to a halt. Its roof opened, and Batman emerged. Bruce, what's going on? Why haven't you taken these 2 children away? Clark demanded, gripping Bruce's suit in anger. He could not fathom how a mere lethal lady could deceive Batman. Why should I leave? To stop that child from avenging her father? Bruce countered. Indeed, he had pretended to succumb to the lethal lady's tranquilizer, secretly allowing her to depart. But he anticipated Dave would foolishly follow her. You madman, do you not realize who her opponent is? Clark exclaimed, flustered with concern. Should I then cower in fear and flee? Bruce instinctively attempted to shake off Clark's grip, only to find it utterly futile. It was as immovable as a mountain. What is her name? Though familiar with the lethal lady, Clark was unaware of her true identity. Dave said her name is Mindy, Bruce replied coolly. Clark cast a silent glance at Bruce, slowly releasing his hold as he stepped away to join the lethal lady, who stood beside Dave. Child, Clark called softly to the lethal lady. Why, you're Superman? She stammered in astonishment. Raising her gaze, she finally recognized Clark, gasping before regaining her composure. Is your name Mindy? Clark inquired gently, brushing his hand against her head. Yes, the lethal lady replied, somewhat disoriented, though thrilled to meet her idol. Her thoughts were solely focused on avenging her father. Call me Clark, he spoke softly, his voice soothing as he gently patted the head of the girl known as the killer. He then turned towards the direction of the nemesis. Superman? The girl, known as Mindy, stood in confusion, watching the departing figure of Clark. A thought seemed to strike her, and tears began to well in her eyes, gradually cascading down her cheeks. Mindy removed her blindfold, her tears flowing uncontrollably, her grip on the blindfold tightening into a fist, her body trembling slightly in sorrow. Thank you, Clark, she cried. Do not weep, child. There is no need for gratitude. Rather, let hatred be your remembrance of today. But do not direct that hatred towards your enemies, nor towards yourself. Direct it towards me. Release your emotions upon me. For from this day forth, you shall no longer behold the nemesis. However, the burdens you carry will only multiply. Nemesis, with a fierce gesture, Clark unleashed a formidable aura that radiated from him, causing the surrounding objects to tremble under an invisible force. All fell silent in response to his furious roar. The nemesis and the Hulk halted their assault, while General Ross and Betty leaned on each other, gazing at Clark. The armed soldiers who had rushed to the scene ceased their preparations, and even those fleeing paused in their tracks. The reporters, who had been broadcasting incessantly, fell silent, as did the viewers at home. All eyes converged upon Clark. Clark clenched his fists, slightly bending forward, every muscle in his body taut. He bowed his head, murmuring softly as he summoned his strength. emanating an overwhelming presence. The rubble at his feet began to levitate under the influence of his power, his red cape billowing without wind, rising majestically as the oppressive clouds dispersed to reveal the luminous moonlight. The crimson glow in Clark's eyes intensified, shimmering like two red stars in the night sky. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, revealing a visage twisted by rage, and bellowed at the nemesis enemy. "Have you heard this saying? Children should never be made to cry." With a resounding boom, Clark propelled himself forward, soaring towards the nemesis with a velocity that split the air, creating a deafening sonic boom that shattered the surroundings. His flight was so swift it rendered his form a mere blur, appearing and disappearing with each explosive sound. The street beneath him could not withstand the immense pressure and began to collapse, while the air around him warped, causing nearby buildings to lean precariously outward. Shah! In an instant, Clark materialized before the nemesis, leaving even the Hulk beside him in stunned disbelief, unable to react. With a single, furious punch, Clark's fist collided with the nemesis's chest, penetrating effortlessly through the resistance. Puff! Ugh! The abomination spewed forth a mouthful of blood. With a fierce roar, Clark retracted his fist and struck the abomination squarely on the chin, the tremendous force propelling it skyward. A concentrated beam of heat vision surged towards the abomination, infused with the fury of Clark's spirit. Upon impact, a cataclysmic explosion erupted in the heavens, engulfing the entire Harlem district in flames, transforming the night into a brilliant day. Chapter 58. Vengeance. After a considerable time, the abomination plummeted to the ground, creating a vast crater upon landing. As the flames dissipated, its skin resembled charred ash, emitting wisps of smoke, barely retaining a humanoid form. This was largely due to the gamma rays. Without them, it would have been reduced to mere ash. The abomination groaned in a dazed state, soon succumbing to a profound unconsciousness. Another beam of heat vision struck, severing the abomination's charred limbs, green blood oozing forth. Yet, it had fallen into a deep stupor, likely oblivious to the agony of its dismemberment. The damage was too extensive. Even the gamma rays' influence rendered its recovery nearly imperceptible. At this moment, their only purpose was to sustain the abomination's life. Clark's heroic feats that night moved all who witnessed them, particularly those in Harlem, who celebrated with exuberance. However, Clark's extraordinary abilities left some in a contemplative silence. Those who observed this one-sided battle were struck by a profound realization. Humanity has always yearned for a deity. But what happens when a being with divine powers arrives in their midst? Should they question this individual or the very existence of God? Setting aside these contemplations, one matter remained unresolved. The abomination was not yet dead. The onlookers waited. The viewers waited. The entire world awaited to see Clark's next move. Would he kill or spare? Clark approached slowly, gazing silently at the abomination lying on the ground. Suddenly, the heat vision in his eyes rekindled, resembling the grim presence of death itself, descended upon the abomination. Bruce muttered softly to himself, unwilling and unable to intervene. He felt no compassion for the annihilation of such a monstrous being. "Stop," Betty called from a distance. Clark's heat vision gradually dimmed. He closed his eyes, sensing a faint stinging sensation, dissipating the energy. The police and soldiers who had gathered, witnessing Clark's presence alongside the unconscious abomination, steadied their nerves, slowly lowering their weapons to maintain order at the scene. Clark cast a glance at General Ross in the distance, delivering a kick that sent the abomination sprawling before the general. After nodding in acknowledgement, he silently turned away, making his way towards the Hulk. The Hulk stood firm, facing Clark. Even the beast-like intellect of the creature sensed an impending threat. "What are you planning to do, Dr. Banner?" Clark spoke in a voice only the Hulk could hear. The Hulk grunted dismissively, ignoring Clark, and headed toward Betty, who was simultaneously making her way toward him. For the first time, the Hulk's hoarse and deep voice resonated, like a monstrous creature, as he gently wiped away Betty's tears. Suddenly, a helicopter from the Cosmic Daily swooped in, its spotlight illuminating the Hulk as it aimed to broadcast the scene more clearly. The Hulk cast a cold glance at the helicopter above, then looked at Betty one last time before turning away and leaping into the air. As the Hulk's roar faded into the distance, Clark watched him depart, then glanced at Betty, who remained despondently staring in the direction of the Hulk's disappearance. With a sigh of resignation, Clark acknowledged the mixed emotions around him. Some were disheartened, while others were indeed exhilarated. Superman! 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 The crowd erupted in the most fervent cheers, chanting the name of the superhero who had saved the world that night. Those present, as well as viewers at home, shouted excitedly, fervently calling out the name of a singular hero. Harlem had faced the greatest disaster in its history, yet we welcomed our superhero. Everyone had endured a terrifying night, lighting wish lanterns in search of peace. Superman had rescued Harlem and saved America. A throng of media swarmed the scene, broadcasting live, while General Ross had established a cordon for safety. At that moment, Clark and Bruce had already taken Dave and Mindy away. Bruce felt at ease leaving the two children in Clark's care and decided to take Mindy home first, to Tony's house. Oh God, what has happened tonight? Pepper Potts, having stayed at Tony's house, watched the reports on television while placing a glass of red wine on the table. Tony was still engrossed in researching new elements, remarking, "Were these monsters to Clark? Was it over?" Tony removed his welding mask and gloves, picked up the glass of wine from the table, and took a sip. It was over. General Ross had sealed off the area, and reporters could only report from the periphery. Pepper handed Tony a towel. "Jarvis, display the satellite footage," Tony said as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The three-dimensional imagery revealed Clark defeating the abomination, the scene vividly presented before Tony and Pepper. "Goodness, this is truly insane. I fear that some might label Clark as a dangerous name," Tony expressed with a hint of concern. "The path of a superhero is fraught with challenges." Pepper gazed at Tony tenderly, offering comfort to the fellow superhero, Iron Man, Tony Stark. "Mindy's home. Let us tidy up, children. Get some sleep. Everything will pass." Clark switched on the light, illuminating the room, and he was momentarily taken aback by the array of weapons adorning the walls. "Is this a weapons cache? I suppose I should tidy up." Dave, weary, removed the mask of the ass-kicker and made his way to the restroom. Clark had already changed back into ordinary attire and strolled past Mindy's usual workstation, gazing at the photographs of Hit Girl and Big Daddy when he suddenly noticed a comic lying on the table and picked it up casually. Hit Girl produced a pink box, selecting weapons from the wall one by one, carefully placing the suitable ones into the container. Upon emerging from the restroom, Dave expressed his surprise. "What are you doing?" After recently enduring a calamity, he was perplexed by Hit Girl's intent to collect weapons. She pointed a submachine gun at him, prompting Dave to close his mouth slowly. "Do you know what my father desires most? He would wish for us to fulfill our mission," Hit Girl stated, lowering the firearm as she looked at Dave. "Long ago, there were two super cops named Big Daddy and Marcus, whose specialty was apprehending wrongdoers. Frank Amick, a nefarious figure among criminals, devised a sinister plot to eliminate Big Daddy by falsely accusing him of being a drug dealer, which proved to be the worst ordeal for Big Daddy. Prison was not his rightful place, and he felt utterly despondent. During his incarceration, his pregnant wife was left to bear the psychological burden alone." Clark observed the comic chronicling Big Daddy's life in silence. "Mindy, where is Frank Amick?" he inquired softly, lifting his gaze. When Superman spoke to her, Hit Girl appeared somewhat reserved. "Call me Clark, dear. I do not wish for you to assist me, Clark," she replied, her expression growing resolute. "I intend to fulfill my father's legacy on my own." She opened her laptop, revealing surveillance footage of Amick's building being hacked. "So many guards? Are you out of your mind?" Dave began, but quickly silenced himself. Realizing how foolish he was with Clark present, such obstacles were trivial. "My mother died in vain, so I cannot allow my father's sacrifice to be in vain as well," Hit Girl declared firmly, lowering her head to continue organizing the weapons. "You cannot fight this battle alone," Dave urged, while Clark chose to remain appropriately silent, observing Dave's flirtations. The following day, at Amick's building, the rotund security chief commanded a group of black-clad guards who were engaged in a card game. "Listen, you have 5 minutes to return to your posts and clean up." Frank Amick, on the top floor, finished his cigarette and returned to his office, only to discover a casually dressed individual seated in his chair, while his son sat motionless on the sofa, facing his father, Frank Amick. "Who are you?" Amick questioned warily, just as the hefty security chief entered through the door, spotting the uninvited guest. "Who are you?" After speaking, the stout security guard retrieved a handgun from his waist, aiming it at the enigmatic figure seated in the Amick chair. "What is my name? It is of no consequence, but I can reveal my moniker." The mysterious individual twirled a pen in his fingers. "A moniker? Why would I be inclined to know?" Amick signaled to the stout guard to be ready to fire at any moment. "You will," the mysterious figure declared, flicking his finger. The pen shot forth like a bullet, piercing the chest of the stout guard, who had just attempted to draw his weapon, resulting in his demise. "What? This cannot be. Damn it. Who are you?" Amick, summoning courage, disregarded the fallen guard and positioned himself protectively in front of his son. "I am called Superman," the mysterious figure, Clark, replied with a subtle smile. With a flourish, the red and blue suit enveloped Clark, the crimson cape billowing behind him as if caught in an unseen wind. In the lobby of Amick Tower, a guard in a black hat rotated a handgun in his hand. This guard was one of the kidnappers of the elderly patriarch. Suddenly, a golden-haired girl knocked on the glass door of the lobby, capturing everyone's attention. "Let her in," the black-hatted guard said, shaking his head at the seated security personnel, instinctively refusing the girl's entry. "She's just a child. What is the matter with you?" He continued, activating the switch to open the glass door. With a smile, the black-hatted guard approached the golden-haired girl. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" he inquired gently. "No, I can't find my mommy and daddy," the girl replied on the verge of tears. "Look, she can't find her parents. Would you like to use my phone?" The guard offered with concern, retrieving his cell phone and stepping closer to the golden-haired girl. "Can you remember my number? By the way, what is your name, dear?" "Mindy," the child replied. Chapter 59. Conversation in Tony's Villa Laboratory. "Has the situation been resolved?" Tony asked Clark without turning away from his workbench. Recently, Tony seemed to be engulfed in a frenzy of research, the palladium poisoning crisis weighing heavily on him. Though he had confided in no one about his distress. "Yes, it has been resolved. I did not partake extensively, but Dave has released a boy named Amick," Clark responded, reclining in a chair, his feet pressing against the ground to spin himself playfully. "Released? That does not bode well," Tony remarked, clearly disapproving of Dave's actions. Even though they were tacitly accepted by Clark. Let the enmity of the past remain with the previous generation. If that boy Chris seeks revenge, then Dave should be prepared to confront it, Clark declared. "You consider this a confrontation?" Tony remained skeptical. "Dave will become a hero. I have faith in him. You indulge him too much. I find that girl named Mindy quite admirable. She is formidable and possesses great awareness," Tony stated, rising to manipulate various instruments at the workbench. "That child? She is far too young. She ought to be in school. Hatred should not rob her of her childhood," Clark replied. Clark was rendered speechless. Although the old man was no longer present, since learning about Mindy, he realized that this girl might be burdened with far too much. It was because the enemy had taken so much from her. "You are too compassionate, Clark," Tony rebutted. Perhaps, Clark conceded, accepting Tony's critique. Compared to himself, this superhero, Iron Man, who had consistently occupied the forefront of the Marvel Universe, certainly held more authority. Clark did not perceive himself, as an outsider, to possess any sense of superiority to look down upon the superheroes of this world. After all, he was not invincible, and this world was perilously dangerous. "How can you discuss this with me? Did you not entrust those two children to Bruce?" Tony rose, appearing to have finished his task. Yet his expression suggested he remained at a loss. "Bruce has far more resources than I do, and I believe his approach would be better suited for educating those two non-superpowered children." Clark grimaced at the thought of a troublesome individual still residing in his Antarctic base. "Ah, what a disaster. The Joker is still teaching there, and I wonder if he is healed. Oh dear, I completely forgot. How inconsiderate of me. I should bring him back later." Sigh. Clark pondered, his emotions well concealed, leaving Tony unaware of any change. "Where's Miss Potts? Why isn't she here?" Clark queried as he exited the laboratory with Tony. "You know, love often requires refinement and tempering. I have gradually delegated all responsibilities of Stark Industries to her so that I can focus on my research of new elements," Tony replied, somewhat helpless, as he couldn't very well disclose that they had argued again the previous night. You certainly have a considerable number of shrapnel pieces left from the bomb lodged in your chest," Clark noted, squinting as he gently stroked his chin. "How do you know that?" Tony's expression shifted with surprise. Clark was aware of many things, yet he had never mentioned the specifics of the wound on his chest. Tony reflexively turned his gaze toward Clark. "I possess X-ray and telescopic vision. If I wish, I can observe molecular structures, although I am not quite proficient at it yet," Clark explained, gesturing toward his eyes. "Huh, what else can you do besides seeing?" Tony anxiously inquired while gripping Clark's shoulder. "What is the point of being so tall?" Suddenly feeling that he had perhaps revealed too much, Clark wondered if this would hinder Tony's progress in discovering new elements. However, the butterfly effect in this world was already substantial. One or two additional factors were inconsequential. If Tony did not connect the dots, Clark could always inform him later. And I have heat vision, which manifests as the red beams you typically see. Unlike Cyclops, I can adjust it to a level that can heal wounds. In other words, I can melt away those metal fragments without harming your body, Clark stated earnestly. Really? That is fantastic. Absolutely wonderful, Tony exclaimed with excitement, completely disregarding why Clark had not mentioned earlier that he could return to normal. For him, it was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Wait, don't be too hasty in your joy, Clark said reassuringly. The reason I didn't tell you earlier is that although I can assist in melting away those lethal metals, your wounds are far too severe. You must find some means of healing before you can remove the reactor from your chest. While heat vision could heal injuries, it was an archaic method akin to Rambo's treatment of burns in First Blood. Although it could dissolve the metal shrapnel within Tony's torso, it was merely a theoretical possibility. Surgery was still necessary to mend Tony's injuries. That's all right. That's all right. Having a solution is far better than having none. You've finally given me hope. Haven't you? Haha. Tony chuckled cheerfully, even though his recent research on new elements had failed. Clark's revelation had lifted the gloom that had clouded Tony's spirits. I'm glad to see you happy. If you need me, just let me know immediately. Clark gestured as if to make a phone call. All right, no rush. My eyes have been like this for quite some time. Now, I must freshen up. I look like a deep-sea miner, all greasy and grimy. It feels dreadful. He continued. By the way, I have a press conference tonight, but more importantly, there's a party you absolutely must attend. Indeed, Tony had been engrossed in his research for several days without a proper wash, and he bore a rather pungent odor of sweat. Nevertheless, Tony was now in high spirits, bubbling with excitement. Well, we can discuss it later. I might be accompanying Louise tonight. If she's unavailable, I'll certainly be there, Clark replied, unable to decline Tony's exuberant invitation. Oh, you rascal. Your relationship with her cannot progress without a little effort. Otherwise, I could arrange for a beautiful lady from the courthouse who has approached me several times. You should take her out for a spin, Tony said with a mischievous grin. Is she here to serve you a subpoena? Clark replied, exasperated by Tony's antics. Isn't it just the Senate? If I get kidnapped, you must come to my rescue, Tony shrugged, patting Clark's back while laughing heartily as he entered the restroom. Clark silently gave Tony a thumbs up. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, you needn't be so enthusiastic, Aurora, Clark smiled as he shook hands with Storm. Today, Clark had donned casual attire to visit the academy and was welcomed by Storm, who led him on a tour of the school. This is how it should be. You will always be a friend of our school, Storm said, guiding Clark toward the professor's office. Good day, teacher. Children were seen joyfully running down the corridor, stopping to greet Storm politely before scampering off to play with their friends, to which Storm responded with a warm smile and nod. Feeling the harmonious atmosphere within the school, Clark couldn't help but marvel at how the professor had created a peaceful and nurturing environment for these misunderstood and neglected mutants. It was truly commendable. With a crisp sound, Storm halted her steps, opened the grand door, and a group of students gathered around the professor, attentively absorbing his lecture. Let's conclude our discussion here for today. The remaining topics shall be submitted as assignments. Farewell, children. Upon noticing Clark, the professor smiled and closed the book in his hands. Very well, Professor. The students busied themselves with their belongings and soon departed from the professor's chamber, the last student casually shutting the door behind them. A girl entered through the door, returning to the room. I apologize. I forgot to collect my book. With a hint of regret, she picked up her textbook and exited once more. Clark gazed at this extraordinary girl in silent amazement, pondering that the abilities of mutants truly defy scientific explanation. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your hospitality, Professor. Clark conveyed his appreciation. You are too kind, Clark. The professor began regarding the incident at Lake Ackley. I must apologize. I realize my actions were not the most appropriate. Yet I hope you can understand my perspective, especially considering that child has significance to me. The professor candidly articulated his remorse concerning the previous encounter with Proteus. I understand, Professor. I can only offer this advice. Sometimes compassion can be cruel. However, I believe you're well prepared. Clark casually settled onto the sofa as Storm graciously served a cup of coffee. After all, this was a school devoid of alcohol. In truth, there is none, the professor replied, closing his eyes in resignation. What? Clark exclaimed, startled. Did you allow Proteus to escape? A sense of unease washed over him. The professor seemed to interpret Clark's expression and reassured him. Rest assured, Proteus is confined in the basement, sealed by my mental restraints. He is utterly immobile, yet he appears obsessively persistent. No matter how I attempt to persuade him, his convictions remain unchanged. Good heavens, you nearly frighten me. Do you not realize how insidiously dangerous that method of attack is? I certainly hope never to encounter it again. Clark mused quietly to himself. Well, now I can breathe easy. However, I am here primarily concerning my friend, Remy. Clark shifted the conversation to inquire about his companion's whereabouts. Remy? Has he not sought you out? After dispelling the mental energy left by Proteus, he recovered quite swiftly, the professor replied, his expression one of confusion. He has left. Clark questioned, bewildered. Indeed, he departed without leaving any message. Storm interjected. Chapter 60, Stark Expo New York, Stark Expo. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds were not of weaponry explosions, but rather the detonations of fireworks. With fervent music resounding, a transport aircraft opened its rear doors. And the interplay of moonlight and the aircraft's lights projected a dazzling reflection upon a brand new Iron Man suit. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, took 2 steps to ascertain his coordinates before leaping forward, descending from the transport craft. The sky was adorned with resplendent fireworks as Tony executed a graceful free fall, performing several intricate maneuvers midair. With a swift motion, Iron Man landed firmly on the stage of an exposition, where a burst of dazzling sparks erupted upon his arrival. Behind him stood a row of elegantly attired backup dancers, enhancing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Tony, 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 Iron Man, Iron Man, Iron Man, I love you, Tony. The circular stage beneath Tony began to rotate, slowly parting to reveal mechanical arms that disassembled his armor. Moments later, Tony, now dressed in a sleek black suit, smiled and greeted the audience below. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers and applause, warmly welcoming his presence. As the music gradually subdued and the backup dancers completed their performance, the audience's excitement reached a new crescendo. Hey, it's wonderful to be back. Did you miss me? Tony called out, extending his arms to elicit waves of enthusiasm. Let us blow something up. Someone shouted from the crowd. I miss you all too, but what shall we blow up? I've done it before. Tony replied with a grin. I never claimed that the world has enjoyed a prolonged state of peace because of me, nor did I assert that anyone else has risen like a phoenix from the ashes as I have. He gestured expansively, engaging with the audience. I certainly did not imply that Uncle Sam could recline comfortably in his chair, sipping iced tea, because I consistently maintain my peak performance. No one dares to challenge me. Tony's self-deprecating monologue was met with another wave of applause from the crowd. I love you, Iron Man. Iron Man. Iron Man. Please, I'm not that important. Tony said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. And neither are you. The audience fell silent, and Tony's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. None of us are truly important. What matters is our legacy, what we leave for future generations. Therefore, starting next year, for the first time since 1974, the finest talents from various countries and companies around the globe will share their resources and collective vision to forge a brighter future. We are not significant. Thus, I am delighted to welcome you to the Stark Industries Expo. As a video featuring his father's narration about the exposition began to play on stage, Tony stepped down. Taking a sip from a specially crafted beverage, he produced a portable testing device, pressing his thumb against it, which extracted a drop of blood for analysis. Palladium poisoning. Blood toxicity. 19, the device displayed ominously. Tony shook his hand lightly, exhaling a sigh. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a smiling figure turned to face him. Do not fret. A solution will invariably be found. Greetings, Clark. Thank you for making the effort to come here. How did you manage to get in? Tony Stark initially appeared taken aback, but upon seeing his visitor, his demeanor brightened once more. This is all thanks to Happy. Clark indicated towards Happy, who proudly pointed back at Clark and then tapped his chest with a sense of satisfaction. The reporters at the Stark Industries Expo were broadcasting live. Tony Stark had just stepped off the stage. For those unable to attend tonight, fear not, as the expo will continue throughout the entire year. I shall be exploring various facilities, booths, and inventions from around the globe. Be sure to join me in this splendid report, the beautiful journalist enthused. A chaotic scene unfolded outside, so tread carefully. Happy, Tony's friend and security detail, took Tony's coat. Relax. I have you covered along with Clark. Tony reassured with a smile. Open the door. Let us depart. As the door swung open, the first sight to behold was a throng of vibrant, youthful beauties. Tony! Several ladies jostled towards him, each attempting to exchange contact information, only to be intercepted one by Happy. Clark also took on the role of security, resulting in a peculiar spectacle where Clark formed an impenetrable barrier akin to a wall of steel, compelling everyone to navigate around him, while Happy's side became a perfect breach point. Hello, it's an honor. Tony accepted a poster of Iron Man from a young boy and signed it. All right, farewell, little rascal. This is Larry, the founder of Oracle. Happy introduced each new arrival, facilitating handshakes between them and Tony. Pleasure to meet you, Tony responded warmly. After several twists and turns, with Clark and Happy shielding him, they finally emerged from the expo. We made it out. They remained relatively composed, Tony observed. Not too shabby, Clark remarked. Absolutely splendid, Happy added, gesturing towards a brand-new sports car. A blonde beauty stood beside it, poised elegantly. Is she included with the car? Tony inquired of Happy. One can only hope, came the reply. Hello, the blonde greeted. Hi, who are you? Tony reciprocated. I'm a bailiff, she replied, her smile lacking in warmth. An Irish lass, I see. I spent some time there. I believe my accent is quite subdued. A pleasure to meet you, Tony. Shall I take the wheel? Tony inquired as he transformed the car into a convertible. From Bedford, she answered. What brings you here? I came to find you. Is that so? You sought me out? Tony opened the car door, and both Clark and Happy climbed in simultaneously. What do you want with me? Tony settled into the driver's seat. To serve you a subpoena, the blonde stated, producing a summons that appeared before Tony. This was no request for a signature. Yea, Tony fell silent, his mouth closing in contemplation. Who are you? Clark inquired, gazing quizzically at the blonde. My name is Sharon Carter, and I am an intern at the Senate. Sharon shook the subpoena in her hand. He disliked receiving items from others. He preferred to give. Happy, seated in the passenger seat, accepted the subpoena. Yes, that is my quirk, Tony chimed in immediately. You are summoned to attend the Senate Military Committee at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Sharon said with a smile. May I see your badge? Tony turned to look at Sharon. He was particularly fond of badges, as Happy noted. No sooner had he spoken than Sharon raised her badge. Do you still like it? Tony, driving the sports car, gazed at Sharon in silence. How far are we from Washington? Tony inquired of Happy. Washington? 250 miles. Tony drove silently away. On the road, Clark murmured the intern's name, Sharon Carter. Do you know her? Tony, overhearing, asked casually. Not really. Just thought the name sounded familiar. Clark waved his hand dismissively. What happened? How did you get summoned? Clark looked at Tony with an amused expression. You know, I'm just too, dazzling. Tony struggled to find words. All right, I understand. Besides, a weapons company is almost as flashy as an entertainment firm. How did you manage to come tonight? I know you're not fond of such gatherings. Tony glanced at Clark through the rearview mirror. To be honest, Louise is working late tonight, and it seems we are currently in a Cold War. Clark sighed, waving his hand in resignation. Yes. No, that's not what I meant. Right, Happy? Yes, we all feel uneasy. Truly, Clark, Happy replied. Due to Tony's connections, both he and Clark shared a decent rapport. Clark rolled his eyes, exasperated at the duo's banter. In a certain area of New York, the streets were notably desolate compared to the lively atmosphere of the exposition. Oh yeah, honestly, being able to buy a place in New York is quite an achievement, and I truly miss my cozy little home, a cheeky voice echoed from the street. Clad in a black hoodie and simple sweatpants, the speaker was none other than the long-evading Deadpool, Wade Wilson. Is there anything here besides dead rats and trash? Damn, I didn't skip on the property fees. Do we even have property management? Deadpool grumbled. Wilson's deep, raspy voice emerged from the shadows. Oh, for heaven's sake. Can't you change your outfit, Castle? Or should I call you the Punisher? What have I done? Deadpool slowly turned to face the newcomer, disdain evident in his tone. You know what you did? You were guilty. The Punisher stared coldly at Deadpool. Me? Because I didn't pay the property fees? Please, in war, people die. You should smile more, Castle. Deadpool grinned, though the smile held a hint of menace. Hand over the list, and I shall let you go. The Punisher, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Deadpool, demanded directly. Oh, come now. What list? Make it simple. Treat me to a meal, and I shall provide it. See, I am easily bribed. Deadpool's hand discreetly grasped the long knife concealed beneath his clothing. The list of mutant subjects under Strickland's research. The Punisher growled, his icy gaze fixated on Deadpool. Deadpool's grin grew increasingly sinister. 2 hours later, in a certain part of New York, bloodied hands rapped upon a door. After a moment, a young woman opened it, her mouth covered in astonishment at the sight of the bloodied figure before her. "Hi, Vanessa, I'm back," Deadpool announced with what he believed to be his most charming smile. Chapter 61, Dialogue S. Hield. "What did you summon me for?" "Fury, please." "I am quite busy," Clark remarked as he spun in his chair, addressing the man before him. "Clark, you know I did not call you without reason," Fury replied. His remaining eye fixed intently upon Clark. "Enough. You truly look unappealing," Clark said, a puzzled expression on his face as he regarded Fury, who returned the gaze in silence. "All right then, let's get down to business." Fury clapped his hands, prompting Maria Hill to enter. "Hello, Hill," Clark greeted with a smile, reclining in his chair. Hill's expression remained frosty, though a faint blush seemed to emerge on her cheeks. After acknowledging him with a nod, she produced a remote control and activated the large screen. The display revealed the ongoing Senate Armed Services Committee meeting, which Tony had been summoned to attend the previous night. The footage was being broadcast live. "Do you possess any special weaponry?" a senator inquired from the dais, directing the question at Tony below. I do not, Tony vehemently denied. "You do not? That depends on what you consider a weapon." You call me here just to watch television?" Clark gestured toward the screen, bewildered as he looked at Fury. "I trust you comprehend my intent, Clark. Today, you were originally meant to occupy the seat beside Stark," Fury stated coldly. Clark instinctively tightened his grip on the chair's armrest, leaving a distinct imprint on the metal surface. "Were you implying to judge me?" Clark's expression turned icy at the insinuation, a sentiment he found particularly distasteful. "Do you see this footage? Once the meeting concludes, it will be broadcast immediately. I mean no offense. However, your recent actions have far surpassed Tony's. As your friend, I feel compelled to caution you." Fury's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "Friend? Huh. Which incident are you referring to? Strickland? Hull? Lake Akali? Or perhaps Harlem?" Clark raised an eyebrow, his tone dismissive. "Do you have any idea how many people you have angered? Today, the matter concerning Stark serves as a prime example. You are not partaking in a military committee, but merely in a trial." Fury's tone grew grave. "Enough. Fury, you have already been interrogating me." A subtle air of authority emanated from Clark. "You are formidable, yet you cannot perpetually shield your family." Fury understood that he must awaken Clark. His recent actions had become excessively audacious for certain factions, and though it might directly provoke Clark, his words today could indeed prove valuable if Clark were to reflect calmly. "Stark's summons to today's meeting has already signaled a warning for you superheroes. You must realize that this is not merely a trivial meeting. The mutant legislation alone could ignite a war. This world requires heroes, but not deities," Fury continued. "Do you know, Fury?" Clark's tone turned frigid. "What?" Fury was momentarily overwhelmed by Clark's imposing presence, rendering him speechless. "I am uncertain about deities, but I can enlighten you on what constitutes a devil." A formidable aura surged forth, compelling Fury to retreat under the pressure of an invisible barrier. "I believe I have made it abundantly clear. Do not threaten my family again. Fury, should you wish to witness what hell truly entails, I shall ensure you comprehend it," Clark declared coldly. "Are you aware of how many concealed nuclear weapon sites exist in America? If those weapons were to vanish in an instant, I believe America would have no time to focus on me." "What do you mean?" Fury exclaimed in astonishment. "It means nothing, Fury. Retract your tactics for intimidating newcomers. They do not daunt me. Do not attempt to provoke my ire. Speak plainly. What is truly happening?" Clark inquired slowly, beginning to ponder the situation. Fury's sudden aggression must have had a motive. "Ah, I see. Do you recall the incident in Harlem when you nearly killed the abomination?" Fury sighed, speaking gently. "That was only a few days ago. How could I forget?" Clark gazed at Fury in confusion. "The crux of the matter lies in the sheer magnitude of power you unleashed. A group of idle researchers analyzed the force of your punch, deeming it comparable to a nuclear explosion without radiation." Clark shrugged helplessly, feigning innocence. "I realize you may not heed my words, but as Fury spoke, the large screen erupted with fervent applause. "I can avert the threat of nuclear war. Iron Man is invaluable. We are secure. America is safe. Do you wish to procure my products? Do not even entertain the thought." Nevertheless, I have rendered you a significant service. Tony rose, declaring, I alone can maintain world peace. He gestured triumphantly. The jury and reporters erupted in enthusiastic applause. What more do you desire from me? This is the current state of affairs. I am attempting to collaborate with those jesters. Listen well, it is all for the people. Hill switched off the large screen, stowed away the remote control, and cleared her throat gently. Fury and Clark exchanged a glance, a moment steeped in awkwardness. What a jerk, Fury muttered under his breath. Listen closely, Fury. Perhaps Tony has the entirety of Stark Industries backing him, but rest assured, I am more than sufficient on my own. Otherwise, let those so-called forces give it a try. Those mere mortals. Clark rose slowly, gazing at Fury with a calm demeanor. At Tony's villa, a sharp clap echoed as Tony struck his hands together, illuminating the laboratory as the instruments whirred to life. Wake up, old man. I'm back, he declared with a snap of his fingers. Welcome home. Jarvis's voice resonated. Congratulations on the grand success of the Expo opening ceremony and the Senate hearing. May I say, your televised appearance in that attire was quite refreshing. Well, thank you. Tony replied with a smirk. How much of this vile concoction must I consume? He retrieved a green, peculiar beverage. 80 ounces are required to alleviate the palladium poisoning symptoms. Jarvis informed him. Check the palladium content, Tony instructed, placing his thumb on the testing device. Blood toxicity, 24. It appeared that as long as he continued to don the Iron Man suit, the poisoning would escalate. Another palladium energy cell depleted. Tony extracted the reactor from his chest, replacing the palladium energy cell within. They deplete rapidly. I have simulated every known element, and none can substitute for palladium. Your time and options are dwindling. As Tony installed the reactor, his expression darkened. Regrettably, the very device that sustains your life may also be your demise. He observed the black circuitry surrounding his chest. Miss Potts has arrived. I suggest you inform her immediately to maintain silence, he urged. Are you jesting? Pepper entered, her brow furrowed. What are you thinking? What? Tony feigned ignorance. What are you thinking? Pepper reiterated. I was contemplating how busy I am, and you're irate. Have you caught a cold? I'd rather not be infected. Tony replied, rising and moving about. Did you donate our entire modern art collection to that organization? She inquired, struggling to recall the name. The Boy Scouts of America. Tony reminded her. The Boy Scouts of America? That is quite an interesting organization. I haven't personally inspected the crates, but it should be fine. And it's not our collection. It's mine, so don't take offense. Not all. You do realize I have the right to discuss our collection? It took me a decade to curate, all for tax deductions, Pepper said, looking innocently at Tony. I have 8,011 matters to discuss with you. The expo was an utter waste of time, Pepper interrupted, halting Tony. You should wear a mask before your cold worsens, all right? Tony patted Pepper's shoulder. That is quite rude of you. Nothing is more important to me than the expo. It's my utmost priority. I don't understand why. The expo is merely a manifestation of your vanity. Wow, just look at that. Tony casually picked up a framed Iron Man poster from the ground. This is modern art. I must hang it up. He glanced at Pepper. You must be joking. I need to hang it immediately. It is of utmost importance. Tony surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the most suitable wall. Stark Industries is a chaotic mess. Do you understand? Pepper began to grow anxious. No, our stock price has hit the ceiling. Tony walked around, gesturing to determine which wall would be appropriate for the frame. That is from a managerial perspective. If it's so disorganized, then just circle back. Let me illustrate. He referred to the earlier matter. Tony found a suitable spot for the poster and was about to remove another painting from that location. No. You cannot take down the Barnett Newman piece. It must remain, Pepper exclaimed frantically. I'm not taking it down, Tony dismissed, sweeping aside the objects on the table. I'm merely replacing it. He stepped onto the table. Look at what I've acquired. Well, suit yourself, Pepper said with a resigned wave of her hand. What I mean to say is that we VE secured the contract for the wind farm. Don't mention wind, Tony interrupted, removing the previous artwork and hanging the Iron Man poster. And the contract for the waste treatment plant. That was your idea. All these people are on our payroll. It's all my idea, Tony retorted, turning back to her. You will not make decisions anymore. I'm no longer concerned with liberal issues. They're utterly tedious. I'm giving you a boredom warning. Tony leaped down from the table, looking at Pepper. You go do it. Do what? Pepper was taken aback. This idea is brilliant. I just thought of it. You will manage the company, Tony stated slowly. Yes, I've been trying to manage the company. Pepper, I need you to manage the company. Not merely attempt it, but actively do it. You shouldn't be telling me this. I'm not asking you to try, Pepper. You haven't been listening to me. I'm trying to manage the company. I am listening. No, you haven't been listening. I want you to be the CEO. Why won't you? Tony's voice rose. Have you had a bit too much to drink? Pepper looked at him quizzically. I hereby appoint you as the CEO of Stark Industries, effective immediately. Tony gazed earnestly at Pepper. She stood there, stunned, staring at him. Just like that, he said, patting her shoulder. Believe it or not, I've contemplated this for quite some time. I even searched for candidates. Tony picked up the champagne the robot had brought him. I seriously considered who would be the most suitable, and then I realized it has always been you. He opened the champagne, pouring 2 glasses and walking over. I thought there might be legal complications, but I can designate my successor, which is you. Tony handed a glass of champagne to the still-dazed Pepper. Congratulations. He smiled warmly at her. Chapter 62. Natasha, a hospital in New York. Are you jesting? Or is this truly the case? I sense you're jesting. Deadpool fixated on the radiographic images on the table, revealing a view of his own torso. Reactions to a diagnosis of advanced cancer vary significantly. Naturally, we can explore a multitude of options. As novel medications are being developed daily, the expressionless doctor seated across from Deadpool stated calmly. His girlfriend, Vanessa, grasped Deadpool's hand, attempting to offer comfort, though her slightly anxious demeanor betrayed her. What shall we do? Surely, there must be a solution. Vanessa implored the doctor, her voice tinged with urgency. Deadpool silently regarded Vanessa. Inexplicably, despite the grim news of his illness, the mere presence of Vanessa instilled within him a profound sense of tranquility. Monaco, a luxurious private villa. In the gym, Pepper Potts entered, saying, "The notary has arrived. Could you come sign some transfer documents?" Tony Stark and his bodyguard and friend, Happy, were engaged in a vigorous boxing practice on the ring. "I'm in the zone," Tony exclaimed, delivering punches with fervor, while Happy assumed a defensive stance to ward off Tony's attacks. A swift jab from Happy met with Tony's hands, followed promptly by an elbow strike to Happy's face. "My apologies," Tony muttered, the insincerity of his words evident. "What was that move?" Happy asked, bewildered. "This is called mixed martial arts. It has only been trending for 3 weeks, Tony explained, shifting his footwork. "That's just dirty boxing. It's been around for ages," Happy retorted dismissively. "Well, come on then," Tony waved his hand nonchalantly. "Who else did you invite?" Pepper noticed 2 untouched glasses of red wine on the small glass table. "I've invited Clark. I found it difficult to be away from him lately," Tony replied without turning his head. Pepper furrowed her brow, slightly puzzled by Tony's words, then took a deep breath, choosing not to delve deeper into his statement. At that moment, a stunning red-haired woman entered, dressed in a simple short-sleeved blouse and black casual trousers, exuding an air of competence. Clutching a black folder, she tossed her long red hair, her exquisite beauty making her a striking presence amidst the crowd, albeit with a hint of thorniness. "All right, let us proceed." Tony beckoned Happy. Happy halted his movements, staring vacantly at the approaching red-haired beauty. Noticing Happy's astonishment, Tony turned his head. "I assure you, this is the one and only time I request you to transfer your company to me," Pepper stated as the red-haired woman approached, opening the folder before her. "Please sign with your initials." The red-haired woman smiled, addressing Pepper. Tony remained entranced by the red-haired beauty, prompting Happy to nudge his head. Lesson 1. Never divert your gaze. Happy gestured, imparting his wisdom. Tony delivered a sidekick to Happy's protective gear, sending him sprawling into the corner of the boxing ring. "I'm done," Happy declared. Tony, in a playful manner, shook a bell. "What's your name, miss?" he inquired, gesturing towards the red-haired beauty who had just entered. "Rossman, Natalie Rossman," she replied, lifting her gaze. Just as Natalie finished speaking, Clark arrived, clad in athletic attire, complete with a hooded tracksuit. Due to his towering stature, Clark found that only tailored clothing, loose sportswear, or casual attire could accommodate his frame, and he preferred such comfortable ensembles. "Hi, Tony. Thank you for inviting me to Monaco. Honestly, this is my first time traveling abroad in my current capacity." "Hello, Pepper," Clark greeted with a wave and a smile directed at Tony and Pepper. Clark." Pepper responded warmly. "You calling Clark?" Tony glanced back at Pepper. "Oh, Happy, that must hurt," Clark remarked as he passed the boxing ring and spotted Happy struggling to rise. "Hey, buddy," he called out. Happy waved dismissively. "Got it, hey, buddy." Clark exchanged a fist bump with Tony from the sidelines. "You've arrived. Where's Louise?" Didn't she come with you? Tony chuckled. She's at the hotel, claiming she needs to rest. She'll come over when the match starts. It's quite frustrating, especially since she only agreed to join me because of work, Clark replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Tony nodded in understanding. Who is she? Clark inquired, stepping over to Pepper and addressing Natalie. Rossman, Natalie Rossman, Natalie responded. Hello, I'm Clark. Natalie, come up to the ring. Tony interrupted their conversation, beckoning Natalie forward. No, you can't be serious, Pepper remarked incredulously at Tony. The judge has spoken, and I am the judge. Hey, Clark, your outfit is just right. Help me out, would you? Tony waved for Clark to come over. Me? Are you sure? Clark hesitated, pointing at himself. Sorry, he's a weirdo, Pepper remarked to Natalie. No problem, Natalie said with a smile as she approached. Both Clark and Natalie ascended the boxing ring, with Clark steadying the recovering Happy. Tony found himself entranced by Natalie's beauty, sipping his drink to ease the awkwardness. Could you teach her a thing or two? Tony asked Clark as he stepped down from the ring with Happy. Please, you truly are something else, Tony, Clark replied, exasperated, hands on his hips. Pepper, Tony called to her as she settled into her seat. What is it? Who is she? He inquired as he moved closer to Pepper. She asked from the legal department. She might just land you in a sexual harassment lawsuit if you keep staring at her like that, Pepper warned. I'm in need of a new assistant, boss. I have 3 highly promising candidates waiting for your interview, Pepper continued. I don't have time for interviews. I need someone right now, and I believe it is her. Tony stated directly. Absolutely not. Excuse me, have you ever boxed? Or engaged in any other sport? Clark awkwardly inquired. I have indeed, Natalie smiled. Seriously, Tony, is it really necessary to do this? Clark called out loudly to Tony below the stage. Go for it. Come on, Tony clapped his hands. How do you spell your last name? Natalie, Tony shouted. Tony clapped his hands again, and the glass round table displayed a web page. What? Are you going to Google her? Pepper asked. I thought I was just staring at her. Wow, she is quite impressive, Tony exclaimed, flipping through Natalie's resume on the web page. You are rather dull, you know? She is fluent in French, Italian, and Latin. Who even speaks Latin? Tony questioned Pepper. No one speaks Latin. It is a nearly extinct language. You can read or write in Latin, but you cannot speak it. Did you model in Tokyo? She did. Tony zoomed in on a photo of Natalie on the webpage. Wow. Pepper shook her head. I need her. She has it all. Natalie was captivated by the conversation between Tony and Pepper. Well, shall we start with a handshake? Clark politely extended his hand, calling Natalie back to reality. Suddenly, Natalie turned, grasped Clark's hand, and twisted his wrist, bending his hand at an angle that his arm could barely withstand. My goodness. Clark, Pepper exclaimed in shock. Yeah, it's fine, Pepper, it's fine, Tony cheered. Wow, you're quite strong. Clark showed no sign of pain, equally astonished by Natalie's prowess. How is this possible? Natalie looked at Clark with some surprise. Typically, a person can only twist their joint to a certain extent, and beyond that point, it becomes difficult for them to exert force to resist. However, this individual named Clark, after his joint was bent to its limit, could not muster any strength to break free. Suddenly, Natalie leaped onto Clark's arm, her legs wrapping around his neck, exerting maximum force to twist his arm. Yet Clark remained utterly unmoved. So, I ask, is this truly advisable? But honestly, you are magnificent. Clark was still astonished by Natalie's graceful joint-locking technique. Natalie placed a foot on Clark's chest and, using that leverage, executed a backflip. As soon as she landed, she spun around and delivered a kick to Clark's chest. Ouch. However, Natalie felt as if her heel had struck steel, quickly crouching down to gently rub her heel, alleviating the pain radiating from it. Apologies, I must express my regret. Your attack was indeed impressive, and I failed to notice it. Clark, filled with remorse, intended to assist Natalie in rising. Seizing the moment, Natalie executed a sweeping kick, striking Clark's ankle, resulting in a similar outcome. Now, both of Natalie's legs were crouched, and she was tenderly massaging her injured feet, a sight that appeared exceedingly endearing to Clark. May I ring the bell now? Clark inquired innocently, gazing at Natalie. What are you made of? Why are you so tough? Natalie raised her head to look at Clark. In China, there's a martial art called Iron Shirt. That's it, Clark exclaimed, clapping his hands in satisfaction with this explanation. Huh. Tony, indulging in a specially crafted beverage, could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Natalie regarded Clark with an expression of disbelief, thinking to herself, are you joking with me? Tony stood up, picked up a small hammer, and struck the bell, thereby ending the match. All right, technical knockout. 1 o'clock for Clark. Make a call to let Louise know she can come over. We are off to the car racing event. Tony exclaimed excitedly. It's a visit, not a competition, Pepper corrected him. Tony turned to Pepper, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Chapter 63. Whip Lock Monaco. Oh, splendid. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Clark exclaimed joyfully as he settled into the luxurious vehicle. Beside him, Tony and Louise exchanged bemused glances at Clark's enthusiasm. What's with your expressions? Clark retorted, upon arriving at the hotel, amidst the cheers of journalists and spectators. Tony emerged from the car, flashing a victorious sign to the crowd. Dressed in a gray suit, he was accompanied by Pepper, who had chosen an off-shoulder, knee-length dress. Clark and Louise also donned matching black couple suits. After disembarking, Tony, along with Happy, Pepper, Clark, and Louise, enter the hotel. This is Europe. Whatever happens, let it unfold naturally. Tony led the group into the hotel party, where the finest wines were served and the live broadcast of the car race could be viewed. Let it unfold naturally? Let it unfold naturally? Pepper appeared quite speechless at Tony's words. Mr. Stark, a radiant Natalie approached, greeting him. Yes, Tony replied, removing his sunglasses and nodding. Hello, Natalie. Clark greeted her with a similar smile, while Louise held onto Clark's arm, playfully pinching his lower back. Clark cast a stiff glance at Louise. Could you not pretend to be in pain, you rascal? Louise thought to herself. Ah, good day, Mr. Kent. Natalie greeted Clark with a professional smile. Was your journey pleasant? She then shifted her gaze back to Tony. Very well, truly delighted to see you, Tony responded. May I have a photograph with a member of the Monaco Racing Club? Natalie called to the photographer standing beside her. The photographer raised his camera, capturing images of Tony and Pepper. What did you hire her? Pepper lifted the wine glass served by the waiter. What? Did you compel me? Tony also raised a glass, smiling in return to Pepper. We want to watch the game. We made ourselves comfortable. Clark patted Tony on the shoulder, and after a nod from Tony, Clark took Louise and departed. What did I compel you to do? Ignoring Clark, Pepper continued her inquiry with Tony. Smile, look here. Tony pointed at the camera, diverting the topic. Do not appear too stiff, Tony remarked, as both flashed smiles for the camera. Click. The photographer finished and departed under Natasha's direction. Do not expose your nostrils, Tony continued. Your old habits remain unchanged. Pepper replied to Tony with a rigid smile. Quite astonishing, Natasha commented. Tony took a step forward, walking alongside Natasha toward their designated seats. You look absolutely stunning. What? Oh, thank you for the compliment. I know, I am rather unprofessional. What is the schedule? Their essay dinner at 9:30. Excellent. I shall arrive by 11. Naturally. Is this our table? Tony suddenly pointed to an empty dining table. This could be it. Natasha responded swiftly. Splendid, go secure it. All right. Natasha promptly approached the lobby manager. Pepper followed her and sat down. Is this our reserved position? Pepper inquired curiously. I prefer a window seat. This is quite nice. Isn't it? Tony donned his sunglasses. While they conversed, Clark and Louise returned. This place is wonderful. I must thank you for inviting me. Clark and Louise took their seats. Would you like a drink? I believe the beverages here are complimentary. It is rare to hear that from you. Oh, Tony, is that you? A slick voice called out. The one person I dislike the most. Tony whispered to Pepper. Justin Hammer. Tony raised his voice, introducing the newcomer to the group. How are you? Hammer casually sat down, accompanied by a blonde beauty. You are not the only wealthy individual driving an expensive car. You know, this is Christine from the glamorous world. Hammer introduced the blonde behind him. Hi. The blonde greeted and took a seat as well. Do you two know each other? Hammer inquired. Yes, but we are not well acquainted. Tony removed his sunglasses. Indeed. Christine replied with an awkward smile. By the way, big news. The brand new CEO of Stark Industries. Hammer pointed at Pepper. I see. Congratulations. Oh, I need to use the restroom. Tony said. Restroom. Blood toxicity. 53. Tony flicked his punctured fingertip, silently gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Is there a worse idea? As the scene shifts, Tony appears at the racing circuit clad in racing attire, having just acquired a spot in the prestigious One Club, intent on participating in the competition. Inside the hotel, Clark, who is indulging in drink, suddenly points at the content on the live broadcast. What? Pepper exclaims in surprise. Yay! The hotel guests erupt in cheers, celebrating Tony's race. Natalie! Pepper calls out for her friend. Did you know he was racing? She inquires anxiously. I just found out myself, Natalie explains. I understand. How can I assist you? Where's Happy? Pepper asks. He's outside. Go find him. I need Happy. Quickly, on the live feed. The number 5 racer has already been replaced with Tony's name. On the racetrack, the engines roar. Tony tests the performance of the blue race car. The red light illuminates. Tony gives a thumbs up to his coach, indicating all is well. 3, 2, 1, go. The engines roar as Tony accelerates out onto the track, where rows of race cars compete fiercely. Suddenly, an orange figure flits outside the racetrack. The race cars continue to speed by when, unexpectedly, a person dressed in an orange pit crew uniform pushes through the barriers and strides onto the perilous track. This mysterious figure, imposing in stature, sports intricately braided long hair, a toothpick in his mouth, and tattoos covering his skin except for his face. Removing his helmet, he tears open his shirt to reveal a reactor embedded in his chest, identical to Tony's. With arms hanging down, 2 distinctive whips emerge from the rods in his hands, crackling with eerie white electricity, while a bright electric glow emanates from his back, igniting his upper clothing in flames, resembling a fiery spectacle. With a swift motion, he lashes out, and a passing race car is cleanly sliced in 2. The audience gasps, their shocked screams directed at the sudden apparition. The cameras, captivated by his astonishing antics, focus on the scene, which is broadcasted live. Pepper stares in disbelief at the unfolding events on the screen. Happy approaches, carrying a red and white metallic case. Sorry, Clark. Louise, I must take my leave, Pepper says apologetically as she departs with Happy. Watching them leave, Clark turns to Louise. Louise, I understand, you go ahead. Be careful, Clark. She gestures reassuringly, encouraging him to follow his instincts. After a nod of acknowledgement, Clark exits the hotel. Upon stepping outside, he spots Natalie, who is watching a Rolls-Royce Phantom drive away. Hey, Mr. Kent, what is going on? Natalie inquires, puzzled by Clark's sudden appearance. Nothing much, Natasha casually remarked. What did you say? Natalie's expression shifted, though her smile remained unchanged. What? You seem to have miscalled my name. I am Natalie, she corrected. Did I err? Natasha, or should I say Black Widow? I presume you have conducted your research on me. Fury must have mentioned me, but do not think you can deceive me. Agent Natasha Romanoff replied, her demeanor growing serious while a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. You are quite impressive. I assume your little girlfriend is aware of your identity as well. Superman, Natalie said, a mere alias in Natasha's eyes, who continued to smile at Clark. I do not conceal my family, Clark retorted. And what do you plan to do? Huh, you'll find out. By the way, Tony is my friend. I doubt he needs your so-called protection, Clark replied with a smirk. At the racetrack, Tony had unwittingly entered the mysterious figure's hunting grounds, leaving him no time to evade. The mysterious figure lashed out with a whip, and both Tony's car and the one in front met the same fate. Crash! Crash! After several spins, Tony's car collided with the barrier, trapping him inside. He struggled to twist his body to see the mysterious figure, his astonishment growing as he noticed a reactor on the figure's chest, identical to his own. I am Whiplash. Tony Stark. You pathetic thief. Whiplash shouted almost maniacally. With a flick of his wrist, the whip exploded with a flash of white electricity against the ground, the sparks continuing to flicker. He then struck out, cleaving through Tony's blue car, only to discover that Tony was not inside it. Amidst the smoke, Tony stealthily approached Whiplash from behind, seizing a metal plate to strike at Whiplash's back. Such an assault was, however, little more than a minor annoyance to Whiplash, who easily kicked Tony away. Whiplash wielded his dual whips with ferocity, the whips whistling violently as they lunged toward Tony. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce Phantom barreled toward Whiplash, crashing into him and sending him against the barrier. Are you trying to hit me or him? Tony queried as he approached the Phantom, tapping on the door and addressing Happy within. I just wanted to scare him, Happy replied in a panic. Are you insane? Get in the car. Pepper shouted frantically. Tony waved his hand in exasperation. Just as he yanked open the car door, a whip struck out, severing it in 2. Pepper screamed in terror, while Happy hurriedly urged the car forward. Whiplash lashed out again, slicing a third of the Rolls-Royce Phantom away. Give me the briefcase, Tony shouted from outside the vehicle. Oh my God. Pepper hurled the red and white briefcase, sending it crashing to the ground at Tony's feet. As he stepped on it, the case sprang to life, revealing 2 mechanical gauntlets. Tony plunged his hands into the transforming briefcase, securing it to his chest as the red and white case morphed into the Iron Man suit. In an instant, it enveloped his entire being, exuding an air of majesty. Activation complete, Model 5, Mr. Stark. Jarvis's familiar voice resonated. Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, was originally a part of Stark Industries, but after a tragic turn of events, he became a prisoner. Following his escape, he emerged as one of the antagonists, a weapons designer for Justin Hammer. After conducting extensive research on Iron Man's armor, he ultimately developed a unique new suit, embarking on a quest for vengeance. This character, in the comics, had undergone a change of equipment and assumed a new identity. However, in the film adaptation, Whiplash's motivation to challenge Iron Man stemmed purely from familial strife. Ivan's father had once collaborated with Tony's father on energy source research, but when Tony's father discovered Ivan's father's nefarious intentions, he expelled him from America. In a bid to avenge this exile, Ivan not only replicated Iron Man's energy source based on his father's blueprints, but also designed the latest war machine, becoming the principal villain in Iron Man 2. Black Widow, after Pepper Potts was elevated within Stark Industries, saw Tony Stark appoint the alluring legal department beauty, Natasha Romanoff, as his personal assistant. Unbeknownst to Tony, Natasha's true identity was that of a covert SHIELD agent sent to monitor Iron Man. Chapter 64. Confronting Whiplash, a tidal wave of cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating the arrival of Iron Man. With a metallic clang, Tony closed the Iron Man helmet, the lights illuminating his eyes as the stern visage of the mask coldly scrutinized Whiplash before him. He kicked aside a Rolls-Royce Phantom, ensuring Happy and Pepper's safety. Whiplash descended from the barricade, moving slowly, his gaze filled with rage directed at Tony. "Hey, Tony," Whiplash rasped, swirling his wrist as the metallic whip crackled with white electricity, wreaking havoc around him. Tony, preferring action over words, raised his palm as the repulsor charged. However, Whiplash struck first, his electric whip colliding with Tony's arm and thwarting the repulsor blast. Undeterred, Tony raised his other hand, channeling energy into another repulsor. Whiplash countered, deflecting Tony's palm. Tony glanced down at his palm. One repulsor had been completely destroyed, a whip mark etched across it, flames flickering. The suit's display reported the damage. Taking a step back to create distance, Tony unleashed a repulsor blast, but Whiplash's chest reactor surged with intensity, and his electrified whip easily repelled Tony's energy attack. The ground erupted beneath them, creating a crater, and the scattering sparks sent Pepper into a frightened scream. Tony was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, when one electric whip ensnared his arm while another coiled around his torso. As the whip tightened, it pulled him back with force, simultaneously increasing the electric current coursing through it. Tony lost his footing and was violently flung to the ground. Recovering quickly, he rolled over and half-kneeled, grasping the electric whip. Tony, the whip master roared, preparing to crank the current to its maximum. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down between the whip master and Tony like a cannonball, creating a gust of wind that forced both combatants to straighten up. A crimson cape billowed gracefully in the breeze, and a colossal emblem emblazoned on the chest signified the identity of the newcomer. It was Superman. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Superman! Superman! Superman!" The onlookers erupted in cheers once more. Clark seized the electric whip from the whipmaster with remarkable strength, yanking it forcefully until it snapped. The remaining segment of the whip flickered with white electricity before dimming. "What?" The whipmaster stared in astonishment at the newcomer, knowing that no one else understood the composition of his whip. He was aware that even if it were tied to two high-powered racing cars and pulled simultaneously, it would remain unscathed. "Good to see you finally arrived, partner," Tony said, half-crouched on the ground, lifting his metallic mask and taking a deep breath. Damn it! Upon witnessing someone obstructing his attempt to eliminate Tony, the whipmaster erupted in fury. With a deafening roar, he wrapped the remaining segment of the whip around his fist, the white electricity piercing through his skin, blood flowing profusely as he spat out a mouthful of crimson. The reactor glowed ominously with his blood. "Damn it! You should all perish." The whipmaster's strength surged as he stepped forward, shattering the racetrack beneath him, his entire being enveloped in white electricity, creating an intimidating visage. He let out a low growl and charged at Clark. With the electricity crackling around him, He unleashed a punch, his momentum akin to a tiger roaring through the mountains. With a swift motion, Clark extended his palm, intercepting the Whipmaster's fist. Veins bulged on the Whipmaster's forehead, and his muscular form trembled slightly as he realized he could not advance an inch. No! The Whipmaster howled in rage, his cries filled with defiance. Clark tightened his grip on the Whipmaster's fist, pulling back while his other hand seized the reactor at the Whipmaster's chest. With a deft twist, he yanked it free, leaving the mechanical apparatus powerless, like a burden weighing heavily upon the Whipmaster. He collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. At that moment, several police officers and security personnel rushed onto the racetrack, swiftly restraining the Whipmaster. The once invincible Whipmaster suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha! You lost! You lost, Tony! Ha ha ha!" The Whiplash cruelly mocked Tony as he was dragged away from the arena. Clark glanced at the reactor in his hand and passed it to Tony. Taking it, Tony examined the reactor, his irritation evident as he crushed it with a swift motion, his gaze coldly following Whiplash's departure. Ivan Vanko, Clark stood rooted to the spot, murmuring softly, his eyes filled with disdain. "In a Moroccan prison, we have checked his fingerprints. Nothing at all, not even a name," the warden stated, walking alongside Tony, careful not to show any sign of negligence towards such an individual. "Where are we going?" Tony inquired. "There." The warden pointed in a direction. "Well, we aren't even sure he speaks English. He hasn't uttered a single word," the warden continued to explain. 5 minutes. Tony glanced at the warden, who nodded, signaling the guard to open the cell door, allowing Tony to enter alone. Whiplash stood stripped to his shorts, handcuffed, his robust physique adorned with markings resembling biblical texts. His back turned to Tony as he entered. Tony walked slowly, observing Whiplash. Initially, it seemed an odd crime, but the reactor on him puzzled Tony, as he believed it to be his own technology, a unique secret of his own. Quite advanced technology, though the rotation speed is somewhat low. Tony broke the silence, continuing his stride. "You could easily double the rotation speed, allowing the anti-energy to flow through an ionized plasma conduit. It's useful, but not highly efficient. Still, a rather commendable imitation," Tony remarked as he sat down at a distance from Whiplash. "I don't understand. With just a slight adjustment, you could earn quite a fortune from it. You could sell it to North Korea, China, and Iran, or directly on the black market." "It seems your acquaintances are quite influential," Tony observed. "Your family consists of thieves and butchers. Like every sinner, you wish to rewrite your history, forgetting the lives lost at the hands of the Stark family." Whiplash responded slowly, mockery evident in his eyes. "Where did you steal my designs from?" Tony asked, puzzled. "My father, Anton Vanko," Whiplash revealed a name. "Never heard of him," Tony replied promptly. "You're alive because of my father." Whiplash gestured towards a reactor in Tony's chest with a knowing look. "I'm alive because you attempted to kill me, and you failed," Tony retorted. "Is that so?" Whiplash scoffed. "If you could make God bleed, people wouldn't believe in her. When there's blood in the water, it attracts sharks. I merely need to sit here and watch as the world devours you," Whiplash said coldly. "Where will you watch the world consume me?" "Indeed, from your cell. I shall send you a bar of soap," Tony disdainfully remarked, rising to head towards the cell door. "Hey, Tony, before you leave, the death from palladium poisoning is quite painful," Whiplash suddenly interjected. Palladium poisoning. These 3 words clung to Tony's heart like an unshakable affliction. Despite Clark's assistance, the absence of effective recovery methods left Tony feeling helpless. Upon hearing the term from Whiplash, Tony halted his steps, slowly turned his head to glance at Whiplash, silently tapped on the cell door, and then departed without looking back. Whiplash watched Tony leave with a faint, cold smirk in the corner of his eye. On the private jet returning to America, Tony and Pepper engaged in conversation in the front cabin, while Clark and Louise sat across from each other in the rear. Clark, feeling rather listless, gazed through the transparent window at the sunset outside. "Clark," Louise called softly. He turned with a smile, looking at her. "What has become of that fellow Whiplash?" "You seem rather indifferent about it," she observed, noting Clark's apparent lack of concern. With a slight sigh, Clark replied, "I'm actually afraid." "Afraid?" Louise was perplexed. Knowing Clark's identity, she thought there should be little in this world that could trouble him. "I do not fear these criminals or their power. Rather, I fear the gaze of the world upon me." "Why would you think that? You are who you are, and you need not concern yourself with their scrutiny," Louise reassured him, gently grasping his hand. "What I fear is the distance between this world and myself. At times it feels too far, and at others too close. Clark referred to the spectrum of existence, from ordinary people to beings like Galactus or Thanos. What terrifies me most is the possibility of harm befalling those I cherish. In a moment of impulse, I stepped into the public eye. Yet now I often find myself contemplating whether I should continue to do so. Clark sighed softly. Louise tightened her grip on his hand. If the world's gaze is one of fear, then you must become the light that dispels it. If their gaze is one of adoration, then you become the beacon, guiding them forward. You possess that capability. Perhaps it is your responsibility. This world needs you, not for any other reason than your very existence. Louise inhaled deeply, articulating her thoughts. Clark nodded with a smile, his gaze drifting back to the sunset outside the jet, lost in silence. Regardless of whether it is meddling or unreasonable, I shall guard this Marvel universe, for I have something worth protecting, do I not? Chapter 65. The Terrifying Butterfly Effect, a Hospital in New York. Cancer Patient Ward. Hey, how are you? Are you all right? The door gently creaked open as Vanessa entered, carrying a tray of food, placing on the table, and glancing at Deadpool, Wade Wilson, who feigned slumber in his hospital bed. I heard you chase the other patients away yesterday, turning this into a private room? Vanessa settled beside Wade, casting a brief glance at his intravenous situation. I told them, if they don't change my room, I'll harass him tonight, Wade murmured, his eyes still closed. Really? I heard from the doctor that you removed someone else's pacemaker in the foreline, Vanessa said, counting the series of events Wade had experienced over the past few days with her fingers. Darling, how many more days of this treatment do you need? I feel like I don't even need to drink water anymore. Oh, by the way, you look splendid in that red outfit. Wade slightly opened his eyes and spoke softly. You will recover, Wade, Vanessa said, holding his hand in a comforting gesture. Listen, we both know cancer is tantamount to doom, utterly catastrophic beyond repair. I cannot allow you to be dragged into this. Wade's voice was faint, leaving Vanessa momentarily speechless as she gazed at him. I hope you remember me, not as this withered version of myself, he continued. I want to remember us. Vanessa's voice quivered slightly. I swear in the next life, I will find you again. I will be outside your window, holding a speaker playing uncanny rapid speech by the mighty band. Wade smiled. Can we not talk about playing music? Vanessa embraced Wade. We will conquer cancer, and I just realized, you've won. Your life has been far worse than mine, she said, her eyes misty. I love you. Wade gently kissed her forehead. Let us turn on the television and see what news is on, Vanessa suggested, retrieving the remote from her bedside. The screen flickered to life, broadcasting breaking news. Iron Man was attacked yesterday by a terrorist named Ivan Vanko, who suddenly invaded the live coverage of the Formula One race. The criminal was apprehended thanks to the intervention of the superhero Superman and is currently held in a local prison in Monaco. Oh my God, Uncle Ivan, Vanessa gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she listened to the report. In New York, a hood was abruptly pulled from Ivan's head, and light flooded his vision. He realized he was no longer in the cold confines of a prison, but in a vast aircraft hangar. Not far away, a private jet was parked, beside which a dining table was set. Justin Hammer, an old acquaintance of Tony Stark, sat at the table, seemingly awaiting Ivan's arrival. Hey, he's here, Hammer exclaimed, dropping his cutlery and standing up. I'm so glad you came. Welcome. Oh, really? Get those handcuffs off, my friend. Hammer gestured dismissively at Ivan's cuffs, his expression one of annoyance. Forgive me. I'm your biggest fan. I didn't wish for you to have a negative impression of me. With a casual wave, Hammer dismissed the irrelevant onlookers and extended his hand with a smile. Justin Hammer. I'd like to discuss some business with you. Please take a seat, he said, still smiling. Tony's villa. Despite the Monaco incident, the foundation of our company remains solid. Pepper was on the phone, elucidating matters to someone. Yes, of course. The Associated Press wants you to comment, Natasha remarked, covering the phone with her hand. This statement should be faxed to them. Where is he? Rhodey entered, observing Pepper and Natasha's conversation. He does not wish to be disturbed, Natasha immediately replied. He is downstairs, Pepper remarked, turning back. In the laboratory. After the search was complete, Tony sat in the vintage car, engrossed in a holographic display, while instructing JARVIS to gather information on Ivan Vanko. Mr. Stark. Anton Vanko was a Soviet physicist who defected to the United States in 1963. However, he was accused of espionage and was deported in 1976. His son, Ivan, is also a physicist and was sentenced to 15 years in Cope's prison for selling weapons-grade plutonium to Pakistan during the Soviet era. There are no further records. Rhodey opened the door and immediately spoke. Tony, you need to go upstairs and take control of the situation. Listen, I've been on the phone with the National Guard all day, persuading them not to roll tanks through your front door to seize your technology. They want to take your Iron Man suits. Rhodey continued as he walked in. They're not interested in playing games with you. You claimed that no one could possess such technology for 20 years. Guess what? Someone has it as of yesterday, and it is no longer just a theory. Rhodey pointed towards a row of Iron Man suits displayed in the showcase. Are you listening? Rhodey approached Tony, placing a hand on his shoulder. Tony slowly turned around, his face pale and glistening with cold sweat. Are you all right? Rhodey noticed Tony's unusual demeanor. Tony managed a strained smile. Somewhere in New York, a rhythmic knocking echoed. Louise had stayed late at work and failed to return to the apartment early. Clark, having just finished his shower, was passing time by watching a movie on his laptop when he suddenly heard the knocking. Assuming it was Louise returning, Clark rose to open the door. To his astonishment, a loud laugh erupted as a high-explosive grenade, suspended by fishing line, hurtled towards him. Quick on his feet, Clark caught the grenade in his hand, resulting in a muffled bang and a puff of white smoke. A blank? Clark pondered, momentarily stunned. Who would play such a trick? Heightening his vigilance, he used his X-ray vision to survey the surroundings, and a familiar figure emerged in his sight. Wade Wilson, or rather, the mercenary known as Deadpool. Clark murmured Deadpool's name, having no intention of pursuing him. He noticed an unexpected detail through his X-ray vision. Deadpool appeared to be suffering from cancer, perhaps even in its advanced stages. What could he possibly want, given his battered condition? Clark pondered in confusion. As he spread his palm, it revealed only the shattered remnants of a high-explosive grenade, amidst which lay an object. Clark retrieved it. It was a disc. Surveying the area for any onlookers, he shut the door and returned indoors. The night pulsed with life, the vibrant streets alive with revelry, while dark alleys concealed a myriad of potential occurrences. A muted gunshot echoed, the silenced weapon emitting a wisp of smoke from its dark muzzle, the bullet purposefully striking the ground. Not a miss, but a warning. Wade? Huh. Wade. The voice was deep and hoarse, laced with a hint of mockery, belonging to none other than Frank Castle, the Punisher, who had previously clashed with Deadpool. Oh, my friend. Have you missed me? I've longed for your company. Deadpool grinned mischievously, his eyes glinting with mischief as he regarded the Punisher. You managed to escape by sheer luck last time, and now you seek me out? I find it hard to believe. The Punisher's icy gaze bore into Deadpool, recalling how the latter had brazenly toyed with him, taking advantage of his need for a list. I have little time to waste. I need your assistance, Deadpool stated, his playful demeanor fading into seriousness. What do you require? The Punisher's inquiry was direct, his focus solely on outcomes. I need you to save someone. Whether they are good or bad doesn't matter. His name is Ivan Vanko. Upon completion, I shall deliver the list to you. Deadpool replied slowly. Ivan Vanko, haven't you seen the news? He has already escaped from prison. He doesn't need your help, the Punisher explained. I know, my sources are reliable. However, he has fallen into the hands of Justin Hammer, and I merely wish to facilitate his exit from America. Let him remain uninvolved here. We both understand that entangling with that billionaire, Tony Stark, will yield unfavorable outcomes, Deadpool expressed with evident annoyance. The Punisher regarded Deadpool with a chilling stare, and after a prolonged silence, he finally erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Have you lost your mind? What connection do you have to Ivan Vanko that warrants such protection? I have conducted my investigations. He is guilty. He deserves to die, and it won't require my hand. The Punisher scoffed. Do you still desire the list, you balding greaser? Deadpool cruelly jabbed at the Punisher's hairstyle, which, despite being slicked back, revealed a receding hairline typical of middle age. A click echoed as the bullet was chambered, and one could distinctly observe the veins on the Punisher's forehead swell with rage. You should count yourself fortunate. I need that list, but I will not save him. It contravenes my principles. I will arrange for another to rescue him. The Punisher finally conceded after a lengthy pause. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, and the moonlight seemed to dim momentarily as a red and blue figure descended. It was Clark. Two misguided souls. Do you think I would allow you to harm my friend Tony? Clark's gaze was icy as he surveyed the two men before him. Superman, Deadpool exclaimed in astonishment. Superman, I harbor no desire to be your adversary. My intention in rescuing Ivan is solely due to the fact that he is the nephew of my beloved I merely wish to break his legs and extricate him from this tumultuous affair. My time is limited. I am nearing death. I must alleviate my girlfriend's unwarranted concerns before it is too late. Deadpool, faced with Clark, found himself at a loss and could only divulge the truth. Is this truly Superman? The Punisher was equally astonished. Witnessing someone descend effortlessly from the sky, he sensed Clark's extraordinary nature. It is said that he is a superhero, yet the Punisher found such individuals irksome. When confronting criminals, he believes that guilt must equate to death, often placing him at odds with those who wield powers beyond the ordinary. Clark, who remained silent, was equally taken aback by Deadpool's melodramatic rationale, a terrifying manifestation of the butterfly effect. Chapter 66. The Deceased Roar. You should engage in battle with these fellows. A colossal figure clad in red armor suddenly burst through the wall, delivering a punch that sent Clark flying. With a screech, Clark's feet scraped the ground, carving deep gouges into the earth. He stared in disbelief at his chest, feeling a slight pain. Had he been injured? Though healing at an astonishing rate, he was momentarily startled by the sheer force of the blow. No, it cannot be. Clark furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the giant, adorned with a crimson helmet. The imposing figure stood over 2.5 meters tall, his robust physique rivaling that of the Hulk. The Red Tank? Clark whispered the moniker of the newcomer. Yes. Ha! You are Superman. I shall crush you. The Red Tank cracked his knuckles, producing an ominous sound. Mark? The Punisher rifled through his memories, recalling that familiar name. Wasn't this the hulking henchman of Magneto from X-Men? The Last Stand? Clark pondered inwardly. What on earth? Deadpool gazed in bewilderment at the sudden intruder, unable to discern friend from foe. Tat, tat, tat. The Punisher unleashed a barrage of bullets, drawing everyone's attention. Mark, you criminal. What brings you here? The Punisher's voice was low, laced with anger. Ha. Get lost, old man. The Red Tank casually seized a massive boulder and hurled it amidst the chaos, charging toward Clark. With a force that ruptured the air, his fist barreled toward Clark, who met it with an icy glare and stood his ground. Boom! Clark remained steadfast. What? The Red Tank exclaimed in fury. Damn it! You ambushed me just now. I can endure a frontal assault. It is utterly humiliating to be struck down for the first time. Clark thought, equally indignant. Clang! Deadpool drew his dual katanas, lunging at the Red Tank from behind. Uncertain of the giant's intentions, but certain he was no ally of his own. A sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting a swift reaction as a fist struck out, forcefully deflecting Edmund's twin blades with nothing but a bare knuckle. You certainly know how to surprise me, Deadpool remarked with a sardonic grin, gesturing towards the rear of the Red Tank. Such confidence. Who do you think you're facing to dare turn your back on me? Clark exclaimed, each word pronounced with deliberate emphasis. Clenching his fist, Clark's arm appeared to swell with strength as he delivered a powerful blow to the abdomen of the Red Tank, his fist sinking deep into its flesh. Ugh! The Red Tank gasped in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You scoundrel! That abomination nearly fell to a single punch. Who are you? Clark thought disdainfully. With a sudden motion, the slightly hunched Red Tank extended his massive hands and seized Clark's arms. Despite Clark's imposing height of nearly 2 meters, he felt as if he were a mere child caught in the grip of an adult. With a thunderous roar, the Red Tank flung Clark away. The air was soon filled with a barrage of bullets, countless rounds embedding themselves into the Red Tank's body, failing to penetrate his tough hide. What a monster! The Punisher remarked coldly as he lit a cigar. Deadpool returned to the Punisher's side, sheathing his blades. This is hardly a fair fight. Strange, I assent it. My blades are crafted from adamantium. How can they not pierce that brute skin? Deadpool pondered aloud. You fool, he is employing technique, striking the backs of your blades. Do not be deceived by his size. He possesses remarkable agility. I believe we should retreat. This is not our battle, the Punisher said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I'd rather grab some popcorn to watch this spectacle, Deadpool quipped. More troublesome foes are approaching, though the sky is dark. The Punisher donned his sunglasses. A scorching heat wave radiated from above as the Red Tank chose not to withstand the assault, instead deftly evading it, carving a deep trench into the ground. Clark glanced towards the nearby vibrant lights. Although this area was somewhat desolate, a short walk of 3 streets would lead to the bustling city. Such a creature could not be allowed to roam among the masses. The battlefield must be controlled. With that thought, Clark descended to the ground. "Why are you here, Mark? Tell me," Clark demanded loudly. "Ah, Mr. Essex sends his regards." The red tank replied with a chilling smile, then began to charge forward like a steam locomotive, gathering momentum as he barreled towards Clark. The red tank surged forth, the ground beneath him giving way to deep craters, unstoppable in his advance. Clark leaned back, taking a deep breath. Super breath. A frigid gust surged forth, enveloping everything in its path in a shroud of ice, halting the red tank's charge. In no time, he was transformed into a statue of ice. Clark inhaled deeply a few times, contentedly surveying the ice sculpture before him. "Essex? Again? It seems the matter regarding Proteus is far from over." Clark mused to himself, contemplating a visit to the professor. "Goodness, is this even human?" Deadpool quipped sarcastically, overwhelmed by the sheer number of abilities displayed. "It's not something just anyone could achieve." The Punisher thought silently, gazing at Deadpool in disbelief. Suddenly, a massive boulder hurtled towards them from a distance. Clark glanced at it and, with a casual punch through the air, unleashed a visible blast of compressed air that shattered the stone. "Well, my heavens, you truly possess an abundance of skills," remarked a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. The individual appeared youthful and was seemingly unfazed by Clark's powers, instead regarding him with an approving gaze. "Impossible," the Punisher exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the newcomer. Even the usually unflappable Punisher's expression shifted as a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead, which Deadpool noticed with clarity. "Who is this person?" Deadpool inquired softly. The Punisher, momentarily speechless, swallowed hard and slowly revealed a name in a hoarse voice. "Sebastian Shaw." Deadpool, looking utterly incredulous, pressed on. "Who is that?" Clark, equally astonished, stared at the figure before him in disbelief. According to the film's narrative, this man should have been slain by Magneto in X-Men First Class. Why was he alive and here? The sudden appearance of Shaw led Clark to suspect that this individual might indeed be affiliated with Essex. "Are you one of Essex's people?" Clark tentatively questioned. "You might want to add sir to that," Shaw replied with a slight smirk. There was something peculiar about Shaw's demeanor. This was not the demeanor of the arrogant man who sought world domination. The resurrection of this supposedly deceased individual was, in Clark's mind, quite remarkable. "I believe it's time for us to depart. Any further discussion would be futile," Shaw stated as he approached the ice-encased red tank, placing his palm upon the frozen sculpture. Absorbing its energy, the ice began to gradually melt. With a mighty tremor, Red Tank shattered the remaining ice. "Mr. Shaw," Red Tank stood respectfully beside him, akin to a mouse before a cat. Shaw disregarded him with a wave of his hand, directing Red Tank to stand aside, and turned to Clark. "I imagine you have many questions, but Mr. Kent, I can forewarn you that, as Mr. Fury has informed you, you have attracted considerable forces and troubles. Your challenges are indeed substantial. I do not perceive such matters as challenges. Sometimes, it's best not to be overly confident," Clark retorted with a cold smirk. "Do you see this night? It is time for it to end." Shaw, ignoring Clark's words, continued to smile to himself. "Don't think you can leave. Let us clarify things." Clark still found it hard to believe that this person was Shao. Having arrived in this world, the narrative no longer followed the trajectory of the film version. The comic plot had veered too far into a realm of defiance, which boded ill. In the cinematic rendition, various characters have been somewhat diminished, whereas the comic version portrayed them as almost terrifyingly formidable. If it were his turn, he would struggle to cope. Pondering this, Clark rushed toward Shao, unleashing a powerful punch. Shao immediately raised his arm to block, visibly shaking as he absorbed the kinetic energy from Clark's attack. With a smile and a shake of his head, Shao pushed Clark back, instantly releasing the energy he had just absorbed. Today marked the second time Clark had been sent flying. Shao retrieved a disc-like object from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. A beam of light shot forth from the disc, illuminating both Shao and the red tank, rendering their figures elusive. Clark, striving to maintain his stance, furrowed his brow deeper. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most potent long-range attack, Heat Vision. Shao extended both hands, catching Clark's Heat Vision as if it were a basketball. His upper body shook violently as he absorbed the energy emanating from it. Once he had fully absorbed it, he rebounded the Heat Vision back towards Clark with ferocity. Clark, maintaining a stoic expression, let the Heat Vision return to him. Knowing it was merely energy, not laser, it posed no threat to him. In mere moments, Xiao and the red tank had vanished from sight. Clark surveyed his surroundings, realizing he could no longer sense their presence. Turning back, he discovered that Deadpool and the Punisher had also disappeared. In the dark of night, apart from the distant, bustling streets, the area was eerily tranquil. Clark let out a low hiss of frustration. Chapter 67. Nick Fury. The following morning, as dawn broke, Clark slowly opened his eyes. Shielding himself from the sunlight streaming through the window, he gradually rose, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, and surveyed the room. Louise was sprawled on the couch, clad in a shirt, which was almost long enough to be a dress, her fair legs exposed. Beside her lay an open laptop, the screen displaying a completed news article. It appeared she had yet another sleepless night. Glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside table, Clark noticed it was 5:00 a.m. Once again, he had risen early. Rubbing his head, he gently pulled back the covers and tiptoed out of bed. Where were his clothes? He looked down at his bare torso, scanning the room and wondering, "Where's my shirt?" As he took a step forward, a rustling sound startled him. He turned to see Louise still asleep, then lowered his gaze to find the floor littered with plastic bags from late-night snacks. A cold sweat broke on his forehead. Coca-Cola? Instant noodles? Frozen dumplings? Wait. Am I in a comedy? What on earth is wrong with this woman? After sharing a single meal of Chinese cuisine, had she truly developed such an affection? Clark pondered in silence. Yet, he dared not awaken Louise. Instead, he activated his X-ray vision in search of his clothing, only to discover that she had mistaken it for a pillow. Resigned, he decided to find another outfit to wear. Stealthily, Clark made his way towards the door, only to halt after a couple of steps. Wait a moment, can I fly? He glanced at Louise once more, bemused. Had he truly become dull-witted after spending so much time with her? It must be so, he thought dismissively. With a soft click, Clark gently closed the door behind him, stretching his limbs languidly as he stepped onto the balcony, inhaling deeply the crisp morning air. Observing the people below, he noticed their heavier attire. Was it getting cold? It seemed rather unpleasant not to feel it. Yet, calculating the days, Christmas was fast approaching, and the new year in China would soon follow. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring memories of that distant yet familiar place. After retrieving his clothes from the balcony and completing his morning routine in a comfortable gray tracksuit, Clark resolved to venture outside to procure breakfast for Louise, lest he disturb her slumber. With his hands nestled in his pockets, he strolled leisurely, noticing the early risers heading to work, constantly rubbing his hands together to generate warmth. Clark contemplated whether he should feign a chill. Otherwise, he might draw too much attention to himself, instinctively shaking the outer layer of his tracksuit. Just across the street stood a Chinese restaurant. One of the reasons Clark had chosen to reside in this locale, its proximity to his workplace and the convenience of having a Chinese eatery nearby. Despite living in a modest one-bedroom apartment, it exuded a cozy charm. Moreover, the decision to rent a single room stemmed from ulterior motives, which he chose not to elaborate upon. Ding! Clark pushed open the door to the restaurant, which was quite pleasant and offered breakfast. A few patrons were already enjoying their morning meals, while others were coming in for takeout. "Welcome!" exclaimed a beautiful waitress, her professional smile radiating warmth. "Good morning." Rising early indeed shows diligence. Clark replied fluently in Mandarin. "You too, Mr. Kent. I haven't seen you around much lately." The waitress responded with a smile. "Please, continue with your duties. I'm quite familiar with the menu." "Thank you," Clark replied with a grin. "Of course. What would you like?" A portly chef approached after Clark rang the small bell on the counter, wiping his greasy hands with towel. Though his hands appeared somewhat unclean, the chef's culinary skills were renowned. "The usual, 2 orders to go," Clark said, leaning casually against the counter. Mr. Kent, it's been quite a while." "Just a moment. It'll be ready shortly." The chef bellowed with a hearty laugh, calling back to the kitchen. Clark chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he chose a seat by the window. No sooner had he sat down than a one-eyed African-American man took a seat across from him. "Do you ever sleep?" Clark gazed incredulously at Nick Fury, the director of SHELD, who had found him early in the morning. "The breakfast milk tea here is quite delightful. You have chosen a commendable place," Fury remarked, setting his cup of milk tea down on the table. "Do you want me to hit you? Do you believe that?" Clark retorted, lacking any cordiality in his tone. He resolved that if Fury uttered anything displeasing, he would drag him outside for a thorough beating. "How dare he investigate me? Have you heard about last night?" Fury inquired. "Cough. Last night, Rhodes absconded with Tony's Iron Man armor Model 2, and returned it to the military district. Noticing Clark's clenched fists, Fury quickly added, "So what now? Do you want me to help Tony retrieve it?" "Excellent. I was just looking to obliterate a military base to vent some frustration," Clark declared, slamming his hand on the table. No. I hope you will refrain from getting involved." "What did you say?" Although he had been somewhat jesting moments before, Clark looked at Fury in confusion upon hearing that he should not participate. "I understand Tony's position. He must provide an explanation to the government. This isn't a significant loss for him, and I hope you won't act too impulsively. Additionally, there is something that requires your assistance," Fury elucidated. "Honestly, Fury, you're going to provoke me sooner or later," Clark said, his expression stiffening. Fury found himself momentarily at a loss for words due to Clark's statement. Your takeout is ready. Please enjoy." A familiar voice of the portly chef resonated. An hour later, "Sir, please step down from the donut," Fury called up to Tony, who was perched atop a massive donut advertisement in a donut shop, clad in his Iron Man suit. Tony lowered his sunglasses and glanced down at Fury. The two settled inside the shop. "I have no desire to join your superhero club," Tony said, resting his head on his hand, lacking vitality. "I recall you insisted on doing everything solo. How did that turn out?" Fury chuckled, inquiring of Tony. "Well, the results." Tony's words faltered as he glanced at his now empty coffee cup. "Apologies, I do not wish to mislead you. Should I be looking at your mask or your eyes? To be honest, I have a bit of a hangover and am uncertain if you are real or just a figment of my imagination." "I'm quite real. The most genuine person you have ever encountered," Fury replied, locking eyes with Tony. "How fortunate I am. We're the staff." Tony surveyed the surroundings, discovering the shop to be utterly deserted. "This does not bode well," Fury remarked, observing the black veins spreading across Tony's neck, a symptom of palladium poisoning. "I have experienced worse conditions," Tony dismissed nonchalantly. Top, footsteps approached. "I have cleared the entire area, but it would be best not to linger too long." A melodious female voice echoed softly. Tony incredulously lowered his sunglasses, revealing before him none other than Natasha, who was disguised as Natalie with the codename Black Widow. Clad in a sleek black tactical uniform adorned with a S.H.I.E.L.E. emblem on her shoulder, Natasha's figure was accentuated to perfection by the snug outfit. You've been dismissed." Even such a stunning figure did little to quell Tony's irritation. "That is not for you to decide," Natasha replied nonchalantly, taking a seat beside Fury. "Tony, this is Agent Romanoff," Fury introduced. "I am an undercover agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon learning of your illness, Director Fury dispatched me to observe you." Natasha elucidated her mission. "You would do well to apologize to me," Tony remarked, fixing his gaze upon Natasha. "You have been rather preoccupied, appointing Pepper as CEO, distributing your assets, and allowing your friend to fly off in your iron armor. Had I not been privy to the situation, I did not give it to him. He took it," Natasha interjected. "Oh, he took it? You are Iron Man, and he simply seized it? Did he beat you senseless and abscond with your armor? Is that conceivable?" Fury chuckled, directing his amusement at Natasha. "According to Mr. Stark's security protocols, the system can prevent unauthorized usage," Natasha explained. "What do you want from me?" Tony chuckled lightly. "What do we want from you?" No, it should be what you want from me," Fury replied. Natasha rose from her seat, departing. "You've become a matter I must address. You might be mistaken. My world does not revolve around you. There are larger issues in the Southwest region," Fury continued. "Time for your injection." With a snap of his fingers, while Tony was distracted, Natasha approached from behind and, producing a syringe, swiftly administered it to his neck. Are you planning to remove my kidney for sale?" Tony cried out in pain as Natasha examined the signs on him, the dark veins rapidly receding. "Could you refrain from such bizarre antics? What did you just do to me?" Tony inquired of Fury. "We are acting in your best interest. That was lithium carbonate, intended to alleviate your symptoms. We wish for you to return to work," Fury clarified. "If you provide me with 2 more vials, I will recover." "That is not a cure. It can only mitigate the symptoms," Natasha disclosed the truth to Tony. "It is not easy to find a remedy. Trust me, I know. I have been searching for a substitute for palladium, experimenting with every possible combination of elements," Tony lamented. "I am here to inform you that you have not yet tried everything." Fury's lips curved slightly upward. Chapter 68. Phil Coulson. Hammer's manufacturing facility. "You have a delivery," Hammer exclaimed joyfully, as an assistant beside him carried a cage wrapped in cloth. Mission accomplished. Hammer clapped his hands, exclaiming with delight. Ivan was diligently working on a gray steel robot when he glanced up at the visitor and lowered his work glasses. With a flick of the whip lock, Ivan Vanko set aside his notes and descended the ladder beside the metallic giant. I brought you something, Hammer remarked casually, yet a hint of pride lingered in his tone. Indeed, we found your little bird, brother. Hammer proudly unveiled a cage containing a white parakeet with faint yellow accents, the very bird that Ivan had requested previously. That is not my bird, Ivan retorted immediately after a fleeting glance. What do you mean? This is the bird. I went through considerable connections to find it. It's a splendid creature, Hammer insisted, waving his hand dismissively, though his expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. And quite beautiful, added the assistant, eager to support Hammer's claim. It was a long journey from Russia, Hammer emphasized, attempting to convey the effort involved. Brother, that is not my bird. Ivan's displeasure was palpable as he struck the table, his expression darkening. Listen, even if this isn't your specific bird, it is still quite lovely. Don't be so stubborn. You must learn to let go, Hammer replied, gradually losing his patience. The parakeet, seemingly affirming Hammer's words, chirped softly while flitting about in its cage. Wait a moment, Jack, what is that? Hammer began to take notice of what Ivan was constructing. That isn't a helmet. What is it? He climbed the ladder to inspect the apparatus Ivan had been working on, revealing a steel robot that was incapable of accommodating a human form. Hammer removed the headpiece and examined it closely. Ivan, what is this? He inquired, still bewildered, as he handed the head to his assistant, Jack. Is that a helmet? It doesn't look like one. How are you supposed to fit a head inside? Jack, can your head fit in there? Hammer's expression grew increasingly glum, clearly irritated that Ivan had not followed his directives. No, Jack replied succinctly. Try to fit your head in. Go on. See if you can, Hammer urged, his irritation mounting. Look, Ivan, his head doesn't fit. That's not a helmet. That's a head. I need to fit an entire person inside. This iron armor must be wearable. Do you understand? Hammer attempted to clarify once more. A remote-controlled steel soldier would be preferable, Ivan replied indifferently. Why would that be better? Why? Hammer's thoughts became muddled, struggling to comprehend Ivan's reasoning. Humans are prone to error. Trust me, remote control is superior, Ivan maintained nonchalantly. Ivan, you know I appreciate your work. I even secured that bird for you. You assured me it would be fine. You said so. Now, I want the iron armor. The government demands it, just like Iron Man. Do you understand? That's what everyone desires. Only then will they be pleased. Hammer patiently attempted to explain. Hey, my friend, do not be so obstinate. You must learn to let go. Ivan stepped before Hammer, returning his words, and deftly took the robotic head from Assistant Jack's hands. These iron soldiers had better be a smashing success, Ivan. Hammer, losing his patience, issued a final warning. Do you understand? They must make me famous. With that, Hammer and his assistant turned to leave. At a military base, a resounding clang echoed as a munitions depot door swung open. Rhodey entered with a general, revealing the Iron Man suit, Model 2, which he had seized from Tony Stark. Incredible, exclaimed the general, hands on his hips, awestruck by the gleaming silver armor. This way, the Senate will no longer pester me. Is it operational? Without glancing back, the general inquired of Rhodey. Is fully capable of executing missions, Rhodey assured him. Excellent. Have Hammer outfit it with weapons, the general commanded before turning to depart. Sir? Rhodey queried, perplexed, as he followed the general. Hammer intends to showcase new weaponry at the expo. We will use this for the grand unveiling, the general elucidated. I do not believe the expo is suitable. Considering Tony's adversary will be overseeing this suit, Rhodey expressed his reluctance. Lieutenant Colonel, the world needs to witness this marvel. We must cater to their expectations. The general replied with resignation. Yes, sir, but I remain somewhat hesitant. This is also an order, the general asserted. Understood, sir. Well done, Lieutenant Colonel. The nation takes pride in you, the general said, saluting with satisfaction. Thank you, sir. As the general departed, Rhodey let out a soft sigh. At a Chinese restaurant, hello? Coulson, Clark greeted with a smile. What brings you here? I am not very adept with chopsticks. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent Coulson pulled out a chair across from Clark and sat down, having arranged this meeting in advance. You seem to be the one in a hurry. Fury spoke to me just this morning, and you arrived by noon. Clark stared at Coulson in disbelief, waving to summon the waiter. Hello, sir. What can I get for you? The waiter, clearly aware of Clark's frequent visits, spoke naturally in Chinese. "One chicken fried rice, one iced tea, and what will you have?" "Coulson?" Clark inquired. "I will have what this gentleman is having, but I would prefer iced coffee. I did not sleep well last night." To Clark's astonishment, Coulson suddenly spoke fluent Chinese to the waiter, leaving Clark in awe. "Do not look at me like that. I am quite passionate about the mysterious China and thoroughly enjoy its culture," Coulson explained nonchalantly, waving the waiter away. "You speak the truth. Now, might you enlighten me on the magnitude of the challenges S.H. D is facing that necessitate my assistance?" Clark smiled, expressing his belief that nothing could thwart S.H. ILD. "Are you familiar with the Osborne Group?" Coulson inquired, mentioning a name. "The Osborne Group? Are you referring to Norman Osborn, that eccentric old man?" Clark responded, recalling the first Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, who had a fleeting appearance in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. "Indeed. Recently, they have been researching something akin to new energy in New Mexico, but there have been unusual energy reactions reported there. We dispatched several agents to investigate. Yet they returned empty-handed," Coulson explained. "What does that have to do with me?" Clark asked, his expression stiff as he fixed his gaze on Coulson. Coughing awkwardly, Coulson felt the weight of Clark's demeanor. "Ahem. Please don't take it that way, Mr. Kent. You previously agreed to join the Avengers Initiative, and we are seeking your assistance to look into the happenings in New Mexico. Am I not allowed to decline?" Clark replied, playfully deflecting Coulson's request. "Mr. Kent, please don't be like that." "Haha. All right. I won't tease you any longer. The situation here is unfolding gradually. I must wait until Tony's matters are settled before I can leave. Although I promised Fury not to involve myself too deeply, I cannot stand idly by while a friend is in danger." Clark's expression shifted to seriousness as he recounted the events from a couple of nights ago. "What? Deadpool, the Punisher, Red Hulk, and most alarmingly, Black King, Shaw?" Coulson responded, momentarily taken aback. "These are all rather troublesome figures. Could this be connected to the Hellfire Club?" Coulson speculated, analyzing their relationships. "I'm not entirely certain, but I suspect that while Deadpool and the Punisher may not be closely related, I am familiar with Sebastian Shaw. He should have perished at the hands of Magneto many years ago." Clark offered his insight. "I've heard of what you mentioned. After all, mutant issues have always been a societal concern, and anything related can become quite complicated. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone to investigate." "Sometimes, things are not always as they seem," Coulson assured him. "All right, given the multitude of troubles at hand, since those individuals are targeting me, your assistance would be invaluable." "I will reciprocate your help," Clark acknowledged gratefully. Despite his formidable abilities, he realized that foes might not always confront him directly. If societal opinion turned against him, even his extraordinary existence could not ensure peaceful coexistence in this world. This is a rather natural concept. When individuals come to understand that God embodies a human form, they yearn to uncover the truest essence of that person. Even in the act of worship, the desire for understanding persists. Should there be harm, it leads only to destruction. "Hello, your meal is served. Please enjoy." A warm and attentive waiter presented a uniquely Chinese wooden tray adorned with dishes prepared for Clark and Coulson, placing them meticulously upon the table before departing with a smile. "When you need me, let us go together." "Where you off to now?" Clark inquired, extracting chopsticks from a bamboo container beside him. "I'm heading to find Tony this afternoon. His emotions are quite unstable. Director Fury has asked me to keep an eye on him. I hope he can endure." Chapter 69. Campus life. "I wish to speak with you." Deadpool, Wade Wilson, stood casually at Clark's doorstep, only for Clark to nonchalantly close the door in his face. "Knock, knock, knock. Hey buddy, come on, just a few words." Wade insisted, rapping urgently on the door. "I know you can find a way in," he continued. Ignoring Wade, Clark retreated to the kitchen, which was adjoined to the living room. With a swift motion, Wade deftly picked the lock of the door and strolled inside. "I hope you haven't damaged my lock," Clark remarked as he prepared a bowl of instant noodles, pressing the paper lid down with his chopsticks. "Care for a bowl?" Clark leaned against the table. "No, I've been diagnosed with cancer. It's difficult to digest. I can only consume liquids," Wade replied, his expression remarkably nonchalant, as if the affliction did not pertain to him. He set his heavy backpack down with a thud. Why are you carrying so many explosives?" Clark questioned, eyeing the hazardous contents of the backpack with confusion. "I have many enemies. If possible, I wish for my funeral to be celebrated with fireworks." "May I sit?" Wade gestured toward the chair before him. Of course, there's still 2.5 minutes before we eat, Clark replied, placing his hands behind his head in a relaxed manner. Then let us make it 2.5 minutes. I hope you can assist me with something. Wade's speech was rapid, yet sincerity shone in his eyes. What is it? Help me arrange for my girlfriend. I plan to stage my own accidental death. I am nearing my end, and there are matters I must attend to, Wade said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Clark. Why choose me? We hardly know each other. Clark responded, perplexed. You are no ordinary person. To the average individual, you are nearly a deity. Assisting me is merely a trifling task for you. While I intend to spend my remaining time doing good deeds, Wade replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. You've changed considerably, even though our encounters have been few. Clark mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Thank you. Wade suddenly broke into a smile. Hey, I haven't agreed to anything yet, Clark retorted. Superman, do you know your one weakness? Wade said abruptly. What? Clark asked, taken aback. A heart of gold. Wade chuckled, his amusement deepening. In a high school in New York, Peter Parker stood before the display cabinet, adjusting the photographs within when, unexpectedly, a basketball soared through the air, striking him on the head. My apologies, laughed his classmate, Fleischer, though the mirthful expressions of the two companions beside him revealed his intentional mischief. Good morning, Fleischer, Peter acknowledged, fully aware of Fleischer's penchant for troublemaking antics. Yet he chose to dismiss the jest with a smile. Good morning, Parker, Fleischer chuckled as he strode past Peter, only to suddenly startle him again. Observing Peter's flustered reaction, he grinned triumphantly and departed with his two companions, their laughter echoing down the hall. Peter, clutching his skateboard, made his way to his locker. Hey, you're Peter, right? A beautiful classmate intercepted him. Peter nodded in affirmation, a subtle escaping his lips. I really adore your photographs, she remarked with a charming smile. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Peter replied, a hint of shyness creeping onto his face. Are you busy this Friday night? Her inquiry caught Peter off guard, causing a reflexive smile to flicker across his lips before he quickly regained his composure and shook his head nonchalantly. That's wonderful. Would you mind taking a few photos of my boyfriend's car? I'd like to frame a nice picture for his birthday, she implored, her expression earnest. He's unavailable. He'll be on a date with me Friday night, Jessica interjected, abruptly interrupting their conversation and casting a disapproving glare at the beautiful classmate. Oh, is that so? Truly sorry. Bye. The girl, slightly embarrassed, retreated with her companions. Thank you, Jones, Peter said, his stiff demeanor softening as he expressed genuine gratitude towards Jessica. If you're grateful, how about a date with me this Friday night? She suggested, naturally linking her arm with Peter's. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jessica's warmth toward Peter had been intensifying lately. That's impossible. Peter's attending our comic club meeting this Friday. Move along, you bespectacled girl, Maddie interjected, swiftly pulling Peter away from Jessica while slyly mocking her oversized black frame glasses. Maddie? Dave? Hi, everyone. Peter felt a surge of emotion seeing Maddie, Dave, and Katie before him. What's the matter? Did a pretty girl play with your heart? Dave smiled knowingly at Peter. The once bullied Dave had emerged from his previous shadows. Although he and T kept in touch with Bruce and Mindy for some time, he had at least returned to a semblance of normalcy in his life. Welcome back, Dave, Peter said earnestly, acknowledging the school's reason for Dave's absence due to illness, which had kept him away for a week. Thanks, buddy, Dave replied with a smile. Seriously, Peter, why don't you and Jessica give a real shot? She is a great girl, Katie chimed in, playfully tugging at Dave's arm while glancing at the blushing Jessica and the awkwardly embarrassed Peter. Spare me, everyone. Peter set down his skateboard and glided away in an instant. Hey, Peter, Jessica called from behind. Just a couple of meters into his glide, the dean immediately halted him, prompting Peter to swiftly retract his skateboard. Is there something you need, sir? Do you still want the skateboard? Yes, Peter replied. Then do not skate here. All right. With a resigned expression, Peter held his skateboard aloft and continued toward his locker. Laughter erupted from behind, led by Maddie and the others. To Peter's dismay, as he turned the corner, he encountered several couples engaged in public displays of affection. Embarrassed, he opened his locker, retrieved the book he needed for the next class, and hurriedly departed. Peter exited the classroom building ahead of the crowd, and, upon stepping outside, spotted the serene Gwen sitting alone at an outdoor reading table, engrossed in her book. My goddess, Peter thought as he took out his camera and captured a photograph of her. Suddenly, He was jolted by the raucous sounds emanating from nearby. Eat it, eat it, eat it. A crowd had formed, and Peter approached to discover that Fleischer was once again bullying a younger student. It appeared Fleischer was eager to showcase his strength, as he hoisted the unfortunate student upside down, forcing him to consume the breakfast laid out on the table. Eat your vegetables. Gordon, hurry up, Fleischer bellowed, evidently addressing the younger student. Hey, Parker, come here. Take a picture for me, Fleischer called out upon noticing Peter, his tone dripping with arrogance. No, I want tea, Peter replied, visibly reluctant. Take it, Fleischer shouted, demanding compliance. Put him down, buddy. Hey, Gordon, stop eating, Peter admonished, glancing at the willing victim of bullying. How about a picture, Parker? Put him down, Fleischer, Peter raised his voice. Fleischer seemed to feel provoked by Peter's challenge. Take a picture? He retorted, his expression darkening. Let him go, Eugene, Peter shouted, invoking Fleischer's name, which elicited gasps from the onlookers. It was a name that rarely brought good fortune to those who dared utter it in Fleischer's presence. Fleischer's demeanor shifted, and he flung Gordon aside, advancing toward Peter. Concerned for Gordon, who had taken a hard fall, Peter moved to check on him, but Fleischer shoved Peter and landed a punch square on his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Come on, get up, Parker, Fleischer jeered. Peter struggled to rise, but Fleischer landed several more blows to his abdomen, leaving Peter incapacitated. Come on, Parker, want to see him get beat up some more? Fleischer gleefully interacted with the surrounding crowd. Enough, Dave shouted, arriving with his companions, while Jessica hurried to check on Peter's condition. Just as Dave was about to step forward, a striking figure had already approached Fleischer. Fleischer, Gwen called out, momentarily halting his raucous demeanor. Fleischer, are we still on for tutoring after school today? At 3:30 at my house. I hope you've completed your homework. You disappointed me greatly last time, Gwen said coolly. That's enough, Fleischer. Shall we head to class now? As Gwen spoke, the bell rang for class. Whatever, Fleischer replied dismissively, not even glancing at Peter as he grabbed his backpack and turned to leave. Gwen cast a regretful glance at Peter, who was being tended to by Jessica before heading off to class. Are you all right, Peter? Jessica helped Peter sit up. I'm fine, Jones, Peter offered a reassuring glance. You okay, buddy? Dave, Katie, and Maddie gathered around, concerned for Peter's condition. If it weren't for Gwen, I would have definitely helped you take down that guy, Dave said earnestly. Here's your camera. Maddie picked up Peter's camera. Thanks. Peter briefly inspected the camera. Fortunately, its casing was merely scratched, but it was still operational. I'll help you up. Peter, Jessica, and Dave assisted him to his feet. All right, I'm fine now, guys. Let us head to class. Peter smiled, reassuring everyone. Chapter 70. The Lawyer New York Police Department. Frank Castle? Who is Frank Castle? A uniformed officer stood at the door of a temporary holding cell, rapping his baton sharply against the bars, calling out to the group of inmates inside. The temporary cell was designated for detaining those who could be bailed out or were about to be transferred. It's me, a deep, gravelly voice resonated from the back of the cell, as a tall figure rose among the other detainees, who instinctively parted to make way, fear evident in their eyes. Clearly, a silent acknowledgement had just transpired among the inmates, one that was tacitly accepted by the police. You've been bailed out. Sign the paperwork outside. Your lawyer is waiting for you, Castle. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The officer gestured with his head before turning to leave. The guard opened the cell door, and Frank stepped out slowly, the relief palpable among the remaining inmates as they exhaled in unison. Thank you, Frank said, his gaze not directed at the officer, as if conversing with himself, a slight smirk playing on his lips, though his expression bore no trace of genuine amusement. After retrieving his belongings from the officer, he proceeded towards the precinct's exit, where a young man, leaning on a blind man's cane, awaited him. Hello, lawyer, Frank greeted, his voice still low and hoarse. Welcome out, Frank. Perhaps in your guise, as the Punisher, you might not require my assistance. The young lawyer's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to Frank. Adorned with blindfold-like glasses, his eyes obscured, the lenses a striking blend of red and black, he clutched a crimson cane, a rarity among blind attorneys. Yet he spoke as if he could perceive Frank's presence. That bastard interrupted my lunch. I rarely rise this early. Frank effortlessly accepted the young lawyer's briefcase, draping the lawyer's arm over his shoulder as they exited the precinct in tandem. Ordinary brawls are merely civil cases. You actually used your real name? The young lawyer jested, teasing Frank's forthrightness. My file is not something this little precinct can uncover, you know? Matt, I have endured much. Frank dismissed Matt's banter, responding naturally to his inquiry. If those criminals apprehended by the Punisher were to witness the usually stoic and ruthlessly efficient Frank engaging in such calm discourse, they would surely be taken aback. Well, just refrain from causing any more trouble lately. I have a busy schedule, Matt asserted earnestly. What has happened? Frank's keen instincts detected an undercurrent of unease. Though Matt appeared to jest, the blind lawyer never shied away from addressing the injustices faced by the innocent. Nothing, Matt replied hastily, heightening Frank's suspicions. You can trust me as I trust you. Even if you remain silent, I will find out. Tell me, Matt Murdock. Frank's tone shifted to a serious pitch. Low yet grave. Lester. Matt sighed softly, revealing a name. Bullseye? Is he back? Frank instinctively connected the dots to the person behind Bullseye. Indeed, but I have come across a valuable piece of information. Matt's demeanor brightened, seemingly pleased with his newfound knowledge. What information? Frank's voice remained low, yet it did not hinder Matt's remarkable hearing. The individual who brought Bullseye back had once crossed paths with someone, not directly, yet their actions significantly influenced public opinion. So, we have gained an ally? Frank raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily, but I prefer to handle this myself. Let's go have lunch. It's on me. Matt flashed a confident smile. You call the shots, Daredevil. Frank found himself momentarily uplifted by Matt's assured grin, managing to return a somewhat grim smile in kind. At Tony's villa overlooking the sea, the two-story abode lay in ruins, ravaged by Tony and Rhodey's actions, debris strewn across the ground. Remnants of flames from the explosion, leaving behind a layer of ash. Clad in a bathrobe, Tony sat on the balcony with fury, gazing out at the ocean. Fortunately, a full bottle of vodka remained. Surrounding them were several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surveying the area. Tony rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel the agony of his hangover. It had indeed been a night of madness, he thought to himself. That device in your chest is based on unfinished technology. Fury stated. No, it is a completed product. I only activated it after shrinking it down, Tony retorted. Your father claimed that the arc reactor was merely a stepping stone to greater technology. He had intended to initiate an energy competition that would leave all competitors in the dust. He had begun to grasp the concept of super energy. Compared to that, a nuclear reactor would be akin to a mere AA battery, Fury reminisced. Was it just him? Anton Vanko was involved as well, wasn't he? Though Tony showed little outward reaction, it seemed to weigh heavily on him. Anton Vanko was like the flip side of a coin. He believed it was a path to immense wealth. When your father discovered this, he exiled him. When the Russians found him to be of no further use, they relegated him to Siberia, where he lived a life of alcoholism and bitterness for 20 years, not providing a good upbringing for his son. The man you encountered in Monaco was his child, Fury explained patiently. Are you implying I haven't tried everything? What do you mean? What have I not attempted? Tony poured himself a drink. He said only you possess the resources and intellect to fulfill the plans he initiated, Fury clarified, referring to Tony's father. Did he say that? Tony replied nonchalantly. Is he speaking of you? If it is indeed you, you could unravel the mystery that lies within your heart, Fury remarked, gazing intently at Tony. I don't know how you are aware of these matters, but he was never very certain of me, Tony replied helplessly. What do you remember about your father? Fury asked. He was cold, calculating. Never uttered the words, I love you or I like you. It is difficult for me to comprehend how you can tell me that my entire future depends on me, and that he passed this burden on to me. I do not understand. The happiest day of his life was when he sent me off to boarding school. Tony's emotions began to swell, his thoughts tumbling out. That is not the case, Fury replied calmly. Clearly, you know my father better than I do. Tony leaned back in his chair. In fact, that is correct. He was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury glanced at his watch as two S.H.I.L.D. agents approached, carrying a metal case and placing it before Tony. What? Tony exclaimed, sitting up in disbelief. I have an appointment at 2 o'clock, Fury said, eyeing his watch as he stood. Wait, what is this? Tony pointed at the metal case brought over by the agents. You can handle it, right? You can unlock it? Fury gestured casually towards the case. No, I cannot. I don't even know what I'm supposed to unlock. Tony stood up, feeling lost. Natasha will continue her undercover work at Stark Industries. Do you remember Agent Coulson? Fury donned his black coat. I remember. Tony glanced at Coulson as he approached, but Fury had already turned to leave. "Oh, Tony," Fury paused and looked back. "Do you know? Before arriving, I had a conversation with Superman, who, like myself, harbors belief in you. You understand your desires and know the actions you must undertake. Ultimately, remember, I will be watching you." Fury cast a glance at Tony before departing. Tony remained silent, observing Fury's retreat. "We have severed all communications and cannot reach out. I wish you the best of luck." Natasha approached, exchanged greetings with Tony, then left, followed by the departing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tony gazed at Coulson. "Please, first and foremost, I require some physical training. I will be working in the lab for a while. If you could send someone to Starbucks to procure some food and beverages for me, that would be splendid," Tony earnestly requested of Coulson. "That is not within my purview. Director Fury has commanded me to employ any means necessary to ensure your stay here. Should you wish to leave or attempt any tricks, I will incapacitate you with a stun and then proceed to watch Super Nanny while you drool on the floor," Coulson replied with a smile. "I believe I comprehend your intentions." Tony nodded in acknowledgement. "Enjoy your entertainment this evening." Coulson turned to leave, descending to execute his duties. Tony surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was alone, and lowered his gaze to the metal box resting on the ground. The box bore the inscription, "Property of Howard Stark." Daredevil, Matt Murdock, was the son of a boxer. Unbeknownst to him, his father was a hired thug, a revelation that shattered Matt's faith when he stumbled upon his father in the act. Disheartened, he fled, narrowly avoiding a collision with a factory forklift. In the ensuing chaos, the forklift driver swerved, causing a barrel of chemicals to spill, splashing toxic substances into Matt's eyes, ultimately resulting in his blindness. However, in the absence of sight, Matt's remaining senses, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, became extraordinarily acute. Through diligent honing, he developed a radar-like ability that allowed him to perceive every corner of the city, even with his eyes closed. Chapter 71. The Funeral. "Mr. Clark, your letter." Clark opened the door to find Deadpool, Wade, dressed as a postman, clutching an envelope. "You've changed careers?" Clark, clad in pajamas and brushing his teeth, mumbled through a mouthful of foam. "Come on, my current duty is to engage in activities I desire during my final days. I was about to leave yesterday when I remembered I hadn't taken my backpack. Upon arriving, I discovered this letter stuffed in your mailbox," Wade said, shaking the envelope with a mischievous grin. "Well, I suppose I owe you my thanks," Clark rolled his eyes. "Seriously, every time I come here, you're either just waking up or about to sleep. Don't you have a job?" Wade remarked incredulously. "I work at the Daily Planet." "Do you know why I still have this job?" Clark inquired, looking at Wade. "What's the secret?" Wade raised an eyebrow. "I am the fastest typist in history. Perhaps even in the world," Clark boasted with pride. "Your words are rather irksome. Nonetheless, where's my backpack?" Wade shrugged his shoulders and handed over the letter he held. Clark glanced at the backpack, still quietly resting beside the table, filled with high-explosive grenades, turned his face back, and regarded Wade with a speechless expression, who wore a benevolent smile. He accepted the envelope from Wade, who then tipped his hat and departed with his perilous backpack. Clark briefly perused the contents of the letter. It pertained to the funeral of Big Daddy. At a certain cemetery, the pastor recited scripture while a few others were lowering Big Daddy's coffin into the ground. The funeral had been conducted privately beforehand. However, that had been Big Daddy's funeral, and now it was Damon McCready's. Big Daddy's funeral had been solely orchestrated by Hit Girl, Mindy, who had remarked that heroes do not fade away, merely reclaiming Big Daddy's remains. Now, publicly, Big Daddy's friend, Officer Marcus, had assumed the role of Mindy's guardian. Mindy assured Marcus that she would return to a normal life, attending school and no longer being Hit Girl. "Thank you for attending this funeral. Your presence is greatly appreciated," Marcus expressed to the friends present. Mindy stood beside Marcus. Clark, clad in a black suit, approached, removing his sunglasses to shake Marcus's hand. "My condolences. I am a friend of Damon," Clark stated somberly. "Thank you for coming," Marcus nodded, not delving further into thought. Clark folded his sunglasses and placed them in his jacket pocket, glancing at Mindy, who returned a smile and a nod. Not far away, Dave concealed himself behind a tree, silently observing without uttering a word. Clark acknowledged Dave's position with his gaze, but remained silent. Also present, Bruce stood at a distance, considering it best, given his identity, not to approach. Once the pastor finished the eulogy, attendees took turns paying their respects to Damon McCready. After greeting Marcus, the mourners gradually departed. Mindy stood quietly before Big Daddy's grave as Marcus went to retrieve the car. Are you all right? Clark inquired with concern. Yes, quite well, Mindy replied. Her head bowed as if lost in thought. Faced with such a resilient young girl, Clark found himself at a loss for words. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. That won't be necessary. I promised Marcus I would go back to school. That is good. I hope you find joy each day. Thank you, Superman, Mindy whispered softly. Just call me Clark. May the departed rest in peace, Clark replied calmly, taking a handful of soil and sprinkling it on Big Daddy's grave. After donning his black sunglasses, Clark glanced at the now distant Dave before approaching Bruce, who stood nearby. Hey, buddy, Clark greeted. Tony didn't come? Bruce inquired casually. He has recently encountered a myriad of troubles. How have you been? It seems Dave has been rather indifferent towards you. Clark discovered that Dave had indeed seen Bruce, but chose not to greet him. After attending Old Man's funeral, Dave departed. Perhaps it is best to allow him to continue living as an ordinary man for the time being. He will prepare himself in due course. Bruce, not overly concerned, felt an inexplicable sense of confidence in Dave. You are right. After all, he is still a child, and we are in an era of peace, remarked Clark with a smile. Ah, the era of peace, Bruce conceded with a faint smile. Have you been facing any troubles lately? Clark noticed that although Bruce smiled, his eyes were bloodshot, suggesting sleeplessness and underlying worries. A bit, indeed. I'm currently resolving some matters. Bruce seemed reluctant to allow Clark too much involvement. Very well. But if you need to talk, I am here for you, Clark replied with understanding. Bruce glanced at Clark before lowering his gaze in contemplation. Do you remember the accountant Lou we apprehended in Hong Kong? Bruce spoke softly. I remember. What about him? Clark asked, puzzled. That accountant was managing the accounts for some major gangs in Gotham City. Recently, it appears that the gangs in Gotham have vanished into thin air, leaving an unsettling silence. However, there is one individual who concerns me, Bruce said slowly. Who? The prosecutor, Harvey Dent. He has recently been thrust into the spotlight. Harvey Dent? That name sounds familiar. Clark pondered. In a bar, Wade wandered in aimlessly. This establishment was owned by his friend, nicknamed Weasel, and served as a hub for underground intelligence transactions. Wade approached the bar, where Weasel was polishing glasses, and greeted him. 3 shots of patron tequila, please. Wade sat at the bar, appearing utterly exhausted, his face devoid of energy. How about a shot of wheatgrass? It's good for the immune system. Weasel nonchalantly displayed a bag of marijuana in his hand. Good heavens. That sounds just like something Vanessa would say. Look at this. She has made numerous appointments, each with colorful medical pamphlets. Wade pulled out a thick stack of medical brochures. Surely they have all been approved by the FDA. Chechnya? ISNT it easier to contract cancer there? And what about Central Mexico? Do you know how they say cancer in Spanish? Wade seemed to be mumbling to himself. I do not know, Weasel replied, eyeing the brochures Wade had pulled out, one of which contained a photograph. Look how happy you are in this picture, Weasel said, producing a photo of Wade and Vanessa together. Mind if I keep this? I'll hang it up so I can remember you in your vibrant days. At least in this deadly gamble, I shall win, considering your tragic fate of succumbing to cancer. The Weasel, uttering the most heartfelt words that only Wade could appreciate, affixed the photograph to the liquor cabinet behind him. I understand now, Weasel. Thank you, Wade replied with a smile. Oh, that individual over there has come seeking you. This business card certainly carries an air of the Grim Reaper, he continued. I am uncertain, but perhaps it could assist you in completing your performance alive. The Weasel seemed to recall something, retrieving a black business card from his pocket. Wade accepted it and turned to find a sharply dressed man, incongruous with the bar's ambience, seated in a corner. As Wade approached, the patrons, familiar with him, warmly offered him a glass of whiskey, which he graciously accepted, downing it in one gulp before sitting before the suit-clad man. Mr. Wilson, the man in the suit, seemed to recognize Wade instantly. What brings you to seek me? Wade quipped, aside from luring children into a van. He shifted into a more comfortable position, attempting to lighten the mood. I am aware that you have recently been diagnosed with terminal cancer, the man stated bluntly. Wade's expression shifted at the unexpected revelation. You've been investigating me? He queried, surprise evident on his face. It is my duty to recruit, the suited man replied. Regrettably, I understand you are facing considerable hardships, but you are a display of prowess. A member of the Special Forces, having claimed the lives of 41 individuals during your service. He recounted Wade's grim legacy with chilling precision. One every 7 weeks. Akin to the frequency of a haircut, Wade retorted, unceremoniously snatching the man's drink and taking a swig. It is not easy to forget the taste of killing, nor to dull its edge, he remarked, setting the glass down. People do change. What is it that you desire? Wade asked, cutting to the chase. I come on behalf of an organization that may be able to assist you. What if I told you we could cure your cancer? Moreover, we could endow you with abilities that most people can only dream of. The suited man's smile bore an unsettling edge. Wade's expression shifted once again. Initially, he had contemplated orchestrating an accidental death to spare Vanessa from daily grief, seeking his own release. He had not anticipated someone extending such an offer to him directly. You remind me of those infomercials on television, but you're selling something rather dubious, like vibrating dumbbells, Wade instinctively retorted, scrutinizing the enigmatic figure before him. This world requires extraordinary warriors. We can not only enhance you, but transform you into something greater. Into a superhero, the suited man continued to entice Wade. Listen, Agent Smith, I have dabbled in heroics before, and it left me with a less than stellar record. However, if I decide to change my mind, I will reach out to you. Wade replied, showcasing his talent for sarcasm. With that, he rose and made his way to the bar, opting to pay for his own drink. He turned to the weasel and inquired, what did he say? Nothing of consequence, Wade murmured, his gaze drifting into contemplation. Chapter 72. The Hammer of Thor. In the enchanting landscape of New Mexico, a once desolate area has suddenly become a hive of activity, drawn by the emergence of a miraculous phenomenon. A multitude of curious onlookers have gathered, some arriving by car, while others have set up barbecues and are selling beer, engaging in impromptu commerce. The so-called miracle is a jest among the locals, a seemingly elaborate prank in this remote expanse. A large pit, measuring over 20 meters in radius, has been excavated, within which lies a metallic hammer-like object. Despite the efforts of numerous challengers, none have succeeded in moving this hammer even slightly. Yay! Ha! Exclaimed a jovial African-American man selling barbecued goods, his excitement infectious. One by one, challengers approached the hammer, only to depart in defeat, inadvertently transforming the scene into a contest of strength reminiscent of a strongman competition. A young, muscular man strained against the hammer, exerting every ounce of his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, yet the metallic object remained steadfast and unmoving. A middle-aged man, significantly more robust, approached and patted the young man's shoulder, signaling his intent to take a turn. The younger man, frustrated, kicked the hammer in exasperation. The older man, after downing a bottle of beer, performed a stretching motion and gripped the hammer's handle, applying his considerable strength. In a spontaneous act, several men joined forces, wrapping chains around the hammer and securing the other end to a jeep. 3, 2, 1. The crowd chanted in unison, counting down. At the count of 1, the jeep lurched forward, the rear end lifting dramatically, yet the hammer remained immovable. Laughter erupted from the enthusiastic spectators, who cheered for every challenger in this lively spectacle. Gradually, a Mercedes approached, coming to a sudden stop, sending dust swirling into the air. The vehicle halted on an incline, and with a resounding click, the doors swung open. Two figures clad in black suits emerged, Coulson and Clark. Hey buddy, to be honest, aren't you hot in that suit today? Clark remarked, waving his hand to disperse the dust before him. Sir, we have located it, Coulson reported, focusing on the mission at hand. Are you no longer responsible for Tony? Clark asked casually, his hands tucked into his pockets. He is fine now. He no longer requires my supervision. It seems he has stumbled upon something new, Coulson replied, pocketing his phone while gazing at Clark. All right then, you brought me here just for this? Clark gestured towards the metallic hammer in the pit. Indeed. Based on the energy signal we intercepted from the Osborne group some time ago, the appearance of that hammer coincided with the disappearance of the energy source, Coulson affirmed. Isn't it concerning with so many people down there? Clark inquired. It's all right. I've already contacted the local authorities. They will disperse soon. And our people are on their way, Coulson remarked with a smile. Well, before that, I want to have some fun, Clark replied with a slight grin. With a mere thought, a vibrant red and blue superhero suit materialized around him. Hey, Clark, Coulson exclaimed, startled, as he attempted to intervene. Clark leaped nimbly to the side of the metallic hammer, startling those who were challenging nearby. Superman! Someone shouted, igniting a wave of fervent cheers from the onlookers. Superman! 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 Is he really here to challenge? Goodness, is news spreading this quickly? Go for it, Superman! Disregarding the attention of the crowd, Clark's expression grew serious as he focused on the metallic hammer before him. No, it should not merely be referred to as a hammer. Others might not recognize it, but Clark certainly did. The enchanted weapon, Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Taking a deep breath, Clark positioned himself before the mighty Mjolnir, bending his legs and extending his arms to grasp its handle slowly. "Huh," he whispered under his breath, a powerful aura radiating from him, causing his red cape to billow without wind, sending nearby spectators tumbling from an invisible force. Blue sparks flickered around Mjolnir, seemingly resisting Clark's extraordinary strength. Although he exerted every ounce of his power, the hammer remained steadfast. Remarkable. No wonder it's the hammer of Thor. It truly possesses immense might. I've heard it was forged from a dying star. I shall discern whether it is magic challenging me or the essence of that star, Clark contemplated silently. Summoning every bit of his determination and might, his expression transformed into one of fierce intensity. The ground beneath him cracked under the weight of his stance, and he found himself hovering above it, continuing to wrestle with Mjolnir. "Come on, Mjolnir," Clark urged inwardly, as he battled with the formidable hammer. The surroundings seemed to tremble in response, causing panic among the more timid onlookers, who fled in haste, fearing an earthquake. Coulson observed with growing concern from a distance. The crimson cape billowed straight behind him, and Clark's muscles appeared magnified, slightly quivering. Gritting his teeth, Clark persisted. With each surge of power, he felt an inexhaustible strength gradually amplifying within him. Am I truly growing stronger? Clark pondered, feeling no fatigue, unsure whether it was sheer willpower or genuine enhancement. All he knew was that Mjolnir relentlessly tested his limits. Is lifting this hammer akin to raising a dying star? Clark mused in astonishment. The azure sky above Clark seemed to resonate with the thunderous roar of the god's hammer. The atmosphere, unnaturally, began to rotate in a clockwise direction, and the clouds grew increasingly murky, revealing flashes of blue lightning that appeared to coalesce. After a prolonged moment, the deep rumble of thunder could be heard. Oh no! Could it be a myth? Coulson gazed in disbelief at the changes surrounding Clark, as if wielding this hammer of the thunder god had unleashed Pandora's box, causing the very earth to tremble in a spectacle reminiscent of the apocalypse. The crowd had nearly vanished in panic. Meanwhile, Clark remained oblivious to the chaos at the epicenter of these transformations, relentlessly pushing his limits, striving to hone his abilities. This singular thought consumed him. To break through. The thunder grew louder, and in an instant, the sky darkened to an alarming degree. What was once a clear blue expanse now resembled the end of days, with lightning striking a terrifying rhythm between heaven and earth. The thunder was gestating, awaiting, simmering, rampaging, and on the brink of explosion. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning, as if tearing apart the very fabric of reality, struck down ferociously. The force of annihilation was overwhelming. This terrifying lightning bolt struck Clark and the hammer, scattering everything around except for the patch of earth tethered to the hammer, creating a gaping chasm even deeper than before. Yet, Clark's steel physique remained unyielding. Even this world-shattering lightning could not disturb him in the slightest. Goodness, they dare to strike me with lightning. I must seize it. Clark seethed with rage. Fury. It was pure fury. Clark perceived the hammer as the weapon of the thunder god, and recalling the narratives of his past life, he had never anticipated that this hammer would possess such sentience. He had provoked it with his strength, only to find it retaliating with lightning. Fortuitously, his steel body remained intact. Otherwise, a single strike would have been fatal. Clark reflected with dread. Even if it were magic or the Death Star, he would shatter every chain to prove that the divine is not omnipotent. With gritted teeth, he erupted, his eyes turning blood red, fierce like flames that burned incessantly in his gaze. Lift! He bellowed. The sound of the hammer, separating from the ground, echoed. Clark lifted the hammer of the thunder god. Finally, he raised it. He hoisted the hammer that symbolized divinity. Oh God! Coulson, hidden behind a vehicle, donned sunglasses, watching in disbelief as Clark appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens, his mouth agape in astonishment. Had I gained the hammer's recognition? No. Could I wield it effortlessly? No. But I have lifted it. I have succeeded. The thunder god? Huh. A deity? Clark scoffed at the notion. Boom. The mighty Mjolnir was forcefully cast to the ground, restoring clarity to the heavens. If it weren't for the devastation surrounding them, one might almost believe that nothing had transpired. Clark exhaled slowly, aware that he too had gained something from this ordeal. He gazed at his hands, recognizing his newfound strength. A triumphant smile graced his face. In the distance, Coulson remained in a state of shock, unable to shake off the recent events. Somewhere in the cosmos, in Asgard, a voice of bewilderment emerged. Who dares to defy the will of Mjolnir? Who possesses the audacity to challenge its might? Odin, the All-Father seated upon his throne, felt a growing unease. No, it cannot be. There is no soul in this world capable of unsettling a god's dominion. None. Odin declared, his voice echoing through the vast hall. As the ruler of the gods, he refused to believe that anyone could wield power over Mjolnir without its affirmation. Chapter 73. The realm of Asgard. Coulson parked the vehicle beside the deep pit and stepped out. How do you feel? He inquired, removing his sunglasses to address Clark, who hovered at the center of the chasm. Well, it seems we'll need to commence with some earthworks to establish a base here, Coulson remarked. A hint of resignation in his tone. Clark floated over to stand beside him. I suspect this phenomenon has no ties to the Osborn group. But that matter is for you to investigate, Clark said with a smile, giving Coulson a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Surely this isn't some divine miracle? Coulson ventured boldly, eyeing the stone pillar in the center of the pit, upon which Mjolnir rested. Perhaps your conjecture should be bolder. There are indeed extraordinary occurrences in this world, Coulson. One day, you shall understand. Perhaps that day is now. No sooner had Clark spoken than the sky rent open. A radiant column of light, approximately 5 meters in diameter, descended upon the earth, striking not far from Clark and Coulson. A rainbow bridge? Odin, I believe this is an invitation. Perhaps I should investigate, Clark said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Coulson, I must explore this new world. Please keep this under wraps. You know whom to conceal it from, he added, casting a glance at Coulson before soaring towards the luminous column. What is that? Clark, come back, Coulson exclaimed, witnessing a spectacle unlike anything he had ever encountered. With a powerful force, Clark was propelled upwards. Surrounding him, brilliant lights flickered, and as the speed increased, he surrendered to the surge, accelerating his flight. A vibrant electric current surged through him, and in an instant, the scenery transformed into a golden teleportation tower, where a figure clad in golden armor and wielding a golden sword stood before Clark. Who are you? Clark struggled to recall the name of the deity before him. I am Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. Earthling, you dare to wield the hammer of the thunder god. The voice of the god, Heimdall, resonated with authority, and despite standing at a height greater than Clark, he maintained a slight tilt of his head, gazing down upon him. I presume this radiant column of light is an invitation from your king. Odin, Clark replied with unwavering composure. He acknowledged that seeing a legendary god for the first time, regardless of whether it was in the Marvel Universe, instilled a sense of awe, as deities always exuded an air of superiority. Indeed, my king Odin awaits you. Heimdall scrutinized the figure before him, clad in a deep blue bodysuit and draped in a crimson cloak. He was secretly astonished to find himself unable to perceive the true power of this human. After his declaration, Heimdall fell silent, unsheathing his divine sword and gesturing in a specific direction, indicating that Clark should proceed on his own. My goodness, it is fortunate that I can fly. This rainbow bridge seems to stretch longer than the Great Wall. Clark marveled at the boundless expanse of the bridge. After nodding in acknowledgement to Heimdall, he levitated and soared toward Asgard. He can fly? Heimdall grew increasingly perplexed by this human in his midst. Clark flew at a leisurely pace, taking the opportunity to admire the resplendent stars surrounding the rainbow bridge. What a wondrous sight, he exclaimed once more. After a considerable duration, Clark arrived at the grand entrance of Asgard's towering golden gates. He gazed upward, awestruck by the magnificent architecture. The Asgardian sentinels stationed at the gate paid no heed to Clark, remaining as still as statues. Excuse me? Clark inquired of the sentinels, yet they offered him no acknowledgement, completely disregarding his presence. Unbeknownst to him, anyone who could traverse the rainbow bridge unscathed had already passed through Heimdall's scrutiny. Not just anyone could gain passage through his watchful eyes. Most importantly, Heimdall had not sounded the Gyllerhorn warning. Thus the sentinels had no duty to attend to Clark, who had safely arrived. After calling out to them several times without response, Feeling as though he had become invisible, Clark sighed and ventured inside. Noticing the sentinels had ignored him, he began to explore his surroundings. Eventually, Clark entered a majestic golden hall, where he admired the surrounding statues and sculptures. Suddenly, an arrow flew toward him. Whoosh! Clark swiftly seized the arrow aimed at his heart, noticing the tip emanating a blinding golden light. That was close, he thought to himself. "Huh!" came a sharp cry, and a striking figure dashed toward him. Before Clark could discern the identity of the assailant, a golden short sword lunged toward his face. Clark swiftly turned to evade the attack, seizing the assailant's forearm with an iron grip. A woman? He was taken aback, not merely by her gender, but by the sheer speed and force of her assault. The female swordsman flicked her wrist, breaking free from his grasp, her body curving slightly as her short sword lunged forward like an onslaught of raindrops. Clark deftly maneuvered, evading her fierce thrusts with agility. Feeling insulted, the swordswoman let out a sharp exclamation, intensifying her assault as she stepped forward, her blade suddenly shifting in midair to slash horizontally. The clash echoed like metal striking metal as Clark, astonishingly, blocked the razor-sharp blade with a single finger. "What?" the swordwoman gasped, though her surprise quickly faded, and she leaped back, creating distance between them, her beautiful eyes now coldly fixed on him. At that moment, Clark took a closer look at the swordswoman before him. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, with long black hair adorned with several striking braids cascading around her ears. Clad in light chainmail, she resembled a warrior from Norse mythology. Yet her height of 6 feet 2 inches rendered even such armor inadequate to conceal her alluring form, the heavy plates accentuating her graceful physique. Like a magician, she drew another identical short sword from behind her, the two blades clashing in the air with a sharp ring. The swordswoman ran her fingers along the keen edge of her weapons, which shimmered with a dazzling golden hue. Clark's eyelids fluttered instinctively. This was serious. "Wait!" he shouted urgently. Startled by his sudden outcry, the swordswoman hesitated momentarily, though she remained on guard, her gaze still icy. "Who are you?" Clark inquired, puzzled. "You vile coward. Your presence here has already betrayed your intentions." "Prepare tout," she retorted coldly, resuming her advance without hesitation. "You must at least tell me your name," Clark exclaimed as he swiftly retreated. "I am Sif, a great warrior of Asgard. Remember my name before you meet your end," she declared, gripping her sword and thrusting it forward. "Sif? Why does that name sound so familiar? This must be a misunderstanding. If Odin truly intended to confront me, there would be no need for such prolonged idle time or sending a swordswoman to attack me." Clark pondered the intricacies of the situation, but before he could fully comprehend, a brilliant golden blade was already aimed at his brow. In that critical moment, his heat vision instinctively erupted, halting the sword's advance, sending it hurtling towards Sif. Clark quickly shut his eyes, and the heat vision vanished in an instant. "What?" Sif gazed in astonishment at the figure before her, who had just demonstrated a remarkable ability. However, this revelation allowed her to regain her composure. She opened her palm, and the short sword, which had been sent flying, returned to her hand. "Scoundrel, what are you doing here?" Sif brandished the sword, pointing it directly at Clark. "Scoundrel? On what grounds do you accuse me?" Clark straightened up, puzzled by Sif's accusation. "Do not play coy with me. This is Vanjulf, a sacred gathering place reserved solely for goddesses. Any man who dares to tread here commits an act of utmost disrespect." Sif declared sternly. "What? I just arrived today. I had no knowledge of this place." Clark protested vehemently. "Just arrived today? From where do you hail? Who are you?" Though Sif harbored doubts about the stranger before her, she prudently lowered her sword, for not every inhabitant of Asgard was familiar, and this peculiar individual certainly did not appear to be one of them. "My name is Clark Kent. I traveled here from the Rainbow Bridge, from a planet called Earth," he explained. "Earth? Is that not the realm from which Thor descended?" Sif's interest piqued at the mention of Earth. Recently, Thor had been stripped of his divine powers and punished in a place called Earth. Could this man also originate from there? "Very well, Earthling. What brings you here? Speak truthfully, or you shall witness the wrath of Asgard." Sif regarded Clark with suspicion, though her demeanor had softened somewhat. "I wielded Thor's hammer, and a radiant beam of light struck near me. I assumed it was an invitation from Odin," Clark replied. However, as he spoke, he felt the cold steel of a sword pressed against his throat, its edge emanating a chilling aura. "You lie. A mere earthling could never gain the recognition of Thor's hammer. The absence of the hammer in your possession is evidence enough. You shameless deceiver. Sif's gaze was as frigid as ice, as though she were staring at a corpse. Are you certain? Clark asked, bewildered by Sif's resolve. I'm certain, Sif replied, a flush creeping across her cheeks as she panted slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering, a bead of sweat trickling down her exquisite chin. Prepare to perish, Sif cried, spinning the sword in her hands, faster and faster, until it coalesced into a dazzling golden radiance that surged toward Clark. Clark extended his arms, palms together, and caught the golden energy barehanded. Is this truly necessary? I have no desire to harm you, my lady. He stepped back, casually tossing the golden energy behind him. Boom! The golden force shattered the pedestal of the statue, causing it to tilt and slowly collapse. Odin, it is the statue of Freya, you villain, Sif exclaimed, glancing from the fallen statue back to Clark, her grip on the sword tightening instinctively. What does this have to do with me? Clark stared in astonishment at the increasingly furious Sif. Earthling, you shall pay the price. Sif glared coldly at Clark. With a swift motion, she raised two short swords. Striking their hilts together, a flash of golden light erupted, transforming the swords into a golden spear. Sif twirled the spear elegantly, and with a flick of her wrist, the spear's tip struck the ground, a slight smirk curling at the corner of her mouth, accompanied by a disdainful snort. Very well. If I don't let this goddess know my true prowess, this will not end here, Clark mused with determination, with her right hand gripping the golden spear. Sif clenched her left fist forward, a golden light flickering as a small shield materialized on her left forearm. She slightly bent her knees and accelerated towards Clark. Clark raised his gaze slightly, unleashing his heat vision towards Sif. She paused, uttering a sharp command, and deflected Clark's heat vision with her shield. Blinking in surprise, Clark retracted his heat vision, and in an instant, Sif was before him, leaping gracefully, her golden spear aimed fiercely at his chest. Clark let out a cold huff and stood rigidly, allowing the golden spear to pierce towards him. With a resounding crack, the spear emitted a sound akin to shattering metal, its one sharp tip collapsing like plastic. Unfazed, Sif flicked her wrist, the splintered golden spear radiating a golden glow, morphing fluidly as if it were water. In an instant, it transformed into a golden whip coiling around Clark's neck. With a sudden twist of her body away from him, Sif commanded, sending Clark hurtling through the air. The force of the golden whip yanked him down heavily onto the gilded floor, cracking it like a spider's web beneath him. Clark rolled onto his feet, crouching low, attempting to tear away the golden whip. Yet, upon contact, it felt as though he had touched an invisible water surface. His hand passed through the golden whip. Magic? Clark pondered in silent astonishment as Sif hurled him once more to the opposite side, crashing into the golden floor of the grand hall again. As he landed, Clark swiftly adjusted his stance, utilizing his superhuman strength to drive his feet deep into the gilded ground like a pile driver. Unbothered by whether Sif tightened the whip around his neck, he remained utterly unyielding, a mountain in immobility, having been tossed around like a mere ball. Clark felt a surge of anger welling within him. He understood that in battle, gender held no significance. His heat vision blazed fiercely in his eyes, coalescing into a formidable force, while his red cape billowed dramatically behind him, propelled by an unseen wind. Clark clenched his fists, his muscles tensing with latent power, a low growl resonating from his lips, reminiscent of a wild beast. Seeing her golden whip had lost its efficacy, Sif retracted it, the golden light flickering anew as it transformed into a golden sword. She raised her small shield defensively, watching Clark's transformation with keen interest. Boom! The ground where Clark stood suddenly erupted, the pit beneath him expanding unexpectedly, and the man himself vanished without a trace. What? Witnessing a living person disappear before her eyes, Sif was momentarily taken aback. However, the rush of wind soon filled her ears, and the swiftness of its movement led the astute Sif to realize that Clark had not truly vanished, but was instead moving at an inconceivable speed, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Are Earthlings truly this formidable? Sif pondered in disbelief, closing her eyes and relying on her warrior instincts to detect the flaw in Clark's movements. Bang! A sonic boom reverberated behind her, and a forceful gust of air immobilized Sif momentarily. As she beheld Clark's massive fist hurtling towards her face, a flicker of panic crossed her features. Yet, Sif was no ordinary being. She quickly regained her composure, laboriously raising her shield. With a resonant clang, the shield absorbed the impact of Clark's blow. This shield can indeed absorb kinetic energy. Clark marveled internally, recognizing the magical essence of Asgard. Despite this revelation, Clark remained unfazed. Although the shield could absorb energy, Sif's weight was still finite. He exerted greater force into his punch, propelling Sif backward like a rocket. She collided heavily with the gilded wall of the Grand Hall, a pained gasp escaping her lips as she fell to the ground, her golden sword and shield vanishing in a flash of light. I have actually lost, Sif realized, understanding that had that blow connected directly, her demise would have been inevitable. I'm a goddess. How could I be afraid of death? In that moment, with Clark's sudden appearance, she experienced the taste of mortality for the first time since her birth. Casting a glance at Clark, who stood at a distance, Sif questioned the nature of this man. Surely he could not be an ordinary earthling. Her mind was filled with confusion as a faint blush crept on her otherwise stoic face. No, don't be absurd. This is merely anger. Struggling to rise, she felt the sting of her injuries from the fall, unaware that Clark had already shown her mercy several times due to her gender. Suddenly, Sif sensed an uncomfortable warmth at the corner of her mouth, as if some sticky substance had appeared. Wiping it with her thumb, she discovered it was blood, golden blood. This was the first time she had seen her own blood, and she widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Clark, her exquisite eyes quivering with unspoken thoughts. Clark observed Sif as she stood, noting her lack of further action. Surely, this goddess must be conceding defeat, he mused silently. She is quite beautiful, yet so impulsive. Earthling, is it true that you wield the hammer of Thor? Sif's luscious red lips parted, her voice slow and deliberate. Yes, what of it? Clark observed that Sif's tone seemed considerably improved compared to earlier. However, from a distance, Sif kept her head lowered, preventing Clark from discerning her expression. I believe what you say, but the pride of Asgard is not something you can trample upon at will. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from Sif, who abruptly lifted her head. Her once delicate and beautiful features now bore an unprecedented resolve and determination. I shall guard the pride of Asgard. I am sorry, Thor, Sif thought resolutely. The metallic armor on Sif's shoulders shattered under the impact of the golden glow, disintegrating into fine powder and vanishing. The chainmail adorning her arms was also scattered, revealing her flawlessly sculpted shoulders and the deep cleft of her ample bosom, though the chest plate valiantly remained in place. Her long black hair flowed wildly behind her, and as Sif opened her eyes wide, the once distinct pupils transformed into a shimmering golden light, making her appear as if a goddess had descended. Still fighting? This goddess is mad, Clark thought in astonishment, adjusting his stance to prepare for battle. Huh. Sif charged towards Clark, surrounded by an array of golden weapons that flickered in and out of visibility. With a swift gesture, several golden daggers flew toward Clark. Maintaining a stoic expression, he casually swatted them aside with his hand. The moment the daggers were deflected, they emitted a golden flash and vanished. Sif raised both hands, drawing a large circle, causing the ethereal weapons to converge, the golden light between her palms growing ever more resplendent. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Clark's brow. Was this the power of the divine realm? Why did he remember Sif being less formidable in the films? Huh! With a delicate exclamation, Sif unleashed a golden shockwave that surged toward Clark like a raging torrent. This goddess is insane. If I evade, this grand hall will surely be annihilated by that terrifying strike. Clark thought in panic. Very well, I shall see this through. With a firm resolve, he braced himself, inhaling deeply, preparing to withstand the golden shockwave, wondering if it might sting a little. Just as the shockwave was about to collide with Clark, a colossal golden pillar appeared between him and the wave, absorbing its energy. A commanding voice resonated from above. Enough! The utterance silenced both occupants of the golden hall, and upon hearing it, Sif knelt halfway to the ground. My God, Odin, Sif murmured, her tone imbued with utmost sincerity. My child, I have come to know everything. Bring this earthling to me. The resounding voice of Odin echoed within the golden hall, his presence felt yet unseen. Indeed, the great Odin. Upon finishing his proclamation, the radiant beam of light dissipated, leaving Sif still kneeling on the ground, her head slightly lifted as she cast a defiant glance at Clark. "What's that look in your eyes? I can see your chest, you know." Clark retorted with a mischievous glint in his gaze, unwilling to back down. Chapter 75. The Three Warriors of the Celestial Palace. Very well. You have heard. Let us cease hostilities. Clark gestured for a pause towards Sif. She grasped her other arm with one hand and slowly rose, nodding in acknowledgement at Clark. "You are truly extraordinary. Earthling, follow me." Sif's demeanor shifted from stern to a gentle smile as she spoke. She turned and walked out of the hall. Clark glanced back at the damaged golden hall. A flash of golden light illuminated the space, restoring it to its former glory. Clark clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, Asgard. He shook his head in exasperation at Sif ahead of him and followed closely. As he caught up with Sif, he noticed her armor had also reverted to its pristine condition. "What is this?" Clark inquired, astonished by both the restoration of the temple and Sif's recent display of power. "This is Odin's divine power. As long as our king Odin resides in Asgard, the realm shall remain unscathed." Sif replied without looking back, leading the way. "Divine power? Or perhaps some form of magic?" Clark continued to question. "Why do you think so?" Sif slowed her pace to walk alongside Clark, tilting her head curiously at him. May I first inquire about your attitude? It seems to have shifted rather swiftly," Clark remarked, struggling to reconcile this Sif with the fierce goddess who had just battled him. "Me? Wasn't our previous encounter a standard duel?" Sif responded matter-of-factly. "Good heavens. If it were someone else, they would have been finished by now," Clark silently scoffed. "Regarding your intrusion into the Temple of Vanaheim, I believe I may have misjudged you. After all, I have never seen you in Asgard, and since our god Odin wishes to meet you, you are naturally now a friend of Asgard," Sif explained. "Oh, thank you." Upon hearing Sif's clarification, Clark expressed his gratitude. "You're not from Earth, are you?" Sif suddenly posed this intriguing question, her lovely eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Clark. "What?" Clark was momentarily taken aback. "I apologize for being so abrupt. The reason I ask is that I have recently learned about Earth, particularly following a sorrowful incident in Asgard that is connected to your presence here." As Sif spoke, she continued to guide him. "The Hammer of Thor?" Clark interjected. "Yes, indeed, the Hammer of Thor. However, where did you hear that name?" Sif asked, her curiosity piqued. Clark was taken aback, silently lamenting the keen perceptiveness of Sif. His mind raced as he sought a suitable response. "On Earth. We refer to your legends as Norse mythology," he explained with a hint of embarrassment, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Oh, really? Well, the Hammer of Thor is quite an intriguing name. However, we here call it Mjolnir, forged by the dwarves using the core of a dying star, bestowed with immeasurable divine power by our god Odin." Sif recounted with pride, narrating the well-known tale of the hammer's origin. But upon noticing Clark's disinterest, she quickly apologized and shifted the topic. "Oh, you need not be so polite. I find it quite fascinating," Clark replied, feeling a bit bashful at Sif's consideration. "Well, actually, everyone in Asgard knows this. However, a sorrowful event transpired just days ago. The valiant Thor, heir to the throne of Asgard, revered for his bravery, nearly instigated an ancient war due to some reckless actions. Consequently, he was stripped of his divine powers by our god Odin and exiled to Earth. Thus, I took the liberty to study your world," Sif continued slowly. "I had no idea such a change had befallen Asgard," Clark remarked with regret. "Can I say I knew this would happen? Thank you, but I firmly believe Thor will return back to Asgard, back to Odin's side." Sif's face once more radiated with pride. "Thor, how intriguing," Clark mused with a slight smile, curious about what might transpire when he eventually encountered Thor. "So I must ask, you are not from Earth, are you?" Sif inquired with a mischievous smile, resuming her previous line of questioning. "Well, I am indeed from Krypton," Clark admitted without hesitation, though whether Krypton existed in the Marvel Universe was of little concern to him. "Krypton?" Sif raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, I hail from Krypton, located 271 light-years from Earth in the constellation Corvus. I am a Kryptonian," Clark explained, drawing upon his own memories. "Is every Kryptonian as formidable as you?" "Incredible," Sif exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Formidable? What do you mean?" Clark replied, slightly puzzled. "Do you think I couldn't tell? During our recent battle, you actually let me win several times," Sif said, crossing her arms and lifting her chin with a sense of pride. "Well, I apologize. I should have exerted my full strength," Clark smiled in response. You certainly don't mince words. But rest assured, my homeland, Krypton, has perished due to its own exhaustion of resources. I must be the last Kryptonian, Clark lamented. I'm truly sorry, Sif said, lowering her arms. Her expression filled with genuine regret. It is of no concern, Clark remarked after a moment of observation. Your corporeal density appears to be approximately threefold that of a terrestrial human. This, however, does not astonish me. What truly captivates my imagination is the splendid display of your magical prowess. Observation? You can discern the density of my body. Sif's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. I meant no offense. I am merely intrigued by that extraordinary divine power, Clark chuckled, hastily diverting the conversation. Let us not indulge in fanciful speculations. Earth dweller, do you not think your curiosities abound excessively? Sif retorted, turning her head away in irritation and hastening her pace. Hey, there's no need for such ire, Sif. Clark called after her. Do not address me so casually. You should refer to me as Lady Sif, she asserted with seriousness. By the way, where are we headed? I feel as though we have traversed quite a distance. Clark glanced around, noting the street floating above a lake, vibrant, unidentified birds soaring nearby, and the flag of Asgard fluttering at the roadside. This is entirely appropriate, Earth dweller. You cannot present yourself before the great Odin in such attire. I shall escort you to don the garments of Asgard, Sif declared, not even glancing back. Goodness, there are so many rules. Clark wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a bronze axe whirled through the air towards Clark, its force akin to a bolt from the blue. Sif recognized the weapon's origin instantly. She sidestepped with composure, a subtle act of retribution for Clark's earlier indiscretion. Those three must have heard the commotion. However, it may serve well. They will surely assess this fellow named Clark, Sif mused silently. With a swift motion, the descending axe was on the verge of colliding with Clark's face. Yet he, unfazed, extended 2 fingers and firmly caught the mighty weapon. Aha! The warriors of the hall have arrived. A booming voice announced as a towering figure with a brown beard leapt forth, flanked by 2 armored men, one with a ponytail and the other sporting a neatly trimmed goatee. I am Volstagg, the bearded man proclaimed loudly. Vandal, the man with the goatee, smiled. Hogan, the ponytailed figure, said coldly. And so? Clark tilted his head in confusion at the trio of peculiar individuals before him. We are the warriors of the hall. Prepare yourself, Volstagg bellowed, exuberantly drawing forth an axe identical to the one he had just thrown, leaping towards Clark with intent to strike. Is it customary to engage in combat at the slightest provocation? Why are the Asgardians so belligerent? Clark thought with exasperation. However, this time he would not hold back. After all, who would show mercy to such a robust and boisterous bearded man? Although Volstagg's speed was swift, to Clark, it appeared as if a snail were crawling. Naturally, Clark sidestepped Volstagg's axe strike, extending his hand forward to seize Volstagg's wrist. Startled, Volstagg had no time to react before he felt the world spinning around him. The large-framed Volstagg was tossed about like a mere toy as Clark slammed him against the ground, eliciting several pained exclamations. Volstagg's friends, Vandal and Hogan, were equally astonished by Clark's remarkable strength. However, they dared not slacken their efforts. Vandal drew a sharp sword, while Hogan retrieved a hammer from behind, roaring as they charged towards Clark. With Volstagg incapacitated on the ground, Clark vanished from sight in a flash. Just as Vandal and Hogan began their advance, Clark suddenly appeared between them, his fists moving with the speed of lightning, delivering devastating blows that felled both Vandal and Hogan, leaving them as incapacitated as Volstagg. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Within a mere second, Clark had dispatched the illustrious 3 warriors of Asgard. Oh my God, Odin! Truly unfathomable. Sif finally grasped the vast chasm between herself and Clark, her mouth agape in astonishment. Why must you force my hand? Clark stood with an air of arrogance, quietly contemplating his own fists. Eventually, he could not bear it any longer, closing his eyes and uttering a phrase of classic significance. Chapter 76. The first encounter with Odin. So, these 3 are the famed warriors of the palace? Clark approached, clapping his hands, gazing incredulously at Sif while gesturing towards the 3 groaning figures on the ground. Never mind them. Let us go. Sif shook her head in disbelief and waved her hand, signaling Clark to depart while indicating she would follow shortly. Hey, you fellows, get up on your own, You're quite something, Sif called out to the three warriors. Fortunately, these three seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence. No Asgardians were in the vicinity. Sif felt relieved as she watched Clark move further away, hastily following in his wake. Cheers to Asgard. Vorstag, lying on the ground, raised his fist in declaration. I say, did you just let me win? Sif caught up to Clark, suddenly inquiring. Did I? I was quite dazed by your remarkable divine powers, Clark replied with a smile, his tone exaggerated. Follow me. Sif disdainfully turned her head, quickening her pace and signaling for Clark to keep up. Sif led Clark into a golden palace, and then into a chamber where she briefly introduced him to the room, calling upon two maidens, one of whom held white garments in her hands. Very well, remove that peculiar attire of yours. This is the garb you are to don here. Allow them to attend to you. Sif gestured towards the two maidens flanking her. One of the maidens approached Clark, cradling the garments, while the other advanced to assist in disrobing him. Observing Clark's bewildered expression, she momentarily smiled and subtly stepped back. Wait, Clark called out to Sif in haste. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she abruptly closed the door with a resounding thud. This is unfortunate. Clark gazed awkwardly at the two beautiful maidens approaching him, offering a sheepish smile and instinctively shaking his head. Hold on, let's take it easy, ladies, he said, feeling quite embarrassed. In the Golden Palace, under the priest's guidance, Clark, adorned in traditional Asgardian robes, stepped gracefully into the grand hall. The surroundings were awash in resplendent gold, embodying the opulence and majesty of the palace, aptly named the Golden Palace. It showcased its rich history with an air of solemnity and grandeur. Please proceed this way. The great Odin awaits you there. I shall take my leave, the priest said, bowing respectfully before retreating from the Golden Palace. Seated upon the throne was Odin, clad in golden armor, exhibiting a hint of age, yet still emanating the silent aura of a ruler. His expression was tranquil, though it bore an undercurrent of sorrow, seemingly troubled by thoughts of Thor. With eyes half closed and resting his head upon his hand, he appeared oblivious to Clark's arrival. Clark chose not to disturb Odin's repose, treading lightly as he surveyed the opulent hall, where rows of golden statues stood, each one a testament to Asgard's valiant warriors. Prominently featured was a warrior wielding a colossal golden axe, exuding an air of formidable authority. That is my father, the great Buri, progenitor of the gods. Born from the ice under Ymir's embrace, renowned for his unparalleled valor and the architect of beginnings, fathering me and my siblings. Odin's voice resonated softly, yet echoed throughout the hall. Clark straightened, turning his gaze toward Odin perched upon the throne. Greetings, Earthling, or shall I say, Clark Kent. Odin's deep, commanding voice reverberated. Clark's attention sharpened as he noticed Odin observing him intently from the throne. Oh, greetings, King of the Gods. Odin, Clark replied with a smile, inclining slightly as a gesture of respect. You are indeed formidable, having bested my 3 champions and Sif, Odin remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through the weight of his recent troubles. It was merely fortune, Clark chuckled lightly. I am Odin, ruler of Asgard. Please forgive my abruptness. It is a privilege to have you here. I am truly astonished by the power you have displayed, and I wish to converse with you, Odin declared candidly, leaving Clark somewhat taken aback. The hammer of the thunder god? Clark raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Impressive. I never anticipated that you could lift Mjolnir without its approval. The power you unleashed is unlike anything I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. Your strength is beyond my comprehension, Odin remarked with a nod of agreement. You're being overly modest, Clark replied with a hearty laugh. The reason you encountered the hammer of Thor on Earth. I presume you have heard the tale from Lady Sif. Odin continued, a hint of sorrow darkening his expression. Indeed, I lament the misfortunes of Thor, Clark said. He is proud, arrogant, and reckless. Such traits are not what a father wishes to see. Mr. Kent, would you care to hear a story? Odin asked earnestly. I will be most interested, Clark replied, his demeanor now serious. Long ago, humanity began to embrace a simple truth. We are not alone in this universe. In certain realms, people learned to revere the deities, but at times, they must also learn to fear. When darkness descends and the earth freezes, a king of frost giants, emerges, threatening to plunge the world of men into a new ice age. Yet humanity would not face this menace alone. Our armies confronted the legion of frost giants, driving them back to their domain, though at a great cost. Ultimately, The king of frost giants was vanquished, and we seized their artifacts. When the great battle concluded, we began our journey home, returning to our eternal realm, Asgard. Odin recounted the tale of yore, his fingers unconsciously caressing the armor that concealed his blinded right eye. We maintained the glimmer of hope, allowing its light to radiate through the stars. Although humanity regards us as myth or legend, Asgard and its warriors brought peace to the cosmos. One day, one of my 2 children must uphold such peace in the capacity of a king. We defend Asgard and the innocent beings traversing the 9 realms. Odin slowly closed his eyes, the memory of his last quarrel with Thor replaying in his mind. I believe Thor has breached some peace accord. A reckless strike could ignite a war among the 9 realms, Clark observed. You are correct. I had a peace treaty with Laufey, the king of the frost giants. The agreement stipulated that he could only reside in Jotunheim. Thor aired gravely, and I banished him to Earth in hopes of teaching him that a king must be more than merely a warrior. He must also be a sage. He is not yet mature enough, unfit to assume the throne. Beyond the borders of Asgard, I stripped him of his divine powers, reducing him to a mortal, and cast him down to Earth, along with Mjolnir, hoping to temper him through adversity, Odin explained. I suppose the Mjolnir I lifted must have reached Earth for that very reason. Clark mused, though he was already aware of the narrative. The hammer of Thor? I recently heard you mention it once, yet I still prefer to refer to it as Mjolnir. Indeed, perhaps there exists an extraordinary fate that led you to encounter Mjolnir, the very hammer of the thunder god. However, your approach towards it is rather violent, Odin jested. I am quite surprised that you, the king of the gods, would express such a sentiment. It makes me feel somewhat embarrassed, Clark replied with a shy smile. No matter. You have nonetheless introduced me to an unprecedented wonder. Through you, I perceive an alternate possibility, one devoid of the 9 realms, Earth, or even this universe. Perhaps you wield the thunder god's hammer through force, yet this is no mere coincidence. Even if Mjolnir does not currently acknowledge you, you have touched it, have you not? I sense your joy, the exhilaration of acquiring a greater power, Odin said earnestly. Goodness, surely this king of the gods cannot discern anything, Clark mused, glancing at the small shield around his neck. This secret, he vowed, shall remain undisclosed. Perhaps I am overthinking, yet I merely wish to converse with you. What is it like to be someone so imbued with such formidable power? What manner of being are you? Odin, rarely smiling, spoke. Me? I am simply one who cherishes freedom, one who abhors constraints. That is all, Clark replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ha ha ha. Asgard welcomes you. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Odin chuckled, visibly pleased. Thank you, Clark replied with a gentle smile. Sif, Odin called out. I present myself before you. My god, Odin. Sif entered the grand hall, half kneeling before Odin. Sif, please escort the Kent warrior below. Allow him to revel in the splendor of Asgard for the next few days, Odin instructed. Yes, my god Odin. Sif nodded in affirmation. Kent warrior. I have instructed my subordinates to brief Sif on the particulars. I hope you come to appreciate Asgard, Odin declared with pride. Thank you for your graciousness. King of the gods, Odin. Clark responded as he departed with Sif. Odin sat alone upon the vast throne of the Golden Hall, slowly exhaling. I hope my concerns are unfounded, he murmured softly, gradually closing his eyes to continue his rest. Due to Odin's slumber, he had been feeling increasingly fatigued of late. Chapter 77. Ether Particles, Earth. Peter slipped into Oscorp, and in turn on a visit, probing into the connections between Oscorp and the research conducted by his late father. What brings you here, Peter? Gwen, now an intern, called out to him discreetly. Oh, right, Peter replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he realized he had snuck in, having just witnessed a visiting student being forcibly escorted out. What brings you here? Gwen smiled and inquired again, sensing an inexplicable urge to laugh sweetly upon seeing Peter. I am employed here. No, I meant to say I was employed here, but it seems you truly work here, so I probably cannot conceal this from you. Peter felt bashful upon seeing Gwen, stumbling over his words. Are you following me? Gwen jested. No, I'm not following you. I had no knowledge of your employment here. Peter nervously clarified. Then how did you arrive here? Gwen inquired with a smile. I snuck in because, I am passionate about science, Peter replied, his expression turning earnest. You are passionate about science? Gwen's smile faltered slightly. It is utterly irresistible to me, Peter asserted with increasing sincerity. You snuck in because I need to lead the group, Gwen remarked, glancing at the students arriving for their internship tour. All right, Peter nodded. I will settle the score with you later. Do not cause me any trouble. Gwen's demeanor shifted dramatically. I promise I won tea, Peter assured her. Stay with the group, Gwen instructed as she moved towards the students. Peter trailed at the end of the line, slowly backing away when he unexpectedly collided with a person of apparent Osborn's supervisory rank. I apologize, Peter hurriedly exclaimed, helping the supervisor gather the documents that had scattered due to the impact. To Peter's astonishment, he recognized the emblem of his late father's research project on one of the papers, momentarily freezing in place. The supervisor took the documents from Peter's hands, casting a curious glance at the suddenly dazed young man, uttering not a word before turning to leave. Peter watched the supervisor depart, glancing around to ensure no one noticed him, and he curiously followed. He trailed the supervisor to a secluded room, hiding in a corner as the supervisor entered. Moments later, he emerged with several researchers in lab coats, engaged in brief conversation before departing together. Peter stealthily approached the mysterious room's entrance, utilizing his remarkable memory to unlock the door's keypad and stepped inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by the sight of several conveyor belt machines autonomously producing peculiar objects, weaving silken threads reminiscent of spiderwebs into a thumb-sized iron box. Intrigued, Peter observed everything within, advancing to the innermost room, which was adorned with mechanically arranged spiderwebs, illuminated by a blue light that revealed countless spiders intricately crawling across the web. Curiosity piqued, Peter ventured further inside, captivated by the mechanics of the spider arrangement, when suddenly, a mechanical sound echoed as more spiders descended from above. Startled, Peter attempted to flee, only to find several red and blue spiders climbing onto him. He hurriedly jumped and shook them off. After a prolonged struggle, Peter finally rid himself of the spiders, wandering through the Osborn company in a daze, intending to leave upon locating the main entrance, only to discover, when waiting for him ahead, her expression one of displeasure. Peter wished to articulate something, yet found himself unable to deceive Gwen. Very well, hand me your identification. Gwen extended her hand toward Peter. He removed his identification card and handed it to her. Ah, Rodrigo. That is quite a name, Gwen remarked, glancing at the name inscribed on the card. I did not intend for this, Gwen. I, Peter, am at a loss for words, he responded. I hope you leave Oscorp now, and please do not break Jessica's heart, Gwen said earnestly, before turning away and departing without another glance. Peter, left in a state of confusion, stood rooted to the spot, watching Gwen walk away. Suddenly, a small spider, adorned in red and blue, emerged from beneath the collar of his shirt and delivered a sharp bite to the back of his neck. Ouch! Peter exclaimed in pain. Gwen turned her head back momentarily, shot him a disapproving glare, and continued on her way into the laboratory. The pain subsided quickly, and Peter, bewildered, touched his neck, but found nothing amiss as he left Oscorp. In New Mexico, a drifter might be considered rather handsome. Daisy Louise, the assistant to Jane Foster, gazed infatuatedly at the muscular man emerging from the restroom, his torso bare and showcasing his well-defined physique. This striking figure was none other than Thor, the son of Odin, recently punished by Odin and sent to Earth. My apologies, I clicked on you, Daisy teased. Thor, intrigued by the modern items in the room, casually picked up a computer mouse. Excuse me, Jane hurried over, attempting to halt Thor's peculiar actions. What is this? Thor inquired, holding a shirt adorned with a name tag. Oh, that's my ex-boyfriend's name tag, Jane replied sheepishly as she removed the tag. That relationship did not last long. She added with a hint of self-deprecation. This is the only clothing I could find that might suit you. The attire is acceptable, Thor remarked nonchalantly. You're welcome, Jane replied. In this mortal guise, I feel weakened. I require sustenance, Thor said as he donned the shirt, his speech reminiscent of a Shakespearean play, leaving both Daisy and Eric, Jane's uncle who had remained silent, at a loss for words as they regarded Thor. Meanwhile, in Tony Stark's villa, Jarvis' voice resonated. Congratulations, Mr. Stark. You have created a new element. Tony rose, taking a deep breath. After countless days of frenetic experimentation, success had finally graced him, and he gazed in disbelief at the glowing blue element. He picked up a pair of pliers and placed the new element's housing into the miniature reactor. Mr. Stark, the reactor has accepted the updated core and I shall commence testing, Jarvis announced. Tony observed the new reactor in silence, yet a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. In the realm of the gods, Asgard. Clark, I heard you slept the entire day. Does your ability require sleep to replenish itself? Sif pushed open Clark's door, speaking as she entered, only to find the room eerily empty. Clark? Hello. Sif paused, glancing around in confusion, her brow furrowing in puzzlement. Where could he be? In a realm of divinity, Clark slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was no longer in Asgard. He looked around, bewildered, finding himself suspended in a dark, chaotic void. Tiny, fragmented meteors occasionally drifted past him. Steadying himself, he descended gently. Before him loomed a massive stone pillar, approximately 5 meters wide, yet towering infinitely high. It seemed to be suppressing something within, emitting a flickering red-black glow from the fissures that resembled flowing liquid. Ethereal particles? How did I end up here? Clark pondered, surprised. Initially, when he arrived in this divine realm, he had harbored thoughts of seeking the Infinity Stones. Long ago, he had resolved to search for the 6 Infinity Stones to augment his power, yet he had not anticipated being summoned by one of them. He certainly did not believe he had drifted here in slumber. The memory of his inexplicable traversal through space to stand before the ether in Thor, the dark world resurfaced. A smirk crept onto Clark's lips. If fate had brought him here, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Overthinking would serve no purpose. The reality stone lay before him. With determination, Clark approached the colossal stone pillar, marveling at its resemblance to a mythical staff. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in claiming the reality stone today. The immense pillar obscured the stone, revealing only a narrow gap, about a finger's width, which emitted intermittent red glimmers that were not merely light, but a manifestation of his yearning for power. Clark stepped closer, tapping the edge of the pillar. Wow, this is incredibly solid. Why must I devise a way to access the reality stone when it could simply present itself to me? He mused inwardly. He forced the tips of his fingers into the crevice, gradually channeling his strength. Huh, Clark shouted, and despite the contact being minimal, an unimaginable force erupted from him as he engaged in a titanic struggle against the pillar. His feet sank into the ground, which was softer than the pillar's material, yet still provided him with a stable footing. Clark exerted more effort, but after what felt like an eternity, the pillar remained utterly immovable, as if his attempts were inconsequential. Watching the red glow seep from the fissure, impatience mounted within him, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It lay just before him, merely a step away. Clark began to grasp the profound sensation of being simultaneously close and distant. He retracted his strength, lowered his hands, exhaled gently, and placed his hands on his hips, gazing silently at the stone pillar. For the first time, Clark experienced a sense of helplessness. Taking a deep breath, he organized his thoughts, casting aside the impatience that had just overwhelmed him. He began to calm his mind. After a while, Clark looked steadily at the stone pillar before him. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly notice the transformation in Clark's gaze, which had shifted to one of unwavering determination. Chapter 78. The Reality Gem. Instinctively, Clark tightened his fists, feeling the stones at his feet resonate with the rising power within him. The red cloak billowing behind him danced in the air, creating a circular aura around him, while the surrounding atmosphere subtly warped, forming ripples. Clark continuously concentrated his internal energy. Having endured the trials of Thor's hammer, he could not believe he had not grown. His strength should not be so limited. After a long moment, a crimson energy seemed to emanate from him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and now, as he gazed at the stone pillar, there was an added element to his unwavering resolve, confidence. Clark lifted his feet and approached the stone pillar with measured steps. Suddenly, a brilliant red light surged from the cracks of the pillar, flooding over him like a stream, obstructing his advance. The red glow thickened, murky like a quagmire, and Clark felt an immediate immobilization. Are you rejecting me? You summoned me here, yet you refuse me so? A wave of humiliation washed over Clark, akin to being toyed with. The disparity of emotions left him feeling despondent. His eyes turned a fiery red, burning with intensity, while dark crimson veins surfaced around his eyes, contorting his features into a fierce grimace. Ethereal particles. You cannot evade me. Clark roared, plunging into the crimson mire before him. A thin barrier of red energy emanated from his body, protecting him as he engaged in a desperate struggle against the engulfing sea of red. Suddenly, Clark sensed the solar energy within him waning, the prolonged exertion finally inducing a sense of weakness. Dizziness enveloped him, and he felt profoundly unwell. This is dire. I will drown in this crimson mire. Anxiously, Clark contemplated, shifting his feet slightly back in an attempt to escape the encircling red. Damn it, how could it come to this? Clark's heart brimmed with reluctance. Would he truly have to resign himself to this fate? Unless Jane returned to retrieve the ethereal particles, he would have to wait several years for another opportunity. The thought intensified his frustration. Just as Clark was consumed by despair, he noticed the murkiness of the crimson mire begin to dissipate, and he felt an immediate reduction in pressure. What is happening? Clark found himself increasingly unable to comprehend the significance of the etheric particles. Instinctively, he took a step back, and suddenly, he vanished from his position. He traversed the dimensional space created by the etheric particles, momentarily stunned, realizing that he felt no grounding beneath him. As he slipped, he unexpectedly entered another realm. Yet, at this moment, Clark could only express boundless joy towards the etheric particles. For what lay before him was the very source of his power, the sun. He floated in the expanse surrounding Mercury, the sun appearing as if it were right before his eyes, igniting a thrill within him. It is the sun, Clark silently exclaimed within. There was no searing heat, only warmth, no scorching, only tranquility. He spread his arms wide, like a sponge, thirstily reaching for the sun's most natural resources. Closing his eyes, he reveled in the experience. Being so close to the sun rejuvenated him like a parched tree in spring, as his energy surged rapidly, hinting at a potential breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, Clark had fully restored himself, and he gently leaned back, surrendering to the moment. Indeed, the dimensional gate had not closed. In an instant, he found himself once more before the etheric particles. A faint smile graced his lips, acknowledging that the etheric particles were indeed facilitating his journey. However, upon reflection, the current configuration of these etheric particles was rather daunting. Clark straightened his posture, his arms shaking with intensity as he unleashed the energy within him. The crimson mire he had encountered moments ago dissipated like mist before the brilliance of his light, and once again, he stood before the stone pillar. Extending his hands, he positioned his fingers within the crevice, channeling the might of his iron physique through the smallest of points to unleash unparalleled strength. "Huh!" Clark roared, releasing the humiliation bestowed upon him by the etheric particles, causing the pillar to tremble faintly. Fragments of stone began to fall from above. The entire space shook violently. Yet Clark remained resolute in his endeavor to pry open the pillar. With a resounding rumble, the gap before him widened, the red light intensifying. Seizing the opportunity, Clark extended his palm deeper into the fissure, increasing the area upon which he exerted his force. Roar! Veins bulged upon his forehead, muscles swelled with power. Even through his deep blue Superman suit, the pronounced veins on his arms were visible, as his body steadfastly supported the relentless surge of strength. "I can do this. I can do this," he encouraged himself, feeling uncertain about what he would do if he failed this time. The rumbling continued, the pillar gradually yielding. "Say hello, etheric particles." With one final, resounding cry, Clark elevated the pillar completely, revealing the etheric particles now vividly before him. Like a flowing stream, operating in a seemingly erratic manner, the ethereal particles hovered in midair, their hue darkening to a mesmerizing crimson. Before Clark, they danced tantalizingly. A faint smile crept across Clark's face, at last. He felt somewhat destined for greatness. Just as excitement surged within him, the ethereal particles shot towards his chest like arrows. Clark's expression shifted dramatically as he relinquished his grip on the stone pillar and leaped backward in haste. With a thunderous boom, the stone pillar sealed itself once more. Yet the ethereal particles that had long been suppressed surged forth uncontrollably. Clang! The particles collided with Clark's chest, producing a cacophony that swirled around him like a torrent. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. He found himself devoid of strength, reduced to the state of an ordinary man. Merely clinging to the last vestiges of divinity within him was the extent of his resolve. Cursed fate! Would he truly be consumed? Was this the machination of the ethereal particles? When did they acquire such cunning? Clark pondered in disbelief. At that moment, his superhero attire vanished without warning, replaced by a necklace in the shape of Captain America's shield. The circular emblem, reminiscent of the American flag, transformed into a vortex, whirling violently as it began to absorb the ethereal particles. What is happening? This was the enigma Clark most yearned to unravel. How had this dormant shield necklace suddenly activated? Moreover, it appeared to have saved his life. A sound akin to metal grinding together with ferocious intensity filled his ears, and the ethereal particles were entirely drawn into the shield necklace, which then reverted to its original form. In disbelief, Clark examined the shield necklace closely, utterly perplexed by the recent events. Is this truly the end? He scanned his surroundings and found only silence, devoid of any signs of life. Furrowing his brow, he sought to comprehend the unfolding circumstances, but to no avail. Resolved to cease his futile musings, Clark decided to summon his superhero attire, intending to return to Asgard. For he was clad only in a pair of shorts. With a thought whoosh, the superhero costume materialized around him. Wait, something is amiss. The deep blue suit had transformed into a rich crimson, the lines now black, and the cape billowing in a dark hue. What could this mean? Clark's confusion only deepened. Concentrating, he willed the superhero suit to revert to its customary colors. As his thoughts shifted, the suit transitioned seamlessly into three variations: the normal deep red, the profound black, and the familiar deep blue. Clark marveled at the astonishing transformations of his attire. While donned in the deep blue suit, he had felt no change whatsoever. Draped in a cloak of pure black, Clark experienced an ineffable fury, an uncontrollable rage that yearned to erupt. Clad in deep crimson, he could distinctly sense the presence of the etheric particles, and he felt an innate ability to summon them. Instinctively, Clark extended his arm and gracefully traced the air before him, causing palpable ripples to form in the atmosphere. As he moved forward, he suddenly found himself in the sanctum of Asgard. Back already? Clark marveled at his newfound ability to traverse space at will, his excitement gradually swelling. Yet in an instant, his deep crimson attire transformed into a deep blue one, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Attempting to conjure the crimson garb once more proved futile. Is this a cooldown on my skills? He mused in exasperation, realizing he needed to dedicate more time to studying these extraordinary etheric particles, or rather, the reality stone. The reality stone. He was now only 5 stones away from collecting all the infinity gems, a smile of triumph gracing his lips. In a distant realm of the divine, the once dormant stone pillar that suppressed the etheric particles flickered with a faint red light shortly after Clark's departure. Chapter 79. The War Machine, adorned in Asgard's distinctive black cloak, Clark stood on the balcony of his chamber, gazing at the sunset, absorbing the warmth of the sun from an entirely new perspective. Where have you been? I've searched for you everywhere. Sif approached, her face tinged with urgency. Calm down. I am perfectly fine, Clark replied, leaning against the stone railing with a smile directed at Sif. It's not about your well-being. You pose a significant risk. I must ensure the safety of Asgard, Sif said, her demeanor returning to its usual aloofness. Me? You have no inkling of what true danger or threat entails. Clark maintained his smile as he regarded Sif. Danger? Threat? What are you implying? Sif, not perceiving Clark's words as mere hyperbole, scrutinized him earnestly. Lady Sif, the world you inhabit extends beyond Asgard or the 9 realms. There exist beings of a higher order within this universe, Clark teased, opting not to delve deeper into the subject. You are correct, Sif conceded, refraining from countering his statement. She positioned herself beside Clark, resting her arms on the stone railing, lost in thought as she regarded the sunset. Do you know? The sunlight that you Asgardians and we on Earth bask in comes from the same star, Clark remarked nonchalantly. The sun? You mean that brilliant light? Sif inquired, pointing towards the sun as it dipped below the horizon. Brilliant light? Is that how you refer to the sun? Clark asked, intrigued by her description. The dwarves refer to it as the deceiver of Tulin. The giants call it the eternal torch, while the elves know it as the fire wheel. As you know, each race perceives things through their own unique lens, Sif patiently elucidated. Could you describe that magnificent, beautiful, incredible magic you employed that day? Clark inquired, reminiscing about Sif's formidable prowess during their encounter. Magic? Oh, magic, Sif interjected with a bemused smile, interrupting Clark's peculiar articulation. Clark nodded in understanding, though a flicker of caution ignited within him. He was acutely aware of his vulnerability to such sorcery. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was time for him to return home. Though his stay had been brief, he found himself yearning for the company of his family and friends, and he worried about what the wretched government might inflict upon them during his absence. Very well, Lady Sif, I believe it is time for me to take my leave. I am grateful for your hospitality. Asgard is indeed a splendid realm, Clark announced suddenly. What? Leaving? So soon? Sif was taken aback, unprepared for Clark's swift departure from Asgard. It has been an honor to visit Asgard and meet the great Odin, as well as all of you. However, as with all gatherings, we must eventually part ways, Clark said, slightly bowing as he paid his respects to Sif. Sif stood momentarily in a daze, momentarily captivated by the courteous, handsome, and powerful young man who had imprinted himself upon her mind. His sudden announcement of departure left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she replied, "All right. I shall inform our king, Odin. Shortly, someone will escort you to Heimdall." Her words tumbled out rapidly, laced with a hint of irritation, before she turned to leave. Clark was taken aback, perplexed by her unexpected anger. He watched her stride away, returning to his quarters to await his departure. As Sif walked down the corridor, she felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. What was wrong with her? What connection did he have to her? This was not his world. He was bound to leave eventually. Why did it bother her? Moreover, with Thor's fate uncertain, what was she even pondering? Did she harbor feelings for him simply because he had bested her? Impossible, she thought. She would not be defeated by Thor again. It simply could not be so. Lost in her thoughts, Sif made her way towards the Golden Palace, the Rainbow Bridge. Clark stood before the three warriors of the Celestial Realm, feeling somewhat awkward. He had inadvertently embarrassed them, and he suspected they held little regard for him. I didn't expect the three of you to see me off. I truly apologize for the other day, Clark remarked, his tone slightly stiff yet relieved to have broken the ice. Vostag crossed his arms and gazed coldly at Clark until Clark spoke first, prompting Vostag to burst into laughter, his brown beard shaking with mirth. Ha ha ha. We, the three valiant warriors of Asgard, are not petty individuals. Moreover, we equally admire the strong. My friend, you are a comrade of Asgard. Thus you are our friend as well. Vostag chuckled heartily as he embraced Clark, while Vandal and Hogan nearby reciprocated with smiles. Thank you for your warm welcome. I shall never forget having such companions in Asgard, Clark replied with a hearty laugh. You can return any time. Just call for Heimdall, Vandal whispered. I see all and hear all, Heimdall declared imperiously from the teleportation platform. Mark my words, if this fellow were on Earth, I would surely accuse him of invading my privacy, Vandal confided to Clark in a conspiratorial tone. And what of Sif? Clark asked, unable to contain his curiosity. She claimed to be unwell. It's peculiar, as such an occurrence hasn't transpired in centuries. Tell me, my friend, did you injure her that day? Vostag inquired with intrigue. I don't think so. It shouldn't be the case, Clark replied hesitantly. Meanwhile, in the night sky over New York, Tony, clad in the latest model of Iron Man armor, was en route to his expo where Hammer was hosting a press conference to unveil a series of remotely operated armored soldiers designed by Ivan. Jarvis, have you made contact with Clark? Tony asked. No, Mr. Stark, we are attempting to establish a connection, but Mr. Kent remains offline, Jarvis responded. Damn it, how far are we from the expo? Tony queried. 5.5 minutes until we reach the destination, Jarvis informed him. Accelerate. We must get there swiftly, Tony commanded. Yes, Mr. Stark. At the expo, Hammer addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the first prototype of the Comprehensive Threat Response Combat Armor and its pilot, Colonel James Rhodes. Having showcased the various categories of remotely operated armored soldiers, Hammer enthusiastically introduced the War Machine's debut. Pepper and Natasha, seated in the audience, were privy to the truth that it was an upgraded version of the original Iron Man suit, but they were taken aback to discover that Rhodes had allied with Hammer. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, a circular opening revealed the fully armed War Machine, modified by Hammer, ascending from below the stage. The War Machine saluted the guests alongside the accompanying armored soldiers, as Hammer Industries delivered an official address to the United States and its allies. The sound of thrusters echoed in the sky, announcing Tony's arrival. With a thud, Iron Man Tony landed, eliciting an even more fervent applause from the audience. We're in deep trouble, Tony communicated through his communicator, connecting with Rhodes for a dialogue. Tony, there are civilians here. I am bound by duty, So do not engage in combat, Rhodey said with irritation. Tony approached and stood shoulder to shoulder with Rhodey, gesturing to the audience below the stage. Everyone is in danger. We must save them. You must trust me now, Tony stated calmly. Yeah, I tried that and ended up getting beaten up at your place, Rhodey replied, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Listen, I believe he is collaborating with Ivan, Tony declared. Ivan is still alive? Rhodey asked in confusion, having heard only rumors of an explosion at Ivan's prison, where it was reported he had perished. Where is he? Tony demanded, moving closer to Hammer. What? Hammer feigned ignorance. Where is Ivan? Who? Tell me. What are you doing here, man? Suddenly, Rhodey exclaimed as he felt the war machine slipping from his control. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Gatling gun on War Machine's shoulder aimed at Tony. Is it you? Tony asked, suspicion evident in his voice. Not me. That's not me. I can't move. I'm locked out. Rhodey hurriedly protested. Dozens of Iron Soldiers raised their arms simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Run. He's taken control of the entire system. Rhodey shouted in desperation. Let's fight outside. Tony activated his thrusters and soared into the air, while War Machine and the Iron Soldiers locked onto him. A hail of bullets relentlessly pursued Tony as he ascended. The terrified crowd began to panic and scatter in all directions. Remote-controlled, Ivan commanded all Iron Soldiers and the War Machine to pursue Tony. No, no, no. Regardless of Rhodey's cries, the War Machine was the first to take flight, chasing after Tony, followed by the airborne Iron Soldiers. Jarvis, hack into his computer, Tony ordered. At your command, Mr. Stark, Jarvis replied. Tony, I have locked onto the target, Rhodey said, observing the data on the holographic display before him. Who is the target? It's you. The Gatling gun on War Machine's shoulder continued to unleash fiery projectiles at Tony. Chaos erupted within the expo as people fled in terror, while Army, Navy, and Marine Iron Soldiers raced on the ground in pursuit of Tony. Chapter 80. A grand entrance. What is happening? Hammer rushed backstage, inquiring of the staff. The software has been altered. What do you mean altered? What does that mean? Hammer asked, bewildered. He has taken control of the Iron Soldiers, an anxious staff member explained. Call security, Hammer instructed his subordinate. The telephone lines have all been severed, sir. Then call the mobile phones. There is no signal on the mobile either. We're barred from accessing the mainframe. The staff is attempting to regain control of the Iron Soldier. Who is preventing you from accessing the mainframe? Just then, Pepper and Natasha arrived, overhearing the staff's conversation and questioning Hammer and his group. Excuse me, please step aside. I can handle this. Hammer impatiently urged Pepper to leave. Really? Pepper shouted, her tone laden with skepticism. Of course. Nothing like this would happen if Iron Man were here. Please step aside. Thank you. Hammer yelled at Pepper in a fit of hysteria. We need to get rid of these two troublesome women. Hammer muttered to his subordinates. Natasha charged forward, slamming Hammer face first onto the table. What? Oh. Hammer yelped in pain, startling Pepper. Tell me who is behind this. Natasha was merciless, forcefully slamming Hammer's head against the table as she sternly interrogated him. Who is responsible? Ivan Vanko. Hammer cried out the name under distress, unable to withstand such brutal interrogation. Where's he? He is at my company. Upon receiving this information, Natasha turned and left immediately. Meanwhile, Pepper dialed the police station. Please connect me to the New York Police Headquarters Command Center. No, don't call the police. Hammer struggled to rise, shaking his arm that had just been locked, attempting to dissuade Pepper from calling the police. Given Pepper's position in Stark Industries, she would be exceedingly persuasive to the authorities. All right away. After receiving the information, Pepper hung up the phone, glared at Hammer, and shouted sternly, Step aside. Hammer, lacking any physical prowess, was already in pain from Natasha's earlier move and had no desire to provoke Pepper. He raised his hands and obediently stepped aside, thinking to himself, it's over. Tell me everything you know, Pepper demanded of the staff seated nearby. The exposition, the night sky. Tony was soaring at high speed, evading the onslaught of War Machine and the flying Iron Soldiers. Jarvis, what's the situation? Tony asked anxiously. Remote reboot is not possible. The Iron Soldiers on land have activated their shoulder-mounted missiles, wreaking havoc at Tony's exposition. From a distance, Ivan, controlling remotely, wore a satisfied smile. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted throughout the exposition venue, creating chaos and panic among the crowd. Security personnel desperately tried to manage the evacuation, but the scene remained a complete turmoil. Commander, I have ascertained that this incident is the handiwork of Ivan Vanko, and I'm currently en route to his hideout. Natasha is nearing the entrance of the expo, where she is reporting to Director Nick Fury of S.H. Hill. D. All right, maintain control of the situation. I will arrange for personnel to support you. Fury stated calmly. Sir, may I inquire about Superman's whereabouts? Natasha asked. I am aware that his presence would simplify matters significantly, but he has eluded our radar for several days now. Coulson mentioned that he may have left the Earth. Fury regretfully informed Natasha regarding Clark's situation. Understood, sir. I see Stark's driver. I will establish further contact. Natasha spotted Happy driving up to the venue and promptly ended the call. What transpired? Happy repeatedly attempted to reach Pepper by phone, but to no avail. He was just now noticing Natasha approaching him. Last time, you took me to Hammer Industries. I have no intention of giving you a ride. Well, do you want me to drive? No, I shall drive. Get in. Inside the venue. The immobile Iron Soldiers rushed to an open area, their support frames locking onto the ground, deploying shoulder-mounted turrets aimed at Iron Man Tony, who was soaring above in a war machine. Tony swiftly altered his flight path, nimbly evading the threat posed by the turrets. However, one of the Iron Soldiers relentlessly pursuing him was struck down by the ground-based Iron Soldier's fire, receiving a signal indicating that one of the Iron Soldiers had lost connection. Ivan altered his strategy, commandeering Marine Corps-style Iron Soldiers to wreak havoc at the expo, intent on obliterating Stark Industries exhibition. A solitary Iron Soldier was wreaking destruction on the surrounding structures when it suddenly encountered a small boy donning an Iron Man mask, standing defiantly before it. The Iron Soldier, recognizing the mask, halted its advance and aimed its turret at the child. In an act of remarkable bravery, the boy pointed his toy palm repulsor at the Iron Soldier. Just as the Iron Soldier was poised to ruthlessly eliminate the child, the genuine Iron Man, Tony, descended from the sky, targeting the Iron Soldier with his authentic repulsor. Suddenly, the sky tore open, and a vibrant beam of light cascaded down, incinerating the Iron Soldier before Tony's eyes, reducing it to mere dust. As the dazzling spectacle subsided, an enigmatic circular pattern, nearly 3 meters in radius, materialized on the ground, alongside the long-missing superhero, Superman. Hello, did you miss me? Clark smiled at the astonished Tony, whose expression suggested that Clark's entrance was, quite frankly, rather flamboyant. Please use the word gorgeous. Clark discerned Tony's gaze and pointed at him earnestly. Oh, well done, little one, Tony remarked dismissively, ruffling the boy's hair. What is that? Clark pointed towards the war machine and Iron Soldiers soaring through the air towards Tony. Oh dear, this is problematic, Tony remarked, hastily ascending into the sky to divert the attention of the war machine and Iron Soldiers back to himself. Need a hand, buddy? Clark inquired humorously, flying alongside Tony at a similar pace. Yes, except for the one at the front, that S. Rhodey. The rest are automatons, Tony replied, gesturing towards the cluster of Iron Soldiers behind them. Did you have a spat with Rhodey? It seems quite intense, Clark jested. I was drinking while donning the iron armor, Tony nonchalantly responded. Clark chuckled, then surged forward towards the swarm of Iron Soldiers. Hey, Rhodey, Clark greeted as he zipped past him. Hey, Clark. Rhodey welcomed Clark's arrival with evident delight. Like a humanoid tank, Clark disregarded the Iron Soldier's relentless gunfire, charging through with his iron frame. From the ground, it resembled a dazzling fireworks display as he collided into them, causing a spectacular explosion in midair, scattering large fragments of the mechanical soldiers, which Clark subsequently incinerated with his heat vision to prevent them from striking pedestrians below. I'm still on your tail, Tony, Rhodey lamented from within the war machine. We need to get as far from the expo as possible, Tony planned, intending to lure the war machine elsewhere. Damn it, Superman, Ivan, observing from a distance, was infuriated by Clark's actions and slammed his fist down on the platform. Natasha and Happy were en route to Ivan's hideout. Once we arrive, I want you to stand guard outside. I'm going in to eliminate the target, Natasha instructed while shedding her evening gown in the back seat, preparing to don her S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. Happy was clearly captivated by Natasha's alluring figure, particularly as she removed her gown, revealing her enticing silhouette, causing him to almost collide with another vehicle as the car swayed. Eyes on the road, Natasha admonished him. I know. Tony had successfully drawn the war machine away from the expo. A group of iron soldiers wreaked havoc and destruction within the expo grounds. Rhodey, noticing the 3D display inside the war machine, quickly reported to Tony. Received. I'm closing in on you, preparing to fire. Tony, be careful, Rhodey shouted anxiously. The Gatling gun mounted on the war machine as his shoulder resumed its barrage, forcing Tony to continuously alter his flight path to evade the hail of bullets. As Clark eliminated the last of the pursuing aerial iron soldiers, he returned to the ground, intent on locating Pepper to ensure her safety. As the individuals who were initially fleeing gradually halted their escape upon witnessing Superman, it was not that their fear of danger had evaporated, but rather they were enveloped in a sense of security bestowed by the presence of Superman. Suddenly, a military version of Iron Soldier charged forth, remotely controlled by Ivan from behind. The Iron Soldier surged forward, eliciting screams from the onlookers. Clark extended his palm with ease, effortlessly halting the Iron Soldier's fist, while with the other hand, he grasped the mechanical head of the soldier and gently pulled it back, as if tearing paper, decapitating the Iron Soldier and subsequently rending it in two. Cheers erupted in response to Clark's effortless feat, as the crowd responded with enthusiastic applause and shouts of joy. Observing the distant explosions, Clark anxiously called out to those around him, urging them to seek shelter, declaring, "Everyone, it would be wise to take refuge. Leave this to me." Chapter 81. Black Widow Happy drove Natasha to the front of Hammer Industries building. Remaining in the car, Natasha, now clad in her Black Widow uniform, abruptly exited the vehicle, asserting to Happy, "I refuse to stay in the car." Happy followed suit, stepping out as well. "I instructed you to remain in the vehicle," Natasha commanded once more. "What are you wearing?" Happy remarked, eyeing Natasha's alluring black uniform. Ignoring Happy, Natasha approached the electronic lock at the entrance, working to decipher the code. "Listen, I can't allow you to enter alone. Do you wish to assist?" "Just ensure the car stays running," Natasha replied with resignation. As soon as the code was breached, Ivan received the alert, observing on the screen the Iron Soldiers being systematically dispatched by Clark, causing him to become restless. "Hey, you can't enter." A burly security guard shouted at Natasha and Happy as they pushed forward. Happy rushed in, delivering a punch that struck the guard squarely in the jaw. The guard, irritated, rubbed his chin and retaliated, engaging in a brawl with Happy. Natasha maneuvered past the two and encountered another guard. With a swift sidestep and a kneeling slide, she threw two metallic discs at the guard's feet. The discs emitted a powerful electric shock, incapacitating him instantly. Meanwhile, Happy continued to grapple with the remaining guard. Natasha pressed deeper into Hammer Industries, searching for Ivan's whereabouts. A patrolling guard emerged from around the corner, but before he could react, Natasha executed a flawless 360-degree kick, subduing him. Boom! The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the exhibition. A massive structure was engulfed in flames as the fire began to spread. Super breath. Clark inhaled deeply, unleashing a frigid gust that quelled the flames, transforming the entire building into a magnificent ice sculpture. Bang! 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 The steel soldiers of the Marine Corps scattered among the crowd, relentlessly firing upon the surrounding throngs and edifices, causing destruction to spread unchecked. Clark, moving with utmost speed, systematically dismantled each rampaging steel soldier. The once motionless steel soldiers on stage were reactivated, each group communicating in its own tongue. Meanwhile, the staff behind the stage reported the situation of the steel soldiers to Pepper. "Select a group and halt them," Pepper instructed. "Have you tried Russian? Why not give it a shot?" Hammer, seeking to alleviate his guilt, chimed in. Natasha surged forward, leveraging her petite stature to slip beneath the towering security guard, delivering a swift strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Her intrusion evidently alerted all the security personnel within the building, as black-clad guards rushed toward her. With a swift scissor kick, she incapacitated one guard, using the momentum to slam him down. After dispatching several guards, Natasha pressed deeper into the interior. As she ran, she suddenly leaned against a wall, listening intently to the footsteps of two approaching guards. Two of them, Natasha mused quietly, pulling two metallic discs from her belt. The guards, preoccupied with their walkie-talkies, were oblivious to the fate of their comrades. Just as they ambled forward, fiddling with their communication devices, Natasha sprang into action, tossing the metallic discs at their feet. A sharp crack echoed as a brilliant flash erupted, blinding the guards momentarily. With a graceful slide, Natasha pivoted, delivering a whip-like kick to one guard's legs, toppling him, then leaping onto the other's thigh, driving her knee into his face. As she landed, she swiftly drew a length of black wire from her wrist, countering a sudden assault from another black-clad guard wielding a rubber baton. She deftly ensnared the guard's right hand with the wire, delivering a powerful kick to his left leg. In a flurry of precise movements, she disarmed him, striking an elbow to his face and tightening the wire around his neck. At that moment, two more black-clad guards charged at her from behind, throwing punches. Natasha sidestepped gracefully, evading the blows, causing one guard to stumble and fall due to his own momentum. She swiftly incapacitated the second guard trailing behind, binding the neck of the fallen guard with the black wire, then turned her focus back to the one who had attempted to ambush her. The enraged guard, having recovered from his fall, drew a canister of riot spray from his pocket. Natasha executed a swift scissor kick, ensnaring the neck of the black-clad security guard. With a flourish, she sent him crashing to his knees. As her toes barely touched the ground, she pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the guard's head. Casting a disdainful glance, she seized the canister of riot spray. In that moment, another guard charged at her. Without even a glance, Natasha pressed the spray, causing him to howl in pain as he clutched his eyes. Happy continued to grapple with the first security guard, enduring several blows before, in a fit of fury, he bit down on the guard's ear. The guard, in agony, released his grip, allowing Happy to unleash a rapid series of strikes to the guard's abdomen, finally bringing him down. "I won. I did it," Happy exclaimed, though drenched in sweat. He beamed at the defeated guard and turned to Natasha, only to find nearly 10 guards sprawled on the ground, darkening his expression. Ivan, observing through the monitor, saw Natasha poised to breach his concealed chamber. Resigned, he activated his clandestine weapon, intending to confront Iron Man, Tony Stark, personally. Moments later, Natasha forcefully kicked open the door to Ivan's hidden room, brandishing dual pistols as she calmly surveyed her surroundings, only to soon realize it was deserted. "He has left," Natasha remarked, annoyance creeping into her voice. "What are you doing?" Happy asked as he watched Natasha manipulate the computer Ivan had used to control the War Machine and Iron Soldiers. Rebooting Rhodey's War Machine. "Hello, Tony." Natasha attempted to reach out to Tony. Who is this?" "Natasha?" Tony replied. "I've located the backend controlling the War Machine and can reboot it for Rhodey," Natasha explained. "Excellent. Now watch me," Tony responded with evident delight. In the skies above the expo, Tony called out, "Rhodey, are you still tracking me?" "Yes. I'm figuring out how to land," Rhodey replied, quickly realizing that Tony was no longer visible in the holographic image. Suddenly, Tony reappeared, enveloping Rhodey in a bear hug as they both plummeted toward the ground, landing in an expo venue adorned with Japanese architectural styles. "What are you doing?" Happy inquired again, observing Natasha at the computer, rebooting Rhodey's War Machine. Tony hit the ground hard and had yet to rise when a War Machine pinned him down, unleashing fire from its shoulder-mounted Gatling gun directly at his head. In a frantic response, Tony raised his hands to block the gun's muzzle, returning fire. Abruptly, the War Machine's ocular lights dimmed, and the Gatling ceased its assault. Seizing the opportunity, Tony kicked the War Machine in its side, propelling it away and creating some distance between them. "Reboot complete. Your dear friend has returned," Natasha said with a hint of pride. "Thank you, Romanoff," Tony expressed. "Your new energy board is remarkable. I have noticed a significant increase in energy output, and your vital signs appear stable." Natasha gazed in astonishment at the data displayed on the screen. "Indeed, I am not in any immediate danger," Tony replied. "What do you mean? Were you close to death?" Pepper, having deciphered the backend in Russian and joined the conversation, surprised Tony. "Is it you?" he asked. "No, I'm not dead," Tony clarified. "What transpired?" Pepper inquired anxiously. "I was about to tell you," Tony said earnestly. "You were going to tell me? You were on the brink of death? You never gave me the chance to speak. Why didn't you inform me? You were supposed to mention it during our last omelet. Hey, you two can converse about your honeymoon later. We have an enemy approaching." Natasha interjected with exasperation. On the screen, the remaining Iron Soldiers advanced towards Tony. "It seems they have targeted you," Natasha warned. "Wonderful. Pepper, are you all right now?" Pepper remained concerned for Tony. "I'm fine, don't be upset. I sincerely apologize." Tony explained to Pepper. "I am angry. Let us discuss this after the battle," she replied. "All right. We were supposed to be in Venice," Tony remarked. "Oh, come on," Pepper said, exasperated. "The expo," Tony added, tapping on Rhodey's helmet. "Rhodey, wake up. I need you." They're attacking. Wake up, Tony urged. Rhodey lifted the visor and exhaled deeply. You can take the iron armor back, he said apologetically. Tony shrugged with a smile and pulled Rhodey up. Are you all right? Tony asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you. Tony, listen, I'm truly sorry, Rhodey said sincerely. No need to apologize, Tony replied with a casual smile. I should have trusted you more. It's my fault, let it go. Yes, it's your fault. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Thanks. That is all I wanted to hear, buddy. They're closing in. What is the plan? Tony inquired. We need to reach a vantage point. Wait, didn't we just see Clark? Where is he? Rhodey pondered. The communication device is broken. We can't contact him, Tony said helplessly. Chapter 82. Sebastian Shaw. All right. We need to ascend to a high point and bring the heaviest artillery to the ridge, Rhodey directed, pointing to a nearby elevated position. Understood, Tony nodded, walking alongside Rhodey towards that location. And where are you going? Rhodey asked, puzzled by Tony's actions. Where are you going? Tony countered. What are you talking about? I mean me. Rhodey indicated himself, intending to go to the vantage point alone. You possess a formidable cannon, albeit not the mightiest, Tony remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Tony, do not harbor jealousy towards me, Rhodey retorted humorously. Nay, it is a matter of discretion, adorned as you are with an array of weaponry. Tony gestured towards the war machine, heavily armed. Indeed, this is what I call a true powerhouse, Rhodey boasted, showcasing his artillery with pride. Very well. You ascend to the vantage point, and I shall draw them in, Tony conceded, pointing towards the high ground as he spoke to Rhodey. Do not linger here. It is far too perilous, Rhodey cautioned, taking a few steps back before turning to face Tony. Oh, you have a destination, but what of me? This is a slaughter zone, Tony. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death, Rhodey asserted, his gaze fixed on Tony with utmost seriousness. Bang, bang, bang. A horde of armored soldiers burst through the walls, charging in. As Rhodey finished his warning, they were immediately encircled by an overwhelming number of steel soldiers, numbering at least 20. The flames of battle were poised to ignite. Meanwhile, Clark, who had just concluded rescuing individuals outside, intended to make his way to Pepper, when suddenly he halted in his tracks, confronted by an unexpected figure, Sebastian Shaw. Sebastian Shaw, Clark murmured, the name of the man obstructing his path. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Shaw regarded Clark with a smile, his fingers intertwined at his chest in a habitual gesture. Superman, or rather, Clark Kent, Shaw reciprocated, uttering Clark's name with a certain familiarity. My name is well known among the upper echelons of any power. There's no need for theatrics. Shaw, Clark's eyes glinted with a chill, feeling an inexplicable aversion toward Shaw. I am quite intrigued as to how you came to know my name, Shaw queried unexpectedly. Me? Huh. Who hasn't heard of your illustrious reputation? Clark shot back. Shaw, what brings you here tonight? Or rather, as a man presumed dead, how do you still exist in this realm? Clark could not restrain himself from voicing the lingering question in his mind. It seems the professor has divulged quite a bit. I am here to inform you that you have overstepped your bounds. The acquisition of Stark Industries by Hammer Industries was inevitable, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. has interfered with the plan, and your presence here is unwarranted. Shaw's expression darkened, his tone laced with disdain. Inevitable? Is it you or Essex? Clark retorted. Shaw scoffed, dismissing Clark's statement with contempt. Suddenly, he appeared before Clark, lightly tapping his palm against Clark's chest. Yet, Clark felt an immense pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. He stood tall, resilient against the assault, and scathed. Prepared, are we? Clark countered with a cold smirk directed at Shaw. Upon concluding his statement, Clark clenched his fists and delivered a powerful blow to Zhao's face. Zhao's upper body jolted violently, swiftly absorbing the kinetic energy exerted by Clark, causing his head to merely tilt slightly. Haven't you learned from our previous encounter? I can absorb your power. To me, your strength is merely a delightful repast. Zhao sneered, disdainfully brushing aside Clark's fist before retaliating with a forceful punch to Clark's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. For the first time, Clark experienced true agony. Zhao had perfectly reflected the force he had just unleashed, and it was startling to realize he had inflicted pain upon himself. This visit serves as your final warning. Stay away from Stark. This matter does not concern you. Zhao glared coldly at Clark, who was half kneeling on the ground, his expression filled with contempt. Superman, I have lived long endured much, even faced death itself. I advise you to understand that you are merely a fortunate child with a modicum of ability. For your own good, you would do well to join us." Zhao's grin was menacing. "No," Clark swiftly uttered in response. A vein throbbed on Zhao's forehead in fury, and he struck Clark's face again with tremendous force, driving half of his body into the ground, showcasing the weight of that punch. "You seek death," Zhao bellowed angrily, kicking Clark away. Clark flew backward, crashing into a colossal metallic globe statue, the fragile support yielding under the impact and crushing down upon him. In the Japan pavilion of the exposition, "Are you ready?" Tony whispered to Rhodey. "Are you prepared?" Rhodey glanced at Tony. Suddenly, all surrounding Iron Soldiers opened fire with their machine guns, converging upon Tony and Rhodey. The Iron Man armor initiated its most basic defensive measures, shielding itself against the barrage of ordinary bullets. The defense system of Rhodey's war machine displayed a data reading of 56 remaining. "Damn it, Tony, can't you oversee the first generation of products?" Rhodey shouted in frustration. "My speed in upgrading the Iron Man armor surpasses your ability to change an apple." "Be quiet," Tony retorted dismissively. Although engaged in dialogue, their actions did not cease. Rhodey activated his fully armed stance, machine guns mounted on his arms and shoulders relentlessly firing. Tony, utilizing the agility of his new armor, adeptly evaded lethal threats while his palm-mounted repulsors continued to bombard the encroaching Iron Soldiers. As some Iron Soldiers neared Tony and Rhodey, Rhodey grasped one and tore through it with a machine gun on his arm, while Tony utilized every part of his armor to kick down 2 Iron Soldiers. An alert signal blared. Tony leaned back, narrowly dodging a rocket surprise attack. Tony extended his arm, retaliating with a miniature rocket, which erupted in midair and struck 3 armored soldiers, instantly melting them beneath the debris. "Did you see that?" Tony exclaimed proudly to Rhodey, eager to showcase his new weapon. "Bravo, splendid work." Rhodey, emboldened by the display, enthusiastically received Tony's boast. Gradually, the machine guns proved inadequate to halt the advance of the remaining armored soldiers. "Rhodey, get down," Tony shouted urgently, sensing the impending danger. "What?" In the midst of firing his machine gun, Rhodey instinctively crouched upon hearing Tony's call. With arms crossed over his chest, Tony revealed 2 vibrant red triangles on the backs of his hands. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a beam reminiscent of Clark's heat vision, executing a 360-degree sweep that cleaved all surrounding armored soldiers in half. "You should have used that move first. And let us hope Clark doesn't sue you for copyright infringement," Rhodey remarked, gradually rising, quite satisfied with their victory. "Apologies, boss. But that move is a one-time use only," Tony replied, as the red triangles lost their luster and detached from his hands, falling to the ground. Backstage at the expo, Hammer addressed the technician who had finally cracked the back-end code, saying, "I told you 5 minutes ago, it should have been in Russian." At that moment, 2 police officers approached, and Pepper coldly glared at Hammer, stating, "He is the one you need to arrest." "What are you talking about?" Hammer clearly sought to deflect responsibility. "Sir, you're under arrest," one officer asserted, approaching Hammer and seizing his wrist. "You must be joking." "Hands behind your back." The officer brusquely twisted Hammer's arms, fastening handcuffs around his wrists. With a derisive chuckle, Hammer sneered, "I understand now. I see your scheme. You aim to pin everything on me, don't you? Well done. You're starting to think like a CEO, eliminating competitors. I admire that. You think you've landed me in deep trouble? No, I intend to make you the one in hot water. You have no idea who you've crossed. Who is watching you?" Hammer's true grotesque nature finally emerged as he shouted with growing ferocity. "We shall meet again soon." He was led away by the police. "Watch out," Natasha warned as an armored soldier charged forth, distinctly different, with an exceptionally high energy index. As Natasha spoke, a massive armored soldier landed before Tony and Rhodey. This soldier, markedly reinforced and unlike the others, was directly controlled by none other than Tony's old friend, Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. "It's good to be back," Whiplash said as he lifted his metal visor, greeting Tony with enthusiasm. "This is bad," Rhodey murmured quietly. With a flourish, Whiplash brandished 2 specially designed metal whips, sending white arcs of electricity crackling across the ground. "I intend to use my special weapon against him. Let me obliterate him with my ex-wife." Rhodey stepped forward, exuding confidence as he spoke. "What weapon?" Tony inquired, puzzled by the name he had barely caught. Suddenly, a small turret emerged from Rhodey's left shoulder, preparing to launch a miniature rocket. A blue light flickered beside it, signaling the final countdown for the tiny projectile. With a whoosh, it soared straight towards Whiplash. Bang! Like a mere candy, the rocket ricocheted off Whiplash's iron armor, tumbling into a nearby ditch where it extinguished itself. Hammer's weapon? Tony instinctively queried. Indeed, Rhodey replied, somewhat exasperated. Chapter 83. The irritated Clark Shaw strolled towards the ruins where Clark had fallen, humming a cheerful tune, his demeanor radiating contentment. Moments later, he stood before the debris, casually straightening his collar before extending a hand to grasp Clark from within the wreckage. He tightened his grip around Clark's neck, dragging him out. Clark's eyes shot open, his fiery vision surging forth, but Shaw, indifferent, raised his other hand to absorb the heat entirely. Why can't you learn to be smarter? Your foolishness is almost amusing, Shaw remarked, chuckling as he held Clark in place, siphoning away his kinetic energy, rendering Clark momentarily immobile. Damn it! Is this what mutant abilities are capable of? Clark brooded, greatly displeased. Your belongings are returned. Shaw grinned menacingly, releasing Clark before striking him forcefully across the face, sending the battered Clark flying. Exhibition Hall, Japan. Whoosh! Whiplash swung his electrified whip towards Tony and Rhodey, both evading the strike. Tony quickly regained his balance, activating the thrusters beneath his feet, propelling himself towards Whiplash. In response, Whiplash thrust forward, deflecting Tony's advance. Mid-air, Tony spun around and unleashed a palm cannon shot. Whiplash deftly redirected the energy beam towards Rhodey, striking him squarely and sending him crashing into a mound of earth. Damn it! Pay attention, Tony! Rhodey shouted in frustration. Are you blaming me? Tony retorted immediately. Taste this. Rhodey rolled to his feet, his arm-mounted machine gun erupting with fire as he unleashed a relentless barrage at Whiplash. The bullets clanged against Whiplash's armored suit. Yet the concentrated fire failed to inflict significant damage. Through his metallic visor, Whiplash let out a cold chuckle, stepping forward as his electric whip surged with white currents. Targeting Rhodey. Rhodey swiftly dodged, but the whip ensnared his Gatling gun. This is bad. Rhodey's warning was cut short as Whiplash flung him across the ground with tremendous force. Rhodey! Tony anxiously shouted, activating the thrusters on his suit as he soared towards Whiplash, launching a powerful punch. Whiplash bellowed in fury, tightening the electric whip around his arm and hurling Rhodey at Tony like a weapon. Bang! The two collided midair with a resounding crash, tumbling to the ground with a thud. Ha ha ha! Whiplash cackled triumphantly, striking the ground with his electric whips, sending arcs of white electricity crackling around him, reminiscent of a descending thunder god, exuding an air of arrogance and power. Stark, today, I shall bring annihilation upon your family. Whiplash removed his metallic mask, revealing a sinister visage as he glared coldly at the fallen Iron Man Ivan Vanko. Perhaps you should indulge in a few drinks and sleep it off, but before that, allow me to deliver a punch. Tony rose to his feet, his voice tinged with a mechanical resonance due to the mask, his jesting tone chillingly icy. Tonight, only one of us shall survive. Ha ha ha! Whiplash closed his metallic mask, striking the ground with his electric whips, and with a menacing laugh, charged towards Tony. Boom! A wall in the Japanese hall was obliterated as a red and blue figure hurtled through, crashing into Whiplash. The momentum of this figure was akin to that of a cannonball, forcefully slamming into Whiplash, sending him flying and crashing heavily into an artificial mound, which shattered upon impact. Debris soaring into the air, burying half of Whiplash beneath the earth, subsequently covered by the falling rubble. What has happened? Rhodey stared incredulously at the unfolding chaos, instinctively asking Tony, I have no idea, but if you don't mind, could you grab a bucket of popcorn? Tony, equally bewildered, replied with a blank expression. Sure. What would you like to drink? Rhodey responded, playing along. Not far away, the red and blue figure slowly rose, brushing off the dust as if nothing had occurred. Is it you? Tony seemed to recognize the unexpected arrival, calling out from a distance. Yep, it's me, Clark. Hello, Tony. Clark waved from his spot, forcing a smile to indicate he was unharmed. Hey, buddy, couldn't you get a ticket? Was it necessary to crash in like this? Tony jested while lifting his metallic mask. Clark stretched and walked towards Tony, gesturing outside as he approached. There is someone even more formidable out there. I was thrown in. Clark dusted off his shoulders, looking rather disheveled. Today as troubles are quite abundant. Tony remarked, exasperated. Rhodey. Clark nodded towards Rhodey. What shall we do next? Rhodey asked, glancing between Tony and Clark. Tony surveyed his surroundings. The cacophony of explosions had ceased, and while the distant cries of fleeing individuals lingered, it appeared that the immediate danger had abated. The exhibition hall lay in ruins, strewn with signs of destruction, and the distant whips of chaos were momentarily silenced. After a brief contemplation, Tony spoke slowly. My suggestion is, boom. Several colossal stone pillars, originally intended for support, burst through the walls, hurtling towards Clark and his companions. What? Rhodey exclaimed in astonishment as the massive pillars, each weighing several tons, soared through the air like javelins. While Rhodey was taken aback, his propulsion boots lifted him into the air. Tony, observing the scene, understood the gravity of Clark's earlier words regarding the formidable threat they faced. Silently, he sealed his metallic visor and ascended from the chaos. Clark, with a grave expression, evaded the incoming pillars, then propelled himself in their direction. The Japanese hall was beyond salvation. The pillars crashed down, resulting in its complete collapse. Clark, Tony, and Rhodey emerged from the exhibition hall. Clark quickly identified the mastermind behind the mayhem. Sebastian Shaw. Shaw! Clark shouted, his voice laced with fury. Do you like it? Shaw replied, gazing at Clark in the sky, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. Though Tony was unfamiliar with this individual, he could not help but yell from the air, Hey, you bastard! You've ruined my exhibition hall. Upon surveying the desolation around him, he conceded, All right, I take it back. With a resounding thud, Clark landed heavily on the ground, cracking the surface beneath him like a spider's web. He glared coldly at Shaw, visibly displeased. What is wrong? Upset? That's quite rare. I recall the last person to make you angry. Was it hatred? You nearly killed him. I was so scared. Ha ha ha. Shaw sneered dismissively. Tony and Rhodey descended behind Clark, preparing for the unforeseen confrontation with Shaw. Upon recognizing Shaw's face, Rhodey was momentarily taken aback. Being in the military, he was more informed than the typical socialite. Do you know this guy? Tony discreetly inquired through his communicator. Sebastian Shaw, a man who should have perished back in 1962. Are you familiar with the Cuban Missile Crisis? Rhodey responded. Of course, that was during the Cold War. My father has mentioned it. It seems the general public is largely unaware of the details, Tony reminisced. This was a near catalyst for World War III. Naturally, it wasn't broadcasted like the news. If I'm not mistaken, based on what Clark said, Shaw is a pivotal figure in that incident. Rhodey asserted confidently. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be an old man by now? Tony questioned incredulously. Did you not see those pillars? The Cuban incident was indeed instigated by mutants. Wouldn't you agree? Rhodey remarked. What do you mean it should be? Tony inquired, perplexed. It is said that during that battle, he was supposed to have been slain by Magneto and the Professor. It remains a mystery how he survived and even appeared here. Rhodey expressed his confusion. Hammer Industries. Tony seemed to connect the dots, yet chose to remain silent. Shaw adjusted his bow tie, smiling at Clark. So, have you made up your mind? Surely, you must be willing to accept my proposal. Consider carefully, you are not alone. We know you well. Your family and friends could face unnecessary troubles because of you, Shaw said with a cold smirk, utterly baffled as to why the organization valued such an individual as Superman. Family and friends? Clark's expression darkened, his gaze toward Shaw growing increasingly frigid. Hey, Shaw, did you say your ability is absorption? Clark enunciated deliberately. Haven't you experienced it firsthand? Shaw replied, spreading his arms with a sense of pride. Umph. Clark scoffed loudly. With a powerful push of his foot, the ground erupted beneath him, an immense force surging forth, causing Tony and Rhodey to instinctively take a step back. Clark's visage was grim, his face shadowed, yet his fiery eyes shone with an intense red glow. In an instant, Clark had lunged forward, delivering a punch. Ha! I told you. Shaw appeared unfazed by the blow, allowing Clark's fist to strike him without resistance. What? Shaw suddenly felt a twinge of pain, his sensitivity heightened. Having never experienced such discomfort before, you can withstand one punch. What about 100 in a second? Clark shouted, seemingly delivering just one strike, but actually unleashing a flurry at a pace of 100 punches per second. Chapter 84. Eruption 100 punches? Shaw exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting someone would dare to challenge his limits in such a manner. Clark, Tony shouted anxiously from the side. Go for it, buddy. Rhodey cheered on. Boom, boom. Boom. Your ability is merely absorption. It isn't invulnerability. If it's absorption, doesn't that imply a limit? Ugh, Clark shouted in growing fury. How can someone like you impede my progress in this world? Shaw crossed his arms defensively across his chest, instinctively trying to shield himself from Clark's relentless onslaught. The pain becoming increasingly pronounced. Shaw felt as though he was being pushed back by the unending barrage of punches. Huh, Clark roared, delivering a powerful punch straight into Shaw's abdomen, his fist sinking deep, demonstrating the sheer force behind the blow. Cough. Shaw could no longer suppress a spur of blood, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Clark. He wiped his hand, discovering blood, bright red blood. Shaw encountered the essence of his own blood for the second time. Damn it. His expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he tore off his black bow tie, his hair disheveled, and his piercing gaze fixated on Clark. How could I lose my composure like this? You scoundrel, Shaw bellowed, swinging his fist to return all the kinetic energy he had just absorbed from Clark. The immense force struck Clark, prompting him to respond with a flurry of primal fists, engaging in a raw battle of life and death. Do you wish to fight? Then allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my ironclad body. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Clark's mouth, yet his resolve only grew stronger. With a roar, Shaw nearly succumbed to madness as he absorbed and unleashed his energy to its fullest potential, while Clark, relying on his nearly invincible physique, launched a relentless counterattack, increasing his strikes to hundreds. This contest would reveal who could endure the longest. The air resonated with the dull thuds reminiscent of metal clashing, as a tremendous wave of force emanated from both Shaw and Clark, compressing everything in their vicinity. The crowd had already begun to flee the exhibition, and the police, under Happy's direction, surrounded the venue without entering. Meanwhile, Pepper waited at the main entrance of the exhibition hall for Tony. Tony and Rhodey anxiously stood by, feeling the immense pressure that conveyed a superhuman force, leaving them in awe yet utterly helpless. The repercussions of Shaw and Clark's confrontation intensified, with nearby buildings' windows cracking from shockwaves. Even Tony and Rhodey could feel the ground trembling beneath them. What should we do? Tony, if this continues, these two will obliterate this place. If it goes on, I fear all of New York will suffer, Rhodey said, shielding himself from the flying debris caused by the pressure, his worry palpable despite the exaggeration in his words. I trust Clark, Tony replied with a single statement before falling silent, his own concern for Clark's situation gnawing at him. If Clark faltered, the ensuing chaos was something Tony dreaded to contemplate. At Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Professor Xavier, deep in contemplation, suddenly opened his eyes. A look of tension etched across his face, unable to articulate the sensation of dread he felt, a fear he was hesitant to confront. Professor, a voice called out, and the office door swung open as Storm, visibly anxious, rushed in. Aurora, it is rare for anything to unsettle you so. What has transpired? The professor faced the window, his back turned to Storm. The recent flurry of emotions did not escape Aurora's notice, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired in a steady tone about the situation. An incident had occurred. Scott had just sent news of a riot at the Stark Expo in New York, and someone had appeared within it. Storm's expression darkened as she took a moment to digest this alarming information. Who? The professor sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, yet refrained from using telepathy to probe into Storm's thoughts, instinctively choosing to avert his gaze at that moment. Sebastian Shaw. Storm articulated the name slowly, taking a deep breath afterwards to alleviate her earlier tension. The professor's countenance, in contrast, turned serene. The inevitable had arrived, and he too let out a subtle sigh. So, Shaw is indeed not dead, he remarked as he turned his wheelchair to face her. What, Professor? Do you know something? Storm gazed at him incredulously, as if she believed he had long been aware of Shaw's survival. Yet, after all these years, why had he not prepared for this? Although Storm had not been involved in the Cuban Missile Crisis, her time spent near the professor had made her acutely aware of Shaw's formidable nature. Thus, upon hearing such news, she felt intense anxiety and disbelief. Shaw was a man who had once instigated the Third World War, an everlasting calamity in any era. A complex emotion flickered in the professor's eyes as he recounted the detailed history of those times, sharing his speculations with Storm. Gradually, She came to accept the possibility of Shaw's resurrection. "What shall we do now?" she asked uneasily. The professor pondered for a moment before asserting, "I must go. Aurora, prepare yourself, bring Logan, and we shall set off. Have Scott meet us in New York." "What about Jean?" Storm inquired. The professor furrowed his brow and replied, "Jean's emotional state has become increasingly unstable. The incident at Alkali Lake revealed the immense power she unleashed in resisting the flood. It seems as though something within her has begun to awaken. I cannot predict how she might react to further stimuli. This time, she should remain at the school. I hope the tranquil atmosphere there will help soothe her unrest." "Understood. I will make the arrangements," Storm nodded, turning to leave. The professor turned back to gaze out at the starry night, closing his eyes in contemplation. At the Stark Expo, a sinister laugh echoed. "Haha, give up. You're nearly finished." Shaw sneered. "Damn it. It doesn't feel this intense in the movies." Shaw had survived, and indeed, times had changed. A hint of fatigue flickered across Clark's visage, yet his spirit soared with an exhilarating fervor, sustained by a force he dared not acknowledge, an anger-fueled power. With a resounding thud, Shao, propelled by the relentless energy Clark provided, resembled an inexhaustible machine, performing the simplest acts of absorption and output, even accumulating kinetic energy to return to Clark in a 2-to-1 ratio. Another heavy blow landed squarely on Clark's face, and even his steel-like physique now bore the marks of strain, bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. "Clark!" Tony shouted in a fit of desperation. The once indomitable Clark, who faced any adversary with unwavering resolve, seemed to have vanished. The foe before him wielded an unfathomable ability that rendered Tony unable to assist, leaving him to watch helplessly. Clenching his fists instinctively, Tony shouted twice in frustration, but his efforts were futile. A torrent of negative emotions, frustration, resentment, and impotent rage swelled within Clark, who could sense his strength waning, the speed of his punches diminishing, and his earlier explosion of power fading. "Ha ha ha, you're really nothing. In that case, let us end it here. Oh, and what about the two most important women in your life, Martha and Lois? They need not exist any longer, right?" "Ha ha ha," Shao jeered, his punches becoming increasingly swift. "Martha, Lois? Damn you." The mention of their names ignited a volcanic fury within Clark, his once bright eyes now ablaze with an eerie crimson fire, distinct from the usual warmth of his heat vision, interspersed with ominous black hues, a conflagration darkened by rage. Suddenly, Clark's deep blue Superman suit transformed into an ominous black, instilling a chilling dread. Though Shao sensed something amiss, he brushed it aside and continued his assault. By now, Clark had forsaken offense, adopting a defensive stance, his arms crossed before him as he knelt to withstand Zhao's relentless attacks. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm quickened, echoing the sound of a heart yearning to erupt. With a primal roar, Clark erupted like a beast, his voice laced with fury. He rose to his feet, arms thrusting outward, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent Shao hurtling away. "What?" Shao staggered back a few steps, absorbing the force of the blast. Yet his expression remained one of astonishment as he regarded Clark. "Clark!" Tony exclaimed, exhilarated at the sight of Clark rising and sending Shao reeling, only to be struck by the strange transformation that had overtaken Clark. Chapter 85. The sleeping Jean's Clark's entire visage was engulfed by swollen, red-black veins emanating from his eyes, his skin a ghastly pale, resembling a demon. His pupils were obscured, replaced by an insatiable blaze of crimson and ebony flames. Clad in a black superhero suit, he exuded a chilling aura, akin to an embodiment of malevolence. This iteration of the dark attire did not possess the same naturalness as when he was imprisoned in the plastic confines. Instead, it radiated a profoundly negative emotion, fury, an unbridled wrath. Clark exhaled a frosty breath, his voice a low, gravelly murmur. His eyes, narrowed and ablaze, curled into a sinister smirk that bespoke extreme wickedness. Shao stood transfixed, speechless, or rather, rendered mute by an intangible aura of menace that ensnared him, leaving him as immobile as one trapped in a mire. With a deliberate step, Clark advanced, leaving behind a footfall marked by blackened scorch marks. Although he was close to Shao, the brief distance felt insurmountable, akin to thousands of miles in Zhao's perception. If it were merely distance, Shao would not have quailed. However, The vast expanse was overshadowed by the presence of a formidable creature capable of apocalyptic destruction, stirring within him an unbearable discomfort akin to countless ants crawling beneath his skin. Shao endeavored to harness his abilities to absorb Clark's kinetic energy, yet Clark's presence merely conveyed a psychological intimidation, rendering Shao momentarily powerless. "What manner of monster are you?" Shao gasped, beads of sweat adorning his brow, his voice laced with a complex amalgamation of emotions, an anger born from the depths of fear. When a person reaches the pinnacle of terror, it transforms into rage. In that fleeting moment, Shao was astounded to find such a profound fluctuation within his emotions. Narrowing his eyes, he fixated on Clark, who, after all, was no ordinary being. Having lived for so long, Shao was not easily swayed. After a brief tumult of feelings, he began to forcibly suppress his emotions through sheer will. Clark had now approached Shao, towering over him by a significant margin. As Clark lowered his gaze and murmured Zhao's name, the atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Tony and Rhodey stood at a distance, instinctively retreating a few steps, absorbed in the unfolding chaos of the battlefield, oblivious to their mutual withdrawal. A dim, ominous aura enveloped Clark, causing the air to ripple, as if the very space around him warped, undulating like waves upon water. Even under the cover of night, the feeble moonlight illuminated the swirling black clouds above, which coiled counterclockwise, thickening to the point of nearly obscuring the moon's glow entirely. Clark raised one arm, his fist clenched tightly. This seemingly simple gesture unleashed an overwhelming force that compelled both Tony and Rhodey, who were mere onlookers, to bend forward, bracing themselves in a stance of readiness. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. In an instant, the dark clouds above began to swirl at an accelerated pace, and a fierce wind erupted, encircling Clark and Shaw in a relentless vortex. The debris on the ground appeared to defy gravity, rising slowly in an upward spiral around Clark, as if drawn away from the Earth's embrace. This was not the typical Clark. This version of him was brimming with rage and ferocity. Such was the singular thought that occupied Tony's mind, and despite being a mere spectator, he could feel a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Clark halted his movement, as though time itself had come to a standstill. He remained motionless, lips sealed, yet Shaw could hear a monstrous roar reverberating through the air. In that moment, Shaw felt as if he could glimpse a colossal creature with gray skin and bony protrusions lurking behind Clark, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Then Clark moved. Tony witnessed it with perfect clarity. Clark leaned back slightly, retracting his fist as if to gather strength, and with a resounding boom, he unleashed his blow, a primal strike fueled by raw anger and fury. The impact was imminent. Just a centimeter from Shaw's chest, an explosive sound shattered the air, reminiscent of breaking the sound barrier. The moment Clark's fist connected with Shaw's body, a tremendous force was unleashed. Though Shaw was immobilized, his genetic makeup instinctively amplified his innate abilities, responding to the dire threat as though facing death itself. Absorb, relentlessly absorb. His genes, akin to a ravenous lion, drank deeply from the wellspring of Clark's power, and Shaw felt an unprecedented surge within him, a burgeoning strength unlike anything he had ever known. This power, this fury, ha ha ha. Shaw's countenance twisted into a grotesque grin. All prior fears were washed away by an exhilarating tide of joy. He no longer sought to flee, to refuse, or to resist. Instead, he yearned to seize, to claim, to forcibly take what he desired, an instinctual craving for power. A visible torrent of crimson energy was being voraciously absorbed by Shaw, as Clark's punch continued to exert its force without relent. The fabric of Shaw's shirt was torn to shreds, and Clark's fist penetrated nearly half an inch into Shaw's chest. The skin on Shaw's torso was seared and torn by the heat of Clark's blow, blood gushing forth from the wound. Yet, Shaw remained undeterred. His focus was solely on Clark's strength, an insatiable desire to possess it. Ha ha ha. Come forth. The angrier you are, the stronger I become. Ha ha ha. Shao seemed to have acquired an unparalleled power, laughing maniacally with increasing fervor, perhaps due to Zhao's frenzied absorption. Clark's originally grotesque visage began to gradually return to its normal state. The crimson and black veins on his face diminished to their usual size, his pallid skin blossoming into a healthier hue, and the fiery red-black flames in his eyes dimmed slightly. What has happened to me? Clark suddenly regained his senses, and in an instant, he comprehended the current situation. Observing Zhao's reckless consumption of his power, Clark unexpectedly chuckled. Zhao, after all, was not truly mad. At this moment, witnessing Clark's smile stirred a sense of unease within him, yet he could not discern anything amiss. Sebastian Zhao, your realm is still merely superficial. Bid farewell. Clark's slow cadence abruptly quickened, his muscles tensing as the force of his fist surged, unleashing a cataclysmic power. If the previous punch had been a river quenching Zhao's thirst, the current force resembled an endless, roaring ocean. Drink! Clark bellowed in a frenzy. Zhao emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Crack! It sounded as though a bottle had shattered. The energy Zhao had absorbed reached a critical threshold, precariously teetering on the brink, and was now explosively ruptured by Clark's terrifying strike. Zhao's appearance was utterly tragic. The wound on his chest spiraled, expanding at an alarming rate, as if his skin were being torn away, violently shaken loose from the muscle by the force of the punch, subsequently igniting into ashes in the air. The exposed muscle, under Clark's overwhelming strength, did not bleed a single drop. Instead, a copious amount of blood was forcefully restrained beneath the fibrous tissue, causing Zhao's arms and face to flush crimson, blood seeping from his capillaries. Zhao was spared from being obliterated by Clark's strike, thanks to the energy he had just assimilated, which was desperately mending his internal structure. His organs lay in ruin, and his skeletal frame had been shattered. Had it not been for the instinctual actions of his genes, he would have been rendered a mere shell of a man. The heavens and earth regained their natural hues, the dense black clouds dissipating under the weight of Clark's cataclysmic blow, revealing a star-speckled night sky. No, it cannot be. Why? Why Zhao collapsed on the ground, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Clark, utterly unable to fathom how Clark possessed such formidable strength. In his confusion, Zhao's visage contorted into a near-manic grimace. Anger merely renders me extreme. It does not define my power. What you perceive is the fear I instill within you, while my true strength emanates from the depths of my being. Clark coldly regarded Zhao and spoke slowly. Zhao was ensnared by the overwhelming fury emanating from Clark, which conjured visions of an apocalyptic realm. Yet this was merely a mental suppression. Initially, Zhao found himself unable to absorb Clark's kinetic energy, as Clark had not yet unleashed any considerable force. The true cataclysmic power that erupted from Clark was a result of genes fortified through the crucible of the sun, perhaps awakened by the provocation of rage. However, anger alone cannot rationally wield the latent forces residing within. Thus, the punch driven by Clark's fury was not a true testament to his formidable strength. You have lost, Clark disdainfully proclaimed, gazing down at the prostrate Shaw. Suddenly, Stark, you bastard, where are you? Whiplash erupted from the ruins, bloodied and shouting, his damaged iron armor crackling with white electricity that coursed through his body. In that moment, as Clark's attention was momentarily diverted towards Whiplash, he turned back to find that Shaw had vanished, leaving behind a swirling plume of dark red smoke. Clark's expression shifted to one of alarm. He immediately activated his X-ray and telescopic vision in pursuit, yet was met with an overwhelming fatigue upon doing so. His enhanced sight could only penetrate a few kilometers, failing to reveal Shaw's presence. Chapter 86. The frenzied Whiplash vanished? How could he disappear so abruptly? Clark pondered in shock. With his fruitless pursuit of Shaw, he meticulously surveyed the scene. Although the smoke had dissipated, Clark found himself contemplating the significance of the dark red mist that lingered. Confident that his last punch had severely incapacitated Shaw, he reasoned that escape was implausible, especially as Shaw had never exhibited such extraordinary evasion skills. Even in his current state of exhaustion, the distance seemed insurmountable, leaving him to reflect upon the enigmatic dark red smoke that sparked a connection to an individual he could not yet identify. The recent appearances of Proteus, 23, the Red Tank, and Shaw, individuals who should not have crossed his path, led Clark to consider the possibility that their emergence was no mere coincidence. The butterfly effect might indeed hold merit, yet within the unfathomable Marvel universe, countless unknown forces abound. The existence of various clandestine organizations within this realm seems far from mere speculation. In contrast to the closer figures, Tony would soon become a member of the Illuminati, a prominent secret organization renowned in the Marvel universe. comprised of some of the most intelligent and influential superheroes. The Illuminati diverges from groups like the Avengers and the Fantastic Four, primarily existing to address crises threatening both Earth and the cosmos. The Illuminati operates under a veil of strict secrecy, to the extent that even their families and fellow superheroes remain uninformed. Before any major event unfolds, the Illuminati has typically been devising countermeasures. However, their well-meaning intentions often lead to disastrous outcomes. Following a recent fierce battle, Clark felt a twinge of apprehension. Despite possessing Superman's extraordinary abilities, he was acutely aware that in this Marvel universe, some individuals wield powers of an almost unfathomable nature. Confronted by a being like Shaw, who can absorb all kinetic energy, Clark could only feel a semblance of relief, as he still possessed the ability of mental suppression, a somewhat perilous power, yet undeniably a lethal weapon against Shaw. It was a haunting memory that Shaw had perished at the hands of Magneto while under the Professor's mental control. Yet, the question lingered, why was Shaw still among the living? And what was the enigmatic dark red mist that had just appeared? It seemed imperative to seek the Professor's counsel once more regarding the mutant affairs, in hopes of unraveling these mysteries. Clark gently waved his arm, stretching his muscles while conducting a brief self-assessment. His superpowers remained intact, yet he sensed that the once-activated potent genes had once again succumbed to slumber, rendering him temporarily oblivious to their formidable capabilities. Fatigue washed over him, and he felt that lying down would instantly usher him into slumber, akin to the overwhelming exhaustion one experiences after vigorous exertion. His battle attire had reverted to the deep blue of Superman's suit as his consciousness regained clarity, a wondrous garment that seemed to reflect his emotional state. Was this sorcery? Clark pondered curiously. Regarding the mysterious and unknown reality stone, he refrained from using it. Aside from its known capacity to occasionally traverse space, its other properties remained a mystery. Until he could fully integrate the stone, Clark was reluctant to wield it. Though it could enhance his powers, he couldn't help but recall the Dark Elves from Thor, the Dark World. Despite gaining immense strength from the ether, paid the eternal price of becoming monstrous. With a sigh, he resolved to bask in the sun for several months to bolster his strength, envisioning a scenario where he could effortlessly obliterate foes like Shaw. The thought of Shaw escaping gnawed at him, igniting a sense of impending trouble. Taking a deep breath, he looked up to see Whiplash, who had just emerged from the rubble, engaged in combat with Tony and Rhodey. From a distance, it was evident that Whiplash's powers had been significantly diminished due to Clark's earlier impact. Nevertheless, his animosity towards Tony served as his greatest motivation, resulting in a protracted and tense confrontation between them. What a troublesome adversary, Clark mused. However, the destructive power of the Whiplash is not to be underestimated. If, as depicted in the film, Tony and Rhodey were to unleash their repulsor beams upon Whiplash, the damage to the exhibition would be considerable, despite the significant destruction already inflicted. Clark steeled himself, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He still yearned for a swift resolution, for the events of the night had already been overwhelming. Tony, you must perish. Whiplash cackled, his electric whip swirling with increasing velocity. The whip exerted formidable pressure against the armored suit, leaving Tony and Rhodey momentarily at a loss. Tony, do you possess any other weaponry? I am running low on ammunition, Rhodey exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. Oh, indeed. At home. Would you be so kind as to retrieve it? The key is beneath the mat at the door, Tony retorted with a sardonic expression. In that instant, Whiplash seized the opportunity during their exchange, ensnaring Tony with his electric whip. The whip, crackling with white lightning, coiled tightly around Tony's upper body, the intense current scorching the outer layer of his armor. Jarvis, having been imbued with a semblance of humanity by Tony, incessantly warned him, armor integrity at 23 remaining, Mr. Stark. I am aware, Tony exclaimed, grasping the electric whip and stretching it to its limit. A sinister smile crept across Whiplash's face, concealed beneath his metallic mask, as he prepared to amplify the current, fully intent on obliterating Tony. Suddenly, Whiplash felt a firm grip on his shoulder from behind. Ivan, this ends today, Clark shouted, exerting his strength and effortlessly tearing away the steel armor from Whiplash's shoulder as though it were mere paper. What? Whiplash cried out in alarm. Without pausing, Clark continued his assault, pulling and tearing until, In a matter of moments, Whiplash's armor lay in ruins, revealing the man within. Ivan Vanko. What? You again? Impossible. Ivan shouted in fury. Having previously lost his arc reactor to Clark, Ivan had constructed armor that enveloped his entire body, enhancing its hardness to the utmost. Yet, he had not anticipated that, before Clark, even this fortified armor would prove so feeble. Clark, now utterly exhausted and wishing to say no more, yanked Ivan from his suit and gently flicked his finger against Ivan's forehead, rendering him unconscious. Tony and Rhodey exchanged incredulous glances at the unexpected arrival of Clark, who had resolved the conflict. Their thoughts echoed with a singular question. What was the purpose of this battle? What significance did it hold? Is it over? Rhodey asked, staring blankly at the unconscious Ivan. It should be over. Is he dead? Tony inquired of Clark, who was standing beside Ivan. Clark, however, simply sank to the ground, panting heavily, his eyelids drooping, and gazed at Tony with an expression of utter fatigue. Could you assist me in arranging a room? I believe I want to be able to return today. Clark panted, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Tony hurried over, crouching down to assess Clark's condition. What's wrong, buddy? You don't look well? Tony inquired earnestly. Despite his penchant for jest, he recognized that Clark's pallor was decidedly alarming. I feel a bit exhausted. Clark gasped. The moment he sank to the ground, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged through him, as if he were being crushed beneath the weight of countless mountains. Before he could finish his sentence, Clark collapsed, slipping into a deep slumber. Clark? Is he all right, Tony? Rhodey approached. Concern etched across his face as he inquired about Clark's state. He appears to be utterly fatigued, Rhodey. Could you liaise with the authorities? I need to take Clark away. His condition cannot be exposed to too many outsiders, Tony replied, lifting his gaze to Rhodey. No problem. But what about Pepper? Rhodey suddenly interjected. Oh no, I completely forgot about her, Tony exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. While Tony and Rhodey conversed, Ivan unexpectedly stirred awake, although Clark had rendered him unconscious. Perhaps the depth of Ivan's hatred for Tony propelled him to remain alert, as he knew he had unfinished business. Ivan's iron armor lay in tatters, yet he clutched a miniature remote control tightly in his hand. A cold smirk crept across his face as he gazed at the device. Rhodey, noticing Ivan's actions, shouted urgently to Tony, who was closest. Tony, quickly, that's the detonator. Before the words had fully registered, Tony spun around, but Ivan had already pressed the button. The remnants of all the iron soldiers around them erupted in a cacophony of red lights. Completing his task, Ivan succumbed to unconsciousness. This is bad. The iron soldiers are set to self-destruct. We need to get out of here. That lunatic, Rhodey shouted in panic. You take Clark and go. Hurry. Without another word, Tony activated his propulsion system, soaring at full power toward the venue where Pepper might be, the Hammer Exhibition. At the entrance of the Hammer Exhibition, Pepper, who had been incessantly trying to reach Tony by phone, suddenly noticed a nearby, damaged iron soldier flickering with ominous red lights, its frequency accelerating. Just as she pondered the situation, she turned to see Tony descending from the sky, scooping her up just as she screamed, and they swiftly took flight from the scene. Boom! In the second following their departure, a colossal explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky, engulfing the entire exhibition hall in a fiery inferno. Chapter 87, Awakening O. For heaven's sake, how long have I been asleep? Peter groaned, rubbing his throbbing head. It felt akin to the aftermath of a heavy night of drinking. Peter discovered himself sprawled on the floor. Had he rolled off the bed? Peter, feeling lightheaded, pondered over the turmoil that had plagued his mind every night in recent days. Though the situation had improved significantly, he still found this unsettling sensation quite bothersome. Peter, it's time for breakfast. Aunt May's voice echoed from downstairs. I know, May. I'll take a shower first, he replied. Peter felt a sticky sensation all over his body, likely due to sweating, though the previous night had not been particularly warm. He rose from his seat, grabbing a towel from the chair, only to suddenly realize that his vision had inexplicably cleared. After all, he was nearsighted. Confused yet exhilarated, Peter searched for his glasses on the desk, donned them, and found the world to be a blur. Without them, everything appeared remarkably clear. Couldn't illness bring about such unexpected fortune? He mused happily. Humming a tune, Peter entered the bathroom, casually discarding his short-sleeved shirt to the side, intending to wash up first. As he squeezed the toothpaste, an entire tube erupted out with a splat against the mirror. Oh, for heaven's sake, what's going on? In a flurry, Peter wiped the toothpaste off the mirror and flushed it down the toilet, turning on a faucet to rinse away the remnants. Then used a towel to clean the mirror. To his astonishment, he discovered that he now sported a six-pack. Although still a high school student and somewhat slender, he appeared surprisingly more robust than his peers. When did this happen? I knew that eating more beef would pay off, he thought, elated by the surprising turn of events. Haha, is this my biceps? Triceps? He flexed his arms, admiring his newfound physique. After a while, he called out, "Good morning, May," as he descended the stairs with his backpack. "Good morning, Peter. I made walnut toast and milk," greeted a sensuous, mature woman, presenting a platter of delectable food. "Good morning, Ben," Peter replied, taking a piece of bread to nibble on, hanging his backpack on the chair as he sat down across from a handsome man. "Good morning, Peter," Ben acknowledged, though his gaze remained glued to the newspaper. "My word, Stark Industries Expo suffered a catastrophic explosion due to a gas leak, and the presence of flammable materials led to a series of blasts. Stark's officials have held a press conference to provide an explanation, though Stark himself was notably absent," Ben reported. "Peter, if this continues, America will be in quite a predicament with a weapons dealer like him," he scoffed. "Stark?" Peter inquired, perplexed. "Yes, the Iron Man, always embroiled in some major news," Ben replied dismissively. Aunt May approached, setting breakfast on the table and placing a glass of milk in front of Peter. "Why do you care about that? By the way, Peter, when you walked past me just now, I could swear you've grown taller. By the way, have you worn your contact lenses again today? You must know that they are not good for your eyes," May expressed her concern. "What about my milk?" Ben, having set down his newspaper, glanced at the table. "You needn't grow anymore. Make your own coffee, Peter, and take your time," May retorted, shooting Ben a disapproving look before smiling at Peter. Ben, chastised by May's glare, promptly fell silent, lowering his gaze to the newspaper. Peter seized the milk from the table and drank it down in one go, grabbing his backpack. "May, I must head to school now." "Goodbye, May," Ben, Peter said cheerfully as he dashed toward the door. "Oh dear, that child is always in such a hurry," May remarked, resting her chin on her hand with a hint of worry. "Ah, children will always grow up," Ben replied nonchalantly, straightening up after shaking the newspaper. May shot him an eye roll as he resumed his study of the paper. In the boundless darkness, a voice emerged, calling out mysteriously. Who's calling me?" Clark startled, recognizing the name from his past life. How long had it been? How long since someone had uttered that name? "Over here. This way." The voice echoed in the dimness, gradually fading, its tone ambiguous, making it difficult to discern its gender. Where? Who is it? Clark felt as if he were floating in a weightless void. No matter how he moved, he remained in place, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through, dazzling Clark's eyes. "It's me, the visage of my father from my previous life. It's me, the visage of my mother from my previous life. It's me, the visage of Martha. It's me, the visage of Louise." Visages of those he cherished from both lives flashed before his eyes, causing Clark to panic momentarily as he reached out to grasp them. Suddenly, "It's me," the face of Doomsday appeared. Startled, Clark jolted awake, his eyes flying open to reveal a stark, white ceiling above him. Rubbing his eyes gently, he realized he was lying on a large white bed. Sitting up, he surveyed the simplistic decor of the room and, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, glimpsed the ocean view, recognizing that he was in Tony's villa. Had he experienced a nightmare? Clark massaged his temples, memories from both of his lives intertwining within his mind, prompting a faint sense of reflection. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he noticed a set of clean clothes beside him. He picked them up and headed to the bathroom. After freshening up, Clark stood on the balcony, gazing vacantly at the distant sea. Suddenly, he spotted Tony seated at a table by the outdoor swimming pool below, engrossed in his laptop. A smile crept onto Clark's face as he sprang to his feet, leaping from the second floor and landing deftly by the poolside. "How is everything going with the expo?" Clark inquired with genuine concern. "Ivan has perished. Given the magnitude of the explosion, it is likely that his remains are irretrievable. As for the matter concerning Shao, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. Regarding this incident, we have publicly declared it to be a gas leak, and a press conference was held 2 hours ago." Tony reflected. "A gas leak?" Clark gazed at Tony in disbelief. "Accidents are merely tales to be spun." Tony waved his hand dismissively. "How long have I been asleep?" Clark inquired further. "Just one night. It hasn't been long." It is now around 10 in the morning. Merely a few hours have elapsed since last night's party. Tony replied, closing his laptop and regarding Clark. A few hours? Then I suppose that counts as a normal rest. Old? I thought I would slumber for 3 or 4 days. Clark chuckled, bemused. 3 or 4 days? Whose absurd notion is that? If it were truly the case, I would have to charge you rent, especially for your attire, which is considerably larger than mine. I purchased that just last night. Tony jested, pointing at Clark's clothing. All right. Perhaps I shouldn't have indulged in so many TV shows with Louise. By the way, how is Louise? Clark asked, a hint of embarrassment on his face. You, my friend, are either a hermit or you don't return at all. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything concerning your affairs, Tony replied with a look of disdain. Hermit? You still use that term? Clark exclaimed, taken aback. Hey, I'm a perfectly normal person. Thank you very much. I enjoy films and anime as well. Spare me your judgment. Since you and Coulson went to New Mexico, I have arranged for someone to keep Louise updated regularly. How could you be so irresponsible as to suddenly venture to New Mexico with Coulson? A date with a girl surely doesn't necessitate such a journey. Tony leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress his sarcasm. New Mexico? Oh, goodness. I nearly forgot. Clark exclaimed, tapping his head suddenly. What is it? Why the commotion? What do you intend to do? Tony was startled by Clark's sudden change in demeanor, looking at him curiously. Ha. Tony, speaking of it has jogged my memory. I need to return to New Mexico. However, this time, you must accompany me. Clark grinned at Tony, though a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. Are you joking? I just laid my cards on the table with Pepper. We are in the midst of something delightful. She is about to fully embrace the company, and we are preparing to travel to strengthen our bond. Don't bother me with your schemes. You merely seek a free ride, don't you? First class. All expenses paid. Is that not enough? Tony replied, exasperatedly asserting his position. Absolutely not. A free ride? No. I wouldn't dare to take advantage of you. This time, you, Bruce, and I will embark on this journey together. I have something splendid that you will undoubtedly appreciate, Clark insisted, his smile widening. Something splendid? And it requires Bruce's company as well? Tony inquired, rolling his eyes in confusion. You need not fear that you might be unable to digest this. Let me illustrate with an example. If your battle armor were to be struck by a whip's electric lash, it would be severely compromised, your defenses alarmingly inadequate. How shall we proceed if we encounter such a thing again? This venture to New Mexico is indeed related to this matter, Clark remarked with a smile. Can you elaborate further? What exactly is this thing in New Mexico? Tony expressed his skepticism, despite the fact that improving defense had long been his aspiration, and this indeed piqued his interest. Clark smiled enigmatically, leaning back and raising a finger to the sky, adopting an air of pretentiousness as he declared, "This thing comes from the gods." Chapter 88. Enchanting Wonderland in the realm of Asgard. Our friend has been exiled, while Loki is on the brink of coronation. Asgard teeters on the edge of war, and yet you indulge in feasting. 4 wild boars, 6 game hens, half a cow. Do you not feel ashamed? Vandal paced anxiously, observing the gluttonous Volstagg, before swatting aside the plate in Volstagg's hands. Cease your mindless chatter before me. You ruin my appetite. Volstagg bellowed in fury, rising to his feet with a displeased expression directed at Vandal. Stop. Enough. Sif commanded sharply, intervening between the two men who were on the verge of conflict. Hogan approached, pulling Volstagg away, while Vandal huffed and turned his gaze away. We all know what must be done, Sif stated calmly, regarding the 3 warriors of the palace. We must set forth. Hogan and Sif shared the same sentiment. We must find Thor, Hogan asserted resolutely, looking at the gathered company. That would be treachery, Vandal replied, unwilling to defy Odin's will. It is not treachery, it is folly, Volstagg concurred with Vandal. Thor would act in our favor, Sif countered. Enough of this. Heimdall is still on guard. Volstagg assessed the current predicament. No sooner had he spoken than the door burst open and a messenger strode in. Heimdall summons you all. We're doomed, Volstagg lamented. Earth, New Mexico. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, for heaven's sake, the air here is dreadful. Bruce stepped out of the vehicle, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. Several impossibly rare luxury cars, typically unseen, came to a halt in front of a quaint town known as Enchanting Wonderland, from which several black-clad bodyguards emerged to open the doors. Clark and Tony alighted from the vehicle. Come now, don't be so delicate, Bruce. You ought to get out more. Hiding away in that gloomy abode of yours will only lead to illness. Just look at you. Your complexion has turned positively pallid, Clark teased mercilessly. What do you mean gloomy? It is an ancestral home passed down through centuries. Do you think I relish residing there? Bruce responded to Clark with an expression of displeasure. Tony, donning dark sunglasses, glanced around the quaint town. Why are we stopping here? Let us find a better place to enjoy a drink. Tony cheerfully suggested to Clark and Bruce. Aren't you the one who was reluctant to come? Why so cheerful now? Bruce queried, eyeing Tony with curiosity. Oh, how could that be? When in Rome, do as the Romans do, as Clark taught me, Tony replied, pointing at Clark. Rest assured, this place is sufficient. Someone will be here to pick us up shortly. If they can't get us at the airport, they'll come for us by car, Clark stated with a smile, gazing into the distance with his enhanced vision. What? Bruce looked puzzled as he stared into the far horizon. After a moment, several black luxury vehicles approached, halting before Clark and his companions. A familiar figure emerged from one of the cars, Coulson, an old friend. Hello, Agent Coulson, Clark greeted as he stepped forward. Goodness, Clark, is that really you? How on earth did you come from New York? Coulson, having last seen the colorful beam of light, had assumed Clark had departed from Earth. Meanwhile, Coulson had been eagerly searching for Clark's whereabouts since establishing a research station near Thor's hammer. Ah, that's a tale best left untold, Coulson. Let us go. I know you've secured that location. Since I brought some people along, let us first take a look at that artifact, Clark teased, withholding the details of his recent journey. Stark and Wayne, Coulson immediately recognized Bruce, a skill honed from his time as an agent, though he was perplexed as to why Clark had brought these two to this place. Despite Tony and Bruce being renowned playboys, no one could deny that they belonged to the elite echelon of intellects this century has known. Your researchers can take a back seat. Let these two professionals handle it, Clark remarked with a smile. Hearing Clark's praise, Tony and Bruce straightened their posture in unison, casting disdainful glances at Coulson and his team of agents. Even the articulate Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words, considering one had developed the world's most energy-efficient green technology, while the other was the creator of Iron Man, rumored to be unmatched for the next 2 decades. All right then, follow me, Coulson conceded with a nod, turning towards the vehicle. All right, lads, are you eager to see the treasures of the divine? Clark inquired, beaming at Tony and Bruce. The realm of Asgard. Are you truly prepared to defy our king Loki's orders? Will you break the warrior's oath and carry the burden of treachery, all to rescue Thor? Heimdall gazed sternly at Sif and the 3 warriors of the realm. Indeed, Sif replied earnestly. Excellent, Heimdall responded calmly, nodding. Do you require assistance? Sif was taken aback and asked once more for confirmation. I bear the glory of the king. I shall unlock the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall declared before departing from the teleportation platform. Is it becoming increasingly complicated? Vandal murmured in bewilderment. What's next? Vostag inquired. Look, Sif pointed to the teleportation platform, where a golden sword lay, now beginning to operate autonomously. Earth. With a flourish, a prism of colors descended upon the enchanting landscapes of New Mexico. Sif and the 3 valiant warriors of the Asgardian realm successfully arrived on Earth. At the Thor's Hammer research base, Coulson, who had returned some time ago, suddenly received a report from the researchers indicating that an energy source similar to that within Thor's hammer had re-emerged nearby. I don't know, sir. There was a powerful energy reading just moments ago, but it vanished quickly, about 15 miles to the northwest, the researchers reported. Go and investigate, Coulson urged, turning to point at a researcher. Take our guests to tour our findings. They are in the conference room. Show them around and inform them that I have urgent matters to attend to. Yes, sir. In a conference room. Coffee? Bruce said, displeased as he spun his coffee cup in his hands. Yeah, I know. Pepper, I know where you want to go. Hawaii, Barcelona, anywhere will do. Please. I was abducted by Clark. Hurry and call the police. What? I submitted my own passport for the flight? No, someone must be impersonating me. All right. Let us leave it at that. This doesn't count as an argument, does it? What? Tony was explaining the purpose of this trip to Pepper while a figure stood in the corner of the conference room, making a phone call. Clark glared at Tony, clearly skeptical of his words. Moments later, a researcher entered the room. Our director has sent me to bring you. Oh my God, it's Iron Man, the researcher exclaimed, recognizing Tony Stark among them, and rushed out in excitement. Bruce and Clark exchanged bewildered glances at Tony, who was still on the phone, and Clark faintly heard Bruce scoff. All right, darling, I'll hang up now, just like that. Finally, Tony ended the call, puzzled as he turned to Clark to inquire about what had just transpired. At Jane's residence, Jane and Thor were preparing lunch together. Tony took 2 plates filled with food and placed them before Daisy and Eric. "Thank you," Daisy said, blushing as she expressed her gratitude to Thor. "You're welcome," Thor replied politely. Outside, Sif and the 3 valiant warriors were met with the curious gazes of passers-by. Having not disguised themselves as ordinary folk, they remained clad in the formal armor of Asgardian warriors. Is this some sort of Renaissance exhibition? 2 agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were monitoring the small town, perplexed as they observed Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard strolling down the street. "Report to headquarters," one agent instructed. The other agent nonchalantly replied, "Oh, we've encountered Princess Sif, along with figures like Shang-Chi and Robin Hood." "That's an intriguing hypothesis, Jane, but it won't grant you access to the scientific community, as there is no evidence," Eric remarked skeptically. Jane had just suggested that Thor might be the god of thunder. No sooner had her words left her lips than a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the air. "Knock, knock, knock." Outside stood Sif and the 3 warriors. With Volstagg gleefully shouting from behind a glass door, "We've found you." Eric, Daisy, and Jane were visibly startled by the arrival of Sif and the Asgardian warriors. Upon hearing the commotion, Thor looked up to see his friends and approached the door with a beaming smile. "My friends," Thor exclaimed warmly, embracing Sif and the warriors. "This is splendid, truly splendid." The warriors were equally thrilled to reconnect with Thor after such a long absence. "I can hardly believe this," Eric said, still in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. "Oh, forgive us," Lady Sif and the warriors Volstagg, Eric, and the others introduced themselves. Eric, Daisy, and Jane exchanged glances, still in a state of astonishment. "It is a true honor to see you, friends, but you should not have come." Thor's enthusiasm waned as he spoke with a sense of resignation to Sif and the warriors. Chapter 89. Conspiracy in the Enchanting Realm. "It is a true honor to see you, friends, but you should not have come." Thor's words left Sif and the warriors momentarily stunned, gazing at him in confusion. "We've come to take you home," Vandal declared, looking at Thor. "You know, I cannot return home. My father perished because of me, and I was destined for exile." Thor replied sorrowfully. "Thor, your father is still alive," Sif exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, Thor's expression grew ever more serious. At the Research Institute of the God of Thunder's hammer, Tony stood in awe. "I am truly amazed. This is the legendary hammer of the God of Thunder?" He marveled, closely inspecting the mighty weapon. The deep pit created by Clark had been filled with dirt, while Bruce and Tony meticulously observed the hammer surroundings. Suddenly, Tony's phone beeped. He stepped aside to answer the call. Clark gazed at the hammer that had once struck him with lightning, pondering, "Are there any other treasures like this in the Marvel Universe? When might I acquire a formidable weapon of my own? That would be a tremendous advantage. When it comes time to fight, I could merely wave my hand and resolve the matter." Clark mused quietly to himself. After departing from New York, Clark received a message from an individual named Charles, who expressed a desire to locate him regarding Sebastian Shaw. Tony approached Clark and whispered, "Charles?" Clark paused, suddenly recalling that this was indeed the name of the professor. Remarkably, before he could seek out Charles, the latter had already reached out to him. It seemed evident that Charles possessed considerable knowledge about Shaw's affairs. Clark contemplated that this matter could wait until their return. Clark nodded in understanding and looked up to see Bruce, who, after a brief glance at Mjolnir, appeared to lose interest and began to meander nearby. "What's the matter, Bruce? You seem rather disengaged," Clark inquired, puzzled. "Well, the information I can glean is rather scant. Although the inscriptions intrigue me, they remain inscrutable, leaving me perplexed. I know someone who might be able to decipher the text. Perhaps she will uncover something significant," Bruce replied with a shrug, his demeanor tinged with frustration. "Inscriptions?" Clark was taken aback, not anticipating an unexpected discovery by bringing Bruce along. "Indeed, the carvings are not mere patterns, but a form of writing that we have yet to decode. I've encountered something similar with a friend of mine, who appears to have a unique fascination with such enigmatic mysteries," Bruce elaborated. "A friend? She?" Tony interjected, his interest piqued upon hearing Bruce refer to her as such. "What's the matter? Can it be a woman?" Bruce replied, slightly irked. "We met at a party, though my initial impression of her was not particularly favorable." "Someone who could leave our Wayne with a poor first impression, yet is deemed a friend? She must certainly possess a strong character," Tony chuckled, teasing Bruce. All right, Tony. What about you? Have you discovered anything about this? Bruce quickly shifted the topic, gesturing toward Mjolnir. I'm intrigued, but before I express my thoughts, I have a multitude of questions. Clark, can you confirm that this is truly Thor's hammer? Or is there genuinely a Thor? Do gods exist? Tony pressed earnestly. Have you heard of Norse mythology? Clark replied with a smile. Yes, the All-Father Odin, the god of thunder Thor, the trickster Loki, and so forth. These are all noted in texts, but aren't they just myths? Bruce chimed in. Perhaps they are no longer mere myths, Clark remarked, pointing at Mjolnir. The All-Father Odin and the god of thunder Thor are indeed real. They exist, although they do not reside on our planet. Planet? Are you speaking metaphorically? Or do they inhabit another world? Are they, in fact, extraterrestrials? Tony asked seriously. Close enough. They dwell on a realm known as Asgard, which is recorded to contain 9 realms, and our Earth is included among them. Intricately interconnected, Clark explained. How do you know so well? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed. Did you not ask why I returned to New York before Coulson and I arrived here? In truth, I journeyed from this place to the realm of Asgard, and from Asgard to New York, where I met Odin, Clark replied. Odin? The legendary king of the gods? My goodness, you truly encountered the deity of Norse mythology? Tony exclaimed in astonishment, while Bruce looked equally incredulous. There is nothing to be astonished about. Their civilization resembles that of the Middle Ages, venerating honor and light. Clark remarked nonchalantly. Were they truly gods? Tony's curiosity deepened, compelling him to ask, can gods die? I engaged in combat there, battling Sif and the 3 warriors of the Valkyrie, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun. They too can be injured and assured me that they are mortal. I even witnessed numerous statues commemorating fallen warriors. However, their average lifespan is approximately 5,000 years, significantly longer than that of humans, Clark explained. 5,000 years. That is several centuries. Bruce gasped. Fighting? My heavens, you actually went there and fought with them? Tony exclaimed in disbelief. Well, during our skirmishes, I sensed that their skin density is 3 times that of humans, rendering ordinary weapons utterly ineffective against them. Yet, what perplexed me the most was their mastery of magic. Clark lamented. Magic? Bruce and Tony gasped in unison. Based on Clark's earlier statements, Bruce and Tony had already conceived of them as long-lived, highly combative extraterrestrials. But they were taken aback by the revelation of their magical abilities. You need not be so astonished. After all, this is a realm that exists among the 9 kingdoms, albeit self-proclaimed. However, there are countless mysteries in the universe, and many challenges await us in the future. Here, Clark subtly warned the two, indicating that our future adversaries may very well be cosmic in nature. And what of Thor's hammer? Bruce redirected the conversation back to the topic of the hammer. During my visit to Asgard, I learned that Thor had committed a transgression for which he was exiled to Earth by Odin, the king of the gods, stripped of his powers, and cast down his hammer to Earth. Thus, the hammer came to be, Clark elucidated, gesturing towards Thor's hammer. Exiled to Earth by Odin? Are you suggesting? Tony quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, Thor is on Earth, specifically in this very town, Clark stated with a serious expression. I never imagined I would encounter the legendary Thor so soon, Tony mused. He, the god of thunder, is now merely immortal. However, the researcher just mentioned that Coulson had stepped out, which piqued my curiosity. I observed that Sif and the Warriors 3 have already arrived here, Clark remarked. What? Lady Sif and the Warriors 3 have also come? What kind of day is it today? Bruce, regaining his composure, slowly inquired. This is hardly an auspicious sign. My friends, Thor's presence on Earth is by Odin's decree. Logically, as the greatest warriors of Asgard, they would never dare defy Odin's will. Their arrival here likely indicates that something has gone awry in the realm of Asgard, Clark stated calmly. But you seem remarkably composed, Bruce noted, having detected Clark's unusual demeanor. Indeed, this pertains to Asgard's affairs, which do not concern us. It is quite evident. Their presence on Earth in search of Thor signifies that there are matters in Asgard beyond their capability to resolve. They must find Thor and return him to Asgard to rectify the situation, which suggests that the issue they face is one that requires the god of thunder himself. The only matter that could compel Thor's return is his brother, the god of mischief, Loki. I fear that Asgard may have undergone a significant upheaval. Clark analyzed with a cool demeanor as he regarded Bruce and Tony. If it does not concern us, Then what is the purpose of your bringing us here? Bruce questioned, perplexed. Do you believe that Sif and the Warriors 3 would come to seek Thor if they were capable of addressing Loki's issues in Asgard? Clark countered. Are you suggesting that Loki would send someone, or even come himself to prevent Sif and the Warriors 3? Bruce asked, astonished. I spent some time in Asgard and even engaged in a skirmish with Sif and the Warriors 3, which stirred up quite the incident. Aside from Sif and the Warriors, I encountered Odin, while Loki never made an appearance, revealing the depths of his cunning. Thus, it is clear that he intends to thwart Sif and the Warriors 3, and perhaps even eliminate his brother, Thor, Clark declared solemnly. Goodness, truly worthy of the title god of mischief. This is a war orchestrated beneath a grand conspiracy, Bruce marveled. The war has already commenced, Clark stated. Chapter 90, The Destroyer Boom. The three individuals within the research facility could faintly hear the intermittent explosions resonating from outside. What is happening? Tony urgently inquired of Clark. A metallic creature resembling a robotic entity has descended from the realm of Asgard and is wreaking havoc upon the streets. Oh, Sif and the Warriors 3 are engaging it in battle, Clark replied, activating his X-ray and telescopic vision. Shall we not assist them? Bruce asked, though he remained composed and settled into his seat. Clark smiled silently, moving 2 folding chairs and handing one to Tony. After unfolding his own chair and settling down, he slowly remarked, let us not overshadow others before Thor makes his entrance. Tony chose to trust Clark, accepting the chair and taking a seat. What shall we do now? He inquired. Wait, Clark replied after a moment of contemplation. What occupied Clark's thoughts was indeed the destroyer, sent by Loki to eliminate Thor. Fortunately, the destroyer had been severely weakened. Even Thor, upon reverting to the god of thunder, could easily slay it. However, the essence of the destroyer remained unchanged. It was forged under Odin's command, embodying the divine might of Odin and the other gods, intended to combat the pantheon of deities, a formidable asset indeed. If entrusted to Tony and Bruce for study, it could prove invaluable in future conflicts. Just then, the laboratory trembled, and the stones surrounding Thor's hammer suddenly cracked. Bruce and Tony, startled, leapt to their feet to assess their surroundings. Bang! The hammer soared skyward, breaking through the roof of the lab. What is happening? Tony exclaimed in astonishment, watching as the mighty Mjolnir flew away. All right, in another 10 minutes, I can retrieve the remains of the destroyer, Clark mused, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The Marvel Universe truly was a splendid place for collecting spoils. After a while, bang, a figure clad in red and blue appeared in a town that had become a mere ruin, as Clark, dressed in Superman's attire, arrived the moment Thor and the others departed. Before him lay the destroyer, already vanquished by Thor. Indeed, the wait had proven worthwhile, he thought happily, as he approached the fallen foe. A black car soon followed, from which Bruce and Tony emerged. The ever-curious Tony, sensitive to metals, jogged over. At first glance, I can confirm this metal does not belong to any known type on Earth, he exclaimed with excitement. Goodness, the texture rivals that of vibranium. Bruce, who had previously spent a fortune acquiring vibranium, was equally enamored with the destroyer. Calm down, gentlemen. Our focus is not on this metal, but rather on the unparalleled divine power within the destroyer. This entity possesses self-awareness, Clark revealed, dropping a bombshell. What? Self-awareness? Does it have perception and such? Tony exclaimed incredulously. Having accepted the existence of Asgard, he instinctively chose to believe Clark's fantastical claims. Well, this is not the place for our discussions. Since you are intrigued by this matter, our journey here has indeed been worthwhile. I shall take this object back for now, as your vehicle lacks the capacity to accommodate such a large item. However, where shall we conceal it? It is essential to recognize that we are surrounded by the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., Clark inquired. Clark's words prompted Bruce and Tony to ponder. Previously, it seemed inconsequential, but the destroyer had just been seen by a group, and its sudden disappearance would inevitably raise suspicions upon us. This object possesses significant implications. Would the government allow us to monopolize its research? The answer is evidently no. Here is a proposition. Clark, you have the ability to fly. If you have a place to hide, do so for the time being. Tony and I shall establish a foreign company in Africa, creating a research base there, and generously donate to the local government or military for asset protection. With the support of the local government or military, combined with your presence and our discreet surveillance. I believe SHIELD would think twice before attempting to provoke the three of us. After contemplation, Bruce articulated a constructive suggestion. I concur with Bruce's approach. We can also leverage Bruce's company under the guise of green energy to promote our long-term presence aimed at enhancing the planet's ecology. Tony, fully supportive of Bruce's idea, asserted decisively. Wow, what formidable individuals. Truly fervent. Clark could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow, recognizing that only these two could orchestrate such a grand plan to conceal the destroyer. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. You proceed with your arrangements. Once the base is established, I will bring the destroyer over. With that, Clark swiftly seized the destroyer and took to the skies, heading toward his stronghold in Antarctica. As Clark departed, Tony and Bruce entered their vehicle, preparing to leave this place. As for Asgard, Clark had no intention of intervening. It would be absurd to take the destroyer and then assist Thor to gain favor. Moreover, Clark had not overly engaged in this matter and wished to avoid any potential butterfly effects. Even if he had participated, altering the course of history is no trivial feat. In New York, the bell of the comic shop jingled as the door swung open. Here, upon seeing Peter enter, Dave could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly after waiting for a while. "Shoo, keep it down. I don't want to draw attention." Peter, wearing a baseball cap, approached Dave and whispered, "Attention? Please, what you did to Flasher at school today was incredible. Had Flasher not tripped and torn the principal's pants, you would certainly have had your parents called in." Returning to campus life, Dave had maintained a low profile. Although life was mundane, having experienced life and death, he felt immense gratitude for the present. Peter's actions today had truly impressed Dave. "Enough of your chatter. My head is pounding," Peter lamented, his face buried in his arms on the desk, overwhelmed with frustration. "I dread attending class today, fearing that Fleischer will burst in with a baseball bat, calling my name." Suddenly sensing something, Peter swiftly shifted to the side, causing Jessica, who had intended to tap him, to momentarily freeze. "Wow, your reflexes are impressive," Dave exclaimed, astonished by Peter's quick reaction. "Hey, Peter, you look fantastic today. How about a date tonight?" "I'm easily susceptible to getting tipsy," Jessica casually remarked, nonchalantly taking a seat beside Peter and gazing at him with a flirtatious expression. "You've become quite audacious, Jessica. I hardly recognize you anymore," Dave observed, accustomed to Jessica's infatuation. It was peculiar. Ever since Gwen had aided Peter, Jessica had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her previously disheveled hair was now sleek and straight, and the casual hairpin was gone, replaced by a stunning fringe. Most astonishingly, she had discarded her thick, black-framed glasses for contact lenses. With an unknown cosmetic enhancement, her freckled complexion had brightened, and her attire had noticeably evolved, presenting her as a vibrant, youthful, and charming individual, making any comparison to her former self nearly impossible. Rumor had it that boys, unfamiliar with Jessica's previous appearance, were now slipping love letters into her locker. This revelation had left Dave and his close friends, including Maddie, utterly flabbergasted. Maddie, having overheard gossip, informed Dave that Jessica's father had seemingly struck it rich and was attempting to make amends by showering her with pocket money, transforming the previously frugal Jessica into a little heiress, albeit still orbiting around the emotionally challenged Peter. "What did you say?" Peter clearly hadn't caught Jessica's earlier words, his focus entirely consumed by the unexpected slap. Choosing to evade rather than retaliate, he had missed everything Jessica said as she settled next to him. "Nothing much. What would you like a drink?" "It's on me," Jessica replied, brushing off his confusion and then casually linking her arm with his. "Whatever, I need to think," Peter mumbled, resting his head on one hand, lost in contemplation. "All right, just a moment," Jessica beamed, rising with enthusiasm and heading towards the bar without even consulting Dave. "Hey, wait, this is so unfair," Dave exclaimed, banging the table in exasperation. "Dave," Peter called softly, drawing his friend's attention. "What is up?" Dave asked, startled by Peter's serious demeanor. "Have you ever encountered something or someone truly extraordinary?" Peter inquired earnestly. "Extraordinary?" Dave instinctively thought of Clark, but was baffled by the meaning behind Peter's question. My dear friend, I wish to share with you some peculiar occurrences that I have recently encountered. In my quest for extraordinary counsel, I naturally turned to the superheroes within my circle, ultimately fixating on the illustrious king of the sea. However, my intention was not to seek him directly, but rather to discover if he might have connections to other remarkable beings. To my astonishment, I stumbled upon a final photograph on King of the Sea's Twitter, where a diminutive figure Superman could be discerned soaring through the sky. Intrigued, I proceeded to hack into King of the Sea's Twitter account, only to confront formidable cyber defenses safeguarding it. Miraculously, I managed to decipher the Twitter password. So, can you guess what I uncovered? As Peter chuckled, he revealed, "I am King of the Sea." Dave gazed at Peter with a look of bemusement. Chapter 91. The Essex Origin in the Grand Tapestry of Marvel's History. Thor returned to Asgard to fulfill his mission, while Clark, Bruce, and Tony immersed themselves in the study of the powers hailing from the divine realm of Asgard, embarking on an exploration of the vast, unknown cosmos. As the calendar turned to early 2012, it was Christmas Day. Antarctica. A tempestuous blizzard enveloped the landscape, devoid of any festive ambience. A figure clutching a red signal flare awaited the arrival of someone, though standing amidst such a ferocious storm proved to be an arduous endeavor. After a prolonged wait, a large snow-capped vehicle came to a halt before the figure, from which two individuals emerged, clad in heavy black down jackets adorned with a silver eagle, signifying their affiliation with S.H.I.L.D. "Are you the representatives from Washington?" the flare-wielding individual inquired, approaching them. "This place rarely sees visitors, does it? How long have you been here?" One of the leading S.H.I.L.D. agents queried. With the identities of the newcomers confirmed, the flare holder adopted a more cordial demeanor, guiding the two S.H.I.L.D. agents towards their intended destination. "I arrived this morning. A Russian oil exploration team discovered this site 18 hours ago," he explained. "Why has no one found it before?" "Not surprising. The terrain here is perpetually shifting." The flare wielder gestured towards the surrounding landscape. "What do you believe this object to be?" the S.H.I.L.D. agent asked. "Uncertain. Perhaps a weather balloon," he replied. "Doesn't seem likely. We lack the equipment for such tasks. How long before you can retrieve it?" "You seem to misunderstand. You will require a damn crane." The flare wielder humorously pointed towards a massive, saucer-shaped object lodged upon an ice ridge. Meanwhile, other team members were scanning the enigmatic object. Several hours later, beneath the expansive, circular UFO, an even more massive vessel was revealed. After a mechanical laser meticulously carved an entrance, several agents descended into the abyss. "Be cautious," one agent instructed, wielding a flashlight to scrutinize the vessel's interior. At long last, they stumbled upon intriguing clues within the cockpit, where a life-sized ice sculpture stood before them. One agent approached, brushing away the snow covering it, unveiling a shield adorned with a pattern reminiscent of the American flag. "Wow!" an agent gasped in awe. "Base, connect me to the colonel," he reported, regaining composure after a moment of astonishment. "Sir, it's currently 3 a.m. The operator at the base tentatively inquired. "I care not for the hour. This gentleman has waited far too long," the agent replied solemnly, as a shadowy figure became discernible within the ice sculpture before him. In a quaint village somewhere in Africa, Clark stared at his coffee with mild annoyance, having surprisingly choked on it, an occurrence atypical of his character. "Well, Professor, I didn't anticipate such a series of events. I understand you found a way to reach me. But what precisely brings you here?" Clark took another sip of his coffee, gazing at the professor seated before him, accompanied by Wolverine and Cyclops. "Mr. Kent, I had initially expected we would meet in New York for a cordial discussion. However, this missed opportunity has regrettably cost us several months. That is my oversight. Yet, under the relentless pursuit by Essex Corporation, our time has indeed been tumultuous," the professor remarked with a hint of nostalgia. It turned out that during the Stark Expo incident in May 2011, the professor had intended to travel to New York to seek out Clark. However, upon leaving the school, Essex Corporation operatives had covertly infiltrated it. Fortunately, there was minimal damage to the institution. Regrettably, the Phoenix had vanished, necessitating the professor's search for her whereabouts. This quest persisted for several months, dismantling various Essex strongholds to no avail. Surprisingly, while traversing Africa, he fortuitously encountered Clark, leading to their long-awaited reunion in this humble village. Essex Corporation? The last I heard of them was during the confrontation at Lake Akili with Proteus. We had a minor disagreement then, and I didn't delve deeper. Nevertheless, I will do my utmost regarding Jean, Clark mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "Thank you," Cyclops interjected quietly, his slightly hoarse voice betraying the sorrow he felt. "I am immensely grateful, Mr. Kent. Although our meeting here is serendipitous, I shall candidly share with you all that I know." The professor nodded thoughtfully and spoke earnestly. "Oh, I would like to hear more." Clark set down his cup, equally intent on listening. It was unavoidable. Every unexpected encounter he had experienced seemed to be intricately linked to the Essex Company, which left him feeling profoundly unsettled, having been unable to uncover even the slightest clue about it. After all, the unexpected appearances of Proteus, 23, Sebastian Shaw, and the Red Tank were not to be taken lightly. The mere fact that such a disparate group could come together indicated that the Essex Company possessed considerable prowess. Proteus was merely an interlude. The reason I saved him was out of respect for an old friend. I must apologize to Mr. Kent for my stubbornness at that time. The professor expressed with genuine regret. "You need not apologize, Professor. I fully comprehend your sentiments," Clark replied with understanding. "The most pressing issue, however, is the abduction of the Phoenix. Despite employing the mind's eye, I could not detect even a trace of the assailants. I was forced to methodically narrow down the search area. From the onset, I sensed something was amiss, particularly as the Phoenix was taken from the school, with the perpetrator arrogantly claiming to be affiliated with the Essex Company. At that time, both the Mind Seal Proteus and 23 were present at the school, yet there was no indication that the assailants intended to abduct them. This suggests that their regard for the Phoenix surpassed that for Proteus and 23, Clark interjected. "Indeed, that is correct. Initially, I had no leads, but upon learning of Sebastian Shaw's appearance at the Stark Expo, I sensed a faint hint of a connection." The professor paused momentarily. Clark surveyed the surroundings, confirming their privacy, and nodded in agreement with the professor. "Shaw. The last time I encountered him was during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when he was killed by a joint effort between myself and Magneto. I am quite certain he was dead at that time. I even harbor doubts that the Shaw who appeared in New York is the same individual. However, in conjunction with the previously mentioned Essex Company, I have developed a more audacious hypothesis." "What is it?" Clark inquired. "First, let us discuss what the Essex Company truly represents. I believe Mr. Kent can surmise this himself. The founder of the Essex Company is Nathaniel Essex, born in England, a radical expert in genetic inheritance. He posited in the 19th century that a plethora of mutants would emerge on Earth in the near future, a theory that was met with unanimous derision from the academic community. His extremism and biases led to a deterioration of his mental state. Yet this mad scientist unexpectedly discovered a deity, a god of mutants. The god of mutants? Clark was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a revelation. His name is Apocalypse, the first mutant in history. The emergence of Apocalypse convinced Essex even more that his theories were correct. Essex's madness caught Apocalypse's attention, and Apocalypse transformed him into a new being with superpowers, thus turning him into a mutant. Ultimately, after Apocalypse vanished, Essex began to conduct the most inhumane experiments imaginable. Is it possible that this Nathaniel Essex is still alive? Moreover, what experiments are being referred to? The more Clark listened, the more incredulous he became. Whether he is alive remains uncertain. The experiment in question pertains to cloning, specifically an exploration of every conceivable possibility related to mutants. The professor slowly articulated, revealing these details for the first time in front of outsiders. Wolverine and Cyclops, who were present, listened in astonishment to this seemingly fantastical tale. "Professor, there is one point you have not clarified. You mentioned that Apocalypse disappeared. What exactly transpired? Why was Essex so devoted to researching such experiments?" Clark suddenly inquired. A person defeated Apocalypse, yet Apocalypse did not entirely vanish. The reason for his disappearance lies in Essex's betrayal. Deep down, he harbored a profound fear of Apocalypse. He needed to be prepared. Thus, Essex sought a safeguard, and the individual who once triumphed over Apocalypse became his best assurance. However, this person cannot live forever, and the means to ensure his eternal existence would be to create a clone of him. The professor closed his eyes and said with a heavy heart, "Jean?" Clark immediately thought of the Phoenix, astonished that the young Phoenix could have defeated Apocalypse. Wolverine, standing nearby, instinctively clenched his fists, the intensity of his rage palpable even through his red lenses. "You are correct. Within Jean lies an extraordinarily powerful force, one that even she cannot control," the professor explained, opening his eyes. "Then, according to your assertion, this sudden resurrection of Logan could very well indicate he is a clone?" Clark quickly connected the dots and asked, "Indeed, that is highly probable. In fact, the funding and influence behind Stryker's experiments regarding Logan and adamantium, as well as a series of mutant experiments, also stem from Essex. Many mutants have been subjects of research, myself included," the professor stated with a grave expression. Chapter 92, Base Under Attack. Professor, how do you know so much? Clark inquired, puzzled. If you are aware of these details, why are you still in such a passive position regarding Essex? I have endured certain experiences, and most importantly, I learned from Proteus, the professor replied. It seems the situation is quite serious. Rest assured, I will not overlook this matter, Clark declared earnestly as he stood up. Thus, I must rely on you. The adversary's methods of concealment are remarkably adept. However, I am certain that the phoenix within Sheen is exceedingly unstable. It is through unorthodox means that Sheen has been ensnared. Not long ago, I narrowly missed an encounter with the intruders at my school. Yet I am confident that Sheen is no longer in their possession. Nonetheless, her prolonged absence is a cause for my utmost concern. The professor lamented with palpable anxiety. Disappearance? It is no wonder that even your cerebral core, Professor, has failed to ascertain Sheen's whereabouts. Very well. I shall remain vigilant regarding her situation. You need not worry, Clark assured, shaking hands with the professor. Clark, I entrust this matter to you. Farewell, Wolverine said, patting Clark on the shoulder as he wheeled the professor and Cyclops away. Watching the trio depart, Clark found himself deep in thought. Indeed, a transformation has transpired within this Marvel universe. It may appear unchanged, yet there are undercurrents at play. Beep, beep, beep. Clark retrieved his phone from his pocket and answered. Hello, this is Clark. What is it? An attack on the base? Very well, I shall be there immediately. Clark was taken aback by the news. Over the past 6 months, under the clandestine operations of Bruce and Tony, a secret research facility had been established in a remote location in Africa to harbor the destroyer. With Clark's superhuman efforts, an entire mountain had been excavated, extending downwards several hundred meters to create an immense subterranean base. From the surface, one could traverse the peaks without ever perceiving the mountain's peculiarities. However, it was astonishing to hear of an assault on the mountain base. Had they discovered its existence so swiftly? It seemed implausible. If it were Asgardians, they would not resort to such aggression. Clark departed the small town, soaring towards the mountain base. At a certain entrance of the facility, a throng of armed militants had gathered, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the entrance. Inside the base, aside from a few researchers and security personnel, there was no military defense in place. After all, if anyone sought this location, it would likely be Asgardians, rendering the deployment of armed forces futile. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Tony had equipped the site with an array of weaponry, enabling the scant security team to withstand the onslaught of hundreds of armed assailants. A militant clad in a headscarf was directing the offensive, while heavy machine guns mounted on armored vehicles unleashed a relentless barrage, leaving the base's security personnel overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, easily defeated. Charge, brothers. Who would have thought that in this desolate place, such a fine hidden stronghold existed? The headscarf-clad man boasted, brimming with audacity. Clark's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips as he descended from the sky, landing squarely in the midst of the fray. Bang! Clark crashed to the ground like a cannonball, unleashing a powerful wall of air that sent nearby enemies scattering in disarray. The thunderous sound of his landing caused those further away to halt their assault in fear. It's Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent has come to save us. A security personnel, fighting desperately, shouted in excitement, prompting others to join in the jubilant cries. Wonderful, we are saved. Let us eliminate these armed thugs. Huh, how dare they provoke us? What is happening? The man in the headscarf, clearly the leader of the group, looked on in disbelief as his men fell silent. In a fit of rage, he drew his pistol and fired 2 shots into the air. The armed men, regaining their senses, hastily raised their weapons and opened fire mercilessly. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets sliced through the air toward Clark, who appeared unfazed by the lethal onslaught. With a casual sweep of his hand, he caught a handful of the incoming bullets and flung them back with a flick of his wrist. The screams echoed as some were struck down, while others were fatally hit. It was their own misfortune. The bullets flew so densely and without precise aim that it was impossible to predict where they would land. Run him down with the car. The man in the headscarf bellowed. Yes, his subordinates responded, shifting gears and flooring the accelerator. The roar of the modified armored vehicle's engine was deafening as it charged toward Clark, the leader viewing him with the disdain reserved for the dead. Clark cast a dismissive glance as the armored vehicle closed within a meter of him. "Ha ha! D." The man in the headscarf cackled ominously. Clark raised a foot and, as if playing with a ball, kicked the front of the armored vehicle. Under the terrifying force of Clark's kick, the vehicle began to crumple before their very eyes, ultimately propelled away like a mere toy. With a thunderous crash, the armored vehicle soared into the distance, exploding and engulfing numerous armed men in flames. The leader and his remaining followers stood with mouths agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Just moments before, they had thought Clark was employing some trickery when the bullets had no effect. Now, witnessing the armored vehicle being kicked away like a ball, the sheer visual shock forced the remaining armed men to surrender en masse. With weapons raised high, the armed men knelt before Clark, who strode deliberately toward the headscarf-clad leader, who stood trembling atop an SUV, his face pale and eyes wide with disbelief. Who are you?" he stammered, gazing at Clark with a mix of fear and astonishment. The voice of the turbaned man quivered noticeably, yet he endeavored to suppress his fear. Clark raised his head to regard the turbaned figure atop the off-road vehicle, disliking the manner of their exchange. With a swift motion, he extended his hands and, amidst the man's screams, tore the vehicle asunder, causing the turbaned man to tumble to the ground. "Who are you? How do you know this place?" Clark inquired, casting a stern gaze upon the fallen man. It turned out that these individuals were subordinates of a certain Ulysses Crow, a band of mercenaries hidden in Africa, primarily engaged in arms trading. At first, Clark could not recall who Ulysses Crow was, but as the armed men recounted their tales, he realized he was the same black market dealer who had previously sold arms to Bruce Shinjin. Their discovery of this location was indeed fortuitous. Although the construction had been completed, the place required periodic supply runs, and they had unwittingly been spotted by these roving mercenaries. The turbaned man had been observing for weeks, intending to seize control of the area and present his achievements to Clark. What misfortune! Even drinking cold water could lead to trouble. Clark mused in disbelief. Could this matter be resolved so easily? Absolutely not. He surveyed the nearly 100 armed men and chuckled. What a source of free labor. As for Crow's consent. Ahem. What's your name? Clark queried the turbaned man before him. I am David, the man stammered, visibly intimidated. Listen well. You and your comrades are now my captives. And from this moment forth, you shall serve as laborers here. I am aware some of you may be reluctant, but I must emphasize that resistance will lead only to death. As for your former leader, that Crow fellow, I shall seek him out and discuss matters directly. I trust he will acquiesce. Furthermore, from today onward, you shall remain in this base. Any thoughts of treachery will be met with dire consequences, Clark declared ominously. With a swift turn, he unleashed a scorching beam of vision, obliterating a modest hill in the distance. Wow! The mercenaries gasped in terror. David, Clark casually called out. David, still grappling with the gravity of the situation, immediately nodded in response. Since you are a minor leader among these men, you must have some knowledge of them. The base over there is populated by my people, who can contact me at any time. I will return periodically, and you are to remain vigilant. Should even a single individual harbor any rebellious thoughts, you shall comprehend the taste of annihilation, Clark warned, fixing David with a fierce glare. Yes, I understand, David replied, resigned, realizing the overwhelming power of his captor. Clark activated his X-ray vision, observing David's heartbeat to ensure he spoke no falsehoods. Satisfied, he nodded and strode away toward the base without a backward glance. Who is in charge here? Clark casually inquired, though everyone present was acquainted with him. He had not partaken in the personnel arrangements here. It is I, sir. My name is Francisco, came the response from a man clad in a white work uniform, wielding a firearm. It was evident that he was a researcher, yet he was resolute in his readiness to fight, demonstrating commendable character. Listen closely, Francisco. Our secrets must remain undiscovered, yet I am reluctant to harm these individuals. Therefore, you will be responsible for managing these armed personnel, but ensure they do not come into contact with any of our research projects. Report this matter to the higher-ups. Do you comprehend my intent? Clark stated. Understood. Francisco replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 93, Captain America Awakens Awake. In a daze, Steve Rogers, the Captain America, slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself atop a single bed in a minimally decorated room. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently irritating his eyes, while a ceiling fan revolved languidly above. An old-fashioned radio was broadcasting a game. What a beautiful curveball. That ball soared high and far. The Dodgers have been equalized at 4-4. The audience knows that once he swings his bat, he possesses the skill to alter the game's outcome once more. At Ebbets Field, today is indeed a glorious day. The Phillies have tied the score at 4-4, yet the Dodgers have 3 substitutes ready to step in. Last month in Philadelphia, Pearson struck Reiser on the head. Will this young man retaliate here? As Peter approached a pitch, he struck, the ball veering sharply to the right, past to Rizzo, who scored a 3-run homer. Ryer raced towards third base, and DeRocher signaled for the backup player, yet they could not catch him. Amidst the slightly raucous commentary, Steve slowly rose from the bed, sitting at its edge. The live broadcast of the game sparked a flicker of confusion within him. Just as he was pondering, the door swung open, and a female soldier entered with a smile. "Good morning," she greeted Steve, closing the door behind her and glancing at her watch. "Or should I say, good afternoon? Where am I?" Steve queried, perplexed. "You are in the rehabilitation ward of New York City," the soldier replied. The radio continued to relay the game, and Steve glanced at it, confirming his suspicions, then turned to the unfamiliar soldier. "Where exactly am I?" Steve asked, his tone serious. "I'm afraid I do not understand your meaning." The soldier responded evasively. "The game is from May 1941. I know, for I was there," Steve remarked, observing the soldier's complexion shift in alarm. He stood up, his demeanor grave as he scrutinized the now visibly distressed soldier. "Now, I shall ask you once more. Where am I?" "Captain Rogers," the soldier whispered, discreetly pressing the alarm button in her hand. "Who are you?" Steve demanded, stepping closer to the soldier, his voice stern. Suddenly, the door swung open, and 2 agents clad in black uniforms entered. Steve instinctively recoiled. Bang! The 2 agents crashed through the wall, propelled by a forceful kick from Steve, who then charged out after them. To his astonishment, he discovered a vast interior beyond the confines of the base. Anxiously, Steve surveyed his surroundings. "Captain Rogers, wait!" a female soldier called out, rushing after him. Steve pushed through a fire door and sprinted outside. "Units, code 13. Repeat, units, code 13. The female soldier reported via her radio, broadcasting the situation. As Steve burst into the open, he spotted several agents in black suits. Upon hearing the broadcast, they immediately converged on him. Steve shoved past one agent and fled the base. The exterior of the base resembled a corporate building, and Steve quickly found himself on a bustling street, surrounded by crowds and the cacophony of traffic. Puzzled, he gazed around, aimlessly running to escape the scene. Times Square, New York. Having not ventured far, Steve stood at the center of Times Square, astonished by the unfamiliar sights. Suddenly, a fleet of black cars encircled him, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Calm down, soldier," Fury shouted as he descended from one of the vehicles. Agents from other cars hurriedly joined the encirclement, creating layers of protection around Steve to shield him from the onlookers while offering official explanations. "I apologize for the earlier spectacle," Fury said sincerely. "However, we believe it's best to gradually prepare you for what lies ahead." "Prepare for what?" Steve replied, regaining his composure, curiosity evident in his voice. "You've been in a deep slumber, Captain. Nearly 70 years, Fury explained slowly. Steve paused, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Though this revelation offered him a semblance of understanding regarding his current predicament, it also stirred a profound sense of loss for the memories he could never reclaim. "Are you all right?" Fury inquired, observing Steve's subdued emotional state. "Yes, I just—" Steve faltered, unsure what to say, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distant sky. Chinatown, New York. The area was bustling with activity, vibrant with the celebration of the Chinese New Year. Amidst the festive atmosphere, Clark had declined to accompany Louise to the company gala, instead wandering aimlessly through Chinatown, absorbing the essence of the holiday. "Hey, Clark, what a surprise. It's you," Daisy exclaimed, suddenly appearing and playfully slapping Clark on the back, only to wince in pain from her own action. "You, who are you?" Clark asked, struggling to recall the beautiful woman before him, finding no recollection. "It's me, Daisy Louise, Jane Foster's assistant, and a scientist as well," she replied with a smile. Daisy, with her open and friendly demeanor, approached Clark, instantly endearing herself to the handsome young man. However, This casual encounter sparked a memory in Clark. Despite the hurried departure from the enchanting landscapes of New Mexico, he had intended to bid farewell to Coulson before returning to the Institute. Jane and her companion had also arrived to reclaim their research materials, and this woman appeared to be Jane's assistant. Perhaps it was the way he conversed with Coulson that left a lasting impression on her. Nevertheless, Clark felt a twinge of carelessness. He had resolved to completely avoid the company of Thor and his associates. The film had indeed failed to clarify whether Coulson personally delivered Jane's equipment or if she collected it herself. "I remember we crossed paths in New Mexico," Clark politely remarked, slightly taken aback that she had remembered him from such a fleeting encounter. "Ah, Inuit. So, you live in New York? What is this? No heroic missions to undertake," Daisy exclaimed with genuine delight, marveling at what she considered a serendipitous meeting. Heroic missions? Oh my. Clark recalled that during his last greeting with Coulson, he had introduced himself as Superman, clad in his iconic suit. It was no wonder she had such a vivid recollection of him, and he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Wait, how did you recognize me?" Clark suddenly inquired, noting that he was not in his superhero attire, and, given the January chill, he was bundled in a scarf as well. "You wouldn't believe it. I possess an impressive ability to recognize people. Even a brief encounter leaves a mark in my memory, especially since our last meeting was so striking. Plus, your height makes you quite conspicuous. Are you out shopping? Care to join me?" Daisy said with a carefree smile, adjusting her scarf despite the frigid weather. "Ah, the life of a scientist. Who says assistants lack special skills? They are all remarkably intelligent individuals," Clark mused silently. "How did you know back here?" Clark nodded in agreement, accepting Daisy's invitation, and they strolled side by side along the street. It was Eric who, for reasons unknown, received an invitation to participate in a research project here. However, after arriving, Jane departed for Norway to visit an observatory. I couldn't accompany her and remained here. But once Eric engaged in the research, he lost all contact with the outside world, leaving me to fend for myself. Daisy waved her arm dismissively. "Eric has been invited to New York? That implies Loki will soon arrive as well." While Clark was indifferent to the impending so-called Battle of New York, a sense of unease lingered within him, perhaps influenced by the many unforeseen events that had transpired earlier. "What are you thinking about?" Daisy asked, noticing Clark's momentary distraction. "Oh, nothing much, just reflecting on a few matters." "So, would you say you've come to New York for a vacation?" Clark smiled as he inquired. "Indeed, it is more accurate to say I've been granted a respite. As you well know, I consider myself quite the diligent learner," Daisy remarked, shaking her palm with a sense of entitlement. "Ha, you are absolutely right," Clark chuckled in agreement, acknowledging Daisy's statement. As they conversed, a vibrant parade of dragon and lion dancers graced the street, accompanied by stilt walkers, drummers, and gong players, sights seldom seen in everyday life. Clark and Daisy strolled alongside, delighting in the spectacle, while onlookers enthusiastically cheered and applauded, reveling in the festive atmosphere. After a while, Clark smiled and inquired, "It's nearly mealtime. If you don't mind, may I treat you to dinner? Thank you for accompanying me on this outing." "Oh, it will be my honor." That sounds wonderful," Daisy replied, a hint of surprise evident in her voice, her speech fluctuating in pace and pitch, leaving one to ponder why this spirited girl suddenly seemed so bashful. "Come along, I know a splendid restaurant." "I often visit Chinatown," Clark suggested. "Often? You lead an ordinary life as well?" Daisy asked, her surprise apparent. "Please, what kind of look is that?" "It's perfectly normal. Superheroes are only occasionally so," Clark replied with a hint of exasperation. "Well, I assumed you were the leader of some organization, perhaps with around 5 members, each representing a color, and when trouble arises, you summon giant robots to combat the villains." Daisy stated earnestly, "Whoa, are you referring to the Power Rangers?" Chapter 94, The Outdated War. The dark forces advanced from the east, and the United States responded to the call of the Liberty War. On the front lines, fighting alongside our soldiers was Captain America, a thrilling new creation merging traditional values with cutting-edge technology. Captain America instilled terror in every Nazi. Uncle Adolf's new secret weapon was utterly inferior to ours. As days grew increasingly arduous and hope hung by a thread, he emerged as the one to lead us out of despair, valiantly battling for our beloved homeland. And he would never cease. With a click, Steve paused the video, staring blankly at the footage playing on his laptop, as if frozen in time. The archival footage, a relic of history, had been meticulously copied from old film stock using advanced technology. Witnessing his own presence captured in the frame evoked in Steve a profound sense of nostalgia, as though he were peering through the veil of time. Through days of study and perusal of historical documents, Steve endeavored to acclimate himself to this new world, yet he could not help but repeatedly question, have I truly adapted? The apartment was nestled in a bustling district, adorned in the vintage style of the 19th century, evoking a plethora of memories. The dimly lit room was illuminated solely by a small lamp, its pull chain mechanism hinting that Steve had yet to adjust to the light switch on the wall. Time flew swiftly, and Steve had been seated for nearly an hour. The last rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the window, while the distant cacophony of car horns failed to draw him back into reality. After a prolonged moment, Steve began to sift through the personnel files on the table. Their corners yellowed with age, yet remarkably well preserved. These documents bore the weight of history, filled with the names of comrades who had once fought alongside him. Howard, Bucky, and the unforgettable Peggy Carter. Among the files, one stood out, a more recent record belonging to Tony Stark. Steve exited his modest apartment and strolled through the streets of New York, surrounded by the diverse array of 21st century passersby. He surveyed his surroundings, accepting the vibrancy of this new world with a sense of detachment. Vendors shouted about the latest products and new car models, each sight a novelty to Steve. After wandering for a while, he arrived at an outdoor CF and casually chose a seat, drawn here by the view of Stark Tower directly overhead. Where's that big guy? A blonde waitress approached, engaging him with a friendly demeanor. Indeed, Steve's appearance remained striking even in the present day. Excuse me, what did you say? He inquired, as he absent-mindedly sketched Stark Tower on a napkin, momentarily distracted by her unexpected question. I said Iron Man. The waitress pointed toward Stark Tower. Many come here just to watch him fly by. Ah, Steve replied, glancing up at the tower with a polite smile. Maybe next time, he added, misinterpreting her enthusiasm as an indication that he should leave. Chuckling softly, he began to reach into his pocket to settle the bill. You can stay as long as you like. There's no one waiting, and we have free Wi-Fi. The waitress interjected, clearly signaling that he was welcome to linger, and perhaps suggesting he should ask for her contact information. Wi-Fi? Steve queried, evidently still unfamiliar with the concept. As the waitress turned to attend to other customers, she glanced back and smiled at him. You should ask her for her number. Clark, seated nearby, could no longer contain his thoughts. Since Steve had arrived at the CAF, Clark recognized him as Captain America. Having come for afternoon tea with Daisy after lunch, he was surprised to find himself in the presence of such a historic superhero. Clark was impressed by Steve's demeanor, but resisted the urge to approach him. However, witnessing the blonde waitress's boldness prompted him to finally speak up, frustrated by Steve's apparent misunderstanding of the situation. Unexpectedly, Clark's words plunged Steve into deep contemplation once more. Steve began to realize that there existed a significant generational gap, even in the most fundamental aspects of human communication. Perhaps, even if he wished to adapt to this society, it might not be so swift to embrace him. Observing Captain America lost in thought, Clark, in a moment of self-reflection, redirected his attention to his Starbucks cup. See? I told you, this guy seems rather daft, Daisy remarked, showcasing her sharp wit. Maybe he isn't quite prepared, Clark mused, still fixated on his cup. What did you say? Daisy, slightly bewildered by Clark's comment, gazed at him vacantly. Nothing, Clark replied. He had momentarily overlooked the fact that this seemingly sweet, yet sharp-tongued woman had indeed been a significant highlight in Thor. In the brief interval that ensued, when Clark turned back to Captain America, he found that Steve had already departed. He came and went in a flurry. Was this the rhythm of a protagonist's journey? Hey, Clark, Daisy called out, breaking the silence. What is it? Clark turned to face her. What happened with Thor afterward? Jane seemed quite preoccupied before she left. Daisy expressed her concern. Don't worry, Thor has returned to Asgard. He has many matters to attend to back home, but he will be back soon, Clark reassured her. All right, I've witnessed quite a lot lately. It has truly transformed my worldview, Daisy reflected. Enjoy life. There's no need to worry excessively. You should find yourself a boyfriend, Clark suggested, gesturing toward Daisy. Oh, my friend, you've become quite the spiritual advisor, Daisy laughed heartily. Do you know? Setting aside that role, I savor life each day, not in the literal sense, but by awakening each morning to experience the authenticity of whatever I face. This sensation brings me joy. Simply relishing the act of living in this world, Clark replied with a gentle smile. Will there come a day when you relinquish that identity? Daisy inquired curiously. Perhaps. It has been 3 years since I embraced it, and this is the 4th. But who can say? One day, I may return to the farm with my girlfriend, living a life untouched by worldly matters. And that would be quite delightful, Clark said nonchalantly. Aren't you spending the day with your girlfriend? Daisy, catching on to the undertone, inquired with a mischievous grin. Oh, you really give me a headache, Clark exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Hey, Clark. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Not far away, the long-missed hit girl, Mindy, excitedly called out Clark's name, her arms laden with shopping bags. She set down her parcels and waved her hand briskly. Upon noticing Clark glance her way, she joyfully dashed towards him and leapt into his embrace. Oh my goodness, when did you return? The last I heard from Dave. You were abroad. How was it? Did you have fun? Did anything happen? Since avenging her father, Mindy had not had the opportunity to see Clark again. So their unexpected meeting here was a delightful surprise. Mindy had grown quite a bit since their last encounter. Mindy, is it really you? I've been back for some time now, but look at you, you've grown so much. Clark remarked with heartfelt nostalgia. After their last meeting, he had reached out to Dave and learned that Mindy was now attending school like any normal girl, receiving an education and no longer living as Hit Girl. Although it was said that her current adoptive father had pressured her into this change, Clark, who had been reluctant to intrude on Mindy's new life, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for not having visited her sooner. Mindy's sudden appearance evoked a wave of emotions in Clark. In 2008, he had first entered the Marvel Universe, and, in the latter half of that year, encountered his first superhero there, Iron Man. Tony Stark, while being a novice in his understanding of the Marvel realm, akin to Batman, Bruce Wayne. Throughout 2009, amidst the chaos ignited by the Hulk incident that began in 2008, he experienced the full scope of the battle at Anchorage Lake, which inadvertently attracted the attention of some hidden malevolent forces within the Marvel world. Yet, Clark remained undeterred by these threats. He eventually resolved the Harlem incident, but it saddened him to find it intertwined with the tragedy of Uncle Ben. Although Uncle Ben's demise was inevitable, being present during that moment and being unable to prevent it left Clark with a lingering sense of remorse regarding Mindy's current situation. The year 2010 passed swiftly, marked by a notable tranquility, though sporadic mentions of the Essex Corporation left Clark quite astonished. In early 2011, the Whiplash incident from late 2010 led him unexpectedly to Asgard, where he acquired the Reality Stone, prompting him to declare it a fortuitous year. However, the Stark Expo incident and a fierce battle with Sebastian Shaw in the first half of that year left Clark feeling overwhelmed, acutely aware of his own limitations in the face of formidable adversaries. Subsequently, he distanced himself from the Thor incident, spending nearly half a year collaborating with Tony and Bruce to study the Destroyer, unwittingly welcoming the Chinese New Year of 2012. Chapter 95. As long as there is guilt, little one. How did you end up here? Shouldn't it be a holiday? No plans. Clark chuckled as he freed himself from Mindy's embrace. Mindy pulled out a chair beside her and sat down with a thud, casually placing her various shopping bags aside. She leaned over the table and gazed at Clark, saying, "Oh, don't even mention it. In just a few months, I'll be advancing to high school. But I'm still a bit short on credits. I've been assigned to tutoring and must strive to complete the courses I've fallen behind in within these few months." As she spoke of this, her expression immediately soured. Clark, however, felt a pang of sympathy. It wasn't merely a matter of falling behind, but rather a lack of opportunity altogether. Don't lose heart. I believe in your capabilities. Furthermore, once you enroll, you'll have the chance to make many new friends, Clark said with a reassuring smile. Thank you, Clark, Mindy replied, her spirits lifted by his words. She stole a glance at Daisy and broke into a smile. Are you dating? Mindy inquired excitedly. Whoa, Clark nearly sprayed his drink, taken aback by her bluntness. No, it's just a friend. He quickly corrected himself, wiping his mouth. Glancing back at Daisy, he noticed she was smiling joyfully, seemingly quite pleased with this narrative. You should clarify that, Clark thought exasperatedly. You misunderstand, little sister, Daisy said, sensing Clark's gaze. Reluctantly, she decided to speak on his behalf, but then shifted her tone in the next breath. I am his fiancée, Daisy stated with firm conviction. Wow, you really dare to say that, Clark said, smacking his forehead in disbelief. He sighed, feeling more exhausted dealing with this than he ever did facing formidable foes. "Did you buy anything? It looks like quite a haul," he remarked, observing the numerous bags, suggesting she had spent the day shopping. No. It's all planned purchases, just some household essentials and a few books. I realized I barely have any study supplies at home, but my bookshelf is crammed with assault rifles and magazines. I haven't figured out where to put those yet," Mindy lamented. "Pardon?" Daisy asked, her tone elongated, clearly perplexed by what she had just heard. "Ha, you'll come up with a solution. Let us grab a drink." "It's on me," Clark chuckled heartily, swiftly changing the subject to capture Daisy's attention as he stood up and headed toward the waitress. "You're Clark's fiancé?" As soon as Clark left, Mindy's demeanor shifted, and she questioned Daisy with a disapproving glare. "Wow, did you know? Your gaze is the sharpest I've ever seen." "I was just joking," Daisy replied, surprised by Mindy's sudden intensity. Yet her carefree nature kept her from appearing overly alarmed. Just be cautious. You should know that Clark is no ordinary person," Mindy said proudly, her arms crossed. "Yes, you're absolutely right," Daisy replied. Daisy readily echoed the diminutive yet spirited Mindy. "What kind of look is that? Be careful, or I might just take you down," Mindy threatened again, noticing the indifference of her counterpart. "Are you implying that you wish to block me?" Daisy thought little of it, unaware that Mindy meant her words quite literally. "How's the juice?" Clark approached with a glass of freshly squeezed juice, placing it before Mindy. "Thank you. Does it contain coconut?" Mindy, her demeanor transformed back to one of charm, received the juice with delight. "Yes, it has everything. Just be cautious. It's hot," Clark said proudly, offering a word of caution. This once tranquil afternoon became lively with Mindy's arrival. The little one was quite talkative, filled with laughter, seemingly liberated from the shadows cast by the death of the old man. The trio engaged in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, Clark sensed a flicker of malice in the air, his brow furrowing slightly. Mindy, too, felt the shift and looked at Clark, who subtly gestured for her to leave it to him. "I'll step away for a moment, Mindy. Please enjoy your conversation with Daisy," Clark said, rising and addressing Daisy. "All right," Mindy nodded, understanding Clark's intent. "Are you sure?" Daisy's expression stiffened, clearly conveying her reluctance. Clark smiled as he turned to leave. The malevolence he emitted was unmasked and brazen, seemingly drawing attention to himself. Thus, Clark felt someone was seeking him for a discussion rather than confrontation. Indeed, as the hostility became apparent, he identified its source, an old acquaintance, crossing the street and entering an alley, gradually revealing a figure from the shadows. "Do you require my attention, Castor?" Clark remarked coolly. The visitor was none other than the Punisher, Castor. "There is but one matter at hand. Deadpool has vanished," the Punisher said flatly, his lifeless expression suggesting the gravity of the situation. "Deadpool? Wade is missing?" Clark was taken aback, recalling that the last time he had seen Deadpool, the latter had explicitly stated that his time was running short, and Clark had noted the deteriorating state of Deadpool's health due to cancer. However, knowing Deadpool's fate, he had not given the matter much thought, let alone concern. "Why are you telling me this?" Clark inquired, perplexed. "To be precise, I have been searching for him for a year. The latest intel indicates he has completely disappeared, having started to vanish 2 years ago. I am reaching out to you because he left a message, and I seek a crucial list that is in your possession," the Punisher replied in a low tone. "What?" Clark expressed his frustration. He sighed softly, looking at the Punisher, and said, "Let us settle this with a fight." The Punisher squinted, remaining silent for a moment. "The lost list pertains to the mutants under study. I believe you would find it intriguing as well." The Punisher did not respond to Clark, but continued, "Mutants?" Clark paused, slowly recalling that the Punisher had sought to obtain this list from Deadpool, but given Deadpool's disappearance, the Punisher had temporarily lost that lead. "What do you need that list for?" Clark asked, looking at the Punisher, pausing before speaking. "That list was stolen by Deadpool from Stryker. Do you remember the night when you repelled the likes of Card King, Deathwoman, and Deadpool?" The Punisher inquired. "Of course I remember. At that time, Deadpool was unable to complete his mission and was the only one left behind. He knew he could not return to Stryker, yet escaping like that would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Since he was being hunted, Deadpool planned to leave himself a way out," the Punisher articulated slowly. "So he stole the list?" "Indeed. But what is surprising is that Stryker was killed by Magneto, and the facility at Ackley Lake was destroyed, leaving no one to pursue that list. The list itself is secondary. What is truly concealed within it is crucial intelligence. I suspect you've been troubled by the Essex Corporation lately, and that list contains valuable information about them. You might not be aware, but the Essex Corporation is Stryker's backer. And this list of mutant research serves as the best evidence of the Essex Corporation's existence. I have long known who stands behind Stryker, but I did not expect that this list could be linked to the Essex Corporation. Perhaps this could lead to a resolution regarding Phoenix, Clark remarked. What do you mean by sharing this information? I can tell you with certainty that the list is not in my possession, Clark stated. In truth, I have already surmised. Clark, though you are formidable, you appear rather inept at lying. When I inquired about the list, your demeanor betrayed you, revealing your true emotions. However, I can see from your expression that you too desire this list, particularly when I mentioned the Essex Corporation, the Punisher said, a faint semblance of a smile flickering across his otherwise grim face. Clark found himself momentarily speechless, marveling at the man whom Fury labeled a level 10 agent. How could anyone hope to deceive him? Well, you are correct. I am indeed interested in the list you mentioned. Do you have any news? Clark inquired. The situation surrounding Phoenix has escalated significantly. I suspect it is all connected to her. Given your camaraderie during the battle at Ackley Lake, the Punisher speculated once more. You are quite perceptive. Your observational skills are impressive. However, since this matter has brought us together, we should engage in an honest discussion. How much do you truly know? Clark asked. It seems you're not particularly adept at trading, my friend. Perhaps, beneath your capabilities, we are all but mere ants. The Punisher jested at his own expense. Well, I understand now. You intend to rescue Phoenix. However, the information I possess is rather scant, and there is but one location left to explore. Should that place yield nothing, I fear we shall be devoid of any leads, the Punisher lamented. I comprehend. I have developed quite a profound enmity with Essex, and that is beyond dispute. Yet, I am curious to inquire why you are so fixated on this list. Clark asked with intrigue. Anyone guilty must face death, the Punisher replied coldly, though it was evident that he harbored a grudge against Essex, yet was reluctant to elaborate further. Chapter 96. Deadpool. Clark fell in his silence. Perhaps the Punisher bore an unspeakable past. However, in Clark's eyes, the resolute determination reflected in the Punisher's gaze brimmed with conviction. I understand. Let us leave it at that. Once I have arranged matters on my end, I shall reach out to you, Clark stated. Indeed, prepare yourself swiftly. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave, the Punisher said after a moment of contemplation. Clark watched the Punisher depart and turned back, his mind replaying the events of recent days. With Phoenix now missing, he had also heard from the professor that she was not in the custody of Essex, which only compounded Clark's concern about Phoenix potentially spiraling out of control. Armed with the information provided by the Punisher, Clark felt compelled to act. Otherwise, if the Phoenix essence were to break free and seize control of Phoenix's consciousness, the consequences would be catastrophic. Unbeknownst to him, Clark found himself back at the outdoor CAF. What's wrong? Has anything happened? Mindy's voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, I am fine. Nothing has occurred. However, where has Daisy gone? Clark glanced around in confusion. She had to leave for something. Mindy's eyes flickered, and her tone grew slightly hurried. Clark regarded Mindy with skepticism. Something was amiss. Surely you have done something to threaten her. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his suspicions, as he believed Mindy would not act excessively towards Daisy. Perhaps, Clark pondered uncertainly. By the way, she wanted me to convey that she had a delightful time today, Mindy suddenly remarked, grinning and sticking out her tongue. Hey, don't act cute. You're only heightening my concerns for Daisy, Clark thought, drenched in sweat. A few days later, on a highway in New York, the elusive Deadpool, whom the Punisher had been searching for extensively, suddenly appeared, casually hailing a taxi like an ordinary person. Yet, his distinctive red and black attire rendered him anything but ordinary. Seated in the taxi, Deadpool appeared somewhat vexed, intermittently rolling down the window, flipping through the magazines on the seat, glancing outside, and playfully sticking gum to the window. I feel so lonely back here, he exclaimed, leaning forward to address the driver. Deadpool squeezed into the front passenger seat while conversing, abruptly finding himself in the position. Hey, I need to keep a firm grip on the steering wheel, the taxi driver remarked with slight dissatisfaction. All right, finally settled. Hello, Deadpool adjusted his posture and politely greeted, his voice somewhat muffled by the red mask, emanating a deep tone. Hello, the taxi driver replied courteously. I am Dopinder. Deadpool, the two exchanged names. Not bad. Deadpool pointed to a photograph of a beautiful woman affixed to the dashboard. The taxi driver smiled with pride. The scent of daffodil air freshener. Not too shabby, right? I'm not referring to the air freshener. I mean the lady. Indeed, she is quite stunning. The taxi driver's smile widened with satisfaction. Deadpool nodded in agreement. She could have been my ideal wife. The taxi driver's expression shifted subtly. But her heart was stolen by my cousin, a charming yet untrustworthy fellow. I doubt he is capable of devotion. Dopinder, I'm beginning to think there is a reason I boarded your vehicle today, Deadpool remarked, gazing at Dopinder. Well, sir, isn't this the cab you called? No, my slender friend with brown skin. Love is a truly marvelous affair when one encounters love. The world is suffused with the fragrance of daffodils. Therefore, you must seize love tightly and never let go. Lest you repeat my mistakes, understand? Deadpool intently looked at Dopinder. Understood, Dopinder nodded, somewhat perplexed. Otherwise, the scent of the world is akin to that of a hefty woman post-hot yoga. Sir, what does a hefty woman smell like? Like two homeless men swapping shoes while rolling in the sheets, Deadpool exuberantly replied. All right, enough. I get it, Dopinder said, feeling nauseated by the imagery he conjured and regretting his inquiry. I could talk about this all day, Dopinder. The crux is it's dreadful. Deadpool exclaimed. Mr. Deadpool, why are you dressed this way? Dopinder curiously inquired. The red mask, with black around the eyes, and the entire suit in crimson, distinguished by black leather accents. With two handguns, possibly Desert Eagles, holstered on the black belt, though the caliber of those firearms appeared significantly larger than that of a Desert Eagle, and most notably, the two Edmund metal katanas on his back comprise his iconic Deadpool attire. Because today is Christmas, Dopinder, and I am pursuing someone on my naughty list. I have waited 1 year, 3 weeks, 6 days, and 14 minutes just to make him pay for what he has done to me. What did he do to you, Mr. Deadpool? I can show you. Bang! Deadpool dramatically lifted his mask, exclaiming loudly. It revealed a horrific visage, nearly devoid of skin and grotesquely decayed. A moment of silence ensued. Oh, damn it, I forgot my ammunition pack. Deadpool lamented. Should we head back, Mr. Deadpool? Dopinder inquired. Crap, I still have this. 9, 10, 11, 12 bullets. It's either game over or a pit stop. That totals to $27.50. Mr. Deadpool, Dopinder smiled. I never carry a wallet while working. It would ruin the sleek silhouette of my ensemble. How about a hearty high five instead? Dopinder looked at Deadpool in disbelief. All right then. Happy holidays. Wait, isn't Christmas already over? Dopinder asked, puzzled. Every day is Christmas, Deadpool chuckled. Turning, Deadpool opened the door and exited the vehicle. After a while, he sat on the edge of a highway overpass, holding a piece of paper and doodling with a crayon, the crayon broken in half, sketching a vibrant red design. Oh, hi there. Do you know what I'm doing today? Waiting for some damn people, Deadpool murmured. I know you're reading this book today. Can you help me check if this is chapter 96? I hope the author hasn't written the title, and I wish it just bears my name. I certainly wouldn't want a chapter dedicated to someone else on a day that should be mine. It's not that I'm stingy. The whole book is not about me. When I finally get a chance to shine, I want to make it count. And just so you know, that little bit at the beginning, clearly filler. Please, too much filler and the readers will lose interest. At that moment, 7 or 8 cars surged up the highway below the overpass. Deadpool fixated on the approaching vehicles, rubbing his hands together. Full throttle, he shouted, leaping straight down. Bang! Smash! Deadpool crashed through the sunroof, landing inside the car, startling everyone within. The driver, terrified, jerked the wheel, colliding with the adjacent vehicle. At this point, Deadpool had no time for idle chatter. Executing a series of elbow strikes, he grappled with the occupants of the car, seizing one by the hair and slamming their head against the front seat. With a swift kick, he sent a passenger in the back seat flying out, crashing through the rear door and tumbling onto the highway. Bravo! Home run! Deadpool gave himself a thumbs up. Inside the car, 5 individuals seized the moment, one twisting Deadpool's neck and slamming him against the seat. Wow, genuine leather. Deadpool countered with a swift blow, breaking free. Suddenly, he brandished his doodle. Have you seen this person? The assailant, uninterested in the lunatic, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Deadpool, who nimbly dodged and retaliated within the confined space. I'm looking for Francis, Deadpool shouted. However, this was not merely a question. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the driver's head, leaving him dazed. On the highway, a tumultuous brawl ensued within a vehicle, careening erratically forward, colliding violently with the surrounding traffic. At that moment, A speeding motorcycle approached from behind, a comrade of the raucous group, brandishing a submachine gun towards the vehicle occupied by Deadpool. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a torrent of fire, the bullets piercing through the air with a cacophonous assault. Deadpool, with a swift kick to the steering wheel, caused the car to veer across the highway, the accelerator pressed firmly under his foot. The vehicle hurtled towards the guardrail, crashing violently into it. The impact was formidable. The tremendous force reverberated throughout, sending both the car and the motorcycle it grazed into a spiraling ascent. In a daring maneuver, Deadpool extended his hand out of the window, seizing the motorcycle rider's attire. The motorcycle disintegrated mid-air from the overwhelming impact, the chain snapping like the scythe of death, severing the rider's head cleanly. The occupants within the car were not spared either, their faces contorted in grotesque screams of agony. As Deadpool poked his head out, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Did I leave the stove on at home? With a thunderous crash, the vehicle shattered upon the highway, propelled forward by sheer inertia for a brief distance. The motorcycle rider, having collided with a directional sign, was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh due to the force of inertia. Meanwhile, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, the Steel Guy was engrossed in the morning news while enjoying a nutritious breakfast. A breaking news alert interrupted the broadcast, reporting a multi-vehicle collision on the interstate, which had escalated to gunfire. Due to traffic congestion, police had been delayed in their response, advising citizens to remain indoors. The armed assailants were described as extremely dangerous and clad in red attire. A suit of red? The Steel Guy mused, fixating on Deadpool's image broadcasted on the screen. Rising abruptly, he exclaimed, "Black Queen, we have a mission." Prior to his departure, the professor had instructed the Steel Guy to not only safeguard the school, but also to keep a vigilant eye on Deadpool, as recent intelligence regarding the Phoenix was intertwined with him. As the Steel Guy approached the door, a girl with short black hair trailed closely behind. Adorned in black lipstick and a sleek leather jacket, she exuded a gothic flair, yet her youthful visage belied her tender age. "Can we just watch them?" the Black Queen inquired. "Deadpool is merely a child, albeit one heavily armed, yet he holds crucial intel on the Phoenix. We must guide him towards maturity until he transforms into a competent soldier, and we require his assistance," Steel Guy replied. Chapter 97. Deadpool 2. He is plagued by insecurity. Becoming a soldier could bestow upon him numerous advantages. What advantages? The Black Queen retorted lazily. A form-fitting suit? Houses that explode every few years? Please. It is through adversity that one gains experience. Have you had your breakfast? Breakfast is the most vital meal of the day. Here, a protein bar for you. Beneficial for your bones, and Deadpool might just want to break them. The Steel Man chattered on. On the highway, a commotion arose. Make way! Make way! A few black vehicles disgorged a dozen burly men armed to the teeth. These individuals were henchmen of Francis, who had just concluded an arms deal, completely unsuspecting of the ambush that awaited them. Infuriated by Deadpool's audacious attack, these nefarious scoundrels, already devoid of reason, resorted to indiscriminate gunfire, terrorizing the onlookers. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the crowd fled in panic. "Hey!" From behind a battered vehicle not far away, Deadpool's voice rang out. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a volley of gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 The gunman, on edge, sprayed bullets in a haphazard manner, waiting for silence from the opposing side before cautiously advancing toward Deadpool. "Wait!" The dead man suddenly bellowed. Deadpool, still behind the vehicle, slowly extended his hands, seemingly signaling surrender. "You may wonder why I wear red. It's so the villains can't see my blood. And this fellow seems to share that sentiment, as he dons brownish-red trousers," Deadpool remarked, pointing at one of the gunmen. The gunman retaliated with bullets, forcing Deadpool to retract his hands. "All right, I only have 12 bullets. So you'll have to share," Deadpool shouted from behind the car. Let the countdown begin. Producing dual pistols, his red mask obscured his features. Yet confidence resonated in his tone. Suddenly, Deadpool leaped into the air, firing the first bullet with blinding speed, followed by a swift 360-degree rotation as the second bullet whizzed forth. The gunman, caught off guard, saw two of their number collapse. Deadpool landed, leaning against the car. Evading the enemy's finally realized gunfire. A motorcycle approached, speeding toward Deadpool with alarming rapidity, coming to a halt just before him. The rider brandished a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire. Deadpool instinctively raised his arm in defense. Thud! A bullet pierced through Deadpool's arm, blood seeping out and staining his red costume, ironically affirming his earlier remark. The motorcycle sped away, then began to turn back. Damn it! Deadpool nonchalantly poked a finger through the bullet wound. Screw you! He shouted angrily at the distant motorcycle, peering through the gaping hole in his arm. Surprisingly, the bullet wound in his arm began to heal at an astonishing rate, reminiscent of Wolverine's abilities, yet seemingly even quicker. 10. Damn it! Deadpool fired a shot at the motorcyclist's head, but the rider nimbly dodged it. 9. Damn it! 8. Cursed Deadpool as he fired twice more, yet both shots missed their mark. The motorcycle whizzed past him, prompting Deadpool to leap over the vehicle he had used for cover. However, as he attempted to re-aim at the motorcyclist, the bike had already disappeared behind a jumble of cars, making a precise shot impossible. So close! Deadpool exclaimed in frustration. 7. Good Deadpool. He turned around and swiftly dispatched an unsuspecting gunman who had not noticed him vaulting over the overturned vehicle. Just as he finished, Deadpool ducked down as a barrage of bullets whizzed past his head. He evaded the gunfire, bending low as he sprinted forward, leaping over several cars while dodging the oncoming bullets, closing the distance to the group of gunmen. As he halted, he spotted a gunman just reloading his weapon. And the moment Deadpool peeked out, he was spotted. The gunman, furious, opened fire and charged forward, vaulting onto a vehicle's roof. Upon seeing Deadpool on the opposite side, his weapon suddenly clicked empty. In the blink of an eye, he had run out of bullets, while Deadpool leisurely reclined on the ground, waiting for him. Someone miscounted. 06. A single shot to the head, and Deadpool casually counted down the remaining bullets. As he stood up and peered over, he noticed two individuals crawling towards him, seeking refuge behind a car. One of the gunmen produced a grenade, pulled the pin, and prepared to throw it just as Deadpool emerged from behind the vehicle, aiming at the grenade-wielding foe. The fifth bullet struck the grenade with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! An explosion claimed both lives, and Deadpool danced in triumph, mimicking the classic moonwalk. However, before he could revel in his victory, a few bullets flew in his direction, striking him in an unfortunate spot. He collapsed to the ground in a rather undignified manner, his rear end raised high, presenting an awkward pose to the approaching gunman, who advanced slowly, eager to check if Deadpool was truly incapacitated. Bang! A bullet shot forth from beneath Deadpool's trousers. A headshot. Blood splattered everywhere. "For dead," lamented Deadpool in a low, muffled voice. Right in the rear. Struggling to his feet, he grimaced. While he had endured many injuries, this particular one was quite painful. 3. 2. In a fit of anger, Deadpool fired 2 more shots at the gunman who had ambushed him, unleashing his fury. How foolish. He regretted his actions immediately after firing. Yet it was worth it. He consoled himself promptly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The relentless barrage of bullets commenced anew, as the last trio of gunmen charged forward. Deadpool hastily took refuge behind a vehicle, skillfully evading the onslaught of gunfire. In a bid to safeguard themselves, the 3 adversaries advanced cautiously. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that their positioning had formed a death line, one that would be completed by none other than Deadpool himself. With a sudden leap from behind the car, Deadpool soared into the air, firing off his final round, a single bullet that claimed 3 heads in a spectacular display. As the last shell clattered to the ground, emitting a crisp sound akin to the final bell of a competition, it heralded Deadpool's triumph. Ecstatic, he inhaled the white smoke wafting from the gun's muzzle, akin to indulging in the purest form of narcotic. The sensation was intoxicating, almost euphoric. Upon finishing, he exhaled a contented breath. Tonight, I shall revel in this triumph. Having dispatched the nuisances, the time has come to focus on the true objective. Francis. With a buoyant step, Deadpool proceeded, his spirits soaring. Upon discovering the last vehicle, he flung open the door, only for his elation to dissipate as he found it utterly vacant. What in the world? Where are you, Francis? Suddenly, the last victim of his earlier display of marksmanship, the one who had seemingly been dispatched, rose unexpectedly. It turned out the preceding 2 had absorbed the brunt of the bullets, while this individual had merely sustained a superficial wound. The frustration of not locating Francis had already weighed heavily on Deadpool, and now, to discover that his flawless triple kill had missed one was disheartening. He sighed heavily. "You're not Francis," Deadpool retorted, irritation evident in his voice. The revived gunman extracted the bullet lodged in his forehead, his expression a mask of fury as he rolled up his sleeves and brandished 2 daggers, charging at Deadpool. Are you serious? Rolling up your sleeves now? Deadpool scoffed. Drawing two blades forged from adamantium, Deadpool performed a flourish, spinning the weapons with dexterity before piercing the charging gunman through the chest. This time, he was irrevocably deceased, and Deadpool slowly lifted the lifeless body. You might wonder, is this not a superhero tale? Yet here stands a man in red, transforming another into a mere shish kebab. All right, I may be somewhat super, but I am no hero. And yes, strictly speaking, this is indeed murder, yet some exceptionally beautiful love stories begin with murder. This is, without a doubt, a love story, a narrative of striving for love. Perhaps you recall the tragic world in which I was diagnosed with cancer? At that time, despair consumed me, particularly as I witnessed Vanessa's daily suffering. I pondered whether it was time to act. Was I not living in a realm filled with superheroes and the extraordinary? As this tale unfolds, few are foolish enough to present themselves to be tormented by a superhero, and I, unfortunate as I am one of 3 imbeciles. However, this is of little consequence in the presence of such phenomena, is it not? Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn, and I encountered a person who would alter the course of my life. Francis. He proclaimed that he could cure my cancer, yet insisted that I partake in a research project of his. Damn it. Had I only visited his research facility first, witnessing those foolish mutants within, I would have comprehended instantly that this was yet another cursed mutant research initiative. Previously, I had been an observer. Now, I found myself the subject of study. The lifeline that could have saved me seemed utterly useless to Francis. It became evident that he was an ambitious scoundrel, unsatisfied with Essex Corporation. However, I possessed the privilege of recounting my own tale. I had become the protagonist of my own narrative. As you may have observed, I survived, albeit I endured a year of torment, an entire year. Indeed, Francis cured my cancer, and I recovered. Before he marred my visage, I genuinely wished to express my gratitude to him. We could have become friends, yet I yearned for beauty more than anything else, did I not? Hence, I must apologize. Our relationship has irrevocably soured. Chapter 98, The Plan Yawn. Clark stifled a yawn, his face etched with fatigue. Presently, he sat in the passenger seat of a Jeep, his expression rife with boredom. One hand propped against the window, appearing on the verge of slumber, his eyelids fluttering. The Punisher remained silent, driving with a stoic demeanor, enveloping the vehicle in an uneasy quietude. Approaching noon, why did he seem so drowsy? Suddenly, 23 leaned forward from the back seat, her excitement palpable as she beamed at Clark. "Oh, please don't startle me like that," Clark exclaimed, startled and irritable. Hey, it's rare for me to be out. Your silence is dreadfully dull. I had hoped to accompany Logan, but I must thank you for bringing me along." 23 chuckled. "Why did you bring her?" Clark inquired with curiosity, directing his question at the Punisher. "She may prove useful," the Punisher replied succinctly. "See, I can be of use. Do not doubt my abilities." 23 beamed with pride, showcasing her Edmundly claw before Clark. 23's lively disposition invigorated the atmosphere within the vehicle. Although she monopolized the conversation while the others listened, her inquiry sparked a realization within Clark. Lately, he had indeed felt remarkably drowsy. He began to reflect carefully. It seemed to have commenced after his last encounter with Sebastian Shaw. Previously, he had never experienced such excessive sleepiness. Perhaps it was merely a residual effect of that exhausting ordeal. Aside from this slight lethargy, he encountered no other issues. Perhaps he simply needed to rest more. After several hours of travel, the Punisher arrived at Clark's doorstep early in the morning, bearing unmistakable signs of battle. Upon reaching the vehicle and seeing the unconscious 23, Clark felt that this individual was not quite the same as the one who had ventured out. However, when 23 awoke, there was no resistance. Instead, they seemed exhilarated by the outing, prompting Clark to refrain from further commentary. Having been out for several hours, Clark could no longer contain his curiosity. What exactly transpired? What was the intelligence you mentioned? The Punisher tightened his grip on the steering wheel, lost in contemplation, remaining silent as he glanced at his watch, still reticent, before switching on the car's small television. On the screen appeared a scene reminiscent of a press conference, where a middle-aged man in a suit was speaking. "These so-called mutants are no different from you and me. Their suffering is akin to a disease, merely a result of cellular degradation. But today, I stand before you to convey that there is hope." The man spoke passionately. "This place, once a prison for the world's civilization, will now become a wellspring of autonomy, aiding those mutants who wish to regain normalcy. He gestured toward the structure behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to introduce the method for curing mutants, at last. We possess the antidote. With that, the man produced a test tube for display. With a snap, the Punisher turned off the television. What? An antidote? Are you out of your mind? Who would want such a thing? 23 exclaimed, visibly displeased. Simultaneously, Storm echoed similar sentiments. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Who would desire this antidote? What coward would resort to such a thing to fit into society? Storm remarked, her expression one of discontent. Inside the room, apart from Cyclops, who was still searching for Phoenix, and the Professor and Wolverine, who had hastily returned due to 23's escape, Beast had just come back from a meeting. They had all just witnessed the press conference, and Storm, the first to express her disdain for the antidote, voiced her opinion. Is it cowardly to seek liberation from persecution? Not everyone can easily integrate. Beast gently countered, his position solidified by his appearance. Wolverine leaned against the window, glancing at Beast and Storm while pondering. This may just be a fabrication by the government, Wolverine speculated. This has nothing to do with the government. Beast, in a principled manner, defended the government. I've heard this before, Wolverine replied. Kid, I began advocating for mutant rights long before you had claws, Beast retorted defiantly. You just called me kid, Wolverine said, exasperatedly looking at the Professor. Is it true? Can they really cure us? Little Rogue burst into the room, her excitement palpable as she inquired of the Professor. The mischievous child was filled with a magical joy. Such news was exceedingly delightful to her, for she held no fondness for her own abilities. She was unable to draw close to those she cherished, unable even to perform the simplest act of shaking hands. This capability, which had once burdened her, now presented a solution, evoking an uncontainable happiness within her. Yes, little rascal, it appears to be true, the Professor confirmed. No, Professor, they cannot cure us. Do you wish to know why? Because there is nothing to cure. You have no flaws, and neither do we, Storm stated with grave seriousness. Her words rendered the group silent. After a moment, the Professor suddenly inquired about Pyotr's return. Just in time. They departed shortly before due to Deadpool. Wolverine interjected from the side. I hope Deadpool brings us good news, the Professor said slowly. The situation has become rather complicated. First Jean was kidnapped, and now 23 has slipped away secretly. It seems things are turning quite troublesome. Storm expressed her concerns. 23 is fine. I sensed her presence. She is with Clark and is safe now. It appears Clark has taken action. I hope it proves beneficial. The Professor reassured them. Clark? He's involved now? Storm asked, slightly astonished. As they conversed, Wolverine approached, comforting the little rascal and leading her away, mindful of Storm's sensitivities regarding the antidote. He wished to shield her from any distress that might arise from the topic. Outside the room, the little rascal quietly asked Logan if I choose to leave, would you stop me? Perhaps Storm's words had shaken her, but the pain her abilities had brought forth had left her in a state of confusion. She was eager to hear others' perspectives. Little rascal, if you wish to go, then go. I am your friend, not your father, Wolverine replied kindly, understanding the turmoil she faced. Thank you, Logan, she murmured, nodding gratefully before turning to depart. On the road with the Punisher, Clark expressed his frustration. Now, can you share your plan? I ought to know something. Having watched the press conference, Clark had formed certain thoughts. However, they remained mere conjectures. He was not one to act based on assumptions. Many changes had transpired in this narrative, and he was eager to hear the Punisher's strategy. The course of history had shifted. Phoenix had not perished. Indeed, she had survived at Alkali Lake. Although it seemed the outcome of her rampage might be unavoidable, there still existed a chance to save her. Thus, Clark's primary desire was to discern how the Punisher's so-called plan would aid in the search for Phoenix. The Essex Corporation is dedicated to researching mutants, aspiring to transform them into weapons rather than conforming to the government's desire to make them ordinary individuals. The emergence of a cure is merely a provocation to the Essex Corporation. The Punisher finally articulated one of his longest sentences to date. Are you suggesting that someone might attempt to seize the cure? Or perhaps that it will be kept from the public eye? Clark inquired with a hint of skepticism, harboring little hope for such matters. The cure has already been produced in large quantities and is being transported via government control channels. However, I am certain that attempts to steal the cure will occur, and it is not solely the Essex Corporation that will be involved. Magneto will also have his sights set on it. Any mutant opposed to the cure will regard it as a poison. As for who Essex will send to retrieve it, that remains a question, which is why this individual will play a crucial role. The Punisher gestured towards 23, who was seated behind him. Me? 23 questioned, tilting his head in confusion. However, I have obtained information indicating that this so-called cure is merely extracted from a mutant boy named Jimmy, whose ability is to permanently erase the mutant powers of others, not the miraculous remedy described in the press conference, the Punisher explained. What do you mean by cure? Mind your words. We are not patients, 23 retorted, sensitive to the Punisher's preconceived notions, though he had been indifferent until that point. You are more troublesome than the average mutant, aren't you, experiment girl? Surprisingly, the Punisher countered. You. 23 was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at Clark. Unable to articulate further, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, sulking in silence. We are on a quest for one individual. She can provide us with what we desire, the Punisher stated. To save someone? Who? Clark asked. Your old acquaintance, Mystique, the Punisher replied slowly. Chapter 99A, few days prior, when Beast returned to the school to discuss the cure with the professor. The White House. Mr. Secretary, the aide announced as she entered the office. What is it? Responded a blue-skinned creature suspended upside down from the ceiling, engrossed in a book. With his blue fur and a visage reminiscent of a beast, he is aptly nicknamed Beast, Hank McCoy. Beast is a close friend of the professor, possessing an innate array of beast-like senses and a robust physique. Not only is he one of the most intelligent beings on Earth, but he is also a vital member of the X-Men and the Avengers. Beast possesses superhuman strength, endurance, and speed. His powerful legs enable him to effortlessly leap over walls or other obstacles up to 15 feet high and jump 25 feet in a single bound. He can run at a speed of approximately 40 miles per hour while maintaining a consistent pace. The Beast possesses robust limbs and a coat of azure fur. Endowed with superhuman strength capable of lifting over a ton, he can effortlessly scale brick walls and engage in combat upon a tightrope. Furthermore, he secretes pheromones to attract potential mates. His limbs are equipped with sharp claws, and he shares a feline-like night vision. The Beast also possesses a mild healing factor, allowing him to swiftly recover from minor injuries and ailments such as colds. Hank McCoy, endowed with an exceptionally high IQ, is well-versed in evolutionary biology, genetics, and biochemistry, and has ventured into various scientific domains, crafting weaponry for the X-Men. Encountering such a mutant for the first time would undoubtedly startle many. However, the Secretary gazes upon him not with fear, but with a profound respect emanating from the Beast's inherent charisma. Presently, the Beast holds the esteemed position of the head of the Mutant Affairs Department, commanding significant respect within the U.S. government. Meeting has commenced, sir, the Secretary remarked with a smile. Thank you, the Beast replied, having leaped down from the ceiling with a nod. In the basement of the White House, a lengthy conference table was surrounded by a cadre of high-ranking government officials, with the President of the United States seated at its center. Mr. President, the Beast greeted as he entered, taking a seat beside him, indicative of his esteemed status. Please, sit down, Hank, the President warmly called him by his first name, a privilege reserved for close acquaintances in America. The Department of Homeland Security is tracking Magneto. We traced him to Lisbon, Geneva, and Montreal, but the satellite lost him during his transit. However, we have a glimmer of hope, a black official announced, activating the display screen to reveal Mystique, who had long been absent, detained in a clandestine facility. We apprehended her when she infiltrated the FDA. Can you guess who she transformed into at that moment? None other than Secretary Trask himself, the President indicated, referring to the black official present. Indeed, she is capable of that, the Beast acknowledged. Mystique, in his youth, had been a comrade in arms and had shared a beautiful romance with the Beast, yet now his expression remained unperturbed. That will no longer be an option. We have captured him, Trask asserted seriously. Do you truly believe your prison can contain her? The Beast countered, skeptical of Trask's confidence. We have a new type of prison. This time, we shall take the initiative, Trask replied. On the screen, a government official interrogated Mystique, flanked by 2 security personnel monitoring her closely. Where's Magneto? Raven. I am asking you a question, the official demanded, fixated on her. With her hands shackled behind her back, Mystique sat in a chair, listening to the official's incessant inquiries. She lifted her gaze to the surveillance camera and retorted, "I do not respond to that name. Raven Darkholme. That is indeed your true name, is it not? It seems he has led you to believe you are devoid of family." Mystique averted her gaze, coldly fixing her eyes on the government official. "My family wishes to see me dead, you pathetic fool." "Very well, Mystique, where is he?" "Right here." Mystique transformed into the likeness of Magneto, tauntingly replying, "I do not wish to engage in games with you. I seek answers." The government official, losing some patience, slammed his pen onto the table. "You do not wish to play games with me?" Mystique shifted once more into the form of the government official. "Do not change. Tell me where Magneto is." The government official, infuriated, struck the table with force and rose to his feet. "You wish to know his whereabouts?" Mystique leaned slightly forward, emitting a cold laugh. Suddenly, she lunged forward, knocking the official aside, and with a quick kick sent a chair crashing into the security personnel station behind her. She leapt onto the table, reverting to her original form while deftly maneuvering her arms from behind to the front, executing a swift kick that incapacitated another security guard. She then flipped over, landing behind the government official, wrapping the chain of the handcuffs tightly around his neck. "Humans," Mystique remarked coldly, a smirk of derision on her face. Trask, in resignation, shut off the surveillance feed, the last image displaying Mystique being subdued by security personnel, while the president and several others on the other end bore expressions of discontent. Capturing her would only provoke Magneto, yet she remains a significant pawn. Beast voiced his thoughts on the matter. "Ordinarily, I do not negotiate with these individuals," remarked the president. "I assumed that was precisely why you appointed me," Beast inquired, puzzled. "Yes, indeed. However, that is not the reason you were summoned." "No, this is the reason." The president produced a dossier, handing it to Beast. "This is what she stole from the FDA." "Good heavens!" Beast gasped, having merely skimmed its contents. "Is this feasible?" A tremor crept into Beast's voice as those around him scrutinized his reaction. "We believe it is," the president affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Beast composed himself, verifying the information within the dossier, then calmly inquired, "Are you aware of the uproar this will cause among mutants?" "I am, hence my seeking you out," the president replied with a note of gravity. Beast lifted his gaze, pulling his attention from the documents to meet the president's eyes, momentarily lost for words. In a derelict church, a multitude of mutants gathered, convening to discuss the potential formation of a committee to negotiate with the government. The impending implementation of a cure has left the mutant community in a state of trepidation. As mutants, how shall we respond? I propose that we unite to convey our demands to those in power. We ought to establish a committee to negotiate with the government. They are oblivious to the significance of being mutants, and it is our duty to enlighten them, to educate them about our desire to maintain the status quo. Ladies and gentlemen, you must heed this. They will not take seriously a lean, tall man standing on the podium vociferously advocating the agenda of this assembly. They seek our annihilation. A girl with purple hair shouted from the audience. Accepting treatment is voluntary. No one has ever spoken of extermination, retorted the lean man. No one would dare to say such a thing. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted. The crowd turned to see the source of the voice, none other than Magneto, Eric Lensher. Beside him stood the Human Torch, Johnny, who had departed from Lake Achille alongside Magneto. Upon recognizing Magneto, the mutants immediately parted, creating a pathway for this legendary figure who had accomplished much for the rise of mutants. Many present revered him. Magneto rose from his seat, his voice resonating with authority. "No one would utter such words. They have acted decisively. If you continue to live in complacency, sooner or later, when night falls, they will come for you." "Excuse me," the lean man attempted to interrupt Magneto's speech. "It is then that you will realize. While you are still debating the formation of a committee, the extermination campaign will already be underway." Magneto shot a scornful glare at the lean man, his intense presence silencing him. "Do not be mistaken, brethren. They will instigate conflict and force us into treatment. The only question is, are you willing to join my brotherhood and fight alongside me? Or will you await the inevitable extermination? Whom will you support? Humanity or us?" Magneto stood on the podium, surveying the silent mutants below, emanating an aura of absolute authority as he descended from the stage. His words ignited fervent discussion among the mutants, many nodding in agreement with Magneto's sentiments. A man who appeared to be a leader, known as Hedgehog, led a group of mutants toward Magneto. Dressed so tightly. Yet your words are quite blunt, Hedgehog remarked without courtesy. The Human Torch turned, palms outstretched, flames dancing above them, and coldly commanded, "Stand back. If you're so proud of being a mutant, where's your mark?" Quicksilver approached Magneto, inquiring, "I've been marked once, dear one, and I assure you, I will never allow it to happen again," Magneto replied slowly, extending his arm, revealing the number tattooed on him during his childhood captivity. A mere string of digits, yet a haunting reminder of a childhood filled with unforgettable hatred. Chapter 100, An Unexpected Encounter. "Do you know to whom you are speaking?" The Human Torch disdainfully questioned the newcomers. "Do you?" The Hedgehog appeared enraged, its body bristling with sharp black quills as it gazed coldly at the fireman. The fireman offered a faint smile, silent yet enigmatic. "What are your capabilities?" Magneto inquired, eyeing Quicksilver. A smirk graced Quicksilver's lips as he suddenly darted away, zipping back and forth in a swift display, reveling in his prowess. "Is this your only talent?" Magneto seemed quite pleased with Quicksilver's abilities. "Not merely this. I am aware of your ability to manipulate metal, and I also know that there are 87 mutants here, all of whom fall below level 3. "Aside from the two of you," Quicksilver replied. His words astonished Magneto, whose expression shifted as he quietly asked, "Can you sense other mutants and their abilities?" Quicksilver gave a slight nod. "Could you assist me in locating someone?" Magneto smiled coldly. Somewhere in the cosmos, the cosmic cube had awakened. It resided in a minute space within the realm of humanity, where humans endeavored to control and wield it. Unfortunately, only our allies comprehend the secrets of the cube. Let them pave the way while we, the Chitauri, follow closely behind. This planet may belong to him, yet the entirety of the universe shall be ours. What can humanity do? They can only await their demise. A distant, resonant voice echoed in the darkness, as a blue light flickered from a metallic scepter, illuminating Loki's sinister smile. Now, on the highway, Deadpool unsheathed his twin blades, wiping away the blood before sheathing them with finesse. "If I were a 90-kilogram scoundrel named Francis, where would I be?" Deadpool pondered intensely. Suddenly, the roar of an engine thundered from behind. Excited, Deadpool spun around, sensing that this was indeed Francis. The motorcycle sped past him as Francis brandished a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage toward Deadpool. With a deft sidestep, Deadpool leapt onto a nearby car, vaulting into the air as he drew an adamantium blade, slashing towards the motorcycle's wheel. The motorcycle flipped, sending Francis hurtling through the air, colliding with the car. The audience fell silent, for the prodigious newcomer, Wade Wilson, had entered the fray, hailing from Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, and was ready to engage. As Deadpool strolled, he narrated his own exploits. Francis attempted to rise, but Deadpool delivered a swift kick, toppling him once more. "He seems to be in good form." "Regina does have a nice ring to it," Deadpool quipped, landing another kick to Francis's head. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing is a painful revenge match, delivered with fervor." Deadpool continued his relentless assault, raining punches and kicks upon Francis, seizing his collar and hurling him against the highway guardrail. "Here it comes." Such actions lack the spirit of a true athlete. Deadpool delivered a swift kick, extracting an adamantium knife and plunging it into Francis's chest, pinning him against the railing. Nevertheless, Deadpool's technique was deft. Though he pierced Francis's body, he did not strike a fatal point, ensuring that Francis would not succumb immediately, yet would endure considerable agony. If one could say that Francis could feel pain, it was worth noting that he had long lost his sense of pain due to an experiment years prior. "Looking good. Francis, seems like you've been resting well. I've seen quite a bit of you getting ravaged, remember me?" "No." "Well, let me remind you," Deadpool chattered incessantly. "How about this?" He pulled his red mask halfway down, revealing his grotesque visage. "Wade Wilson," Francis remarked with sudden clarity, realizing that the chaos of the day was indeed Wade's act of revenge. "Hello there, handsome. I'm just like Spider-Man, though I got bitten by Sharpay. Who should we blame, Francis?" The connection between Deadpool and Spider-Man was a tale for another time, best left unspoken for now. "It's time to settle the score regarding this hideous face of mine," Deadpool said coldly. "Please, you should thank me. Clearly, I've granted you immortality, and, I must admit, I'm rather envious," Francis replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, but this life is hardly joyful, you know?" Deadpool's finger flicked the knife's hilt embedded in Francis's chest. Yet, Francis's expression suggested he was rather indifferent to the wound. "I intend to ruin you as thoroughly as the soft cell band ruined music in the late 90s, Deadpool declared, feeling a surge of exhilaration, oblivious to the figure standing behind him, someone he profoundly despised. As Deadpool prepared to deliver a forceful punch to Francis's face, he struck something metallic with a resounding clang. Curious, he turned to feel the impenetrable object behind him. Steel Sentry loomed ominously at his back. With a swift motion, Steel Sentry seized Deadpool and hurled him violently against the car. "You've been warned, Deadpool. Your reckless use of power is disgraceful. Both of you are coming with me," Steel Sentry asserted as he approached. Perhaps Punisher never anticipated how the disfigured man before him would be unrecognizable as the once ordinary Wade Wilson, now the mercurial Deadpool. "Listen, Steel Sentry, I don't have time to discuss morality. Who are you?" Deadpool abruptly shifted his tone, gazing at the Black Queen. "Black Queen, with a sidekick known as Kid Omega," she replied. "Kid Omega? That is the most badass name I've ever heard. So, you're his subordinate?" Deadpool inquired, turning his attention back to Steel Sentry. "No, merely a trainee. Let me guess, the X-Men left you behind for what? This tedious business?" Black Queen questioned. "Just pretend you're not here, Kid Omega. Can we change the name?" Deadpool stepped forward and threw a punch at Francis. "Shall we proceed?" The Black Queen said impatiently. "Look, I am still a maiden. I did not come here. I am quite unhappy, silent, and on the verge of a tantrum. Should I sulk in silence or unleash my ire? Speak up." Deadpool stepped back before the Black Queen, gazing intently at her. "I concede defeat in our verbal sparring," he declared, waving his hands in a fit of excitement. "Such behavior is unacceptable, Deadpool. Please, let's just walk quietly with us," Steel Man urged patiently. "You thick-headed brute," Deadpool shouted. "That is hardly a friendly remark. Are you truly intent on ruining my plans? Trust me, that fool got what he deserved. He is nothing but a complete jerk, and besides, no one was harmed." Just as he finished speaking, the gunman who had collided with the sign plummeted to the ground. "He was already there when I arrived," Deadpool remarked with nonchalance. "Wade, this is not the time for such antics. We need you. You must understand. A significant event has transpired, and you must inform me of the details." Steel Man continued to maintain his patience. "Really? Oh, I shall procure popcorn and cola. There have been enough recent happenings that concern me not." Suddenly, the entire highway trembled, the surrounding metal vibrating slightly. "What?" Steel Man's expression shifted as he quickly turned towards the source of the tremor. A colossal fireball hurtled towards Deadpool and Steel Man. "Good grief!" Deadpool exclaimed, leaping aside. Steel Man stood his ground, unafraid, and with a swift clap of his hands, dispersed the flames. As the fire subsided, their old acquaintance, the Human Torch, stood not far from them. "John, what brings you here?" Steel Man exclaimed in surprise. Just then, a car barreled directly towards Steel Man, sending him flying. "Hey!" The Black Queen shouted in discontent, but upon seeing the newcomer, her expression turned to one of fear. Magneto descended from the sky, his cold gaze fixed on the group before him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "What day is it? A scene from X-Men 1? This is not your battleground." Deadpool stepped forward, displeased, and shouted, "How amusing! I didn't expect you to assist me in creating this obstacle." The news reported a red-clad gunman, but failed to mention such a formidable one. Magneto appeared quite pleased with Deadpool's antics, though his purpose was not to incite unnecessary chaos. "The day I decided to become a villain dedicated to combating crime, alongside another group of discontented individuals as roommates in Dreamland, was when you could continue to extol my glorious deeds," Deadpool proclaimed proudly. "I suggest you focus on the matter at hand," Magneto said, pointing casually behind Deadpool with a hint of amusement. Deadpool swiftly turned around, only to find Francis had vanished from sight, erupting into incredulous screams. Suddenly, a cacophony of horns erupted as several vehicles, led by a convoy of heavy trucks, approached. By the time they realized that a traffic jam had formed, it was too late. The blaring horns echoed in vain as they began to slow down, intending to turn back. However, Magneto would not allow these vehicles to depart so easily. What transpired next left the onlookers utterly astonished. With a mere gesture, Magneto reached out towards the lead vehicle. Grasping at the air, and with a flick of his wrist, the car was abruptly lifted into the air. As he clenched his fist, the vehicle morphed at an astonishing speed, transforming into a colossal metal sphere, which he then casually cast aside. Such feats of great power appeared effortless in Magneto's hands. And soon he replicated this with the accompanying vehicles. He extended his hands once more, causing the truck's cab to detach from its trailer. The cab was flung away while the trailer was drawn towards him. Observing the scene before him, Magneto regarded the steel mutants with a cold smirk. Chapter 101. The Great Brawl. Magneto approached the rear of the trailer and, with a sweep of his hand, tore the reinforced metal lock from the door as if it were mere parchment, effortlessly opening it. He led the Human Torch inside. Emerging from the chaos was Mystique, who had dealt with the two guards within and now sauntered out of her cell with an air of nonchalance. Right on time, Mystique remarked with a smile, striding towards Magneto. "Have you found what you sought?" Magneto inquired. "The formula for the antidote lies with a mutant, a child from the Washington laboratory. Without him, we are at a loss," Mystique replied. Magneto's lips curled into a cold smile as he beckoned with his finger, summoning the list of escort personnel that had fallen to the ground. "Peruse the passenger list," he instructed, handing it to the Human Torch. "Unit 41205, James Myrox." The Human Torch read from the escort list. On the side of the trailer was a secured cell, markedly different from Mystique's confinement. It was nearly opaque, obscuring the interior. "This individual has robbed 7 banks," Mystique added, detailing the criminal history of the occupant within as they moved along. She had gained a fair understanding of the mutants imprisoned here. With a wave of his hand, Magneto opened the metal cell door, and to their astonishment, 7 individuals emerged from the narrow confines of a solitary cell. At that very moment, as Mystique's words hung in the air, the Duplication Man transformed from 7 into 1. "I can make use of your talents," Magneto declared, his face lighting up with approval of this extraordinary ability. "Count me in," the Duplication Man replied, accepting the offer. "Welcome to the Brotherhood," Magneto responded. "Beware of this one," Mystique cautioned as they approached the next cell. "Cain Marco, isolated. Listen to this. This offender must remain permanently confined. Should he unleash his power, none shall rival him." The Human Torch expressed mild surprise upon reading the notes on the list regarding this individual. Intriguing. Magneto's interest deepened, and with a casual flick of his hand, the heavy metal prison door was effortlessly torn open. Inside stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles as solid as granite. The metallic shackles bound his limbs completely, and surprisingly, this was none other than the Red Tank, who had previously engaged in direct combat with Clark. "What do they call you?" Magneto inquired, astonished. "Red Tank," came the coarse reply, his voice revealing an unyielding dominance despite being restrained. "I can't think of a reason. Can you let me out? I need to relieve myself," Red Tank declared with an air of arrogance. His immense power matched his brash demeanor, yet Magneto paid no mind to his rudeness. Similarly, the metallic shackles were effortlessly severed under Magneto's prowess. "Nice helmet," the Human Torch complimented, admiring Red Tank's attire. "I look pretty cool wearing it, right?" Red Tank beamed with satisfaction, relishing the praise. As the conversation flowed, a sudden jolt rocked the carriage, flipping it entirely. Outside, a modified heavy-duty off-road vehicle had overturned the transport, driven by none other than the Punisher. "You lunatic, what kind of vehicle is that?" 23 exclaimed, having already leaped from the vehicle to confront the Punisher, who had just emerged from his own off-road car. Although the vehicle had successfully toppled the carriage, it was now nearly wrecked. "Just a modified ride," the Punisher replied, perched atop his battered vehicle, leisurely puffing on a cigar. Clark hovered in midair, disinterested in the neurotic exchange between the two. Suddenly, the overturned transport began to disassemble, scattering metal and heavy debris in all directions. Magneto and the others emerged from the wreckage, Magneto's gaze fixated coldly on the distant Punisher. With a flick of his hand, the scattered metal morphed into lethal projectiles hurtling toward the Punisher. Clark plummeted from the sky, exhaling a breath that summoned a fierce gust, halting the metal assault. He clapped his hands, shattering the frozen debris before him. Witnessing Clark's protection of these 2 individuals, Magneto's expression fluctuated between cold and warm, reflecting his unusual contemplation of Clark's relationship with this group. He ceased his attack, refraining from further aggression towards the Punisher. From a distance, a vehicle approached, executing a beautiful drift. The car's door swung open mid-motion, and a figure as swift as lightning burst forth, Speed Demon, who had recently joined Magneto's Brotherhood, accompanied by her ally. "Quake!" As the Speedster and the Shockwave Woman swiftly approached from behind the Punisher in 23, their coordination was seamless. The moment the Speedster halted, the Shockwave Woman removed her gloves and clapped her hands towards the Punisher in 23, unleashing a massive shockwave that sent them flying. Although Clark was still a distance away from the Punisher in 23, the force of the shockwave propelled them through the air. "Watch out!" Steel Brute shouted, having already sensed the movements of the Speedster and the Shockwave Woman. Upon hearing his warning, Clark came to an abrupt stop. Steel Brute leaped into action, his seemingly clumsy physique belied by his swift approach as he extended his arms to securely catch both the Punisher and 23. The sudden assault from the Shockwave Woman and the Speedster startled Magneto. Despite both sides sustaining no losses, the prospect of an inexplicable confrontation with Clark was undoubtedly unwise. Meanwhile, as Magneto weighed the pros and cons, the Shockwave Woman had already targeted Clark, who stood between her and the Punisher in 23. "Arc!" Magneto urgently called out to the Shockwave Woman, halting her next move. Their confidence to attack Clark suggested that they were oblivious to his capabilities. With Magneto's intervention, the atmosphere settled into a tense calm. "Magneto, what are you doing here? What's going on?" Steel Brute questioned, puzzled as he glanced at Magneto. The latter's prior display of power had overturned several vehicles, undoubtedly costing lives. Steel Brute glared at him with discontent. Yet he recognized that even his strength could not rival Magneto's. "What I do is none of your concern. Mind your own business," Magneto disdainfully retorted, his gaze dismissive, revealing his reluctance to engage further with Steel Brute. Superman, the red tank, rising from the rubble, caught sight of Clark in the distance. His excitement ignited like a firecracker, and his battle spirit surged, disregarding the current situation. With a powerful push, he charged toward Clark. "Red tank, wait!" Magneto exclaimed, alarmed, attempting to restrain him. However, despite their mutual understanding of each other's abilities, there was little he could do to command the red tank. Ignoring Magneto's orders, the red tank barreled forward like a raging bull. The more ferociously the red tank rushed, the greater the energy he harnessed. Each step he took echoed with the sound of cracking earth, emanating an unstoppable momentum. His granite-like muscles expanded under the accumulating energy, creating an explosive sensation. From a distance, he truly resembled his moniker, the Red Tank, as he charged toward Clark with formidable force. "Be careful!" Accompanying Clark, the anxious 23 could not help but scream, utterly unable to fathom the visual disparity before her. How could someone of Clark's stature confront a man resembling a mountain? The Red Tank nearly reached 2.5 meters in height, and while he was slightly shorter, his breadth was far greater. "Steelman, think of a way!" The Black Queen cried out in urgency, convinced that only Steelman possessed the strength to contend with the monstrous Red Tank. "Understood," Steelman declared resolutely, hastening his steps towards Clark. Though his steady voice instilled some comfort, deep within, he felt a pang of trepidation. He was unfamiliar with the full extent of the Red Tank's power. What if he faltered? What would become of the others? Yet, bolstered by confidence in his own augmented abilities, Steelman resolved to confront the Red Tank head-on. Unexpectedly, the Red Tank's speed intensified, his energy surging as he dashed forward. He generated a fierce friction with the air, producing a piercing sonic boom that reverberated painfully in the ears. In an instant, he was before Clark, who stood unflinchingly as if awaiting the Red Tank's arrival. Realizing that he was still some distance away from Clark and unable to intercept the Red Tank in time, Steelman sighed in resignation. The inexperienced Black Queen, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Clark being obliterated, instinctively covered her eyes, too fearful to look. Last time you were merely lucky. This time, I shall take your life." The Red Tank cackled with confidence. The energy he had amassed during his sprint was formidable enough to demolish a battleship. Yet before him stood Clark, unyielding and seemingly paralyzed by fear. The Red Tank, seeing Clark's stunned expression, laughed cruelly. Chapter 102. Chaos Unleashed 2. The previously humiliated Speedster and Shockwave now regarded Clark as if he were a corpse. Though it was their first encounter with the Red Tank, the overwhelming aura he exuded was undeniably real and not merely an illusion. Speedster, possessing the ability to sense other mutants, discerned at a glance that the Red Tank was a level 3 mutant. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted between the Red Tank and Clark, displacing everything around them. With a blink, The onlookers were left agape in disbelief. Clark lifted a foot and brought it crashing down onto the red tank's face. All the energy the red tank had unleashed was momentarily halted beneath Clark's foot. For a fleeting second, the immense inertia reversed, sending the red tank hurtling away from Clark like a colossal cannonball. One kick, just one kick. With but a single kick, the monstrous entity, which had just erupted with cataclysmic ferocity, was effortlessly sent flying by Clark. It appeared almost trivial. The red tank soared towards Magneto with a swift momentum that could be summarized succinctly. What came forth must return. In an instant, the red tank darted past Magneto with such velocity that the latter scarcely had time to react. The red tank collided with the debris that had recently fallen, sending up a colossal cloud of dust. In a heartbeat, it was buried beneath the rubble, leaving no sign of life or death. On Magneto's side, Mystique, Firestorm, Quicksilver, Pulsar, and Duplication Man were all ensnared in astonishment, unable to process the event. The near confrontation between Quicksilver and Clark had instilled a sense of dread in them. The Black Queen merely covered her eyes for a moment. Upon reopening them, she witnessed the unfolding scene alongside 23, both equally flabbergasted. Steelman, too, harbored a genuine admiration for Clark's prowess. Truly remarkable, the Black Queen finally articulated after a lengthy silence, having witnessed real combat for the first time. 23 attempted to speak, but found that his mouth had been agape for too long, and he awkwardly swallowed, masking his embarrassment. Clark shrugged off his cloak and brushed off his boots, uttering not a word, yet his disdain was evident in his gaze. Since the red tank's arrival, Clark's expression had consistently conveyed a sense of superiority, as though he regarded the red tank with utter contempt. Despite feeling the fatigue from his earlier battle with Sebastian Shaw, Clark had regained enough strength to dismiss the idea of facing off against a level 3 mutant purely reliant on brute force. The last encounter had been a mere fluke, a deception orchestrated by Shaw's elusive escape tactics that had allowed this oafish individual to escape with misplaced arrogance. Now, the red tank had foolishly presented himself again, ripe for defeat. Clark scoffed at the notion. Is this what they call Superman? The Punisher, a man of unwavering composure, mused quietly to himself, his words likely audible only to him. Superman, Magneto muttered through clenched teeth, his eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts that remained veiled from all. Meanwhile, Deadpool, still brooding over Francis' escape, had yet to emerge from his shock at losing a chance for vengeance. Regaining his composure, he shifted his attention to Firestorm, whose sudden ignition had inadvertently granted Francis an avenue for escape. Do you know why I relish watching cartoons? Because the blood depicted is a vivid crimson, almost black. Deadpool bellowed in frustration, seizing the dual-edged sword from the ground and charging towards Firestorm. Having been momentarily outmaneuvered by Clark, Magneto let out a cold snort. Though he found himself powerless against Clark, he could not fathom why this obscure individual dared to provoke him. With a flick of his finger, a metallic projectile shot forth like a bullet, striking Deadpool. However, the impact was not akin to a mere gunshot. Rather, Deadpool was sent sprawling as if he had been struck by a colossal hammer. Those twin blades? Was that Wade Wilson? The Punisher, observing from a distance, recognized the familiar dual weapons and pointed at the figure clad in red, inquiring of the nearby Black Queen. The individual in question was known as Deadpool, and his true name was Wade Wilson. Steel Force returned to the Black Queen's side, just in time to hear the Punisher's question and inadvertently provided an answer. A fortunate discovery, the Punisher murmured. Originally, he had intended to rescue Mystique in hopes of extracting information about Deadpool or the mutant agenda, an endeavor aimed both at finding his own list and assisting Clark in locating Phoenix. Achieving two objectives in one. Yet, he never anticipated that, amidst the conflict between Clark and Magneto, his plans for collaboration with Mystique would be thwarted. To his astonishment, the figure that had suddenly appeared, donning a red mask, was none other than Wade Wilson, prompting the Punisher to reflect once more. In response to Deadpool's sudden provocation, Quicksilver and Wave Woman rushed toward him, and the Punisher swiftly drew his submachine gun, sprinting after them. Clark, however, paid no heed to the skirmish between the Punisher and the mutants, resolutely advancing towards Magneto. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing directly before Magneto. The Human Torch, who had believed Clark to be at a distance, was taken aback by how quickly he had closed the gap. Years ago, when he was just a brash youth at Alkali Lake, He had left with Mystique before witnessing Clark's true capabilities. He had thought Clark merely a strong individual with the ability to fly, yet here he was demonstrating remarkable prowess that altered the Human Torch's perception entirely. As Clark confronted Magneto, the Human Torch conjured two fireballs, warily eyeing Clark, while Doppelganger instinctively took a step back, hesitant to engage him directly. Mystique, however, stood unfazed, accustomed to Clark's presence. Long time no see, Raven, Eric, and John, Clark greeted, his previous solemn demeanor replaced by a warm smile. Meanwhile, Steel Force, noticing the Punisher who had come to assist, turned to 23 and asked, "What brings you here?" Caught off guard, 23 struggled to articulate an explanation for her unannounced departure. "It's a complicated situation. I can't explain it all right now. I'll help out." Originally reluctant to lend a hand, 23 found himself instinctively darting towards the Punisher, seeking refuge from the incessant chatter of Steelman. This little creature, is this what they call adolescence? Communicating is indeed quite challenging, Steelman remarked helplessly. Naturally, upon encountering 23 who had sneaked away, Steelman would inform the professor. The enigmatic Black Queen stood silently to the side, her gaze directed towards Magneto and Clark. "It had indeed been a long time. You remain as inscrutable as ever," Magneto softly exhaled, responding to Clark's words, easing the tense atmosphere. Although the act of exhaling was subtle, one could clearly see the beads of cold sweat on Magneto's forehead from frontal view. "Clark, who would have thought that our last parting would stretch into several years?" Mystique smiled wryly. Since their acquaintance in Antarctica, their relationship had evolved from nothing to something. Had it not been for the mutant dilemma, they could have easily become friends. Although they were not enemies, an invisible barrier still lingered, making it impossible to engage in conversations, share meals, or interact like ordinary friends. Human Torch, extinguishing his flames, rolled his eyes in silence. When he first met Clark, he was merely a child, unfamiliar with the feelings that accompanied such encounters. No matter what he did, he might never stand on equal footing with someone like Clark. Many years had passed with little time for them to gather as regular friends. Perhaps you all remain engrossed in your noble pursuits. Only Clark could dare to jest about Magneto's actions concerning mutant issues, for such topics could easily ignite conflict with Magneto. "Huh, I must thank you for labeling my actions as noble. Society has become quite pathological, and I have fought against it my entire life, with no hope of escape," Magneto confessed, expressing his frustration before outsiders for the first time, yet firmly believing in the righteousness of his actions, at least concerning mutants. On Deadpool's side, he crawled out from the rubble, his arm twisted and fractured from a metallic impact, and his sunken sternum rapidly healing. He extracted the piece of metal from within him, exhaling slowly. Though the red mask concealed his face, the furrowed brows had deformed it, giving him a rather disconcerting appearance. Soon after, the pursuing Quicksilver and Wave Woman were determined not to let him escape. "Prepare to meet your end, you insolent wretch," Quicksilver shouted furiously, charging forth at an incredible speed. Just as he was about to reach Deadpool, a barrage of bullets ricocheted across the ground, halting Quicksilver in his tracks, who then swiftly retreated. Seeing Quicksilver distance himself and disregarding the sudden onslaught of bullets, Deadpool continued his sprint towards Magneto. Suddenly, a tremendous shockwave sent Deadpool tumbling, unceremoniously landing face first into the ground. The one capable of emitting shockwaves is indeed Shockwave Woman. Both Shockwave Woman and Speedster Woman once again obstructed Deadpool's path. Not far away stood Shockwave Woman, who had just repelled Deadpool, donning black gloves and looking at him with a face full of disdain. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Being repeatedly thwarted ignited a need for release within Deadpool, who had initially regarded this matter with indifference. Consequently, he resolved to take it out on the two women. "Wade Wilson, it's me, Frank. Do you remember me?" The Punisher called out from a distance, revealing that the bullet which had just struck Deadpool was fired by him, thus indicating their shared stance. He was there to assist and not to engage recklessly. "Frank Castle?" Deadpool raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger as he regarded the ambiguous ally. The Punisher's inquiry likely stemmed from his prolonged absence and the drastic change in his appearance, leading him to believe Deadpool had lost his memory. Has this guy been watching too many TV shows? To think I would meet an old acquaintance again. I would love to catch up over drinks, but alas, I'm a bit busy at the moment. I'm headed to a party, but there's no cake, no snacks, and no dance partner. Deadpool's expression shifted from joy to anger, his tone growing icy. Only carnage awaited. Without a word, he unsheathed his twin katanas, coldly eyeing Speedster Woman and Shockwave Woman in the distance, exhaling a frosty breath. Then I must present my invitation, the Punisher sneered, raising his submachine gun. As he pulled the magazine, an empty shell casing fell out, which he pointed at, declaring, "You'll have to wait your turn. I shall first turn these two into barbecue." Once again, with a grin, Deadpool declared fiercely, brandishing his twin blades, which clashed together, producing a crisp sound. "Ha ha! Trying to intimidate us? You still don't know our might." Speedster Woman spat disdainfully onto the ground, her tone frigid. Shockwave Woman, accustomed to silence, raised her chin with pride. Her eyes equally filled with contempt as she removed her gloves, ready for action. "What's with all the chatter? I simply wish for a thrilling battle, to let my blades drink their fill of blood. Come on, let me show you the sensation of your ribs being pierced." Deadpool shouted, raising his katanas. "Take me with you," 23 shouted as she rushed to join the fray. Thus, Deadpool, the Punisher, 23, Speedster Woman, and Shockwave Woman engaged in fierce combat. "You will incite war, Eric," Clark observed the elderly man nearing his twilight years, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, for someone who has endured a lifetime of misfortunes, each event linked to the plight of mutants has inexorably tied Magneto's fate to that of his kind, living and dying for them. Magneto's unwavering loyalty and dedication to mutants are irreplaceable. As he ages, the once patient Magneto seems to grow increasingly intolerant of humanity, leading him to the radical notion that mutants will ultimately supplant humans. While such a belief may be extreme, it is understandable given Magneto's position at the forefront of mutant issues. "The war has long since begun," Magneto declared with a fierce voice. "Your abilities may allow you to view matters from a divine perspective, but what if you find yourself at the center of the narrative? Clark, do not forget that your very presence has caused humanity to question God. When humanity begins to doubt the omnipotence of God, even believing he can err, what actions do you think they will take?" Magneto's voice turned cold, his narrowed eyes radiating a fierce light as he fixed his gaze on Clark. Clark felt a chill under Magneto's intense stare and sighed in resignation. He struggled to counter Magneto's probing questions. What would humanity do? They would become gods. That answer was firmly rooted in Clark's heart, though he would never voice it. "Ah, as you stated, Eric, I can indeed adopt a divine perspective on any matter. Your words have spared your life, and I assure you that, at least until the very end, no one will succeed in bringing you to your demise." With that, Clark composed himself and regained a smile. Magneto was momentarily taken aback by Clark's response, expecting a different form of persuasion or even violent opposition. He never anticipated such words from Clark. Yet, was this assurance merely a subtle indication of my impending failure? Nevertheless, Magneto was no longer the fiery youth he once was. Hearing Clark's words, combined with the awareness of his capabilities, left Magneto with no choice but to respond with a grateful smile. "Very well, I shall not concern myself with other matters. None here shall be harmed by you." Clark gestured around, then pointed towards the distant conflict involving the Punisher, Deadpool, and Quicksilver, as well as Wave. "Deadpool just had a minor altercation with you, but today, I have also granted him my protection." As Clark spoke, an air of mobster authority enveloped him. Magneto looked at Clark in bemusement. They had been engaged in a serious conversation, and suddenly he was met with such brazen words. The rapid shift in Clark's demeanor was difficult for Magneto to accept. Ultimately, Quicksilver and Wave could not withstand Deadpool's onslaught. The Punisher, alongside the trio, proved formidable. He had been deemed a level 10 agent by Fury, while Deadpool now possessed immortality. And 23's invulnerability was no less impressive, capable of exhausting both Quicksilver and Wave. In a swift moment, as Quicksilver and Wave were pushed back, Deadpool dashed past them towards the fiery figure beside Magneto, while the recovering Quicksilver and Wave hurriedly pursued him. The fireman naturally observed the imminent threat posed by Deadpool and conjured a fireball that swirled ominously in his grasp. "Halt!" Clark commanded, gesturing to block Deadpool's advance. "Stand aside. Superman, you have no idea what I've encountered. That little rascal has released my most despised foe." Deadpool tore off his crimson mask, revealing a visage so grotesque it could unsettle even the strongest of wills. The likes of 23 and the Black Queen instinctively turned away or averted their gaze from Deadpool's horrifying countenance. Magneto extended a hand to restrain the firemen. Having reached this point in their discourse, further conflict seemed futile, and he resolved to retreat. Speedster and Shockwave hastened to their leader's side, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at having fallen prey to Deadpool while Clark intervened. They sheepishly positioned themselves behind Magneto. Wait, remain calm. Who is your enemy? I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. As for the matters here, let us set them aside for now. I have other inquiries for you, Clark pressed, holding Deadpool firmly. Rendered immobile under Clark's grip, Deadpool gazed at him with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Magneto, your words have reached their conclusion. Act wisely, Clark advised. Directing a look at Magneto, nodding in acknowledgement, Magneto summoned his followers, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Red Tank had been rescued from the rubble by Duplication Man. Indeed, the strength of numbers proved beneficial, as dozens of duplicates swiftly unearthed Red Tank from the debris. Yet, Red Tank was in a dire state, with a severe nasal collapse and a complete footprint imprinted upon his large face. His mind clouded. He was supported by several of Duplication Man's duplicates as he staggered to Magneto's side. If not for your potential usefulness, I would hardly spare a thought for you. Magneto mused disdainfully at the battered Red Tank. Steel Sentinel observed the unfolding events from a distance when suddenly he heard the professor's voice. Return to the school promptly. Jean has been located. Reinforce the school's defenses, the professor advised, wishing to avert any conflict between Steel Sentinel and Magneto. Professor, what of the child, 23? She is right beside me, Steel Sentinel replied in a hushed tone. For now, she is of no concern. I have seen her with Superman, safe and sound. You and the Black Queen should return, the professor instructed after a moment's contemplation. Steel Sentinel called out to the Black Queen, noting Magneto still conversing with Clark from afar. After explaining the situation, he led her away. Let it be so, Clark. I look forward to our next encounter, Magneto called to his subordinates as they departed. Clark nodded, watching Magneto's retreat. He then cleared the debris from the highway with a flick of his hand, attempting to alleviate any inconvenience to the public, though he felt helpless regarding the damage inflicted by Red Tank's rampage. Subsequently, he departed with Deadpool, having overheard the conversation between Steel Sentinel and the Black Queen just as they left, confirming that Jean had been found. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Will she be all right? Wolverine inquired. In a recovery room, Jean lay unconscious upon the operating table, while the professor meticulously examined her brain, assessing her condition. Laser Eye, who had been fervently searching for Jean, finally located her at the Acroli Lake base. However, upon his arrival, he found Jean collapsed by the lakeside. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Laser Eye brought Jean back to the school. Unbeknownst to them, 2 timelines had already been altered, Jean's unfortunate incident and the demise of Laser Eye. Chapter 104. The arrival of Loki. Is the matter resolved? Surprisingly simple. It seems there are no further issues with the Avengers, remarked the Punisher. In a suburban area, Clark and the Punisher, having departed with Deadpool and 23, casually halted their journey. 23, sullen and lost in thought, counted the stones on the ground, her demeanor hinting at deeper concerns, though it drew little attention from others. Jean has been retrieved, yet she appears to be in a state of deep unconsciousness. Her condition is far from favorable, Clark expressed with worry. That lunatic known as Phoenix? Huh. The Avengers are a bunch of incomprehensible dullards. Heed my advice. Do not entangle yourselves in mutant affairs. Deadpool scoffed dismissively. How can you say that? Within Jean lies an immense reservoir of energy. Should that energy erupt, it could spell disaster for this world, especially with Magneto lurking with intent, Clark explained. The issue of mutants has been significant since World War II. Although Wade can be quite eccentric, he is not mistaken. Stay clear of mutant matters, the Punisher stated grimly. It appears the mutant dilemma is indeed substantial, a veritable catastrophe. Clark pondered helplessly. Wade, so, it is you, the infamous Deadpool, who has been making quite the stir lately. You have certainly been up to a great deal. The Punisher remarked with a knowing smile. Me? How could that be? I am but a law-abiding citizen. Do not slander my name, Deadpool replied with a serious expression, waving his hands dismissively. 90? 95? The Punisher inquired. With today's tally, it should be 115, Deadpool answered with unexpected honesty. This was a matter only understood among their kind, a number that signified the count of lives taken. All right, let us cease the jesting. I have been searching for you for quite some time. Now, where's that list? The Punisher's countenance shifted abruptly, returning to a somber demeanor. The list? What list? Oh, do you mean the list from my beauty salon? You may not know, but I've opened a beauty parlor and have been researching skin treatments. Deadpool chuckled carefreely. The Punisher seized Deadpool by the collar, his voice icy as he stated, "You know precisely what that is, the list of mutant research. I need that list to track down Essex and avenge my friend. And what if I refuse?" Deadpool's expression under the red mask turned ominous. Although his tone remained whimsical, he was the type who delighted in killing while smiling. Clark firmly restrained both individuals, urging, "Calm down. Please, remain composed. I'm on the verge of exploding. If it weren't for that insufferable brat meddling today, I would have already dispatched Francis." Suddenly, Deadpool bellowed, shaking off Clark's grip and delivering a punch to his face. The impact felt akin to striking an exceedingly hard metal, and a faint sound of cracking bone echoed. Deadpool, wincing in pain, clutched his fist and half-kneeled on the ground. "Ah, my hand. Damn it," he lamented. "All right, I understand what excessive struggle means. Well then, Merry Christmas," Deadpool exclaimed, producing a bomb from his back and momentarily startling the Punisher before swiftly retreating. "What?" the Punisher exclaimed in surprise. Quick as lightning, Clark seized the bomb, crushing in his palm, rendering it ineffective. Originally, had the bomb detonated, it would have unleashed hundreds of steel pellets, but Clark's grip obliterated it completely. Suddenly, the SUV roared to life, its engine rumbling ominously. "Sayonara, you bastards!" Deadpool shouted triumphantly. However, his laughter was short-lived, despite the engine's roar. The vehicle did not advance an inch, as Clark held it back, lifting it from behind. "Arrived at your destination. Please disembark." Deadpool, still chuckling, removed the keys, behaving as though the preceding events had never transpired, and stepped out of the vehicle. Clark sighed with a smile, patting Deadpool on the shoulder. "All right, that's enough. I get it, the main character has arrived. My time is up. Fine, I confess, I have only 164 kilograms of marijuana. That's all I possess," Deadpool declared, raising his hands in surrender. The Punisher paid no heed to Deadpool's nonsensical ramblings, approaching and leaning against the SUV, explaining, "That list is actually quite old, dating back to the previous era. The mutants listed have all perished, but most importantly, it contains the former locations and detailed descriptions of Essex Corporation. The list is not with me. It's at my residence," Deadpool replied. "Then I shall accompany you and 23. We should be able to assist with your matters," the Punisher stated. "Really? A typical protagonist would surely refuse, but I am not that kind of protagonist," Deadpool gleefully responded. Why am I involved again? Can I opt out?" 23 complained from a short distance away. The Punisher completely disregarded 23's grievances, moving past him with Deadpool, hoisting him up, and getting into the vehicle. "If needed, do not hesitate to reach out," Clark remarked. That evening, at a certain SHILD base, an announcement echoed. "Attention all personnel. Retreat order has been confirmed. Attention all personnel. Retreat order has been confirmed." Helicopters hovered above the base, incessantly repeating this directive. Throughout the entire facility, personnel moved about diligently, engaged in the orderly evacuation of staff and the removal of crucial supplies. Coulson awaited Fury's arrival on the helipad. The helicopter landed smoothly, and Fury, accompanied by Hill, descended from it. Coulson led them into the base, where the research laboratory lay several hundred meters underground. For hours prior, Dr. Selvig had detected an unusual energy emanating from the Tesseract. As they walked, Coulson explained the situation and the evacuation orders that had been issued. The space agency had not authorized the doctor to conduct any tests. Fury inquired with curiosity. He did not conduct any tests. He was not even in the room. "It was triggered automatically," Coulson replied. "It activated all on its own?" Hill asked. "What is the current energy level?" Fury pressed further. "It is on the rise. Once it became clear that the doctor could not shut it down, we ordered the evacuation." "How long will it take to clear the area?" "We should be able to clear it in half an hour." "Make haste," Fury urged. Coulson nodded and turned to coordinate the evacuation efforts, while Fury and Hill continued toward the laboratory. "Sir, the evacuation may prove futile," Hill remarked. "Are we to let them return to their slumber?" Fury's tone quickened, betraying his anxiety. "If we cannot control the Tesseract's energy, I believe hiding anywhere would be of little use. I need you to ensure the safe transfer of the Phase 2 prototype." "Sir, is this truly the time to prioritize that?" Hill responded. "Unless the apocalypse is upon us, we must continue with our lives." Immediately inventory the items and load all related equipment for transport. Understood, sir, Hill replied reluctantly before departing. Inside the laboratory, Fury entered and inquired, "What's going on, Doctor?" Within the lab, a massive machine harnessed the energy of the Tesseract, a pale blue glow emanating from it, causing the machine to tremble slightly. Sir, Selvig was monitoring the machine's status, while other researchers collaborated closely, and a significant presence of security personnel indicated the high level of confidentiality surrounding this research endeavor. "Tell me the current situation," Fury demanded. "The Tesseract is behaving erratically." As the two conversed, a researcher attempted to use a device to probe the Tesseract, but a powerful surge of electricity erupted from its exterior, thwarting the investigation. "Is this highest?" "This is no joke," Selvig replied, exasperated. "The energy is not only active, but it has a mind of its own." "Did you try unplugging it?" Fury queried. "It is an energy source in itself. If we cut the power, it simply reactivates, if we allow it to reach its peak." "Isn't that precisely our objective, Doctor? To extract energy from the cosmos?" Fury interjected, challenging Selvig's perspective. "However, we are still unprepared. My calculations require more time. It continuously emits interference and radiation, but the gamma rays are exceedingly low and pose no significant harm. Yet, there is still a potential danger," Fury remarked, the gamma rays reminding him of an individual. "What of Agent Barton?" Fury inquired about Hawkeye's whereabouts. "Hawkeye? He is hiding in the nest." Shavik casually gestured behind him. "Agent Barton, where are you?" Fury activated the communicator. "My task for you is to observe meticulously." Hawkeye descended along the cable from a height, landing before Fury. "One must ascend to see far," Hawkeye stated. "Did you discern what triggered it?" Just as the two were conversing, a researcher reported yet another pulse to Shavik. "No one has entered or exited. Dr. Shavik is innocent. There has been no contact or information. If there were issues, sir, they would not manifest on our end." "Our end?" Fury was taken aback. "Indeed, the cube operates through a door from the other side of the universe, does it not? That door should open from both sides," Hawkeye remarked to Fury. As the words left his lips, the cube suddenly emitted a powerful energy pulse, causing the laboratory and the entire base to tremble. Abruptly, the cube released a blue beam, creating a circular portal in midair, revealing a glimpse of the cosmic galaxy beyond. A flash of blue light surged. A violent shockwave erupted within the laboratory, and in an instant, the blue light extinguished, revealing a figure materializing in the lab. It was none other than the long-missing brother of Thor, the son of Odin, the mischief god Loki. Chapter 105, Origins Knock. Knock, knock. A rapid rapping echoed at Clark's door, the commotion inciting his dog to bark incessantly. Irritated, Clark, who was sipping milk, opened the door. "Who is it?" "It's quite early for this. The early bird catches no worms." Just to clarify, he was currently in a cold war with Lois, who seemed more like a workaholic lately, perhaps for other reasons, while he often found himself absent from her side. To allow both to cool down, Clark had resigned from a newspaper and moved back to the farm, where he helped Martha with the chores. "Your good neighbor." "Yes, it's me, Deadpool." "I have an irresistible request for you," Deadpool shouted loudly. "What on earth?" Clark stared speechlessly at the well-dressed Deadpool, clad in his red and black combat uniform. "Frances has my sister. You must help me rescue her," Deadpool said earnestly, though his expression was concealed by the red mask. His tone was serious. "Wade, is that you?" A female voice chimed in. Deathstrike, dressed in farm attire, appeared, seemingly just having finished tidying the barn. "Deathstrike, you're eco. Must we truly confine a girl in the desolate Antarctic?" "It is certainly impossible." Although the somewhat Na'vi Death Girl was in a state of disarray at that time, she gradually returned to being a semblance of a normal person after a period of recovery. When there was nowhere else to go, Clark brought Death Girl to Martha's place, not only to help her integrate into society, but, more importantly, to ensure Martha's safety. During their idle moments, she tended to the farm and engaged in agricultural tasks. "Who are you?" Deadpool inquired, playfully mimicking a little girl while placing his finger beneath his chin. He turned around and asked in a high-pitched tone, "Do you need me to kill him now?" Death Girl tossed her shovel to the ground, extending her adamantium claws and coldly fixing her gaze upon Deadpool. "Oh, is that so? I'm quite curious about what death feels like. I recall your abilities. How is it that your skin appears so normal?" "A cake must be cut before it can be savored," Deadpool expressed with irritation as he grasped the hilt of the knife behind him. Hey, My mom isn't awake yet. If you two are going to fight, I'll just toss you both to the moon. It hasn't tea set yet, Clark remarked calmly, slowly sipping his milk. Darling, we are merely exchanging pleasantries. Deadpool clapped his hands, and even through his red mask, one could sense the brilliance of his smile. Death Girl retracted her claws, casting a disdainful glance at Deadpool before picking up the shovel and heading toward the water basin, unperturbed by any potential chaos Deadpool might cause. Understood. Fortunately, I only had milk, nothing that would induce vomiting. What did you just say? Clark queried. I need your help regarding my girlfriend. Afterward, you can ask me to do anything, Deadpool reiterated with utmost sincerity. What transpired? Where's the Punisher? Where's 23? Weren't you together? Clark asked, perplexed. Wasn't everything fine that day? How'd it change so abruptly? A few days ago, after they received the list, it seemed they discovered something and left in haste. That day, Francis managed to escape. He captured Vanessa to coerce me. I must make him understand what his fate will be. Deadpool's voice grew increasingly animated, culminating in a near shout. Who do you plan to bring with you? Clark inquired. Isn't having you enough? Please, who are you? Deadpool flattered, causing Death Girl nearby to shudder. Deadpool came to find me first. Given the situation with Jean, the professor is likely on high alert, and Colossus and Black Queen are probably too occupied to assist. The timeline is in utter chaos. It is truly a monumental mess, Clark mused helplessly. Then let us proceed. I shall change into another outfit first. Clark nodded. I'll wait outside, is that all right? Deadpool sighed with relief. Your house is quite nice. Just as Clark prepared to accompany Deadpool to find his girlfriend, various events were concurrently unfolding across the globe, heralding the gradual rise of the Avengers era. One night, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, found herself bound to a chair, facing a Russian officer and several guards. She was tasked with investigating an international smuggling case. Your performance tonight does not quite meet my expectations, remarked an elderly man in his 50s, clad in Russian military attire, standing before Natasha. I am aware of your expectations for this evening. Trust me, this is for the best, Natasha replied, unflinching. Who is your master? Romanoff, isn't it? A man in a leather jacket approached, gripping the chair Natasha occupied and tilting it backward, threateningly positioning her on the edge of an abyss. Does he believe we require his permission to transport our goods? The elderly officer jeered. I was under the impression that General Sorokov was in charge of the export business. The man in the leather jacket released his hold, allowing Natasha to regain her position. Sorokov? He is merely a front. Your outdated intelligence has betrayed you. The illustrious Black Widow is merely a pretty vase, the military man scoffed, walking to a nearby table to select interrogation tools. Do you truly think me beautiful? Natasha smiled, though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. The man in the leather jacket approached, seizing Natasha by the hair and yanking her head back, while his other hand pried her mouth open. Tell Romanoff that we do not need him. We can handle this ourselves. He is out of the picture now. The elderly officer picked up a pair of pliers, testing their weight. Well, you might want to take notes, he said coldly. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted the tension. One of the guards answered, puzzled, and after a brief exchange, glanced at the military officer. It's for her. The officer, taken aback, took the phone. You listen to me, he barked. However, the voice on the other end disregarded his threatening tone, interrupting him. I know you are in the Serensky building. 8 miles away, we have our fighter jets poised. Put that woman on the phone, or I will obliterate the entire street. The undeniable authority and knowledge of the situation left the military officer stunned. In confusion, he handed the phone to Natasha, who with her hands bound, used her shoulder and face to grasp it. Get back to headquarters. Natasha recognized the voice as Coulson's. Are you joking? I am in the midst of a job, she replied, exasperated. The situation here is more urgent. I am currently interrogating this old fool. He has revealed everything. Natasha's tone conveyed a sense of nonchalance, clearly dismissing the threats posed by her captors. I said nothing. I haven't said a word. The elderly officer looked perplexed at his subordinates. Natasha, understanding the situation, cast a glance back at the military officer and continued speaking with Coulson. Listen, I cannot simply leave. Natasha, we have a crisis. A being from the divine realm has attacked the base, and Barton has been compromised, Coulson lamented. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. She inhaled deeply and replied, Please hold on for a moment. With that, she cast a cold glance at the elderly man in military attire. Days later, in India, a young girl sprinted down the street, her face a mask of urgency, seemingly searching for something. She dashed into a nearby house. "Who are you? Get out. There are germs here." The mistress of the house cried out, alarmed by the girl's presence, as her family had fallen ill, and she was unwilling to let anyone else suffer the same fate. The reclusive Bruce Banner had just finished attending to a patient and was washing his hands. "Are you a doctor? My father cannot wake up. He has a fever and keeps calling out. He cannot even open his eyes." The girl pleaded anxiously. "Take your time," Banner said, approaching her gently. "My father," the girl began, but her gaze was drawn to the patient lying on the bed. "Like them?" Banner gestured toward the afflicted. "Please," the girl begged, holding out crumpled bills in desperation. After a long moment, under the girl's guidance, Banner arrived at the dilapidated exterior of a house on the outskirts. The area was marked by a caution tape, and soldiers occasionally passed by in their jeeps. There were hardly any pedestrians in sight. The girl rushed into the house, but then leaped out through a window. It dawned on Banner that he had walked into a trap. "I should have taken her money first," he sighed in resignation. "For someone seeking to evade pressure, you have chosen quite an opportune location," Natasha remarked with a smile as she emerged. "Simply avoiding problems is not a panacea," Banner said, setting down his bag and carefully surveying the surroundings. "What then is the solution? Yoga?" Natasha maintained her smile. "You lured me to this secluded area. Clever. I presume it has already been surrounded," Banner remarked nonchalantly, rubbing his hands together and occasionally glancing out the window. "It's just you and me. What about that girl? Is she also an agent?" "She seems to have joined the profession at a young age," Banner pointed out, referring to the girl who had just jumped out. "I am as well," Natasha replied. "And who might you be?" Banner inquired. "Natasha Romanoff." She introduced herself. Chapter 106. "The Avengers assemble. Are you here to kill me?" Banner asked. "To be honest, the one capable of killing me has yet to be born. Though there is one who can contend with me, it is not guaranteed," he said calmly, gazing at Natasha. "No, certainly not. I am here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha said, attempting to mislead Banner, as such matters were too sensitive. "S.H.I.E.L.D., Banner repeated pensively, pacing slowly. "How did you find me?" "We have been observing you, Doctor, while maintaining a certain distance and even discreetly deterring those who show interest in you," Natasha explained. "Why?" Banner inquired. "Nick Fury seems to place great trust in you." Natasha nodded in acknowledgement of Banner's statement and extended an invitation to him. "What if I refuse?" Banner instinctively retorted. "I will persuade you," Natasha replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. "And what if the other me within me declines your request?" Banner's voice was somber. "You haven't exhibited any changes for over a year. I hope for you to maintain that stability," Natasha calmly stated. "That doesn't guarantee I can always hold it together," Banner replied with skepticism. "Doctor, we are currently facing a global catastrophe," Natasha declared while retrieving her phone to browse through the content. "I have always wished to distance myself from disaster," he remarked. "This," Natasha said, producing a photograph of the Tesseract and placing it on the table for Banner to examine, is called the Tesseract. It possesses the potential to annihilate the Earth. She seated herself, attempting to alleviate the tension in the room. Driven by his scientific instincts, Banner donned his glasses and began perusing the information on the Tesseract. "What does Fury want me to do? Consume it?" Banner mused as he studied the data. "He hopes you can locate it. The Tesseract has been stolen. Currently, the gamma radiation it emits is too faint for us to trace. No one comprehends gamma radiation better than you, which is why Fury sent me to discuss this with you," Natasha explained earnestly. "So, you're not here to capture a monster?" Banner removed his glasses and spoke in a more conciliatory tone. "At least, he hasn't stated that explicitly," Natasha replied. "Did he tell you everything?" Banner queried in response. "You can ask him directly. He needs you now," Natasha, with her keen instincts as an operative, sensed something was amiss with Banner. "Do they intend to confine me like a caged animal?" Banner's voice was low. "No one would do that to you." Natasha leaned slightly forward, poised and alert. "Stop lying to me," Banner suddenly erupted, slamming his hand on the table. In a swift motion, Natasha drew her pistol from beneath the table, aiming it at Banner with trepidation, knowing that this was a last resort. Even though the firearm was as ineffective against him as a toy, Banner retracted his fury, regaining his composure, and regarded Natasha with a calm demeanor. "I apologize for my outburst. I merely wished to gauge your reaction. It will be prudent for us to remain calm. Please put that away, and the other me will not cause any trouble. All right, Natasha?" Banner spoke slowly. Natasha gradually regained her composure, exhaling softly as she communicated through her miniature radio to the armed personnel outside. Do not approach. Everything is normal. Is it just you and me? Banner echoed Natasha's initial words with a humorous tone. In a gym, as time progressed, the number of patrons dwindled, leaving the once bustling facility increasingly desolate. The sound of fierce strikes resonated within the empty space, the rhythmic thuds of fists meeting a punching bag. Captain America, Steve Rogers, relentlessly pounded the bag, each blow creating a resonating thrum as memories of years past flooded his mind. Everything once familiar had vanished upon his awakening. His friends, his family, his beloved, none remained. The more he pondered, the more troubled he became, culminating in a powerful punch that sent the bag soaring as if shot from a bow, utterly destroyed. Panting lightly, Steve retrieved another bag and hung it up. Can't sleep? Fury approached. After sleeping for 70 years, sir, I believe I've had my fill, Steve replied, continuing his practice. You should step outside, take in the scenery, Fury suggested. Steve paused, unwrapping the boxing tape from his hands. When I lost consciousness, the world was at war. Upon waking, I learned we triumphed, but I'm uncertain of the cost. We've made numerous mistakes over the years, including now. Is there a mission for me, sir? Steve began to gather his belongings. Yes, Fury said slowly, holding a dossier. You want me to integrate into this new world? Steve inquired. I want you to save it, Fury replied, opening the dossier and presenting it to Steve. Hydra's secret weapon? Steve remarked, immediately recognizing the Tesseract among the documents. This was recovered from the ocean by Howard Stark while searching for you. Like I suspected, this cube might hold the key to discovering eternal energy, which is precisely what this world desperately needs, Fury stated gravely, observing Steve's reaction, knowing that everyone would be intrigued by such a legendary figure. Who took it? Steve closed the dossier and returned it to Fury. The individual is named Loki. He is not from around here. If you choose to join us, you'll need some catching up. The pace of change in this world exceeds your imagination, Fury noted with a hint of jest. I've grown accustomed to surprises. Steve replied nonchalantly. I'll bet $10 you're mistaken. I prepared a detailed briefing about the mission at your home, Fury asserted confidently. Steve picked up his bag, hoisted a punching bag over his shoulder, and walked away without looking back. Do you have any specific advice for retrieving the cube? Fury called after him. You should leave it in the ocean, Steve said, still not turning around. Meanwhile, in a maritime area near New York, Iron Man, Tony Stark, is diligently finalizing the connections for the renewable clean energy system that will soon be operational at the submerged Stark Tower. Once completed, Tony ascends from the ocean and soars towards the tower. Everything should be ready. Now, it's your turn. He communicates through his device. Did you sever the transmission line? And you didn't connect to the grid? Pepper's voice comes through from the other end. Stark Tower will become the benchmark for renewable clean energy. Tony boasts with pride. Since becoming Iron Man, he has devoted himself to the development of new energy sources and the acquisition of the Destroyer, a remarkably extraordinary cosmic entity, has significantly propelled his efforts. Oh, provided your arc reactor is operational and effective, Pepper quips, attempting to temper Tony's enthusiasm. No problem. Let's engage the circuit, Tony confidently replies. At his command, the previously dark Stark Tower is suddenly illuminated, with a massive Stark logo visible from afar. Operating such a towering structure requires substantial electricity. Yet this time, Tony's research into renewable clean energy allows a Stark Tower to function with almost no energy consumption. Isn't it beautiful? Pepper asks, visibly delighted. It feels like Christmas, but it belongs to us, Tony responds with a sudden romantic flair. We'll begin promoting it in the market. You'll handle the press conference. However, Pepper seems oblivious to Tony's affectionate tone and continues, I'll head to the capital tomorrow to scout locations for the next 3 towers. Pepper, don't rush. Take a moment to appreciate the night view and enjoy the romance. Tony interjects, unwilling to let her disrupt the romantic atmosphere. How can I enjoy it if you don't come inside? Pepper smiles suddenly. Tony lands gracefully on the rooftop of Stark Tower, where a movable armor dismantling platform appears to remove his Iron Man suit. Mr. Stark, Agent Coulson from S.H.L.D. is on the line. Jarvis announces at an inopportune moment. Tell him I'm not here. He really knows how to pick his moments, Tony retorts. I'm afraid he might not believe that, Mr. Stark. Jarvis replies. Have a bit of confidence, Jarvis. I'm on a date, Tony says as he removes his armor and strides into the tower. A day prior, Deadpool, inspecting a handgun, is seated in a taxi with Dopinder, who is quietly complaining. So, in my opinion, the movie isn't performing well at the box office due to too many restrictions. Who are those two behind us? That woman looks fierce, Dopinder whispers to Deadpool. Fierce and deadly, Deadpool replies, glancing at Clark and Death in the back seat through the rearview mirror. This imposing friend of mine has agreed to assist me. And in return, I promised him that once the task is complete, I will do anything he requests. Clark was perusing the tweets of the King of the Seas, a steaming cup of hot cocoa in his hand, languidly seated, while Death Girl, sitting beside him, symbolically fiddled with her fingers, producing a series of unsettling clicks that sounded rather ominous. Today was indeed a day of significance. Deadpool lowered the car window, casually gazing at the fluffy clouds outside. Chapter 107. The Dust Angel, is there any hope of winning Gita back? Deadpool closed the window and exhaled. I'm trying to hold on, Mr. Deadpool. However, Bando is far more cunning and charming than I am, Dopinder sighed, glancing at the picture of a beautiful woman hanging from the rearview mirror. Bando was Dopinder's cousin, and despite Dopinder's attempts to win Gita's heart, he could not displace Bando from her affections. Well, I think you're quite adorable, Deadpool reassured Dopinder, eliciting a gagging response from both Clark and Death Girl in the back seat. As the car made a turn, it jolted over a slightly sunken manhole cover, and suddenly, a distinct scream emanated from the trunk. Dopinder? Deadpool raised an eyebrow, turning to look at him. What was that noise? Bando is in the trunk, Dopinder confessed awkwardly. Death Girl furrowed her brow, while Clark queried in confusion. Bando who? My rival Bando. He has tied up in the trunk. I did as you suggested, Mr. Deadpool. I plan to gut him like a barbecue fish and leave his corpse on Gita's doorstep, Dopinder explained in a flustered manner. Deadpool was momentarily taken aback, first gazing at Dopinder, then at Clark and Death Girl, who were both regarding him with disdainful looks. I didn't instruct him to do that. Absolutely not, Deadpool exclaimed, pointing at Clark and Death Girl. You've misunderstood, Dopinder. You cannot win Gita's heart back now. Deadpool turned back to Dopinder, then added quietly, I'm truly proud of you. Be cautious and safely drop off Bando. Kill him. Then win Gita back using the most basic method. Leverage your allure as a man. Deadpool stated with evident insincerity. I actually agree with your second suggestion, Death Girl remarked with a cold smirk. Are we there yet? Clark asked, exasperated as he observed Deadpool's monologue, unwilling to engage with the antics of this peculiar character. Upon hearing Clark's inquiry, Dopinder snapped back to reality, pressing the brakes and halting the car at the entrance of a junkyard. I suppose a hearty high five is in order? Dopinder extended his palm, accustomed to the routine. Two for you, Deadpool replied, extending both hands to slap palms with Dopinder, genuinely appreciating him. Do you ever leave the house with money? Clark remarked, once again incredulous at Deadpool's antics, as he pulled out his wallet and handed cash to Dopinder. All right, my friends, let us embark on a grand venture, Deadpool declared, glancing back at Death and Clark, then giving Dopinder a thumbs up. You know what to do. Take them all down, Mr. Deadpool. He pushed open the car door and stepped outside, rubbing his hands together in anticipation as he faced the entrance of the junkyard. It's time to deliver a proper beating, Deadpool quipped, raising an eyebrow. Clark and Death exited the vehicle as well. To have your face disfigured by someone who simultaneously shatters your sanity and abducts the mother of your future children. Now, that is a rare occurrence. It's as if Christmas is upon us, he mused. Must your inner monologue be so vocal? I heard every word, Clark remarked, standing beside Deadpool with a look of annoyance. Deadpool scrutinized Death and Clark with a serious expression. I asked, where your gear? Don't tell me you've come out unprepared. Clark was donned in his typical casual sports attire, while Death sported a more eccentric look, her denim overalls and casually tied ponytail effectively masking her previous lethal aura. Clark extended his fist, unleashing a wave of energy that visibly blasted open the junkyard's mesh gate. So, Clark tilted his head, arms crossed, puzzled. Let us move, Deadpool commanded, taking the lead. The trio ambled forward, Deadpool stretching and cracking his neck while Clark yawned drowsily. Death retrieved a pack of gum from her pocket, popping a piece in her mouth. Suddenly, Death sensed something amiss and turned to Deadpool. Where's your ammo pouch? Deadpool halted, spinning around, realizing Dopinder had already driven off. He glanced back at Clark. What are you doing? Not my fault you forgot, Clark retorted, cutting off Deadpool's unspoken request. Come on, I'm here. Why bother with so many weapons? They're useless. Deadpool pulled out his phone and dialed Dopinder. Please leave a message. Have a nice day. Great. I have to resort to the old-fashioned way. 2 swords and all my might, Deadpool grumbled, putting his phone away. Clark's earlier display had already caught Francis's attention. As they entered the junkyard, a group of armed personnel emerged, assault rifles aimed at Deadpool, Clark, and Death. Wade Wilson. Francis's voice echoed from a distance. They stood in a derelict recycling yard by the docks, an abandoned passenger ship looming nearby. Francis stood on the ship's deck, gazing down at the trio. What do you call yourself? Francis bellowed, arms wide open. I'll make you remember, Deadpool muttered under his breath. The Dust Angel stood beside Francis, who cast a cold smile at her and remarked, "Let the battle commence." A superhero-style landing, Deadpool exclaimed upon spotting the Dust Angel. Turning to the person beside him, "She's going for superhero-style descent. Just wait and see." Deadpool clapped his hands excitedly at the sight of Death, who regarded him with disdain. The Dust Angel leaped from the passenger ship and descended to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth reverberated as a deep crater was formed by her impact, and she slowly rose to her feet. Oh yes, a superhero-style landing. Deadpool applauded in satisfaction. Your knees must be bearing quite the strain. It's hardly practical. They can all do this, he remarked to Clark and Death. The Dust Angel cast a disdainful glance at Deadpool, Clark, and Death, approaching them while selecting her opponent. You are such a charming woman, but I must reserve myself for Francis, which is why I brought him along. Deadpool gestured towards Clark. Clark removed his hood and stepped away from Deadpool, striding towards the Dust Angel. As they neared each other, the Dust Angel delivered a punch to Clark's chest. Caught off guard, Clark was sent flying, while Deadpool deftly sidestepped him. Clark soared at least 10 meters away, skidding along the ground and leaving a long trail. So that's why I brought her? Deadpool stared in disbelief at the airborne Clark, turning back to look uncertainly at Death. Death, seemingly indifferent, was engrossed in taking selfies, searching for the perfect background. Her back to the Dust Angel as she aimed to capture the passenger ship behind her. Oh no, hurry up at your Twitter post. This is not, well, let us wait a moment, Deadpool said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at the Dust Angel. Clark had already risen, shedding his damaged coat and tossing it aside, pushing Deadpool away as he headed straight for the Dust Angel. That was my favorite coat, he said, looking serious as he towered over the Dust Angel, his head lowered. Oh really? Shall I compensate you? The Dust Angel replied, amusement dancing in her eyes. Clark snorted, throwing a punch that sent a fierce gust of wind against the Dust Angel's skin. She quickly raised her arms to shield her chest, and with a resounding thud, she was suddenly propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby container, which she toppled into. Boom! The structure surrounding the container could not withstand the sheer force of the impact and began to collapse. Yes, I thought you were done for, Deadpool shouted excitedly, clapping his hands vigorously to rally the atmosphere. My weight is 235 pounds. What's so surprising about being thrown? Besides, I wasn't prepared. Clark unexpectedly began to explain himself, recalling how he had recently been startled by the might of the Dust Angel, caught off guard and unable to react. Just moments ago, he had thought he could dismiss the situation with a mere wave of his hand, only to be met with a stinging rebuke. Frustrated, Clark pondered his predicament. Suddenly, the Dust Angel surged forth from the ruins, her body devoid of any apparent wounds, brushing off the dust with a hint of irritation. Fire! She bellowed. At her command, a barrage of bullets erupted towards them. Deadpool swiftly pulled Death Lady behind cover. Although immortal, being shot still inflicted pain. Clark, undeterred by the hail of bullets, paid them no heed, his attire already tattered beyond concern. Clenching his fists, he fixed a steely gaze upon the Dust Angel and propelled himself forward with determination. What are you doing? Death Lady exclaimed, shaking off Deadpool's grip from behind the barricade. Can't you see all those bullets? Deadpool retorted, exasperated. Why should adamantium fear bullets? Death Lady coolly replied, extending her adamantium claws and charging out. Damn it, your bones are made of metal. Mine are not. Deadpool grumbled to himself. The Dust Angel, Angel Dust, was a mutant who could temporarily gain superhuman strength and endurance by stimulating her adrenaline. With a sharp command, fire, Death Lady unsheathed her 10 adamantium claws. Once she dashed from cover, she nimbly dodged the bullets. Even when a few struck her, the piercing projectiles could not penetrate her adamantium skeleton, as her self-healing factor expelled them. The armed personnel maintained a synchronized firing pattern, attempting to eliminate any gaps that might allow Death Lady to breach their defenses. Yet, she was the immortal Death Lady. Her slender adamantium claws, while appearing delicate, were remarkably resilient. With genetic enhancement, she gradually adapted to the speed of the bullets, occasionally sustaining minor cuts, while some bullets were effortlessly sliced apart by her claws. She cried, closing in on an armed soldier and extending her arm, resulting in a brutal flurry of 10 gaping wounds across his chest. Meanwhile, a wrecked car hurtled towards Clark. He raised a foot and shattered it into fragments. As the debris scattered, the dust angel lunged at him, lifting him off the ground with a powerful embrace, executing a full 360-degree spin that sent Clark hurtling through the air. Suspended mid-flight, Clark regained his balance, floating in the sky. Had his strength increased? Clark was taken aback. Although his current strength far surpassed that of the Sandstorm Angel, he realized that in such a brief moment, the Sandstorm Angel's power had at least doubled. Could it be that the Sandstorm Angel possessed a means to rapidly augment her strength? What? She could fly? The Sandstorm Angel was astonished, surprised that Clark possessed such an array of superpowers. A swift resolution was imperative. Who knows what abilities the Sandstorm Angel might wield? One must not underestimate any mutant, lest one find themselves in dire straits. Resolute, Clark charged towards the Sandstorm Angel. Shet, here I come. Deadpool observed the escalating prowess of Deathstrike and was determined not to be outdone by a woman. Drawing his dual katanas, he lifted a foot and delivered a forceful kick forward, transforming his previous cover into a means of clearing a path. With a swift somersault, he leaped before an armed adversary, landing directly on the opponent's knee, using him as a makeshift stepping stone. With 2 agile leaps upward, he crossed his katanas and thrust them forward with great force, turning a head into a football beneath his feet. A swift kick sent it hurtling toward 2 more foes. Following this, Deadpool rolled forward, simultaneously hurling an adamantium blade, piercing through the 2 recently decapitated individuals. Standing upright, he slowly withdrew the blade from the fallen enemy, casually wiping the blood from the blade against the opponent's clothing. 3 kills, nearly all with a single stroke. Deathstrike increasingly reveled in the thrill of slaughter. Her adamantium claws stained crimson, half her beautiful visage cloaked in blood. Her astonishing agility and speed allowing her to weave through the armed personnel like a reaper wielding a scythe, harvesting lives. Duck! Wait! Suddenly, Deadpool was startled by a booming shout, instinctively dropping to the ground before hastily raising his head, only to witness the Sandstorm Angel soaring like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby passenger vessel, creating a massive breach in its steel hull. Shocked, Deadpool turned to see Clark standing several dozen meters behind him, exuding an aura that was both fearsome and commanding. The remaining armed personnel realized they were paralyzed by fear, their faces contorted in terror as they beheld Clark. Clark, are you all right? Deathstrike called out, noticing Clark's unusual demeanor. What? Clark, jolted from his stupor by Deathstrike's sudden exclamation, paused momentarily, becoming cognizant of his own anomaly. How had he suddenly transformed? The sensation was indescribable, yet a singular term sprang to mind. Fury. Fury? Yes, it was indeed fury. He had been solely focused on a swift conclusion, completely unaware that he was now engulfed in an intense battle frenzy, feeling no revulsion, but rather a surge of excitement. As this realization washed over him, Clark could not help but break into a cold sweat. Since acquiring the reality gem, my emotions have become increasingly unstable, a condition previously unknown to me. It is evident that this turmoil has arisen following the possession of the gem, having manifested at least twice thus far. Clark began to ponder whether his necklace could merely serve as a temporary vessel for the reality gem. Upon reflection, one thing became clear. I can scarcely harness the gem's power to enhance my abilities directly. It appears that acquiring the Infinity Gauntlet is imperative, for it would enable the gems to realize their full potential. Given my limited understanding of the necklace's capabilities, it is indeed unwise to take unnecessary risks. However, I remain perplexed as to whether this emotional fluctuation is a consequence of the gem's influence or a lingering aftereffect from the recent battle. I can only remain vigilant in future confrontations. These thoughts flitted through Clark's mind fleetingly. Although he had briefly experienced a surge of rage, he did not succumb to it for long. Soon, he regained his composure and redirected his focus to the battle at hand. Clark, are you all right? Death Girl approached him, grasping his wrist with concern. Taken aback by her sudden gesture, Clark instinctively withdrew his wrist and waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. Not far away, the last few armed personnel, intimidated by Clark's presence, were systematically dispatched by Deadpool, who seized the moment to eliminate them with precision. Just as he was about to finish the final armed individual, Deadpool abruptly halted. "Bob?" he inquired, tilting his head towards the remaining foe. Having just delivered a kick, the masked assailant revealed a significant portion of his face, and Deadpool recognized him faintly as someone he had encountered during his mercenary days. The distinctive tone of Deadpool's voice allowed the individual to piece together the identity as well. "Wade?" the armed figure asked, removing his mask in confusion. "Oh, my heavens. It has been ages since I last thought of you." Upon recognizing an old friend, Deadpool suddenly became elated, reminiscing about their past. "Jacksonville, Friday's restaurant," Bob confirmed, responding in kind. "After Friday's restaurant, my goodness." Deadpool sheathed his katanas and helped Bob to his feet, his actions causing Bob to relax his guard. "My word. Come on." Before Deadpool could finish, he seized Bob by the collar and delivers a swift headbutt, rendering him unconscious. "How's the kid? Is Gail still fond of tuna casserole?" "Quite delightful. Though it might pose a problem for the waistline. You know what I mean?" Deadpool mused aloud while dragging the unconscious Bob away, engaging in a soliloquy. After a moment, a voice emerged from the ground. "Francis!" Deadpool called out. Francis, peering down from the deck while holding Vanessa, noticed that the corpses of the armed personnel had been arranged to spell out his name on the ground. "Will he write you notes as well?" "How romantic." Francis taunted Vanessa with a smirk. "Open fire." Francis seized Vanessa and addressed the armed personnel nearby. The two machine guns unleashed a barrage directed at Deadpool below, who hurriedly dodged the incoming bullets. Taking refuge behind cover, he sought out Clark's whereabouts. "Hey, Clark, get me up there," Deadpool shouted. Just as he finished his plea, Clark leaped behind him. This heroic endeavor was one Deadpool would have to undertake himself. "Damn, you scare the life out of me. What are you doing?" Deadpool exclaimed, startled by Clark's sudden appearance. But what Clark did next left him even more astonished. Clark grasped Deadpool's ankle and forcefully hurled him toward the deck of the vessel. With a fierce glare, Clark unleashed a thermal vision blast, obliterating the two machine guns in an instant. Damn it!" Deadpool cried out in frustration while suspended in midair. However, Clark had clearly moderated his strength. As Deadpool descended, now only a meter from the deck, he muttered a curse. Frantically scrambling with his hands until he managed to grasp the edge of the deck, stabilizing himself before beginning to climb up. "Damn it," he panted, not from exhaustion, but from fright. Rising to his feet, he looked afar to see Vanessa confined within a sealed cylindrical glass chamber. That brute should be wearing his reddish-brown pants, he mused, striding toward Francis. It was time for recognition, he thought, gazing at Vanessa. "You're right, beautiful. Red does suit me," he remarked, echoing the flirtatious banter they once shared. "Wade?" Vanessa gasped, incredulity washing over her as she beheld the man clad in a red uniform with a matching mask. That familiar voice rekindled her memories. "Don't worry, darling. I'm here to rescue you from this infernal box," Deadpool reassured her softly. Tears welled in Vanessa's eyes, and she finally comprehended that this stranger, who had so suddenly abducted her without any demands for wealth or desire, spoke these nonsensical words solely for her sake. Her boyfriend, Wade Wilson, whom she had presumed lost or perhaps dead. "What better way is there to drive you insane?" Francis sneered, standing outside the glass chamber and lightly tapping on the transparent surface. "Oh, you have never driven me mad," Deadpool retorted disdainfully. "But you've certainly driven me to the brink. Bastard." Vanessa's voice quivered slightly, choked with emotion. "Take a deep breath, my dear." "Oh, wait, I misspoke," Francis said to Vanessa, a cold smirk crossing his face as he casually pressed a button. Before Vanessa could grasp the implications of Francis's words, her breathing became labored. She could scarcely utter a sound, her throat producing only a faint, raspy whisper. The air within the glass chamber was rapidly diminishing, and Francis intended to extract all the breath from it, leaving Vanessa to suffocate. Chapter 109. Francis 2, I hope your pain receptors have all perished, for I intend to conduct a thorough examination. Witnessing Vanessa's agony, Deadpool pointed at Francis, gritting his teeth in fury. "I've heard that parts of your body can regenerate. Wade, once I'm done with you, you'll need to be reassembled to recover." Francis seized two hand axes and coldly addressed Deadpool. "Let us get to it." Deadpool unsheathed his dual-edged katanas from his back and advanced toward Francis. Simultaneously, Francis charged forward, swinging an axe at Deadpool's head. Deadpool sidestepped and countered with his blades, the clash of axe and katana resonating with a sharp ring. Francis was no slouch. He deftly dodged several of Deadpool's strikes. Each axe swing targeted Deadpool's vital points with precision. Likewise, Deadpool, a veteran mercenary who had evaded death multiple times, was no ordinary foe. He parried Francis's relentless attacks with his katanas, swiftly countering in return. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. Amidst the skirmish, Deadpool stole a glance at Vanessa. The oxygen was depleting swiftly, and her complexion was turning a shade of blue. Panic surged within him. Yet Francis stood as an insurmountable obstacle. Deadpool compelled himself to remain calm. In that fleeting moment, when Deadpool glanced at Vanessa, Francis seized the opportunity, swinging his axes forward. Deadpool hastily blocked with his katanas, successfully intercepting Francis's strike, yet his defense was compromised. Francis delivered a brutal headbutt aimed at Deadpool's skull. "Huh, futile," Deadpool scoffed. Having endured numerous wounds in the past, this minor pain was trivial to him. Utilizing the force of the blow, he leaned back, executing a backflip that caught Francis squarely on the chin. As he landed, he hurled one of his katanas toward Vanessa. Even bulletproof glass could not rival the prowess of the adamantium blade, which pierced through the glass enclosure, allowing a rush of oxygen to stream in. Vanessa instantly felt a surge of relief, her complexion returning to normal. Feeling as if he had been humiliated, Francis swung fiercely from behind Deadpool. Yet, Deadpool, ever vigilant, ducked to evade the strike. He engaged Francis once more, wielding his remaining sword. Francis intensified his assault, the frequency of his axe strikes increasing to a feverish pace, leaving Deadpool struggling to defend himself. With a swift upward swing, Francis hooked Deadpool's katana with one axe, forcing it upward. With the other axe, he delivered a vicious horizontal slash aimed at Deadpool's waist, embedding the blade deep into his flesh, blood gushing forth. Francesca exerted all her strength, wrenching her hand axe and striking Deadpool against the nearby container. With precision, she aimed for Deadpool's head, but he propped himself against the container, mitigating the force of Francesca's blow. Using the momentum, he evaded her lethal strike and extricated his waist from another axe. The axe that Deadpool had dodged embedded itself within the container, becoming momentarily stuck. Seizing the opportunity, Deadpool closed the distance between them and delivered a punch to Francesca's nose, provoking her to swing her other axe in fury. Deadpool grasped Francesca's wrist, lifting it upward while lowering his body, driving the adamantium blade into Francesca's thigh and pinning her against the container. Though Francesca felt no pain, the repeated humiliation at the hands of Deadpool fueled her rage. She swung the axe handle back and forth, widening the gap made by the embedded axe, successfully extricating her hand axe and cleaving toward Deadpool. He rolled aside to dodge the swing, but Francesca followed up with a kick, sending Deadpool flying. Consumed by fury, Francesca attempted to charge at Deadpool, only to realize her leg was still impaled by the adamantium blade, the weapon piercing through her thigh. In a fit of desperation, she crossed her axes and hacked downward, severing the handle of the blade, allowing it to slide out of her thigh. As she emerged free, she hurled her hand axe toward the still reeling Deadpool. Just as Deadpool stood, he glanced up to see the hand axe hurtling toward him. Unfazed, he reached out, grasping the axe's handle midair, and sent it spiraling back to Francesca. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the axe, but the momentum had noticeably weakened her footing. Deadpool charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Francesca sprawling. Although she could not feel the pain, the world around her darkened as she crashed into various objects, her axes slipping from her grasp. "Here is your kickback," Deadpool taunted, raising his middle finger at Francesca. Meanwhile, Clark and Death Girl stood beneath the passenger ship, listening to the sounds of battle above. "Aren't you going to help?" Death Girl inquired, glancing at the composed Clark. "What would be the point?" Clark replied with a subtle smile. "Wade rarely gets to play the superhero." As he casually stripped off his last tattered garment, he lamented the state of his clothes. Indeed, one must wear battle attire during combat, or else one's wardrobe suffers immensely. "It's impossible to remain low-key," he mused, gazing at the pile of ragged fabric on the ground. On the deck, Vanessa observed the fierce struggle between Deadpool and Francesca. Using the impaled adamantium blade to fray the ropes binding her, desperate to escape this curse box. Francesca, now back on her feet, wiped the blood from her lip and glared at Deadpool with a menacing grin. "Very well, let us use our fists," she shouted, her aggressive spirit ignited. Last Saturday, one was dealt a brutal blow. Deadpool, shaking his arms and relaxing his muscles, approached Francis. With a resounding thud, they exchanged shouts, their fists colliding as they engaged in primal hand-to-hand combat, neither displaying any intention to defend. A punch landed on Deadpool's face, causing him to stagger momentarily. Despite his immortality, he found himself at a disadvantage against the pain-immune Francis, who harnessed his rage as a source of strength. Blood streamed from Francis's body, yet he continued to unleash his fury with relentless punches, leaving Deadpool covered in bruises, his crimson attire further saturated with blood. Vanessa, having freed herself from her restraints, struggled to push the Edmund blade outward and open the hatch. Stepping outside, she witnessed Deadpool being assaulted by Francis. With determination, she drew the Edmund blade from its glass chamber and charged forward. Francis seized Deadpool by the head and delivered a knee strike that left Deadpool dazed. Extracting a dagger from Deadpool's calf, Francis plunged it into Deadpool's skull, the blade embedding itself entirely, leaving only the hilt protruding. "Let me see your thoughts," Francis bellowed, delivering a kick to Deadpool's chest that sent him crashing to the ground. Francis let out a maniacal laugh, standing over Deadpool as he reveled in his triumph. Suddenly, with a jarring sound, Francis watched in disbelief as the Edmund blade erupted from his own chest. Vanessa, gripping the hilt with all her might, stood behind him, pushing him away with every ounce of strength she possessed, ultimately collapsing to the ground. For Deadpool, time seemed to slow, each moment stretching into eternity. Just as he felt overwhelmed, he noticed Vanessa lying beside him, smiling. At least in Deadpool's eyes, she appeared to be smiling. "Is this a dream? Oh God, please don't let me wake up." Lying on the ground, he made a heart gesture toward Vanessa, who continued to gaze at him with love in her eyes. If not for the dagger protruding from his head, the scene would have been idyllic. Clark, preparing to leave, suddenly heard a furious roar emanating from the passenger ship. The Sandstorm Angel burst forth from the ruins, her hair disheveled, and her expression menacing. "Huh," she bellowed, as her bones cracked audibly, her exposed arms bulging with terrifying veins. Her skin flushed red, and her eyes gleaming with a ghostly light, emanating an overwhelming aura. "What? She is still alive?" Death Woman exclaimed in shock. After enduring so many blows from Clark, she had assumed the Sandstorm Angel was either incapacitated or severely weakened, especially after her prolonged silence. However, witnessing her emerge with such ferocity clearly indicated she still had the strength to fight. Clark furrowed his brow and activated his X-ray vision, discovering that the adrenaline of the Sandstorm Angel was astonishingly elevated, surpassing that of an ordinary person by tenfold. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the numerous pinpricks adorning the exposed arms of the Sandstorm Angel, with syringes strewn across the ground. Is she truly prepared to fight to the death? Clark scoffed. He remained poised, anticipating the next move of the Sandstorm Angel, ready to respond to any eventuality. Yet, to his surprise, the Sandstorm Angel suddenly fell silent, resembling a lost beast, surveying her surroundings before crouching down as if in contemplation. Suddenly, with a thunderous bang, the Sandstorm Angel sprang upward like a coiled spring, dashing toward the deck of the passenger ship. "This is bad. Her target is Deadpool," Clark exclaimed, taken aback. In an instant, his thoughts shifted, and the Superman's suit enveloped him. With a powerful leap, the ground beneath him erupted as he propelled himself forward, the sheer force sending Death Mistress tumbling aside. Before she could even register Clark's figure, he shot forth like a cannonball. Chapter 1:10. Francis struggled to rise, the excessive loss of blood causing a wave of dizziness. He pressed his temples, shaking his head vigorously to regain clarity. Upon seeing Vanessa nearby, his anger reignited as his driving force. Stumbling toward her, he seized her by the neck, glaring fiercely before hurling her away. Although Francis's mind felt somewhat clouded, years of self-experimentation had endowed him with extraordinary physical capabilities. With considerable strength, he launched Vanessa several meters away, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Deadpool, swaying unsteadily, managed to stand despite the dagger still embedded in his skull. His mind was startlingly clear, and upon witnessing Vanessa being thrown, a fiery rage surged within him, consuming all rational thought. Deadpool's singular desire was to sever Francis's neck. Deadpool grasped the handle of the dagger tightly, preparing to extract it from his cranium. This demanded immense strength and fortitude. A lesser individual would have succumbed to death long ago. With each agonized scream, the dagger slowly began to emerge. Francis, unwilling to grant Deadpool this wish, hurried toward him. However, as he took his first step, he realized his gait was awkward and maintaining balance was a challenge. Confused, he examined his body and discovered that the thigh previously pierced by Deadpool had succumbed to significant blood loss, entering a state of semi-numbness. Though he felt no pain, his body, inherently unique, was still flesh and blood, and the absence of circulation triggered a natural self-protective response. Damn it! Damn it! For the first time, Francis felt a surge of panic. He pounded his fist against his thigh, desperate to restore sensation. Crash! With a furious roar, the dagger was finally drawn forth by Deadpool, who gasped for breath, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It is essential to note that Deadpool was not inherently immortal. Rather, his resilience was cultivated through harrowing experiences of warfare and the agonizing encounters with death itself. Others in his position might have succumbed to madness long ago, though it must be acknowledged that Deadpool does possess a certain eccentricity. Francis. Deadpool gripped the dagger tightly, extending his arms and bellowing at Francis. His voice tinged with a raspy edge. To his surprise, Francis responded not with anger, but with an unexpected, maniacal laughter, as if he had succumbed to madness. Deadpool was momentarily taken aback by this incongruous reaction, watching Francis with a quiet intensity. After a prolonged period, Francis ceased his laughter, taking deep, heavy breaths, clearly having exerted himself in mirth. With a mocking grin, he taunted Deadpool, "I never anticipated creating such a perfect monstrosity. It seems you are quite pleased with yourself." Upon hearing Francis's derision, a switch seemed to flip in Deadpool's mind. He propelled himself forward, charging at Francis. However, just as he approached, the ground between them erupted violently. Before he could comprehend the situation, a distant voice called out, "Wade, be careful." What? Deadpool was startled by the sudden explosion of earth. Hastily retreating, in his fluster, he caught sight of the Sand Angel barreling towards him. The Sand Angel quickly locked onto Deadpool, leaping forward with alarming speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. The Sand Angel's body was flushed with a deep crimson hue, muscles taut with intensity. Before the punch could connect, Deadpool felt an overwhelming pressure, the ferocious winds from the blow slicing against his skin. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block, but upon contact, his forearm shattered like a firecracker. Fuck! Deadpool roared in anguish. Francis, initially believing he was on the brink of defeat, now reveled in the unexpected turn of events, laughing derisively at Deadpool's plight. Though Deadpool had lost his forearm, the Sand Angel was not merely intent on incapacitating him. It sought his very life. Undeterred, it charged forward without hesitation. It was over. Deadpool's mind sank into despair as he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed before him, and he opened his eyes to see a vivid red cape. A man clad in a blue bodysuit stood protectively in front of Deadpool. "Oh, damn it. Clark, I thought you weren't coming. I assumed you were on vacation," Deadpool exclaimed, utterly indifferent to his bleeding arm. Clark was too preoccupied to heed Deadpool's jests. The Dust Angel's power, unleashed at the cost of its own vitality, astonished him. He barely managed to counter the attack with both palms. Mutants, indeed. A curse from the heavens. Clark mused helplessly, acknowledging the boundless potential that each mutant exhibited in demonstrating their extraordinary abilities. The Dust Angel, momentarily stunned by Clark's defense, swiftly resumed its relentless assault, prompting Clark to brace himself with his arms raised. "Superman! It's truly Superman!" Francis exclaimed upon recognizing the iconic costume. It dawned on him that it was Superman who had just vanquished the Dust Angel. Having never seen Superman in civilian attire, and initially mistaking Deadpool for a formidable mutant, Francis had overlooked the truth. He was aware of the prior collaboration between Deadpool and Deathstrike, but following Deathstrike's disappearance after the Stryker incident, he was merely curious about their reunion, without delving deeper into the matter. Now realizing the identity of Superman, Francis felt his efforts that day had been a dismal failure. Not only had he brought the Dust Angel here, but he also suspected he had been played by Deadpool. How could he have anticipated that Deadpool, with his notoriously poor reputation, could summon Superman as assistance? Resentfully, Francis harbored bitterness towards Deadpool, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. His gaze fell upon Vanessa, who lay nearby. Vanessa had taken quite a fall due to Francis's actions and was only just regaining consciousness, struggling to prop herself up. As she finally managed to rise, she noticed Francis staggering towards her, fear gripping her as she shouted. She flailed her legs and arms, desperately trying to stand, only to be met with excruciating pain from a recent tumble. However, she had no time to dwell on that. With Francis nearing her, she leaned against an adjacent object and slowly began to retreat. Seeing Vanessa attempt to flee, albeit at a sluggish pace, provoked an annoyed snort from Francis, who begrudgingly followed in pursuit. In the distance, Deadpool, having just distanced himself from the Dust Angel, swiftly hurled a dagger towards Francis. With a whoosh, Deadpool, now missing a forearm, struggled to maintain his balance, resulting in an inaccurate throw. Instead of striking Francis in the head, the dagger embedded itself into Francis's calf. Looking down, Francis smirked, yanked out the dagger, and continued his pursuit of Vanessa. Damn it, this is practically a gift. Deadpool seethed, glancing at the Dust Angel, which was fixated on Clark. With a swift movement, he bent low and hurried after Francis. Although the Dust Angel was rampaging like a wild beast, it remained vigilant, observing Deadpool's intentions. Noticing Deadpool's attempt to escape, the Dust Angel unleashed a powerful punch that pushed Clark back before pivoting to chase after Francis. Smack! Just as he turned, Clark delivered a resounding slap to the shoulder of the Sandstorm Angel, who, taken aback, turned in shock. With a swift and powerful strike, Clark's iron fist crashed against the Angel's face. Planning to leave? Allow me to escort you, Clark intoned gravely. However, his force drove downward, sending the Sandstorm Angel into a disorienting inversion, with his head striking the ground first. The impact caused the earth to fracture dramatically beneath him as the Angel tumbled head over heels. Before the Sandstorm Angel could fully collapse, he bent his knees, driving his feet into the ground like a pile driver. As soon as his feet made contact, he sprang upright, though his jaw was askew from the blow. With a swift motion, he slapped his face, and with a crack, his jaw realigned, emanating a primal aura. Upon regaining his composure, the Sandstorm Angel disregarded Clark, intent on pursuing Deadpool. A centipede may die, but it does not stiffen. Clark had initially contemplated sparing the Sandstorm Angel, but now he had devolved into a frenzied beast, and it was prudent to extinguish this threat. Clark firmly grasped the Angel's shoulders, rendering his struggles futile against Clark's ironclad physique. With a chill in his gaze, Clark sighed resignedly, his hand seizing the Angel's neck. In a swift motion, he crossed his arms, and in an instant, the Sandstorm Angel's head was twisted 180 degrees, his life extinguished without a hint of torment. As the body of the Sandstorm Angel descended to the ground, Clark closed his eyes and sighed in resignation, aware that such mutants were often victims of their circumstances. Collecting himself, Clark abruptly opened his eyes, a cold glint illuminating them as he fixed his gaze on Francis in the distance. "It is time to end this," Clark murmured solemnly.